The man suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was not the familiar ceiling, but a smoke-black thatched roof. A few rays of sunlight illuminated the dust flying in the air. At this moment, a flood of complex memories flooded into his mind, nearly causing him to faint again. It was the 37th year of the Jiao reign of the dying dynasty. Natural and man-made disasters ravaged the land, leaving the dead swarming with famine, and exorbitant taxes were as ferocious as a tiger. The man had traveled through time. The original owner of this body had the same name as him, Fang Han, an ordinary resident of Liushi village. His parents had died young, leaving behind a few acres of barren farmland, barely enough to make ends meet, and a precarious life. Fang Han was in tears. Just yesterday, he was fired by his boss and played games at home for 3 days in revenge. He fainted from overwork, and when he woke up, he found himself traveling to this place. Fang Han looked down at himself. He was wearing a patched linen shirt, with no Wi-Fi, no cell phone, and barely enough food to eat. How could he possibly survive in this ancient world? Just as Fang Han was thinking about what to do, there was a sudden burst of rapid gong sounds outside the house, followed by a rough voice that broke the tranquility of the village. Everyone come out. Everyone come out. The human traffickers are here with their men. Anyone who wants to buy a wife should come to the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. It was the voice of the village chief, Zhao Taizhan. The fragments of memory resurfaced, and Fang Han understood instantly. In the last years of the dying dynasty, survival was the only hope. When men died, women and children were sold. Families struggling to make ends meet would even sell their daughters for a few dough of rice. The women who were sold, if they were lucky, would become wives and carry on the family line. If they were unlucky, they would be sold to brothels and end up in a miserable state. The door next door opened, and Yang Hongmei poked her head out. Seeing Fang Han also standing at the door, she curled her lips. Oh, the sickly guy is going out too? Why, you want to go and take a look too? You are so poor that you can't afford to buy it. After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked towards the village entrance proudly. Fang Han ignored her and followed her as if possessed. A crowd of men had gathered under the large locust tree at the entrance of the village. The men craned their necks, their eyes gleaming, as if they were selecting livestock at a market. In the center of the crowd, 2 men with shifty eyes were shouting. Behind them stood a dozen women, the oldest in their 30s, the youngest 15 or 16, all dressed in rags, with pale, thin faces and eyes as numb as a pool of stagnant water. The villagers chattered and haggled. Fang Han stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his stomach churning. He watched the women's arms being pinched, their teeth examined, their prices appraised like commodities, and a chill ran from his feet to his skull. This was an era where human life was worthless. His eyes swept over the women, most of whom had dark skin and sturdy hands and feet from long years of hard work. Suddenly, his gaze froze. At the very end of all the women, there was a figure who seemed out of place. She had willow-shaped eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a small, straight nose, and sharp, cherry lips. Her features were as exquisite as an artist's most proud work. But her face was as pale as paper, her lips were cracked and chapped, and her body was shaky, as if she would collapse at any moment. She was sick, very sick. How much is that? A villager asked, pointing at her. The trafficker glanced at her with a look of bad luck on his face. This is a free gift. Hearing this, the villagers shook their heads and said, It looks like she won't live long. What bad luck. The girl's body trembled, her head lowered even lower, and her thin shoulders swayed slightly, like a small animal abandoned by the world. Fang Han's heart was inexplicably tugged. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host, meeting the binding conditions. Dual door system is activating. Activation successful. Fang Han's pupils shrank sharply. The golden finger in the novel had arrived. System introduction. This system is a dual portal system. The host can use this system to freely travel between the modern world and the Grandview world. The system needs to bind a qualified woman and make this son-in-law the host's wife. Marrying one more wife approved by the system will upgrade the system once. The higher the level, the more things the host can bring back and forth. Ding. Found a female who meets the requirements. Baijiro. Would you like to bind me? The barrage of messages nearly shut Fang Han down. A surge of ecstasy washed over him, and he nearly laughed out loud. Fang Han's gaze fell on the girl again. She coughed twice, her body swaying even more violently. The human trafficker impatiently pushed her, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Ding. Please bind. Bind. Fang Han muttered silently. Ding. Key character, Baijiro, has been successfully bound. Duel pass-through door level 1. The host can carry 10 kilograms of items back and forth. Current double piercing gate energy 0%. By this time, the villagers had almost finished their selection. Only Baijiro and a few other misfits were left. Seeing no one was interested, the trafficker impatiently yelled at Baijiro, "Get out of the way! Don't get in the way! I want her!" Swish! Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Han. The entire area beneath the locust tree fell silent. Fang Han, the poorest man in the village, the one who could barely support himself? Was he crazy? The trafficker looked Fang Han up and down. His patched clothes, washed out and bleached, looked no better than the women waiting for sale behind him. He sneered and spat. "You? What are you going to buy?" The surrounding villagers also laughed. "Yes, you're a dying, sickly person," said Yang Hongmei from next door, laughing the most exaggeratedly. Fang Han ignored the harsh taunts. He raised the steamed buns in his hand and carefully took out two. The white, round buns, still emitting a faint hint of heat, were the breakfast he had traveled with. As soon as the steamed bun appeared, the laughter around them stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the thing in Fang Han's hand, and their Adam's apples rolled up and down unconsciously. In a time when even bran was considered refined grain, they had only heard of these snow-white, soft steamed buns in the legends of the wealthy families in the county town. The rich wheat aroma was so tempting that it made their stomachs swell with greed. The trafficker's eyes were red with anger. He had visited several villages this time, and the goods he collected were nothing but coarse rice and copper coins, which were not enough to feed himself. These two steamed buns were better than what he had eaten in the past 2 weeks. Deal. The trafficker, fearing he would go back on his word, snatched the 2 buns from Fang Han's hand and, not caring if they were hot, wolfed one down. The way he ate looked like a stray dog that had been hungry for 10 days or half a month. He waved his hand vaguely at Fang Han. "All right, the person is yours. Take her away quickly, and don't blame me if she dies on the road." The transaction was completed. Fang Han walked up to Baijiro while everyone in the village looked at him like a fool. The girl lowered her head even lower, as if she couldn't believe that her fate was decided by 2 steamed buns. Fang Han reached out his hand, wanting to help her, but she suddenly shrank back like a frightened rabbit. Fang Han's hand froze in midair, then he retracted it. He said nothing, simply turned and walked towards his home. Baijiro hesitated for a moment, but finally took a step forward, limping to catch up. Fang Han's home was more of a shack than a home. Thatched roof, adobe walls, and drafty. When Fang Han pushed open the creaky, broken wooden door, a subtle flash of despair crossed Baijiro's eyes. A gust of cold wind rushed in from the cracks in the wall, shaking her already weak body and then bursting into a violent cough. The cough was heart-wrenching, and her face turned red. When she finished coughing, her face turned as pale as paper. Fang Han reached out and felt her forehead. It was burning hot. She had a fever. He frowned, but said nothing. He stepped aside and led her into the house first. Then he pointed to the only piece of furniture in the room, the hard, broken wooden bed. Fang Han took out the 2 remaining steamed buns. Without any hesitation, he tore one into small pieces and put it into the chipped ceramic bowl. He also scooped some hot water from the ceramic pot on the stove and poured it into it. The snow-white buns soaked up the water, turning into a bowl of steaming hot mush. He carried the bowl and walked to the bedside. "Eat something." Baijiro slowly raised her head. When she saw the snow-white, soft food in the bowl, she was stunned. She came from a family of officials and had tasted all sorts of delicacies. But since her family fell into poverty and she was sold along the way, she had been eating only vegetable leaves that looked like pig food. She looked at Fang Han in disbelief, then at the steamed bun paste in the bowl. Fang Han handed the bowl to her. She took it with a trembling hand, carefully scooping a little with a wooden spoon and bringing it to her mouth. The warmth flowed down her throat, warming her cold stomach and heart. At this moment, that cold mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Detecting Baijiro's strong feelings of gratitude. Gratitude value, plus 100. Current energy 100 out of 100. The conditions for shuttle have been met, and shuttle can be initiated once. Fang Han's heart was shaken, and then a surge of ecstasy surged. I can go back. At night, the cold wind howled outside the house, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Baijiro's condition not only did not improve, but became more serious. Her fever worsened, and she fell into a coma, mumbling nonsense. Sister, don't be afraid. I'm here. Dad, I'm an unfilial daughter. Her breathing grew weaker and weaker, her body burning like a furnace. Fang Han knew that a bowl of steamed bun paste alone would not save her. In this era of scarce medical care and medicine, a cold was enough to kill a person. He had to go back and get some medicine from modern times. He stood up, walked to the open space in the middle of the room, took a deep breath, and silently chanted, "Start, double door." The moment the words fell, the air in front of Fang Han rippled like the surface of water. A soft white light appeared out of nowhere, rapidly expanding, eventually forming an elliptical light gate more than a meter tall. Fang Han no longer hesitated, carrying the plastic bag containing the 2 steamed buns, and stepped inside. The scene before him suddenly changed. The blackened thatched roof disappeared, replaced by a cracked white ceiling. The adobe walls had become partitions covered in yellowed wallpaper, and several days' worth of takeout boxes were piled in the corner. The computer screen was still on, and the ashtray next to it was overflowing with cigarette butts. The air was filled with the familiar smell of instant noodles, cigarettes, and bachelors. He's back. Fang Han is really back. He dropped the plastic bag, rushed to the table, and picked up his phone. April 12, 2024, 9:37 p.m. Time barely passed. He opened the food delivery app, his fingers rapidly tapping across the screen, his thoughts crystal clear. Baijiro has a persistent fever and needs antipyretics, preferably antibiotics, just in case. 2 boxes of ibuprofen capsules. 2 boxes of amoxicillin. A mercury thermometer. In ancient times, people were short on food and clothing, so eating just steamed buns wasn't enough. He needed food that could quickly replenish his energy and last for a long time. 5 kilograms of vacuum-packed rice. 5 pounds of premium pork belly. And 10 packets of braised beef noodles. Her clothes were thin and tattered, offering no protection from the cold. Thickened thermal underwear, 1 for each sex. He placed his order and selected send immediately. After doing all this, he slumped in his chair, seemingly drained of all his strength. Less than 20 minutes later, there was a rapid knock on the door. Fang Han accepted the large bags handed to him by the delivery boy and thanked him profusely. He piled everything on the floor. The system had warned him that he could only carry 10 kilograms at a time. 5 kilograms of rice and 5 caddies of pork equaled 2.5 kilograms, and with the other odds and ends, it was almost exactly at the upper limit. He packed everything in a sturdy woven bag, shouldered it, took a deep breath, and recited to himself again. System activated, double pass gate. A light gate appeared in response. Fang Han, carrying the heavy bag, stepped in again without hesitation. In the cold and dilapidated thatched hut, the light gate quietly appeared and then quietly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The wind outside grew even louder, making the worn wooden door creak. Baijiro was still sleeping in bed, her brow furrowed, her mouth mumbling unconsciously, her face flushed red. Fang Han put the bag down and opened the medicine, taking out a capsule for each. He then poured some hot water from the chipped ceramic bowl and waited for the water to cool down before helping Baijiro to her feet and letting her lean against his chest. He hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his fingers, gently pinched open her small chin, stuffed 2 capsules in, then picked up the bowl and carefully poured warm water into her mouth along the corners. Perhaps driven by survival instinct, Baijiro's throat rolled, and she unconsciously swallowed the medicine and water. After feeding her the medicine, Fang Han breathed a sigh of relief. He barely slept that night, remaining by Baijiro's side. The sky outside the window turned from pitch black to pale. When the first rays of morning light shone through the hole in the roof, Fang Han yawned and reached out to touch Baijiro's forehead. It wasn't hot anymore, the fever was gone. Fang Han breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the girl on the bed fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Her peach blossom eyes, which had been dulled by the pain, were now clear and bright, with the confusion of someone just waking up. The heaviness and heat in her body vanished without a trace. In its place, she felt an unprecedented lightness. She tried to sit up, the movement smooth, without even a hint of dizziness. She was completely stunned. Just as she was lost in thought, an overwhelming aroma suddenly entered her nostrils. It wasn't the delicate scent of wheat, nor the bitterness of wild vegetables, but rather a rich, mellow, and complex meaty aroma that was difficult to describe. Fang Han was seen walking towards the stove, carrying a chipped earthenware bowl. Inside was a bowl of steaming hot porridge, with finely chopped meat and emerald green onions floating on top. The rice was crystal clear, modern rice, and the meat was modern pork, a perfect blend of fat and lean. This deadly aroma instantly filled the entire thatched hut, even drifting restlessly through the cracks in the wall. Baijiro stared at the bowl of porridge, stunned. Born into a family of officials, she had tasted every kind of delicacies. But even the minced meat porridge made with the finest new rice and pork buttocks was nowhere near even a 10,000th of the quality before her. Fang Han handed the bowl to her and said calmly, "Eat it. You'll get better soon." Baijiro took it with trembling hands, gently scooped up a spoonful, and put it into her mouth. The rich taste instantly exploded on her tongue. She had never eaten such delicious porridge. Ding. Baijiro's emotions are fluctuating wildly. Her happiness is overflowing. Favorability, plus 20. Ding. Double door energy plus 20, current energy 20/100. Fang Han heard the prompt in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The aroma of porridge was so strong that Yang Hongmei, who was feeding chickens next door, smelled it and scattered the chaff in her hands. Whose house? Who's stewing meat? She wrinkled her nose and followed the smell, finally stopping at Fang Han's door. She stood on tiptoe and pushed aside the weeds to peek through the crack in the wall. She almost popped her eyes out. The sickly person in the room who was half dead yesterday was now drinking porridge with diced meat in it. Yang Hongmei rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was still asleep, but the aroma of meat was so real that it made her drool. The next second, she ran away like a cat whose tail was stepped on, shouting, "Something strange has happened. Fang Han's dying wife is back to life. She's even drinking her meat porridge." Her shrill voice instantly pierced the morning silence. Liushi village erupted in excitement. Villagers popped their heads out, faces filled with disbelief. Inside, Baijiro finished a bowl of porridge, her complexion gradually returning to normal, a sense of comfort etched even in her bones. Seeing her finish her meal, Fang Han pulled out a set of thick, pink thermal underwear from the woven bag he'd brought from the modern era and handed it to her. Baijiro was stunned. Her fingertips touched the fabric. It was softer than Jeang and silk, lighter than cotton, and the fine down on it was as soft as a kitten's belly. She was deeply shocked, but the clothes in her hands made her feel at a loss. Ding. Baijiro's emotions are fluctuating violently. Shock value plus 30. Ding. Double door energy plus 30. Current energy 50/100. Fang Han watched the numbers on the system panel jump, secretly calculating in his mind. Recharging his energy by simply making his wife happy was too slow. The key was money. Whether in ancient times or modern times, without money, one could hardly get anywhere. His current savings were only 5,000 yuan, which was not enough. He had to find a way to make money. His eyes swept across the thatched hut, finally stopping at a corner. There sat an empty beer bottle he brought back from the modern era. The bottle's emerald green body shone brightly in the sunlight. Smooth, free of impurities and bubbles, it was truly the ultimate tribute of Lu Li, in this era, priceless. If he could sell it in the county town, it would surely fetch a fortune. He had found his way to wealth. Fang Han was happily thinking about this when he saw Baijiro had already changed into clothes. The clothes fit her well, outlining her slender figure. Even though she was still wearing a torn linen shirt, her whole temperament was completely different. Her hair was simply tied back, the stains wiped away, revealing her stunning face. Her cheeks were flushed with a healthy blush from the porridge and rest, and her peach-shaped eyes were clear and flowing, like a spring. The sickly look faded, and her stunning beauty began to emerge. She walked up to Fang Han, head lowered, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Thank you for saving me." Chapter 5. Same bed, different dreams. Her voice was soft, weak from a recent recovery, yet it tickled Fang Han's heart like a feather. The Baijiro before him was completely different from the woman who had been treated as a commodity and could die at any moment. She was like a beautiful jade covered in dust, but after Fang Han nursed her with a bowl of porridge and a night's care, he wiped away the dirt and revealed a breathtaking brilliance. As Fang Han looked at her, the joy he had initially felt at the prospect of making money gradually faded. He waved his hand, wanting to say something, but it felt unnecessary, and he fell silent instead. Seeing him silent, Baijiro thought he still had a lingering feeling, and her eyes instantly welled up. She recalled the despair of being sold, the indifference of her people, and the beatings from the traffickers. She also recalled the warmth of this shabby house, the bowl of meat porridge that warmed her to the bone. The contrast between the two made her heart ache. With a thud, she suddenly fell to her knees. Startled, Fang Han reached out to help her, but Baijiro stubbornly refused to get up, tears streaming down her face. She choked up, revealing her sister, Baishuejian, who had been separated from her during the abduction and whose whereabouts were unknown. At that moment, her despair deepened. Although she had survived, her only relative might still be suffering. This guilt was even more unbearable than the suffering she had endured. Seeing her tears welling up in her eyes, her body shaking with sobs, Fang Han felt an inexplicable pang of pain in his heart. Damn, he couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman cry. Not to mention, this was the wife he'd bought with 2 steamed buns, the one bound to the system. If she wasn't happy, his energy wouldn't be able to increase, let alone return home. It was logical and necessary for him to intervene. But how? He was unfamiliar with the dying dynasty, and trying to find someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he found someone, what would he use to redeem him? It all came down to money. Fang Han's gaze fell on the empty beer bottle in the corner again, and he had an idea in mind. The plan had to be implemented ahead of time. He took a deep breath, walked to the corner, and picked up the emerald green beer bottle. Then he turned around and held it in front of Baijiro with a solemn expression. You get up first. Baijiro was shocked by his attitude, subconsciously stopped crying, and stood up. Fang Han held up the bottle, letting the sunlight filter through, revealing its crystal-clear appearance. This is my Fong family's ancestral treasure, the jade sea glazed jar, he said solemnly, his expression flawless. It belongs to the imperial court of the previous dynasty, and has been passed down to my generation, untouched. Baijiro's eyes widened instantly. Colored glass. And such flawless, transparent glass. Born into a family of officials, she was well-informed and knew that the so-called colored glass on the market was turbid and full of bubbles, and even then, it cost hundreds of gold coins. But this one before her was as clear as the sea and as lustrous as jade. It was simply unheard of. This is a tribute-level treasure. She was completely stunned. Seeing this, Fang Han laughed inwardly, but continued to increase the stakes. Don't worry, your sister's affairs are my affairs. Tomorrow, I will go to the county town to sell it and exchange it for silver. No matter how much, I will redeem your sister. The words resonated so loudly that the entire hut seemed to echo. Baijiro's mind exploded. He was going to sell off his ancestral treasure for a sister he'd never met? A surge of warmth washed over her last defenses. This man had saved her life with 2 steamed buns, and now he was willing to sacrifice his most precious treasure for her. How else could she repay him? No, absolutely not. Baijiro snapped back to her senses and knelt down again, this time clinging tightly to Fang Han's legs, sobbing uncontrollably. My benefactor, this is your heirloom. How could you destroy it for someone like me? My sister has suffered so much. I dare not bring trouble upon you again. Fang Han lowered his head and said firmly, What do you mean by irrelevant person? You are my wife now. Baijiro was stunned by this. She raised her tearful eyes and stared blankly at Fang Han. Yes, she was the wife he bought. But where in the world could there be such a husband? In this era, women were little more than tools for childbearing and punching bags. Yet, he offered her unprecedented respect and warmth. She looked into his resolute gaze, a chorus of emotions swirling. Ultimately, all her emotions dissolved into submission and devotion. She released his hand and kowtowed solemnly to Fang Han. Her forehead touched the ground, and when she raised it again, her eyes were filled with not only gratitude but also charm and determination. My benefactor, no, my husband. For the rest of my life, I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. In any posture, any request, I will obey you. The last few words were as light as a mosquito's buzz, but they exploded in Fang Han's ears like thunder. Ding! Baijiro's emotions reach their peak, loyalty reaches max, and love blossoms. Ding! Gratitude plus 10. Happiness plus 10. Love plus 10. A series of notification sounds followed one after another. Fang Han looked down at the tearful yet devoted beauty in his arms, and only one word came to mind. Awesome. As night fell, a cold wind howled, creaking the broken door panels. The house was silent, the fire extinguished, leaving only a faint glow of red embers. On the wooden bed, the atmosphere was tense. Fang Han and Baijiro lay side by side, a fist's length between them. Baijiro had insisted. She worried he'd catch a cold sleeping on the floor, so she dragged him to bed. But the bed was too narrow. If they turned over, they'd bump into each other. Squeak! The wooden bed groaned. Baijiro's body stiffened instantly, her cheeks burning, her heart pounding. In the darkness, she could clearly hear the man's steady breathing, tinged with the faint scent of soapberry. It all made her shy and nervous, yet a tinge of anticipation welled up in her heart. She had meant what she had said that day. Since she was his wife, it was only natural for him to do whatever he wanted. Besides, he had done so much for her. Feeling the warmth from his body, she inched closer like a small animal. Her shoulder finally touched his arm, and Fang Han's breathing immediately became irregular. How could he sleep with such a stunning beauty lying beside him? Sensing her movements, his heart fluttered, and he simply reached out and pulled her into his arms. Baijiro moaned softly, her body trembling, but then she softened, snuggling into Fang Han's arms like a submissive kitten. Burying her face in his broad, strong chest, feeling his heartbeat and breath, all her uneasiness and shyness instantly dissipated. Only an unprecedented sense of peace remained. Ding! Baijiro's favorability plus 50. Emotional sublimation. Ding! Double door energy plus 50. Current energy is 100/100, meeting the conditions for travel. Fang Han held the warm and soft jade in his arms, listening to the notification tone of full meter, and his heart was once again filled with joy. In one word, awesome. Awesome. Chapter 6. 500 Tales for a Beer Bottle. The warm and soft jade in Fang Han's arms kept him awake all night. Fang Han did not have any improper thoughts, but was struck by this trust. A beautiful woman from ancient times, quietly curled up in his arms, treating him as her only support. This feeling of being entrusted with life and death was more exhilarating than any honor. He quietly opened his eyes and glanced at the system panel. Double door energy, 100/100, was full, allowing a round trip at any time. But he didn't leave immediately, because reality was more important than traveling. Saving Baijiro's sister, improving his current predicament, and even traveling more freely in the future all depended on one word: money. He needed his first pot of gold, and the sooner the better. That dark green beer bottle was the starting point he had locked onto. As soon as daybreak arrived, he would go to the county town and sell the glass to save up some startup capital. With his decision made, he calmed down, listening to the even breathing in his arms. His heart slowly calmed down until sleepiness crept over his eyelids, and he finally had a brief, peaceful sleep that night. The dim light of dawn filtered through the house. When he rose, the flames in the stove were already leaping. Baijiro imitated his method of making porridge. Although her movements were unfamiliar, she was serious and focused, making the shabby hut feel like home for the first time. She turned around and whispered, "Husband, you're awake," with satisfaction in her eyes and eyebrows. He watched the rice porridge bubbling in the pot and quietly announced his departure for the county town today, his expression steady yet revealing an undeniable strength. The tongs slipped from her hand, and her eyes immediately filled with tears as she hesitated to speak. He wiped away the tears, telling her to wait for his return, saying he would bring money and redeem her sister. This promise was warmer than fire. Baijiro was stunned for a moment, and her fear was replaced by trust. She just nodded solemnly, biting her lip, and said, "Husband, I'll wait for you," squeezing countless words into these 4 words. After breakfast, he found some clean rags and wrapped the beer bottle in layers, tying it up tightly inside and out before securing it with a hemp rope. He acted as solemnly as if he were escorting the imperial seal, fearing even the slightest bump or damage. To get to the county town, he had to use a carriage. Fang Han headed straight for the east end of the village to borrow a donkey cart. Village chief Zhao Taizhan was chopping wood in the yard. Seeing him enter, he chopped his axe, clearly suspicious of the recent rumors. He didn't beat around the bush and asked to borrow the cart to go to the county to run some personal business. Zhao Taizhan squinted his eyes, looking him up and down, his gaze lingering on his old clothes and the bundle. After a moment's hesitation, he finally waved his hand in agreement, telling him to leave early and return soon. The dirt road was long, and the donkey cart creaked and bumped towards Qingshi County. The old donkey flicked its tail slowly, leaving a cloud of dust behind it. He sat on the carriage, the floor jarring, and his resolve to turn over as quickly as possible only intensified. Nearly 2 hours later, the outline of the city wall emerged from the horizon. The high, blue brick walls were simple and majestic. Soldiers at the gates held spears, checking people. Once inside, the hustle and bustle of the shops and the bustling city life washed over him. The bluestone streets were wide and straight, lined with restaurants, tea houses, cloth shops, and rice stores. The hawking and the clatter of carriages combined like waves, forming a stark contrast to the poverty and desolation of Liushi village. Fang Han tied up the donkey, fed it some hay, and, holding baby tightly, headed straight for East Street. There was only one target: Jubiozai, the county's most prestigious pawnshop. If you wanted to sell something valuable, this was the place with the most leverage. The vermilion lacquered gate was vast and imposing, flanked by crouching stone lions. Stepping through, the scent of sandalwood mixed with aged wood filled the air. The tall counter separated the inside and outside, and the dim light belied the warmth of human nature. A middle-aged man with a goatee and a silk shirt slouched behind a counter, a small copper spoon dangling from side to side for cleaning his ears. The angle of his eyelids showed disdain as he asked, "Pawning things?" in a drawn-out voice, clearly classifying Fang Han as poor and needy. Fang Han ignored the man's glares and gently placed the package on the counter. Under that impatient gaze, he slowly untied the ropes and peeled back the cloth, peeling it off layer by layer, as if revealing a silent yet dazzling secret. The moment the last layer of cloth left the stage, A shimmering emerald green lit up in the dimness. The dim light, not glaring, was like a ripple that swallowed up the surrounding brightness, coating the cabinet's surface with a dreamy green. The shopkeeper's hand, which was cleaning his ear, suddenly froze, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. The indolence and indifference on his face quickly faded, leaving only a look of complete shock. Even his breathing paused for a moment. He stood up and leaned forward, almost collapsing onto the counter. His gaze was fixed on the vase, its lines crude yet elegant, resting quietly on the countertop, as if afraid to miss a flash of inspiration if he blinked. The vase, as pure as jade, shone with a shimmering brilliance in the dim light. He reached out a trembling hand, then withdrew it mid-air, as if afraid to sully the sacred object with his vulgar hands. He forced himself to steady his breath and examine it carefully. Finally, he pinched the bottle's mouth with 2 fingers and slowly lifted it up to the light for a closer look. It was impeccably clean, both inside and out, the surface as smooth as a mirror, without a trace of impurities or bubbles within. This level of purity was almost beyond comprehension. After 30 years of working at Jubiozai, he was confident he had seen countless pieces of colored glass. It might have emanated from the palace, or been sent as tribute from the western regions, but now, all his preconceptions seemed to have been shattered. This present moment made the past meaningless. He drew a sharp breath, his hands shaking even more than before. A word suddenly popped into his mind, a title and rank found only in legends, enough to make even a seasoned expert shudder. Tribute glass. Chapter 7. Making a fortune. The shopkeeper's voice suddenly changed tone, sharp as if someone had stepped on his tail. The next moment, when he looked up, his face was covered with a fawning smile, and his goatee trembled with it. Distinguished guest. What a distinguished guest. I am blind and ignorant. Please come in and have a seat. I will serve you good tea. As he spoke, he hurried around the counter, bowing and nodding as he led the way, his demeanor more respectful than if he were meeting his own father. Fang Han chuckled inwardly, but remained calm on the surface as he followed him into the inner hall. The interior was exquisitely decorated, with a Wang Wali 8 Immortals table and several landscape paintings hanging on the walls, giving it an air of elegance. The waiter attentively brought tea. The shopkeeper dismissed the servants with a wave of his hand and personally placed the blue sea glazed jar on the table, carefully handling it as if offering sacrifices to an ancestor. He then rubbed his hands together, his face filled with eagerness. Sir, this treasure, will you part with it? Just name your price. Fang Han picked up the teacup, blew away the steam, and took a leisurely sip, his expression calm, never looking at him. This gesture made the shopkeeper feel even more uneasy, and he secretly believed that the person in front of him must be extraordinary. After a moment, Fang Han put down the teacup and said in a calm tone, as if he was discussing the weather, 500 taels, silver. Puff. The shopkeeper spat out the tea he had just taken all over his collar. He coughed until his face flushed red and glared at Fang Han. 500 taels? That was nearly Jubiozai's net profit for half a year. Fang Han didn't even raise an eyebrow, reaching out as if to take the bottle back. Since the shopkeeper thinks it's too expensive, then forget it. There's more than one pawn shop in Qingshi County. No. The shopkeeper frantically pressed down on the bottle, his smile more awkward than tears. Sir, please be patient. The price is too high. How about 300 taels? That's the limit for our shop. Fang Han simply withdrew his hand, raised his glass again, and said nothing. The air suddenly froze, leaving only his relaxed demeanor and the shopkeeper's rapid breathing, sweat dripping from his forehead. Gazing at the flawless glass vase, then at the unfathomable young man before him, he felt a fierce struggle within him. 500 taels. While heavy, if it could be sent to the provincial capital, or even the capital, it could fetch over 1,000 taels, or even more. This was immense wealth. He finally gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh hard. Deal. 500 taels. Trembling, he pulled out the key, unlocked the secret compartment in the inner hall, and pulled out a heavy wooden box. Inside was a thick stack of silver bills, the largest denomination being 100 taels. He carefully counted out 5, added the loose bills, and pushed them towards Fang Han. Sir, please accept this. Fang Han looked at the banknote, his heart pounding, yet he remained calm. He glanced at it and tucked it into his arms. Goodbye. He stood up quickly, not even looking back, and left without a second glance at the bottle. The shopkeeper watched the figure disappear, even more convinced of his extraordinary origins. He respectfully escorted him to the door, not letting out a long sigh until the figure disappeared. Fang Han walked with a light heart, carrying a large sum of money. He didn't return to the village, but went straight to Baikatang, the largest herbal medicine store in the county. Upon entering, a waiter came up to him. His plain clothes made him look contemptuous, and he asked, "Sir, would you like some medicine or a consultation?" Fang Han didn't bother to waste time. He pulled out a 100 liang silver note from his pocket and slapped it on the counter. "Let me show you our best herbs." The waiter's eyes widened. 100 liang silver note. In his 10 years of service, he rarely saw such a thing. He immediately bent his back, a smile plastered across his face. "Please come in, sir. We have century-old wild ginseng and the finest tiger bones. Bring them here." Soon, he and the shopkeeper presented 2 brocade boxes. One contained a human-shaped old ginseng, its roots intact, its stalks densely packed with stalks, and a fragrant aroma. The other contained a section of golden tiger bone, solid and dense, with a fierce aura. "I'll take both," Fang Han declared. Afterward, he went to the fur shop west of the city. Hanging prominently on the wall was a full-grown tiger skin. Its fur was glossy, black and yellow, its head fierce and fierce, its fangs bared, a menacing aura. Without a second thought, he bought it. He spent the money lavishly, spending it like water. With ginseng and tiger bones in his arms and a tiger skin on his shoulder, he took a quiet path, winding his way through a series of twists and turns until he reached a dead end. After confirming that no one was around, he set his belongings down and silently chanted, "System, activate the shuttle." Buzz, the air twisted, and a white portal of light quietly appeared. Fang Han clutched his treasure tightly and stepped through. The scene before him instantly changed. The dilapidated cul-de-sac vanished, replaced by a familiar rental apartment. The air still stank of instant noodles and cigarette smoke. A tiger skin spread out, covering nearly half the floor, exuded a wild, untamed air that stood out against the surrounding takeout boxes and Coke bottles. 2 brocade boxes sat beside it, further accentuating its presence. Fang Han grinned, pulled a beer from the refrigerator, and took a swig, relishing it deeply. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and found the contact with the note, Wang Xiao. Snap, snap, snap. He took a close-up photo of the Laozhan ginseng tiger bone and sent it to the recipient, along with a note. "Just found this great stuff. Wild caught. Guaranteed authentic." Within 3 seconds of the message going out, a string of question marks popped up on the other end. Immediately, a voice call came in. Fang Han answered it, only to hear an explosive roar from the other end. "Fuck. Brother Han, which deep mountain did you dig this out from? This quality. Wait, I'll be right there. Don't go anywhere." Chapter 8, by Xuejian was shocked. What did her brother-in-law do? How could he be so rich? He held the phone slightly away, took a sip of beer, and said calmly, "I'm home. Come over." "Wait." The phone snapped and ended. Fang Han and Wang Xiao's acquaintance was actually pure coincidence. Back then, he had climbed to the national server by boosting, and in a peak match, he carried the entire team. One of his teammates was Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was a typical second-generation rich kid, rich but clumsy, yet generous and open-minded. He loved seeking mentorship from experts. Over time, the two of them became close. Fang Han knew that his family made high-end health supplements, and that he loved collecting precious medicinal herbs, fiddling with them like toys. Within an hour, the roar of a sports car could be heard downstairs, followed by the piercing sound of brakes. Then came earth-shaking footsteps, as if someone was about to collapse the stairs. The door flung open, and a young man in a flowered shirt and dyed hair rushed into the room. It was Wang Xiao. Behind him followed an elderly man in gold-rimmed glasses and a mouse suit, his demeanor calm and elegant. Upon entering, the 2 men were first struck by the massive tiger skin on the floor, then their eyes fell on the 2 brocade boxes on the table. "Brother Han," Wang Xiao exclaimed, dashing to the table, his eyes fixed on the old ginseng and tiger bone, his saliva dripping with excitement. The old man quickly stepped forward, pushed up his glasses, and leaned in for a closer look. When he saw the ginseng clearly, he was struck by lightning, his eyes widening. He pulled out a magnifying glass, his hands shaking violently as he carefully examined the ginseng roots, veins, and stems. "Oh my God," he muttered, his voice trembling. "This quality, this skin color, a full century old, and it's top-grade wild ginseng." Then, he looked at the tiger bone, his eyes burning even more intensely. "This tiger bone is as golden as jade, with dense texture and bloodshot. It's the tibia of an adult Siberian tiger. 9 out of 10 of the ones on the market are fake, and the rest are mostly farmed goods, with far less medicinal effect. This one is priceless." The old man was so excited that his hands were shaking, and his gaze towards Fang Han had changed from scrutiny to awe. "Top quality. This is truly top quality." Wang Xiao was stunned. He suddenly grabbed Fang Han's arm, his face full of admiration and excitement. "Brother Han, you are amazing. Tell me, Which god did you get this from? Name your price. You're welcome. Fang Han was secretly happy, but his expression remained calm. He simply raised his hand and held up 2 fingers. 2 million. Wang Xiao tried. Fang Han shook his head. 3 million. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth again, still shaking his head. Fuck, brother Han, don't scare me. 5 million. That's the limit. Fang Han finally smiled, patted his shoulder, and said slowly, I mean, 2 million for both. This sentence froze both Wang Xiao and the old man in place, as if petrified. After a few seconds, Wang Xiao finally reacted, nearly kneeling down in excitement. Brother Han, you're my biological father. 2 million? You're doing charity. No, I can't take advantage of you. 3 million. Just 3 million. Without a word, he pulled out his phone, his fingers working quickly, and the transfer was completed on the spot. Ding dong. Fang Han's phone chimed, and he clicked on it. 3 million yuan credited to the account. Current account balance, 3,005,241.50 yuan. That long string of zeros made his heart skip a beat. Awesome. Traveling through time, and instantly becoming a millionaire. That was a number the booster hadn't even dreamed of. Wang Xiao was as happy as if he had won the lottery. He urged the old man to pack up his things and, before leaving, lowered his voice to Fang Han's ear. Brother Han, if you find any good stuff next time, let me know first. The price is definitely negotiable. After watching Wang Xiao leave, Fang Han locked the door behind him. Looking at the numbers on his phone, his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. But he quickly calmed down and opened his computer. Money was more important than saving one's life. In an era of widespread starvation and despair, fists and weapons were the only way to gain strength. Order top-tier, lightweight body armor. Order a 500,000-volt stun gun. Order a powerful flashlight that could instantly blind people. High-concentration pepper spray, buy 10 bottles at once. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the order was complete. Next, it was time to rescue Baijiro's sister, Baishuejin. Fang Han stood in the center of the room and whispered, Start the shuttle. In a flash of white light, he disappeared from the rental house. In the dead-end alley, his figure reappeared. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, his stun gun and flashlight tucked into his pocket. Without stopping, he quickly headed west. Soon, a mingled odor of sweat and despair filled his nostrils. A bustling market, noisier than a vegetable market, yet more desolate than a cemetery. Men, women, and children were imprisoned in wooden cages, their prices clearly marked like livestock, waiting for buyers. Fang Han frowned, suppressing his discomfort as he began searching the crowd. Soon, he spotted the traffickers' leader, a face thick with flesh, a knife at his waist, and groping a woman. Fang Han stepped forward and, without a word, tossed out a 10 liang silver ingot from his bosom. The silver landed with a crisp sound. The trafficker paused, looked down, and greed flashed in his eyes. He picked it up and took a bite, smiling flatteringly. Sir, what kind of goods do you want to pick? I promise to pick you a juicy one. Fang Han said in a cold voice, See you at Baishui. Hearing this name, the trafficker's smile froze, and then he showed some understanding. So it's that little hot pepper. She has a very bad temper and is not easy to please. If you like it, the price is... Before he finished speaking, Fang Han threw out 4 ingots of 10 taels of silver. Bring the people. 50 taels. The trafficker's breathing was rapid, his eyes filled with greed and awe. He stopped talking nonsense and turned to call his men to bring the people. Soon, a young girl was pushed out, her clothes ragged, her body covered in mud, her hair as tangled as dead grass. She looked about 18 or 19, but her eyes held a startling glint. It was Baishuejin. She was pushed in front of Fang Han and looked up. Seeing his clean clothes and his incongruous demeanor, the stubbornness in her eyes immediately gave way to wariness and disgust. Another one of those people. Another rich young man using money to buy someone. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, like a small animal ready to fight for its life. Fang Han tossed the remaining silver to the trafficker, walked up to her, and said calmly, Your sister, Baijiro, let me pick you up. These words struck her mind like thunder. Baishuejin's entire body trembled, and her stubborn eyes instantly collapsed. Disbelief, fear, ecstasy, and grievance all surged into her heart. Tears could no longer be held back, falling softly. Sister. Chapter 9. Thunder God appears. Baishuejin's emotions completely collapsed. Her legs gave way, and she slumped to the ground, clutching her face and weeping. In that moment, it wasn't just tears, it was an outpouring of grievance, fear, and despair after countless hardships. The other shipments watched numbly, accustomed to it. Fang Han stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the girl, who sat slumped on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. As Bai Shuejian's sobs grew increasingly intense, a familiar system notification chime echoed in Fang Han's mind. Ding. Detected a character that meets the binding criteria by Shuejian. Do you want to bind? Here it comes. Fang Han's heart moved, and he silently said without hesitation, bind. Ding. Binding successful. By Shuejian's loyalty is max. Gratitude value plus 100. Ding. Double door energy plus 100. Current energy 100/100. As his energy returned, Fang Han relaxed, his gaze softening as he looked at Bai Shuejian. She was not only his wife's younger sister, but also his second mobile power bank. He stepped forward, bent down, and said calmly and forcefully, "Get up. Your sister is waiting for you at home. Clean yourself up before you see her." The crying gradually subsided. Bai Shuejian raised her tear-stained and muddy face and looked at Fang Han blankly. She nodded vigorously and climbed weakly from the ground, her body shaky. Fang Han said nothing more and turned to leave. Bai Shuejian hurried after him, like a small animal that had found its master, following him closely. Together, they entered the county's largest clothing store. The shopkeeper, seeing the two men's tattered clothes, especially Bai Shuejian's beggar-like appearance, was about to kick them out. Fang Han pulled out a small ingot of silver from his pocket and threw it on the counter. "Pick out 2 suitable clothes for her, made of the best materials." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up immediately, and the disdain on his face immediately turned into enthusiasm. He personally went to greet him. "Okay, sir, look at this newly arrived yunjin, and the silk from Suzhou and Hangzhou." Soon, Bai Shuejian was led into the inner room by several maids. Within a stick of incense, when she emerged, the atmosphere in the shop instantly fell silent. She was wearing a long, pale green dress that highlighted her slightly thinner yet still slender figure. Although her face was pale and the signs of hunger were still obvious, her temperament seemed to have been reborn, lively and beautiful. She stood there, nervously pinching the hem of her skirt, her eyes full of disbelief and surprise. Fang Han nodded in satisfaction, paid the bill, and asked the store to throw away her dirty clothes. "Let's go eat." The two of them headed to Zuixianju, the most famous restaurant in the county. Without even glancing at the menu, Fang Han said to the waiter, "Bring all your signature dishes and a big bucket of rice." The waiter responded quickly, and the dishes were quickly served. Roast chicken, roast duck, braised pork elbow, steamed fish. One fragrant dish after another was presented, filling the table with delicious dishes. Bai Shuejian was completely stunned. She lowered her head, inhaling the rich aroma of meat, her stomach involuntarily rumbling, and her cheeks quickly flushed. "Eat." Fang Han handed her a pair of chopsticks. Bai Shuejian took them with trembling hands, her eyes welling up again. She picked up the chicken leg and carefully took a bite. The taste instantly brought tears to her eyes. She no longer cared about her manners, grabbing the chicken leg in one hand and the elbow in the other, gobbling them down voraciously, her face covered in grease. Fang Han didn't urge him, but quietly poured a cup of tea and watched. A few minutes later, the dishes on the table were almost gone. Bai Shuejian leaned against the table and burped, smiling contentedly. She touched her bulging belly and looked up at the man in front of her. He looked only a few years older than her, dressed plainly, yet exuded a calm demeanor, far more stable than any wealthy young man. Not only had he saved her, he had also bought her new clothes and treated her to such a sumptuous meal, she asked curiously and gratefully. Are you my sister's husband?" "Yeah," Fang Han replied simply. "My sister, is she okay?" Bai Shuejian's voice trembled, her eyes filled with worry. "Fine," Fang Han replied calmly. "She eats more than you do now." Bai Shuejian couldn't help but laugh, but then felt embarrassed and quickly covered her mouth. The fear and unfamiliarity in her heart instantly eased. She felt that her sister must have met the most wonderful person in the world. After eating and drinking, Fang Han paid the bill and left the restaurant with Bai Shuejian. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went to a carriage and hired a carriage with the highest roof and the largest carriage. The driver asked curiously, "Sir, what goods do you want to transport?" Fang Han simply said 2 words, "Follow me." Then, Bai Shuejian witnessed a scene that she would never forget. Fang Han took her on a shopping spree. Rice shop. Boss, 200 kilograms of the best refined rice. 200 kilograms of white flour, too. Butcher. Boss, I want this half pig. Grocery. I want the biggest and thickest iron pot. 10 pounds of salt. Kitchen knives, bowls and chopsticks. Cloth shop. Boss, 20 pieces of thick cotton cloth for quilts. 100 pounds of the best new cotton. Farm tool shop. Hoes, sickles, axes, 2 of each. Fang Han was like a purchasing machine, spending money wherever he went. The cart went from empty to overflowing with bags of rice, flour, pork, cloth, farm tools, piled high. Bai Shuejian's initial shock gradually gave way to numbness. Her eyes widened as she stared at the figure barking orders, her mind blank. How much money did her brother-in-law have? In the evening, the setting sun dyed the sky red. A carriage loaded with supplies slowly pulled into Liushi village. Everyone in the village stopped what they were doing, their eyes fixed on the carriage that looked so out of place in the village. Yang Hongmei was squatting by the door, picking vegetables. She caught sight of the carriage and initially took it lightly. But when she saw that it was Fang Han sitting on the shaft, her expression froze. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, stunned. Fang Han? She muttered, wondering if she was seeing things. Her gaze moved from Fang Han's face to the supplies on the carriage. When she saw the mountains of rice bags, flour, and the large piece of pork, plop, the wild vegetables in her hand fell to the ground. Her mouth opened wide in shock. Chapter 10. Lighting a fire and cooking. The aroma spreads throughout the village. Fang Han. Isn't he so poor that he's almost begging for food? Oh my god, that's rice in the cart. Snow white, polished rice. And noodles. Oh my god. The dead silence was broken, and the entire Liushi village erupted in excitement. Villagers dropped their belongings and followed the carriage, their necks craned to stare, gasping in shock. Is that pork? It's probably half a pig. And cloth. So much cloth. How many new clothes can we make with it? Some murmured, while others couldn't hide their jealousy, and the discussion became a chaotic mess. Fang Han sat upright on the shaft, letting the clamor roll by behind him, his expression unfazed. Bai Shui, seeing him next to her, her face tense and pale, her knuckles clenching the hem of her clothes. It was her first time witnessing such a scene. The carriage slowly made its way through the crowd, heading towards the dilapidated hut at the east end of the village. As they neared the courtyard entrance, a woman's shrill, panic-stricken scream pierced the air. You don't come over here. Fang Han's brows darkened, and he yanked on the reins. The old horse neighed and stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man with messy hair and linen clothes blocking Baijiro at the courtyard entrance, his face reeking of drunkenness and a sly grin. It was the scoundrel Jeang Ergu. He burped, his dirty hand reaching for Baijiro's cheek, and uttered frivolously, "Your man doesn't want you anymore, follow me, and I'll guarantee you'll have food to eat." Baijiro, pale as a flower, tried to retreat, but was cornered by the earthen wall. Tears welled up in her peach-shaped eyes, her fingertips trembled, and she felt as if shrouded in a shadow, her breathing rapid. There was a sudden movement behind them, and Jeang Ergu and Baijiro turned around at the same time. Baijiro recognized the man on the shaft of the cart at a glance and burst into tears of joy. Those were not tears of fear, but of ecstasy that had grasped her core. "Husband," she called out, and saw the familiar yet unfamiliar girl beside Fang Han again. It was the younger sister, and she cried out incoherently, "Shuejian, sister." The two of them clung to each other and cried bitterly. Jeang Ergu also saw the cargo in the carriage, and his eyes suddenly became greedy. Rice, flour, and pork caught his cloudy eyes. He sneered and walked forward, pointing at the pork and shouting, "Fang Han, where did you steal it? Give it to me as a filial tribute." He reached out to grab it, but before he could reach it, Fang Han had already lifted his leg. With a dull thud, Jeang Ergu's chest was struck by a bull, sending him flying backwards and rolling in the dust. The onlookers held their breath. Fang Han withdrew his foot and stood still, his eyes cold. "How dare you touch my things?" Jeang Ergu spat out blood foam, roaring in rage, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "You dare hit me? I'll kill you." He lunged like a mad dog, punching him. The woman screamed and covered her eyes. The air stagnated, the tension threatening to explode, everyone waiting for the next moment. Without raising his eyelids, Fang Han pulled a short black stick from his chest. With a flick of his thumb, a sudden crackling sound of electricity emanated. A blue arc erupted from the end of the stick, like two small thunderbolts dancing in the air. "What is this?" Before the crowd could see clearly, he had already swung his arm and pointed. The blue arc precisely struck Jeang Ergu's chest, and a scream tore through the village. The sound was like thunder, hammering down on people's hearts. The electric shock sounded continuously, and the crowd went from watching the excitement to being shocked, and finally all turned into fear. Bang! He fell straight to the ground, his limbs twitching, foaming at the mouth, his eyes unfocused, and he lost consciousness. Fang Han put away the electric shock baton, blew away the non-existent ash, and his expression was as calm as if he had swatted a fly. He did not look at the man on the ground again, but turned back to the crying and confused woman. The Bai sisters said calmly, "Stop crying, start moving." They quickly wiped their tears and nodded, then immediately set to work. Bag after bag of snow-white rice and fine flour were carried into the dark hut. The shiny piece of pork was also carried in, followed by thick quilts, bundles of cotton cloth, shiny iron pots, and farm tools. Every time something was moved, it struck a deep chord with the onlookers. Outside the courtyard, people crowded together, necks stretched, tiptoes raised, their gazes fixed like nails on the pile of supplies, a mixture of shock, jealousy, and envy swirling. What's that in his hand? It could shock Jeang Ergu with a flick. It looks like the lightning-attracting bead from the government office. Maybe I've met my destiny? Everyone chattered, the discussion boiling like a stream of water. In the crowd, Yang Hongmei's face twitched uncontrollably. She stared at the snow-white rice and fat, her eyes red with envy. Her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she couldn't seem to feel the pain. Not far away, the village chief, Zhao Taizhan, puffed on his pipe. Chapter 11. Washing Feet. The evening light falls on the dilapidated thatched house, coating the poor house with a layer of gentle gold. The atmosphere inside the house is even warmer than the sunset. In the pot, snow-white polished rice mixed with neatly cut cubes of fat and lean meat simmered bubbling over the stove. The aroma, strong and overbearing, a combination of the aroma of rice and meat, overflowed from the pot and filled every corner of the house. In front of the stove, Baijiro and Baishue saw two sisters squatting side by side, each pulling a bellows. The firelight reflected on their cheeks, beads of sweat trickled down their temples, but their eyes were filled with joy and satisfaction. This was the first time they had cooked such a sumptuous meal for their family. The meat in the pot was cut by Fong Han himself. Every piece of fat was stir-fried in the pot, and the sizzling sound seemed like a rhythm of happiness. Baishuejin swallowed her saliva and whispered, "Sister, my brother-in-law is like a god." Baijiro didn't answer, merely staring at the pot of boiling meat porridge. Then, her eyes filled with tenderness, she looked up at the calm man at the door. A god? No, he was the man who had pulled her back from hell and given her a new life. Fong Han felt a warm surge of emotion as he watched the heartwarming scene unfold before him. The aroma of smoky food was infinitely better than the mixture of instant noodles and cigarette smoke in modern rental houses. Turn down the heat and simmer slowly, so the rice will be fragrant, he gently reminded. The sisters responded in unison, their movements becoming more and more delicate. Soon, the aroma broke through the cracks in the thatched cottage and wafted across half of Liushi village. Smoke rose from every household, but the aroma of meat made everyone's own food suddenly seem bland. Wang Meizi, who lived at the west end of the village, had just brought out a pot of wild vegetable porridge so thin you could see your reflection in it. His face immediately darkened as he smelled the aroma. Eating pig food all day? Smell the Fong Han family. The child cried with hunger, and the smell of meat only made him howl louder and louder. Meat. I want meat. The woman's eyes flushed. Why are you yelling at me? If you're capable, go get some meat. Similar complaints and cries echoed throughout Liushi village. The children cried, and the adults, greedy, ran out of the yard, peeked in, sniffed hard, their eyes burning with envy. Just then, a well-dressed young man approached from the village entrance, his stride high and proud. He was Yang Hongmei's son, Zhao Tian, a waiter at Xiangman Lu in the county town. On his return, he had specifically asked the cook to bring back some leftovers, half a braised lion's head. It was just leftovers, but it was a dish only the rich and powerful could enjoy. Zhao Tian, holding the oil paper bag, looked smug, imagining his mother's surprise. "Mom, I'm back," he shouted. Yang Hongmei, irritated by the aroma, rushed out to greet her son upon hearing his voice, a smile finally breaking out on her face. "My dear son." Zhao Tian handed over the oil paper package like a treasure. "Mom, the fragrant lion's head meat fills the whole house." Yang Hongmei couldn't wait to open it, and the aroma of soy sauce filled her nose. But the next moment, the purer and stronger aroma of meat from next door entered her nostrils. The slight aroma in her hand was immediately washed away by the comparison, and even carried the smell of rotten leftovers. Her face turned from joy to stiffness, and then from stiffness to ashen. The lion's head in her hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Zhao Tian was about to show off a little, but he was also attracted by the fragrance. Where does this smell come from? It smells better than our Xiangmanlu. He looked over and saw that the aroma was coming from the shabby hut next door. He was stunned. "Mom, are they having a banquet next door?" Yang Hongmei said nothing, her face sullen as she stared at the half-lion's head, her expression as unpleasant as if she had swallowed a fly. The night deepened, and a chill wind howled. Inside the thatched cottage, a single candlelight kept the chill at bay. The two sisters had long since fallen asleep, wrapped in their new quilts, their breathing even. Fang Han sat by the bed, watching the flickering candlelight, wondering if he should repair the dilapidated house. Footsteps rustled softly as Baijiro quietly approached, carrying a basin of hot water. She had changed into clean, old clothes. Though simple, they couldn't conceal her stunning beauty. The steam rising from her cheeks tinged with red, and her peach-shaped eyes sparkled. She set down the basin and gently knelt. Fang Han was about to speak when she reached out her delicate hands, lifted his feet, and placed them in the warm water. Her movements were gentle and delicate, as if they were treasures. A warm current flowed down the soles of his feet and rushed straight to his heart, causing Fang Han's heart to tremble involuntarily. Seeing her head bowed in concentration, her snow-white neck gleamed softly in the candlelight. He said nothing, silently taking in the gentleness and submission. Seeing he didn't refuse, Baijiro grew bolder. She looked up, giving him a shy yet determined look, and carefully wiped her hair with a cloth. After washing her feet, she was about to take the water and leave when Fang Han suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Baijiro shuddered, and the wooden basin fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere, soaking her skirt, but she was completely unaware. The next moment, Fang Han suddenly stood up, exerted his arms, and lifted her up. "Ah!" Baijiro screamed, her body stiff as wood. But as she leaned into that broad, strong embrace and smelled his familiar scent, all her tension instantly dissipated. She closed her eyes, letting her cheeks flush, and buried her head deep in his chest. At that moment, the cold wind howled outside, but inside the house was filled with warmth and tranquility. Chapter 12. Building a large, blue brick, tiled house. The whole village is in an uproar. Fang Han gently placed Baijiro on the worn, wooden bed inside. A crisp, creaky sound, particularly ambiguous in the silent night. The room was small, and the air seemed frozen. In a corner, separated by a few rags, Baishuejian was curled up in soft new bedding. The thick quilt made her feel like she was sleeping on a cloud, but a sudden creaking sound pierced her sleepiness. Then came her sister's subtle, shy cry. Baishuejian's face instantly burned hot. Though young, she'd been exposed to the world of officialdom and understood some of the sexual intimacy of men and women. She could almost imagine what was happening next door. Her heart pounding, she quickly covered her head and squeezed her eyes shut. Her sister and her brother-in-law. A wave of shyness washed over her, but deeper within, a sense of solid happiness slowly spread. She understood that her sister finally had someone to rely on. This man named Fang Han, though mysterious, truly loved her. A smile played on her lips at the thought. Ding. Baijiro's love value plus 100, completely devoted and devoted. Ding. Double door penetration energy plus 100, current energy 100/100. Ding. Baishuejian's emotional fluctuations detected, trust value plus 30. Ding. Double door penetration energy plus 30, current energy 130/100. The system prompt tone continued, and Fang Han's mind was filled with pleasant notes. Energy overflowed. The woman leaned against him. Happiness overflowed. He just felt that life was like this. It was so damn cool. In the morning, the sun shone into the house, and the warmth of winter dispelled the cold of the night. Fang Han pushed the door open and walked out, feeling refreshed. In the courtyard, Baijiro and Baishuejian were busy around the newly built stove. Baijiro blushed at the sight of him, lowering her head and not daring to look up. Baishuejian sweetly called out, "Good morning, brother-in-law." The intimacy and dependence between them was a stark contrast to the previous day. Fang Han nodded, turned, and walked out of the courtyard, heading east for the village chief's house. Now that he had money and a family, it was time to move on from his shabby hut. At that moment, village chief Zhao Taizhan was squatting at the base of the courtyard wall, puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed. He had tossed and turned, unable to sleep the previous night, his mind filled with images of the piles of supplies at Fang Han's house, and Jeang Ergu foaming at the mouth from the electric shock. Fang Han was truly uncanny. Just as he was thinking, Fang Han walked in. Zhao Taizhan was so startled that he almost dropped his pipe, but he pretended to be calm. "Fang boy, what's the matter?" "Village chief, I want to build a house." Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Taizhan choked, tears streaming down his face, his neck red and thick. "What did you say?" "Build a house." In Liushi village, building a house was a major event. Ordinary people were thankful for a thatched hut that didn't leak. Fang Han's expression was calm, his tone nonchalant. "Build a big, blue brick, tiled house." Zhao Taizhan was stunned, his pipe dropping to the ground. A big house with blue bricks and tiles? That's what only landlords can live in. In the whole county, Only the county magistrate's office can compare to it. He wondered if this kid was blinded by money. Fang Han, do you know how much money it cost to build that house? It's not just a few dozen taels. Fang Han's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm. Money isn't a problem. I sold my family heirlooms and earned some money. I can't let my wife live in a thatched cottage with me. It's time to settle down. Zhao Taizhan studied him closely, trying to detect any falsehood, but his calm expression revealed only determination and confidence. The truck full of supplies from yesterday was still fresh in his mind. Fang Han was indeed wealthy. After a moment's silence, he tapped his pipe on the sole of his shoe and gritted his teeth, saying, "Okay, since you're willing, I, an old man, will help you arrange it. How will the wages be calculated? The villagers can't work for free. 30 cents a day, with a meal of meat included." Fang Han said calmly. Zhao Tieshan's jaw dropped. 30 cents? And with meat included? This treatment was better than even working as a porter in the county. His last bit of doubt completely dissipated, and he slapped his thigh repeatedly. "Okay, I'll go get them right away." The news spread like wildfire throughout the village. Within half an hour, Liushi village was abuzz again. "Have you heard? Fang Han wants to build a big brick and tile house." "Really?" His house would collapse in the strongest of winds. "It's true. The village chief said the wages are 30 cents a day, plus a free meal." 30 cents? And meat? Crazy. The women washing clothes by the river, not bothering to rub them, gathered together and chattered. The men in the fields put down their hoes and looked at each other, their faces filled with wonder and envy. Building a large blue brick and tile house. This was something no one in Liushi village had ever dared to think of. Chapter 13. Lurume asked Fang Han if he needed someone else. The dilapidated gate of Fang Han's house was about to be crushed by the villagers of Liushi village. It was a dark mass of people's heads. Everyone stretched their necks, stood on tiptoe, and stared at the yard with eager eyes, more eager than when watching a big opera at a temple fair. As soon as Fang Han walked out, the noisy discussions instantly died down, and dozens of pairs of eyes focused on him, with curiosity, exploration, and more importantly, undisguised enthusiasm and anticipation. "Fong family boy, are you really going to build a big brick and tile house?" An impatient man couldn't help but shout. "Is the labor really 30 cents? This issue is the most pressing issue for everyone." Fang Han glanced around, looking at the faces that were tanned by the sun and full of signs of life's hardships. He didn't keep anyone in suspense. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. 30 cents is the base salary. This one sentence stunned everyone present. Basic salary? What does that mean? Before they could react, Fang Han dropped an even more shocking bomb. "It's not a heavy job, just some physical labor. From today on, anyone who comes to work at my house will get 3 meals a day." There was a sound of gasps from the crowd. It's not uncommon to provide meals. Rich families also provide meals for temporary workers, but the food is usually thin porridge that is so thin that you can see your reflection in it, and it comes with 2 pickles. Fang Han looked at everyone's reactions, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he threw out the last heavy hammer. "There's meat at every meal." Boom. These 4 words were like a huge rock smashing into a calm lake, causing huge waves. The whole situation was completely out of control. What? Meat every meal? Did I hear correctly? Eating meat for 3 meals a day? Even the county magistrate doesn't eat like this. Oh my God. This isn't just looking for someone to do a job. This is looking for an ancestor to worship. The crowd went crazy. Everyone's eyes turned red, and their breathing became heavy, like a pack of wolves that smelled blood. 30 cents for wages, and 3 meals with meat. What is the concept? For them, if they can eat meat 3 times a year, it is considered a Chinese New Year. Now, someone tells them that as long as they go to work, they can eat meat every day and every meal. Me. Brother Fong, choose me. I'm strong and can do the work of 2 people. Choose me. I've built houses before. I have experience. Fang Han, look at me. I don't want any wages. Just give me 3 meals of meat. The crowd was in a frenzy, everyone scrambling to get forward, hands outstretched, voices raised, fearing they'd be left behind. The scene was more intense than a race to be reborn. Yang Hongmei's son Zhao Tian was also dragged over by his mother. Looking at this crazy scene, he was completely dumbfounded. The waiters at Xiangmenlo only earned 1 or 2 taels of silver a month in salary plus tips. The food was good, but there was no meat for every meal. This Fang Han, who was his background? Fang Han raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. His eyes slowly swept through the crowd and finally landed behind them. A young man who wanted to squeeze in but didn't dare to, with an anxious look on his face. "It's Nyo Air." Next to him stood a middle-aged man with a limp and a crutch. It was his father, Nyo Mantion. Nyo Air, your father has difficulty walking, so you don't need to come here. Just take care of him at home, Fang Han said. The blood color on Nyo Air's face faded instantly, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Nyo Mantion next to him was even more ashamed, and his turbid eyes were full of sadness. Fong family boy. My leg is not a problem. I can still work. Nyo Mantion explained anxiously, fearing that he would miss this great opportunity for his son. Everyone around showed a gloating expression. Who doesn't have a burden in their family? Fang Han changed the subject. What I mean is, Nyo Air, come here, and I'll give you a share of the wages. And ask your father to come along too. From now on, the work of boiling water, cooking, and looking after things on the construction site will be handed over to him, and he'll also be paid a share of the wages. Nyo Air suddenly raised his head, unable to believe his ears. Nyo Mantion just stood there in a daze. His hands that were leaning on the crutch were shaking. Fang Han continued to call out names. And Uncle Jeang, big brotherly. The rest of you, quick hands and feet, honest people, come over here. He named a dozen or so strong laborers recognized by the village in one breath. They were all honest people who worked hard and did not like to gossip. Those whose names were called were so happy that they scratched their ears and cheeks, grinning like Fan Jin, who passed the imperial examination. The Nyo family father and son were so excited that their faces turned red. Nyo Mantion was about to kneel down with a plop, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Fong, you are the great benefactor of our Nyo family. Fang Han was quick to support him and said, Uncle Nyo, you will be working for me from now on. Don't try this on me. Nyo Air's eyes also turned red. He bowed deeply to Fang Han without saying anything, but the gratitude in his eyes spoke louder than any words. Those who were not selected, especially those who had mocked Fang Han openly or secretly and looked down on his family before, were dejected, like defeated roosters. Yang Hongmei looked at Nyo Mantion, who was being supported by Fang Han, and then looked at her son, who was still in a daze. I am so jealous that my heart aches, and I regret so much. On the first day of construction, the open space in front of Fang Han's house became a bustling construction site. The men took off their shirts, revealing their bronze backs, and beads of sweat flowed down the texture of their muscles. Humming a song, he moved the hoe and shovel in his hands up and down, full of energy. Being able to eat meat is different. During lunch break, Baijiro and Baishuem met the two sisters and came over with herbal tea in a newly bought large wooden basin. The two sisters put on new clothes. Although they were not made of silk or satin, they were clean and tidy, which made their stunning looks even more amazing. The men who were sweating profusely on the construction site were all stunned when they saw these two fairy-like figures, and their hands slowed down their movements. Fang Han took the tea bowl with a smile and took out a few things wrapped in oil paper from his arms. This is the modern sugar he carries with him. He opened the paper package, and several crystal clear, colorful little things sparkled in the sunlight. The men stretched their necks curiously, wondering what kind of treasure this was. Fang Han peeled off a piece of transparent candy wrapper and gently placed the pink, crystal-like little thing to Baijiro's lips. Try it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Baijiro's cheeks instantly turned red. But she didn't dodge. She opened her little mouth meekly and put the candy in. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. An indescribable sweet taste that she had never experienced before exploded in her mouth. It's not the sweetness of honey, nor the greasy sweetness of maltose, but a kind of refreshing sweetness with a rich, fruity aroma. What kind of food is this for the gods? Brother-in-law, what is this? It smells so good. Bai Shuejian was so greedy when she saw her sister's shocked and happy expression that she came over and asked curiously. Fang Han smiled and peeled another yellow one and put it into her mouth. Bai Shuejian held the candy in her mouth. Her eyes narrowed into slits with happiness, like a kitten that had stolen some dried fish, her little head nodding, so adorable. Ding. Baijiro's emotions have reached their peak. Shock value plus 10. Double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding. Bai Shuejian's emotions have reached their peak. Happiness plus 10. Double door energy plus 10. Not far away, an envious gaze fell for a long time on this happy family of three. Lurume stood at the dilapidated gate of her own courtyard, watching Fang Han gently feed candy to Baijiro. Looking at Bai Shuejian's happy and satisfied expression, my heart felt a pang of sadness. She was extremely beautiful, with willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, cherry lips, and skin as white as snow. Even the coarse linen clothes could not hide her graceful and charming figure. Her every frown and smile was filled with a natural charm. But such a beautiful woman married Jeang Ergu, the worst person in the village. She looked down at her patched clothes, then touched her rumbling stomach. Her eyes turned red and tears almost fell. We are both women. Why are our fates so different? She looked at Fang Han, the man who had single-handedly transformed an entire family in just a few days. She hesitated for a long time, her nails almost breaking her palms. In the end, she seemed to have made a huge decision, mustered up all her courage, lowered her head, and walked step by step to Fang Han. Fong, young Master Fong. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a barely perceptible tremor. She lowered her head, not daring to look Fang Han in the eye. Does your family still need help with cooking and laundry? I can do any kind of work, and I can pay you less. Chapter 14. Modern Seasoning Shocks Lurume. This mosquito-like sound silenced the noisy voices on the construction site. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the uneasy woman with her head down. Lurume. The most beautiful woman in the village is also the woman with the most miserable life. After all, everyone knows who Jeang Ergu is. This woman was either beaten or scolded. I can't even eat enough every day. Fang Han's gaze also turned over. The woman in front of him was indeed thin, and the loose coarse linen clothes she wore made her look a little empty. But even so, it is difficult to conceal her breathtakingly graceful figure. Especially between her drooping eyebrows, there is a natural charm and a sense of resigned sadness. Two completely different temperaments are blended together. It has formed a unique style that is enough to make any man's heart tremble and arouse pity. Just as Fang Han looked at her, in my mind, the cold system prompt sound rang again. Ding. A new character matching the requirements has been detected. Lurume. Ding. Special activation conditions detected. If the host can marry Lurume and make her the third wife, the double door system will be directly upgraded to level 3. System level 3 reward. Portable storage space. 1 cubic meter. Boom. Fang Han's head buzzed and his heart skipped a beat. Portable storage space. What the hell is this magical skill? For someone who needs to frequently travel between two worlds, he knew very well what this meant to those who resold supplies. This is simply a plug-in tailor-made for him. From now on, you no longer have to sneak around in dead ends when trading things. Just stuff it into the space without anyone noticing. His breathing became heavier, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lurume changed instantly. It was no longer a simple scrutiny. Instead, he looked like a veteran player looking at a legendary piece of equipment that was emitting golden light and could change the game landscape. Mr. Fong, if that doesn't work, I won't bother you anymore. Seeing that Fang Han didn't say anything for a long time and just stared at her, Lurume's cheeks turned red instantly. She felt even more disappointed. She thought she was being rude. Having offended someone, his fingers gripping the corner of his clothes turned white from the force, and he turned around and wanted to run away. Etc. Fang Han came to his senses and immediately called out to her. He looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him, who looked like she was about to cry and looked pitiful, and made a decision in an instant. Isn't it just about getting a wife? In modern times, this is called fish farming. In ancient times, this was called spreading out, and it was natural and reasonable. What's more, it is a bound character certified by the system. It also comes with a magical skill. If you miss this wave, he would regret it so much that he would bang his head against the city wall and die. The construction site is indeed in need of someone to cook and wash clothes. Fang Han's tone became much softer, as if he was afraid that a loud voice would scare the frightened deer. If you are willing to come, you can join the Bai sisters. The wages will be calculated according to male workers, 30 cents a day, and the same for 3 meals a day. Lurume suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with complete disbelief. Did she hear it wrong? The same wages as male workers? She just wanted to find a job, have something to eat, and save a few copper coins to be satisfied. She was even prepared to accept the offer even if the wages were only half of what male workers received, or even less. But now, the huge surprise was like a flash flood, instantly breaking down all the defenses in her heart. The grievances and hunger I suffered during these days, the despair and fear about the future. At this moment, all of them turned into hot tears. Woo. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she squatted on the ground, covered her face with her hands, and suppressed cries escaped from between her fingers. Fang Han didn't try to persuade her. He knew that letting her cry at this time was better than anything else. The men around watched this scene and fell silent, their eyes full of sympathy. They knew exactly what kind of person Jeang Ergu was. Such a good woman was really taken advantage of by a pig. Now Fang Han is willing to help her, which is a great favor. Nioer scratched his head and smiled innocently, thinking that Fang Han was a really good person. Baijiro and Baishuejian looked at each other, then walked over and helped Lurume up from the left and right. "Sister Lu, don't cry. We will work together from now on." Baijiro's voice was so gentle that water could drip out of it. Lurume was supported by two people, crying bitterly, and wanted to kneel down in the direction of Fang Han. "Mr. Fong, thank you, thank you." She was so excited that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Fang Han waved his hand. "Okay, go and help. I still have to count on you for dinner." In the evening, the sun sets. After finishing work at the construction site, the men were tired as dogs, but they were still full of energy, because the deadly smell of meat had already wafted out from Fang Han's yard. It domineeringly got into everyone's nostrils. The chefs today are Lurume and the three sisters. Next to a temporary earthen stove, Lurume was skillfully waving a spatula. Although she is weak, she works all year round and is very skillful. Baijiro helped her by cutting vegetables and adding firewood, and they cooperated very well. Baishuejian squatted in front of the stove with a look of curiosity on her face, watching the bubbling scene in the pot. Her little mouth opened into an O shape. "Sister Lu, look." After pouring this dark water in, the color of the meat suddenly becomes beautiful. In the pot, large pieces of pork with fat and lean meat are being stir-fried until they are sizzling with oil. Lurume poured a bottle of dark liquid into it, as Fang Han taught her. That is ordinary soy sauce that only costs a few dollars a bottle in modern times. But in ancient times, it was an absolute divine object. The moment the soy sauce is put into the pot, there is a sizzling sound, and an indescribable aroma of soy sauce mixed with the aroma of meat comes out. Suddenly, it exploded. The originally white pork, as if cast by magic, quickly became stained with an extremely tempting bright red color. Not to mention Baishuejian, even the chef Lurume was stunned. She had been cooking all her life and had never seen anything so amazing. Just by adding a little bit of black water, this ordinary pot of stew seemed to have a soul in an instant. Next, add the potato cubes into the pot and stir-fry with the meat cubes covered with sauce. Finally, add water and cover the pot. Before long, the aroma became stronger and more overbearing. On the construction site, more than a dozen men lined up, holding large, chipped bowls they had brought with them. His eyes were fixed on the big iron pot that was bubbling with steam. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed his saliva with a gulp sound. "Dinner is ready." Following Fang Han's order, Lurume opened the lid of the pot. Boom. An even stronger and more violent aroma rose into the sky. The men could no longer bear it and swarmed forward like wolves that had been hungry for 3 days. Baijiro was responsible for serving the rice, a big spoonful full of snow-white rice. Lurume was responsible for distributing the dishes. Every spoonful was filled with chunks of meat and potatoes stewed until soft and tasty, and then topped with a spoonful of oily and thick soup. Neo-air was the first to get his meal. He couldn't even wait to find a place to sit down. He just squatted on the spot, picked up his chopsticks, and started shoveling food into his mouth. As soon as the hot piece of meat entered his mouth, he froze. Eyes suddenly widened. "Tasty. It's so damn delicious." The meat is stewed until extremely soft. The fat part melts in your mouth and is full of the aroma of oil. The lean meat still retains its chewiness and absorbs the salty, slightly sweet broth. The taste is simply amazing. And the potatoes have absorbed the essence of the gravy, becoming soft and fragrant, even more delicious than the meat. "Woo, delicious, so delicious." Neo-air mumbled incoherently while wolfing down the food, tears almost coming out. The other workers also started eating, and the whole scene became quiet in an instant. All that was left was the sound of teeth-grinding chewing and slurping of soup. A man was eating with his mouth full of oil. He raised his head with a look of horror on his face. How is this meat made? I've lived for 30 years, and the pig-killing dishes I eat during Chinese New Year are never as delicious as this. Yes, it's even better than the banquet at Fu Man Lu in the county town. I can eat 3 bowls of that soup with rice. Brother Fong, what seasoning do you use? It's amazing. Chapter 15. Lurume was beaten. Everyone devoured the food in no time. On the entire construction site, there was no other noise except the slurping sounds of people eating and the satisfying sounds of chewing. The men were so hungry that they regretted their parents had not given them another mouth to feed. They buried their heads in work and did not even bother to raise their heads. The taste is so delicious that it can make your tongue fall off. They have never eaten such delicious food in their lives. The meat pieces are rich in sauce. The potatoes are stewed until they are soft and tasty, and they are served with the snow-white and fragrant rice, and then drizzled with oily soup. Every bite is a supreme comfort to the soul. This isn't just a meal. This is simply celebrating Chinese New Year. No, it's even more comfortable than Chinese New Year. Fang Han didn't move his chopsticks much. He felt very happy watching these farmers eating with their mouths full of oil and happy looks on their faces. He held the bowl and glanced at the crowd. Finally, it stopped at a figure in the corner. Lurume did not sit down to eat with everyone else. She was squatting in the shadow of the stove, holding a broken earthenware jar in her hand. He was carefully putting the food in his bowl into the clay pot with chopsticks. She picked up the rice very carefully, afraid that a grain of rice would fall or a drop of soup would spill. First, put in most of the meat and potatoes. Then he put the rice on the plate, and finally, poured all the remaining soup in the bowl over the rice without leaving a drop. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to close the lid of the earthen jar. In her own bowl, there were only a few pieces of potato peels and rice grains soaked in soup. Fang Han's brows wrinkled slightly. "Why don't you eat?" His voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the background where there was only the sound of chewing. Lurume's body trembled violently, like a frightened rabbit. The lid of the earthenware jar in his hand fell to the ground with a click. She picked it up hurriedly, lowered her head, not daring to look at Fang Han, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. I'll take it back, for him to eat." There was a hint of undisguised fear and resignation in her voice. "Did he ask you to do this?" Fang Han asked again. Lurume buried her head even lower. The fingers that were clutching the hem of his clothes turned white from the force, and he nodded slightly. At that moment, Fang Han's face darkened. The men eating around also noticed something was wrong. The eating movements slowed down. He secretly glanced over here out of the corner of his eye. Fang Han stared at her for 2 seconds. Then the tone became unquestionable. "Sit down." Lurume trembled all over and was too scared to move. "I told you to sit down and eat." Fang Han's voice became more serious. "If you work for me, you have to eat your fill. That's the rule." Lurume was stared at by his murderous eyes. My calves felt weak and I didn't dare to disobey anymore. She walked timidly to an empty bench nearby and sat down. Holding the empty bowl with only soup in it in both hands, he felt uneasy like a child who had done something wrong. Fang Han didn't look at her again, but said to Baijiro beside him, "Jiro, go and get that earthenware jar." Baijiro was stunned for a moment, but still walked over obediently and took the broken earthenware jar. Fang Han took a look at the pitiful amount of food in the earthenware pot and said directly to Baishiwejian, who was serving the food, "Pour it out." "Ah!" Baishiwejian and Lurume exclaimed at the same time. "It's poured out," Fang Han repeated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Refill it. Fill it up. Put more meat in it." Seeing that Baishue didn't dare to ask more questions, she quickly poured out the food in the earthenware jar as she was told. Then he picked up the big spoon again and scooped a full spoonful of rice and compacted it. Then, he used a spoon to pick out the largest and fattest pieces of meat in the pot, pile it up into a full layer, and finally fill all the gaps with potatoes. They didn't stop until the clay pots were piled up into a small hill. During the whole process, Lurume stared blankly, her eyes motionless, as if she was stupid. Baishiwejian handed the heavy earthenware jar back to her and said crisply, "Sister Lu, your brother-in-law asked you to hold it." Only then did Lurume wake up from her dream. She looked at the full jar of food in front of her. He looked at the bowl of steaming meat soup and rice in his hand, which had been refilled by Baijiro. A surge of warmth she had never felt before suddenly rushed into her heart and instantly flowed to her eyes. She has been married to Jeang Ergu for so many years, and being beaten and scolded is commonplace, and not having enough to eat is even more common. Jeang Ergu was upset outside and took it out on her when he came back. If there was something delicious, she could only watch him eat and secretly drink some soup herself. Never has anyone been like this before. With a domineering yet protective attitude, he forced her to eat and forced her to eat her fill. He also gave her so much food that she couldn't even imagine. She lowered her head, picked up a piece of hot meat with trembling hands, and put it into her mouth. The salty, fragrant, and soft taste explodes on the tip of the tongue. Tasty. It's really delicious. I can no longer control my tears. 1 drop, 2 drops, like beads with broken strings, silently dripped into the bowl in front of him, splashing small ripples. She didn't cry out loud, but just bit her lips hard. Chapter 16, Magical Instant Noodles. Lurume didn't dare look up at anyone again. He just mechanically shoveled rice into his mouth. After the meal, the workers dispersed in groups of 3 or 4, feeling satisfied. The heavenly taste was still lingering in their mouths, and everyone had a satisfied smile on their face. Lurume cleaned up the dishes silently. Baijiro and her sister wanted to go forward to help, but she declined. She held the heavy earthenware jar as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. He bowed to everyone, then lowered his head and hurried towards his home at the west end of the village. The night had enveloped the entire village and her dilapidated house, like a dark monster, without even a trace of light. Lurume pushed open the broken door that creaked when touched. A familiar smell mixed with the stench of sweat and the sour smell of cheap wine hit her face, making her stomach churn. In the room, a man was lying on the bed groaning. Hearing the door open, Ergu turned over impatiently, cursing, "You damn bitch, you're back now, and you're dead outside." But the next second, his cursing stopped. His dog eyes, clouded by alcohol, stared at the earthenware jar in Lurume's arms. A strong aroma of meat, so strong that it made the hairs on his body stand on end, was desperately trying to get out of the earthenware jar. "What is that?" Ergu jumped up from the bed, rushed to Lurume in 2 steps, and snatched the earthen jar away. When he opened the lid, he took a deep breath of the even more overbearing aroma, and the expression on his face instantly became greedy and ferocious. Meat. So much meat. His eyes turned red, and he didn't even bother looking for chopsticks. He just stretched out his dirty black hands, grabbed a piece of fat meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. He ate voraciously, his mouth full of oil and a wild animal-like grunting sound coming from his throat. The way he ate was uglier than a wild dog that had been hungry for 3 days. Lurume looked at him, moved her lips, and wanted to say something, but in the end she just stood there silently. Soon, the whole can of food was eaten up by Ergu in no time. He even lifted up the earthenware jar and poured every last bit of the oily soup into his mouth, leaving not a drop behind. After eating, he burped contentedly and threw the earthenware jar to the ground. After wiping his greasy mouth, he not only did not say a word of thanks, but instead squinted his eyes and stared at Lurume with a gloomy face. Bang! A loud slap landed on Lurume's face without any warning. The enormous force made her completely dazed, her ears buzzing, her body tilted, and she fell heavily to the ground. "Speak." Ergu's face was as ferocious as a demon. He stepped on Lurume's shoulder and spit all over her face. "You bitch, did you hook up with some wild man at Fong Han's house? Otherwise, why would they give you so much food? Huh, I asked you to go to the Fong family, but you went to hook up with a strange man." Lurume was beaten so hard that blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. She covered her burning face and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. "The pain in my body is far less than the coldness in my heart." The meal she had worked so hard to bring back was met with such a vicious question and a loud slap in the face. "I didn't." She defended herself weakly, tears streaming down her face. "How dare you talk back?" Ergu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, becoming increasingly furious. "Do you think I'm a fool? Why would Fong Han treat you so well? He even paid you the same wages as the male workers. You shameless bastard, tell me, did he sleep with you?" He was full and had enough strength, so he kicked Lurume hard in the stomach. "Get out of here." Ergu straightened his clothes while cursing. He pocketed the 30 copper coins that Lurume had just received today. He had found it on her. He hummed a little tune and went out contentedly. It looks like he's going to the casino at the village entrance to have fun again. The door was slammed shut, and the whole world became quiet in an instant. Only Lurume was left. She curled up in the cold corner, looking at the empty earthenware jar on the ground. "Looking at this dilapidated home, that doesn't even look like a home, my body feels cold, painful, and deep sadness." Trembling violently, the little bit of warm flame that had just ignited in my heart was completely extinguished by this slap and kick. The next day, the construction site is still bustling with activity. Lurume lowered her head, appeared quietly beside the stove, and began to work silently. "Sister Lu, you're here." Baijiro greeted her crisply, but when she saw Lurume's face clearly, her voice stopped abruptly. Half of Lurume's cheek was swollen. There were 5 clear purple fingerprints on it, and the eye sockets were red and swollen. It was as if she had been crying all night. She tried to cover her eyes with her hair, but it only made them more obvious. "Sister, your face." Baijiro also saw it, and she walked over quickly. Looking at the shocking scars, my eyes turned red with heartache. She took Lurume's hand and walked to a corner. Her voice trembled slightly. "Was it Ergu who beat him?" Lurume could no longer hold back her tears, which fell down. She bit her lower lip tightly and nodded. Baijiro and Baishijin looked at each other and saw anger and sympathy in each other's eyes. They protected Lurume in the middle and comforted her softly, as if they were soothing a wounded little animal. Not far away, Fong Han, who was explaining things to Nyomantion, glanced over inadvertently. When his eyes fell on the glaring fingerprint on Lurume's face, the calm expression on his face disappeared instantly. A bone-chilling chill emanated from him. He asked nothing and said nothing. With Jeang Ergu's virtue. No need to ask, you know it was him who hit you. Fang Han's pair of black eyes suddenly became bottomless, like a cold pond. In his heart, he had silently drawn a blood-red cross on the name Jeang Ergu. Jeang Ergu really deserves to die. Chapter 17 by a pistol. The sun rose to the zenith. The men who were sweating profusely on the construction site finally got a break. They collapsed under the shade of the trees, breathing heavily, chatting about the taste of the meat they had last night, and their saliva was flowing out uncontrollably. Fang Han didn't disturb them, but walked into the dark, thatched hut. A moment later, he came out carrying a brand new big iron pot. He then took out a few square objects wrapped in oil paper from his arms, looking mysterious. Baijiro and Baishue met the two sisters, as well as Lurume, whose cheeks were still red and swollen. They all gathered around curiously, not knowing what he was going to do. Brother-in-law, what delicious food are you going to make? Baishue sniffed, her face full of anticipation. Fang Han smiled and said nothing. He skillfully lit the fire, set up the pot, and poured water in, waiting for the water to bubble. He then tore open an oil paper package and threw the golden, curved pancake inside. Then he tore open a small paper bag and sprinkled some powdery substance into the pot. A magical scene happened. A scent that I had never smelled before, extremely strong and overbearing. It exploded from the pot in an instant and rushed into everyone's nose in an unreasonable manner. The aroma is even more alluring than yesterday's braised pork. It is not just the aroma of meat, but also a mixture of an indescribable deliciousness and a richness of fat. Just one smell of it makes people feel that all the greedy bugs in their body are hooked and running wildly in their internal organs. The men who were resting in the shade of the trees smelled the scent. One by one, they jumped up from the ground as if they were stung by a scorpion, stretched their necks, and sniffed this side desperately. Oh my God, what's that smell? It's even more delicious than yesterday's meat. Where did the Fong family kid get this divine food again? Everyone's eyes were focused on the big iron pot in front of Fang Han. The water in the pot was completely boiling, and the golden dough quickly spread out. It turned into chewy noodles. Fang Han quickly cracked 3 more eggs into the pot and watched the egg drops solidify quickly in the boiling soup. Finally, he pinched a handful of emerald green onion chopped from a small cloth bag and sprinkled it into the pot. Swish! The aroma of green onions is stimulated by the hot soup, instantly sublimating and blending perfectly with the overbearing aroma of the soup base. The Bai sisters and Lurume were completely dumbfounded. Golden noodles, snow-white poached eggs, and emerald green onions. Served with that rich, indissoluble reddish-brown soup. This is not earthly food. It's clearly something that only exists in paintings. Fang Han neatly served 3 bowls, one for each person, each containing a round, tender, and smooth poached egg. Eat it, and try my cooking. The 3 women finally woke up from their dream. Baijiro carefully picked up the bowl and blew away the hot steam gently. She picked up a noodle with chopsticks, opened her cherry lips slightly, and sucked it into her mouth. The next second, her peach blossom eyes suddenly widened. An unprecedented wonderful taste exploded on the tip of her tongue. This side is actually elastic. It is not as soft as the noodles we usually eat, but has a lively and tough chewiness. Every time the teeth collide with the noodles, you can feel the pleasant resistance. And the soup is extremely delicious. Each noodle is soaked in the rich soup and becomes delicious as you chew it. The salty, fragrant, and mellow taste penetrates the mouth layer by layer and goes straight to the top of the head. She never thought that noodles could be so delicious. Woo, delicious. Baishue was not as elegant as her sister. She couldn't help herself and picked up a big chopstick and stuffed it into her mouth. It was so hot that I was gasping for air, but I couldn't bear to spit it out. The little mouth was covered with shiny soup, and the cheeks were bulging. Like a hamster that had successfully stolen something. Its big eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. Brother-in-law, what kind of noodles is this? It's so delicious. It tastes better than meat. She shouted incoherently, but her hands did not stop moving. Lurume was holding the bowl of steaming noodles, feeling dazed. The warmth from the bowl burned her palms and seemed to burn her heart. She looked at the round and plump poached egg in the bowl. He looked at the fingerprints on his face that had not yet disappeared. Thinking back to last night, that devil-like man, and that cold, dark home. A huge feeling of bitterness and grievance suddenly surged into my heart. She lowered her head and took a mouthful of noodles in silence. The warm smell filled with kindness went down the esophagus and warmed the stomach. It also warmed her heart, which had long been broken, cold, and numb. I can no longer control my tears. Like a flood that broke through the dam, silently. One after another, they fell into the soup bowl in front of him, splashing small ripples. She didn't cry out loud, but just bit her lips hard. I tried my best to swallow the noodles along with my tears. Ding. Baijiro's happiness value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. Ding. By Shuejian's happiness value plus 20, double door energy plus 20. Ding. System energy is full, 200/100. The host can travel at any time. A series of system prompts sounded, and Fang Han felt relieved. He glanced at Lurume, who was crying silently, then glanced at the Bai sisters who were eating happily, and his eyes became extremely firm. Jeang Ergu, your death time has come. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. After a tiring day, the village fell into a deep sleep. Inside the thatched hut, candlelight flickered. Fang Han called Baijiro and Bai Shuejian to his side. I'm going on a long journey. The smiles on the sisters' faces froze instantly. Baijiro nervously grabbed the corner of his clothes. Husband, where are you going? Is the family short of money? In her opinion, this was the only reason that could make Fang Han leave. Bai Shuejian was also anxious. Brother-in-law, how long are you going to be gone? Are you not coming back? She had finally managed to live a peaceful life with meat to eat for a few days, but when she heard that Fang Han was leaving, she immediately panicked. What nonsense. Fang Han reached out and rubbed Bai Shuejian's little head. Seeing the worried looks in their eyes, he felt warm in his heart. I'm going to the county town to do some work and see if I can buy some better grain seeds. I'll be back in 3 to 5 days at the fastest, or 10 days to half a month at the slowest. I've already told Uncle Nyo about building the house. You two should stay home and take care of yourselves. And please also take care of sister-in-law Lu. I've left you enough money. The two sisters breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Fang Han was not going to come back. Although their hearts were still filled with reluctance and worry, they did not have the slightest doubt about Fang Han's words. Baijiro's eyes were red. She said nothing, but turned around silently and started packing Fang Han's luggage. She neatly folded the 2 best pieces of clothing in the closet, and then carefully wrapped the change Fang Han gave her in cloth and stuffed it into the deepest part of her bag. Bai Shuejian was standing by, putting some dry food and dried meat left over from the day into a small cloth bag. The two sisters said nothing, but put all their care and concern into this silent action. Fang Han looked at their busy backs, and a warm feeling called home surged in his heart. He walked behind Baijiro and gently hugged her from behind. Baijiro's body stiffened, then softened in his arms. Wait for me to come back. Fang Han whispered in her ear. Yeah. Baijiro's voice was nasal, and she nodded heavily. After comforting the two sisters, Fang Han carried the small bag on his back and walked out of the thatched hut. He did not take the main road in the village, but walked quietly into the dark woods behind the village. The night wind blew, and the shadows of the trees swayed like ghosts. Fang Han stood still in an open space. There was no one around, only the chirping of insects. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his mind moved. System Shuttle. Chapter 18 Kaleidoscope Miracle. After a dizzying feeling of weightlessness, the natural sounds of insects and birds chirping around me disappeared instantly. Instead, there was the low hum of the computer fan and the faint sound of traffic outside the window. Fang Han suddenly opened his eyes. The familiar, messy rental house, the air filled with the smell of instant noodles and takeout. The decadent taste of a single otaku. He is back. But this time, he didn't feel the slightest bit of relief or comfort at returning to the civilized world. What lingered in his mind was the glaring red mark left by 5 fingers on Lurume's cheek. She looked like she wanted to cry but didn't dare, and was trying hard to swallow her tears and noodles. And there is Jeang Ergu's disgusting behavior. A violent emotion, like a suppressed volcano, rolled in his chest. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone from the sofa covered with dirty clothes and dialed a number he knew by heart. The phone rang 3 times and was connected. Hello? Brother Han. Damn, you finally turned on your phone? Are you missing? A young man's voice came from the other end of the line, with a noisy and slightly cynical tone. It was the rich second-generation, Wang Xiao, whom he met while playing games. I need something. Fang Han's voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without any emotional fluctuations. Wang Xiao paused, seemingly uncomfortable with Fang Han's cold tone. What is it, Brother Han? Which new graphics card have you taken a fancy to? Or a gaming helmet? Just tell me, and I'll get it for you. For self-defense. Fang Han looked at the neon lights of the city outside the window with cold eyes. The more powerful, the better. Self-defense. Wang Xiao immediately became interested, his voice rising 8 octaves. No problem. A baton? Or that high-powered stun gun from last time? Let me tell you, my dad's company just got a batch of security equipment, military grade. One blow from them can make the shit out of a person. Not enough. Fang Han interrupted him. I need a gun, a hunting rifle that can penetrate wild boar skin. The more powerful, the better. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. After a full 5 seconds, Wang Xiao took a deep breath and lowered his voice to a very low voice. Fuck. Brother, are you serious? Who did you offend? Hunting rifles are strictly controlled in China. It's not a joke. People will die. Fang Han's tone did not change at all, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Price is not an issue. He paused and threw out his final chip. I recently got a new batch of high-quality wild ginseng. The word top quality was like a thunderclap exploding in Wang Xiao's ears. The breathing on the other end of the phone suddenly became heavy and rapid. His father loves this. The ones Fang Han got last time, his father treasured them like his own sons. He sipped it every day and boasted about it to everyone he met. As a result, Wang Xiao's status in the family rose. Brother, are you serious? Wang Xiao's voice was trembling. Is it still the same quality as last time? Only strong, never weak. Okay. Wang Xiao seemed to have made up his mind and said through gritted teeth, a hunting rifle is too conspicuous, difficult to use, and makes too much noise. But I can help you get something else. Wait for my news, but you have to go there yourself for this thing. It's not clean. After hanging up the phone, Fang Han turned on the dusty computer without any pause. The first thing he did was spend money. Gold bars, 10. Silver ingots, 50 ingots. This was the hard currency in ancient times. With it, he was a walking treasury. If there are no supplies over there, you can use these to go directly to the county town to purchase. The next step is to buy various self-defense equipment. A high-precision compound bow with a range of 200 meters and amazing penetrating power. Special alloy arrowheads, 100 in number, triangular in shape with blood grooves, specially designed for armor penetration and bleeding. Special Forces high-strength combat uniform, stab-proof and cut-proof, jungle camouflage. Military multi-purpose dagger with compass and flint. Large-capacity solar power bank, 10 pieces. A military-grade high-power searchlight that can illuminate 500 meters. When turned on in strobe mode, it can instantly blind people. He calmly and frantically added items to the shopping cart one by one, then paid as quickly as possible, filling in the address for expedited payment. It took less than an hour to do all this. The phone on the table vibrated again. It was a call from Wang Xiao. Brother, we've got it. Wang Xiao's voice was filled with suppressed excitement and nervousness. This thing is better and more convenient than a hunting rifle. But there's only one, so use it sparingly. Where? Eastern suburbs, abandoned 3rd cement factory, workshop number 3, in the 3rd distribution box on the left after entering. I left it there, go get it yourself. Throw away the SIM card after you take it, and don't contact me again. Wang Xiao spoke quickly and urgently, and hung up the phone right after he finished speaking, as if he was afraid of getting into trouble. Fang Han didn't hesitate. He changed into an inconspicuous black sportswear, put on a mask and a baseball cap, and went downstairs directly. Hail a taxi. Master, go to the East Suburb Cement Factory. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and muttered, Why are you going to that remote place so late at night? But still started the car. More than half an hour later, the taxi stopped on a deserted suburban road. In the distance, there are several huge and hideous building outlines, which are abandoned cement factories. Fang Han paid the money and walked towards the cement factory alone. The cement factory was dead silent, with only the night wind blowing through the broken windows, making a ghostly sound. With the faint light from his cell phone, he found workshop number 3. When I pushed open the rusty iron door, a strong smell of mold and dust hit me in the face. He immediately saw the row of distribution boxes on the left wall. Walking up to the 3rd one, he opened the rusty iron door. Inside, a rectangular black metal suitcase lay quietly. Fang Han reached out and took the box out. Very heavy. Chapter 19 Jeang Ergu's murderous intention. Fang Han placed the heavy black metal box flat on the dusty concrete floor and took a deep breath of the moldy air. Click. The lock on the box was opened with a crisp sound, which seemed particularly abrupt in this silent workshop. The lid of the box is opened. There is no cushioning foam as expected, only a layer of black velvet. A pistol with a dark body and cold and hard lines was lying quietly in the middle of the velvet cloth. Next to it were 2 neatly stacked magazines. The yellow bullets glowed with a chilling light that was frightening to the heart under the dim light of the mobile phone. Type 92 pistol. Its design is not fancy, but it exudes a coldness and efficiency that is purely born for killing. Fang Han reached out and picked up the gun. It is very heavy to start with. The cold metallic texture spread from the palm of my hand all the way to my heart. It was as if his soul was also coated with a layer of steel. This was unlike any model he had ever seen in any game. This is an absolute and unreasonable power that can take life in an instant. He removed the magazine and then replaced it, making a crisp click sound. The movements are jerky, but an unprecedented sense of security. Like a volcanic eruption, it instantly filled his limbs and bones. With this thing, Jeang, Ergu, and other ruffians are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of him. He carefully put the gun and magazine away. Without stopping for a moment, Fang Han walked out of the abandoned cement factory and disappeared into the thick night. After returning to the messy rental house, he first bought 2 kaleidoscopes as gifts for Baijiro and her sister. He then glanced at the jungle of steel and concrete outside the window and closed his eyes again. System shuttle. After the familiar, dizzying moment, the hustle and bustle of the city faded away in an instant. Instead, there is the fresh scent of grass and the chirping of unknown insects. Fang Han opened his eyes and found himself in the familiar, dark forest. He was in no hurry to return to the village. Instead, he carried his bulging backpack and searched the mountains with his extraordinary night vision. Soon, he found a dry cave covered by vines on an inconspicuous hillside. The entrance to the cave is not big, only enough for one person to enter by bending over, but there is a different world inside. He took out the things from his backpack one by one. The dark pistol was carefully wrapped in oilcloth and hidden in the deepest crevice of the rock. A high-precision compound bow and alloy arrows were placed against the stone wall. Special Forces combat uniforms, military daggers, searchlights, power banks. These artifacts from another world were classified by him and cleverly covered up with stones and hay. After doing all this, the sky was already turning pale. He only kept 2 small things in his arms, then dusted off his hands, straightened his clothes, pretended to be tired after walking all night, and walked towards Liushi village. When Fang Han appeared at the entrance of the village, the Bai sisters, who had not slept all night, were shocked. He rushed out of the yard almost immediately. Husband, brother-in-law. 2 crying exclamations were filled with endless worry and ecstasy of seeing each other suddenly. The 2 sisters, one on each side, threw themselves into his arms without hesitation, like 2 young swallows returning to their nests. Baijiro grabbed his arm tightly and buried her face in his chest. He couldn't utter a word, but his shoulders were shaking violently. Baishuejin was even more direct. She wrapped her arms around his waist, wiping all her snot and tears onto his clothes, sobbing, "Brother-in-law, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want us anymore." Holding the soft and sweet girl in my arms, I can feel the unique fragrance of the girl and her unreserved dependence. It instantly dispelled all the anger in Fang Han's heart caused by the pistol. A corner of his heart softened completely. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Fang Han put his arm around each of them and patted their backs gently. "Didn't I tell you to come back after you finish your work?" After a long period of comfort, the 2 sisters' emotions finally calmed down. Baijiro's eyes were red as she stepped out of his arms and looked him up and down. Seeing that he was safe and sound, I felt completely relieved. Fang Han smiled and took out 2 small paper tubes from his arms. Here are the gifts I brought for you." "A gift?" Bai Shuejin took the paper tube and turned it over curiously. It looked like a small bamboo tube with a small hole on one end. "Brother-in-law, what is this? Can I eat it?" "You little greedy cat, you only know how to eat." Fang Han shook his head with a smile. "Put your eyes close to that little hole and take a look." Bai Shuejin held the paper tube in front of her eyes doubtfully and looked inside through the small hole. Next second, "Wow!" A shocking cry burst out from her mouth. Her little mouth opened into an O shape in an instant, and her beautiful big eyes widened, as if she had seen some miracle. I saw that in that small paper tube, there was an endless and ever-changing colorful world hidden. Countless pieces of shattered, glittering glass and broken jade shattered with the slight turn of her wrist. Constantly combining and separating, countless complex and gorgeous patterns are created. Sometimes it looks like thousands of blooming flowers. Sometimes it looks like a flowing river of stars, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. "Sister, look, inside there is a fairy palace." She was so excited that she spoke incoherently and grabbed Baijiro's arm and shook it hard. Baijiro's curiosity was also aroused, and she picked up another kaleidoscope. I imitated my sister and moved my eyes closer. Buzz. Her head seemed to be hit hard by something. The gentle and peaceful face was instantly replaced by deep shock and obsession. If what Bai Shuejin saw was novel and interesting, then what she saw was, it is an ultimate beauty that cannot be described in words, a a mixture of order and chaos. What kind of exquisite treasure is this? He can play with light and shadow at will, and create such an incredible scene. Ding. By Shuejian's shock value plus 30, double door penetration energy plus 30. Ding. By Jiro's shock value plus 30, double door penetration energy plus 30. A series of system prompts sounded in Fang Han's mind. He watched the two get dazzled by a small kaleidoscope. The beautiful lady, with a face full of happiness, listened to the prompt sound of rising energy in her mind. The smile on his lips grew more intense. This feeling is so fucking great. Chapter 20 Jeang, Ergu's Revenge Plan. After a few days, the changes on Fang Han's residential land were earth-shaking. The villagers of Liushi village have never seen houses built like this in their lives. Dozens of strong laborers were paid a high wage of 30 cents a day. There is meat and rice for every meal, so we can get to work. Everyone was like they were injected with chicken blood, rushing forward with a roar. The foundation paved with bluestone slabs is wide, thick, and as solid as a rock. At this moment, the walls on all four sides have begun to be built up. Bricks of regular size are in the skilled hands of the bricklayers. The whole construction site was bustling with activity, with buildings stacked and stretched at a rapid pace. The sounds of shouts, hammering, and laughter mixed together, full of vitality. At the other end of the construction site, next to the makeshift stove, the aroma was equally tempting. Lurume was busy in front of a big pot. She was wearing a coarse cloth dress that was washed so much that it looked white. With his head lowered, he concentrated on stirring the vegetable porridge in the pot with a large spoon. The evening sun shone obliquely on her, outlining her breathtakingly plump curves when she bent over. The weather was hot, and after working in front of the stove for a long time, fine beads of sweat slid down her smooth forehead. It soaked the hair at her temples and also wet the clothes on her chest and back. The thin coarse cloth clothes, soaked with sweat, stuck tightly to her body. The already surprisingly full outline was now outlined to the fullest. As she stirred the porridge, it trembled slightly, forming a scene that was enough to make any man's blood boil, but he dared not to desecrate it. It was a unique temperament that blended the mature charm of a woman with the youthful helplessness of a girl. She is both pitiful and exudes a natural charm. Many men who were resting were chatting, but their eyes kept glancing over here involuntarily. But there was no lust in his eyes, more of sympathy and emotion. Such a good woman is really a bargain for that beast Jeang Ergu. It's late at night. After a busy day, Fang Han sat on the edge of the bed. Baijiro and Baishue saw the two sisters, each holding a basin of freshly boiled hot water, and walked in quietly. The two sisters looked at each other, both with a shy blush on their faces. They walked up to Fang Han, said nothing, and knelt down on the left and right. The wooden basin was gently placed on the ground, creating circles of warm ripples. "Husband, let us wash your feet." Baijiro's voice is so gentle that it can squeeze water out of her. She stretched out her slender hand, carefully held Fang Han's left ankle, and gently placed his foot in the warm water. On the other side, Baishue saw something and followed suit. With a blushing face, she stretched out her little hand and put Fang Han's right foot into the basin in front of her. Fang Han closed his eyes. The warm water instantly wrapped around his feet, dispelling the fatigue of the whole day. Two pairs of soft, boneless little hands, one on the left and one on the right, gently kneading the soles and insteps of his feet. The force was just right, sometimes gentle, sometimes pressing precisely on the sore and swollen acupuncture points. The air was filled with the mist of hot water, mixed with the faint, virgin body fragrance of the two sisters. Fang Han could even feel it. When they lower their heads, their soft hair occasionally brushes against their calves, giving them a slightly itchy feeling. If an outsider saw the scene in front of him, he would probably be shocked. Two stunning beauties whose rivals are unmatched in the entire county. She was kneeling on the ground meekly, washing a man's feet. That look was focused and pious, as if they were treating the only God in their lives. At this moment, I felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Like a flood that broke through a dam, it instantly broke through all the defenses in Fang Han's heart and rushed straight to his head. Is this the life of wealthy families in ancient times? No, this is a fucking imperial enjoyment. He didn't refuse, nor was he polite. Just calmly enjoy it all. Ding. Baijiro's love value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. Ding. By Shuejian's trust value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. In my mind, the cold system prompt sound now sounds like the most beautiful music in the world. Fang Han's mind moved, and he called up the system panel. Looking at the energy accumulated above, it is enough for another journey. It seems that it is time to go to the county town again. Firstly, The purpose is to transfer this sacred artifacts hidden in the cave in case of emergency. Secondly, it's time to go to the county town's pharmacies and give them a good clean out. Those ginseng and ganoderma can be exchanged for hard currency such as gold and silver in modern times. Liushi Village, village entrance. In the shadow of an old crooked locust tree, two figures huddled together stealthily. One of them had not been seen for a few days. Jeang Ergu has lost a lot of weight, with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion. At this moment, flames of resentment and greed burned in his cloudy eyes. Staring intently at the bustling construction site not far away. Standing opposite him was a sturdy, dark-skinned man with a bow on his shoulder. This man is less than 30 years old. His eyes revealed a shrewdness and sharpness that did not match his age. It was the only hunter in the village, Ma Baoguo. Brother Ma, did you see that? Jeang Ergu's voice was very low, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. A big house made of blue bricks and tiles. 30 cents a day for wages, and even meat is included. Have you ever seen such generosity? Even the lords in the county town aren't this extravagant. Ma Baoguo puffed on his pipe. In the smoke, his expression could not be seen clearly. He just said, Let me tell you something. Jeang Ergu leaned in closer, his spit nearly spraying onto Ma Baoguo's face. How could Fang Han, a dirt-poor orphan, have so much money? He must have gotten lucky and dug up some treasure in the mountains behind him. Jeang Ergu's eyes glowed green, and his tone was filled with incitement. I guess this is probably a treasure trove left behind by a high official from the previous dynasty. Gold, silver. There must be a lot of antique treasures. Otherwise, how could he waste money like this? Ma Baoguo paused in smoking, and a barely perceptible fluctuation flashed in his eyes. It would be a lie to say that I'm not jealous. He worked hard to go into the mountains to hunt, risking his life for 10 days or half a month. The money he got in return was not even enough for a day's wages at Fang Han's construction site. How could I not be jealous of this huge gap? Brother Ma, think about it, Jeang Ergu continued, adding fuel to the fire. Let's team up and take advantage of him when he's alone. Then, all the gold, silver, and treasures in his house, as well as those two water chestnut-like women, won't they all be ours? As long as we do it cleanly and efficiently, who would know it was us? Then we can take the money and run away. We can become the local lords wherever we go. Jeang Ergu became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen a bright future with beauties on both sides and eating meat in big mouthfuls. Ma Baoguo exhaled a puff of smoke and finally spoke, his voice a little hoarse. This matter is not easy to handle. He remembered the day at Fang Han's doorstep when Jeang Ergu was electrocuted by Fang Han and lay on the ground like a dead dog. A scene of foaming at the mouth and convulsions all over the body. And there was Fang Han's frighteningly calm look at that time. He always felt that there was something evil about this kid Fang Han. Ma Baoguo tapped his pipe against the sole of his shoe to extinguish the spark and shook his head. The risk is too great. I won't do it. Chapter 21. Invulnerable? This is a monster. Ma Baoguo refused decisively and without any hesitation. The greed and excitement on Jeang Ergu's face froze in an instant and turned into a ferocious look of anger and shame. Ma Baoguo, you're a fucking coward. Just spend your life hunting rabbits with those broken bows of yours. You deserve to die of poverty. He cursed and saw that Ma Baoguo was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. I got myself into trouble and could only turn around in disappointment. Like a wild dog with its tail between its legs, it disappeared into the shadows of the woods. Ma Baoguo looked at the direction he left, spat on the ground, his eyes full of contempt. Although he was jealous of Fang Han's family business, he valued his life more. He could not forget how Jeang Ergu was electrocuted by the thunder thing in Fang Han's hand that day, causing him to foam at the mouth and twitch all over. I can't forget Fang Han's frighteningly calm look at that time. That's not the look an ordinary farmer should have. That look was the same as when he met the top hunters lurking in the dark in the deep mountains and forests. Just like a beast waiting to be killed with one blow. Jeang Ergu did not give up. Ma Baoguo at the east end of the village is a fox spirit. It's not easy to fool them, but there are still a few idiots with grass in their brains at the west end of the village. Jeang Ergu quickly found the target. Some of the most notorious ruffians in the village. He is idle and does some petty thefts on weekdays. She can do everything except giving birth to children, and she can do everything except her work. In a dilapidated land temple, Jeang Ergu spoke his plan and his explanation to Ma Baoguo with great enthusiasm and made a solemn promise. After the marriage is over, all the money in his family will be divided equally between us. His two wives will also belong to us brothers. We can eat meat every day and be bridegrooms every night. These thugs only care about their crotches and wallets. As soon as he heard the words money and wife, His eyes turned green instantly, and his saliva almost flowed to the ground. Done. Brother, go. We'll do whatever you say. Several people hit it off immediately and were eager to try, as if they had already seen mountains of gold and silver and stunning beauties. Jeang Ergu looked at these idiots with a satisfied grin on his face. But he didn't get carried away and deliberately lowered his voice and solemnly warned. Listen carefully. That kid Fang Han knows some magic, so don't get close to him. Let's use bows and arrows to shoot him like a hedgehog from a distance. Once he falls, we'll cover him with a fishing net and pierce him with spears. No one is allowed to get close until he's been pierced like a sieve. He still feels a lingering fear when he recalls the tragic scene of himself being electrocuted and convulsing all over. The next morning, Fang Han first took back all the modern self-defense equipment. Afterwards, he said goodbye to the reluctant Bai sisters. Driving the donkey cart borrowed from the village chief's house, he creaked towards the county town. There were several empty sacks on the donkey cart, and it looked like they were going to the county town to buy groceries. The donkey's hooves stepped on the dirt road, raising a light cloud of dust. When they reached a narrow dirt road called Gichujian by the locals, Fang Han's eyes narrowed slightly. There are dense forests on both sides, and only a small path in the middle that is only wide enough for one car to pass. It is the only way to go to the county town, and also an ideal place for murder and robbery. At this moment, in the middle of the road, a tree half a man's thickness was lying there in a mess, blocking the way completely. Fang Han slowly pulled the reins, and the donkey cart stopped. He was not panicked, and even his facial expression did not change at all. He just looked at the fallen tree calmly. Crash. There was a commotion in the woods. Jeang Ergu jumped out of the woods with 5 ugly thugs, armed with rusty machetes, shiny harpoons, and spears. They had grim smiles on their faces and formed a semicircle, surrounding Fang Han and the donkey cart. Fang Han, you deserve this day. Jeang Ergu was hiding at the back of the crowd, holding a broken bow that he had found from somewhere. With trembling hands, he knocked an arrow whose feathers were almost all gone. He aimed the arrow at Fang Han, his facial expression distorted by extreme excitement and resentment, and he laughed wildly and arrogantly. Today, not only will I rob you of all your money, I'll also chop you into pieces and feed you to the wild dogs in the mountains. Those 2 little girls in your family will belong to us brothers from now on. Ha ha ha. The thugs behind him also burst into obscene laughter. The look he gave Fang Han was like looking at a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Facing this group of vicious bandits, Fang Han's expression remained as calm as a pool of deep water. He slowly got off the donkey cart, wearing a dark winter coat that looked a bit thick. It seems a bit out of place in this still hot weather. Jeang Ergu looked at his fearless appearance, and the evil fire in his heart suddenly rose up. You're about to die, and you still dare to pretend. Shoot! He roared with all his strength. He didn't dare to shoot himself, but instead yelled at another thug holding a bow next to him. The thug shuddered at his roar and loosened his grip. Whoosh! Another arrow followed. 2 arrows drew 2 ugly parabolas in the air and shot towards Fang Han's chest. A cruel and complacent smile appeared on the faces of the thugs. They seemed to have seen the scene where Fang Han was pierced through the chest by an arrow, blood spurted out, and he fell down screaming. However, what happened next made everyone's smiles freeze on their faces. Puff! Puff! 2 strange, dull sounds that made one's teeth ache. The 2 arrows that were determined to hit Fang Han's chest were like hitting a thick cowhide wall. The arrows couldn't even penetrate his clothes. They just trembled weakly, and then with a click, they bounced off and fell into the dust on the ground. The entire Gichujian fell into deathly silence in an instant. The wind blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound, which at this moment sounded like the mockery of ghosts. Everyone was petrified, their mouths open, their eyes wide as if they were dead fish, staring in disbelief at the extremely bizarre scene before them. Fang Han stood there, motionless. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 white spots on his chest caused by the arrows, then stretched out his hand, as if to brush away some non-existent dust. The action was understated and full of disdain. He was wearing a bulletproof vest. What could a few arrows do to him? Chapter 22 Various Precious Medicinal Herbs, shocked Wang Xiao. What the hell is this? The harpoon in the hand of a thug fell to the ground with a clang. He pointed at Fang Han, and his voice trembled like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Invulnerable. This thought, like a pale bolt of lightning, instantly split everyone's mind. They are the village hooligans, ruffians, and scoundrels. Fights were commonplace, with blood and stabbings being seen. But they had never seen, nor imagined, that there was someone in this world who could withstand arrows with his own body. This isn't a human. This is a monster. Monster, monster. The other thug screamed strangely and fell to the ground in fear. His crotch instantly became wet, and a foul smell filled the air. Ergu's face was as pale as a piece of paper just pulled out of the water. His legs were shaking like sieves, and he could barely hold the broken bough in his hands. Fear, like an icy tide, flooded his limbs and bones. But deep in that boundless fear, there is a trace of painful memory about demon magic. It pricked his nerves suddenly. He remembered how he was electrocuted and foamed at the mouth, twitching on the ground like a dead dog. Don't let him get close. Absolutely not. Use the net. Come on, all of you. Don't let him get close. Ergu hit at the back of the crowd and roared with all his strength. The sound was as sharp as a wild cat with its tail stepped on. After being yelled at by him, the two thugs with dim brains seemed to have found their backbone. They mustered up their courage, threw away the tattered but wide fishing net in their hands, let out strange ah-ah sounds, and rushed towards Fang Han. The fishing net was spread out in the air, carrying with it a fishy smell, as if it was going to completely trap Fang Han, the monster. Fang Han looked at the fishing net flying towards him, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not retreat but advanced. With just a slight shake of his body, he slipped out of the coverage of the fishing net with ease. The two thugs used too much force and missed, almost colliding with each other. It was at this moment when they were stunned. A short, dark stick suddenly appeared in Fang Han's hand. He took a step forward and instantly approached a thug. Without even looking at the black short stick in his hand, he poked the thug's fat belly with incredible precision. Sizzle. A scalp-numbing explosion. A dazzling blue arc of electricity, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, exploded on the belly of the thug. Oh! The thug let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice. The whole person felt like being struck by lightning, and his body instantly stretched straight. His eyes suddenly rolled back and white foam came out of his mouth. His whole body convulsed violently like a sieve, and he fell straight back. He fell to the ground, his hands and feet still twitching unconsciously. This scene completely broke down everyone's psychological defenses. Another thug who was swinging a fishing net watched helplessly as his companion turned into a pool of rotten meat before his eyes. Terrified to death, he screamed and dropped the weapon in his hand. He turned around and ran into the woods, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. Fang Han's eyes were cold, without a trace of pity. He looked at the back of the person running away for his life, and slowly took out something from his arms. It was a strangely shaped, dark iron lump. The remaining thugs included Ergu. They all stared at the thing in Fang Han's hand that they had never seen before, their eyes full of confusion and fear deep in their bones. What's this? A new magic? Fang Han raised his hand and aimed the black iron lump at the back of the fleeing thug. Bang! A deafening roar exploded in the silent forest. This sound is unheard of. It was not like the clanging of metal or rumbling thunder, but a pure, violent explosion that was enough to tear the eardrums apart. The thug who was desperately running away was hit hard by an invisible hammer, and his body was shaken violently. At the back of his heart, the tattered shirt suddenly exploded into a bloody hole the size of a bowl, and the flesh and blood were blurred, and one could even see the white bones inside. He didn't even utter a scream. Like a puppet with its strings cut, he fell straight forward to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust, and there was no sound anymore. The entire Gichujian is completely dead. The wind stopped, the birds stopped singing, and even the insects were too scared to chirp. The remaining 3 thugs and Ergu seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, their minds blank. They looked at their companion lying in a pool of blood, and at the hideous and terrifying bloody hole on his back. He looked again at the black iron lump in Fang Han's hand that was still emitting green smoke. Their worldview was completely shattered by this loud noise. What's this? Hidden weapon? No. How could there be a hidden weapon that could emit thunder? Magic? Yes, it must be a more powerful magic. Is this the thunder punishment from the gods? Run! Someone let out a desperate roar. The remaining 3 thugs woke up as if from a dream. His soul was scattered, so how could he care about brotherhood, gold, silver, treasures, or beautiful women? He turned around and ran away crying for his parents, rolling and crawling in 3 different directions, trying to escape for his life. Ergu also reacted. He dropped his bow and arrow, and used his hands and feet to dive into the dense forest behind him, scared to death. Fang Han had a blank expression on his face, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger again, aiming at the back of one of the thugs. Bang! There was another loud bang, and the thug fell down. Bang! The third thug's head looked like a smashed watermelon, with red and white objects splattering everywhere. Bang! The last thug was shot in the back. He fell to the ground with a scream, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. Every shot was fatal. In the blink of an eye, the only people left in Guicho Gorge were Fang Han and the donkey that was trembling with fear. Only Jeang Ergu was left alive. Chapter 23. Huge sum of money arrived. Super shotgun. There was dead silence in the dense forest. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind and the heavy breathing of a donkey that was extremely frightened. Jeang Ergu was completely limp, curled up behind a big tree, and had completely lost the strength to even roll or crawl. He watched with his own eyes as the head of his last accomplice exploded like a rotten watermelon. Red and white splattered all over the floor. The strong, pungent smell of blood and gunpowder mixed into a breath of death that gripped his throat tightly. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he wouldn't obey him at all. The sound of footsteps, neither hurried nor slow, came from not far away. Rustle. Every step was like stepping on his heart. Jeang Ergu's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. He no longer cared about his face, and climbed out from behind the tree using his hands and feet. He walked towards Fang Han and knelt heavily on the ground with a thump. Master Fong, I was wrong. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. I didn't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and just let me go. He kowtowed like crazy, and his forehead hit the hard dirt road with a dull dong-dong sound, and soon blood came out. A dark watermark quickly spread across the crotch of his pants, and a foul smell overwhelmed the blood in the forest. He cried. His face was covered with snot and tears, and with the blood on his forehead, he looked both miserable and ridiculous. Fang Han walked up to him step by step and stopped. Those calm eyes looked down at the man who was lying on the ground like a dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. The black muzzle of the gun slowly rose and aimed at Jeang Ergu's bloody forehead. Cold metal, carrying the temperature of death. Jeang Ergu's cries came to an abrupt halt, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze at that moment. He raised his head, and through his tear-stained eyes, he looked at the black, magic weapon he had never seen before, which exuded a terrifying aura and smelled the scent of death. There was only endless fear and despair in his eyes. I didn't come looking for you, but you came to me. Fang Han thought of Lurume's miserable condition, and his voice was icy cold without a trace of warmth. Bang! The world is quiet. Jeang Ergu's body suddenly leaned back, and he fell straight down, with a hideous bloody hole between his eyebrows. In those cloudy dog eyes, the extreme fear of the last moment of life was still frozen. Fang Han looked at the corpse on the ground expressionlessly and put the gun back into his arms. Without any hesitation, he began to deal with the scene. Fang Han dragged the 5 bodies one by one into the depths of the dense forest, found a slope, and simply dug a hole to bury them. He then used a branch to carefully sweep away the bloodstains and wheel marks on the ground, erasing all traces. After doing all this, he returned to the donkey cart. The poor donkey was still trembling with fear and could not even stand steadily. Fang Han patted its neck, untied the reins, and continued driving. It creaked as it headed towards the county town. It was as if the bloody massacre just now had never happened. It was already noon when we arrived at the county town. Fang Han didn't delay and drove directly to the largest pharmacies in the city. Boss, I want as many of the oldest ginseng, Ganoderma, and Polygonum multiflorum you have in your store as you can get. Fang Han walked into the first pharmacy and directly placed a 10 liang ingot of snowflake silver on the counter with a pa sound. The dazzling silver light dazzled the shopkeeper and his clerk. Seeing Fang Han's wealthy appearance, the shopkeeper dared not neglect him. He nodded and bowed immediately and moved out all the best goods in the warehouse. Fang Han followed the same method and raided 4 or 5 large pharmacies in the city. He doesn't care about the price, he only cares about the year and condition. Soon, the donkey cart he borrowed was filled with various rare medicinal herbs carefully packed in oil paper and wooden boxes. The shop owners looked at his departing figure and whispered to each other. Everyone was wondering which wealthy family this young man came from, as he was so generous. Fang Han found an empty dead-end alley and drove the donkey cart into it. There was no one around. A thought came to his mind. System shuttle. After the familiar feeling of dizziness, Fang Han suddenly opened his eyes. The messy rental house appeared before my eyes again. Without stopping for a moment, he immediately took out his cell phone from the sofa covered with dirty clothes and dialed Wang Xiao's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? Brother Han. The goods have arrived. Fang Han's voice was calm and steady. Large quantity, top quality. Fuck. Wang Xiao cursed on the other end of the phone, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother, wait. I'll be there soon. Less than an hour. There was a rapid knock on the door. Fang Han opened the door and Wang Xiao's face, flushed with excitement, appeared at the door. Behind him was the old expert who was wearing reading glasses and had an elegant temperament. As soon as the old expert entered the room, he saw the pile of wooden boxes and oil paper bags that Fang Han had casually piled on the living room floor, and his brows frowned habitually. He is a misophobe and is extremely strict about the preservation of medicinal materials. But when Wang Xiao carefully opened one of the largest brocade boxes, the dissatisfaction on the old expert's face froze instantly. An extremely large wild ginseng was lying quietly on the red silk cloth. Its body was thick and robust, its head, veins, and roots perfectly preserved, its form like a sleeping baby. A fragrance so rich it almost tangible filled the room. The old expert's breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes, clad in reading glasses, were fixed on the ginseng, and his pupils contracted sharply. God, divine object. His lips trembled, and he stretched out his hand, wanting to touch it, but stopped in midair, fearing that his mortal hands would desecrate this treasure between heaven and earth. His hands were shaking like he had late-stage Parkinson's. Wang Xiao opened several boxes in succession. A century-old Ganoderma lucidum that looks like a canopy and is surrounded by purple air. The 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, completely black and as big as a human head. Each one of them is far beyond the cognitive limits of the old experts. These legendary objects that only existed in ancient books are now piled up in this messy rental house, filled with the smell of instant noodles. Treasures. These are national treasures. The old expert could no longer control his emotions, and 2 lines of hot tears slid down the wrinkles on his cheeks. He fell to his knees on the ground with a thud, looking at the medicinal herbs scattered on the ground in an almost pilgrim posture, muttering to himself over and over again like a madman. Wang Xiao was also extremely shocked by the scene before him. He swallowed hard, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Fang Han had changed from brotherhood to complete awe. He knew Fang Han had a way, but he didn't expect it to be so wild. Han, brother Han. Wang Xiao's face flushed with excitement, and he stuttered a little. These, we want them all. You name the price. Fang Han looked at him and held up 3 fingers. 3 million? Wang Xiao asked tentatively. Fang Han shook his head. Wang Xiao took a deep breath. 30 million? Fang Han then nodded. Without a word, Wang Xiao took out his cell phone and called his father directly. After a call mixed with excitement, shock, and roars, Wang Xiao's hands were shaking while holding the phone. Brother, the money will be in your account soon. A few minutes later, Fang Han's cell phone rang. A bank SMS notification. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 30 million renminbi at XX. XX on X/X/X. And the current account balance is 30,125 renminbi and 34 cents. Looking at the long string of zeros on the phone that was enough to dazzle anyone, Fang Han's heart skipped a beat. Cool. This is fucking awesome. He took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, looked at Wang Xiao who was still in an excited state, and spoke calmly. What's the current situation with the shotgun? Chapter 24, Big Purchase, Return with a Full Load. As soon as Wang Xiao changed the topic, the nonchalant attitude typical of the rich second generation disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a kind of oppressive solemnity. The hunting rifle is a bit tricky. He leaned closer, his voice low. I asked someone, and they can indeed get one. It's not one of those rabbit hunting rifles you see on the market, but a custom-made one from a military factory in the north. One shot can penetrate half an inch of steel plate, and it's more powerful than the ones used by the police. Fang Han raised his eyebrows and said nothing. But this thing can't be handled in China, Wang Xiao said with a serious expression. It's in a port city across the border, in the hands of a man named Long Si. He has a deep background, well connected to both the black and white worlds. He only cares about people, not money. You have to go there yourself and trade in person. Wang Xiao looked at Fang Han, his tone containing a hint of dissuasion. Brother Han, that place is full of bad people. It's not our place. It's too risky for you to go there alone. Risk? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fang Han's mouth. He glanced at the concrete city outside the window, then thought about his double doors. To him, the entire earth is just a larger back garden. He can come and go as he pleases, no matter where the dangers are or what border crossings are. For him, risk does not exist at all. No problem. Fang Han's answer was calm and composed, as if Wang Xiao wasn't talking about a dangerous arms deal, but rather a simple offline pickup. I'll go. Wang Xiao looked at his indifferent expression, opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words of persuasion. He found that he seemed to be finding it increasingly difficult to understand Brother Han. After seeing off Wang Xiao and the old expert who was still in a crazy state, Fang Han looked at the long string of cold numbers in the mobile banking app, feeling no emotion in his heart. When it reaches 300,000, he gets excited. When it reaches 3 million, he gets ecstatic. But when the number becomes 30 million, it is really just a string of numbers, more like points in a game. He calmly opened the orange shopping app. This time, he was not going to make money, but to purchase goods. He remembered the little faces of the Bai sisters, which blossomed with endless happiness because of a piece of candy. Exquisite wind-up music box, classic walnut, castle in the sky. Place your order. This thing can make them happy for a long time, right? Swiss Army knife, Champion Collector's Edition, 22 functions. Place your order. It can also protect yourself at this critical moment. High-power handheld searchlight, 12-hour battery life, strobe mode. Order 10. With this, the night will no longer be a threat. High-end sandalwood soap, gift box, ginger anti-hair loss shampoo, 1 box each. Girls should always smell good. High-definition glass mirror, European retro carving, 50 sides. Place your order. If I take this thing back, I'm afraid I can use it as hard currency. He recalled the sisters' cowardly and greedy looks when they ate instant noodles for the first time, and couldn't help laughing. Fingers flying. Self-heating hot pot, spicy, tomato, mushroom soup. 10 boxes of each flavor. Imported chocolate, fruit candies, white rabbit milk candies, nut gift packs. Filled the shopping cart. After doing all this, he looked out the window and saw that it was already dark. The rental house that once made him feel extremely depressed and confused is now filled with various express boxes, like a messy, yet hopeful warehouse. Fang Han stood surrounded by cardboard boxes and had an idea. System shuttle. The light and shadow changed. The hustle and bustle of the city and the neon lights were instantly replaced by the ancient silence and cold moonlight. Fang Han once again appeared in the familiar dead end of Dying County. Without delay, he first took out some small modern supplies from the system space and hid them in the corner. Then he went to the carriage and horse shop in the city as if he knew the place well and paid the high price of a silver ingot. We hired the largest carriage with a carriage cover from last time. Then he drove the carriage around the county town. Half the car was loaded with the finest cotton cloth and silk. Half a truck was loaded with green salt, iron pots, and farm tools, which were the exclusive goods of the government. After doing all this, he drove the carriage back to the dead end, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around. Quickly take away those modern items such as music boxes, flashlights, soaps, mirrors, etc. It was stuffed into the bottom of the carriage and covered tightly with cloth and farm tools. From the outside, it looked like a carriage loaded with ordinary goods. After doing all this, Fang Han breathed a sigh of relief. Today, in the eyes of the villagers of Liushi village, he is just a rich businessman who got lucky and dug up treasure in the mountains and then came out to do business. This car full of cloth and ironware is the best disguise. Everything was ready. Fang Han personally raised the whip and drove the carriage carrying the civilizations of the two worlds. It drove towards Liushi village in a mighty manner. When the luxurious carriage, which was obviously much taller than others, appeared at the entrance of the village again, the villagers who were busy working in the fields or at their doorsteps all stopped their work without any prior agreement. Everyone's eyes were focused on the slowly approaching carriage. But this time, the initial shock and naked jealousy were no longer in their eyes. That kind of emotion had been completely worn out after Fang Han pulled back a full truck of supplies again and again. What replaced it was an almost numb envy and a deep awe that came from the heart. Whispering sounds were heard at the end of the alley at the entrance of the village. Look, the kid from the Fong family is back again. Oh my goodness, this is another full cart. Does his family's money grow in the fields? You know shit. They're going to the county town to do big business. This is called purchasing goods. An elderly man tapped his pipe and looked at Fang Han's young but calm face. A trace of emotion and fear flashed in his cloudy eyes. Stop gossiping behind my back. Our village is about to produce a real dragon. Fang Han is no longer someone we can talk about casually. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Everyone looked at the carriage that was moving further and further away, and their eyes became more and more complicated. Chapter 25 The sound of nature shocked the whole village. At the entrance of Liushi village, Yang Hongmei was squatting on the threshold of her house, holding a broken bowl. While picking at the wilted pickles in the bowl, he stretched his neck to look at the road outside the village. That cart was obviously taller and larger than ordinary donkey carts and ox carts. When the carriage with an exquisite carriage cover appeared at the other end of the road, Yang Hongmei's eating movement suddenly froze. Oh my god, she almost dropped the bowl in her hand, and her lips trembled. A pair of eyes were fixed on the carriage that was getting closer and closer, and the piles of things on the carriage were overflowing. Goods covered tightly with oilcloth. Jealousy gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. She wanted to say something sour and call Fang Han a prodigal son. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back, not daring to say a single word. She could not forget the way Jeang Ergu foamed at the mouth after being electrocuted by Fang Han. This kid is very evil. Under the crooked old locust tree at the entrance of the village chief Zhao Taizhan was puffing on his pipe, and the air was filled with smoke. He also saw the carriage, and there was an indescribable complexity in his eyes. But more of it is the uncontrollable curiosity. How much money does Fang Han have? Where does he come from? Compared to before, he seems like a completely different person. Zhao Taizhan couldn't figure it out. He silently put out his pipe and turned back home. The carriage ignored the villagers' odd and curious looks. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, and finally it stopped steadily in front of the residential plot with a half-person-high blue brick wall. The house has already taken shape, just from the broad foundation and neat walls. It exudes a sense of style that no other house has. Husband, brother-in-law. Before the car came to a complete stop, two figures like fledgling swallows flying into the forest came running out from the thatched hut next to them. Baijiro and Baishuejian rushed to the carriage from the left and right. Those beautiful eyes are filled with joy and longing that can never be melted away. Baijiro took the lead, reached out and grabbed Fang Han's arm tightly, looking him up and down, afraid that he would lose a hair. In those gentle peach blossom eyes, the mist and thousands of words turned into the slight trembling of the fingertips. Baishuejian was more direct. She leaned her little head over and sniffed him. After confirming that it was still the familiar taste, I felt relieved. A bright smile bloomed on her face, and her dimples were so sweet that they could drown you. Looking at the two beautiful ladies who were worried about him, Fang Han felt warm in his heart, and all his fatigue was swept away. He smiled, turned around, and took out something wrapped tightly in silk from the carriage. A square box that looked extremely valuable was handed to Baijiro. A gift for you guys. Baijiro took it doubtfully. It felt heavy in the hand and delicate to the touch. She carefully untied the silk cloth, and a small wooden box made entirely of dark brown wood and carved with exquisite and intricate patterns appeared before her. The craftsmanship of this wooden box was so exquisite that it far exceeded anything she had ever seen in her life. Even the treasures made by the so-called skilled craftsmen in the palace during her father's reign were not even a fraction as good as this one. This is... Baiji's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. Baishuejian also curiously put her little head over, blinking her big eyes at the wooden box. I don't know what treasure is hidden in here. Fang Han didn't explain, but just reached out and gently twisted a few turns on an inconspicuous metal lump on the side of the wooden box. Click. After a slight sound, he released his hand. The next second, a clear, pleasant, ethereal, and pure music that did not seem to be of this world was heard. Without any warning, it slowly flowed out from the small wooden box. The sound, ding-ding-dong, was like a clear mountain spring dripping onto a jade plate. The tune was so gentle and melodious that it sounded like a fairy from the sky was softly singing in the clouds. It does not have the heaviness of the qin or the melancholy of the shao. It is a completely new kind. The heavenly sound you have never heard before is enough to cleanse your soul. Baijiro and Baishuejian's movements froze for a moment. The two of them seemed to be under a spell. Their beautiful eyes widened, and their rosy little mouths unconsciously opened slightly. His face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. What kind of magic weapon is this? A wooden box can actually produce such wonderful music by itself. This is simply a divine method. Baijiro felt her heart skip a beat, and she stretched out her slender jade fingers. In disbelief, he gently touched the vibrating and musical wooden box, as if he were touching a divine object. Baishuejian was so shocked that she took 2 steps back and covered her mouth with her hands. A pair of bright big eyes are full of dreamy brilliance. Ding! Baijiro's shock value plus 30, double door penetration energy plus 30. Ding! Baishuejian's shock value plus 30, double door penetration energy plus 30. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Fang Han's smile deepened. However, this is not the end. He looked at the two sisters' obsessed and intoxicated expressions, then turned around and took something out of the carriage. It was a rectangular object half a person's height wrapped in cloth. Fang Han uncovered the wrapping cloth, and a mirror as smooth as water and shockingly clear appeared in front of the two sisters. Oh, this time, it was Baijiro who let out a short cry of surprise first. She saw herself in the mirror. No, that was not the blurry, dim image with barely discernible outlines that she usually saw in the bronze mirror. The person in the mirror is so clear and so real. She could clearly see each of her curled eyelashes. I saw my lips trembling slightly in shock and saw it reflected in my eyes. The figure of the man that haunted her dreams. She could even see the almost invisible fine hairs on her smooth cheeks. What kind of treasure is this? Baijiro felt a chill running from the soles of her feet straight up to the top of her head. She was completely stunned. She subconsciously stretched out her hand and covered her mouth. I was afraid that I would make another inappropriate scream. She had lived for 20 years and had never imagined that her true appearance would be so breathtaking. Sister, look at me, look at me. Baishuejian didn't have so many concerns, she screamed. Like a happy little rabbit, it squeezed in front of the mirror in an instant. When she saw the girl with double buns and a blushing face in the mirror. When she saw the beautiful girl with sparkling eyes, she was also dumbfounded. Wow, who is this person? How come he looks exactly like me? She stretched out her finger curiously and poked her face in the mirror, feeling a cool touch. She jumped one step to the left, and the person in the mirror also jumped one step to the left. She made a face, and the person in the mirror made the same face. She's imitating me. Brother-in-law. Sister. Inside this treasure lives a fairy who can imitate human form. Baishuejian was completely having fun. She was jumping and dancing around the huge glass mirror. Sometimes he turned around to look at his back, and sometimes he moved closer to carefully examine his own eyes. His little face flushed with excitement, and he let out a series of silver bell-like laughs. Fang Han looked at the two sisters. One was shocked to the point of being speechless, and the other was excited to the point of going crazy. The satisfaction and sense of accomplishment in my heart are almost overflowing. As expected, women of any era cannot resist the charm of music boxes and goblets. No, it is the charm of music boxes and glass mirrors. This feeling of using modern technology to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the ancient times. It feels so fucking good. Chapter 26. Miracle shocking. Death news announced. As the night deepened, candles were lit in the thatched hut. Baijiro and Baishue met the two sisters, still immersed in the great shock brought by the mirror and the music box. The blush on the little face did not fade away for a long time. They would gather in front of the mirror and look at their own images, which were too clear, with curiosity. After a while, he carefully approached the music box and listened attentively to the heavenly music. The little face was full of obsession and happiness. Okay, stop looking and eat first. Fang Han smiled and interrupted the two little girls who were almost going crazy. Another strange square box was taken down from the carriage. For dinner, Fang Han did not ask them to cook, but decided to cook himself. Let these ancient people see what technology and hard work are. Brother-in-law, what kind of treasure is this? Baishuejian came over curiously and surrounded the paper box with the tempting pictures printed on it. He sniffed hard with his little nose, but could smell nothing. Baijiro also cast a puzzled look. Fang Han smiled mysteriously, tore open the box, and placed the contents on the table one by one. Packages of food wrapped in transparent cellophane contain red butter base, thinly sliced meat rolls, emerald green vegetables, and bundles of crystal clear vermicelli. The two sisters didn't recognize any of these things. What puzzled them the most was Fang Han's next move. He didn't light a fire or set up a pot. He just tore open a white cloth bag. Pour the contents into the bottom layer of the box, then pick up the kettle on the table and pour it directly in. Husband, how do you eat this? Baijiro looked at the pile of raw food in the box of cold water and was completely stunned. Baishuejian pouted even more. Brother-in-law, you can't eat raw food. It will upset your stomach. Fang Han smiled without saying anything and just closed the upper box filled with ingredients firmly. Just when the two sisters were puzzled, a magical scene that subverted their cognition happened. Hiss! A slight sound came from the box. Immediately afterwards, streams of thick, white-hot air, like boiling water, came out frantically from the cracks in the box. The entire box actually began to boil violently on its own. Baishuejian screamed in fear and stepped back repeatedly, her beautiful eyes wide open, pointing in disbelief at the box that was bubbling. Baijiro's pretty face also turned pale, her delicate hands tightly covering her cherry lips, her eyes full of horror. No fire. No charcoal. All it took was a packet of white powder and a bottle of cold water. The box actually burned itself open. This isn't magic. What is this? This is even more incredible than the singing wooden box and the magic mirror that can reflect people clearly during the day. This is no longer something that mortals can understand. This is clearly a method that only gods have. However, something even more domineering is yet to come. As the steam rises, an indescribable and extremely spicy aroma emerges. Like a flood that broke through a dam, it rushed out of the box in an instant and brutally occupied the entire thatched hut. The aroma was strong, hot, with an aggressive spice and the richness of butter. After just smelling it, the two sisters felt that all the pores on their bodies opened up. The saliva in the mouth began to secrete crazily. The soup in the pot has completely boiled, the red oil is bubbling, and the aroma is overwhelming. Fang Han leisurely stirred it with chopsticks. He gestured to the two sisters who were already dumbfounded. Eat. Try this, it's called hot pot. The two sisters finally woke up from their dream. They looked at each other, and no one dared to pick up the chopsticks first. In the end, Baijiro was brave enough to take action under Fang Han's encouraging gaze. He carefully picked up a piece of meat that was slightly curled up due to being hot, blew on it for a long time, and then tentatively put it into his mouth. Next second, ha hiss ha. The little girl's face turned red in an instant, and her big watery eyes looked red. A layer of mist suddenly appeared. Her little mouth was open uncontrollably, with her tongue sticking out, and she was desperately sucking in the cool air. An unprecedented, wonderful feeling of pain, a mixture of spiciness and numbness, exploded on the tip of her tongue. The feeling was like swallowing a mouthful of red-hot charcoal, or like being pricked by countless tiny needles. But in this extreme pain, there is an indescribable fragrance. But it burst out from it domineeringly, straight to the top of the head. It's spicy. So spicy. Baijiro shouted incoherently with tears in her eyes, and beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Baijiro was shocked when she saw this, and quickly poured her some water. But who would have thought that after Baijiro took a sip of cold water, she not only did not stop, but seemed to be addicted to it. He picked up a large chopstick of vegetables covered with red oil and stuffed it into his mouth without a care. Wow, delicious. So delicious. She was burned so much that her tears and nose were running, and her little mouth was swollen and red like two tempting sausages. But he still couldn't bear to stop, and while he was breathing heavily, his hands continued to move. The wonderful pleasure of pain and pleasure, which repeatedly jumped on the limit of taste buds, made her completely sink into it. Baijiro was stunned and ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the overbearing fragrance. I followed my sister's example and took a bite. In an instant, that gentle and peaceful face, a strange expression of pain and enjoyment, exactly the same as Baijiro's, appeared on her face. The two sisters completely let go. They never imagined that there would be such a torturing, yet irresistible delicacy in the world. Ding! Baijiro's happiness value plus 50, double door penetration energy plus 50. Ding! Baijiro's happiness value plus 50, double door energy plus 50. Fang Han listened to the prompt sound of energy surging in his mind and looked at the two people in front of him who were sweating profusely while eating. The beautiful lady's lips were red, but her face was full of happiness, and the smile on her mouth became more and more intense. The next day, it was just dawn. A shrill woman's wailing and bursts of panicked noise suddenly broke the early morning tranquility of Liushi village. Someone's dead. Someone come quickly. Someone's dead. Fang Han was stretching his muscles in the yard. When he heard the noise, his brows frowned slightly. Before he could react, several villagers who were working on his construction site rushed over from the direction of the village entrance, crawling and rolling. His face was filled with extreme fear, as if he had seen a ghost. Uncle Nyo, who was in the lead, felt his legs go weak when he saw Fang Han. He almost fell to his knees, pointing in the direction of the village, his voice trembling. Fong family kid. Something big has happened. Jeang Ergu, and those scoundrels who were hanging around with him. All died in Guicho Gorge. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap exploding over the entire construction site. Dozens of men who were originally busy stopped what they were doing. Everyone was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. The news spread throughout Liushi village in an instant as if it had wings. What? Jeang Ergu is dead. He's not the only one. There's also Wang Samatsi and the others, 5 in total. All dead. Oh my god, did I offend some kind of deity? Or was I eaten by a wild beast in the mountains? The whole village was in an uproar. Everyone put down their farm work, their faces filled with fear. They flocked to Gichujian outside the village in groups, all wanting to see the excitement. Fang Han's expression did not change at all, but a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Bai sisters heard the noise and ran out of the house to hear the news. She was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. She subconsciously hid behind Fang Han and grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly. Not long after, a burst of hurried horse hooves sounded from afar. Several county constables, dressed in black robes, with long swords on their waists and murderous faces, rode tall horses and galloped from the direction of the county town. They rushed to Gichujian and immediately set up a cordon, driving away all the villagers who were watching the fun. The leading constable, a scarred captain, jumped off his horse. After taking a look at the miserable corpses at the scene, his expression became extremely solemn. A tense and solemn atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire mountain path. Chapter 27. Evildoers are punished, beauties suffer. Gichujian has been blocked by the county government's constables. Several corpses covered with tattered straw mats were lying straight on the roadside. The smell of blood and soil mixed together attracted swarms of flies. The villagers of Liushi village were blocked at a distance, each of them stretching their necks, their faces showing the same fear and terror. Jeang Ergu is dead. Along with it, several famous ruffians in the village were all killed overnight. No one knows who did it, and no one dares to guess. There's something sinister about this matter, like a punishment from God. A thick layer of haze covered everyone's heart. Just when the villagers were in panic and the atmosphere was extremely depressing, two uninvited guests broke the silence. A man and a woman rushed in from outside the village, looking exhausted. The man was as thin as a bamboo pole and had triangular eyes. With his goatee, he doesn't look like a good person. The woman was short and fat, wearing an inappropriate dark red silk shirt. With his hands on his hips, he glanced around with his slanted eyes, his face full of meanness and greed. They are Jeang Ergu's distant uncle and aunt, who are 5 generations apart, and they have nothing to do with each other in normal times. As soon as they heard that Jeang Ergu was dead, they rushed over following the smell. They are not here to attend a funeral, but to receive the inheritance. My poor nephew, how could you die so tragically? As soon as the fat woman entered the village, she sat down on the ground without even looking at the corpse. Its 2 short, carrot-like legs kicked hard, and it opened its mouth wide and howled. The voice was so sharp that it seemed to pierce one's eardrum, but not even a single tear could be squeezed out. The thin man next to him stood with his hands behind his back, his triangular eyes scanning the village. When he saw the bustling construction site of Fong Han's house and the tall blue brick wall, his eyes instantly lit up with green light. Stop howling. The thin man kicked the woman on the ground with his toes and lowered his voice. Business is more important. The fat woman immediately understood what he meant, jumped up from the ground, patted the dirt off her butt, and a vicious light flashed in her slanted eyes. That's right. It's all because of that unlucky star. That bitch who killed my nephew. Let's go? Let's settle the score with her. The two of them sang in unison, ignoring the strange looks from the surrounding villagers, and rushed straight towards the dilapidated thatched hut where Lurume lived. Lurume did not sleep all night. Jeang Ergu's death did not bring her any relief. Instead, it seemed to push her into a deeper, cold abyss. She curled up in the cold corner of the bed, trembling all over, not knowing what her fate would be. Just then, bang! With a loud bang, the already shaky wooden door collapsed. It was kicked open by someone from outside, and wood chips flew everywhere. Lurume screamed in fright and raised her head in horror. All she saw was Jeang Ergu, the mean aunt whom she had only met a few times. Like an angry sow, she stood at the door with her hands on her hips, staring at her with her poisonous eyes. You shameless bitch. You're a jinx to your husband. My nephew has only been married to you for a short time, and you've already killed him. You jinx, why don't you just die? The vicious curses, like the dirtiest mud, came crashing down on him. Lurume's face turned pale in an instant, without a trace of blood. She hugged her knees, shaking like a leaf in the wind, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Still dare to hide? Seeing that she didn't say anything, the fat woman became even more furious and rushed forward in 2 steps. He grabbed Lurume's long, smooth, black hair and pulled her head back hard. Her pretty face, which looked tearful and pitiful, was revealed. Snap! Snap! 2 loud slaps, one on each side, hit Lurume's face hard. You vixen! All you do all day is flirt with men. Did you steal a man outside and team up with him to kill my nephew? I'll beat you to death, you unfaithful bitch. You've brought shame upon our Jeang family. The fat woman beat and scolded him, her fat face full of ferocity. The thin man rummaged through the drawers and cabinets in the house, turning the already dilapidated house into a mess. In the end, they only found a small cloth bag containing a few old clothes and a dozen copper coins hidden under the pillow. He put the copper coin into his pocket and spat with disgust. What bad luck! What a poor bastard! The fat woman was tired of beating Lurume, so she pushed her to the ground like she was throwing away garbage. He snatched the cloth bag containing old clothes from her. Get out! This is our Jeang family's house. You, A jinx have no right to live here. Get out. The two men snatched the last bit of stuff from Lurume and pushed her out of the house. Then with a clang, he locked the broken door tightly with a copper lock he brought with him. Lurume was beaten so hard that she felt dizzy and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The coarse cloth clothes on his body were torn into pieces. She huddled in a mess on the cold mud ground, surrounded by more and more villagers. People pointed at her and whispered to each other. Oh, how pitiful. Why pity her? Maybe she is really unlucky for her husband. Jeang Ergu's uncle and aunt are such bastards. They're trying to drive me to death. Who dares to intervene? What if it brings bad luck? There were voices of discussion, some sympathetic, some malicious, and some just watching the fun. Like countless needles piercing Lurume's heart. She folded her arms and buried her face in her knees. His thin shoulders trembled violently, and he let out desperate and suppressed sobs. The whole world seemed to have abandoned her. Not far away, at Fong Han's construction site, Fong Han stood beside the blue brick wall that had already taken shape, watching the farce at the village entrance with an expressionless face. The Bai sisters beside him had already turned pale with anger. Especially Baijiro, her eyes were full of pity and sympathy, and she tightly grasped the corner of Fong Han's clothes. When I saw Lurume being thrown out like garbage, curled up on the ground, crying in despair, a ripple finally flashed across Fong Han's eyes, which were as calm as water. He pushed aside the villagers who were blocking his way and walked towards the core, surrounded by the crowd step by step. His steps were not fast, but they carried an invisible pressure. As he approached, the originally noisy crowd seemed to be muted by an invisible hand. All discussions came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's eyes subconsciously shifted to the poor woman. It was transferred to the most untouchable existence in this village. The villagers unconsciously stepped aside to make way for him. The uncle and aunt who had just occupied the house were also stunned by the strange atmosphere. Looking at Fong Han walking slowly, the greedy grin on his face froze. Come on, come home with me. Chapter 28. Taking Rume in, everyone is dumbfounded. Fong Han's voice was not loud, so flat that one couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. But it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. It exploded clearly in everyone's ears. Go home. Lurume looked in disbelief at the clean and powerful hand stretched out in front of her. She subconsciously looked at her muddy, cold, and trembling hands, and a feeling of shame came over her. She is an unlucky widow, a despised, unlucky person. How can she be worthy of touching such a hand? Under everyone's gaze, Fong Han did not urge, but just waited patiently, his hand still hanging in the air. In the end, it seemed as if all the strength in my body had been used up. Lurume trembled and placed her cold little hand into his warm palm. Fong Han exerted a little force and pulled her up from the cold ground. He didn't let go and just held her hand, ignoring all the jaw-dropping looks around him. He turned and walked towards his own house, which was already taking shape. The entire village entrance fell into an eerie, deathly silence. All the villagers, including the uncle and aunt who were showing off just now, they all seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, completely petrified. Their mouths were unconsciously open, their eyes were wide open, and their minds were blank. They watched Fong Han, the most mysterious and untouchable person in the village. Just like that, openly and in front of everyone. The unlucky widow Jeang Ergu, whose husband had just died, was taken away. What the hell is going on? The robbery of the widow has reached the whole village? But looking at Fong Han's calm expression, it didn't seem like he was doing anything shameful. Instead, it seems like doing something that is natural and reasonable. Village Chief Xiao Tai's Han, who was in the crowd, took a deep breath and felt his back teeth ache. He realized that Fong Han was not fooling around. He was trying to establish his authority. He was using this most direct and arrogant way to tell the whole village that he would protect this woman. Baijiro and Baishuejin had been waiting at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing this scene, they hurried over to greet them. There was no jealousy or dissatisfaction on their faces, and their beautiful eyes were filled with heartache for Lurume. Sister Lu. The two sisters carefully supported the staggering Lurume, one on each side. Baijiro saw her swollen cheeks and the bloodshot at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes instantly turned red. Her voice trembled a little. Come in, and sit down. Baishuejin quickly ran to get some hot water and wrung out a hot towel. He poured out some transparent ointment with a fresh fragrance from an exquisite small bottle that Fong Han brought back, and applied it carefully to her. Don't be afraid, sister. With my brother-in-law here, no one dares to bully you anymore. Fong Han felt warm in his heart as he looked at the gentle and harmonious atmosphere between the three women in the room. Without saying anything more, He turned and walked into the makeshift kitchen. He dug out a pack of instant noodles with tempting pictures printed on it from a pile of modern supplies. A vacuum-packed ham sausage and a small packet of concentrated pork bone soup. Light a fire and boil water, all in one go. Soon, a strong aroma, different from that of hot pot, mixed with the aroma of wheat, meat, and rich bone broth, came out. It floated out from the kitchen and rudely entered everyone's nostrils. Fang Han came out holding a large bowl. In the bowl were translucent golden, curly noodles. A few slices of emerald green vegetables were dotted among them, and on top lay a few neatly cut pink round slices of meat. He gently placed the bowl on the table in front of Lurume. Eat it, and you won't feel uncomfortable after eating it. Lurume stared blankly at the food in the bowl, which she had never seen before and which exuded an enticing aroma. She couldn't hold it back any longer, and her tears burst out again like beads from a broken string. This is not sadness, nor despair, but the grievances accumulated over half a lifetime and a moment of touching. She picked up the chopsticks tremblingly, picked up a noodle, and put it into her mouth in small bites. The next second, an indescribable taste of extreme deliciousness mixed with the richness of meat and bone broth. It exploded on her taste buds instantly. The noodles are chewy and smooth, the meat slices are salty and delicious, and the warm soup slides down the throat. A warm current instantly surged through her body, dispelling all the coldness and the fear that penetrated her bones. She felt like she was in a dream. In this dream, there was no beating or bullying. There is only a strong man and two sisters as gentle as water, and a bowl of noodle soup that warms the heart. Ding! Lurume's gratitude value plus 100, love grows, and she is completely reunited. In my mind, a cold system prompt sounded. Ding! The conditions have been met. Do you want to bind Lurume as your third wife? Fang Han didn't hesitate at all and silently said, yes. Ding! Binding successful. System upgraded to level 3. Reward, portable storage space, 1 cubic meter. At the moment the system prompt sounded, Fang Han felt his mind suddenly shaken. It's as if there is a wonderful space that is invisible and intangible, but connected with my heart. The space was not big, just a cube of 1 meter square, empty, but extremely real. His heart moved, and his eyes fell on a coarse pottery teacup on the table. As the thought flashed through his mind, the teacup disappeared from the table out of thin air. The Bai sisters and Lurume were so focused on eating noodles and taking care of the children that they did not notice this strange scene. Fang Han's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He suppressed his inner excitement and had another thought. The disappeared teacup reappeared in his palm out of thin air, feeling warm and real. Fang Han's breathing suddenly became rapid, and a huge wave rose in his heart. Divine skill. This is truly a divine skill. This is the greatest guarantee for time travelers. With this thing, you can have a pistol, a compound bow, a self-heating hot pot, or even a searchlight. You can carry all of this with you anytime, anywhere. No more trying to hide in caves. No more worrying about being discovered and exposed. This is more than just storage, it's convenience. Ecstasy. Indescribable ecstasy instantly filled his chest. Chapter 29 Lurume returns. 1 cube system space. At night, candlelight flickered in the makeshift kitchen of the thatched hut. Lurume was busy in front of the stove. She was not cooking, but testing the temperature of a basin of hot water. She stretched out her slender fingers and probed it, feeling it was a little hot. I scooped some cold water in and repeated this several times until the water temperature was just right. She carried a half-full wooden basin, walked lightly and silently into Fang Han's room. In the room, Fang Han was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at a volume of miscellaneous notes bought from the county town. The candlelight made his profile clearly outlined. The tranquility and composure that did not belong to this village made Lurume a little dazed. This man came to her like a god when she was most desperate and helpless, pulled her out of the mire and humiliation, gave her a home, gave her food she had never had before, and gave her dignity. Lurume placed the wooden basin gently on the ground without making any sound. The look in her eyes when she looked at Fang Han was as gentle as water and as hot as fire. It was a mixture of gratitude, dependence, admiration, and a woman's most primitive feelings for a man. She didn't say anything, just looked at Fang Han in confusion. Suddenly her knees went weak and she knelt straight in front of him. This action made Fang Han stunned for a moment. You are. Lurume raised her head, her beautiful face flushed by the candlelight. Her eyes were charming and her gaze was hazy, yet filled with a determination to give it all. She bit her plump lower lip, her voice as light as a feather, but with an irresistible tremor. My benefactor. I have no way to repay you. Her words were broken and halting, as if she had used up all her strength. In this world, for a helpless woman, innocence and life are everything to her. Fang Han saved her life and preserved her innocence. This favor is as heavy as Mount Tai. She didn't know how to repay him, and she had nothing to repay him with, except herself. Without waiting for Fang Han to speak again, Lurume slowly lowered her head, and her soft black hair fell like a waterfall. With a faint fragrance, her cheeks were burning, her heart was beating like a drum, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Her head was lowered lower and lower, and her breathtakingly plump curves outlined an arc that made people's blood boil under the candlelight. She moved closer and closer, her warm breath seeming to be able to penetrate the thin clothes and touch Fang Han's skin. Fang Han's body suddenly stiffened, and his breathing stopped for a moment. An indescribable electric current exploded from a certain part of the body and instantly spread throughout every part of the body. Cool. Extremely refreshing. This experience is a mixture of visual impact and psychological satisfaction. It is more direct and more exciting than any imperial enjoyment. Ding. Lurume's love value plus 100, double door penetration energy plus 100. System prompt sounds rang in my mind one after another. Like the most passionate war drum, it woke Fang Han from his ecstatic state. He looked at the woman who was kneeling in front of him, almost burying her face in his arms. Her trembling shoulders revealed her inner nervousness and shyness. Fang Han's heart softened, and he reached out and gently held her shoulders. Get up. His voice was a little hoarse. From now on, this will be your home. A few days later, the changes in Fang Han's homestead once again refreshed the cognition of the villagers in Liushi village. The blue brick walls on all four sides have been built to the top. They are tall, thick, and very imposing. Dozens of craftsmen are putting up beams and laying tiles on the roof. The new tiles are shining brightly in the sun. In another 10 days or half a month, this most magnificent mansion in the history of Liushi village will be completely completed. At the west end of the village, Hunter Ma Baowo looked at the bustling construction site from afar, his eyes filled with envy. It's more of a growing fear. He puffed on his pipe, his brows furrowed in a knot. The deaths of Jeang Ergu and his cronies were so strange. The constable from the county government took a look around and finally came to the conclusion that he encountered bandits and died unfortunately, and closed the case hastily. But Ma Baowo didn't believe it. How could it be such a coincidence that these bandits didn't rob money or rape people, but instead targeted the ruffians from Jeang Ergu's village? Moreover, as soon as Jeang Ergu died, Fang Han brought his beautiful wife Lurume back home. When he connected all these things, Ma Baowo felt a chill on his back. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fang Han was the one who did it. He could not forget Fang Han's frighteningly calm eyes, nor could he forget the look of Jeang Ergu foaming at the mouth after being electrocuted. Boss, what are you looking at? Your saliva is almost flowing out. Are you envious of others who build big tiled houses? His wife Li Dajiao came out of the house with a dustpan in her hand. Seeing his absent-minded look, she couldn't help but say sourly. Ma Baowo came to his senses, glared at her fiercely, and knocked his pipe hard on the sole of his shoe. You're a short-sighted woman. You know nothing. He lowered his voice, his face more serious than ever before. I'm warning you, from now on, when you meet someone from the Fong family, whether it's Fang Han or the women in his family, you must stay away from them. Don't ever provoke them. He paused, and his voice lowered even more, almost squeezed out from between his teeth. That kid is very evil. His hands must have seen blood. Li Dajiao was so frightened that his hands trembled and the beans in the winnowing basket fell all over the floor. Although she is narrow-minded and calculating, she is not a fool. Looking at her man's extremely solemn expression, she immediately became frightened and her face turned pale, nodding her head rapidly. Although the new house is not yet completed, one of the side rooms has been cleaned up and is ready for living. In the room, Fang Han temporarily built a simple desk with wooden boards. He decided to teach his 3 illiterate wives a lesson. After all, ancient arithmetic was too complicated and far less simple than Arabic numerals. From today on, I will teach you how to read and count. Fang Han stepped out of his magical arms and actually entered the portable storage space. I took out the paper and pen I bought in Hyundai. The Bai sisters and Lurume were already accustomed to this magical skill of taking things out of thin air. After all, they had seen it several times. Baijiro and the other 2 girls sat upright, like 3 obedient primary school students, their faces full of curiosity and anticipation. Fang Han did not teach them the complicated zaihuzia of this era. Instead, he wrote a row of strange symbols directly on the snow-white paper with a black pen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. He pointed to the 10 concise Arabic numerals and said to the 3 bewildered women, "These are called numbers. They're used for counting. They're 10,000 times more convenient than the counting rods you use." Then he wrote down the symbols plus, dash, times, divided by, and equals. This is addition, this is subtraction, this is multiplication, this is division, this is equality. Fang Han began to explain the rules of arithmetic to them using the simplest examples. For example, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, which means one thing plus another thing equals 2 things. For example, there are 4 people in our family now. If I buy 2 more maids tomorrow, then we will have 4 plus 2 is equal to 6 people in our family. Baijiro and Lurume were confused as they looked at the scrawled symbols on the paper. The little head shook like a rattle. It is indeed simpler than counting with abacus beads, which is extremely troublesome. But when put together, they are as mysterious as the Book of Heaven. However, Baijiro is different. After all, she came from a family of officials and had been influenced by them since childhood, so she was not proficient in mathematics. But she also understood. When she saw Fang Han using those simple symbols, she was completely stunned when she smoothly wrote down the complicated formulas on the paper and got the results in an instant. Especially when Fang Han demonstrated multiplication and division, the efficiency and convenience completely overturned her cognition. It would take at least an instant stick of time to calculate the accounts using abacus. In this man's hands, these strange symbols were completed with just a few strokes and in the blink of an eye. This is not knowledge. This is a miracle. Baijiro looked at Fang Han. In her gentle peach blossom eyes, in addition to the original admiration and dependence, there was now an almost fanatical admiration. Her little face flushed with excitement, and her breathing became a little rapid. Chapter 30 Lurume's Repayment. These are the ghostly symbols and mysterious algorithms. It completely opened the door to Baijiro's new world. Looking at those Arabic numerals, Baijiro's eyes sparkled. Fang Han looked at her obsessed expression, smiled, and took out a few black things wrapped in oil paper from his arms and distributed them to the 3 of them. "Try this, it's a reward for you." Baijiro was no longer surprised by the endless treasures in her brother-in-law's arms. She picked up a piece out of curiosity and tore open the oil paper like Fang Han did. A rich and strange sweet fragrance instantly filled her nostrils. She took a small bite cautiously. The next second, the little girl's eyes suddenly widened. A wonderful taste that I have never experienced before, silky, sweet, and with a hint of bitterness. Like the gentlest tide, it instantly swept across her entire mouth. The black substance melted quickly as it touched the temperature of the tip of the tongue. It turns into a fragrant warm stream, sliding down the throat. Ugh! Baijiro was so happy that she snorted with satisfaction, and her whole body almost melted. She squinted her eyes comfortably, like a greedy cat that had stolen some dried fish, her little face filled with extreme enjoyment and intoxication. Lurume also followed suit and put the small black thing into her mouth. The mellow and overbearing sweetness instantly hit her taste buds that had never been treated well. She has lived for so many years, eaten bran, swallowed wild vegetables, and endured countless hardships. But she never imagined that there could be something so sweet in this world. This sweetness is not only in the mouth, but also flows directly into the heart. Wash away all the bitterness and sorrow of the past. Her eyes became moist without any warning. A drop of hot tears slid down that pitiful face and dripped onto the back of my hand. This wasn't the best thing she had ever eaten in her life, but it was the best taste she had ever tasted in her life. Baijiro looked at the reactions of her 2 younger sisters and began to taste it in small sips. The delicate and silky texture and mellow and sweet taste once again refreshed her cognition. She looked at Fang Han, the man who always came up with all kinds of magical things. The man who brought them endless surprises. His gentle peach blossom eyes were almost overflowing with love and admiration. Ding! Baijiro's love value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding! Baijio's happiness value plus 10, double door energy plus 10. Ding! Lurume's gratitude value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. In my mind, a series of system prompts sounded, and the energy bar, which was already running low, was reduced. It rises rapidly at this moment and is filled up in an instant. Fang Han's heart skipped a beat. Energy, enough. He glanced out the window at the gradually darkening sky. He looked at the 3 women in the room who were immersed in happiness, and his eyes became extremely firm. It's time. It's time to retrieve the ultimate weapon that can penetrate steel plates. The pistol is sharp. But after all, there is a lack of security. At night, Fang Han comforted the three women who had become extremely dependent on him and returned to his room alone. After making sure that there was no one around, he had an idea. System shuttle. A familiar light flashed by, and the quaint candlelight and wooden house were instantly replaced by the cold lights and messy express boxes in the rental house. Without any delay, Fang Han immediately used his mobile phone to book the fastest flight to the border city of Langzhou. Then he dragged a heavy suitcase out from under the bed. It was filled with stacks of brand new cash that Wang Xiao had prepared for him in advance. A few hours later, the plane landed at Langzhou Airport. Fang Han carried a simple backpack and took a taxi straight to the suburbs. Finally, the car stopped in front of an abandoned auto repair shop that could not be found on the map. The place was deserted, the rusty iron gate was half open, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. There were shattered car wrecks everywhere, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of motor oil and rust. Fang Han pushed open the door and walked in. A bald man who was squatting on the ground smoking immediately stood up. The man was at least 1.9 meters tall, with a sturdy build, a face full of flesh, and a hideous scar extending from the corner of his eye to his chin. The look he gave Fang Han was full of scrutiny and ferocity, like a wild beast ready to devour anyone at any time. The King of Heaven covers the earth. Fang Han's face was calm as he uttered the code given by Wang Xiao. The fierce light in the bald man's eyes subsided a little, and he continued in a muffled voice. The pagoda suppresses the river monster. After the code matched, he stopped talking, put out his cigarette, turned, and walked towards a tin house at the back of the repair shop. Fang Han followed. The big man pulled open an inconspicuous piece of floor in the tin house, revealing a dark staircase. A cold and damp breath hit me in the face. He led Fang Han into the basement. There was only a dim tungsten filament light bulb in the basement, which made the surroundings dim. In the center, on a mottled iron table, a huge black metal suitcase lay quietly. Money, the bald man said concisely. Fang Han put the suitcase he brought on the ground and opened it. A box full of red banknotes emits an alluring glow under the dim light. The bald man's eyes moved, and he walked over and took out a few stacks at random. He checked them through the money detector and nodded after confirming that they were correct. He walked to the iron table, entered the password, and with a few crisp clicks, he opened the metal box. A cold breath filled with violent aesthetics instantly emanated from the box. Fang Han's attention was instantly attracted by the things in the box, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A huge hunting rifle with an extremely exaggerated shape was lying quietly in the black sponge groove. The gun body is thick and long, with a cool matte black color throughout, full of mechanical and powerful feeling. This is not a hunting rifle at all, it's simply a portable cannon. The overall appearance is exactly the same as Barrett. Next to the gun, there were several rows of bullets neatly stacked. Each bullet was thicker than Fang Han's thumb and had a brass casing. The crimson bullet exudes a terrifying aura that makes one's heart pound. Fang Han's breathing involuntarily quickened. He reached out and took the gun from the box. There was a surprising weight, far heavier than any gun he had ever touched before. The touch of the cold and hard metal spread along the palm of his hand and spread throughout his body in an instant, making the blood in his body seem to flow faster at this moment. My heart started beating uncontrollably. This is the big guy that can penetrate half-inch thick steel plate with one shot. Without stopping, he closed the box, carried the suitcase loaded with absolute violence, turned around, and walked out of the dark basement. Chapter 31 Test the Gun. Fang Han did not return to the rental house directly, but stayed in the border city of Langzhou. I found an inconspicuous hotel to stay in. It was not until late at night, when he was sure that no one was following him, that he put on a backpack containing some food and water. He quietly left the city, took a black car, and drove towards a sparsely populated border forest marked on the map. He planned to test the quality of this big guy. The car stopped at the end of the rugged mountain road. Fang Han paid the fare and went into the pitch-black, dense forest alone. The forest at night is gloomy and silent. There was only the whimpering of the wind through the treetops and the occasional low howl of unknown beasts in the distance. This makes this primeval forest even more weird and dangerous. But there was no fear in Fang Han's heart. He even enjoyed the loneliness of being isolated from the world. He walked very deep, for more than an hour, until his cell phone completely lost signal. Apart from the towering ancient trees and tangled vines, there is no trace of any human activity around. He stopped and carefully surveyed the surrounding environment, confirming that this was definitely an excellent shooting range where no one was around. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief and the excitement that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time finally began to surge up uncontrollably. A thought flashed through his mind. That happened after he left the repair shop. The huge black metal suitcase that he had put into the storage space appeared out of thin air on the pile of fallen leaves at his feet. The whole process was silent and strange, like the most advanced magic trick. Fang Han squatted down and looked at the metal box full of industrial texture. His heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. He reached out and gently stroked the cold metal shell of the box, which felt cool to the touch. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the lock on the box. Click, click. The crisp sound seemed particularly abrupt in this dead, silent forest. The lid of the box is opened. A huge weapon with a ferocious shape and full of violent aesthetics. Lying quietly in the black shockproof sponge, it looks like a giant steel beast lurking in the abyss. Its gun body is several times longer than the pistol Fang Han used before. It was also several times thicker and was covered in a cool matte black paint. In the sparse moonlight leaking through the woods, it reflected a cold and dangerous luster. The barrel is long and thick, with an exaggerated muzzle brake installed at the muzzle, giving it a ferocious sense of power. The heavy receiver, the huge bolt handle, and the bipod that provides stable support. Every part and every detail silently speaks of its unparalleled terrifying power. This is not some kind of shitty hunting rifle. This is clearly a Barrett. It's a heavy sniper rifle used only by the military. It's a real cannon. Fang Han's Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably. He stretched out his trembling hands and took the steel behemoth out of the box. An astonishing weight instantly pressed down on his arm. It feels heavy and full of an incomparable sense of security. The cold and hard metallic texture spread from the palm of his hand to his entire body in an instant. It seemed as if all the blood in his body was ignited and began to boil at this moment. This is what men should play. This is the real sense of security. He fumbled around clumsily, learning to cock the gun based on the rudimentary knowledge he had learned from movies and games. Crash. There was a heavy and crisp sound of metal friction, and a huge ejection window appeared. He took out another bullet from the box. The bullet was almost as long as his middle finger and even thicker than his thickest thumb. Fang Han carefully stuffed the huge bullet into the gun chamber. Click. He pushed the bolt and loaded the bullet. A crisp locking sound was heard. Fang Han placed the gun on the ground, unfolded the tripod, and lay on the thick fallen leaves. I imitated what I saw in the movies, resting my shoulder against the butt of the rifle and putting my eyes close to the scope. The world through the lens was instantly brought closer and became extremely clear. He slowly moved the crosshairs and finally locked onto a huge old tree 100 meters away that required 2 people to hug. I don't know how many years that tree has been growing here. Its trunk is thick and covered with traces of erosion by time. Fang Han's breathing became a little rapid. He could clearly hear the pounding of his own heart. The blood rushed in his veins, carrying with him a mixture of tension, anticipation, and enthusiasm. He forced himself to calm down. Aim. Take a deep breath. Then, gently, he pulled the trigger. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. His fingertips felt the cold, final stroke of the trigger. Immediately following. Boom! A terrifying roar seemed to tear the entire sky apart. There was a loud explosion in this silent forest. At the same moment as the loud noise was heard, there was an irresistible, terrifying recoil force like a landslide or tsunami. It hit him hard on the shoulder. Bang! Fang Han only felt that his right shoulder was hit hard by a siege hammer swung at high speed. The whole person was pushed backward by this huge force and slid violently. The body lying on the ground was even shaken half an inch off the ground. A sharp, burning pain shot through his shoulder, almost making him think his bones were shattered. There was a buzzing sound in my ears, and the sounds of the whole world disappeared, leaving only the sharp and continuous tinnitus. He was completely stunned, his mind was blank, and several seconds passed. Only then did he recover from the dizziness of being hit head-on by the giant beast. He shook his dizzy head, endured the severe pain in his shoulder and tinnitus, and subconsciously looked in the direction he had just aimed. Next second, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he took a breath of cold air. In the distance, the century-old tree he was aiming at, which required 2 people to hug together, was now no longer a complete tree. In the middle of its thick trunk, there suddenly appeared a huge gap as big as a wash basin, which was hideous and terrifying. The gap was not a hole drilled out at all, but a large piece that was gnawed off by an unimaginable terrifying force. The edges of the gap were covered with countless jagged wood fibers that had been violently torn apart. A large amount of wood chips and debris were still falling from the sky like a heavy rain. Through the huge gap, You can even clearly see the dark forest behind the tree. The entire giant tree could no longer withstand the devastating blow and made a series of creaking sounds. With a teeth-grinding groaning sound, the huge tree canopy began to shake violently, as if it might break in half at any time. Fang Han stared at the scene blankly, his mouth unconsciously open and unable to close for a long time. He felt that his worldview had been refreshed once again. He knew that this thing was powerful, but he never dreamed that it could be so outrageously powerful. Compared to it, a pistol is just a water gun. How can this be considered punching through steel? This could even smash a car into pieces. This is a fucking portable miniature cannon. Shocking. After a brief moment of stagnation, there was an indescribable ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption. It instantly overwhelmed all his rationality and overwhelmed every nerve in his body. Cool. This is fucking awesome. With this powerful weapon, coupled with the storage space that can be accessed anytime and anywhere. Not to mention the government's army. Even those so-called martial arts masters in the world are nothing in front of him. Under one gun, all beings are equal. All conspiracies and schemes, all large numbers of people, will become fragile and vulnerable in the face of this absolute power. In the dying dynasty, where can't you go? The whole world can be your back garden. Fang Han could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh towards the sky. The laughter echoed in the empty mountain forest, startling a flock of roosting birds. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and treated it as if it were the most precious treasure. He carefully wiped every inch of the gun body with the flannel he brought. Then, he carefully placed it and the remaining terrifying bullets back into the metal box and put it into his own storage space. After doing all this, he dusted himself off and slowly disappeared into the night. Chapter 32. The soap was shocked and the three women were amazed. After getting the Barrett, the ultimate killer weapon, Fang Han's heart was completely settled. This weapon that could wield absolute violence in his hands gave him an unprecedented sense of security. He was lying on the not-so-comfortable bed in the rental house, but the images of Baijiro and the other two appeared involuntarily in his mind. He remembered their expressions of shock and joy in front of the mirror. I remembered the first time they ate hot pot. They were so spicy that tears came to their eyes, but they were reluctant to stop eating like greedy cats. Sometimes a woman's happiness is just that simple. A mirror and a delicious meal can make them happy for a long time. A smile unconsciously appeared on Fang Han's lips, and he sat up from the bed. He calmly opened the orange shopping app again. Absolute force is the guarantee of survival, and letting his woman live a good life is the softest pursuit in his heart. The soap and shampoo I bought last time are almost gone. Fang Han still remembers the surprise that thing brought them. Girls should always smell good. He found the previous shop with familiarity. Handmade soaps made with pure plant essential oils, including rose, lavender, jasmine, a dozen of each scent. Silicone-free ginger root strengthening shampoo with matching conditioner. 10 sets available. After doing all this, he thought of Bai Shui and the girl again. He always likes to stick to me like a little follower, and his big eyes are always full of curiosity about new things. What should I bring her? Fang Han's fingers slid across the screen, and finally, his eyes locked on something. Alps lollipops, mixed fruit flavors, 100 count. Place your order. This simple and sweet snack is perfect for the lively and active girl. I believe she will be so happy when she sees these colorful fairy candies with different flavors that she will lose herself in joy. Everything is ready, and the corner is once again filled with various express parcels. Fang Han felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. He stood up and had an idea. System shuttle. A flash of light passed, and the cold lights in the rental house and the hustle and bustle of the city faded away in an instant. The familiar air with the fragrance of earth rushed into my nostrils. Fang Han appeared again on the land of the dying dynasty. It was almost dusk at this moment, and the setting sun was blood red. The western sky was burned into a brilliant sea of fire. He looked up and saw that the house that belonged to him not far away had completely changed. The courtyard wall made of blue bricks is tall and thick, firmly enclosing the entire courtyard. It exudes a grandeur that is not found in ordinary farmhouses. Inside the courtyard, several main houses have been topped off. The brand new green tiles glow with an oily luster in the afterglow of the setting sun, making them look solid and bright. Although there are still some finishing touches on the doors and windows of the entire house. But the prototype and momentum of home are already coming to us. Just as he was looking at his new home, 3 figures he had been thinking about day and night ran out from the temporary thatched hut next to the courtyard gate. Husband, brother-in-law, Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Lurume had obviously been waiting here for a long time. when I saw Fong Han's familiar figure appear on the small path at the entrance of the village. 3 beautiful faces bloomed with heart-stirring smiles almost at the same time. In that smile, there is longing, expectation, and even more of seeing the backbone return. That kind of peace of mind and joy that comes from the heart. The next second, they were like 3 young swallows returning to their nest. Holding up the hem of her skirt, she ran towards Fong Han. "Husband, you are finally back." Baijiro rushed to the front. She grabbed Fong Han's arm and looked him up and down with her gentle peach blossom eyes, as if to confirm whether he was missing a single hair. "Brother-in-law, you've been gone for a long time again this time. I missed you so much." Baijiro hung directly on his other arm. The little head rested on his shoulder and rubbed it hard, like a coquettish kitten. Lurume followed behind with her watery eyes. Her eyes never left Fong Han's face for a moment, and the tenderness and affection in them almost turned into tears and overflowed. Surrounded so intimately by 3 stunning beauties, my nose was filled with the faint fragrance emanating from them. Fong Han felt that all the fatigue from running around in the past few days was swept away in an instant. All right, you're already grown up." Fong Han smiled and reached out to scratch Baijin's little nose. Then, like a magic trick, it came out of his arms, actually from the storage space. He took out a few beautifully packaged square paper boxes. "Look, I brought you something new." Fong Han has the magical ability to take out all kinds of treasures out of thin air. The 3 girls were no longer surprised and just came over out of curiosity. "Brother-in-law, what kind of magical treasure is this?" Baijin blinked her big eyes with curiosity. Fong Han didn't say anything, but just opened one of the paper boxes with a beautiful rose printed on it. "Take out a pink cube with a strong floral scent. This is a new type of scented soap." He led the 3 women to the water tank in the yard and did it in front of them. Dip the pink soap in the water. Then, under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes full of doubt and curiosity, he placed the wet soap in his palm and rubbed it gently. A magical scene happened. After just rubbing it a few times, a handful of white, delicate foam with an intoxicating rose scent emerged from the palm of his hand. The foam was as dense as the clouds in the sky and as white as the first snow in winter. As he rubbed his palms, it became more and more, and finally overflowed from between his fingers. "Ah!" Baijiro, Baijin, and Lurume. Almost at the same time, an uncontrollable cry of surprise was uttered. Their little mouths opened unconsciously and their beautiful eyes widened. His face was filled with the same extreme shock and disbelief as when he first saw the mirror. They used soap beans and pancreas, which only wealthy families could afford. But how could those things be made into something such a dreamlike thing? The foam in front of me is white, dense and fragrant, and it doesn't look like something used for washing. Instead, it looks more like a magical fairy cloud weapon in the hands of a god. Baijin was the boldest and most curious. She couldn't hold back any longer and stretched out a slender jade finger. Carefully, he poked the foam in Fong Han's palm. Wow! The feeling coming from the fingertips is soft, light, and as if it has no substance. The foam stuck to her fingertips and broke with a slight touch, turning into a wisp of fragrant moisture. She seemed to have discovered a new world, and she became playful and simply stretched out her little hand. He grabbed a handful of foam and rubbed it in his palm, letting out a series of silver bell-like laughs. Sister Mayor, look, it's so fun." Chapter 33. This is the life that gods live. Baijiro and Lurume were also amused by Baijin's childish behavior. Looking at the white and fragrant foam in Fong Han's palm, his eyes were full of curiosity and eagerness to try. Fong Han smiled and washed off the foam in his hands with water. Then I distributed the remaining soaps of different colors and scents to them. "Try them all, and this one too." He took out a few bottles with strange patterns printed on them from a pile of supplies. "This is for washing hair. It's 10,000 times better than soap." Night falls in the makeshift bathroom. The air is filled with hot steam and the water is gurgling. The air was filled with an unprecedented intoxicating scent, a mixture of rose, jasmine, and some sweet fruit. After the 3 girls finished bathing and changed into clean clothes, they were sitting in a candlelit room, tidying up each other's wet long hair. "Sister, please touch my hair." Baishue handed her long black hair like a waterfall to Baijiro, as if she was presenting a treasure. Baijiro stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently ran them through her hair. What comes from the fingertips is an incredible, silky smooth touch. The hair was soft and light, without a trace of dryness or tangle. It slipped through my fingers, as if I was holding a handful of flowing moonlight. "This?" Baijiro was completely stunned. She touched her hair again and felt the same. She lived for 20 years and used the best perfumes and hair oils. but I've never had such an experience. Sister Mayer's hair too. So smooth and fragrant. Bai Xuejian moved closer to Lurume again, sniffed her hair with her little nose, her little face full of happy intoxication. Lurume lowered her head, feeling the unprecedented softness of her hair and the lingering faint fragrance on her body. That already beautiful face became even more captivatingly charming under the candlelight. She looked at herself in the mirror, her skin seemed to be glowing. He looked at Fang Han again, and the tenderness in his eyes almost turned into water. This man not only pulled her out of hell, and in a way that she couldn't understand, he was making her better and better. The three of them looked at each other, seeing each other's unprecedented radiance. Besides shock, his eyes were filled with happiness that was about to overflow. Ding! Baijiro's happiness value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. Ding! Bai Xuejian's happiness value plus 20, double door energy plus 20. Ding! Lurume's happiness value plus 20, double door energy plus 20. At night, Fang Han leaned against the head of the bed, enjoying the treatment that only ancient emperors could have. Baijiro brought a basin of hot water at just the right temperature and carefully wiped his cheeks and hands. His movements were gentle and his eyes were focused as if he was treating a rare treasure. Bai Xuejian was like an attentive kitten, kneeling behind him with her little fists clenched just right. She pounded his strong shoulders and back, humming a cheerful, tuneless tune. And Lurume knelt silently at his feet. She held a small wooden basin and gently placed Fang Han's feet into the warm water. Then, she used her soft, boneless, delicate and smooth little hands to wash away his fatigue of the day. Her head was lowered, her jet black hair falling over her shoulders, and her expression was focused and pious. There was not a single distracting thought in her mind, as if being able to wash this man's feet was the greatest honor of her life. The candlelight in the house is warm and quiet. Three stunning beauties, one is gentle as water, one is lively as fire, and one is obedient as a cloud. They each have their own responsibilities, but they work together seamlessly. The air was filled with the lingering fragrance of their bodies after bathing, as well as a warm smell called home. Fang Han closed his eyes, feeling this ultimate land of tenderness, and a huge sense of satisfaction and belonging surged in his heart. In modern times, he is just a lonely otaku who spends all day with his computer. But here, he has the whole world at his disposal. After washing up, Fang Han looked at the three women sitting around him obediently. He smiled, and like a magic trick, he took out 3 small sticks wrapped in shiny glass paper from his arms. Here, this is a reward for you. He shared the lollipops among the 3 of them. Brother-in-law, what kind of fairy candy is this? Bai Xuejian took it curiously and tore open the colorful wrapping paper. A crystal clear ball like a red gem appeared before my eyes. She imitated Fang Han, stuck out her pink little tongue, and licked it carefully. The next second, her eyes widened. An extremely rich and sour fruity aroma that she had never experienced before exploded in her mouth. The taste is overbearing and direct, with a pure sweetness that makes people dizzy with happiness. Ugh! The little girl squinted her eyes with happiness, and her whole body seemed to melt. Holding the lollipop, like a little squirrel guarding its food, I couldn't bear to let go. Baijiro and Lurume couldn't help laughing at her useless look and followed her example, putting the strange candy into their mouths. When that pure and extreme sweetness melts on the tip of your tongue, even someone as steady as Baijiro couldn't help but show a touching blush of shyness and satisfaction like a girl on her gentle and pretty face. Lurume's eyes were slightly moist, and this sweet feeling went straight to her heart. All the bitterness of the past has been completely melted away. Ding! Baijiro's happiness value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding! Bai Xuejian's happiness value plus 10, double door energy plus 10. Ding! Lurume's happiness value plus 10, double door energy plus 10. Fang Han listened to the system prompts in his mind. Looking at 3 stunning beauties. There is only one word in my heart. Cool. Chapter 34 The tiger descends from the mountain. Lurume is in danger. The next day, the daylight was just right. Fang Han's new house has a large area enclosed by tall blue brick walls, and the roofs of several main houses inside have all been completed. The brand new green tiles gleamed in the sun, so magnificent that all the villagers passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances. On the construction site, dozens of men were working hard. Those who were building the walls, putting up the beams, and mixing the plaster, everyone had a smile on their face. The boy from the Fong family paid me enough wages and provided me with meat for every meal. I never dared to dream of such a good life before. Nyoair, bring me another bucket of ash. Okay. Nioe responded, carrying a full load of mud and ash, and ran over with steady steps. His father Nyomantion was sitting on a rock not far away, puffing on his pipe. Looking at his son's busy figure, his cloudy old eyes were full of satisfaction. The whole village was immersed in this joyous atmosphere. But at this moment, a scream so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice suddenly came from the edge of the east end of the village. Like a sharp knife, it instantly shattered the peace. This was followed by a short, desperate cry of a sheep being dragged. Me dash. All the men working on the construction site froze suddenly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Before they could react, a villager looked as if he had seen a ghost. He rushed over from the small path at the east end of the village, rolling and crawling. His clothes were torn by the branches, his face was pale, and he was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Old Tiger. When the man rushed to the construction site, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground, pointing in the direction of the back mountain. There was a sobbing tone in his voice, and it was trembling badly. The tiger on the mountain has come down. It's carrying away the fat sheep from Butcher Wong's house. Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. It hit everyone's head hard. The entire construction site fell into silence in an instant. Dozens of people who were busy and enthusiastic just a second ago were now all frozen in place. The smile on his face froze, and his eyes were completely replaced by something called fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Tiger. These two words are very important to the villagers of Liushi village who rely on the mountains for their livelihood. It is a natural disaster. It is the god of death. The dead silence lasted less than 3 seconds. Run. I don't know who shouted first, but the whole construction site was in an uproar. Panic, like a plague, spread at an incredible speed. Dang. Bang. The villagers threw away their tile knives, hammers, and shoulder poles like crazy and rushed towards their homes, crawling and rolling. Their faces were filled with the same fear. They pushed and crowded each other. Some people ran away and lost their shoes without even having time to pick them up. Some people tripped and fell, but didn't care about the pain, and crawled forward using their hands and feet. The entire Liushi village fell from heaven to hell in an instant. Fang Han stood in the middle of the yard with a frown on his face. He turned his head and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. Shoot towards the lush green hills behind. Husband, brother-in-law. 2 cries of surprise, accompanied by tears, came from behind. Baijiro and Baishuejian ran out of the house at some point, with 2 beautiful little faces. At this moment, he was so frightened that he was pale, without a trace of blood. He grabbed Fang Han's arm tightly, as if only in this way could he get a sense of security. There is a tiger in the mountains, which is an unimaginable horror for these 2 spoiled ladies. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Fang Han said in a deep voice, with a soothing power in his voice. But at this moment, Baijiro seemed to suddenly remember something. The pupils in those gentle peach blossom eyes suddenly shrank, and the last trace of blood color on the face faded away in an instant. Sister Rume. Her voice was shaking, her lips were quivering, and she could hardly utter a complete sentence. Sister Rume said early this morning that she was going to the back mountain to collect firewood. She said that all the firewood at the foot of the mountain had been picked up, and she wanted to go inside. These words made Fang Han's heart sink suddenly. At the same time, ding, warning. The bound character Lurume's vital signs are seriously threatened. If the bound character dies, the system will automatically downgrade. The portable storage space will be permanently closed. A series of extremely rapid system alarms with red exclamation marks, like the sharpest sirens, exploded wildly in his mind. At this moment, Fang Han's face turned as cold as iron. A murderous aura so strong that it almost became tangible flashed from him. The portable storage space is his greatest reliance for survival. It was the cornerstone of all his plans. Inside, he had all the supplies he had brought from the modern era, including the indestructible Barrett. If Lurume died, the system would be downgraded, and the space would be closed. Then he would be instantly reduced to his original form. He didn't dare to think about the consequences. Brother-in-law, Baishuejian was shocked by the cold aura that suddenly burst out from him. He shivered with fear, and the hands holding his arms loosened involuntarily. Fang Han took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the turbulent waves in his heart. He turned around and looked at the 2 stunning beauties who were frightened out of their wits. He reached out and gently patted their little hands that were holding onto him tightly. His eyes had regained their composure. Don't be afraid. Wait for me inside. His tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable determination. I'll go find her. Chapter 35. You beast. How dare you act so arrogantly? Fong Han turned around and didn't look at the two pretty girls behind him who were so scared that their eyes were wet. He strode forward, heading straight towards the deep, silent mountains behind the village. This scene stunned all the villagers who were hiding behind the door cracks and by the windows and peeping in. The entire Liushi village seemed to have been paused at this moment. Everyone ran home like crazy, wishing they could add 3 more locks to their doors. This kid from the Fong family actually did the opposite. He wanted to go into the mountain where there were tigers all by himself with bare hands. Is he going to die? Fong Han, Fong family boy, come back. In the dead silence, the village chief, Zhao Taizhan, suddenly rushed out from behind his courtyard door. His weather-beaten old face was full of anxiety and fear, and he shouted at Fong Han's back. There are tigers in the mountains. You're going to die if you go in alone. Come back quickly. At the west end of the village, Hunter Ma Baoguo was clinging tightly to the wall of his own courtyard. Looking at Fong Han's resolute back, his face had already turned pale, and his hands and feet were as cold as if he had just been pulled out of an ice cave. He knew better than anyone else in the village how terrifying the big guy in the mountains was. Not to mention one person, even a dozen skilled hunters with hunting forks could do it. If you meet a tiger, you will be treated as a snack and gutted one by one. Going into the mountains to look for tigers with bare hands? This isn't a search, this is a delivery. We're rushing to fill that beast's stomach. This kid from the Fong family is crazy, completely crazy. However, Fong Han turned a deaf ear to the shouts behind him. His footsteps did not pause for a moment, and his figure was resolute and lonely. Soon it disappeared into the dark green forest entrance and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. In the mountains and forests, the light suddenly dimmed. The smell of rotten leaves and damp soil, mixed with a faint smell of blood, hit my face. Fong Han's speed reached the extreme, and he was like a ghost moving through the woods. His eyes were like those of a hawk, scanning the ground for any possible clues. In my mind, the system's cold red alarm sounded over and over again, like a death spell. His heart had already sunk to the bottom. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if a weak woman like Lurume really ran into that beast. At this moment, a shrill, desperate, and fearful woman screamed. Suddenly, it came from the depths of the dense forest not far ahead. Ah! It's Lurume's voice. Fong Han's heart seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand and suddenly stopped. The next second, he no longer cared about anything else, and his speed instantly reached the limit. His legs burst out with amazing strength, and he ran towards the direction where the sound came from like crazy. After pushing aside the last bushes blocking the way, the view suddenly opened up. In a clearing in the forest, a scene that made him want to tear his eyes apart suddenly caught his eyes. Lurume was forced under a big tree that was as thick as a man's embrace. Not far in front of her, a tiger that was so huge that it was beyond imagination was staring at her. The beast, with terrifying yellow and black stripes all over its body, just lay there. It was even bigger than a strong bull, a huge tiger head, ferocious and terrifying. Those big, copper bell-like eyes flashed with a cruel and bloodthirsty light. It has an arched back, and its strong limbs are bulging with muscles like steel and iron, full of explosive power. The long fangs were exposed to the air, along with the fishy and sticky saliva. Water dripped onto the ground along the white tips of his teeth, leaving small holes in the rotten leaves. A low roar, as if from hell. It came from deep in its throat, making the eardrums buzz. The hatchet used for self-defense had already slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground not far away. Lurume leaned limply against the tree trunk, her beautiful face making me feel pity for her. At this moment, she was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. Her body was shaking uncontrollably. In those watery and charming eyes, there was no longer the tenderness and charm of the past, only endless silence and despair filled with fear. She's finished. As if the tiger had enjoyed enough of its prey's fear before death, it lost its patience. It kicked its hind legs suddenly, and its knotted muscles instantly tensed, revealing its huge and oppressive body. It turned into a yellow-black death lightning, carrying a fishy wind, and pounced towards Lurume's neck. At the critical moment, "Brute, how dare you be so arrogant?" A roar filled with boundless rage and murderous intent exploded like thunder out of the blue. The unstoppable tiger, pouncing in midair, was slightly stunned by the loud shout. It turned its huge tiger head, and its pair of ferocious eyes instantly locked onto Fong Han, who had just rushed out of the forest. The murderous look in its eyes was fully revealed. Fong Han's eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. Without any hesitation, he thought quickly, and the sword with exaggerated shape and full of violent aesthetics came out. The barret, which looked like a portable cannon, appeared out of thin air in his hand. The cold and hard touch of metal instantly spread throughout the body. Fang Han's body seemed to have formed a kind of muscle memory. He raised the gun, put it against his shoulder, turned on the safety, and locked onto the ferocious tiger head through the scope. The whole action was smooth and seamless. Boom! Chapter 36. Under Barrett, all beings are equal. A terrifying roar that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart exploded in this dead, silent forest. That sound didn't sound like anything that should happen in the mortal world. It was more like the god above the 9 heavens angrily beating the drum of thunder. All the birds in the forest were frightened at this moment and flew into the sky, circling and wailing, not daring to land. At the same moment as the loud noise, the beast pounced into the air with its bloody mouth wide open. The huge and ferocious tiger head of a tiger about to enjoy a delicious meal. It was like a big watermelon that was hit head-on by a battering ram, and it exploded with a loud bang. Red blood, white brain matter, mixed with a broken skull, splashed in all directions like a bloody firework. That unimaginable, terrifying kinetic energy did not even stop for a moment. He continued to push the huge and heavy headless tiger corpse, which rolled in the air and flew backwards several meters. Finally, with a loud boom, it hit the ground heavily, creating a shallow pit. The huge tiger's body twitched violently twice on the ground. The strong limbs kicked wildly, and then they froze completely, without a sound. The king of the forest, who was so majestic and arrogant just now, has now turned into a steaming pile of broken meat. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button after this loud noise. The wind stopped, the birds stopped singing, and all that remained was the continuous, sharp tinnitus caused by the terrifying noise. Lurume knelt on the ground in a daze, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. She first looked in disbelief at the horrible corpse not far away that could no longer be called a tiger. The blood that flowed out quickly dyed the fallen leaves on the ground a shocking dark red. Then, like a puppet, she turned her head stiffly, inch by inch. She looked at the man who had pulled her back from the brink of death. Fang Han still maintained the shooting posture of kneeling on one knee, with the hideous, shiny black, iron pipe in his hand. Wisps of green smoke with a pungent smell of gunpowder were rising from the muzzle of the gun. What is that? Is it a magic weapon of the gods? Otherwise, how could it be possible that with just a thunder, such a ferocious tiger was beaten, to the point where no bones were left? Lurume's brain was completely confused and blank. Everything that was happening before her eyes was completely beyond her understanding in this life. It is even more bizarre and unreal than the most absurd strange stories. Fang Han slowly stood up, his mind moving. The ridiculously powerful Barrett disappeared out of thin air and was taken back into the storage space by him. He walked quickly to Lurume and looked at her pretty face, which was pale and tear-stained due to extreme fear, and his heart ached. He reached out his hand and gently lifted her delicate body, which was limp with fear, from the cold ground. It's okay. A warm palm, a powerful touch, and that familiar voice. Finally, Lurume was awakened from that surreal nightmare. She seemed to have grabbed the last straw. I could no longer suppress the earth-shattering fear and ecstasy of surviving the disaster in my heart. With a cry of wow, she suddenly threw herself into Fang Han's arms, hugged his broad and strong back tightly with both hands, buried her whole face in his chest, and cried loudly. The cry was shrill, aggrieved, and filled with endless fear. Fang Han didn't say anything, just let her hold him. A hand gently and rhythmically patted her shoulders, which were trembling due to her violent sobbing, silently comforting her. The delicate body in his arms was soft and plump, with a faint fragrance, but it was shaking like a leaf in the wind. For a long, long time, Lurume's crying finally stopped and turned into low sobs. She slowly raised her head from Fang Han's embrace, which made her feel extremely safe. On that beautiful face with tears in her eyes, a pair of watery eyes were red and swollen from crying, but they were surprisingly bright. She tilted her head back and stared at Fang Han's face blankly, looking into his deep eyes and his sharp lips, looking at the man who pulled her out of the quagmire of humiliation and saved her from the tiger's mouth. This man is her heaven. It's her land. It is the only light in her life. It's her God. An unprecedented feeling, a mixture of gratitude, admiration, love, dependence, and the most primitive possessiveness. Like a flash flood, it instantly washed away all the reserve and defenses in her heart. Under Fang Han's slightly surprised gaze, Lurume trembled and slowly stood on tiptoe. She took the initiative to press her warm, soft lips, which still tasted of the salty bitterness of tears, against Fang Han's lips. Awkward, yet incredibly firm. Ding. Lurume's love value plus 200. Emotions sublimated, completely fallen. Ding. Double door penetration energy plus 200. The system prompt sound that rang in his mind made Fang Han's mind flutter. Without further hesitation, he put his arms around the slender waist that seemed to have no bones in his arms, turning the passive position into the active one. Beyond the mountains and forests, at the entrance of Liushi village, hundreds of villagers gathered here, each stretching their necks and looking anxiously towards the back mountain. Village chief Zhao Taizhan paced back and forth in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back, his old face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. Hunter Ma Baohua tightly gripped the hunting fork in his hand, his palms full of cold sweat. When Baijiro and Baishui saw the two sisters, their pretty faces turned even paler. They supported each other, their beautiful eyes filled with tears. They stared at the direction of the entrance of the forest, not daring to blink for a moment. Everyone in the village heard the loud noise that was not from this world. The sound was like the wrath of heaven, making people tremble with fear. Immediately afterwards, there was complete silence in the mountains. This made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. It's over. The kid from the Fong family is probably in great danger. Just when the atmosphere in the village was extremely depressing, some women even began to sob softly. Look, someone's coming out. Someone with sharp eyes exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance to the dark green forest. I saw two figures, one in front and one behind, slowly walking out of the woods. The one walking in front was Fang Han. Although his clothes were a little messy, he looked unharmed and his expression was as calm as if he had just taken a stroll in the mountains. Behind him followed the distraught Lurume. They're back. They're back. God bless. No one is hurt. It's good that no one is hurt. Seeing the two return safely, the villagers guarding the village entrance were stunned at first, and then burst into shouts of surprise as if they had survived a disaster. Baijiro and Baishuejian were so happy that they cried and wanted to rush forward, holding up their skirts. But in the next second, everyone's shouting stopped abruptly. Everyone's footsteps seemed to be nailed to the spot. The joy of surviving the disaster froze on everyone's face in an instant, and was replaced by a kind of horror and disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. What did they see? Behind Fang Han, besides Lurume, there was also a huge monster being dragged. That thing had terrifying yellow and black stripes all over its body, and its body was larger than a bull. Even when it was dragged on the ground, the fierce aura of the king of beasts still came to people's faces, making it hard to breathe. It's that tiger. But that tiger has no head. On its neck, where its huge head should have been, there was a huge, bloody, and horrific gap. It looked as if it had been blown off by something terrifying. Fang Han just dragged the tiger's leg with one hand, like dragging a dead dog, and walked past all the stunned villagers step by step with an expressionless face. The entire Liushi village fell into a deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. Chapter 37. The villagers were shocked, and the widow sacrificed herself. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the headless tiger corpse that Fang Han was dragging with one hand. That huge body, those terrifying stripes. The king of beasts, who still exuded a terrifying aura even in death, was now like a torn sack, being dragged casually on the ground. What is most heartbreaking is its missing head. At the neck was a huge hole the size of a wash basin, covered in blood and flesh. It wasn't a knife strike, nor a spear stab. It looked more like it was blasted off the chest by some invisible divine punishment. The expressions on the villagers' faces changed several times in just a few breaths. From the joy of surviving the disaster, to the shock of seeing the tiger's corpse, to the horror of seeing the horrific wound, and finally, when their eyes moved away from the tiger's corpse and fell back on the calm man. All emotions turned into a kind of awe and fear that came from the depths of the soul. The hunter Ma Baohua could no longer hold on. His legs went limp, and he fell to his knees with a thump. He rolled and crawled to the tiger's corpse, looking at the horrific gash, shaking like a sieve. He had been dealing with wild beasts in the mountains all his life. What kind of wound had he not seen? But the thing in front of him was completely beyond his understanding. This isn't something a human could do. Ma Baohua muttered to himself, tears etched in his voice. This is the wrath of the mountain god. This is thunder from the sky. This is thunder from the sky. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Han, his eyes as if he was looking at a god or demon in human skin. Boom! Ma Baohua's words completely ignited the extremely suppressed nerves of all the villagers. The entire village was in an uproar in an instant. Is the young man from the Fong family a god descending to earth? With a wave of his hand, the thunder from the sky killed the tiger? Oh my god! There's actually a living god living in our village. At this moment, panic and commotion completely transformed into fanatical worship. The villagers looked at Fang Han with eyes that no longer contained the curiosity and speculation they had before, only the purest awe. Husband, brother-in-law, Baijiro and Baishuejian finally came back to their senses from their shock and held up the hem of their skirts. She rushed over crying and hugged Fang Han's arms tightly on both sides. Their little faces were pale and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. But the light in those beautiful eyes looking at Fang Han was surprisingly bright. Fang Han patted their little hands and glanced at the villagers who were silent as a mouse. Finally, it fell on Nyo Er and his father Nyo Mantion, who were also stunned. Uncle Nyo, take a few people and carry this beast back home, skin it, and remove its bones. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Tonight, all the brothers who helped build the house, come to my place and eat tiger meat and drink wine. Night falls. A blazing bonfire was lit in the unfinished courtyard of the Fong family. In several large iron pots that were set up temporarily, large pieces of tiger meat were stewing gurglingly. The rich aroma of meat mixed with various spices filled the entire Liushi village domineeringly. All the craftsmen and villagers who helped build the house, one by one, sat around the campfire. They held large bowls in their hands, filled with steaming tiger bone soup and tender tiger meat, and next to them was a bowl of homemade liquor that the village chief, Zhao Taizhan, had specially dug out from his own cellar. They ate meat with big mouthfuls and drank wine with big bowls. The atmosphere was extremely warm, but no one dared to make a loud noise during the meal. Everyone's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at the young man sitting in the main seat. Fang Han. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism, worship, and deep awe. In their eyes, a man who can kill a tiger single-handedly is no different from a god. If you can have a bite of the tiger meat he hunted, you will have something to brag about for the rest of your life. Nyo Er, holding a full bowl of wine, walked up to Fang Han with a flushed face and knelt down with a plop. Mr. Fong, you are the savior of our entire village. I'm not very good at speaking, but this bowl of wine is for you. After saying that, he tilted his head back and poured a bowl of hot local liquor into his stomach. With him taking the lead, other villagers also came over to toast, and everyone looked at Fang Han. It's like believers are looking up to their own gods. Fang Han never refused anyone who came to him, and always had a faint smile on his face. The night is deep and the noise has faded away. In Fang Han's bedroom, the candlelight flickered. He had just finished washing up and was about to rest when the door was gently pushed open with a creak. Lurume walked in quietly. She had just showered and was wearing only a thin moon-white nightgown. Her long, smooth, black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with water droplets running down the ends of her hair and dripping onto her breathtaking collarbone. In the candlelight, her already pitiful and beautiful face was now flushed with a captivating blush, and her watery eyes seemed to be filled with a pool of spring water, and her eyes were as charming as silk. She closed the door behind her and put the bolt on it. There was a soft click sound, as if separating the two worlds. Under Fang Han's slightly surprised gaze, Lurume took light steps and slowly walked to the bedside. Then, her knees softened and she knelt straight in front of him. She raised her head and looked at Fang Han infatuatedly. Her eyes were blurred, but with a determination to give up everything. There is dependence after surviving a disaster, admiration that goes deep into the bones, and even more tenderness and love that is inextricable and extremely strong. Sir. Her voice was very soft, with a hint of uncontrollable trembling, but it was like the mellowest wine, which could make people intoxicated instantly. I am yours now. Before she finished speaking, and without waiting for Fang Han to react, Lurume stretched out her trembling hand. He took the initiative to untie the belt around his waist. The thin nightgown slipped off quietly as if it had lost its last support. A perfect figure with plump, hot, and curvy figures was presented unreservedly under the flickering candlelight. Her skin was whiter than snow, and under the warm firelight, it seemed to be coated with a faint honey-colored halo. She is like a perfect work of art, showing the tenderness and plumpness of a woman to the fullest. Ding. Lurume is completely devoted, love value is max, system energy plus 200. In my mind, the cold system prompt sound exploded. Fang Han felt that the blood in his body began to boil at this moment. He could no longer remain calm. He picked up the warm and soft body in front of him, lifted it up horizontally, and pressed it heavily on the bed. Cool. At this moment, satisfaction filled every corner of his body. Chapter 38. The joy of moving into a new house, served by beautiful ladies, enjoyed by the emperor. A month later, the new house was completed. The most magnificent mansion in the history of Liushi village has finally been completed. A high wall made of blue bricks encloses a large area of land, with 2 heavy black lacquered wooden doors. There are 2 stone lions squatting at the door. They were specially carved by the stonemason by Fang Han. They look majestic. Inside the courtyard, the main house with several entrances and exits is arranged in an orderly manner. The brand new green tiles shine glossily in the sun, and the eaves and corners are pointed, which is extraordinary and magnificent. On this day, Fang Han opened the courtyard and invited the whole village to a banquet to celebrate his new home. In the yard, more than a dozen square tables that were put together in a hurry were placed from the gate to the steps of the main hall. All the craftsmen who helped build the house, the villagers who contributed, and the village chief Zhao Taizhan were invited without exception. Several large iron pots bought from the county town were placed in the middle of the yard, with a blazing firewood underneath. In the pot, a milky white thick soup was bubbling, with large chunks of tiger bones floating in it. An overbearing and strange aroma of meat, mixed with the scent of various spices, enveloped the entire Liushi village. In the big pot on the other side is braised pork made with the best pork belly. Cut into large pieces and roast with soy sauce and sugar until they are shiny and red. What makes people most greedy are the buckets of white rice bubbling on the table. The rice grains are crystal clear, plump, and shiny. Just smelling the fragrance of the rice makes people salivate. Let's eat. With Fang Han's order, the whole yard instantly became lively. Oh my god, I've never seen so much meat in my life. This soup is so delicious that I almost swallow my tongue. This is tiger bone soup. The men didn't bother to be polite. They picked up the big bowl and scooped a bowl of thick, white tiger bone soup first. Cover it with a few pieces of trembling braised pork, and finally scoop up 2 large spoonfuls of white rice and start to wolf it down. The rich aroma of meat drifted with the wind to every corner of Liushi village. Those villagers who were not invited brought their own bland wild vegetable porridge. Hiding at the door, he peeked into the Fong family courtyard. Smell the overbearing fragrance, and then look at what is in your bowl. Everyone was drooling, and their eyes were red with greed. At the east end of the village, Yang Hongmei hid behind the broken door of her house, staring intently at the lively scene in the Fong family courtyard. Those faces that were flushed red from eating meat and drinking wine were so glaring to her. She looked down at the half-filled pot of wild vegetable soup in her own pot, which was so full that you could almost see a person's reflection in it. I was so jealous that my heart ached and my teeth were almost broken. Why? Why Fang Han, an orphan? How could he build such a large house? How could he eat meat every day, even tiger meat? The more she thought about it, the angrier and more hateful she became. But he couldn't do anything to Fang Han. It's so uncomfortable. At the banquet, Niu Er and his father Niu Mantian were arranged to sit at the table closest to Fang Han. The father and son were holding a bowl full of meat and a bowl of rice, but their hands were shaking. Niu Mantian looked at the braised pork in the bowl that almost filled the rim, and tears welled up in his cloudy old eyes. In his life, he couldn't bear to have such a meal even during the Chinese New Year. Niu Er was so excited that his face turned red. He picked up a bowl of wine, walked in front of Fang Han, and knelt down with a thump. Mr. Fong. His voice choked. My father and I have never had such a good life in our lives. You are our second parents. After saying that, he slammed his head hard on the ground, making a loud bang. Get up. Fang Han's voice was calm, yet it had a convincing power. He extended his hand to support her. Today is a housewarming celebration. Everyone, eat and drink well. Uncle Niu, eat more meat and take care of yourself. His words made Niu Mantian and his son so grateful that their eyes were filled with tears, and they didn't know what to say. The banquet lasted until the sun set. After eating and drinking, Fang Han asked someone to bring up a wooden box. Fellow villagers, brothers. Fang Han stood up. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the courtyard. Thank you all for your hard work over the past month. The house is built very well. I am very satisfied. He paused, his eyes scanning every face that was drunken and satisfied. The wages we agreed on will not be reduced by a penny. Also, if I'm happy, everyone's wages will be doubled. Boom. These words were like a huge rock hitting a calm lake, and the whole yard exploded instantly. What? Double? Did I hear correctly? Mr. Fong said the wages would be doubled. The workers stood up suddenly one by one, their faces full of disbelief. Before they could recover from their great surprise, Fang Han clapped his hands again. Baijiro and Lurume came out carrying 2 large trays. On top were strings of heavy copper coins strung together with hemp ropes that had been prepared long ago. That's not all. Fang Han pointed at the mountain of tiger meat in the corner. Everyone, Take home another 10 kilograms of tiger meat. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They looked at the heavy copper coins and then at the large pieces of precious tiger meat. Everyone was so excited that they were shaking all over and tears were streaming down their faces on the spot. Mr. Fong, you are so kind. I kowtowed to Mr. Fong. Dozens of strong men knelt on the ground in unison, facing Fang Han. He kowtowed heavily. The scene was more pious than worshipping a god. It's late at night, and the noise has faded away. Inside the new and spacious blue brick and tile house, candles were lit brightly, illuminating the room as bright as day. Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Lurume changed into clean clothes and stood in this dreamlike home, feeling a little dazed for a moment. The smooth bluestone floor, the solid wooden tables and chairs, and the large and sturdy carved wooden bed, all of these made them feel unreal. Sister, are we going to live here from now on? Baishuejian asked softly, touching the smooth corner of the table, her big eyes full of happiness and curiosity. Yes. Baijiro's eyes were slightly red, and she nodded gently. This is the home my husband gave us. Lurume didn't say anything, but just watched all this infatuatedly, the tenderness and satisfaction in her eyes almost overflowing. Fong Han sat on the newly bought armchair with his legs held high, looking at the three women, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The three women came to their senses, smiled at each other, and brought hot water tacitly. Baijiro walked behind him, her delicate hands exerting just the right amount of strength. She gently massaged his shoulders, her movements as gentle as if she was treating a rare treasure. Baishuejian was like a lively kitten, kneeling beside his legs with a smile on her face. A pair of small fists were beating on his strong calves, and he was humming a cheerful tune out of tune. And Lurume knelt silently at his feet. She gently placed Fong Han's feet into the warm water, and then used her plump and hot body. She leaned gently on Fong Han's knees, lowered her head, and used her soft and boneless little hands. Carefully wash away the day's fatigue for him. The candlelight flickers, and the beauty is as beautiful as jade. Fong Han closed his eyes, enjoying the imperial treatment, with only one word in his mind. Cool. Chapter 39, Fairy Days, Drought Coming. Warm water vapor is hanging in the air, and the candlelight is flickering. Lurume half knelt beside Fong Han's legs, her little hands as soft as boneless. She was diligently wiping the water droplets off his feet, her movements focused and reverent, as if she were handling a rare treasure. Baijiro and Baishuejian had just finished bathing with the magical fragrant soap. She had a faint floral scent on her body and was using a burlap towel. She wiped her wet long hair clumsily. The linen was rough and absorbed water slowly. After wiping for a long time, water was still dripping from the black hair, wetting the clothes on the shoulders. Fong Han looked at them, smiled, and his mind moved, like a magic trick. 3 neatly stacked objects of different colors suddenly appeared in his hands. Wipe it with this. He handed over 3 cotton towels. 1 pink, 1 blue, and 1 beige, looking soft and fluffy. Brother-in-law, what kind of treasure is this? Baishuejian was the most curious and was the first to take it. The moment she got it, the little girl let out a soft cry of awe. The touch was completely different from any fabric she had ever touched in her life. It's not the cool smoothness of silk, nor the simplicity of cotton, but a feeling that is hard to describe. Warm, fluffy, and soft to the touch with countless tiny hairs. She couldn't help herself and put the pink towel against her face, rubbing it gently. The next second, the little girl's eyes suddenly widened. It felt like burying my face in a cloud in the sky. It was soft and comfortable, with countless fine hairs gently brushing against her skin. She was so comfortable that she couldn't help but squint her eyes and let out a satisfied hum from her throat. Like a greedy cat with its chin scratched. She imitated Fong Han, covered her wet hair with a towel, and pressed it gently. A magical scene happened. The moisture on the hair that was originally dripping with water seemed to be instantly sucked away by an invisible force. I only covered my hair with the towel for a moment, and when I took it off, my hair was already mostly dry. Sister Mayor, look, Baishuejian seemed to have discovered a new world. She held up the towel in her hand and shouted as if she was presenting a treasure. This thing can absorb water. It's amazing. Baijiro and Lurume were also stunned by the strange touch of this thing. Baijiro picked up the blue towel. The feeling from her fingertips was a softness 100 times more comfortable than the finest Jeang and tribute silk she had ever worn. She carefully wiped her hair with the towel, feeling the wonderful sensation of the moisture being absorbed instantly. Those gentle peach blossom eyes were filled with disbelief. This thing is not only 10,000 times better than a burlap towel, but the divine touch alone is enough to drive any woman crazy. Lurume even held the off-white towel in her palm, touching it again and again, reluctant to use it. The softest thing she had ever used in her life was the corner of Fang Han's clothes. But compared to the cloud-like object in my hand, it was like sandpaper. This man could always come up with some magical things that she couldn't even imagine. What she thought was good was completely overturned time and time again. Ding. Baijiro's shock value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding. By Shuejian's shock value plus 10, double door penetration energy plus 10. Ding. Lurume's happiness value plus 10, double door energy plus 10. Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, Fang Han leaned back comfortably on the armchair. He enjoyed the three women's meticulous service and felt extremely satisfied. This, damn, is life. The joy of moving into a new house did not last long. The weather was getting hotter day by day. The sun overhead seemed to have turned into a huge fireball, scorching the earth mercilessly. In a blink of an eye, not a drop of rain fell from the sky for more than 10 days. The land around Liushi village began to dry and crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hideous cuts are like the thirsty mouth of the earth, silently praying to heaven for rain. The water level of the small river at the entrance of the village, which feeds the entire village, is dropping every day. The originally clear river water has become turbid, and the wide river channel now only has a shallow stream in the middle. Large areas of dry riverbed were exposed and cracked by the sun. The smiles on the villagers' faces also changed with the weather. It disappeared little by little and was replaced by growing worry. What the hell is going on here? If it doesn't rain, all the seedlings I just planted will die of drought. Yeah, look at the water in the river, it's almost dry. If it keeps going like this, we won't even have enough water to drink, let alone water the fields. In the fields, there were villagers gathered in groups of 3 or 4, looking at the crops with drooping heads in their own fields. The crops looked listless, with gloomy faces, and kept sighing. Village chief Xiao Taizhan was so worried that several of his hair turned white. He got up before dawn every day, and the first thing he did was run to the river and squat on the big rock where he often sat. Looking at the river water that was getting shallower day by day, he smoked his pipe. In the smoke, the weather-beaten old face was wrinkled like a piece of old tree bark. He knew better than anyone what a severe drought meant to Liushi village, which depended on the weather for its livelihood. That means a total crop failure. It means famine. It means people will die. The entire Liushi village was shrouded in a depressing and anxious atmosphere. Only the most imposing blue brick courtyard at the east end of the village seems like another world. Outside the yard, the heat wave was rolling, and even the air seemed to be distorted. Inside the courtyard and the main hall, however, there was a cool atmosphere. Fang Han was sitting leisurely on a small stool, slowly rocking a strangely shaped iron thing. The thing looked like a large tin drum, with a hand-cranked handle on the side and a large air outlet in the front. In front of him was a huge wooden basin, which was filled with crystal-clear ice cubes taken out from the storage space. As Fang Han shook the handle, a whoosh sound came from the iron drum, and a strong wind blew out from the air outlet, passing over the ice cubes in the wooden basin that were emitting a chilling cold air, and instantly turned into a cool and refreshing breeze that filled the entire main hall. This hand-crank blower, plus a large basin of ice cubes, is Fang Han's homemade pure natural, pollution-free, earth air conditioner. Baijiro, Bai Shuejian, and Lurume are 3 girls. She was only wearing a cool and breathable thin silk shirt, revealing her snow-white slender arms and a small part of her jade-like calves. They were sitting around an 8-person table. On the table was a bowl of mung bean soup that had just been cooled with well water, and half a large watermelon with red flesh and black seeds that had been cut in half. So cool. Bai Shuejian lay on the table without any image, letting the cool breeze with the smell of ice chips blow on her little face. He felt as comfortable as a kitten whose fur had been stroked, humming happily. She scooped up a spoonful of iced mung bean soup and put it into her mouth, savoring its cool and sweet taste. It slid down the throat, instantly dispelling all the heat in the body. Sister, you should eat quickly too. This mung bean soup, made by my brother-in-law, is so delicious. Baijiro smiled and took a sip, savoring the cool sweetness. Her mood, which was a little bit annoyed by the heat, was relieved a lot. Lurume silently picked up a piece of watermelon and carefully picked out the seeds one by one. Then he held it in both hands and handed it to Fang Han's mouth, who was shaking the magic weapon. Sir, eat melon. Her eyes were filled with unbreakable tenderness and admiration. Chapter 40. The heat is unbearable. Shuejian steals her brother-in-law. Next door, the tattered gate of Yang Hongmei's house was wide open, trying to let in a little breeze. But what came in was only rolling heat waves. Yang Hongmei sat on the doorstep, looking like she had just been pulled out of the water. Sweat soaked her patched coarse cloth clothes. It sticks tightly to the body, outlining a shriveled figure. She was holding a torn-edged palm leaf fan in her hand, fanning herself intermittently. But the wind from the fan was hot, and when it blew on my face, it felt like being burned by flames. She couldn't stand the heat, and she stuck out her tongue like a sun-scorched dog, panting heavily. In the vegetable garden, there were those rows of green vegetables that she treasured so much. At this moment, all the leaves are drooping, and the edges are curled up by the scorching sun, as if they are about to die at any time. Yang Hongmei's heart was even more burnt than the vegetable leaves. At this moment, a faint, cool, and sweet fragrance drifted over from the top of the wall. It tastes like watermelon. The taste is sweet, moist, and has a coolness that can penetrate into the bones. Yang Hongmei's movements suddenly froze. She sniffed hard, and the smell became clearer. She could almost imagine the spacious and cool yard next door. Fang Han was holding half a large chilled watermelon and using a spoon to scoop out the sweetest flesh in the middle. As for me, I could only sit here drinking a half-full pot of wild vegetable soup that was so hot that I could see my reflection in it, almost fainting from the heat. Why? How come Fang Han's family is living a good life again? She stared at the tall blue brick wall next door, as if she wanted to burn 2 holes in the wall with her eyes. Night falls, but the scorching heat of the day shows no sign of subsiding. The air seemed to be frozen, without a trace of wind. The chirping of insects in the yard was sharp and irritating, and each sound made people feel uneasy. Fang Han's new house was very big, and a large carved bed took up almost half of the room. For convenience, the bed was separated by a thin gauze curtain in the middle. On one side was Fang Han, and on the other side were the Bai sisters and Lurume. Bai Shuejian tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She was only wearing a silk nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing, and the material was extremely cool. But now it was tightly attached to her sweaty skin, sticky and greasy, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She could clearly hear the steady and long breathing of her sisters Baijiro and Mayer beside her. They seemed to be fast asleep, but she can't. Her whole body felt like it was on fire, and a heat was burning from the deepest part of her body. It made her mouth dry and her heart beat fast. She quietly lifted a corner of the quilt and looked at the other side of the curtain in the dim moonlight coming through the window. There lay the man she thought about day and night. Brother-in-law, husband. Fang Han's steady breathing seemed to carry some kind of magic. It hit her heart again and again. During the day, he shook that strange, magic weapon and blew out a cool breeze. And the chilled mung bean soup and the watermelon that was so sweet it made your heart tremble. This man. He always creates all kinds of good things like a god, making her live in a dream. And the figure who saved her from the tiger's mouth was like a god descending from heaven. It has long been deeply engraved in her bones and blood. Bai Shuejian's cheeks were burning hot, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. An idea so bold that even she felt ashamed popped up uncontrollably. She bit her lower lip, her nails dug deep into her palms, and struggled violently for a long time. In the end, the heat from her body and the love from the bottom of her heart completely overwhelmed all her reserve and hesitation. She risked it all. She was like a kitten that had just learned to steal food. Her movements were so light that they made almost no sound. Quietly, he crawled out of his bed. A pair of bare white feet stepped on the cold bluestone ground. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat pounding so hard that it made her eardrums numb. She walked around the thin gauze curtain and came to Fang Han's bed. Looking at his angular sleeping face in the moonlight, Bai Shuejian's breathing stopped. She mustered up the greatest courage she had in her life and trembled. She climbed onto his bed quietly. Then, like a slippery little fish, she dived into his arms. The man's body carried a masculine aura that made her feel extremely at ease. But it was also like a stove, burning her so much that she shivered all over. She pressed her hot little face tightly against his strong chest and buried her whole body in it. Fang Han was awakened from his sleep. He first felt a soft, hot body in his arms, which had the unique fragrance of a young girl. Then, a voice as thin as a mosquito, with an uncontrollable tremor and endless attachment, sounded in his ears. "Husband, I'm hot." Fang Han's heart suddenly shook. He immediately understood what the girl meant by hot. He opened his eyes, and in the hazy moonlight, he saw the girl's beautiful face, which was so embarrassed that it was about to bleed. And those eyes that were astonishingly bright, with a hint of timidity, yet filled with boundless admiration. How dare I hesitate when a beauty invites me? Fang Han thought. With a turn, He pressed the hot body in his arms, which made his blood boil heavily under him. The other side of the curtain. In fact, the moment Baijiro quietly got up, Baijiro and Lurume both woke up. They didn't dare to breathe, but just lay stiffly on the bed, listening to the subtle noises coming from next door. When I heard my sister's crying voice saying, "I'm hot," Baijiro's heart felt like it was being tugged at by something, making it feel sour and bitter, yet at the same time, she felt a strange sense of relief. Then came the suppressed gasps. The creaking sound of the bed board, unable to bear the weight, could no longer be concealed. Baijiro and Lurume's faces instantly turned red, as if they were burning. They all covered their heads tightly with the quilt, feeling so embarrassed that they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But that voice seemed to have magic, penetrating into their ears without any holes. The two of them only felt their bodies becoming hot, and waves of indescribable numbness spread from the depths of their hearts to every part of their limbs. Ding! Baijiro completely dedicates herself. Love value is max. Double door penetration energy, plus 200. Ding! Baijiro shares her love. Double door energy, plus 20. Ding! Lurume shares her love. Double door penetration energy, plus 20. Listening to the system prompt sounds ringing in my mind. Feeling the awkward yet enthusiastic response of the girl under him. There was only one word left in Fang Han's heart. Cool. Chapter 41, Looking for Water. The heat, like solidified glue, covered the entire Liushi village. For a whole month, not a single raindrop fell from the sky. The small river at the entrance of the village, which has nurtured generations of people in Liushi village, has completely dried up. The wide riverbed was exposed, cracked by the sun with half-foot deep cracks, like gaping mouths of despair. The only old well in the village is almost empty. Every day before dawn, the well would be crowded with people. The turbid well water required a bucket to sink for half a day before a shallow half bucket of water could be shaken up. At first, people paid attention to the first-come, first-served principle. But later, for the sake of this life-saving water, the affection between fellow villagers had long been dried up by the sun. You damn bitch. Let go. This is the spot I took first. Bullshit. I've been here since before dawn. What gives you the right to cut in line? Quarrels, curses, even fights, took place every day at the well. People's hearts were more barren than the cracked earth. On this day, Hunter Ma Baowa had just returned from the mountains without catching a single rabbit. It seemed as if all the small animals in the mountains had hidden themselves away. As he dragged his tired body to the door of his house, he heard a burst of wailing coming from the house. My face. I can't live like this anymore. That damn Jeang family woman. How dare she scratch my face? Oh my god, I'm going to die. Ma Baowa rushed into the house and saw his wife Li Dajiao facing a bronze mirror. She cried so hard that her nose and tears were all over her face, which was usually smooth. There were several clear bloodstains, with blood oozing out. Going to grab water again? Ma Baowa's voice was hoarse. What if we don't grab it? Li Dajiao turned around suddenly, his eyes red. The water tank at home is empty. The leaves of those acres of corn in the field are almost dried up into firewood. If there is no more water, we will be starving this year. She wailed, then changed the subject, directing her resentment towards the magnificent courtyard at the east end. Look at Fang Han. Why? Why are we dying of heat? But no one in his family even complains about the heat. I smelled watermelon coming from his house just the other day. God is blind. Ma Baowa looked in the direction her finger was pointing. Under the scorching sun, the tall blue brick wall seemed to isolate another world. He remembered the tiger whose head was blown off by one blow, and the terrifyingly calm eyes of the boy from the Fong family. He looked at the acres of fields outside his window that were about to wither. An indescribable feeling came over me. There is envy and jealousy, but more of it is a fear that comes from the bones. In the end, all the emotions turned into a long, helpless sigh. You remember this. Ma Baowa turned his head, his eyes more serious than ever. From now on, you'd rather die of thirst or starvation than ever mess with the Fong family. Do you hear me? Li Dajiao was frightened by his appearance. She suppressed all her cries, leaving only soft sobs. The Fong family compound is indeed another world. The two large water tanks in the yard are always full, and the water is clear, reflecting the blue sky. Every night, Fang Han would sneak out while the three women were asleep, use a large plastic hose bought from Hyundai to draw tap water from the storage space, and fill the water tank. This water is not only enough for daily drinking, but can even be used for luxurious bathing. At this moment, Lurume had just finished taking a shower and was only wearing a cool thin shirt. She squatted in a corner of the yard, looking at the roses she had planted with her own hands, her face full of heartache. The flowers that were originally blooming beautifully now have wilted petals and curled up leaves. She looked listless and touched the hard, dry soil with her fingers cautiously. That pitiful face was filled with a pitiful sadness. Fang Han saw this and felt a slight movement in his heart. He walked over to Lurume, looked at her distressed expression, and said with a smile, "Are you distressed?" Lurume raised her head, a hint of grievance in her moist eyes. "Sir, they are almost dying of thirst." Fang Han reached out his hand and gently brushed away a strand of wet hair from her forehead. He said confidently, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Hearing this, Baijiro and Baishuejian, who had just come out of the house, also came over curiously. "Brother-in-law, there is such a severe drought. What can you do?" Baishuejian blinked her big eyes. This natural disaster and man-made disaster cannot be solved by magic. Baishuejian seemed to have forgotten that she had devoted herself to Fang Han. "You still have to call him brother-in-law." However, Fang Han didn't care. Calling him brother-in-law feels a little better. After all, that secret feeling was built up from the repeated calls of brother-in-law. Fang Han cleared his throat mysteriously, put his hands behind his back, and acted like a master. "You may not know, but my Fong family once had a feng shui master who passed down a unique skill called finding dragon points." "Finding dragon points?" The three women asked in unison, their faces filled with confusion. "That's right," Fang Han said nonsense seriously. "There are dragon veins in the mountains and water holes in the ground. This way of finding dragon points can help me find the tombs of kings, princes, generals, and ministers, and even explore the water veins in the deep pools of the underworld. As long as there is water underground, it will definitely not escape my sight." These words sounded so magical that the three women were stunned. Although they didn't understand what dragon veins and water eyes were, they understood Fang Han. This man can conjure up mirrors and soap out of thin air, can take out candies that are sweet to the heart, and can kill a tiger with one move. He said he could find water, and he would definitely find it. In an instant, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes simultaneously blossomed with lights of incomparable admiration and expectation. "Husband, can you really find water?" Baijiro's voice was trembling with excitement. "Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. You even have the skills of a god." Baishuejian jumped up and hugged Fang Han's arm and shook it hard. Lurume didn't say anything, but just looked at him infatuatedly, as if she was looking at an omnipotent god. Looking at the three women's convinced expressions, Fang Han felt secretly happy. However, his face still maintained the calm and composed demeanor of a master. Tonight at midnight, the moon is at its highest point in the sky, and the yin energy is at its peak. This is the best time to open your eyes and search for a pulse. You all just wait and see. The night is deep and everything is silent. After confirming that the three women had gone to bed, Fang Han quietly went to the backyard. He stood in the middle of the yard, and with a thought, 2 strangely shaped magic weapons appeared in his hands out of thin air. One of them was a yellow instrument with an LCD screen and a handle. It was the high-precision groundwater metal detector that he had bought online at a high price. The other one is a set of black ones that look like a few iron rods that can be spliced together, with a spiral drill bit on the head. It is the small electric Luoyang shovel known as the well-drilling artifact and is equipped with a large-capacity silent lithium battery. Fang Han took a deep breath and began his performance. He walked around the yard with the detector in his hand. Drip, drip, drip. Just as he walked under the big locust tree in the backyard, the detector in his hand suddenly made a rapid beeping sound, and the pointer on the screen also pointed frantically to the position under his feet. Found it. A hint of joy flashed in Fang Han's eyes. He put down the detector and picked up the electric Luoyang shovel. After connecting several sections of drill rod, he pressed the switch at the position indicated by the detector. Buzz. There was no loud noise as imagined, only a slight buzzing sound like the flapping of mosquito wings. The alloy spiral drill bit drilled into the hard ground silently, like cutting tofu. The soil was carried out quickly and piled up into a small hill nearby. The crystallization of modern industry is simply an unreasonable artifact in this era. Fang Han only needed to hold the drill rod and control the direction, and leave the rest to this amazingly efficient machine. Soil, sand, clay. Layers of geological structures were penetrated effortlessly. Only half an hour later, without him even breaking a sweat, a narrow well, the thickness of a bowl but 15 or 16 meters deep, had taken shape. When the drill bit broke through the last waterproof layer, a cool breeze with a moist smell suddenly emerged from the wellhead. Done. Fang Han quietly put the electric Luoyang shovel and detector back into the storage space. He found a thick bluestone slab and covered the small well mouth with it tightly. After doing all this, he dusted off his hands. Chapter 42. The whole village was shocked. Fang Han is truly a god. The next morning, the sun just came out. There was not a breath of wind in the air, and it was as hot and stuffy as a huge steamer. The villagers of Liushi village have long been tortured by this damn weather. They all looked pale and thin, with chapped lips and eyes full of despair. At this moment, the door of the Fong family compound opened with a creaky sound. Fang Han walked out leisurely. He glanced at the sky and said to a listless villager not far away, "Go, call the village chief, Uncle Nyo and Uncle Nyo Mantion. Tell them I have something to discuss with them." The villager responded weakly and dragged his feet away. Soon, the village chief Zhao Taizhan brought the Nyo father and son. He and several other respected elders in the village hurried over. They all had sad faces and sunken eye sockets. Obviously, they had not slept well the night before. "Young man from the Fong family, why did you call us here so early? Is there something important?" Zhao Tieshan's voice was hoarse, with a barely perceptible hint of anticipation in his tone. In their eyes, Fang Han is no longer that ordinary orphan. But he is a remarkable person who can do what others cannot. Fang Han didn't say much, just turned around and led them into the backyard. "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and made a divination." Fang Han stood in front of an ordinary bluestone slab with his hands behind his back. His tone was as nonchalant as if he was saying that the weather was good today. "The divination shows that under this place, facing the position of Wincuxing, it is where the earth veins converge, and there should be a spring." When these words were spoken, Zhao Taizhan and several old men were stunned. Observing the celestial phenomena? Divination? Searching for springs? This sounds too mysterious. Zhao Taizhan was half believing and half doubting. He had lived most of his life and only believed what he saw. He walked to the stone slab, squatted down, knocked it with his hand, and touched the dry and smoking soil around it, his face full of confusion. How could there be water underneath? But he didn't dare to question it. The scene of Fang Han dragging the headless tiger corpse back to the village with one hand was still vivid in his mind. He could only look back doubtfully and wave to Nyo, the strongest man behind him. "Nyo, move away." "Okay." Nyo responded, walked to the stone slab, took a deep breath, stretched the muscles in his arms, and exerted force suddenly. He picked up the bluestone slab, which looked to be at least 200 or 300 pounds, and moved it aside. At the moment the stone slab was moved away. "Call." A visible cool air with moist water vapor suddenly gushed out from the dark cave. It blew towards them, instantly dispelling the heat from everyone. Everyone present was shocked. It felt like being poured with ice water in the hottest days of summer, so refreshing that it made your scalp tingle. Everyone stared at the bowl-sized hole, which was bottomless. It is pitch black, but it exudes an extremely attractive, fresh scent of water. This really feels cool," an old man said in a trembling voice, pointing at the cave entrance, his eyes wide open. Zhao Tieshan's heart began to beat wildly, and his face was filled with suspicion and confusion. At this moment, it was replaced by a huge, incredible ecstasy. "Water bucket! Bring me a bucket," he almost shouted. Nyo's face was already flushed with excitement. He quickly picked up a new wooden barrel from the corner, tied the rope, and carefully lowered it into the cave. The rope was about 4 or 5 feet long before a slight plop sound was heard. "There's water. There is really water." Nyo's hands were shaking. He pulled the rope upwards with all his strength, but he felt the rope in his hands was heavy. Soon, a wooden barrel filled to the brim was brought up. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the bucket of water. The water was clear and sweet, without a trace of impurities in the morning light, and so clear that you could see the wood grain at the bottom of the barrel. As the wooden barrel shook, a few drops of water splashed out and fell on the hot ground. With a sizzling sound, they turned into a wisp of white smoke. Zhao Taizhan couldn't bear it any longer. He staggered forward. He scooped up a handful of well water with both hands and poured it directly into his mouth, without caring whether it was clean or not. The cold well water slid across the thirsty throat, and the long-lost sweetness and freshness instantly spread throughout every limb. It was the best water he had ever tasted in his life. He stared blankly at the water in his palm, then looked at the bottomless well. Finally, he slowly looked at the young man who had remained calm throughout with an expression of great awe. Thump! Zhao Tieshan's legs softened, and he knelt straight down in front of Fang Han. This old village chief is over 50 years old and has never bowed his head to anyone in his life. At this moment, tears were streaming down his face. His forehead banged heavily on the hot ground, and his voice was hoarse and frantic. "A living immortal. Mr. Fong is a living immortal who has descended to earth." His kneeling and shouting seemed like a signal. Nyo Mantion, Nyo and the villagers who came with them. They all knelt on the ground as if their souls had been sucked out of them, kowtowed towards Fang Han, and muttered incoherently. The gods have appeared. We are saved. Liushi village is saved. That look was no longer one of awe, but the purest and most fanatical admiration. It's like worshipping a true god who saves people from suffering. The commotion here has already alarmed the neighbors. A villager, clinging to the top of the wall, happened to see Zhao Tai's Han kneeling and kowtowing with tears streaming down his face. He then saw the bucket of crystal-clear well water and was completely stunned. The next second, he jumped down from the wall like a madman, crawled towards the center of the village, and roared with all his strength. The water's coming out. Mr. Fong has found water at his house. It's the fairy well. It's the fairy well. This shout was like a thunderclap, exploding over the silent Liushi village. The whole village came alive in an instant. Countless broken wooden doors were flung open, revealing villagers who had been lying in their beds, waiting to die. I don't know where I got the strength from. I rushed out of the house like a madman and ran towards the Fong family. What? Water coming out? Fong family. Is this true? Quick, go check it out. Panic and despair were instantly ignited, turning into ecstasy of surviving the disaster. However, in just a cup of tea, the entrance to the Fong family's compound was surrounded by people in 3 layers inside and outside. Hundreds of villagers, men, women, young and old, stretched their necks and tried their best to squeeze in. The scene was 100 times more lively than the New Year market. When they saw with their own eyes, Neo Air brought up bucket after bucket of clear and sweet well water. When the water was poured into the 2 large water tanks in the yard that had long been empty, everyone went crazy. Oh my God, it's real. It's really water. Thank goodness. It was Mr. Fong who saved us. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, and many women burst into tears on the spot, their cries filled with relief at having survived the disaster. Looking at the villagers who were gathering at the gate in increasing numbers and becoming more and more agitated, Fang Han took a step forward. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Their gazes were passionate and devout. Fang Han's eyes swept over the crowd. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Since this well is in Liushi village, it is the well for all the villagers in Liushi village. From today on, the well water will be shared by the entire village. However, everything must follow the rules. He pointed at Zhao Tai's Han standing beside him. Daily water collection will be arranged by the village chief. Each family will line up according to the number of people in the family. No fighting or cutting in line. Anyone who dares to break the rules will never be able to draw a drop of water from this well again. After he finished speaking, the whole village fell into deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, the crowd erupted in cheers that were 100 times louder than before, cheers that almost blew the roof off the house. Mr. Fong is kind and righteous. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Thank you, living God. The villagers knelt down spontaneously, forming a large black mass, and kowtowed heavily in the direction of Fang Han. On this day, there was a magical well in Liushi village. The news that the boy from the Fong family is a living immortal who has descended to Earth. It was as if it had wings and spread rapidly to the surrounding areas at an incredible speed. Those villages that were also suffering from the drought and were almost unable to survive thought it was a fairy tale when they heard the news. But when they sent people to secretly run outside Liushi village, when they saw smoke rising from the chimneys of every household in Liushi village and the heartfelt smiles on the villagers' faces, they were completely convinced. Soon, even in the county town, the legend of the living immortal in Liushi village began to spread. Chapter 43: The Admiration of the Beauties. It's late at night. Outside the window, even the chirping of cicadas reveals a weak and restless irritability. Having solved the huge problem of drinking water for the whole village, Fang Han felt more relaxed than ever before, and his whole body exuded a lazy and comfortable feeling. He sat on the edge of the bed with his legs stretched out. Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Lurume surrounded him. In the 3 pairs of beautiful eyes, there was no longer the fear and uneasiness of the first meeting, nor the dependence and admiration from before. At this moment, there was only one thing left in it, an almost fanatical worship that was like treating a god. This man first rescued them from the quagmire of humiliation, and then snatched Lurume's life back from the mouth of a tiger. Now, he is using a magical method that they cannot understand. In the desperate drought, it brought a glimmer of hope to the entire village. Observe the celestial phenomena, divine the fortune, and point out the springs. This is no longer something that ordinary people can do. In their hearts, Fang Han is a living immortal banished to the mortal world. Lurume brought a brand new wooden basin filled with water that had just been drawn from the divine well. The water, clear and cold, just sat there. A cool breeze spread out, dispelling most of the heat in the room. She knelt silently at Fang Han's feet, dipped a piece of soft cotton cloth into the water, wrung it out, then raised her head and looked at Fang Han with her charming eyes, which were full of indelible tenderness and awe. "Sir, I will rub your body for you." Her voice was very soft, but like a feather, gently scratching people's hearts. Baijiro and Baishuejian also blushed and leaned over from the left and right. The elder sister is gentle and the younger sister is cute, and both of them are holding wet cotton cloth in their hands. Carefully, he wiped Fang Han's arms and back. The moment the cool well water penetrates the cotton cloth and touches the skin, it takes away the day's fatigue and heat, making it so comfortable that it makes people want to sigh. 3 soft and fragrant bodies, each with its own unique fragrance, tightly surrounded him. The touch of the fingertips is so gentle and the movements are so pious. They treated it as if it were a rare treasure. Every movement of a worshipped statue is filled with careful worship. Fang Han closed his eyes, enjoying this imperial treatment, with only one word in his mind. Cool. After carefully wiping them, the 3 girls had a thin layer of sweat on their bodies, and their little faces were rosy, which was very cute. Baishuejian was feeling extremely hot. She kept fanning her cheeks with her hands and muttered softly, "It's so hot. I wish there was some wind." Fang Han looked at her cute and adorable appearance and smiled. He thought about it, and like a magic trick, a strangely shaped blue thing appeared out of thin air in his hand. The entire thing was made of a smooth and shiny material they had never seen before. There was a round cover with dense grills in the front, a handle at the back, and a small crank on the side. "Brother-in-law, what kind of magic weapon is this?" Baishuejian widened her eyes with curiosity and was the first to come forward. "It's called a fan," Fang Han said as he gripped the handle and gently cranked the side handle with his other hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a slight and strange sound, the thin leaves in the round cover began to spin rapidly. The next second, a strong and extremely refreshing cool breeze suddenly blew out from the hood and hit Baishuejian's face directly. Ah! Baishue felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and her whole body froze. That feeling is so wonderful. It's completely different from the hot wind blown by a palm leaf fan. This wind is cool, concentrated, and carries an indescribable strength. Blowing on the face, it seems to instantly blow away the heat deep in the soul. So cool. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with surprise and disbelief as if she had discovered a new world. She could no longer hold back and snatched the fan from Fang Han's hand. I followed his example, holding it with one hand and cranking the handle quickly with the other. Huff, huff, huff. The breeze is getting stronger. She happily blew the fan towards her own face, then turned around and blew it towards her sisters Baijiro and Lurume. Sister Mayor, come and feel it. What a comfortable breeze. It's cooler than well water." She was as happy as a child who had got a new toy. She ran around the house, and her silvery laughter filled the whole room. Baijiro and Lurume felt the magical cool breeze, and their faces showed expressions of surprise and enjoyment. This man always comes up with something that subverts their cognition. Looking at the happy faces of the 3 women, Fang Han's smile became even more pronounced. He spread out his hands again, and this time, there were 3 small sticks wrapped in colorful, shiny paper on his palms. One is pink, one is yellow, and one is green. They look crystal clear and even have a hint of chill. "You must be tired from playing. Come, have something to eat to cool down." Baishuejian was immediately attracted and put down the fan in her hand. She picked up the pink stick out of curiosity, and it was so cold that she couldn't help but shiver. "Brother-in-law, what kind of candy is this? Why is it icy?" "It's called a popsicle." Fang Han picked up one and followed the dotted line in the middle. With a swish sound, the strange skin was torn open. A cool, sweet smell mixed with the aroma of strawberries instantly filled the air. He handed half of it to Lurume. Lurume imitated him and acted cautiously. He brought the pink, crystal clear icicle to his lips and took a sip. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. An indescribable taste exploded on the tip of her tongue. Ice. It's the kind of extreme coldness that can penetrate your teeth and reach the top of your head. Then, a rich, indissoluble, pure sweetness, mixed with a strange fruit aroma called strawberry that she had never tasted before, instantly swept through her entire mouth. That feeling is so overbearing. It was 10,000 times more delicious than anything she had ever eaten in her life. The cool sweetness slid down my throat. It was like a clear spring, instantly extinguishing all the heat and boredom in her body. Lurume was completely stunned. She stared at the magic item in her hand infatuatedly, and a layer of mist instantly covered her watery and charming eyes. Sister, try it. Seeing this, Baishua couldn't wait to tear open the yellow one in her hand and imitated Lurume, taking a small sip. Ugh! The little girl's reaction was even more exaggerated than Lurume's. She squinted her eyes with happiness. Her whole body trembled slightly with comfort, and a satisfied, kitten-like hum came from her throat. So delicious. How can there be something so delicious in the world? She felt like her soul was about to float away. Baijiro looked at their intoxicated expressions, picked up the last green one, and tasted it in small sips. The refreshing apple flavor, mixed with the extreme coolness and sweetness, made her always gentle and peaceful face reveal an unprecedented, satisfied and happy smile like a little girl. The three women were completely defeated. They licked the popsicles in their hands in small bites, cherishing them deeply. It was as if it was not earthly food, but the nectar from the Queen Mother's peach banquet. Every bite makes them feel incomparable happiness. Being able to live such a fairy-like life with this man is truly a blessing they have earned in several lifetimes. Ding! Baijiro's admiration value plus 50, double door penetration energy plus 50. Ding! Bai Shuejian's happiness value plus 50, double door energy plus 50. Ding! Lurume's love value plus 50, double door penetration energy plus 50. A series of system prompts sounded in Fang Han's mind. He looked at the three stunning beauties in front of him who squinted their eyes with happiness because of a small popsicle, and a huge sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. The energy of the double-penetrating door was once again fully charged. Looks like I can buy some more herbs and resell them in modern times. Chapter 44. The county magistrate arrives in person, and the beautiful lady is curious. Qingshi County, the back hall of the county government office. Even the most luxurious house in the county could not keep out the pervasive heat. County Magistrate Shun Guan paced back and forth in the hall, his elegant face filled with anxiety. There were several bright blisters on his mouth, and every word he spoke was painful. Scattered on the ground were more than a dozen documents submitted from various towns and villages. Without exception, all the words written on it were severe drought, harvest failure, public unrest, which could burn through his official hat. Oh, Xinguan sat back on the armchair, feeling dizzy. He has been in office for only half a year, and he considers himself to be diligent and dedicated to serving the people. But it happened to be hit by the worst drought in decades. What good is it if he is full of knowledge if God doesn't give him a job? Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. The county magistrate's lawyer came crawling in, his face covered in sweat and dust. But he looked so excited as if he had won the jackpot. Sir, great joy. Shen Guanjing was upset. Seeing his disrespectful appearance, he frowned and scolded him. You are so flustered. How can you be so unruly? What kind of happy event can make you like this? Living immortal. The master didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off his face. He gasped for breath and stopped Xinguan from scolding him with one sentence. Sir, the rumors are going crazy outside. Liushi Village has produced a living immortal who can turn stones into springs. Xinguan was stunned when he heard this, and then he flew into a rage. Absurd. I have read the books of sages for half my life, and I never believe in such nonsense. You are also a scholar. How can you believe such rumors and disturb my mind? It's not a rumor, sir. The lawyer was so anxious that he almost knelt down. He pointed outside, his voice changing tone. It's absolutely true. I've already sent people to investigate. Now, several surrounding villages are fighting over a mouthful of muddy water, and people are almost dying. Only in Liushi Village, every household has drinking water, and the fields are irrigated. It's like a completely different world compared to here. They say that a young man named Fong Han in the village used magic to find a magical well out of thin air. Xinguan raised his hand high, but it froze in midair. The anger on his face slowly faded away, replaced by a complex expression of surprise and disbelief. He knows the situation of the surrounding villages better than anyone else. If this is true, then Liushi Village is his only lifeline now. A faint glimmer of hope, like a tiny sprout emerging from a dry and cracked heart. Xinguan put the gavel down heavily, his eyes changing several times. Finally, it turned into a look of determination. Prepare the sedan chair. I want to go to Liushi Village myself to take a look. In the backyard of the county government office, in an exquisite embroidery building, it was extremely hot and stuffy. Even though there were copper basins filled with ice cubes placed in all four corners, The slightest bit of cool air was swallowed up by the rolling heat waves as soon as it was released. The county magistrate's wife, Nangong Yunshu, was lazily reclining on a chaise longue. She was only wearing a thin ice blue gauze dress, and large areas of her snow-white skin were faintly visible. She had a graceful figure, with curvaceous curves, and was about 27 or 28 years old. Her face was extremely beautiful, with eyebrows as dark as distant ink, eyes as clear as autumn water, a delicate nose and cherry lips. Every detail of her face was exquisite. Every detail was perfect, especially the graceful and elegant demeanor. Even with a frown in this gloomy weather, she is still as beautiful as a colorful painting. This horrible weather is killing me. She stretched out her delicate hand, took the sour plum soup handed to her by the maid, and took a sip. However, the irritability on her beautiful face did not diminish in the slightest. Just then, a housekeeper hurried in from outside and whispered a few words in her ear. Nangong Yunshu's phoenix eyes, which had been somewhat lazy, suddenly lit up. Living immortal? Touching a stone and making a spring appear, she repeated, her elegant and pretty face instantly replaced by a deep curiosity. Is there such a miraculous thing? She was the daughter of a prominent family in the capital and had met countless extraordinary people. But most of them are just charlatans who are deliberately trying to be mysterious. This person who could find life-saving water during the severe drought actually piqued her interest. Hearing that her husband was going there in person, she actually sat up from the chaise longue. The ice blue gauze dress slid down her shoulders a little, revealing a dazzling white. Tell the master I'm going too. Xinguan originally didn't want her to travel in the scorching heat, but he knew his wife's temper. There was no way to persuade him, so he had to agree. The next day, not long after the sun rose, the county government's ceremonial guard arrived at the entrance of Liushi village in a mighty procession. The yamen runners rang the gong to clear the way and held up signs saying, "Silence," and "Keep away." That scene caused an uproar in the entire Liushi village. The villagers had never seen such a scene before and were all terrified. They ran out of their homes and knelt on the dirt road in fear and trepidation, not even daring to raise their heads. The village chief, Zhao Taizhan, was so frightened that his legs went weak. He knelt in the front with the Niu family father and son and several other village leaders, his heart pounding so hard that it was about to jump out of his throat. The official sedan stopped, the curtain opened, and Xinguan, dressed in official uniform, walked down with a sullen face. His eyes flashed like lightning as he swept over the villagers kneeling on the ground. Where is Fang Han, the living immortal of this village? When Zhao Taizhan heard Fang Han mentioned, his fear subsided a little. He kowtowed and replied, "Your Excellency, Mr. Fong is at home. I will show you the way." Xinguan nodded slightly, and Nangong Yunshu was also supported by a maid. Another slightly smaller sedan came out. She wore a veil on her head, and the thin white gauze covered her peerless beauty, but could not hide her graceful figure and noble temperament. Zhao Taizhan led the way in front, and the group passed through most of the village and soon arrived at the east end of the village. When Xinguan and Nangong Yunshu saw the high blue brick wall in front of them, a magnificent mansion with 2 stone lions squatting at the door. At the same time, a hint of surprise that was difficult to conceal flashed in the eyes of both of them. In this poor village full of dilapidated huts, such a mansion, comparable to that of a wealthy family in the county, really stands out from the crowd. Without waiting for Zhao Taizhan to report, the 2 heavy black lacquered wooden doors creaked open from the inside. A young man dressed in ordinary blue cloth slowly walked out from the door. He looked to be in his early 20s. He has a tall figure and a handsome face, but the most frightening thing is his eyes. Deep and calm, like an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. He did not kneel down and kowtow like the other villagers, and he didn't even bend his waist. He just stood on the steps, bowed to Xinguanlu, and looked indifferent. "I am Fang Han, your humble servant, honored to meet His Excellency the County Master." Xinguan looked at the young man in front of him, and his suspicion grew even greater. He is so young, yet he has such mysterious means? How could he be so calm and composed in front of the county lord himself? And behind him, Nangong Yunshu's beautiful eyes, hidden under the white gauze of her veil, were firmly locked on Fang Han. She could clearly feel it in this man. There is something completely different from the country folk around him. It's not the clothes or the appearance, but a kind of calmness and confidence that comes from the bones. She had only occasionally seen this kind of temperament in the true princes and nobles of the capital. How could a country boy have such eyes and demeanor? This so-called living immortal seems to be much more interesting than the legend. Chapter 45. The beautiful woman was shocked and acted like a thief. Xinguan's eyes were as sharp as knives, staring at Fang Han closely. trying to find even the slightest flaw in this young man's face. But he was disappointed. Fang Han's eyes were as calm as the bottomless well in his backyard. There is neither the arrogance of a successful villain nor the flattery of the powerful. He just stood there, majestic and unassuming, with his own aura of his own. This feeling inexplicably calmed Xinguan's anxiety caused by the drought. Mr. Fong, there's no need to be so polite. Xinguan subdued his official authority and spoke in a polite tone. I've made the bold move to visit you today on behalf of the people of this county. I beg for an audience, sir. Your Excellency, the county master is too kind. Please. Fang Han stepped aside to make way and made a please gesture. He led the county magistrate and his entourage into the main hall. As soon as you step into the main hall, a cool feeling that dispels all the heat comes over you. Xinguan was fine, but Nangong Yinshu behind him saw the scene in the main hall clearly. Her delicate body trembled violently and her steps stopped. Her gaze passed over the tables and chairs in the hall and was fixed on the wall opposite the door. There stood quietly a huge floor-length dressing mirror, almost as tall as a person. The mirror surface is as smooth as water and as ice, without a trace of impurities or ripples. It reflected the entire hall, including the group of people who had just walked in, exactly. The image was so clear that it made one's scalp tingle. Nangong Yinshu subconsciously raised her jade hand and gently covered her mouth, which was covered by the veil. Beneath the white gauze of the veil, there was only one emotion left in those graceful and elegant phoenix eyes. That is shocking. How is this possible? She came from a prominent family in the capital, so what kind of rare treasures had she not seen? She was even fortunate enough to have seen a top-quality mercury mirror brought from the West as a tribute to the royal family. But compared to the giant mirror in front of me, it is just like the blurry copper sheet forged in a country blacksmith shop. This kind of divine object, which is flawless and shiny enough to reflect a person's light, is unworthy of the name even if it is placed in the capital. It is also enough to cause the princes and nobles to fight each other to the point of bloodshed. How could it appear in such a remote place, in the home of a countryman? Nangong Yinshu's heart was completely in turmoil. She looked at the young man in the mirror who remained calm and composed. For the first time, I felt that the title of this so-called living immortal might not be groundless. Just then, the sound of light footsteps was heard. Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Lurume, 3 girls, walked out of the side room holding trays. My dear, please have some tea. The 3 girls all bowed to Fong Han, their voices so gentle and charming, and with respect from the heart. Xinguan and Nangong Yinshu's gazes fell on the 3 women at the same time. Then, the hearts of the 2 were shaken again. There were 3 women. One was gentle as water, one was pretty as a flower, and one was plump as honey. Each one of them is a rare beauty. But this was not what frightened them the most. What frightened them most was the complexion of these 3 women. They were wearing clean and tidy silk clothes, although they were not made of expensive materials. But it outlines their graceful figures just right. More importantly, their faces all have a healthy and natural rosy glow. His eyes were clear and his spirits were high. How could he look anything like those disaster victims outside with pale faces, skinny bodies, and chapped lips? This is clearly the look of a child carefully pampered by a wealthy family with delicacies from land and sea and silks and satins. In this year of severe drought where even drinking clean water has become a luxury, Fang Han was able to bring his woman to him. How can it be kept so juicy and nourishing? Xinguan looked at the 3 women with bright eyes and white teeth in front of him. Thinking about the maids and servants in his own house who were listless due to the heat and lack of water, the shock in his heart was beyond words. This person is definitely not ordinary. Baijiro gently placed a cup of tea on the table in front of Xinguan. A fresh and unique tea fragrance that I had never smelled before instantly entered my nostrils. Xinguan was a scholar and tea lover. He knew from just one sniff that this tea was of extraordinary quality. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. When you drink the tea, you don't have the bitterness of ordinary tea, but only a mellow sweetness that slides down your throat. It was as if a clear spring instantly washed away the heat and fatigue in the internal organs. Good tea. Xinguan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He put down his teacup and his expression became extremely serious. He stood up and bowed deeply to Fang Han. Mr. Fong, I came here today for no other reason than to ask you for advice on how to summon water. I hope to give life to the hundreds of thousands of hungry people in Qingshi County. At this moment, not only the legal advisor and yamen runners behind him, but even Nangong Yinshu was stunned. Her husband has always had a high opinion of himself. When has he ever shown such great courtesy to anyone? Fang Han accepted his bow calmly, his expression unchanged, still looking calm and composed. Your Excellency, you are too kind. He waved his hand and spoke nonsense in a serious tone. This is a geomancy technique passed down by our ancestors. It is not some magical technique. It is simply observing the direction of mountains and rivers, searching for dragons and chi, dividing gold, and locating the location of the burial site. We were lucky enough to find an underground water vein. You don't deserve such treatment from me, Your Excellency. It's the same rhetoric again. Xinguan naturally didn't believe it completely. How could feng shui help in this drought that had covered 1,000 miles of barren land? Accurately point out a magical well that will save the entire village? But now, he has no other choice. Believe that there is still a glimmer of hope. If you don't believe it, you can only sit here and wait for the disaster report to be uploaded. He was then dismissed from his post and investigated by the imperial court, and eventually the people of the entire county were displaced and starving. He would rather believe it exists than not. Even if the horse is dead, we must try our best to save it. Xinguan's eyes became extremely firm at this moment, even with a hint of pleading. Mr. Fong. He bowed again, his tone sincere to the utmost. I don't care if this is geomancy or divine magic. Qingshi County is suffering from a severe drought, and the people are in dire straits. I beg you to help find a few more life-saving water sources for the people of this county. He paused and made his promise. As long as you are willing to help, I can make the decision. If you have any request, as long as I, Xinguan, can do it, I will never refuse. Gold, silver, fertile land, or even an official position, as long as you ask. These words were the greatest sincerity he could show. Fang Han looked at him and didn't answer immediately. And at this moment, in his calm mind, the cold system prompt sound exploded without any warning. Ding! A character matching the binding conditions has been detected. Nangong Yinshu. Identity: wife of the Qingshi County Magistrate. If you successfully bind as your fourth wife, the double door system will be upgraded to level 4. Reward: unlock Gene Optimization Fluid, Basic. Fang Han's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes swept over the beautiful lady who had been standing behind the county magistrate from beginning to end, wearing a veil and saying nothing. The county magistrate's wife? System upgrade? Gene optimization solution? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and his heart began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. This deal seems possible. But this behavior is a bit like the legacy of Wei Wu. Chapter 46, Madame's Invitation. This system is getting wilder and wilder. At least I saved the Bai sisters before. Lurume was even secretly in love with him. But the one in front of me is the legitimate wife of the county magistrate. Fang Han's gaze fell calmly on the noble lady behind Xinguan who had not said a word from beginning to end. She wore a veil on her head, a layer of white gauze as thin as a cicada's wing covering her peerless beauty. But it couldn't hide her exquisite and curvy, mature, and graceful figure. She was wearing an ice blue gauze dress, which exuded a cool and noble feeling even in such hot and humid weather. Although it is not clear, through the layer of gauze, you can vaguely see the outline of a flawless oval face, and a pair of phoenix eyes that seemed to contain autumn water. That was not the innocence of a young girl, but a kind of beauty that was carefully carved by time. The settled grace and luxury. Every move, every frown and smile. They all exude an endless charm that makes people's hearts flutter. It makes people can't help but want to lift the veil and find out what's inside. It also makes people unable to help but want to do what that thief Chow did. Fang Han's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he was speechless. The system assigned the task of letting you steal the favor of the county lord. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. He calmed himself down and temporarily suppressed this absurd thought. His gaze returned to the anxious county magistrate Shun Guan who was almost ready to sink into the dust. Looking at his bloodshot eyes that were filled with worry for the people. I also thought of the victims at the village entrance who were tortured beyond recognition by the drought. Fang Han's heart moved slightly. Originally, he had just calculated for the sake of profit, but now he felt a different emotion. Well, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. What's more, this deal is a sure win for him. Please stand up, Your Excellency. Fang Han stepped forward and gave Xinguan a light support, stopping him from bowing again. Xinguan's face lit up with joy, and he looked at him eagerly. Then, sir, have you agreed? Fang Han nodded, facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, and slowly spoke. It is my duty to find a glimmer of hope for the people. I can help. He changed the subject and spoke in a calm tone. But I don't want gold, silver, good land, or official position. Xinguan was stunned. He had imagined that Fang Han would ask for an exorbitant price, and was even prepared to empty the county treasury to satisfy him. But no one expected that Fang Han would treat these things that people are so eager for as trash. If he doesn't want these, then what does he want? Not only Xinguan, but also the legal advisor and yamen runners behind him were stunned. The county magistrate's wife, Nangong Yinshu, had a pair of phoenix eyes hidden under her veil, which were even more brilliant. This man was indeed, as she thought, an absolute eccentric. If one regards gold and silver as dirt, then what he seeks must be extraordinary. I don't want gold or silver. Fang Han's voice echoed calmly in the hall. I just want the century-old medicinal herbs stored in the county government treasury. The older the better. Especially tonics like tiger bones, deer antlers, and wild ginseng. I'll take as many as you can get. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Xinguan was stunned for a while, and then his face was filled with great ecstasy. Medicinal herbs? Just medicinal herbs? For him, this is not even a condition. Although Qingshi County is poor, it is backed by mountains. The aged medicinal herbs accumulated in the county government treasury over the years, especially the rare ones confiscated from hunters. There are quite a few of them. They are usually kept in a closet, unattended, and are almost eaten by moths. Now I can save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the county. This is simply a pie in the sky. That's all. Xinguan couldn't believe his ears. That's all I need. Fang Han answered affirmatively. Okay. No problem. Xinguan was overjoyed and practically patted his chest to promise. I agree. I'll immediately send someone back to the county office to take inventory and deliver all the century-old medicinal herbs to you, sir. The deal was settled, and everyone was happy. Just as Xinguan was about to say goodbye and leave, he hurried to do this matter. The county magistrate's wife, who had been silent behind him, suddenly took half a step forward. Mr. Fong. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was gentle and sweet, like a yellow oriole singing in a valley. It also has a hint of the unique magnetism of a mature woman, which makes people feel their bones go soft when listening to it. I'm sorry to bother you today. The search for water is a matter of great importance, and I'm sure there are many details that need to be discussed. I wonder if you'll be free tomorrow. I'd like to prepare some wine at home so I can consult with you in person. Nangong Yinshu took the initiative to extend the invitation, with those beautiful eyes hidden behind the veil. He stared at Fang Han without blinking, full of undisguised curiosity and inquiry. She really wanted to find out what kind of person this man in front of her, who was full of mysteries, was. A country bumpkin, living in a mansion comparable to that of a wealthy man. A young man, yet he possesses the unfathomable ability to find water. An ordinary person, yet he disdains gold, silver, and official titles. I just have a special liking for those seemingly useless medicinal herbs. He was like a huge mystery that attracted her deeply. Fang Han looked at her and thought of the system's task again in his mind, with an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. He nodded and readily agreed. Madam, how dare I refuse your kindness? I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. After seeing off the county magistrate and his entourage, the Fong family compound returned to peace again. Baijiro and Lurume hurried forward, tidied up the tea set on the table, and looked into Fang Han's eyes, full of pride and honor. Even the county magistrate had to come to their men respectfully to ask them to marry him. What an honor it was. Fang Han waved his hand to let them go and get busy, and he returned to the room alone. With a thought, he called up the system panel that only he could see. Ding! A character matching the binding conditions has been detected. Nangong Yinshu. Identity: wife of the Qingshi County Magistrate. If you successfully bind as your fourth wife, the double door system will be upgraded to level 4. Reward: unlock gene optimization fluid, basic. Looking at the bright system panel, Fang Han touched his chin and his eyes became a little playful. Gene optimization solution? This thing sounds awesome just by the name. Gene optimization is a transformation and improvement at the most fundamental level of life. If I use this, will I become more sharp-eyed and have a photographic memory? Will it be completely transformed? Fang Han's heart was completely burning with passion. It seems that I have to go to the county magistrate's mansion. This thief Chow has to be punished. Chapter 47. Madam is feeling itchy. The next day, just after dawn, a horse-drawn carriage sent by the county government stopped steadily at the gate of the Fong family compound. Fang Han changed into a clean blue cloth robe, spoke briefly to the yamen runners who came to greet him, and then got on the carriage. The carriage drove all the way to the county town. The scenes along the way were even more miserable than those in Liushi village. The land was dry and cracked like a torn wound, and disaster victims were scattered on the roadside. He was skinny, with empty eyes, like a walking corpse. When the carriage entered Qingshi County, the scene was slightly better, but it could not hide the despair that permeated the air. The once bustling streets are now deserted, with doors and windows of every household closed, trying to keep the deadly heat out. The carriage stopped in front of the county government office. What surprised Fang Han was Guan, the lord of a county. He actually brought his legal advisor with him and had already been waiting at the stone steps at the entrance of the yamen. The county magistrate, who had been full of official authority yesterday, now had a humble smile on his face. When he saw Fang Han getting off the car, he hurried over and bowed to him. "Mr. Fong, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." This attitude doesn't look like treating a commoner at all. It's clearly welcoming an imperial envoy from the capital. Fang Han accepted the gift calmly, but his eyes were attracted by the beautiful figure beside Guan. The county magistrate's wife, Nangang Yinshu, was also standing by today. She took off the veil she wore yesterday and put on a simple moon-white long dress. The hem of the skirt was embroidered with a few elegant orchids using only light blue silk thread. Unlike the luxury of yesterday, she is now. It has less of a sense of unattainable distance and more of the gentleness of a lotus in clear water. Even so, his overall demeanor still stands out like a crane among chickens. A perfect oval face, skin as smooth as cream and as delicate as a baby's. Beneath the dark eyebrows like distant mountains are a pair of bright and lively eyes, and the eyes seem to contain endless autumn water as they move. Her nose is straight and graceful. Her lips are naturally red, plump and moist, with the alluring color of a ripe peach. She just stood there quietly, like a beautiful painting that a master painter had spent all his efforts to create. When Fang Han looked over, the graceful and elegant wife of the county magistrate looked like a frightened deer. Her feather-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and she lowered her eyes subconsciously. A barely noticeable blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks. This look actually brought out her mature charm. It adds a bit of girlish shyness, which is even more touching. Fang Han laughed secretly in his heart. This woman must be extremely curious about him. "You are welcome, Your Excellency." Fang Han retracted his gaze and smiled indifferently at Guan. "Sir, please come in. Tea and maps are ready in the back hall. We are just waiting for you to show your magical powers." Guan turned sideways and led the way in front. His attitude was so respectful that the eyes of the yamen runners beside him almost popped out. The group came to the back hall. A detailed Bluestone County map had already been spread out on a huge pearwood table. Guan and his master stood aside, not daring to breathe, looking at Fang Han with anticipation. Nangang Yinshu stayed in the hall on the pretext of serving tea, and she stood not far away. A pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Fang Han without blinking, full of inquiry. Fang Han didn't hesitate and walked straight to the table. He leaned forward pretentiously and slowly ran his finger across the map. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he nodded, and he was muttering some words that no one could understand. The mountains here are like a coiled dragon, but unfortunately the dragon's energy has been intercepted, and the water veins are not visible. The terrain here is open, but it's too scattered to hold moisture. His serious and expert look left Guan and his master confused. But I didn't dare to disturb him and could only worry on the side. Finally, Fang Han's fingers tapped heavily on 3 locations on the map. One is near a mass grave in the western suburbs of the county, an abandoned kiln factory in the south of the city. There is another one in a depression in the north of the city. In these 3 places, there are undercurrents flowing deep underground, and the water veins are the most abundant. You can dig wells to get water. Fang Han stood up straight, his tone calm, but with an unquestionable confidence. "Very good." Guan was overjoyed when he heard this. He rubbed his hands excitedly and immediately turned around to call for help. "Come here. Immediately gather all the young and strong men in the city, bring tools, and go to these 3 locations to dig wells." "My lord, please wait." Fang Han raised his hand to stop him. Guan was stunned and turned back in confusion. "Sir, is there something wrong with this?" Official Fong leisurely picked up the tea that Baijiro had personally roasted for him, blew gently on the hot steam, and then slowly said, "Digging a well to find a vein is a matter of stealing the spiritual inspiration of heaven and earth. It requires the right time, place, and people." He paused and glanced at Master Guanha, who was stunned by what he heard. "Continue to talk nonsense seriously. When digging a well, you can't allow too many mortals to interfere, and you can't allow outsiders to pry at you. Otherwise, once the spiritual energy in the earth veins leaks out, even if you dig through the ground, you'll only find a pile of dry soil, let alone water." These words sounded so magical that Guan and his master looked at each other in bewilderment, their minds in a mess. Reiki? Leaked? Although I think it's very mysterious. But when they thought about the magical well that Fang Han created out of thin air in Liushi village, they dared not disbelieve it. Then according to your opinion, what should we do? Shenguan asked cautiously. Fang Han put down the teacup and raised a finger. It's very simple. My lord, just send someone to take me to these 3 places in turn. Then, clear all outsiders within a 100-meter radius and forbid anyone from getting close to spy. For me, half an hour alone is enough. One person? Half an hour alone. Shen Guanhe and his master were completely stunned. Isn't digging a well a strenuous job? No need for digging or chiseling. If a person stands for half an hour, water will come out by itself? Although I was a little skeptical in my heart. But he didn't say anything else. Okay, I'll do as you say. Shen Guan nodded heavily without hesitation. I will personally lead people to clear the area for you. Nangong Yunshu, who was standing aside, took it all in. Her beautiful phoenix eyes just looked at Fang Han quietly, watching him use a few vague words to dismiss her husband who had always been smart. I was so frightened that I was stunned, looking at his calm and composed appearance, as if everything is under control. The curiosity in her heart was almost overflowing. The secret of this man is like a bottomless whirlpool. It made her want to get closer and explore. She suddenly felt that her life as a lady had been monotonous and boring for decades. It seems it's starting to get interesting. Nangong Yunshu's heart felt like it was being gently scratched by a kitten's claws, making it itchy and numb. Chapter 48, is that all? A mass grave in the western suburbs of the county town. This is the most unlucky place in Qingshu County. Usually, there are only brave wild dogs here. There was not even a ghost to be seen. Now there was a severe drought, and the weeds in the fields had dried up and turned grayish-yellow. When the wind blew, what was blown up was not dust, but fragments of ashes and paper money, adding a bit of eeriness. Shenguan personally brought a team of Yamen runners and surrounded the wasteland that Fang Han mentioned with 3 layers of walls inside and outside. The Yamen runners held long sticks and formed an impenetrable human wall, each with a solemn expression. His eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, as if he was guarding some top-secret military secret. But in my heart, I was worried. It's such a desolate place, not to mention water. There's not even a rat hole. Could it be that the county magistrate was really fooled by that kid? Fang Han ignored everything around him and walked into the circle formed by the human wall alone. He slowly took out a yellow detector from his arms. Not far away, under a dead old locust tree, a few paunchy country gentlemen dressed in silk and satin were looking over here curiously. The leaders were none other than the local tyrants of Qingshu County, Mr. Li and Mr. Wang. When Shun Guanxin took office, he conducted an inventory of farmland and cracked down on tax evasion. It really affected a lot of the gentry and wealthy families. They had long hoped that this ungrateful county magistrate would get into trouble. Humph, he's really desperate and is trying anything. Mr. Li touched the fat on his chin, his face full of disdain. He actually believed the nonsense of such a young boy and ran to this pile of dead bodies to look for water. I think he has lost his mind. Brother Li is absolutely right. Wang Yuanwei waved his folding fan, his eyes cold. When he can't dig out even a drop of water, I wonder how he can continue to hold the position of county magistrate. When that happens, we can jointly submit a petition to accuse him of wasting people's money and resources and misleading the people. Next to them stood a blind man with a goatee and sunglasses. This person was none other than the half-immortal Lu Xiazi whom they found in the county town, who claimed to be able to understand yin and yang and judge feng shui. Blind Lu pretended to pinch his fingers and then put his ear to the ground to listen. Then he shook his head, looking mysterious. My 2 lords, I can guarantee this with my own eyes. He pointed at his sunglasses. This place is a dense mass of yin energy. The earth's veins are dry. It's a 9 yin forbidden land. Forget digging a well. Even if you dig 30 feet down here, you won't find a single drop of water. After hearing this, Mr. Li and Mr. Wang sneered even more, looking at Fang Han as if he were a clown. They crossed their arms, waiting to see how Shun Guan and that living immortal would end up in disgrace. Inside the circle, Fang Han held a metal detector and ignored the flies in the distance. He walked slowly in the wasteland, and the dragon-seeking plate made 1 or 2 slight, beeping sounds from time to time. In Shun Guan's eyes, this master's behavior was a mysterious magic. There was an elusive mystery in Nangong Yunshu's beautiful eyes. But in the eyes of Mr. Li and others, it was a deceptive trick. Suddenly, Fang Han stopped. The beeping sound from the dragon-seeking plate in his hand suddenly became rapid and harsh, and the pointer on it swung wildly. Found it. He squatted down, made an inconspicuous mark at that location, and then put the dragon-seeking plate back into his arms. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he just stood there, closed his eyes, as if communicating with the heaven and earth. In fact, his mind had already sunk into the storage space. The next second, a black electric Luoyang shovel with a spiral drill bit appeared. It appeared silently in his hand. He aimed the drill at the spot he had marked and flipped the switch. There was no earth-shattering noise, no dusty scene. There was only a buzzing sound that was so slight that it was almost negligible. The alloy drill bit gleamed with a cold light, like a red-hot knife cutting butter. It drilled into the hard, cracked ground easily and unreasonably. Dry soil, gravel, clay layers. Layer upon layer of geological structures seemed as fragile as paper in front of that crystal of modern industry. The soil was quickly brought out by the auger head and piled up into a small mound at his feet. Fang Han didn't even bend his waist. He just held the drill rod and controlled the direction. The whole process was eerily quiet. Mr. Li and others who were watching from a distance only saw the boy standing there motionless, like a wooden stake. Playing tricks, Mr. Wong spat. It took less than an incense stick of time. It was as thick as a bowl, without Fang Han even breaking a sweat. But a narrow, bottomless well has already taken shape. When the drill bit breaks through the last layer of hard, impermeable rock, a chilling air with a strong smell of water vapor suddenly rushed up from the drill hole. Done. Fang Han had an idea and used the electric Luoyang shovel and the soil he brought out. The storage space was retracted in an instant, and the ground was clean, as if nothing had happened. He casually moved a stone half the size of a man from the side and covered the small hole with it tightly. After doing all this, he brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands, turned around, and walked out of the crowd with a leisurely pace. Mr. Fong. Shen Guan was the first to rush up, followed by Nangong Yunshu and his master. Everyone's face was filled with tension and anticipation. Fang Han looked at him and uttered 2 words calmly. All right. Oh. Shen Guan was completely stunned. The legal advisor and the surrounding yamen runners were also confused. All right. Is that it? I didn't see you breaking ground or using any tools. You just went in and stood there for a while, and that's it? This is too fast. In the distance, Mr. Li laughed out loud. Ha! I told you. He's a liar. Mr. Shun, what else do you have to say now? Shen Guan's face turned red and white as he looked at Fang Han's overly calm face. I looked at the ordinary stone again, feeling very nervous. But he chose to believe. He gritted his teeth and waved at the 2 strongest yamen runners behind him. Move it away. The 2 yamen runners looked at each other, and although they had doubts in their hearts, they still walked forward, hugged the big rock together, and moved it to the side. At the moment the stone was moved. Call. An indescribable, bone-chilling chill, mixed with thick, insoluble moist vapor, suddenly gushed out from the dark cave entrance. That chill was like an invisible hand that instantly strangled everyone's breath. Shen Guan and the 2 yamen runners who were standing at the front were shocked by the cool air and shivered. The heat in their bodies was instantly dispelled, and all the pores in their bodies opened up comfortably. It felt like jumping into an ice cellar in the hottest days of summer. Cool. Chapter 49. Water really came out. Everyone was shocked, and the beautiful woman became more curious. Water bucket. The voice of a yamen runner was as dry as if it had been sandpapered. With trembling hands, he untied the water bag tied around his waist, but found that it was already empty. Another yamen runner reacted quickly, crawled back to the carriage, brought out a spare new wooden barrel, and quickly tied a rope to it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the wooden barrel. The bailiff carefully moved the wooden barrel along the side of the dark cave. Slowly, water began to gush out of the cave. There's water. There really is water. The yamen runner holding the spear trembled and almost dropped it. His face flushed with excitement. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, stretched their necks, and stared at the hole without blinking. Gradually, the moist coolness became stronger and stronger. Finally, a wooden barrel that was full and even overflowing was filled with the gushing water. Water's coming out. It's really coming out. I don't know who shouted first. The voice was hoarse and broken, but full of ecstasy as if one had survived a disaster. The next second, the emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly exploded. Oh my God! It's water! It's clear! The water's out! The yamen runners cheered like crazy and threw away the long sticks in their hands. They hugged each other, jumped and danced, and some even knelt on the ground. He burst into tears. The cry was no longer a cry of despair, but tears of joy at seeing hope. Shen Guan's body was shaking violently. His elegant face looked haggard from days of hard work. His face flushed with excitement. He staggered and almost fell to the bucket of water. Under the scorching sun, the water was clear and sweet without a trace of impurities. It was so clear that it could reflect his face full of disbelief. He stared blankly at the bucket of water, then looked up at the young man who had remained calm throughout. Finally, he took a deep breath and flicked the hem of his official robe. Thump. This county lord has always been proud of his scholarly character and regards social ethics and etiquette as his guiding principles. His knees suddenly went weak, and he was about to kneel down to Fang Han. Shun, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people in Qingshi County, thanks you for saving my life. If this kneeling is real, it will be an earth-shattering event. But when his knees were still 3 inches away from the scorching ground, a hand held them firmly. That hand didn't look very strong, but it contained an irresistible, gentle, and firm power. Fang Han supported him in time, his expression still calm. Your Excellency, this is not allowed. Shunguan raised his head, his eyes were already red, and he looked at Fang Han's calm eyes. The awe and enthusiasm in my heart almost overflowed. This is not some kind of feng shui technique at all. This is clearly a magical method of turning stone into gold. Under the dead locust tree in the distance, the sneers on Mr. Li and Mr. Wang's faces were still frozen at the corners of their mouths, and they didn't have time to retract them. Their mouths opened wider and wider, until finally, they were so big that they could almost fit a fist in them. They watched helplessly as the bucket of crystal-clear water was brought up. Watching those Yamen runners cheering like crazy, and watching County Magistrate Shun Guan so excited that he wanted to kneel down on the spot. There was a buzzing sound in both of their minds, and everything went blank. How is it possible? How is this possible? How could water actually come out of that mass grave where no one lives? Even stray dogs despise it. Pa! There was a crisp sound, and the ivory folding fan in Wang Yuanwai's hand fell to the ground, but he was completely unaware of it. The half-immortal Lu Xiaozi next to him was even more shocked. The banner in his hand with the words, Iron Mouth Straightforward, written on it fell to the ground with a clang. His old face, which pretended to be profound, was now whiter than his clothes, and his whole body was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He pointed at his sunglasses, his voice changing tone, with tears in his eyes. I guarantee with my own eyes that this is the Nine-in desolate land. The earth veins are dry. How can there be water? This doesn't make sense. This is against feng shui. His look of having seen a ghost formed an extremely funny contrast with his confident attitude just now. In a carriage not far away, Nangong Yinshu saw the entire shocking scene through the gap in the curtains. The moment water came out of the cave, she only felt her heart. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping me tightly, and even my breathing stopped for a moment. She subconsciously stretched out her delicate hands and covered her lips tightly, fearing that she would scream out uncontrollably. Under the white gauze of the veil, the pair of graceful and elegant phoenix eyes were now wide open, filled with surging waves. Miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. She once again looked at the young man who was surrounded by people but remained as calm as an outsider. The mystery surrounding this man has not been solved. Instead, it was like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger, until it got to a point that made her tremble with fear. How on earth did this man do it? The news that a divine well had been discovered in the mass graves in the western suburbs was like a force 12 hurricane. In just half a day, it swept across the entire lifeless Qingshi County. At first, no one believed it. But when cartloads of clear well water were brought back to the city by the Yamen runners, when it was distributed to the people who were almost dying of thirst, the whole county was in an uproar. In the next few days, Shunguan completely became Fang Han's most loyal supporter. Fang Han said he wanted to go to the abandoned kiln factory in the south of the city. Shunguan didn't say anything and personally led people to clear the area. Fang Han said he wanted to go to the depression in the north of the city, and Shunguan directly transferred all the personal guards of the county government there. It was so crowded that not even a fly could get in. And Fang Han did the same thing every time. Under the gazes of the people and officials, some with suspicion, some with expectation, and some with fanaticism, he simply walked into the circle with his hands behind his back, standing there alone for the time it took to stick of incense. Then, walk out and calmly utter 2 words. All right. Every time, when the huge rock pressing on the wellhead was removed, when the eerie water vapor gushed out, when the clear life-saving water was brought up, the scene will erupt in cheers that are even more thunderous than the last time. From 1 well, to 2, to 3. In just 3 days, Fang Han traveled to the east, south, west, north and center of Qingshi County. With a magical method that ordinary people cannot understand, he lit up 8 bottomless life-saving wells with abundant water sources one after another. These 8 wells, like 8 arteries of life, continuously deliver sweet spring water to every corner of the county. The entire Qingshi County came alive. The legend of the living immortal was completely ignited and spread like wildfire among countless people. People are no longer satisfied with drinking the magic water. They began to spontaneously. They flocked in groups to the wellheads that had been enlightened by Fang Han. They didn't dare to get close, but just knelt down in a black mass 100 meters away. They brought the most precious incense and candles in their home, lit them, and the smoke rose up, carrying their most pious wishes. They kowtowed again and again towards the well and the land where Fang Han once stood, muttering something. At first, they called him Mr. Fong and Living Immortal. In the end, these two titles were no longer enough to express the fanatical admiration and gratitude in their hearts, directly treating Fang Han as a god. Chapter 50. Deposits exceed 100 million. In the backyard of the county government office, in front of a heavily guarded warehouse, Shunguan personally took a bunch of heavy brass keys and solemnly opened the iron and wooden door covered with thick dust. Mr. Fong, all the rare medicinal herbs over 100 years old in this county's treasury are here. Squeak. As the door was slowly pushed open, a medicinal fragrance so strong that it almost became tangible came into the air. A dry scent mixed with the accumulation of time hits you in the face. The fragrance was so overbearing that just a sniff made Fang Han's pores all over his body open up and his spirits lifted. The light in the warehouse was dim, but the scene inside could still be seen clearly. On the left side are rows of huge wooden shelves, on which are neatly stacked sealed wooden boxes. The right side is even more shocking. Whole, processed tiger bones were piled up into a hill half a person's height. A faint aura of kingship still lingered on the pale bones. Next to it is the cut antler. Each piece has fine lines and a rich bloody smell. On the innermost shelf, there are several huge wooden boxes wrapped in red cloth. Xinguan carefully opened one of them, which was as thick as a child's arm. A century-old wild ginseng, shaped like a human, lies quietly inside, with its ginseng roots intact and emitting an alluring aura. These are all excellent things. The legal advisor following behind him couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at these treasures that could only be seen in files on weekdays. Any one of these things would be enough to make the big pharmacies in the county town scramble for it. But now, it is like ordinary firewood, filling the entire warehouse. Xinguan looked at Fang Han with a hint of uneasiness on his face. Although these things are precious, what are they compared to the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the county? He was afraid that Fang Han would feel it was not enough. Fang Han's eyes swept across the room, full of treasures. His heart was already filled with huge waves, but his face remained calm. He stretched out his hand and gently brushed the pile of tiger bones in front of him, then turned his head, looked at Xinguan, and calmly uttered 3 words. I want them all. The voice was not loud, but it revealed an unquestionable determination. Xinguan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, instantly fell back into his stomach, and his face was immediately replaced by ecstasy. He nodded repeatedly and waved excitedly. All right, come on, prepare the carriage. Take all the herbs in the warehouse, leave nothing behind, and deliver them all to Mr. Fong's residence. Use the best carriage in the county and send the steadiest driver. Absolutely no bumps or bruises. After receiving the order, the yamen runners who had been waiting outside the door immediately took action. Soon, more than a dozen large carriages with thick cushions stopped at the door of the warehouse. The yamen runners carefully loaded boxes and bundles of rare medicinal herbs onto the truck in a continuous stream. The scene was even grander than when the county magistrate went on tour. When this team loaded with century-old miraculous medicine drove into Liushi village in a mighty manner. The whole village fell into an eerie silence again. The villagers came out of their houses and stared blankly at the dozen or so trucks that almost blocked the village road. Looking at those yamen runners who usually show off their dominance, they are now like the most humble servants, carefully unloading the things from the car. They have become numb. It's late at night. The lights in Fang Han's room were bright. Baijiro and the other 2 girls had already gone to bed. He stood alone in front of the medicinal herbs that filled half the room, his eyes burning. Without the slightest hesitation, he thought about it, and the mountain of tiger bones, deer antlers, and century-old ginseng in front of him disappeared silently into the air like a young swallow flying into the forest, and were all stored in the 1 cubic meter storage space. After doing all this, he walked to the bedside, his mind immersed in his thoughts, and gave orders to the light door connecting the 2 worlds that only he could see. System opens double passing door. These things are very valuable in major drugstores, but it is even more precious now. In modern times, the value of these pure natural, pollution-free, and highly effective century-old wild medicinal herbs is enormous. It will be magnified exponentially. If we sell them, we will definitely get an unimaginable amount of money. After a slight dizziness, the scene in front of Fang Han changed from a quaint wooden room. It became that familiar rental house, full of modern atmosphere. He took out the charged smartphone, skillfully found the familiar number, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother Han. Holy shit. You finally called. If you don't contact me, I'm going to call the police and report you missing. Wang Xiao's characteristic loud voice came out from the receiver. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the usual place. Bring your expert with you. We have some new stuff to open your eyes. Half an hour later, in a private warehouse on the outskirts of the city, Wang Xiao and the old expert with reading glasses and gray hair were pacing back and forth anxiously. Mr. Wang, this Mr. Fong you mentioned, is the thing in his hand really that magical? The old expert adjusted his glasses, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Mr. Li, just wait and see. Young Master Wang patted his chest, his face full of mystery and pride. What my brother Han brings out is nothing ordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, the rolling door of the warehouse was opened with a crash. Fong Han walked in. Brother Han. Wang Xiao immediately went up to him. Fong Han nodded without any unnecessary courtesy and walked directly to the open space in the center of the warehouse. An idea came to his mind. Next second, under the stunned gaze of Wang Xiao and Li Lao. Clatter. It was as if a treasure mountain appeared out of thin air. Mountains of white tiger bones and top-quality deer antlers exuding a wild scent. There were also hundreds of wild ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum tied with red ropes, with an outrageous appearance. Countless top-grade medicinal herbs that can only be seen in legends and at top auctions. Without any warning, it was dumped onto the cold concrete floor like a pile of garbage. In the warehouse, the aroma of medicine, so strong that it almost condensed into substance, instantly overwhelmed the two of them. The smile on Wang Xiao's face froze. His mouth opened wider and wider, and his eyes became as big as bells. Staring straight at the hill made of magical medicine in front of him, he seemed to be under a spell and could not move. The reaction of Mr. Li next to him was even more exaggerated. He was shocked at first, and then he staggered back 2 steps as if struck by lightning. The thermos in his hand fell to the ground with a clang and shattered into pieces. This. The old expert pointed at the pile of medicinal herbs, his fingers shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease, and his old face turned liver-colored due to excessive excitement. He rushed over suddenly, grabbed a tiger bone that was thicker than his thigh, and then tremblingly picked up a human-shaped wild ginseng, put it under his nose, and sniffed it like crazy. Finally, he fell to the ground with a thud, holding his heart. He was breathing heavily, and tears welled up in his eyes. Miracle. This is a miracle. The old expert sighed to the heavens, his voice hoarse and enthusiastic. I have studied Chinese medicinal herbs my entire life, and I have never seen wild treasures of this quality, of this age, and in such a large quantity. This simply cannot exist in this world. Incredible. Wang Xiao finally recovered from his petrified state. He swallowed hard, turned his head, and looked at the monster. No, look at the god's eyes, staring at Fong Han. He didn't ask anything. He knew that there were some things he couldn't ask. He just took out his cell phone silently and operated the screen quickly with his fingers. A moment later, Fong Han's phone lit up with a ding. A bank SMS notification was clearly displayed on the screen. XX Bank, your savings card account ending in XXXX received 80 million renminbi on X/X/X, and the current account balance is 105,340,000 renminbi and 52 cents. 80 million. Add to that the previous money, his bank deposits. Easily broke through the small goal of 100 million. Chapter 51 Madame's Night Banquet, a secret meeting under the moon. Looking at the long string of thrilling zeros on the phone, Fong Han's mood was surprisingly calm. 100 million. For that otaku who once relied on playing for others to make ends meet, this was an astronomical figure that was enough to drive him crazy. Money is just a tool. What really excites him is what these tools can bring. The equipment is enough for him to settle down in the dying dynasty and even live a more comfortable life. Mr. Wang, do me a favor. Fong Han put away his phone and looked at Mr. Wang, who was still drooling over the pile of medicinal herbs. Brother Han, you said it. If I, Fatty Wang, frown even when faced with danger, I will not be a human being. Young Master Wang patted his chest and vowed. I want a few things, the best ones, Fong Han said calmly. A military-grade, foldable drone for easy portability. Top-of-the-line infrared night vision goggles, and a tactical vest like the ones Special Forces use, that's stab-proof. Now that his fame is rising, it will inevitably attract the attention of more forces. In ancient times, what it meant to have a god's perspective was self-evident. Whether it is exploring the terrain, searching for resources, or guarding against unknown dangers, drones are irreplaceable artifacts. Night vision goggles and tactical vests are the purest life-saving trump cards. No problem. Wang Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard it. Don't worry, Brother Han. These things are not available on the market, but I have a way. I guarantee to get you the best stuff. After a pause, he took out a card from his pocket and stuffed it into Fong Han's hand. By the way, Brother Han, I also prepared some rations for you for the field, such as compressed biscuits and high-energy functional drinks. You have to take care of yourself when you are out there. Fong Han glanced at this thoughtful, rich second generation and nodded. After asking Mr. Wang to buy these things, Fong Han took out his cell phone again and ordered some chocolate candy. It can be considered a gift for the three girls. After Wang Xiao and the supplies online have arrived, Fong Han did not hesitate and returned directly to the Dying Dynasty. When Fong Han set foot on the land of the Dying Dynasty again, it was already late outside the window, the dew was heavy, and everything was silent. The glaring, incandescent light in the modern warehouse was instantly replaced by a warm yellow candlelight in the room. He felt warm in his heart. I saw Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Lurume, the three girls, standing by the bed, and they were still awake. They sat side by side, their little heads nodding, obviously very sleepy, but still holding on, waiting for him to come back. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the three women raised their heads at the same time like frightened deer. When he saw clearly that it was Fong Han, a light of joy instantly bloomed in his sleepy eyes. Sir, you are back. Brother-in-law. Three voices with different styles. Fong Han smiled, walked up to them, and spread out his palms like a magic trick. On the palm of his hand were three small cubes wrapped in delicate colored tinfoil. What is this? Bai Shuejian was always the most curious one. She came forward and picked up a piece of purple. It felt warm to the touch, and she could smell a rich and strange fragrance that she had never smelled before. Snacks for you guys. Fong Han picked up one of the red ones and gently tore it along the edge. With a swish, the tinfoil was peeled off, revealing a brown solid with a silky luster. An extremely mellow and sweet aroma instantly filled the room. He broke it into two halves and gently fed one half to Baijiro's lips. Baijiro's pretty face turned red, and she felt a little shy, but she still opened her cherry lips obediently and took the thing in. The next second, her pair of gentle eyes suddenly widened. An indescribable silky touch slowly melted on the tip of her tongue. Then, an overbearing and extremely mellow sweet fragrance, mixed with a rich milky aroma, exploded and instantly swept across every one of her taste buds. That taste is so amazing. A blush of happiness instantly appeared on Wenwan's pretty face. She felt like she was about to melt in this incomparable sweetness. So delicious. Seeing this, Bai Shui couldn't wait to tear open the purple packaging in her hand, and followed her sister's example, carefully taking a small bite. The little girl narrowed her eyes happily and let out a satisfied, kitten-like hum from her throat. My calves kicked lightly twice in pleasure. Oh my god, what is this? It tastes better than popsicles. Lurume also got a piece. She tasted it in small sips with her watery eyes. A layer of happiness instantly covered her face. She stared at the chocolate in her hand. She looked at the man in front of her again, and the respect and admiration in her heart almost overflowed. Ding! Baijiro's happiness value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. Ding! Bai Shuejian's happiness value plus 20, double door energy plus 20. Ding! Lurume's love value plus 20, double door penetration energy plus 20. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. Fong Han looked at the three stunning beauties in front of him who were almost bubbling with happiness because of a small piece of chocolate, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. The next day, Qingshu County. To thank Fong Han for saving lives and finding a way to survive for the people of the entire county, County Magistrate Shun Guan set up a banquet of the highest standards in the back hall of the county government office. At the banquet, Fong Han was arranged to sit at the main seat, and even the County Magistrate Shun Guan could only sit below him. The county's chief clerk, county magistrate, registrar, and other officials were all present. Mr. Fong, I offer you a toast. If it weren't for your magical powers, my whole family would have been left starving. Fong Shinxian, I did it, you can do whatever you want. As the glasses clinked, everyone surrounded Fong Han, their words filled with compliments and flattery. Fong Han just sat there calmly, responding to the flattery calmly and occasionally raising his glass. Yet, he always made the officials who toasted him feel flattered. The more nonchalant he was, the more unfathomable he seemed to everyone. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The county magistrate's wife, Nangong Yinshu, who had been sitting quietly at the last seat with her female relatives, suddenly stood up. She walked lightly to Fong Han, bowed slightly, and said in a gentle and pleasant voice, "Mr. Fong, I am sorry to bother you today." Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the stunningly beautiful wife of the county magistrate. Nangong Yinshu wore an elegant goose yellow long dress today, which made her skin look even whiter than snow. She had a graceful temperament. She ignored the gazes of those around her, her eyes as clear as autumn water, fixed only on Fong Han. "I have something I'd like to ask you, sir." She parted her red lips, a hint of just the right amount of sadness in her tone. "My husband loves to garden and tend to plants. In the back garden, we have a few rare peonies transplanted from the capital, called Yao Huang. But because of the drought, even with well watering, they're withering and dying. I wonder, could you please come over and give those poor flowers some pointers?" These words are reasonable and flawless. But the smart people present could all tell that this was an excuse. Xinguan was slightly stunned, but then he smiled and even took the initiative to speak. "Yes, sir, those pots of flowers are my dearest love. If you can save them, it will be a great help to me." He actually took the initiative to create an opportunity for his wife to be alone with Fong Han. Fong Han glanced at Xinguan, then glanced at the incredibly beautiful lady in front of him and understood. He put down his glass and stood up. "Madam, you're too kind. I can't offer any advice, but it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. Please come in, sir." A hint of joy flashed in Nangong Yinshu's eyes, and he stepped aside to lead the way. The two walked one after the other through the corridor and into the back garden of the county government office. As soon as you step into the garden, the noisy sounds of the banquet are isolated behind you. The night breeze brings the fragrance of flowers and plants, refreshing the heart. The two walked side by side on the cobblestone path. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was subtly quiet for a moment. Nangong Yinshu could clearly hear the accelerating beating of his heart in his chest. She comes from a prominent family in Beijing. What kind of men has she not seen? The prince is a young man of great talent, as talented as a fish in a river. But no one could bring her such strong curiosity and excitement that almost suffocated her like the man next to her. He is like a bottomless mystery. The closer you get to him, the more mysterious he becomes. "Madam, the flowers in this garden are quite unique." Finally, Fong Han spoke first and broke the silence. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, sir." Nangong Yinshu's breathing stagnated slightly. She turned her head and secretly looked at Fong Han's profile in the moonlight. He has a clear outline, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of deep eyes under the moonlight. One look at him, and you can't help but sink into them. "Sir, it seems you have no interest in gold, silver, or official titles." She finally asked the question in her heart. Her voice was very soft, as if testing. Fong Han didn't stop, looking ahead, and said calmly, "It's just external possessions." "Then what do you want, sir?" Nangong Yinshu asked, her heart beating faster. "Those seemingly useless herbs?" Fong Han smiled, turned his head, and met her gaze. The moment their eyes met, Nangong Yinshu felt like his breathing stopped. His eyes were calm, deep, and contained a hint of amusement that she couldn't understand. "Madam can't give me what I want." He spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into the lake of Nangong Yinshu's heart, causing ripples. "Sir, how do you know I can't give it to you?" Nangong Yinshu asked back almost subconsciously. As soon as she said this, she was stunned. An intoxicating blush instantly appeared on her beautiful cheeks, and even her ears became hot. This statement is too ambiguous. The atmosphere in the garden suddenly became extremely ambiguous. Chapter 52. The lady throws herself into his arms. The air in the garden seemed to freeze instantly after Nangong Yinshu asked that subconscious question. The ambiguous factor grows wildly in the night, mixed with the fragrance of flowers and plants, turning into a poison that can make people intoxicated. Nangong Yinshu himself was confused. She was the wife of the county magistrate, well-read since childhood. How could she have ever said something so bold, explicit, and suggestive? The words were like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The moment they came out of her mouth, she regretted it. A pretty face, with a beautiful face, suddenly became hot under the cold moonlight. The intoxicating blush spread from her cheeks to her snow-white neck, and even her small and delicate earlobes became crystal clear and frighteningly hot. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, almost breaking her ribs. She subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to look into Fong Han's eyes. Her feather-like eyelashes trembled nervously, casting a fine shadow under her eyelids. Fang Han looked at her shy and embarrassed yet radiant appearance and smiled in his heart. The graceful and elegant wife of the county magistrate was like a phoenix kept in a golden cage. She is usually dignified and reserved, but once provoked, the charm in her bones is irresistible to anyone. He didn't continue the topic, as that would have embarrassed her further. He just smiled, turned around, and continued walking forward, his tone returning to its previous calmness. Madam, don't be anxious. Flowers, plants, and trees, like people, have their own destiny. Let's go and take a look first. He took the initiative to give the step. Nangong Yinshu breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She quickly gathered her thoughts and forced herself to calm down. I followed silently, but my heart, which was beating out of rhythm, couldn't calm down. The two walked one in front and one behind on the cobblestone path. Nangong Yinshu walked in front, her figure graceful and moving with light lotus steps. Her waist swayed gracefully, a faint fragrance lingered in the air, and her back was as beautiful as a painting under the moonlight. She was so confused that she didn't pay attention to her feet. Suddenly, she stepped on a loose pebble and her tall body tilted violently. He let out a short scream and fell to the side uncontrollably. Oh, just when she thought she was about to have an intimate contact with the earth. A strong arm when you make a big fool of yourself. He reached out like lightning, put his arms around her soft waist, and brought her steadily into a solid and warm embrace. Warm and soft jade, full of fragrance. A rich, unique body fragrance that only belongs to a mature and beautiful woman, mixed with a faint smell of alcohol and the high-end incense on her body. It domineeringly drilled into Fang Han's nostrils. As for Nangong Yinshu, his entire body froze. Her cheek was pressed firmly against Fang Han's chest. Through the thin layer of fabric, she could clearly feel the outline of his chest muscles. Hard, hot, and full of explosive power. You can even more clearly hear the steady and powerful boom, 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 heartbeat in his chest. That sound was like the most aphrodisiac drumbeat, hitting her heart hard one after another. With a boom, her mind went blank. The blood instantly rushed to that elegant face, so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out. My whole body became soft and hot, as if all my strength had been drained away. I could only lean helplessly in this man's arms. Fang Han could feel the trembling and burning heat of the delicate body in his arms, and he looked down. I saw that her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes were trembling, her red lips were slightly parted, her breathing was rapid, and she looked like she was ready to be picked. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly let go of her hand, holding her arm to help her stand steady. Ma'am, are you okay? His voice broke the ambiguous silence. Nangong Yinshu's body swayed, but he didn't stand up straight immediately. Instead, she seemed to be really injured, her body softened, and she leaned towards him again. Half of the weight of his body rested on his arm. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with just the right hint of pain and grievance. Mr. Fong, I seem to have twisted my foot. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold system prompt sound came into Fang Han's mind as expected. Ding. Nangong Yinshu's favorability plus 50, love grows, energy plus 50. Done. Fang Han felt relieved. He looked at the beautiful lady in front of him, whose shoulders were trembling and who looked pitiful. How could he not know what she was thinking? This is not just a sprained foot, it's a sprained heart. Since she offered me the ladder, wouldn't it be unromantic if I didn't climb up? Well, let chow be chow. Thinking of this, Fang Han no longer hesitated. He exerted a little force with his arms, and Nangong Yinshu let out another suppressed cry of surprise. He actually just hugged her horizontally, holding her mature and plump body firmly in his arms. Ah! The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Nangong Yinshu completely panic. She subconsciously stretched out her snow-white arms and tightly wrapped them around Fang Han's neck. She buried her face, which was so hot that it was almost cooked, deep into his strong chest, and never dared to lift it up again. My heart was beating like a deer, as if it would jump out of my throat any second. Shame, tension, excitement, and a hint of joy at having gotten what you wanted. Countless complex emotions intertwined in her heart. It made her feel dizzy, as if she was walking on clouds. This man, how dare he? How dare he be so bold? Fang Han held the delicate body in his arms, feeling the softness and amazing elasticity of her body. The corners of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. He said nothing, just hugged her, turned around, and strode back the way he came. His steps were steady, without a trace of panic. The moonlight stretched the shadows of the two people very long, and finally they overlapped, and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Nangong Yinshu in his arms was initially stiff due to nervousness and shyness. But as Fang Han walked steadily, he could feel his strong heartbeat and the energy coming from his body. The masculine scent made her feel extremely at ease, and her pounding heart slowly calmed down. Quietly, she rubbed her cheek against his chest, finding a more comfortable position. His unique, pleasant smell lingered at the tip of my nose. An unprecedented sense of security and satisfaction enveloped her whole body. Just like that, Fang Han held her in his arms, walked through the quiet and deserted back garden, walked through the winding corridors, and ignored the noise coming from the banquet hall in the distance. Finally, it stopped in front of an elegant and quiet courtyard. This is the bedroom of the county magistrate's wife, Nangong Yinshu. Chapter 53. Mr. and Mrs. Shun Guan visit again. The moonlight was like water, quietly sprinkling on the cobblestone path in the back garden of the county government office. The two personal maids guarding the door watched the scene before them. There was a buzzing sound in my mind, and everything went blank in an instant. They watched helplessly as the young man, who was revered as a living god by the entire county, died. He held his wife in his arms, as if she were a rare treasure, and walked towards him step by step. The two maids were so frightened that they were about to scream out subconsciously, but he covered his mouth tightly in an instant. They saw the lady's arms tightly wrapped around the man's neck and her body buried deep in the man's arms. The ostrich-like posture, coupled with their master's almost worshipful respect for Mr. Fong. The two clever maids instantly understood something. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to even breathe, and pushed open the bedroom door with nimble hands and feet. Fang Han held Nangong Yinshu in his arms and walked into the bedroom without looking around. Calming incense burned in the house. The furnishings are elegant, and the hostess's extraordinary taste is revealed everywhere. He walked to the bed and relaxed his arms slightly. The noble lady in his arms had already become limp and as light as a boneless being. Gently placed it on the bed covered with embroidered bedding. "Madam, you have sprained your ankle, and it's not easy for you to walk. You should have a good rest." Fang Han's voice was calm and gentle, as if he had just done something very ordinary. Nangong Yinshu lay on the soft bed, feeling his body still trembling slightly. She didn't dare to look up, but she saw Fang Han stand up out of the corner of her eye. The tall figure turned around and walked out without any reluctance. For some reason, an inexplicable feeling of loss suddenly came over me. She looked at his back as he was about to disappear at the door and almost blurted out, "Sir." Fang Han paused, but did not look back. Nangong Yinshu bit her red lips. Her heart was in turmoil, and thousands of words were stuck in her throat. In the end, it only turned into a voice as thin as a mosquito. "Thank you so much for today, sir." "You're welcome, ma'am." Fang Han left 4 faint words and walked away. The door was gently closed by the maid, separating the two worlds. Nangong Yinshu lay on the bed, looking at the gauze curtain above her head, her heart still beating wildly. She raised her hand and gently stroked her hot cheek. The scene of him holding me in his arms just now kept replaying in my mind. Feeling the solidity of his chest, the steady beat of his heart, the pleasant scent of him. When Fang Han returned to the banquet with a calm demeanor, everyone's eyes turned to him. Everyone present was a smart person. They saw that the county magistrate's wife had just used the excuse of looking at flowers. This living immortal was asked to leave alone, but now he is the only one back. Everyone's mind was already full of twists and turns, and each had their own guesses. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table became a little subtle. Everyone exchanged knowing glances, but no one dared to ask. When Shun Guan saw Fang Han coming back, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. He personally filled the glass of wine for him, and his attitude was even more respectful than before. "Thank you for your hard work, sir. My wife hasn't bothered you anymore, right?" Shun Guan's words were full of gratitude and admiration, without a trace of doubt. He was only thinking about the drought and thought that his wife had really gone to ask this divine man for advice about the peonies. "It's just a piece of cake." Fang Han responded calmly, picked up the wine glass, and clinked it with him lightly. As the wine went down his throat, his mind was still savoring the breathtaking warmth and softness he had just felt. Being a thief seems to be quite interesting. The next morning, it was just dawn. A green shed carriage stopped steadily at the gate of the Fong family compound. The curtain of the carriage opened, and the people who stepped out were none other than the county magistrate Shun Guan and his wife, Nangong Yinshu. Nangong Yinshu, who had not slept all night, specially changed into a dignified autumn-scented long dress today. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, with only a simple white jade hairpin inserted in it, trying to use this outfit to hide the turmoil in her heart. However, When Fang Han pushed open the gate and appeared in front of her, all her disguises collapsed in an instant. After just a glance at him, Nangong Yinshu quickly looked away like a frightened deer. Those enchanting phoenix eyes drooped slightly, not daring to look at him again. A faint pink color appeared on the fair neck, and 2 intoxicating blushes appeared on the flawless oval face. She is a peerless beauty with a natural beauty. She is graceful and elegant in her daily life, and is unattainable. At this moment, her shy and timid look like a girl did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it seems to add a touch of enchanting rouge color to the holy lotus on the top of the snow mountain. It's so beautiful that it makes people's hearts flutter and their mouths dry. Your Excellency, madam, please come in. Fang Han seemed not to notice her abnormality. He stepped aside as usual and invited the 2 into the yard. At the stone table in the courtyard, Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Lurume had already prepared tea. When they saw the county magistrate and his wife, the 3 girls smiled happily. He brought up tea and several plates of round pancakes that were as white as snow, which he had never seen before. What is this? Xinguan looked at the white pieces on the plate, which were covered with a layer of frosting-like particles, and asked curiously. These are some snacks from my hometown. Please try them. Fang Han gestured. Xinguan picked up a piece, held it lightly in his hand, put it in his mouth, and took a light bite. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and then, the rich aroma of rice grains mixed with the perfect salty and sweet taste of the surface instantly exploded in his mouth. That crispy taste was something he had never experienced before. Good. What a unique snack. Xinguan couldn't help but admire. However, after tasting the snacks, the admiration on Xinguan's face was quickly replaced by deep worry. He put down the snow cake in his hand and sighed deeply. Mr. Fong, I came here today because I have something to ask for your guidance. Xinguan stood up and bowed deeply to Fang Han with an extremely solemn expression. Fang Hanshu supported him and said, Your Excellency, if you have anything to say, please feel free to speak. Xinguan's face was filled with sorrow, and his voice became hoarse. Now, thanks to your magical powers, the 8 sacred wells in the county are constantly flowing day and night, and the people are finally no longer suffering from thirst. But this only solves the immediate problem. He pointed to the cracked land outside the yard, his eyes full of pain. Sir, please look. The drought has hardened the land to the point of rock. All the crops in the fields have withered and died, leaving us with nothing to harvest. It's already late summer, and we've missed the farming season. This year's autumn harvest is hopeless. I've already ordered an inventory of the grain stored in the county government treasury. Adding in the grain raised from the gentry and wealthy families, it's only enough to sustain the people of the entire county for less than 2 months. 2 months from now, if we run out of food, the consequences will be disastrous. Xinguan's voice was trembling. By then, starving people will be everywhere. To survive, they'll do anything. Looting, rioting. I'm afraid Qingshi County will become a living hell. Even if I had 10,000 heads, they wouldn't be enough for the imperial court to chop off. As he spoke, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I've raced to report the disaster to the imperial court, but the round trip will take at least 3 months. Water from afar can't quench thirst right here. I've also sent people to neighboring counties to buy grain, but this year's drought has been widespread, and several surrounding counties are also struggling. Grain prices are rising 3 times a day, and no one is willing to sell to us. This good official who is dedicated to serving the people is now really at his wit's end. He placed all his hopes on the young man in front of him, the only one who could create a miracle. Nangong Yinshu sat aside, her heart sinking as she listened to her husband's words filled with despair. She looked at Fang Han, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. In her heart, it seemed that as long as this man nodded, any problem, no matter how big, could be solved. Fang Han listened quietly, his expression remaining calm. He picked up the teacup, blew gently to remove the hot steam, and then slowly took a sip of tea under the anxious gaze of the couple. Then he put down the teacup, raised his eyes, and looked at Xinguan. If there is no food, then plant it. Chapter 54 The Agricultural Saint is alive. Kind. When Xinguan heard these 2 words, he was stunned. Then, the glimmer of hope that had just appeared on his face was instantly replaced by deeper bitterness and despair. He gave a wry smile and looked at Fang Han almost pleadingly. Sir, you don't know. It's almost autumn now, and we've already missed the best time for planting. Furthermore, the drought has made the land harder than stone, let alone farming. Even an ordinary plow wouldn't leave even a white mark. Even if we can manage to break through the soil, the manpower and time required to cultivate 1 acre of land is far beyond ordinary. Right now, during the lean season, the people are starving, So how can they have the energy to do such time-consuming and labor-intensive work? By the time we painstakingly plant the crops, I'm afraid they'll have already starved to death before they even sprout. The county magistrate, who was speaking for the people, had a barely perceptible choke in his voice at the end of his speech. It's not that he hasn't thought about this method, but this method is basically a dead end. Nangong Yinshu, who was standing aside, clutched the corner of her clothes tightly with her delicate hands, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with worry. She looked at her husband, then at Fang Han, who still looked calm, and her heart was beating fast. The yard fell into a brief silence, with only the chirping of cicadas in late summer, which made people feel annoyed. Fang Han listened without saying anything. He simply broke off a thin branch from the tree next to him and squatted down. He slowly began to paint on the yellow earth that was dried and hard by the sun. His movements were very casual, like a child doodling. Shunguan and Nangong Yinshu both came over curiously and looked down at the pattern on the ground. That's a very strange graphic. It looked like a plow, but it was completely different from any plow they had ever seen. The plows of the Jing Dynasty were all straight beam plows, and the long plow beams were clumsy and heavy. It requires 2 oxen to pull it, making it extremely inconvenient to turn when plowing the land, and it is time-consuming and labor-intensive to turn around. However, the plow shaft that Fang Han drew was curved and much shorter. On top of the plow wall, there is a device that can be freely adjusted to rise and fall, which looks delicate and strange. Sir, what is this thing? Xinguang was full of confusion. Nangong Yinshu's beautiful eyes were also filled with doubts. This thing is called curved plow. Fang Han stood up and gently tapped the sketch on the ground with a branch, his tone flat. Look here, he pointed to the short, curved shaft. Changing from a straight shaft to a curved one not only saves on materials, but also makes the plow lighter. 1 person and 1 ox can easily operate it, greatly saving animal power. And here, he moved his branch to the adjustable device. This is the plow shaft. It controls how deep the plow is driven into the soil. If the soil is compacted, we adjust it deeper for more effective penetration. If the soil is loose, we adjust it shallower for faster plowing. Unlike your straight beam plows, the depth depends entirely on manual effort. After a full day, the ox is tired, but the operator is even more exhausted. The most crucial thing is this. Fang Han finally pointed at the position of the plow rib. The improved plow rib makes turning the soil more labor-saving and more flexible. We no longer need to lift the entire plow when we reach the edge of the field like before. Its tillage efficiency is at least 3 times that of the straight beam plow you use now. With every word Fang Han spoke, Shunguan's eyes widened. At first, he just listened blankly. But when Fang Han mentioned 1 man and 1 cow, adjustable depth, and more than 3 times the efficiency, the county magistrate, who was well-versed in classics and history and also knowledgeable about farming, felt as if thunder had exploded in his head. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Confusion, surprise, sudden enlightenment, countless emotions flashed across his face. In the end, it all turned into incomparable ecstasy and shock. He took a sudden step forward, staring intently at the sketch drawn with a few simple lines on the ground. It was as if what he saw was not a rough sketch, but an invaluable treasure that could save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the county. Yes, the curved short shaft can reduce the force of rotation. The adjustable plow level can handle different soil types. This is simply a stroke of genius. Why has such a simple truth remained unsolved for thousands of years? God, genius. No, God, miracle. This is the real miracle. Xinguan was so excited that his whole body was shaking and his speech was a little incoherent. He threw his official robe violently and was about to kneel down in front of Fang Han again. That look was 100 times more fanatical than when he saw Shun Jing, Chu Shui before. Sir, you're not just a living god. You're the reincarnated agricultural saint. This kneeling is filled with a scholar's highest respect for the sages who pioneered an era. However, his knees were once again supported by that gentle yet firm hand. Lord Shen, here he comes again. Fang Han helped him up helplessly. Xinguan was still incredibly excited. He grabbed Fang Han's sleeve as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Sir, with this magical weapon, Qingshi County is saved. The people are saved. Fang Han looked at him, almost going crazy with joy, thought for a moment, and then said casually, just having a plow isn't enough. After the drought, the land has lost a lot of fertility. Even if you plant something, the harvest won't be good. Xinguan's ecstasy was instantly dampened by a bucket of cold water. He asked nervously, Then please give me some advice, agricultural saint. He actually changed his name directly. Simple. Fang Han casually pointed to the pile of livestock manure and dead branches and leaves in the corner of the yard. Mix these things with soil, pile them together, pour water on them, and let them ferment. They will become excellent fertilizer. Using this fertilizer to cultivate the land can restore the fertility of the barren land, and the grain yield can at least double. He looked at the bare fields again and said, "You can't plant the same crop on the same piece of land every year. That way, the soil's fertility will be depleted quickly. You can plant beans this year and grains next year, alternating them. This is called crop rotation. It can improve the soil's fertility and keep the fields fertile forever." Compost. Crop rotation. Each word is unheard of, yet seems to contain supreme truth. Fang Han said it lightly. Xinguan and Nangong Yinshu were completely dumbfounded. They stood there blankly, feeling that a door to a new world was being pushed open in front of them. Shun Guanru was struck by lightning, and his whole body was stunned. He unconsciously muttered, "Compost, crop rotation," and felt a buzzing in his head. These methods may sound incredible, but if you think about it carefully, they are in line with the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. When he looked at Fang Han again, his eyes had completely changed. This is simply the reincarnation of the agricultural saint. Chapter 55. Everyone in Liushi village is paralyzed. After coming to my senses, Nangong Yinshu, who was standing aside, picked up the snow rice cake on the table, opened her cherry lips slightly, and took a small bite. Crack, a sound that was extremely crisp. Then, an indescribable crispy taste, mixed with the mellow fragrance of rice grains and the perfect salty and sweet taste of the surface, exploded in her warm mouth. The feeling is novel, overbearing, and irresistible. Her pair of bright and shining phoenix eyes suddenly widened, and her beautiful face was full of disbelief. What kind of snack is this? How can there be such wonderful food in the world? She subconsciously looked at Fang Han, and the man still looked calm and composed. It was as if the shocking theories he had just put forward were enough to change the entire agricultural history of the Jing Dynasty. Just like handing over this magical snack, it was just a casual act. This man, how many secrets does he still hide? How many incredible and magical things does he have? Someone come. Pass on my order. Xinguan finally came back to his senses from the huge shock, and he didn't even have time to wipe the moisture from the corners of his eyes. He turned around suddenly and let out a roar that was almost like a roar at the yamen runners outside the yard. Right now? Immediately. Go to the county town and get the best carpenter Wong, blacksmith Li, all the best craftsmen. Invite them all. No, bring them all. Tell them this is an urgent military order. Anyone who dares to delay will be killed without mercy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer looked like the elegant county magistrate he usually was. I want them to come to Liushi village immediately. Please ask Mr. Fong to personally guide them in forging the divine plow. The villagers of Liushi village once again gathered under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village, watching the scene in the Fong family compound from afar. They have become completely numb. Did you see that? The county magistrate is here again. A villager put his hands in his pockets and spoke in a calm tone as if he was saying that the weather was good today. Yes, I saw him. He brought his wife with him. Another villager scratched his ear. Look at the county magistrate, squatting on the ground like a child listening to a teacher's lecture, nodding and bowing all the time. Hey, what's so strange about that? The old hunter in the village spat, looking quite indifferent. A few days ago, didn't the county magistrate almost kneel down to Fang Han? If Fang Han hadn't been quick to help him, his knees would have been bruised. That's true. Everyone nodded in agreement. Back then, when Fang Han dug out the magical well in the village, they were so shocked that they couldn't sleep well for 3 days. Later, the county magistrate brought a group of officials and respectfully came to ask Fang Han to do something for them. They felt that their lives were worth it. Later, more than a dozen large horse-drawn carriages came, pulling carts of things they had never seen before. It is said that this is a rare medicinal herb that is 100 years old, and it was sent to the Fong family compound as if it were free. They have begun to doubt their lives. To this day, it is hard to believe that the head of a county is as respectful as a grandson in front of Fang Han. The villagers no longer felt the slightest bit of anxiety. I'm used to it. This is how we live our lives. In Willow Creek, you have to accept reality. The reality is that Fang Han from their village is not a human, but a god. Whatever the gods do is right. A few days later, more than a dozen of the county's most skilled carpenters and blacksmiths were escorted to Liushi village by a team of yamen runners. These master craftsmen, who usually had to be addressed as master by everyone in the county town, now had pale faces and trembling legs. They were urged along the way by the yamen runners, and they thought they had committed some heinous crime and were going to be dragged to this village to be beheaded. But when they reached the village entrance, the Yamen runners stopped. The leading Yamen runner cleared his throat and said to them in a very serious tone, "Everyone, clean up your clothes. When you go in and see Mr. Fong, bow your heads. Don't look too much, don't ask too many questions, and do whatever he tells you to do. If anyone offends him, I won't need the county magistrate to do anything. I will be the first one to skin him alive." The craftsmen looked at each other in confusion, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. Mr. Fong? Which Mr. Fong has such a grand ceremony? With the nervousness of a pilgrim, they straightened their clothes and walked into the Fong family compound step by step. In the center of the yard, Fang Han had already been waiting there. Without any unnecessary words, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The craftsmen took a closer look and were stunned. It was a piece of white, crisp paper with a strange texture and black lines on it. There was a three-dimensional figure drawn on it that none of them could understand, with all kinds of strange symbols and numbers marked next to it. Do it according to this. Fang Han handed the printed three-dimensional structural diagram to the leading Carpenter Wang. Carpenter Wang took the blueprint with trembling hands, and after just one look, he felt as if struck by lightning. He has been a carpenter for 30 years and believes that there is no mortise and tenon structure in the world that he cannot understand. But the picture in front of him, what was drawn on it, completely overturned his lifelong cognition. That curved plowshare, that ingenious plowshare, that incredible connection method. This is simply a masterpiece of nature. Let's get to work. Fang Han's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. More than a dozen top craftsmen did not dare to be negligent any longer. They immediately surrounded it and began to work intensively and enthusiastically on the divine picture. The ding-ding-dang-dang sound of hammering echoed over Liushi village for a whole day. In the evening, under Fang Han's guidance, the first curved plow, shining with the luster of new wood and the cold light of dark steel, was finally successfully built. It stands quietly in the courtyard. Its shape is peculiar, but it contains an indescribable harmony and beauty. Let's go and try it. Shengguan had been waiting anxiously for a long time. At his command, everyone immediately carried the curved plow and led a skinny old ox to the hardened wasteland outside the village. Under the gaze of everyone, the head of a county actually took off his official boots, rolled up his trouser legs, and walked into the fields barefoot. He took the curved plow from Carpenter Wang, took a deep breath, held the plow handle steady, and shouted softly to the old ox, "Go." The old cow took a staggering step. The next second, everyone present widened their eyes. The oddly shaped plowshare encountered almost no obstacles and easily broke through the iron-hard ground. As the old ox moved forward, a deep, even, straight ridge was easily turned over, and the black, moist new soil was neatly pushed to one side, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Shengguan felt the incredibly easy power in his hands and looked at the flawless ridges of fields stretching out behind him. He was completely stunned. So easy. It's so easy. With just one cow and one person, you can achieve farming results that were unattainable with 2 cows or 3 people in the past. He slowly stopped, turned around, and looked at the black land full of hope that he had turned over with his own hands. The scene before my eyes began to blur. A hot tear slid down from his red eyes and fell into the soil at his feet. Immediately afterwards, this scholar, who usually paid great attention to his manners, could no longer control his emotions. God bless Qingshi County. God bless dying. Chapter 56. Fang Han and Shengguan must die. It's moving. It's really moving. Oh my god. The ground is so hard. It's like cutting tofu. The first ones to react were the group of craftsmen who were escorted here. They are the ones who created this artifact with their own hands. At this moment, watching their works display miraculous power in the fields, their faces turned red with excitement and their beards trembled. Master Wang, did you see that? That curved shaft. That plowshare. We have created a treasure. Blacksmith Li grabbed Carpenter Wang's arm with such force that he almost crushed him. Carpenter Wang was already in tears as he looked at the endlessly extending ridges of the fields. His lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. He had made countless farm tools in his life, but none of them was as good as this one. It made him feel proud and thrilling from the depths of his soul. How could this be a plow? This was clearly a life-saving device that would allow the people of the world to have enough food to eat. The divine plow. It really is the divine plow. Long live Mr. Fong. The county magistrate is wise. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The Yamen runners threw away their swords, and the officials forgot their official dignity and demeanor. Everyone rushed towards the field, with the same ecstasy and disbelief on their faces. This craze, centered in Liushi village, quickly swept across the entire Qingshi County. Shengguan made a prompt decision and issued a death order. With the full support of the county government and treasury, all craftsmen worked in 3 shifts day and night to make the curved plow. For a moment, the whole county was echoing with the sound of ding-dong-dong. It is more pleasant to the ears than any string or orchestral music. Brand new curved plows were continuously shipped out of the workshop and distributed to every village. At first, the people, who had been numbed by the severe drought, looked at this strange-looking thing. But when they half-heartedly harnessed the plow to their skinny old ox, they were still full of doubts. When the iron-hard ground was easily broken, all doubts turned into ecstasy in an instant. It's alive. The earth is alive. My ox, pulling this magical plow, can plow 3 days' worth of land in 1 day. And it's not even tiring. This is a treasure bestowed by the living immortal invited by the county lord. In the desperate fields, the busy figures of farmers appeared again. There was no longer any sign of hunger on their faces, but instead, it was a smile from the heart, a smile that came from the hope of seeing the world. Officials dispatched by Shengguan personally taught the people the unheard-of magic farming methods of composting and crop rotation. The entire Qingshi County regained its vitality at an incredible speed. The reputation of County Magistrate Shun Guan also reached an unprecedented peak during this vigorous production self-rescue. The people spontaneously set up a longevity tablet for him, and every household worshipped it and burned a stick of incense in the morning and evening. The name Shun Qingtian resounded in every corner of Qingshi County. However, while the entire Qingshi County was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster, the atmosphere in the several large courtyards in the county town was becoming more and more gloomy. Li family mansion. Even the room full of rare and antique treasures could not suppress the depression that was almost solidified into substance. The head of the family, Mr. Li, had a fat face that seemed to be pampered on weekdays, but now it was covered with gloom. He paced back and forth in the hall covered with Persian carpets like a wild animal trapped in a cage. The food stored in his warehouse was piled up like a mountain. He was originally waiting for the drought to get worse, waiting for the peasants to be so hungry that they would start selling their children, land, and houses. By then, the food in his hands will be gold. He can use the cheapest food to exchange for the largest piece of fertile land outside the county. But now it's all over. The curved plow, the fairy well, and composting. One piece of news after another came, like heavy hammers, hitting his heart hard. The people now had water, a magical plow that could plow up hard ground, and even a secret method to increase land production. They can grow their own food. Who would come to buy the expensive grain from him? His grain, which was enough to make the people of the entire county bow their heads, was depreciating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! A dotsai chicken-patterned cup from the Changhua period was thrown to the ground by Li Yuanwei, breaking into pieces. The crisp sound frightened the butler standing by. Shengguan, you ungrateful dog. Li Yuanwei's eyes were red as he cursed. We pushed you to this position so that you could be our dog, not so that you could dig up our roots. He gasped and thought of the person who started it all. And that peasant called Fang Han. Who the hell is he, a lowly country bastard? How dare he ruin my good deeds? Why doesn't he just die? Mr. Li's roar also echoed in the mansions of the Wang family, the Jeang family, the Zhao family, and all the gentry and wealthy families in Qingshi County. Shengguan's reforms and Fang Han's magical powers are like a sharp knife. It hit their wallets hard, cutting off their chance of making money from disasters. That night, the private room on the top floor of Zuixinlu, the largest restaurant in the county, was shrouded in an invisible aura of solemnity and murder. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, and several other prominent local gentry in the county gathered here. There was a table full of delicacies from land and sea, but no one touched the food. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Everyone, tell me, what should we do about this? Wang Yuanwei waved his folding fan, swept his cold eyes over everyone, and broke the silence first. A country gentleman named Zhao, his face sallow, cried out in a sobbing voice. What should I do? What can I do? I've invested all the savings of several generations of my family into stockpiling grain. Now the price of grain is getting lower and lower every day. If this continues, I'm going to lose everything. What's the use of crying? Mr. Li slammed the table, his face trembling. Now is not the time to cry. Shengguan, that brat, is now a living Buddha in the hearts of the people. If we don't take action now, once he has established a solid foundation, we will be the ones to die. Wang Yuanwei closed his folding fan and tapped it lightly on his palm. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Brother Li is right. Guan is an ungrateful wolf who can never be tamed. He wants to use the blood of us gentry to stain his official robes red. But he is the county magistrate now and has the support of the people. What can we do to him? A timid country gentleman asked timidly. So what if he's a county magistrate? Li Yuanwei sneered, his smile filled with disdain and cruelty. Aren't there enough county magistrates who die in office every year? Aren't there still bandits and roving bandits? As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the private room instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone understood what Mr. Li meant. Wang Yuanwei added sinisterly, it's not just Guan. That guy called Fang Han is the root cause. If we don't get rid of him, there will be endless trouble. He's a powerless country boy. Making him disappear is easier than crushing an ant. Everyone exchanged glances, and the last trace of hesitation in each other's eyes turned into vicious, murderous intent. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing his parents. Guan and Fang Han have touched upon their most core interests. Mr. Li looked at the changes in expressions on everyone's faces and nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the wine glass and slowly stood up, his voice seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Since everyone has no objection, then it's settled. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and slammed the glass heavily on the table. Guan, Fang Han must die. Chapter 57 Guan died. At night, Liushi village is free from the hustle and bustle of the day. All that was left was the cold moonlight and the occasional barking of dogs. In the Fong family compound, the sound of blacksmithing that had been going on day and night finally stopped. New plows have been distributed to each village, and hope has been rekindled in the fields. The entire village was immersed in a solid and peaceful atmosphere. Fang Han moved a bamboo chair, sat in the yard, and looked up at the bright moon. Since coming into this world, he has never felt so at peace. There are no endless orders here, no pressing rent, only truth and warmth that are within reach. Sir, it's cold at night. Soak your feet and rest. Baijiro carried a steaming wooden basin and walked towards him with light lotus steps. The mist blurred her gentle features. She squatted down naturally, put Fang Han's feet in warm water, and gently kneaded them with slender white fingers. His movements were so gentle, as if he was treating a rare treasure. She didn't say anything, but the faint, happy smile on her face was more touching than any words. Brother-in-law, let me tell you something funny. Bai Shuejian came over like a happy little bird, skipping and dancing. In her hand, she held a piece of chocolate that Fang Han had brought back, and her little mouth was black from eating. Today, the old yellow ox at Uncle Ergu's house pulled the magic plow for the first time. The ox was stubborn and refused to move. Uncle Ergu was so anxious that he swore brotherhood with the ox and said, Brother-in-law, please have pity on me and walk for a few steps. But guess what happened? The ox puffed and let out a loud fart, which hit Uncle Ergu in the face. Ha! The little girl said to herself, and then she laughed so hard that she fell over and slapped her thighs in a very ungraceful manner. Fang Han was also amused by her and reached out to scratch her nose. Lurume, who was standing by, came over holding a newly sewn dark blue cotton robe. Her plump figure outlines a breathtaking curve under the moonlight. With a hint of embarrassment on her face, she handed the clothes to Fang Han. It's cold, sir. Try it on to see if it fits. The stitches are fine, and every inch reveals the woman's deep affection. Fang Han stood up and let her put on new clothes for him. The woman's fingertips accidentally touched his neck, bringing a slight chill. But Lurume's face turned red instantly, and she quickly took a step back and lowered her head. Looking at the three stunning women in front of him, each with their own unique style, but all full of love for him, Fang Han felt a sense of peace in his heart. This is home. One day, the sky was high and the clouds were light. In order to personally inspect the use of the curved plow in various townships and appease the people, County Magistrate Guan, accompanied by several guards, traveled light and went to the countryside for inspection. Looking at the fresh soil being turned over in the fields and the heartfelt smiles on the people's faces, Guan was in a very good mood, feeling that all the fatigue of the past few days had been swept away. On the return journey, the carriage came to a remote mountain road called Broken Soul Slope. This place is surrounded by mountains on both sides, with only a narrow dirt road in the middle. The dense forests block out the sun, making it look particularly gloomy. Just when the carriage reached the narrowest part of the mountain road, something strange happened. Swish, swish, swish. Without warning, a sharp sound suddenly rang out from the dense forests on both sides. Dense arrows appeared from the sky like a swarm of locusts, carrying the whistling sound of death, and completely covered the small caravan. There's an ambush. Protect my lord. The guards were caught off guard, and only had time to let out a cry of horror before they were hit by arrows one after another. He screamed and fell from his horse, and blood instantly dyed the lush road red. The horses pulling the cart were also frightened and stood up neighing. The driver was pierced through the throat by a sharp arrow and fell down limply. Everything happened in a flash. When the rain of arrows stopped, the mountain road was in ruins, with only Shun Guan left. In that rickety carriage, rustle. The sound of armor rubbing against each other was heard in the forest, and dozens of fierce bandits with sharp blades in hand and faces covered with black scarves appeared. They emerged from the woods like ghosts and surrounded the carriage. The knife flashed fiercely and was filled with murderous intent. Xinguan's face was pale, but there was no fear in his eyes. He flung open the car door, holding a scholar's sword for self-defense, and stood sternly, shouting angrily. It's broad daylight, in the open air. Who are you, the bandits? How dare you murder an official of the imperial court? The leader of the bandits was a burly man with a cruel look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. He let out a hoarse, sinister laugh. Master Shun, stop shouting. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. We are not bandits. The bandit leader took 2 steps forward, the ring-handled knife in his hand flashing coldly in the sunlight. We are just here to collect debts. Xinguan's heart sank, and he shouted sternly. When have I ever owed you any debt? You don't owe us anything, but you've cut off someone's livelihood, so you'll have to pay them back with your life. The bandit leader's voice was extremely cold. Xinqing Tian, blame it on yourself. You shouldn't have blocked someone else's path to wealth. Go on your way with peace of mind. This time next year, we'll remember to burn 2 more pieces of paper money for you. Before he finished speaking, murderous intent flashed in the bandit leader's eyes. A flash of knife. Xinguan only felt a chill on his neck. He opened his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief and astonishment on his face. He wanted to say something, but all he could make was a ho-ho sound from his throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His upright body swayed, and finally he fell backwards weakly, landing heavily in a pool of blood. Those eyes that were once full of elegance and ambition were now wide open. He stared straight at the blue sky that he had wanted to protect with his entire life. Die with eyes open. County government office, backyard. Nangong Yinshu was playing the piano in her elegant boudoir. The sound of the piano is melodious, like the sound of running water in the mountains, expressing the owner's peaceful state of mind. Suddenly, she felt as if her heart was pierced by an invisible needle. A sharp pain came over her, causing her breathing to suddenly stop. Jeang. With a sharp sound, a string under her finger broke. The piano music stopped abruptly. Nangong Yinshu stared blankly at the broken string, then touched his wildly beating chest. A strong sense of uneasiness, so strong that it suffocated her, instantly enveloped her whole body. She stood up suddenly, walked quickly to the window, and looked towards the outside of the city. The color on that beautiful face gradually faded away. Something happened. Something must have happened. Chapter 58, Madam. Let's go. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun gave the eaves of Qingshi County a golden edge. The farmers in the fields had just finished their work, and their faces were filled with anticipation for a good harvest in the future. In the county town, wisps of smoke rise from the chimneys of every household, creating a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, a burst of rapid and crazy horse hooves, coming from far away, tore the silence apart. Gee, get out of the way. A galloping horse, drenched in sweat, rushed into the county town like crazy. On the horse's back, a guard covered in blood lay on the horse's back like a torn sack. There were several arrows stuck in his body, and his feathers were still trembling slightly. He used up his last bit of strength to pull the reins. The warhorse stood up with a mournful cry, almost throwing him off. The bailiffs guarding the gate of the county government office were horrified and rushed forward. What happened? There was no trace of blood on the guard's face, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He grabbed a yamen runner's collar tightly and squeezed out a few words from his throat with the last of his strength. The Lord was murdered. Before he could finish his words, his head tilted, his eyes widened, and he died. Boom. These 2 words, like a thunderclap from the sky, exploded at the gate of the county government office. The entire county government office was instantly in chaos, turning into a pot of boiling porridge. The yamen runners ran around in panic to tell each other, and the chief clerk, county magistrate, and other officials rushed out of their respective signing rooms. His face was filled with disbelief and horror. What? Impossible. The master just went out this morning. Bandits? What kind of bandits dare to be so bold? Panic spread quickly like a plague. At this moment, another sound of horse hooves was heard. This time, the sound of horse hooves was neither hurried nor slow, but it carried a kind of heart-pounding arrogance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a knight in black riding a tall horse. He walked slowly to the gate of the county government office. His face was covered with a black scarf, revealing only a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. He said nothing, but just untied a bloody package from the side of the saddle and threw it away casually. The package drew a bloody parabola in the air, and with a thump, it fell heavily on the stone steps in front of the county government office. The package rolled a few times and fell apart. A human head rolled out from inside. The head's eyes were wide open, and his face was still frozen with the shock and unwillingness before death. It was the county magistrate, Shun Guan, who had just been working hard for the future of Qingshe County. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone was stunned, staring at the familiar, yet unfamiliar head. I felt like all the blood in my body was frozen in an instant. A biting chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. This is not a bandit. This is a provocation. It's a demonstration. It's the most cruel humiliation to the entire Qingshe County government. Ah! A shrill scream, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, came from the back hall. Nangong Yinshu had just walked out of the bedroom with the help of her personal maid, feeling uneasy. Then she saw this scene that made her heart break. Her husband, the man who was in front of her a few days ago, excited like a child for the salvation of the people. The man who was still under the lamp last night, painting a blueprint for the future with her. At this moment, it turned into a cold, bloody head. Nangong Yinshu only felt that his eyes went dark, and the whole world instantly lost all sound and color. Her body went limp and she fainted on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, Nangong Yinshu slowly woke up. There was a strong scent of soothing incense at the tip of her nose, but the smell of blood seemed to be branded deep in her soul and could not be shaken off. "Madam, you're awake." The maid rushed over crying. Nangong Yinshu didn't cry or make a fuss. She just lay quietly on the bed, with her empty eyes open, looking at the gauze curtain above her head. Tears silently slid down the corners of my eyes, soaking the pillowcase. Her heart is dead, but her mind was clearer than ever. Bandits? No. The bandits around Qingshe County are all refugees who can't make a living and don't even have decent weapons. How is it possible to wipe out her husband's guards in an instant? How could he dare to commit such a heinous crime as throwing the head of an imperial official in front of the county government office and exterminating his entire family? Who is it? Who hates her husband to the core? Whose source of income was cut off because of her husband's actions? The Li family, the Wuong family, and those wealthy and powerful gentry whose only thoughts are about making money from disasters. It's them. It must be them. A cold hatred grew wildly from the bottom of Nangong Yinshu's heart. Just then, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the door. A loyal old guard rushed in, his face filled with anxiety and anger. "Madam, this is bad. The stewards of the Li and Wuong families, along with hundreds of servants, have surrounded the county government office. They said they heard that the master had been murdered, and they came to protect the lady and the county government office to prevent the bandits from invading again." Protect? Nangong Yinshu sneered in his heart. "This isn't protection, it's house arrest. It's surveillance. They killed my husband, and the next target is me. I am Shunguan's wife. As long as they are alive, they will not be able to sleep or eat. Must go. Right now? Right now?" Nangong Yinshu suddenly sat up from the bed, and in those phoenix eyes that were originally as gentle as water, there was only bone-chilling coldness and determination. "Go to the back door and prepare the most worn-out carriage, quickly," she ordered the old guard in an unquestionable tone. It was late at night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Nangong Yinshu changed into a coarse linen shirt, tied her hair into a bun casually, and smeared some soot on her face. Under the protection of the two remaining guards who were loyal to Xinguan, she quietly arrived at the back door of the county government office. "Madam, the Li family has already started searching the backyard. My brother and I risked our lives to carve out a bloody path for you. You must survive and avenge my master." The two guards had a determination to die in their eyes and bowed deeply to Nangong Yinshu. Nangong Yinshu's eyes were red. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Walk." The back door was flung open. "Who is it?" Several servants guarding the back door immediately shouted in alertness. "Kill." The two guards roared, and like tigers rushing down the mountain, they brandished their swords and rushed forward without hesitation. The flashing of swords and the screams instantly broke the silence of the night. "Quick, madam, get in the car." A guard risked being stabbed in the back and opened the carriage door for Nangong Yinshu. Nangong Yinshu jumped onto the shabby carriage with tears in her eyes, and the driver whipped the horses but hard. Drive. The carriage suddenly rushed forward, running wildly on the bumpy dirt road. Oh no, that bitch ran away. Chase her. Don't let her get away. Kill her. Behind him, a dozen vicious bandits were holding torches and steel knives. Like evil spirits crawling out of hell, they chased after us relentlessly, their killing cries shaking the heavens. The carriage raced through the darkness, the driver having only one goal. Willow Creek Village. Chapter 59. Help me get revenge. Yun Shu. Willing to be your slave, whatever you want. The old carriage jolted wildly along the bumpy dirt road. Every violent vibration seemed to throw Nangong Yunshu's heart out of his throat. Outside the car, there were the final roars of the two loyal guards and the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The sound became weaker and weaker and was soon ended by a shrill scream. Puff! It was the sound of a sharp knife entering flesh. Nangong Yunshu bit her lips tightly. She heard the sound of the last guard falling. What followed was the bandits' wild grins and foul language as they got closer and closer. Hey, little lady, don't run away. Your master has already left. Why don't you follow us, brothers? I guarantee you'll be happy. Brother, stop wasting time talking to her and just take her back. She's the county magistrate's wife. TSK. Her figure and skin must be amazing. The sound of horse hooves, footsteps, and lewd laughter. Like an impenetrable net, it enveloped her from all sides. There is no way for her to go to heaven or enter the earth. Despair, like cold sea water, flooded her mouth and nose, suffocating her. The driver was an honest man in his 50s, and his face was pale at the moment. He could only wave the whip frantically and shout Gee, in despair. Wanna run? A bandit leader rode a fast horse and caught up to the side of the carriage in a few breaths. He had a playful and cruel smile on his face, and the steel knife in his hand drew a cold arc in the moonlight. Stop right there. He slashed at the driver's back with his knife. But just as the blade was about to fall, just as Nangong Yunshu closed his eyes and prepared to face death, in the darkness, an extremely slight, even insignificant noise was heard. Puff! The sound was very strange, not like a bowstring or a crossbow, but as light as ripe fruit falling on the grass. On horseback, the bandit leader who was about to kill the coachman suddenly froze the hideous smile on his face. The steel knife he raised high stopped in midair, and his body swayed. Then, he fell straight off the horse with a loud thud. In the center of his forehead, there was an inconspicuous blood hole, from which blood was slowly oozing out. The pursuers beside the carriage were all stunned. They reined in their horses and looked around in horror, their hands holding their knives trembling slightly. Big brother. What happened? Who shot the arrow? There's no sound. What the hell? They were like a pack of frightened wild dogs, waving their weapons wildly at the dark forest and the night sky, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown. In response to them, there was another slight puff sound. One of the bandits who was closest to him had a look of fear on his face before a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. He fell down limply without even a groan. Puff, puff, puff. That strange and deadly sound was like the whisper of death. Regular and cruel roll call began in the dark. With every sound, one of the pursuers would fall to the ground. They couldn't even see the enemy or find the source of the arrows. He could only watch his companions die silently one by one. That's not fighting, that's harvesting. Ghost. There's a ghost. Someone let out a desperate scream, and the psychological defenses of the remaining bandits completely collapsed. They threw away their knives, turned their horses around, and fled in the direction they came from, crying for their parents. But they couldn't get more than a few steps. Puff, puff. The last two soft sounds put an end to this one-sided massacre. The world finally quieted down. All that was left was the driver's heavy breathing and the horse's restless snorting. The driver pulled the reins tremblingly and looked at the corpses on the ground in shock. He looked at the dead silence and darkness again, and was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. Rustle. A light sound of footsteps came from the shadows beside the road. A tall and straight figure slowly walked out. It's Fang Han. The carriage finally stopped at the gate of the Fong family compound. The car curtain was suddenly lifted up, and Nangong Yunshu fell out, rolling and crawling. Her coarse linen clothes had long been torn and were stained with dirt and blood. Her hair, which was usually neatly combed, was now disheveled, with a few wet strands sticking messily to her cheeks. That beautiful face, with its stunning beauty, was now a mess, washed away by the soot and tears. There was no trace of the usual elegance and grace, only the fear and fragility of surviving a disaster. When she looked up, she saw the man holding the divine weapon and standing at the door like a god descending from the sky. A glimmer of light finally rekindled in those empty phoenix eyes. It was her last and only lifeline. The nerves that were stretched to the extreme broke completely at this moment. Nangong Yinshu could no longer hold on. His legs went soft, and he fell forward, falling straight into Fang Han's arms. Wow. She could no longer restrain herself, like a lost child who finally found support. She buried her face deeply in Fang Han's strong chest and cried loudly. Fang Han didn't move or speak, just let her cry in his arms, feeling her body shaking violently. After a long time, Nangong Yunshu's crying gradually stopped and turned into suppressed sobs. She did not leave his arms, but instead used all her strength to tightly grasp the collar of Fang Han's shirt, her knuckles turning white from the force. She raised her tearful, pitiful face. In the red phoenix eyes, burning was deep hatred and resolute prayer. Her voice was hoarse and broken, yet it was filled with a determination to risk everything as she squeezed out each word from her lips. Mr. Fong, please avenge my husband. Yin Shu, I am willing to be your slave, to be at your mercy. Chapter 60. The massacre begins. The night wind was cool, carrying a faint smell of blood. In Fang Han's arms, Nangong Yunshu's plump and mature body kept trembling, like a fallen leaf drifting in a storm. He didn't say much, just picked her up and carried her sideways, then turned and walked into the brightly lit yard. Sir, brother-in-law. Hearing the noise, Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Lurume hurried out of the house. But when they saw the miserable condition of the person in Fang Han's arms, the concern on their faces instantly turned into shock and astonishment. Is this still the county magistrate's wife who is usually so graceful and elegant? She was wearing a tattered coarse linen dress, and her hair was disheveled. Her beautiful face was covered with soot and tear marks, and she looked as miserable as a refugee fleeing famine. Hurry, help the lady into the house to rest. Fang Han's voice was low and calm. Baijiro was the first to react and hurried forward with Lurume. He carefully helped Nangong Yunshu, who was exhausted from crying, from Fang Han's arms and placed her on the bed in the guest room. Baishuejian looked at Nangong Yunshu's distraught appearance, her little face filled with indignation, and her almond-shaped eyes almost spitting fire. Brother-in-law, what is going on? Where are Madam's guards? Fang Han looked at the dark night in the distance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I was just enjoying the cool breeze in the courtyard. After I heard you guys go to bed, I heard the sounds of carriages rushing and people chasing outside the village, so I went over to take a look. He did not elaborate on the killing. It was just glossed over. The guards are all dead. The surviving driver was now slumped at the gate of the yard, his soul still not back to life. Fang Han walked over, squatted down, and handed him a bowl of water. The driver took it with trembling hands, took a few big gulps, and finally managed to calm himself down. Fang Han's eyes, like a sharp knife, pierced his heart. Did you see who it was? The driver shuddered, his face filled with fear. He lowered his voice, almost whispering. It's the bandits from Black Wind Village. I recognize them. The leader, the one-eyed dragon. I've seen him before. My lord was murdered at Broken Soul Hill. Black Wind Village. Soul-breaking slope. Fang Han silently memorized these two place names in his mind. The last trace of tenderness in his eyes completely faded away, replaced by a murderous intent. Shengguan is a good official who truly serves the people. Such a person should not end up like this. He turned around and went back into the house, where the three women were surrounding Nangong Yunshu, comforting her softly. Jiro, Shuejian, Rume, take good care of Madam. Fang Han's voice was eerily calm. I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back before dawn. Baijiro looked into his eyes, which were cold and emotionless. Her heart trembled, and she knew that the master was really angry. She didn't ask him where he was going or what he was going to do, but just nodded meekly. Sir, be careful in everything. Fang Han nodded, turned, and walked into his bedroom. The moment the door closed, it seemed as if two worlds were separated. He did not light a lamp, but with a thought, light flowed in the 1 cubic meter of portable space. A pure black, modern, high-tech special operations uniform instantly replaced his coarse cloth gown. Then came the tactical vest, quick-draw holster, and the saber hanging from his leg. He donned them expertly. The movements were smooth and flowing, without any sluggishness. The things I prepared before are finally coming in handy. Finally, he took out a Barrett sniper rifle equipped with a silencer and a red dot sight, as well as a pair of night vision goggles from the space. When he put on the night vision goggles, the whole world in his eyes instantly turned into a strange green light. The eyes behind the lenses no longer had the laziness of a otaku, only the coldness and indifference of a predator. He pushed open the window, and his figure merged silently into the thick night like a wisp of green smoke. 30 miles west of Qingshi County is Haifeng Mountain. The mountain is steep and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The Black Wind village on the top of the mountain is brightly lit, and the noise is deafening. Tonight is a carnival night for the entire village. In the gathering hall, hundreds of bandits, shirtless and drunk, were eating and drinking around a bonfire and making loud noises. Brothers, hey, today we have accomplished something great. We even chopped off the head of an imperial official. Ha ha. The big boss, One-Eyed Dragon, was standing on a table, holding a jar of liquor high up, roaring with a red face. The Li and Wong families are so generous. 1,000 taels of silver. That's enough for us to live happily for several years. Big brother is awesome. Big brother is awesome. The gangsters below started to make a fuss wildly, throwing their wine bowls and pieces of meat into the air. And in the corner of the noisy gathering hall, a headless corpse was thrown casually on the ground. The blue official robe had long been soaked with blood and mud. Several drunken bandits even urinated on the corpse, causing bursts of laughter. They didn't know that the shadow of death had already shrouded this sinful mountain. Outside the village, on a hidden cliff, Fang Han lay quietly in the grass like a sculpture. In front of him, a tablet computer glowed dimly. The screen displayed a clear, real-time aerial view. A small drone, like a ghost in the night, was hovering over the Black Wind village. The camera with thermal imaging mode turned on can clearly see the layout of the entire village, the position of the sentries, and the distribution of personnel. On the screen, the human silhouettes emitting red and yellow light looked no different from pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered in Fang Han's eyes. He looked at the tablet and saw the hundreds of reveling figures in the gathering hall, then looked at the dim outline in the corner that had turned cold, representing Shunguan's body, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an extremely cold arc. Putting away the drone and tablet, he put on the sci-fi 4-eye night vision goggles. He moved his body, slid down the rock like a ghost, and sneaked into the mountain village silently. On the arrow tower at the entrance of the stronghold, a bandit on guard was leaning against the pillar, yawning, his eyelids twitching. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito on the back of his neck, and it felt slightly cold. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and scratch it, but at this moment, his consciousness fell into darkness forever. His body slid softly to the ground without making a sound. Fang Han's figure emerged from the shadows behind him, and a drop of blood slowly slid down the saber in his hand. After getting rid of the sentry, he turned over and jumped off the arrow tower, landing silently like a civet cat. A patrol team of 5 people was walking towards them drunkenly, cursing and complaining about why they couldn't go drinking. The bandit walking in front suddenly stopped and fell forward. Bang! A muffled sound. Are you fucking drunk? The companion behind him cursed with a smile and was about to go up and kick him. Puff! There was another almost inaudible sound of a bullet piercing flesh. His laughter stopped abruptly, his body swayed, and he fell down. How? Puff! 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 A series of suppressed and dull sounds, like the precise roll call of the god of death. The remaining 3 gangsters fell one after another in a pool of blood before they could even see what was happening. Throughout the entire process, there was not a single scream or unnecessary movement. Fang Han walked out slowly from the darkness holding the Barrett. Under the night vision goggles, his eyes did not fluctuate at all. He stepped over the still warm corpses and walked step by step towards the place with the brightest lights and the loudest noise. Chapter 61 Kill All the Black Wind Village. In the gathering hall, the smell of alcohol and the greasy smell of barbecue mixed together, making people dizzy. The second in command was a burly man with a face full of flesh, and he had one foot on the table. With his other hand holding a wine bowl high, he was boasting about his feats of the day to the brothers in the room, spit flying. That bastard official, usually a decent person, was so scared when he saw my knife that he peed his pants. Let me tell you his head. He was speaking excitedly when, without warning, a small, extremely bright red appeared between his eyebrows. What the hell is this? The second in command was a little drunk and wanted to reach out and touch it subconsciously. The sinister smile on his face froze. His body seemed to have all the bones pulled out. It shook and then fell straight back. With a loud bang, the table behind him was smashed to pieces. The wine and dishes were spilled all over the floor. He stared with his eyes wide open, and until his death he had no idea what that red dot was. The Ji Hall, which was noisy just a second ago, suddenly became quiet for a moment. Everyone stared at the second in command's body in a daze, unable to react. Is second brother drunk? A gangster who was nearby muttered. The boss, One-Eyed Dragon, felt a pang in his heart, and an inexplicable chill ran up from his tailbone. He suddenly jumped up, drew the ghost head knife from his waist, and roared towards the dark hall. Who? Who the hell is playing tricks on me? Get out here. What responded to him was neither shouting nor weapons. Instead, it was a sound so soft that it was almost inaudible. Puff. A confidant beside him who had just stood up suddenly tilted his head back. It was as if he was pushed hard by an invisible big hand, and a precise blood hole appeared between his eyebrows. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he collapsed to the ground. Puff. Another bandit who was about to raise his bow and arrow was shocked and fell down. Puff. 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 The strange sound was like the death-prompting drumbeat from hell, neither fast nor slow, yet extremely precise. Every time it sounds, someone falls down. The entire hall fell into complete silence. What followed was an extreme panic that was even more terrifying than death itself. Ah! There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Who is it? Who is shooting the arrow? Why can't I see anything? The remaining gangsters went completely crazy. They were like a group of headless flies, running around wildly in the not-so-spacious hall, waving their weapons randomly. Some people slashed at the beams, some stabbed at the air, and 2 people even died out of fear. They stabbed each other with knives. They could feel that there was a pair of eyes, a pair of invisible eyes that belonged to the devil, staring coldly at each of them in the darkness. Who will be next? Am I next? This unknown and irresistible massacre. It can destroy a person's will better than any sword or saber. Bang! At the height of this chaos, the 2 heavy wooden doors of the Ji Hall were kicked open by a huge force and shattered into pieces. A tall, pitch-black figure walked in slowly. The dozens of surviving bandits subconsciously stopped and looked over in unison. Then, everyone gasped and felt as if all the blood in their bodies was frozen. What is that? Not human. Definitely not a human. It was completely black and was wearing armor that they had never seen before, which seemed to be made of steel and strange cloth. His figure was tall and straight, yet full of oppression. The scariest thing is its face. There are no eyes, no nose, and no mouth on its face. There were only 4 strange eyes, emitting a faint green light, coldly scanning everyone present. Ghost, it's the mountain ghost that's angry. Grandpa Mountain God, please spare me. Grandpa Mountain God, please spare me. I didn't kill the official. It was the boss. The boss told us to do it. It's none of my business. The bandits, whose psychological defenses had completely collapsed, fell to their knees with a thump. They threw away their weapons and kowtowed to the ghost god, desperately, their foreheads bleeding. The fishy liquid instantly soaked many people's crotches. Fang Han turned a deafening deaf ear to the cries and pleas for mercy. Under the night vision goggles, these crying bandits were no different from pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He stepped forward, his huge tactical boots stomping on the blood and wine-stained floor. There was a dull sound, and every step seemed to be stepping on the hearts of those bandits. He walked straight up to the one-eyed man who had already collapsed with fear. The one-eyed man looked at the 4 green eyes that came in front of him. I felt a chill running from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, and my teeth were chattering uncontrollably. He couldn't even utter a complete beg for mercy. Who ordered you? A cold voice that seemed to be devoid of any emotion. It came from the body of that ghost. The one-eyed man shuddered without even thinking. He spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, telling everything. It's Mr. Li and Mr. Wong from the county. They gave us 1,000 taels of silver and told us to kill Shun Guan at Broken Soul Hill. They told us to hang his head in front of the county government office as a protest. Grandpa, please spare us. We were paid to do this, and we won't dare to do it again. Li family, Wong family. Fang Han's eyes suddenly became colder. He got the answer he wanted and stopped talking nonsense. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the one-eyed man's neck. The hand wearing the tactical glove was like a pair of pliers. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking seemed insignificant amid the cries. The one-eyed man's head drooped at a strange angle. There was still a lingering trace of extreme fear in that single eye. Fang Han threw his body aside, turned around, and walked to the corner. He looked at the already cold, mutilated, headless body and was silent for a moment. Then, he thought about it and put Shun Guan's body into his personal space. After doing all this, he took one last look at the bandits who were still kowtowing and begging for mercy on the ground, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He took off a few black metal blocks from his tactical vest and threw them into various corners of the hall, then turned around and walked out of the gathering hall without looking back. A few seconds later, boom, boom, several violent explosions, accompanied by flames shooting up into the sky, lifted the entire Ji Hall and all the evil inside into the sky. Fang Han did not stop. He walked into the vault where the bandits kept their gold, silver, and treasures. Looking at the big boxes filled with gold, silver, jewelry, silk, and satin, he looted everything without any hesitation and put it all into his own space. Finally, he poured several barrels of kerosene all over the village. He stood outside the village, watching the blazing flames. This den of thieves that had been entrenched in Black Wind Mountain for many years was devoured bit by bit. The flames shot up into the sky, dyeing half of the night sky red. Fang Han turned around and disappeared silently into the night like a wisp of green smoke. The entire Black Wind village was reduced to ashes. Chapter 62. The Li and Wang families were eliminated overnight. On the horizon, there still remains a last trace of thick ink. Qingshi County is still sleeping in silence. He was completely unaware that 30 miles outside the city, the flames that had been rising into the sky had already died out, leaving only a charred mess of sin. A black shadow, like a leaf blown down by the night wind. It floated silently onto the tallest bell tower in the county. Fang Han took off his night vision goggles and replaced them with a small monocular telescope, his eyes fixed on the brightly lit area in the east of the city. Li family mansion. Even in the middle of the night, there is still a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps on the tall courtyard wall. Teams of guards armed with long swords and holding torches patrolled back and forth, with strict security, which was several times stronger than the defense of the county government. It's a pity that these defenses can prevent thieves on the ground, but they cannot prevent the eyes in the sky. A sneer appeared on Fang Han's lips, and his mind moved. A palm-sized drone appeared out of thin air and rose into the air silently like a nocturnal moth, flying towards the depths of the Li family mansion. On the tablet screen, the thermal imaging images clearly show everything inside the mansion. In his eyes, the patrolling guards were nothing more than moving orange-yellow dots of light. Soon, the drone locked onto one of the most luxurious courtyards. In the courtyard, the outline of a bedroom exudes the most obvious heat. There was a human-shaped light spot inside, lying peacefully on the bed. Found it. Fang Han put away the drone, and with a flash of his body, he jumped down from the bell tower like a big bird, falling silently into the dark alley below. After a few ups and downs, he arrived outside the tall wall of the Li family mansion. He did not choose to climb over the wall, but walked to an inconspicuous corner of the courtyard wall. He took out a small military engineer shovel from his personal space and gently dug at the hard blue bricks at the base of the wall. The wall that was said to be as solid as iron is as fragile as tofu in front of modern alloy steel. Without making any unnecessary noise, he easily dug a hole that was only big enough for one person to pass through. Fang Han slipped in like a wisp of green smoke, perfectly avoiding the sight of all the guards on the wall. He moved between the rockery corridors, his movements as swift as a ghost. Some of the security guards who thought they were being vigilant were whispering to each other and complaining about tonight's midnight snack. Some of them leaned against the pillars and fell asleep, and no one noticed that death had passed them by. Fang Han easily arrived at the largest courtyard. The doors and windows of the bedroom were closed, but the latch was useless in front of his special lock-picking tools. Click, a barely audible sound. Fang Han pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the house, the aroma of incense curled up. On the brocade couch, Mr. Li was sleeping soundly, with even a hint of smug smile on his fat face. He was having a beautiful dream. In the dream, Shunguan's head, whose eyes were open after death, was placed on his wine table. The starving peasants in the county town knelt before him, crying and begging him for a bite of food. And he stepped on their faces with his feet and laughed loudly. Suddenly, a chill that penetrated deep into his bones woke him up from his sweet dream. Mr. Li suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a pitch-black figure standing in front of his bed, as if it had been standing there for a long time. On the figure's face, there were 4 eyes emitting a faint green light, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were so cold that there wasn't a trace of human emotion in them. Ghost. Mr. Li could only squeeze out half a word from his throat. Her mouth was about to open, ready to let out a heart-wrenching scream. A flash of cold light flashed before his eyes. He felt a chill on his neck, and the scream was abruptly blocked, turning into a ho-ho sound of leaking air. He covered his neck in horror, warm blood gushing out from between his fingers, soaking his luxurious silk nightgown. He widened his eyes, which were bulging with fear, and stared at the ghost in front of him, his face filled with endless horror and confusion. How could it be? At the end of his consciousness, he saw the black shadow take out a black wooden badge from his arms and throw it on the table beside his bed. That's the Black Wind Village badge. Mr. Li's body fell heavily back onto the bed, his eyes wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. After Fang Han did all this, it was as if he had just crushed a stink bug. He turned around and took out a map from his pocket, on which the word Ku was clearly marked. This was asked from the leader of Black Wind Village. In order to facilitate transactions, the Li and Wang families gave him a detailed map of their own treasury. The same scene happened at the Wang family half an hour later. When Wang Yuanwai's sinful life was ended by a cold dagger in his sleep, he couldn't even open his eyes. After doing all this, Fang Han followed the instructions on the map and came to the Li family's secret vault. Looking at the heavy iron door in front of him, which was made of fine steel and required 3 keys to open at the same time, Fang Han curled his lips in disdain. He took out a few pieces of special plastic explosives from the space and skillfully stuck them on the door lock. Boom! After a dull explosion that was suppressed to the extreme by the silencer, a big hole was blown in the iron gate that was strong enough to withstand thousands of troops. Fang Han walked in. The next second, even though he was used to big scenes, his breathing couldn't help but stop for a moment. Inside the secret vault, wealth piled up like a mountain, almost blinding his eyes. The 1,000 taels of silver given to Black Wind Village is not even a fraction here. On the left-hand side are rows of shelves made of fine sandalwood. What was neatly stacked on it were not account books, but official silver ingots weighing 50 taels each. They were shining silver and piled up like small mountains. A rough estimate was that there were at least 100,000 taels. On the right side are a dozen large locked mahogany boxes. Fang Han was too lazy to look for the key, so he just pried it open with a military knife. Crash! The moment the lid of the box was opened, dazzling golden light burst out, stinging people's eyes. A full box of golden gold bars. Fang Han pried open more than a dozen boxes in a row, and without exception, they were all filled with gold. And in the deepest part of the secret vault, there are several brocade boxes. When Fang Han opened it, he saw an even more dazzling array of things inside. There are night-shining pearls the size of pigeon eggs, emitting a soft glow in the darkness. There are jade pendants that are emerald green and full of water. There are calligraphy and paintings by celebrities from various dynasties. Each one is priceless. There was even a complete set of golden wine vessels inlaid with various gemstones, a tribute from the western regions. You're such a rich bastard, you're so damn rich. Fang Han couldn't help but curse, but he didn't slow down at all. He thought about it, and like a greedy Pichio, he took out everything in the secret vault. Whether it was gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, he left nothing behind and put them all into his personal space. After robbing the Li family, he used the same method to visit the Wang family's secret vault. The Wang family's wealth is comparable to that of the Li family. When Fang Han put the last box into the space, the sky in the east was already turning pale. He returned quietly along the same route and left Qingshi County. Behind him are 2 wealthy mansions that are about to fall into a bloody storm. But he kept his achievements and fame hidden. When the sky was bright, Fang Han's figure had already appeared at the entrance of Liushi village. He changed back into his coarse cloth gown, with a lazy and tired look on his face, as if he had just gotten up early and taken a walk in the fields. I'm back. Chapter 63. Yinshu has nothing to repay except this life. Nangong Yinshu did not sleep all night. She just sat quietly on the edge of the bed, looking out the window with empty eyes, like a beautiful statue that had lost its soul. Baijiro and Lurume stayed with her for most of the night. Seeing that she didn't cry or make a fuss, but was just silent, they became even more worried. They knew that there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart, and that beneath this calmness lay a world that had long since collapsed. The sound of the courtyard door being gently pushed open broke the silence of the early morning. The familiar sound of footsteps suddenly brought a glimmer of light to Nangong Yunshu's dead eyes. She stood up suddenly like a startled bird and rushed out desperately. When she saw the familiar figure standing in the yard unharmed, still covered in morning dew and a faint smell of blood, the heart that was hanging on the edge of the cliff finally landed. The light in his eyes suddenly became extremely bright. Fang Han looked at her distracted appearance and said nothing more. He just said calmly, "Madam, follow me." He took Nangong Yinshu to an unused woodshed in the corner of the yard. Nangong Yinshu followed in closely. The light in the woodshed was dim. Fang Han only had a thought and saw a complete body. It appeared out of nowhere on the ground, covered with clean straw. The official robe on the body had been cleaned, although it still had blood stains that could not be washed off. Yet it was meticulously arranged. The head that had been brutally severed. It is also placed peacefully at the neck, forming a complete person. It was Shengguan. Nangong Yinshu looked at her husband's face, which was frozen with astonishment and unwillingness. Her body trembled violently. She slowly reached out her hand, wanting to touch him, but she didn't dare. I was afraid that everything in front of me was just an illusion. The leader of the thieves has been killed, and the mastermind is dead. Black Wind Village, the Li family, the Wuong family, all of them will be wiped out. Fang Han's voice was very soft, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in Nangong Yinshu's mind. He can rest in peace. Boom. Nangong Yinshu could no longer hold on. Her legs went limp, and she knelt down beside her husband's body. She looked at the intact face, and the dead heart seemed to be held again by a warm hand. Injected the last bit of strength. The grief that had been suppressed all night, the fear of escaping death, the relief of revenge, all the emotions were at this moment. All the dams broke. Husband. She threw herself on her husband, and this time, she finally let out a heart-wrenching cry. Tears fell like rain, and the hot tears soaked her husband's cold official robe. It also washed away all the despair and hatred in her heart. After a long time, the crying gradually subsided. Nangong Yinshu slowly stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and her phoenix eyes were red and swollen from crying. There is no longer any trace of weakness, only a clarity and determination like rebirth from the ashes. She turned around and bowed solemnly to Fang Han. A bow. Kowtow twice. Kowtow 3 times. 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. This is the highest etiquette for subjects to meet the king and for believers to worship gods and Buddhas. An hour ago, she was still the most respected lady in the county. At this moment, she crushed all her dignity and pride. It turned into the most pious respect and was presented to the man in front of him. This time, Fang Han did not help her. He just stood there quietly, accepting this tremendous gift that could change a woman's life. That night, Fang Han found a place with excellent feng shui in the back mountain of Liushi village and dug a grave for Shun Guan with his own hands. There is no tablet, no inscription, only a lonely grave. Nangong Yinshu changed into a plain white mourning dress, lit a stick of incense for her late husband, and burned some paper money. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated, she said her final goodbye to her past. It's late at night. In Fang Han's room, the candlelight flickered. He had just finished washing up and was about to rest when there was a gentle knock on the door. Sir, can Yinshu come in? It was Nangong Yinshu's voice, soft, but with a firmness that could not be refused. Fang Han opened the door and was slightly startled. The woman in front of me has already bathed and changed her clothes. She changed into a flawless white silk dress. The material was as smooth as water and glowed faintly in the candlelight. It outlines her mature and plump yet slim and amazing curves. She took off all her expensive jewelry, and her shiny black hair fell behind her head like a waterfall. The beautiful face without makeup is illuminated by the flickering candlelight. It lacks some of the grace of the daytime, but has more of the thrilling interweaving of holiness and charm. The phoenix eyes that had just cried were now shimmering with watery light, as if containing countless emotions. Yet, it was clear without a trace of impurities. Her face was filled with a hint of determination. She walked into the room, stood 3 steps in front of Fang Han, then bowed gracefully, her graceful figure kneeling on the ground. Yinshu has nothing to repay you for. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear, as if she had used up all her strength. I only have this body. Please have mercy on me, sir. After saying that, without waiting for Fang Han to react, she slowly raised her hand. Slender white fingertips untied the ribbon around the waist. The white silk dress slid down her jade-like shoulders like the tide under the moonlight. Stacked silently at the feet. A flawless and beautiful body that could drive any man crazy was presented to Fang Han without reservation. Under the candlelight, her skin looked like the finest mutton-fat jade, emitting a warm luster, and every inch of her curves seemed like the most perfect masterpiece of God. Fang Han only felt a surge of heat rising from the bottom of his heart and instantly spreading to every part of his body. He no longer hesitated, took a step forward, and lifted up the slightly trembling body on the ground. He picked her up horizontally and strode towards the bed. Just when she was picked up by Fang Han, a series of cold mechanical prompt sounds rang out in Fang Han's mind. Ding! Strong feelings of love, gratitude, and belonging detected. Nangong Yinshu's favorability is locked to max. Ding! Binding to the 4th heroine is successful. The upper limit of double door energy is greatly increased. Top. Gene fluid is placed in the system space. Current energy, 950/1000. Chapter 64. The Li and Wuong families were destroyed, shocking the people. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning barely illuminates the Bluestone Road in Qingshi County. A shrill scream that was not like a human voice was like thunderclap out of nowhere. It suddenly exploded from deep within the Li family mansion in the east of the city, shattering the still drunk tranquility of the county town. Someone's dead. Master. Master is dead. Half an hour later, the acting chief clerk of the county government, Lao Qian, the legal advisor of the former county magistrate Xinguan. He was standing in the most luxurious bedroom of the Li family with several yamen runners. His legs were shaking, and he felt a chill in his crotch. Cold sweat had already soaked through the ill-fitting official uniform on his back. It's too quiet. From the moment he entered the door until now, he hadn't even heard any fighting sounds from those guards who usually looked down on him. Dozens of strong and powerful men were now huddled in the yard like quails, their faces paler than those of the dead. They patrolled all night last night and didn't see a single ghost. In the room, the precious incense was still burning and the smell was still strong. On the couch, Mr. Li was lying on his back, with a hint of smugness in his sleep still frozen on his fat face. However, there was a thin, straight line of blood on his neck. The blood had already coagulated, without any excessive splattering, as if someone had simply scratched him lightly with the sharpest blade. Clean, sharp, and deadly. There was no sign of a struggle, no resistance. Mr. Li was like a fat pig that was bled precisely by a butcher while it was sleeping. Old Qian walked forward tremblingly, and when his eyes swept across the rosewood table at the head of the bed, his pupils suddenly shrank. On the table, besides a crushed walnut, there was also a black wooden waist plaque lying quietly. On the waist badge, two large, ferocious characters were engraved in cinnabar, Black Wind. It's the badge of the bandits from Black Wind Village. Lao Qian's head buzzed. Before he could figure out why the bandits from Haifeng's High killed someone and left evidence, a yamen runner rushed in crawling, his voice changing. Qian, Master Qian. No. Something bad has happened. Something's happened to the Wuong family. The Wuong family too. Wuong family mansion. Same scene, same location, same way of death. Mr. Wuong also died in his bed. There was also a thin line of blood on his throat, and there was even a peaceful sleepiness on his face. At the head of his bed, there was also an identical Black Wind Village waist badge. Old Qian looked at the scene in front of him that was so weird that it made his scalp tingle, and he could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground with a plop, feeling that all the strength in his body had been drained. How can this be considered a robbery by bandits? This is clearly the gods and ghosts claiming your life. The news spread like wildfire, and in less than half a day, it spread throughout the streets and alleys of Qingshi County. The county town exploded. Have you heard? Mr. Li and Mr. Wuong were both killed last night. Oh my God, is this true? Those two guardhouses employ over 100 people, more than the county yamen runners. It's absolutely true. My second uncle's cousin works at the county government office and saw it with his own eyes. He said the cause of death was exactly the same. Both were stabbed in the throat while they were sleeping. Those guards didn't even hear a fart. This method is too scary. Scary? Let me tell you, the scarier part is yet to come. There's even a Black Wind Village badge left at the scene. What? Black Wind Village? Are they crazy? They killed people and still dared to leave their names behind. An old man drinking tea put down his teacup, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "What do you know? This is something truly bizarre. Have you forgotten the fire at Broken Soul Hill a few days ago? I heard it burned for a whole day and night, and the entire Black Wind Village, including the people and the village, was completely burned to charcoal." Ah. So, the old man slapped his thigh. How could this be done by bandits? This is Shun Qingtian's wronged spirit, refusing to leave. He's in heaven, and he's sent his heavenly soldiers and generals down to earth to avenge the lives of those beasts who killed him. As soon as these words were spoken, you could hear a pin drop in the entire tea house. Immediately afterwards, everyone's face showed an expression of sudden enlightenment mixed with awe. This explanation is more convincing than any bandit vendetta. It is also more relaxing. For a time, the saying that Shun Qingtian's wronged ghost is seeking revenge, and ghosts and gods are killing gentry at night, spread to every corner of the county. The people ran around to tell each other, and instead of fear, their faces showed a sense of satisfaction at having had their revenge. And those wealthy gentry who had colluded with the Li and Wuong families and stabbed Xinguan in the back were completely frightened. They closed their doors one by one and invited Taoist priests and monks from outside the city at night to set up altars and perform rituals in their homes. The burning incense filled the air over the entire county with a strange smell. Everyone is in a constant state of panic, fearing that the silent ghost will appear next night. It will appear at the head of your bed. Liushi Village, under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. Village chief Zhao Han was puffing on his pipe, the sparks in the pipe flickering, reflecting his old face with wrinkles all over it. His hands were shaking so badly that cigarette ashes were falling down and all over his homespun clothes, but he was completely unaware. There were only a few images that kept turning over and over in his mind. A few days ago, the flames rising into the sky in the west. That kid Fang Han didn't come back the whole night. The next morning, when he came back, there was a faint smell of blood on his body. And the two shocking murders reported back from the county town today. One by one, like threads, they were controlled by an invisible hand. They were slowly connected together, and finally, all pointed to the most imposing blue brick and tile house in the village. Zhao Taizhan took a deep puff of the cigarette and started coughing violently, his old face flushed red. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Fong family again. That look has changed. If we say that the previous awe still contained a bit of closeness as fellow villagers. Now, that awe has completely transformed into fear that is deep in his bones, so deep that he dares not even look directly at it. That's not a human. That is a god in human skin, or rather, a devil. I can't afford to offend you. Absolutely can't afford to offend you. At the same time, the village hunter Ma Baoguo was at home. Ma Baoguo paced back and forth in the small main room like a wild wolf trapped in a cage, with cold sweat on his forehead. His face was as white as the lime on the wall. You bastard, what's wrong with you? You're making me dizzy. His wife cursed him angrily, holding a bowl of porridge. Chapter 65. You should be more respectful than to your ancestors. Ma Baoguo slapped his thigh as if he wanted to break his leg bones. Turn. If I don't turn, I'll die. He lowered his voice, and his black face, which had been eroded by wind and frost for many years, turned pale. He growled at the woman. He knew better than anyone else in the village that he could sneak into two heavily guarded mansions in the dark of night without making a sound. It takes terrifying strength to kill two living people, and they are top figures like the Li and Wang families. That is not something that mortals can do. The fools in the village are still saying that it is Shun Qingtian's wronged ghost who is seeking revenge. But Ma Baoguo did not believe in ghosts and gods. He only believed in the intuition he developed while hunting. He suddenly remembered the scene a few days ago when Fang Han killed a big tiger. That huge tiger with hanging eyes and white forehead has been rampant in the mountains for many years. Even an old hunter like him has to take a detour when he sees it. But when it fell into Fang Han's hands, it didn't even make a sound and died quietly. As clean as slaughtering a chicken. Now think about how Mr. Li and Mr. Wang died. They were stabbed in the throat while they were sleeping, clean and neat. With a shudder, a chill ran from the soles of Ma Baoguo's feet to the top of his head in an instant. All the hairs on his body stood up, and he felt as if he had discovered some huge secret. A secret that could cost his entire family their lives. He grabbed his wife Li Dajiao's arm with such force that he almost crushed her. There was an unprecedented seriousness and fear in his eyes. Listen up. He stared at Li Dajiao, his voice pierced through his teeth. From now on, when you meet someone from the Fong family, whether it's Fang Han or his wives, you must bend down to the ground. Be as respectful as if you were meeting your own father. No, as if you were meeting your ancestors. Li Dajiao is also a fierce person in the village. But at this moment, she was so frightened by her man's appearance as if he had seen a ghost that she dared not even breathe. When had she ever seen Ma Baoguo like this? More respectful than, even than meeting your ancestors? That's right. Ma Baoguo gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. At most, our ancestors would curse you in a dream. If you offend that person, our whole family will be burned to ashes like the Black Wind village. Li Dajiao was so frightened that he trembled and nodded his head like pounding garlic, not daring to ask even a single question. At this time, the Fong family compound was peaceful and tranquil. The afternoon sun shines through the gaps in the grapevines, casting mottled light and shadows on the bluestone-paved courtyard. A stone table, a few bamboo chairs, a charcoal fire, and a set of exquisite purple clay tea sets. Nangong Yinshu changed into an elegant plain long dress and sat in the main seat. She was in mourning for her deceased husband and did not wear any jewelry, but her elegance was not diminished at all. The elegance and grace that came from being in a high position for a long time has been engraved into his bones. At this moment, this luxury blends softly with the tranquility of surviving the disaster, forming a unique and breathtaking beauty. She was explaining the art of tea to Baijiro and her two daughters. I saw her slender hands, and her jade-like fingers picked up the teaspoon with gentle and elegant movements. Each step is as smooth as flowing water, full of pleasing rhythm. Warming the cup, adding tea, brewing, distributing soup. Every gesture and movement shows the style of a great man. Baijiro sat aside, watching the scene most attentively. She was originally a lady from a noble family, and at this moment, she was learning eagerly. She was wearing a light blue skirt, and her gentle and quiet temperament complemented the fragrance of tea. The sunlight shone on her gentle and beautiful face, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. It is like a white lotus bud about to bloom, pure and elegant. Lurume seemed a little restrained. She imitated Nangong Yunshu's movements seriously, sitting upright with her plump figure. The mature and charming charm in her was suppressed a little at this moment by the tranquility of the tea ceremony. Instead, it adds a different kind of charm. Those peach blossom eyes that could speak were also full of concentration at this moment. The most lively one is by Shuejin. The little girl was wearing a pink short shirt and had 2 buns on her head, full of youthful vitality. She learned it quite well, but her bright almond-shaped eyes couldn't help rolling around. Sometimes he looked at the clouds in the sky, and sometimes he teased the butterflies that landed on the stone table. When Nangong Yunshu handed her a cup of clear yellow tea, she stuck out her tongue and smiled playfully, causing the other girls to laugh. Fang Han leaned on the recliner in the corridor, looking at this harmonious and beautiful scene, feeling satisfied. One is elegant and graceful, still retaining charm. One is as gentle as water, pure and beautiful. One is naturally charming and breathtaking. A lively, pretty and innocent girl. These 4 stunning women are now the most important part of his life. But he did not relax in his heart. He knew very well that the peace and tranquility before him did not come out of thin air, but were built on absolute power. The downfall of the Li and Wang families temporarily deterred the villains, but this was only in Qingsha County. If you look around the world, there are countless forces that are more greedy and more ferocious than the Li and Wang families. To protect this tranquility, one must possess the power to make everyone tremble. He decided to quickly build a force that was entirely his own and absolutely loyal. And the core of this force must be himself. He must become stronger. Fang Han stood up, quietly walked into his room, and gently closed the door. The light in the room dimmed, as if isolating all the tenderness and tranquility outside. As soon as he thought about it, a palm-sized silver metal bottle full of futuristic technology appeared in his hand. The bottle is smooth, without any label, only cold metal lines. Through the translucent bottle wall, you can see a light blue liquid inside. The liquid was like a melted star, emitting a faint light, full of mystery and power. Gene Optimization Solution. This was the system reward after Nangong Yunshu successfully bound. Now is the time to use it. Fang Han looked at the gorgeous liquid in the bottle. There was no more hesitation in his eyes, only bone-chilling determination. He unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back, and drank the cold liquid in one gulp. When the liquid entered my throat, it didn't taste as I had imagined. Instead, it turned into a cool, thin line and slid into my stomach in an instant. The moment he put the bottle down, the cold mechanical prompt sound exploded in his mind. Ding! Genetic optimization fluid is taking effect, comprehensively strengthening the host body functions. Warning! The strengthening process will tear and reorganize the gene chain, causing unbearable pain. Please be prepared. Chapter 66. Establishing a guard team. The system prompt sounded as soon as Fang Han finished preparing. Severe pain, like red-hot molten iron, instantly filled Fang Han's limbs and bones. Well, a muffled groan was suppressed by him from between his teeth. It was not just pain, it was the ultimate suffering of having one's life level forcibly twisted, torn, and reshaped. He felt as if all the bones in his body were crushed into powder in an instant. Then, an invisible giant hand, carrying hot magma, reassembled and forged them one by one. Every inch of muscle fiber under the skin is breaking, curling, and regenerating frantically. The feeling of soreness, numbness, swelling, and pain is enough to drive even the toughest man crazy. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead almost instantly, soaking his clothes in the blink of an eye, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His muscles were twisted and bulging uncontrollably, and his dark blue blood vessels were like hideous earthworms. It moved and protruded beneath his skin, looking extremely terrifying. At this moment, time seemed to be stretched out in an incomparably long way, and every second felt like a century of suffering in purgatory. Just when Fang Han felt that his consciousness was about to be completely torn apart by this boundless pain. The pain that was enough to destroy everything was like the ebbing tide, coming quickly and going even faster. Disappeared without a trace in an instant. What replaced it was an unprecedented sense of comfort and power. A warm and powerful force, like a river bursting its banks, rushed and roared through his brand new limbs and bones. Fang Han slowly loosened his mouth, which had been bitten to a bloody mess, and exhaled a long breath of foul air with a bloody smell. He opened his eyes. The whole world has changed. He didn't even need to listen carefully to clearly hear the slight sound of a dead leaf spinning and falling to the ground from the big locust tree outside the yard. Through the wall, he could hear Lurume tucking in the corners of the quilt for Nangong Yunshu in the guest room. That even and gentle breathing. His eyesight became even more terrifying. Through the gap in the window, he could clearly see the night sky in the distance. The fine, dust-like scales on a moth's wings. This is a leap in the level of life. Fang Han slowly raised his hand. His fingers were slender, and the power under his skin seemed to be bursting out. He casually shook his hand in the air. Boo! The air in front of him actually made a crisp, slight explosion like a bubble bursting. He felt that he was now full of power, a terrifying power that was enough to split mountains and rocks. Not to mention a cow, even an elephant standing here would be unsatisfactory. He was confident that he could blow his skull apart with one punch. This feeling is so great. The next day, it was just dawn, when Fang Han pushed open the door and walked into the yard refreshed. Baijiro and the other girls who were preparing breakfast subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked at him in a daze. The master seems a little different. It's still the same face and the same clothes, but the whole person's temperament has changed drastically. If we say that the previous Fang Han was a sharp blade hidden in a sheath, although it was sharp, but there is still some lazy and homely air that restrains his edge. Now, he was like a silent volcano about to erupt, just standing there quietly. It exudes a heart-pounding, majestic aura that is enough to crush everything. Fang Han didn't explain anything, just smiled, and the overwhelming aura disappeared instantly. He turned back into the gentle boy next door. He walked straight out of the house and found the village chief Xiao Han, who was smoking a pipe under a big locust tree at the entrance of the village. Village chief, I have something I would like to ask for your help. Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong, you said that as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Xiao Han stood up quickly, even subconsciously using honorifics. Whenever he looked at Fang Han now, he always felt uneasy. Fang Han was not polite and got straight to the point. I want to recruit a guard team. The manpower can be selected from our Liushi village and several surrounding villages. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that this was a great thing. How many people? How many people are you planning to hire? How much will the wages be? Fang Han stretched out a finger. 1 ounce of silver a month provides 3 meals a day, with meat every meal. Boom! Xiao Han felt as if his brain was struck by a bolt of lightning. He widened his cloudy old eyes and stared at Fang Han. His mouth was opened wide enough to fit an egg, and he didn't even notice the pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a click. One tael of silver. And they provide 3 meals a day, with meat every time. In this famine year, when people were eating each other, forget about earning 1 tael of silver a month. Even if you just want to have a full meal, there are people who are willing to sell their lives to you. How can the offer from Fang Han be considered wages? This is fucking godlike treatment. Half an hour later, Xiao Han was beating the broken gong with all his strength. When the news was shouted out in the open space in the village, the entire Liushi village, as well as all the villagers who rushed over from the neighboring village after hearing the news, went crazy. At first there was deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, with disbelief written all over their pale and thin faces. Immediately afterwards, the crowd exploded like a lit powder keg. Did I hear correctly? 1 tael of silver? And meat. Damn it. Is this real? Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming. Go. I'm going to sign up. I'll fight anyone who dares to stop me. Countless young and middle-aged people were so hungry that their eyes were green, and they were staggering even when walking. At this moment, they seemed to be injected with divine power. Their eyes were red, and they rushed towards the open space in front of the gate of the Fong family compound like a tide. The situation was out of control for a while. In order to fight for a front position, several people wrestled with each other on the spot, and more people were pushed down and trampled in the crowd. Stop pushing. Line up. Mr. Fong is watching. Just then, a roar was heard. Neo-air pushed away the person blocking his way. With a plop sound, he knelt heavily on his knees in front of Fang Han. This honest man had red eyes at this moment. His voice trembled violently with excitement. Mr. Fong, you saved my life, Neo-air. You also saved my father's life. From now on, my miserable life belongs to you. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to kill someone, I will never frown. Behind the crowd, Hunter Ma Baowa clenched his fists tightly, his expression changing constantly. He knew better than anyone what it was like to be a bodyguard for someone like Fang Han. It is like trying to get the skin of a tiger, and your head is always on your belt. But when he lowered his head, he saw his hands, which had become so thin that only bones were left due to long-term hunger. I thought of the woman at home who was also starving and pale. The hesitation in his eyes was instantly replaced by ruthlessness. I'm not afraid of anything. It's better to die outside than to starve to death. He gritted his teeth, pushed through the crowd, and strode forward. He walked to Nyoer and heard a plop sound. He knelt on one knee and buried his head deeply. Ma Baowa, I am willing to die for you, sir. Chapter 67 Modern Training. Nyoer and Ma Baowa's actions were like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan. The originally chaotic crowd suddenly became quiet. Fang Han's gaze swept across Nyoer's flushed and honest face and Ma Baowa's complex and resolute face. He nodded. Nyoer, you will be the captain of the guard from now on. Ma Baowa, you are a hunter with great experience, deputy captain. Nyoer suddenly raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. Then it turned into immense ecstasy, and he pounded his chest loudly, as if swearing, Don't worry, sir. I, Nyoer, will lead the team, well even if it costs me my life. Ma Baowa simply buried his head deeper and replied in a dull voice, Yes. He knew full well that this position of vice captain was a stepping stone he had paid for with his life. From now on, the lives of his family, young and old, were completely tied to this unfathomable man before him. In a corner of the crowd, Yang Hongmei stood on tiptoe, stretching her neck as far as she could. Beside her, her son Zhao Tian looked impatient. Mom, why did you ask me to come here? Aren't you just recruiting some peasants to be security guards? I'm a waiter in Xiangmenlu, and I'm much more respectable than them. Zhao Tian adjusted his relatively clean short shirt, his face full of superiority. Yang Hongmei ignored him and stared at Fang Han with her eyes. She fantasized that Fang Han would see his promising son and recruit him in. Being a manager or something like that would be prestigious. But she waited from beginning to end, and Fang Han didn't even glance over here. In the end, Fang Han went down in person and walked back and forth several times in the dark crowd. His selection criteria were very strange. He didn't just look at who was tall and strong. Instead, he cared more about a person's eyes. He didn't want any of those with flickering eyes and slick looks. Instead, he singled out those farmers with simple, even dull, but strong bodies. Soon, the 100 places were filled. Where's my son? Where is my son Zhao Tian? Yang Hongmei became anxious when she saw that her son was not selected. But seeing Fang Han's indifferent eyes, she didn't dare to go forward and make a scene. She could only pull Nyoer's father Nyo Mantion and said sourly, Brother Nyo, your Nyoer is so lucky. He became the team leader. He will be a leader in the future. Don't forget us old neighbors. Nyo Mantion just smiled innocently and didn't say anything. Yang Hongmei looked at Nyoer's smug expression, then at her own son, who looked completely indifferent. Her face was twisted with jealousy, her nails digging deep into her flesh, and she could only curse in her heart. The 100 selected people were taken by Fang Han to a specially cleared open space behind the village. This will be their training ground from now on. But there were no swords, guns, sticks, or clubs on the training ground, only a large wooden barrel half a person's height. When the lid of the wooden barrel was opened, an extremely rich aroma, mixed with the overbearing smell of meat, suddenly exploded. 100 new recruits were collectively petrified. Inside the wooden barrel is a bucket full of steaming white rice with distinct grains. And on the snow-white rice, there was a thick layer of sliced, greasy meat. The meat was square and pink, and exuded a strange fragrance that they had never smelled in their lives. Gudong. I don't know who it was, but the first one couldn't help but swallow hard. This sound was like a signal, and swallowing sounds were heard one after another in the team. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the bucket of rice and the bucket of meat, with green light in their eyes, and their breathing became heavy. This is pure white rice. And meat. A bucket full of meat. Fang Han looked at them and spoke lightly. Eat as much as you want and you'll be full. These 3 words are like an imperial edict from the sky. After a second of silence, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Charge. Oh my God. It's meat. They no longer cared about lining up, and like a pack of wolves that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, they pounced on the big wooden barrel like crazy. They didn't have bowls, so they just ate with their hands. They stuffed handfuls of scalding hot rice and greasy luncheon meat into their mouths. The heat made them grimace, but no one was willing to spit it out. A man in his 30s was eating voraciously with tears and snot streaming down his face, crying like a baby. Woo-woo, delicious, so delicious. It's the first time in my life that I've had a full meal, the first time I've eaten meat. More people were crying silently and desperately shoveling food into their mouths. This is not just a meal, It is the hope of survival and a great blessing from heaven. This meal is enough to make them work hard for Fang Han. When everyone's stomachs were full and they couldn't eat another grain of rice, Fang Han had a dozen large boxes brought out. Now that we're full, it's time to change our equipment. When the box was opened, it contained neatly folded sets of brand new clothes. It was a dark blue garment they had never seen before. The fabric was thick, yet it had an indescribable softness. Next to the clothes were pairs of oddly styled shoes with green canvas uppers and soft rubber soles. The recruits carefully reached out their hands, touching the strong and comfortable fabric, and then picked up the pair of light and comfortable liberation shoes. Everyone was so excited that they were speechless and felt like they were dreaming. When they put on this outfit, the temperament of the entire team instantly changed. The group of skinny and pale peasants now looked like soldiers. Fang Han was very satisfied. After eating and dressing warmly, the next step is training. Everyone line up, heads up, chests out, abs in. Fang Han's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The guards looked at each other and began to line up in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, Fang Han began to implement modern Q training. Stand at attention. Hit me here like a nail. Don't move for an hour. If anyone moves, there's no broth for tonight. Marching in step. Lift your legs. Level with your chest. Throw your arms up. Get out of this murderous aura. Push up. Put your hands on the ground. Straighten your body. Up. Down. Up. Down. These bizarre training methods instantly plunged everyone, who had just been immersed in happiness, into hell. Everyone was complaining and sweating profusely. My legs cramped from standing at attention, my legs twisted when I marched, and I lay flat on the ground like a dead dog doing push-ups. But no one dared to complain, and no one dared to quit, because they know that all of this was given by that godlike gentleman. Seeing a large number of people lying on the ground, even Nyo and Ma Baoguo were panting from exhaustion. Fang Han shook his head. He walked to the front of the team, took off his shirt, and revealed his muscles, which were not exaggerated, but had perfect lines like those carved by knives and axes. Look, I'm only doing this once. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he supported himself on the ground with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. 1, 2, 3. His movements were standard, his speed was neither fast nor slow, and every time he lifted himself up, he was full of explosive power. Throughout the whole process, he remained calm and his breathing was steady. When he finished the 100th one with ease, he pushed himself up lightly and stood up steadily without even breaking a sweat. The entire training ground was dead silent. All the guards, including Nyo and Ma Baoguo, looked at Fang Han as if he were a monster, their mouths wide open enough to fit a fist. One hand. 100? Still like playing? Is this person still a human being? Chapter 68, Imperial Enjoyment. The night, like thick ink, enveloped Liushi village. The roars and heavy footsteps on the training ground gradually subsided. Only 100 men were left, collapsed on the ground in exhaustion, like rotten mud with their bones sucked out. Fang Han put on his coat amidst everyone's utterly awestruck gazes. He walked away from this iron-blooded land he had created with his own hands and headed towards his home. As I pushed open the gate, a warm feeling that was completely different from the solemn atmosphere outside came to my face. The yard was brightly lit and filled with heat. The 4 stunningly beautiful women had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Fang Han coming back, it was like seeing a bird returning to its nest or a big tree. A relieved smile appeared on everyone's face. A huge wooden barrel was placed in the middle of the yard. The bucket contained hot water that had been prepared long ago and sprinkled with flower petals and herbs. Clean fine cotton clothes were neatly folded on a bamboo stool nearby. Fang Han said nothing, but just walked to the wooden barrel. He took off his clothes that were covered with dust and sweat, revealing that perfect body full of explosive power. As soon as he sat down, Nangong Yinshu moved. This former wife of the county magistrate was a woman of the most noble temperament and the most dignified manners. But at this moment, he made a move that made the heaven and earth pale in comparison. She lifted her elegant long dress and slowly knelt down in front of Fang Han. The movements were natural and pious, as if this was not a humiliation but a supreme honor. She lowered her beautiful face and stretched out her delicate hands which were meant to play the piano and paint. He lifted Fang Han's feet very gently. Take off his shoes and socks and use a warm towel. Wipe every inch of skin carefully. There was no trace of shame on her face, not in her clear phoenix eyes. There is only unbreakable respect and sense of belonging. Fang Han didn't stop him. He just leaned quietly against the wall of the barrel, enjoying it all. Baijiro and Lurume walked over from the left and right. One of them took a towel soaked in hot water and began to wipe his broad back and solid chest. Baijiro's movements were gentle and delicate, as if she was treating a priceless treasure. The movement of her eyes was filled with unbreakable tenderness. Lurume was much bolder. Her plump body pressed tightly against the edge of the wooden barrel. Where the towel brushed against her, there was a hint of teasing in her talking peach blossom eyes. The charm is so soft that it almost drowns people. Huff, huff. There was a somewhat funny sound. Bai Shuejian was like a butterfly wearing flowers, and a palm-sized creature appeared from nowhere. Weirdly shaped plastic thing. Her little hand was pressing a pressure lever above with great effort. A small transparent fan blade began to spin rapidly, bringing gusts of weak but refreshing breeze. The little girl puffed out her cheeks and pressed the small hand-pressed fan hard. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she kept cheering Fang Han up. Brother-in-law, is it cool? This is the treasure you gave me last time, and I couldn't bear to use it. Fang Han closed his eyes, feeling Nangong Yunshu's piety at his feet. The gentleness of Baijiro behind him, the charm of Lurume in front of him, and the coolness of Bai Shuejian beside his ears. This decadent, yet wonderful imperial life. It made every pore in the deepest part of his heart relax. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, Fang Han leaned lazily in the recliner in the corridor. The four girls surrounded him like four of the most beautiful flowers. Fang Han thought of one with a bright red strawberry pattern printed on it. A colorful paper box appeared out of thin air in his hands. What is this? Bai Shuejian came over curiously, her big eyes full of inquiry. The other three women also looked curious. They had never seen such an exquisite and unique box. Fang Han didn't explain, but just pulled out a long and thin stick from the box. Cookies with a layer of pink paste on the top. A rich smell, mixed with milk and a sweet and sour fruity aroma that I had never smelled before. It instantly spread in the air. He handed the biscuit to Nangong Yunshu, who was kneeling in front of him and about to massage his legs. Nangong Yunshu's cheeks turned red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She looked at the godlike man in front of her. Looking at his eyes with a hint of playful smile, my heart started beating wildly. Under the man's encouraging gaze, she shyly opened her red lips and took a small bite. Crack. A crisp sound. The crispness of the biscuits, along with the pink coating, melts instantly on the tip of the tongue. The explosive sweet and sour taste made Nangong Yunshu, the former county magistrate's wife who had tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, excited. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. What does this smell like? It's sweet, but not the pure sweetness of honey. With a lively, pleasant fruity acidity. It is fragrant, but not from any kind of flower or spice. It's a pure, mouth-watering milky aroma. That feeling of happiness, like a tide, instantly flooded her heart. Delicious, she murmured unconsciously, unable to conceal the shock and happiness on her face. Fang Han smiled, pulled out a few more, and gave them to the other three women who were watching eagerly. Wow, so delicious. Bai Shui saw that she bit off half of it in one bite, and a blush of happiness instantly appeared on her little face. His eyes were narrowed into slits, like a cat that had stolen some dried fish. Baijiro tasted it in small sips, savoring the unprecedented flavor. There was a touch of girlish excitement in that gentle and quiet temperament. Lurume was eating with an intoxicated look on her face. She treated the biscuit as a treasure. Eat it in small bites. Looking at the extremely satisfied expressions of the four girls, Fang Han also felt happy in his heart. At this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound rang in his mind one after another. Ding! Nangong Yunshu's extreme happiness and sense of belonging have been detected. Happiness value plus 30, energy plus 30. Ding! Baijiro's strong love detected. Love value plus 20, energy plus 20. Ding! Lurume's strong dependence detected. Happiness plus 20, energy plus 20. Ding! Shirayukumi's pure joy detected. Happiness plus 15, energy plus 15. Chapter 69, New Official Takes Office. Fearful. A few days later, a group of people were slowly walking on the official road from Qingshi County to the provincial capital. Leading the group was a small sedan chair made of blue cloth, followed by a dozen people in uniforms. The yamen runners were carrying swords on their waists, but they all looked pale. Their steps were unsteady, and they looked more like ceremonial guards than guards. In the sedan chair, the newly appointed county magistrate Chen Ting sat upright, his face, which was in its 40s, with a knot between his brows. He was originally an inconspicuous clerk in the provincial capital and had endured half his life. It was not easy to get such an opportunity to speak outside. I thought it was a pie in the sky, but who knew that what was sent to me was the hot potato of Qingshi County? Before coming, He had already found out everything that had happened recently in Qingshi County. The former county magistrate, Shen Guan, was murdered at Broken Soul Slope and his body was never found. The two largest gentry families in the county, the Li family and the Wuong family, were slaughtered overnight. The bandits who had been entrenched in Black Wind Mountain for decades were burned to ashes along with their people and their village. Every single thing exudes a weirdness that is evil to the core. The official file stated that it was a bandit fight, but privately, all kinds of rumors had already spread like wildfire. Some say it is Shun Qingtian's wronged ghosts seeking revenge. Others say it is mountain ghosts and monsters that have come down to earth to eliminate evil. Shen Ting didn't believe a word of it. He believed that the water in Qingshi County was deep enough to drown the Dragon King. The one who could wipe out the existence of Black Wind Village and the Li and Wuong families with lightning speed in just a few days. He is the real dragon in this pool of water. And all the rumors eventually pointed to one place, Liushi Village. A man named Fong Han stopped the sedan. After much deliberation, Shen Ting suddenly stopped the team at a three-way intersection 10 miles away from the county town. A yamen runner hurried forward and bowed flatteringly. Sir, what are your orders? Shen Ting lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and glanced in the direction of Liushi Village, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Instead of going to the county government office, change your route and go to Liushi Village. Instead of sitting on the crater of the county government office waiting for that ghost to come find you, it's better to go and pay your respects to the mountain first. When Shen Ting's guard of honor arrived at the entrance of Liushi Village in a sparse group, Shen Ting, who was in the sedan chair, looked out through the gap in the curtain and his heart suddenly stopped. What did he see? I saw a square formation standing in the wide open space at the entrance of the village. A silent square formation consisting of 50 young and strong men. They were wearing unprecedented dark blue uniforms. He was wearing oddly designed green rubber-soled boots. Their figures were as straight as pine trees, standing straight as if they were 50 silent statues. In each of their hands, they held a brand new spear. The spearhead flashed with a cold light in the sunlight, so sharp that people dared not look directly at it. An invisible yet extremely real aura of murderous intent came towards me. The pressure was so severe that Chen Ting and his dozen or so yamen runners could hardly breathe. The yamen runners under Chen Ting had already stopped, and their faces turned pale. Their calves trembled. Their swords were in their hands, facing the enemy's neatly aligned spear formation. It's just like a fire stick. This is fucking militia? Chen Ting's eyelids twitched wildly. He had read military books and seen the garrison troops in the provincial capital. But even those regular troops who eat the emperor's food definitely do not have the spirit and energy of the team in front of them. This is clearly the iron-blooded momentum that only a battle-hardened army can possess. Just as Chen Ting was shocked, a man as tall and strong as an iron tower strode out in front of the square formation. It was Niu Er. He walked 3 steps in front of the sedan chair and stood there. He did not kneel down, but just clasped his fists and bowed to the sedan chair, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Niu Er, captain of the Liushi Village Guard, greets the county magistrate. His voice was loud and steady, with a military-like efficiency. Chen Ting hurriedly got out of the sedan chair, forcing a smile uglier than crying. No need to be so polite, brave man. This official has just arrived in your place, and I have come to pay a special visit to Mr. Fong. Niu Er nodded expressionlessly. The gentleman is currently meeting with guests. Please wait here for a moment, sir. As soon as these words were spoken, the face of a lawyer behind Chen Ting suddenly changed. He was about to scold him for being so bold, but was glared back by Chen Ting with a sharp look. Let him wait. Let a 7th-rank county magistrate of the imperial court wait for a commoner without even any official title at the entrance of the village? This is an unprecedented humiliation. But Chen Ting did not feel angry at all. Only a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He looked into Niu Er's calm eyes. Looking at the 50 silent gods of death behind him, he knew it very clearly. The other party is not discussing, but notifying. It's okay. Mr. Fong is busy. I'll just wait for him. Chen Ting waved his hands repeatedly, and his attitude was very humble. He even took the initiative to walk to the side of the road and really stood there waiting. This wait lasts for a whole stick of incense. As the sun rose higher and higher, beads of sweat appeared on Chen Ting's forehead, but he dared not move. Finally, a figure wearing a coarse cloth gown walked out slowly on the small path in the village. The man was very young and handsome, with a hint of sleepiness on his face. He looked like a scholar next door. But when his gaze swept over, Chen Ting felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and the hairs on his body instantly stood on end. He knew that this person was the ghost. Fang Han walked closer and faced the new official. He nodded slightly, not even bothering to say a word of courtesy. Ting seemed to have received great favor. He quickly bowed and stepped forward with a smile on his face. Your humble servant Ting greets Mr. Fong. I hope you will forgive me for my intrusive visit. You're too polite, County Magistrate Chun. Fang Han's voice was calm. Come into the village for a cup of tea. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Ting followed behind Fang Han, step by step, with an attitude as respectful as a minor official going to pay a visit to his superior. Just as they were walking towards the village, a strange sound suddenly came from another training ground not far away. I saw the hunter Ma Baohua leading another team of 50 guards, conducting archery training. Ting glanced subconsciously, and then his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The bows held by those guards were not any kind of bows he had ever seen. The shape of the bow was extremely strange, and the bow body was made of some unknown black metal. There are also many pulleys and nooses on it, which is full of ferocious power. It looks like some kind of sophisticated killing machine. A guard easily pulled the strange bow that looked extremely heavy and aimed it at a human-shaped straw target 50 steps away. Whoosh! There was no humming sound from the vibrating bowstring, only a sharp and piercing whistle that tore through the air. A black arrow, as fast as a black lightning. Its trajectory is almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Puff! 50 steps away, a small hole appeared between the eyebrows of the straw target. The entire arrow actually passed through the target and was deeply embedded in the earth wall behind it. Only the arrow feathers were still buzzing. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterwards, a series of dense and sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another, like the precise roll call of the god of death. In just a few breaths, the straw target 50 steps away was hit by 50 arrows. He was shot into a hedgehog. Without exception, the arrows all landed on the straw target's head and chest. Ting froze in place, as if struck by lightning. He felt his throat dry, and all the blood in his body seemed to be frozen at that moment. 50 paces. Every arrow hits the target. What a terrifying archery skill. What a powerful weapon. Chapter 70 Ting was shocked. This is a dragon crossing the river. Ting asked himself. Even the most elite border troops in the city could not do this. That strange bow made of steel and pulleys, its range and power. It has far exceeded his understanding of the weapons in this world. What's even more terrifying are the guards holding strange bows. There was no excitement or pride on their faces, only a mechanical calmness, as if what they had just done was just an ordinary thing like eating and drinking water. Cold sweat flowed down Ting's forehead, across his pale cheeks, and dripped onto his clothes, but he was completely unaware. He understood it completely. What about Qingtian's wronged ghosts seeking revenge? And what about mountain ghosts and monsters coming down to earth to eliminate evil? Is all bullshit. The young man in front of me looks harmless, even a little lazy. He is the source of all this. While chatting and laughing, he wiped out the Black Wind village and slaughtered the Li and Wang families. The weather in Qingshu County has changed a lot. I, a county magistrate appointed by the imperial court, am not even worth a fart in front of this person. He is the local tyrant who has the final say here. After realizing this, Ting's attitude changed 180 degrees. He no longer had any of the arrogance of a scholar, nor did he dare to have the slightest airs of an official. He bowed his body and followed behind Fang Han. His attitude was 100 times more respectful than when he met the prefect in the provincial government. Mr. Fong, you are truly, truly a god. Ting's voice was a little dry, but his face was filled with a flattering and admiring smile. With your divine army in command, the people of Qingshu County finally have a real source of support. Your humble servant is deeply impressed by you. Fang Han led him into the yard. Seeing that there were guests outside, Baijiro and others quietly retreated back to their rooms. Fang Han sat casually on the stone bench and poured himself a cup of cold tea, but did not show any intention of asking Ting to sit down. Ting didn't dare to sit down, but just stood aside respectfully, like a servant waiting for orders at any time. If you have something to say, please just say it, County Magistrate Chun. Fang Han took a sip of tea without even raising his eyelids. I dare not, I dare not. Ting waved his hands repeatedly, bending even lower. This humble official has just arrived and is completely clueless about all the affairs in the county. From now on, I hope Mr. Fong will give me more advice. This humble official will definitely follow your lead. He hesitated for a moment, feeling that showing loyalty alone was not enough, and that he had to come up with something practical. Sir, Chun Ting leaned closer and lowered his voice. The county's taxes. I feel that some of the items are not very reasonable. Liushi Village has made such great contributions to the peace and stability of this county and deserves to be rewarded. I will go back and discuss with Mr. Qian and find a reason to reduce them for you, sir. This is the greatest sincerity he can show. Upon hearing this, Fang Han finally looked up at him, with a faint smile on his lips. County Magistrate Chun is thoughtful. He neither agreed nor refused. But in Chun Ting's view, this non-committal attitude made him feel more at ease than any promise. He knew that his life was saved for the time being. After seeing off Chun Ting, who was almost running away in a panic, the smile on Fang Han's face disappeared. He didn't care about that little bit of tax. What he wanted was absolute control over the entire Qingshi County and even the wider world. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. He called Neo Air and Ma Baogua to his side and began to give new orders. Neo Air, the guard team will continue to recruit more people. We will select another 100 people with clean backgrounds and who are willing to fight. The training cannot stop, and the treatment will remain the same. Ma Baogua, you will lead your men to escort our caravan to the neighboring Yunshan County and Pingyang County starting tomorrow. As Fang Han spoke, he took out a few pieces of paper from his arms, on which were drawn patterns of several common medicinal herbs that he had collected from his modern memories. According to the picture, we'll take as many as we can. Also, we have to sell the things we bring for a good price. What he was going to sell was a batch of refined salt that had been purified and forged using modern technology. It is much sharper and more durable than kitchen knives and iron tools on the market. These things, which are not worth mentioning in modern times, are hard currency that is enough to drive countless people crazy in this era. He wanted to use these to quickly accumulate his first pot of gold and establish a powerful armed force in ancient times. Neo Air and Ma Baogua took the order. Looking at the blueprints and the unquestionable light in Fang Han's eyes, they felt their blood boiling and answered in unison. Yes, sir. It's late at night. In the bedroom, the flickering candlelight reflects the warmth of the room. After Fang Han finished the work at hand, he looked at the 4 stunning beauties sitting around him. My mood also relaxed. He thought about it and took out a few packages from his personal space. It was a long, strip-shaped object wrapped in white wax paper. Printed on the paper was a cute, jumping rabbit and 3 strange, square characters that they didn't recognize. Brother-in-law, what good thing is this? Bai Shui saw the first one coming up and curiously poked the paper bag with a rabbit printed on it with her fingers, her almond-shaped eyes shining brightly. Nangong Yunshu and the other 2 girls were also curious. Fang Han always managed to come up with things they had never seen before. But a delicate and interesting little gadget. Fang Han smiled and tore open a package. An extremely rich, milky aroma instantly filled the room. It is a pure, sweet smell that makes your mouth water. He pinched out a cylindrical candy wrapped in a thin layer of rice paper. He peeled off the outer layer of wax paper and handed it to Bai Shuejian's little mouth. Try it. Bai Shuejian opened her little mouth without hesitation and put the candy in it. The next second, her big, lively eyes suddenly widened. The rice paper, as thin as a cicada's wing, melts in your mouth. An indescribable, mellow and sweet taste, like the sweetest mountain spring. It exploded on her taste buds instantly. It is not the sweetness of honey, nor the greasy taste of malt sugar. It is a warm, rich, milky aroma with an endless aftertaste. The candy slowly melts in your mouth, soft and chewy. With every chew, more sweet juice bursts out. So delicious. Bai Shui narrowed her eyes with happiness and her cheeks puffed up. Like a kitten that stole the most delicious dried fish in the world, it can't even speak clearly. He just kept shaking his head to express his happiness. Fang Han looked at her little appearance and felt amused. He took out a few more and distributed them to Nangong Yunshu and the other 2 girls who were looking at them eagerly. Baijiro held the candy in her mouth, her gentle and beautiful face. A hint of girlish surprise and sweetness emerged, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Lurume savored it carefully, and the sweetness went straight into her heart. She felt as if she was surrounded by happiness, and the look she gave Fang Han was full of charm and dependence. Nangong Yunshu put the candy in his mouth, feeling the pure sweetness that he had never experienced before. In this warm and sweet atmosphere, a series of cold mechanical prompt sounds exploded in Fang Han's mind. Ding! Bai Shuejian's extreme happiness detected. Happiness plus 50. Energy plus 50. Ding! Nangong Yunshu's strong sense of gratitude and belonging detected. Happiness plus 30. Energy plus 30. Ding! Baijiro's strong love detected. Love value plus 25. Energy plus 25. Ding! Lurume's strong dependence detected. Happiness plus 25, energy plus 25. Ding. Energy is full. The double passing door is fully charged and can be opened at any time. Current energy, 1185/1000. Chapter 71, Seal of Thought and Trial of Loyalty. Qingshi County has completely changed. The new county magistrate, Chen Ting, closed the gate of the county government office since he returned from Liushi village that day, and announced to the public that he would fast and bathe and pray for Qingshi County, but in fact he was completely a coward. He knew very well that in today's Qingshi County, the county government had no say. In Liushi village, the young man surnamed Fong is the real ruler. Order in the entire county was quickly restored in a strange calm. The price of grain plummeted after the Fong family caravan brought back the first batch of affordable grain. The gentry who had been hoarding grain had no time to react before they were hit hard by this sudden move. They wanted to resist, but when they thought of the two mansions of the Li and Wang families that still smelled of blood and the forest of Haifeng village that had turned to charcoal, all their thoughts turned into a bone-chilling chill. Fang Han, this name, is like an invisible mountain, weighing on the hearts of everyone in Qingshi County. Fang Han did not put too much energy into all this. He expected the obedience of the government, the fear of the gentry, and the admiration of the people. His focus at this moment was entirely on the budding guard team. He knew very well that in these troubled times, only the barrel of a gun could bring about political power. Loyalty bought with money and favors is not reliable. Only by deeply imprinting your will into the bones of these people can you build an iron army that truly belongs to you. That morning, the atmosphere in the guardhouse, which had been expanded to 200 people, was solemn. Neo Air and Ma Bao stood at the front of the team, looking excited and nervous. Fang Han slowly walked up to the makeshift platform, his eyes calmly sweeping over the simple and awed faces below. He didn't say anything, just nodded at Neo Air. Neo Air took a deep breath, took out a roll of paper full of words from his arms, and began to read in his loud voice. Regulations on rewards and punishments for the Fong family guards. Just the title caused some agitation among the players below. First, the pay scale. Everyone who joins our guard team is a first-level member, with a monthly salary of 1 ounce of silver, 3 meals a day, and meat every meal. Boom! The crowd exploded instantly. Even though they had enjoyed such treatment for a few days, the impact was still unparalleled. This is a great reward from heaven. Neo Air ignored the excitement of the crowd and continued reading. Anyone who performs well in training and ranks among the top in the assessment will be promoted to a second-level team member with a monthly salary of 1 tael and 5 cents. Anyone who achieves military merit and kills an enemy will be rewarded with 5 taels of silver. Promoted to a third-level team member with a monthly salary of 2 taels. Anyone who can defeat 10 men at once or achieves great merit on the battlefield will be promoted to squad leader with a monthly salary of 5 taels. They will also be given land and houses. Above the team leader, there are deputy team leader and team leader positions, and the pay is even better. As they read out the items one by one, the breathing of all the team members became heavy. A wolf-like green light flashed in their eyes. In this devastating year when human lives are worth less than dogs, what Mr. Fong gave them is not just a job, but a visible and tangible path to heaven. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can succeed. However, this was not what shocked them the most. Neo Air cleared his throat and read out the following terms. Article 2, the pension regulations. For any member of our guard team who is injured on duty, all medical expenses will be fully covered by the Fong family. Salaries will be paid as usual during the recovery period. Any member of our guard who unfortunately becomes disabled while on duty will be supported by the Fong family for life. We will provide a monthly pension of 1 or 2 taels of silver until the end of their life. Any member of my guard who unfortunately died in battle. When he said this, Neo Air's voice paused. He swallowed hard and roared with all his strength. His family will be supported by the Fong family. His parents will be cared for and see to their end. His wife and children will be raised by the Fong family. His sons, if qualified, will be given priority to join the guards. If they wish to study, the Fong family will hire renowned teachers for them, and their tuition will be fully covered. The entire training ground was dead silent. The 200 strong men all had their eyes wide open at this moment, standing still as if they were under a spell. What did they hear? If you work hard for the Fong family and get injured, the Fong family will treat you and still pay you. If you become disabled, the Fong family will support you for the rest of your life. Even if he died, the Fong family would take care of his parents, wife, and children. Even caring about his son's future? What a grace this is. Since ancient times, soldiers have been fed with food, their heads hung on their belts, and when they died, they were buried with a straw mat. Who has ever heard of such an unprecedented pension regulation? This is no longer grace. This is the kindness of a reborn parent. Thump. A man in his 30s could no longer control his emotions. His knees softened, and he knelt heavily on the ground. He knocked his head down, and his forehead hit the ground with a dull sound. From today on, my life, Jeang-san, belongs to you, sir. Plop, plop. Like falling dominoes, 200 team members knelt on the ground in unison and kowtowed madly to the figure on the platform. Ma Baoguo also knelt in the crowd, clenching his fists tightly. He originally thought that he joined Fang Han for wealth and glory, and to fight for a bright future. But it was not until this moment that he realized that what he got was far more than he had imagined. This is no longer a simple relationship between the owner and the guard. Mr. Fong, this is treating them as a real family. Looking at the excited crowd below, Fang Han's face still didn't show much expression. He slowly raised his hand and pressed it down. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone raised their heads and stared at him with an almost fanatical look. You may feel that I have given you too much, but I want to tell you that when you work for me, you're not just protecting Fang Han. He pointed in the direction of the village and then pointed to the county town further away. What you are protecting are your own families, your elderly parents, your gentle wives, and your young children. What you are protecting is the bowl of fragrant white rice in your own bowl, and the piece of meat that can satisfy your children's cravings. What you are guarding is a bright future where your family can sleep peacefully at night, without worrying about being snatched away by hungry wolves or having their homes broken into by bandits. And I, Fang Han's voice suddenly rose, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty and power. I am the giver of all this, and the protector of all this. Your loyalty is not to me, Fang Han, but to your own family. Your bravery is not to fight for me, Fang Han, but to fight for your own future. Prosperity is shared by all, and adversity is shared by all. Do you understand? Chapter 72. Divine soldiers descend from heaven, armed to the teeth. These words, like thunder, exploded in everyone's mind. These simple farmers had never heard such words. For the first time, they were told that they risked their lives not for others, but for themselves. Being loyal to Mr. Fong and protecting the family were completely equated at this moment. An unprecedented sense of belonging and honor was growing wildly in their hearts. Clear. Die for the master. Fight for my family. Prosperity is shared by all. Suffering is shared by all. The roar was like a tsunami, resounding through the sky and scaring the birds in the forest away. Fang Han nodded with satisfaction, struck while the iron was hot, and threw out a more tempting bomb. From today on, I will select the 10 most loyal, bravest, and most fearless among you to form my personal guard, named Ghost Fong. Anyone selected for Ghost Fong will have their benefits doubled. Their families will move into a private courtyard next to our mansion and enjoy the best protection. And Fang Han paused, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. I will personally teach you the divine skills. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. All the team members stopped breathing in an instant. Then came the sound of extremely heavy breathing. Everyone's eyes were red, flashing with crazy and hot light, like a hungry beast seeing the most delicious prey. Ghost teeth. Royal Guard. Double the salary. The family moved into the Fong family mansion. Most importantly, the master wants to teach you the magical skills personally. When everyone thought of the master's unpredictable methods and his power that was like a god descending from heaven, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. What an honor this is. What an opportunity. For this spot, they are willing to give everything. Even life. Ma Baoguo knelt on the ground, looking at his companions who were like crazy around him, and then looked at the man on the high platform with an indifferent expression, as if dominating everything. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart and instantly spread to every part of his body. He was horrified to the extreme. Mr. Fong, this is terrible. Not only does he possess godlike means, he also possesses the terrifying ability to bewitch people. This kind of control over the mind, this kind of enslavement from the depths of the soul, is 1,000 times more terrifying than swords and money. The last bit of hesitation and luck in Ma Baoguo's heart was completely crushed at this moment. He buried his head deeply, with only one thought left in his mind. Be devoted and never betray. At night, Fang Han settled everything and quietly returned to his modern rental house. The room was still as simple as before, but Fang Han's mood was completely different. He turned on his computer and skillfully logged into several websites selling military supplies and outdoor equipment. The army has been prepared. Next, he needs to purchase a batch of real divine equipment for his army. He wanted to arm the 200 guards who fanatically worshipped him to the teeth. No words were spoken that night. When Fang Han returned to dying again, his storage space was already filled with various supplies carefully purchased from the modern world. These industrial products, which can be seen everywhere in modern society, are about to shine like magical weapons in this backward ancient world. 200 guards had already assembled at the training ground in Liushi village. After that exciting ideological baptism, their mental outlook is now completely renewed. Everyone's face was filled with fanatical excitement. Their backs were straight, and their eyes were filled with desire for the future and the utmost admiration for that godlike gentleman. They were all looking forward to it, looking forward to the selection of the ghost Fong guards, looking forward to the magic skills that the gentleman mentioned. Fang Han's figure appeared on the high platform of the training ground. He was still wearing a simple coarse cloth gown, with an indifferent expression, as if nothing could cause any ripples in his mood. But the moment he appeared, the gazes of the 200 people below were instantly focused, as if believers had seen their only god. "Greetings, sir." Neo Air and Ma Baogwa took the lead, kneeling on one knee, their voices as loud as a bell. "Greetings, sir." 200 people knelt down in unison, their movements in unison. With an iron-blooded momentum, their voices gathered into a torrent, rising straight into the sky. "Get up." Fang Han spoke lightly, and then waved his hand. Neo Air and Ma Baogwa immediately stood up, and, along with a few strong men, carried out more than a dozen heavy wooden boxes. Bang! 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 The wooden box was placed heavily in front of the platform, and the muffled sound it made was like a war drum, beating on everyone's heart. Everyone looked at the boxes curiously, wondering what was inside. At Fang Han's signal, Neo Air stepped forward, took a deep breath, and forcefully opened the lid of the first box. Hiss! A uniform gasp of shock was heard on the training ground. Inside the wooden box, neatly stacked were sets of brand new armor that they had never seen before. The armor was a deep military green in color. It was not leather, nor steel, but a strange fabric with a fine, scale-like texture. Under the sunlight, it not only does not reflect light, but instead exudes a calm and solemn atmosphere. This is not the end yet. Ma Baogwa opened the second box. Inside were pairs of black high-top boots with strange styles. The boots were not made of leather either. The upper was made of a tough canvas, while the sole was a thick black gel with complex patterns, which was full of power. Immediately afterwards, the third and fourth boxes were opened one after another. All the team members' eyes widened. What did they see? A black compound bow with a unique shape and full of ferocious power. The entire structure is made of an unknown black metal, wrapped with steel cables and dotted with several precise pulleys, full of the violent aesthetics of modern industry. This was completely beyond their understanding of the weapon bow. Where's this bow? This is clearly some kind of sophisticated killing machine. Everyone was stunned. They stretched out their hands cautiously, wanting to touch it, but were afraid of desecrating this magical weapon. They had seen the officers and soldiers of the county government and the garrison troops of the provincial capital, but the so-called leather armor and iron armor on those people were simply a pile of junk compared to the extremely sophisticated equipment in front of them. This armor is called black scale armored. Fang Han's calm voice sounded like a god proclaiming an oracle. Invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. He pointed to the combat boots again. These boots are called cloud-stepping boots. They allow you to travel 100 miles a day as if walking on flat ground. Finally, his eyes fell on the compound bows, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. This bow is called Star Chaser. It can be fully drawn without divine power. Its effective range is 150 steps. Within 100 steps, it can penetrate gold and split stone. Boom. Every word Fang Han said was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of all the team members. Invulnerable. Travel 100 miles a day. Shooting through arrows from 100 paces, piercing gold and splitting rocks. This is not an earthly weapon. This is the magical outfit from the fairy world. Chapter 73, The God of War arrives. Now, everyone change clothes. At Fang Han's command, all the team members could no longer contain their ecstasy and excitement, and surged forward like a tide. They carefully picked up the brand new equipment, touched the tough puncture-proof coating on the black scale armor, and felt the comfortable and elastic rubber sole of the cloud-stepping boots, with dreamy disbelief on their faces. When they put on the full set of equipment, the temperament of the entire team changed dramatically. Originally a group of strong but earthy farmers, at this moment, transformed into a murderous and awe-inspiring elite force. The uniform military green combat uniforms make them look like tigers in the mountains. The high-top military boots on their feet make their posture look more upright. Everyone's face is filled with strong confidence. As a hunter, Ma Bao's love for bows and arrows is deep in his bones. He was the first to pick up the compound bow called Star Chaser. When he picked up the bow, he felt a cold and heavy metal texture, heavier than any hunting bow he had ever used. He took a deep breath and followed Mr. Zhongfang's demonstration to put the arrow on the bowstring. He originally thought that it would take all his strength to pull such a huge steel bow. But when he exerted force with both hands, he was shocked to find that the bowstring was unexpectedly light. The pulley structure amplified his strength several times. He felt that he only used less than half of his strength, and the bowstring was easily pulled to its full length. An unprecedented feeling of controlling terrifying power instantly spread throughout the body. He aimed at a wooden target wrapped in a thin layer of iron sheet, which was used specifically for testing power and was about 150 steps away. Whoosh! He loosened his fingers. There was no humming sound from the vibrating bowstring, only a sharp, piercing whistle that tore through the air. A black carbon arrow, as fast as a black lightning. Its trajectory is almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Next second, puff! A muffled sound that made one's teeth ache was heard. 150 steps away, the sturdy iron and wooden stakes shattered with a sound. The entire arrow pierced through the iron sheet and the thick wooden stake without any hindrance, and was deeply nailed into the earth wall behind it, leaving only the arrow feathers still buzzing at a high frequency. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was completely stunned by the terrifying power of this arrow. 150 steps? This is far beyond the range limit of ordinary bows and arrows. What's even more terrifying is that it can even penetrate iron sheets with ease. If this shot hits a person, even if it's a tin-can wearing heavy armor, it will be shot through on the spot. What a great bow. A divine bow. Ma Baowo was trembling with excitement. He stroked the compound bow in his hand, as if he was stroking his lover. Mr. Shenwei, long live the sir. After a brief silence, the training ground erupted in earth-shaking cheers. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Fang Han was no longer one of simple admiration, but of faith that had reached the highest level of fanaticism. Fang Han was very satisfied with this, and he asked someone to bring up a few small boxes. This is a marching pill. During wartime, each person is issued 3 pills. 1 pill will keep you full of energy for a day and a night, and will eliminate hunger and thirst. The box was opened, revealing pieces of compressed biscuits wrapped in oil paper and vacuum-packed beef jerky. The team members took it curiously and tore open the package. A strange aroma, a mixture of grains and meat, wafted into the air. One team member took a bite of the compressed biscuit doubtfully, and his eyes widened instantly. The biscuits had a firm texture and tasted unexpectedly sweet. What's even more amazing is that after eating just a small piece, I felt a strong sense of fullness in my stomach and a warm power surged throughout my body. They tasted the beef jerky again and were completely conquered by its delicious and chewy taste. A magical pill. It's truly a magical pill. With this magical item, we won't need any food or fodder even if we travel thousands of miles. The team members were completely excited, and their understanding of Mr. Fong's immortal skills was once again refreshed. They firmly believe that the one they are following is a true god walking on earth. On the hillside not far from the training ground, the new county magistrate Chen Ting, accompanied by his lawyer Jeang, was secretly watching all this. When he saw the guards who had suddenly upgraded their weapons and were filled with murderous intent, he turned pale with fear. When he saw the earth-shattering power of Ma Bao's arrow, his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. This. Chen Ting pointed downwards, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Master Zhang's face was filled with horror. He swallowed hard and said in a dry voice, "Sir, this Mr. Fong, he's not some latent dragon at all. He's clearly a fierce dragon that's about to stir up trouble." Chen Ting shuddered when he heard this. The awe he felt for Fang Han had penetrated deep into his bones. He understood that the sky in Qingshi County had not changed. Instead, it was completely changed. From now on, he, as the county magistrate, only needs to do one thing. That is, Mr. Opposite, obey your orders. Magical weapons, food for the immortals. The successive miracles have made the members of the guard team regard Fang Han as an omnipotent god. Their loyalty, strengthened by faith, becomes incomparably strong. However, Fang Han felt that it was not enough. The power of equipment is ultimately an external force. In this world that values individual strength, a leader's bravery is the most powerful thing that can awe people. He wanted to give another drastic measure to the hearts of these soldiers who already fanatically worshipped him. He wanted to make them understand that not only could he give them magical weapons, but he himself was the most powerful magic weapon in the world. Therefore, a unique martial arts show was officially held on the second day after everyone changed their clothes. A large open space was cleared in the center of the training ground. Under the curious and expectant gazes of all the team members, Neo, along with the 8 strongest men in the guard team, carried out something from the corner with a whoosh. It was a huge stone lock made of polished bluestone, half a person's height, with 3 eye-catching characters engraved on it. 500 pounds. This stone lock was previously used by the gentry and wealthy families to test the strength of their guards. After the Li family was destroyed, Fang Han ordered people to move it here. The 8 strongest team members worked together to carry it to the center of the field, and they were already sweating and panting. When the stone lock was lowered, the ground made a dull thud and shook slightly. The team members looked at this huge monster and couldn't help but be amazed. 500 kilograms. This weight is enough to crush a cow. Among them, Neo, the strongest one, could only shake it with all his strength. It was simply a fantasy to want to lift it. They didn't understand why the gentleman had people carry this thing out. What was he going to do? Is it to test everyone's strength? Just as everyone was talking, Fang Han slowly walked down the platform, walked through the crowd, and came to the huge stone lock. Chapter 74. Immortal Seeds Descend to the World, Shirong Divine Land. The whole audience's attention was instantly focused on him. Fang Han just stretched out a hand. Under the gaze of 200 pairs of horrified eyes, his hand, which did not look particularly strong and could even be said to be somewhat slender, grabbed the handle of the stone lock so casually. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the scene in the field. Sir, this is... Lift it with one hand. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This goes against common sense. However, the next second, a scene that overturned their cognition happened. Fang Han's arm muscles were just slightly tensed, and the lines of blue veins were full of explosive beauty. Then, the massive stone lock weighing 500 kilograms, which required 8 strong men to lift, was just. He lifted it up easily and slowly with one hand. There was no delay at all during the whole process. There wasn't even a hint of effort on Fang Han's face. His expression remained calm, his breathing was steady, and he was so relaxed as if he had just lifted a light piece of wood. He raised the stone lock high above his head with one hand, his arm as steady as a rock, without the slightest shake. Boom! At this moment, the brains of everyone in the audience seemed to be hit hard by an invisible hammer weighing thousands of pounds. In an instant, everything was blank. Thinking completely stagnated. Neo's mouth suddenly opened wide, big enough to fit a fist in. His honest face was filled with extreme horror that could not be described in words. The star-chasing bow in Ma Baogua's hand fell to the ground with a click, but he was completely unaware of it. His whole body was like a clay sculpture or a wooden sculpture, completely petrified on the spot. The other team members, one by one, all froze in place, with dull eyes, as if they had seen a god or demon descend to earth. One hand. 500 pounds. Still like playing? Is this person still a human being? No. This is not human power. This is divine power. It's magic. It is a power that mortals cannot reach at all. It belongs to the gods. Amidst everyone's shattered perspectives, Fang Han swung his arm and casually threw the 500 gene stone lock to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground cracked and dust flew. But that's not all. Fang Han dusted off his hands and slowly walked to the edge of the training ground, in front of a half-human-high granite tablet engraved with training regulations. This stone tablet is extremely hard. If an ordinary sword or knife cuts it, it will only leave a white mark. Fang Han stood in front of the stone tablet and took a deep breath. He did not gather strength, nor did he make any exaggerated gestures. He just slowly pushed out a palm. The movement seemed light and airy, without causing any sound of wind. But the moment his palm was imprinted on the stone tablet, crack, a subtle sound, like a spider web breaking, reached everyone's ears clearly. There was no earth-shattering noise, no flying stone chips. But under everyone's dead silence, as if they had seen a ghost, on that incomparably hard granite steel, there was left an extremely clear palm print that was several inches deep. The outline of the palm print was clearly visible. Even the palm lines were visible clearly. If we say that lifting the stone lock with one hand just now was the ultimate display of strength, then the palm in front of him is the most terrifying and precise control of power. This is more shocking and incredible than smashing the stone tablet into pieces with a single palm strike. Thump. I don't know who it was, but the first one couldn't bear the extreme visual and mental impact. His knees went weak and he knelt down heavily. There was no more awe or worship in his eyes, only the most primitive and purest fear and worship of the gods. Immediately following, plop, 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 200 fully armed guards, including Nyo Air and Ma Baogua, knelt on the ground in unison. They buried their heads deep in the dust, their bodies shaking violently with excitement and fear. Mars. I don't know who it was, but the first one to roar was heard. God of War, God of War, God of War. The next second, thunderous shouts erupted from the mouths of these 200 iron-blooded men. They kowtowed to Fang Han frantically, their expressions fanatical to the extreme. Mars. Only the word God of War can describe the man in front of them, who was like a god or demon descending to the earth. From this moment on, Fang Han's image in their hearts completely completed its final transformation. From the initial great benefactor to the benevolent living god, and then to this moment, he has been sublimated into the invincible, irresistible, and supreme god of war who dominates everything. Absolute loyalty has been forged since then. This kind of loyalty no longer requires any interests or thoughts to maintain. It comes from the trembling and worship in the deepest part of the soul. Until death do us part. The name of the god of war resounded throughout Liushi village. With his inhuman strength, Fang Han completely established his supreme sacred status in this army. Military power is as stable as Mount Tai. Next, he will begin to solve the fundamental problem of this era, hunger. He wants to turn the entire Qingshi County into a real paradise with ample food and clothing. Only when the people under his rule live a good life can his rule have the most solid foundation. On this day, Fang Han summoned the village heads of all villages under Qingshi County and the new county magistrate Chen Ting, and held an unprecedented meeting in the meeting hall of Liushi village. When Chen Ting and those trembling village heads walked into Liushi village, they were all frightened to the point of losing their legs by the murderous guard team that was training at the village entrance. They looked at those elite soldiers wearing black scale armor and cloud-stepping boots, and their awe of Fang Han deepened several levels. In the meeting hall, Fang Han sat in the main seat. Chen Ting and dozens of village heads stood respectfully below, not even daring to breathe. I called everyone here today because I have an important announcement that will affect the livelihoods of the people of Qingshi County. Fang Han's voice was as calm as ever. He clapped his hands, and Nyo Air immediately brought people in and carried in several heavy sacks. The sack was opened, and golden, yellow, and round seeds of various colors appeared in front of everyone. This is... A village chief stretched his neck curiously. He saw that in one of the bags, there were rice grains that were incredibly plump, and each grain seemed to contain vibrant vitality. It was better than any tribute rice he had ever seen. In the other pocket, there is a yellow oval seed. In another pocket, there was a strange rhizome with a yellowish-brown color and a bumpy surface. Chen Ting was also confused. Although he was a civil servant, he knew some farming knowledge. But except for the rice, he had never heard of the other things in front of him. These 3 items are the divine seeds I obtained from an immortal during my travels. Fang Han spoke, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. He pointed at the rice and said, "This is immortal rice. It's drought and flood-resistant, has a short growing season, and can yield up to 1,000 caddies per mu." What? 1,000 pounds. Chapter 75, Mechanical Divine Plow. All people kneel and worship. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. All the village heads, including the county magistrate Chen Ting, were stunned, thinking they had heard wrongly. Yield of 1,000 kilograms per mu. What is the concept? Nowadays, even in a year with good weather and good harvests, the yield per mu of the best farmland in Dying is only 300 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms per mu of crop. That's simply unbelievable. It's something that only appears in fairy tales. They looked at Fang Han with disbelief written all over their faces, but when they thought of this gentleman's unpredictable methods, no one dared to question him. Fang Han ignored their shock and pointed at the corn and potatoes. These 2 things, called corn and potatoes, are also immortal seeds. They are not picky about the soil and can grow in mountainous areas or barren sandy land. Moreover, their yield is even higher than that of immortal rice. Everyone's brain is no longer enough. Higher than 1,000 kilograms per mu? What a terrifying output that would be. If what Mr. Fong said is true, then the people of Qingshi County will no longer have to suffer from hunger, right? Thinking of this, all the village chiefs' breathing became rapid, and their eyes were filled with burning desire. Fang Han took in everyone's reactions. He knew that all talk without action was just empty talk. He waved again. This time, the guards carried in hundreds of white bags with strange characters printed on them. The immortal seed alone is not enough. It also needs to be matched with this thing. Fang Han ordered someone to open a bag, which contained grayish-white granular objects. This substance is called Shirong Divine Soil. It is the soil of the immortal realm, rich in supreme spiritual energy. Simply bury it with the immortal seeds when sowing, and the immortal seeds will thrive and bear abundant fruit. Sacred land. Chen Ting and the village heads looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. They had never heard of such a thing. Fang Han didn't explain. He asked someone to bring a basin of water and asked someone to dig up a vegetable seedling that had turned yellow due to the drought. He grabbed a handful of fertilizer, threw it into the water, and stirred it gently. The grayish-white particles dissolved in water and disappeared instantly. Then, in front of everyone, he slowly poured the holy water onto the roots of the dying seedling. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Under the incredible gaze of dozens of eyes, the seedling, which had drooped its leaves and was about to die, suddenly came back to life at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its withered yellow leaves, starting from the roots, gradually turned back to emerald green. The curled-up leaves slowly unfolded. In just a short time of a cup of tea, the seedlings became lush green and full of vitality, as if they had just experienced the baptism of a spring rain. The entire conference hall was silent. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene that went against the laws of nature. Dead trees come back to life with spring. This is definitely a method that only gods can possess. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. County Magistrate Chen Ting could no longer contain his inner excitement and shock. He fell to his knees with a plop, prostrating himself before Fang Han, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Goddess Fong, be merciful. Goddess Fong is so compassionate that he has sent down divine seeds and divine land. This is truly a blessing for the people of Qingshi County." He no longer considered whether this was reasonable or not. Seeing with your own eyes is worth 1,000 words. The person in front of me is a real god. Goddess Fong, have mercy. The other village chiefs also woke up as if from a dream, knelt down, and kowtowed madly to Fang Han. They looked at those immortal seeds and divine soil, with eyes burning like fire, as if they had already seen the golden waves of wheat in the future and the mountains of grain in their homes. Zhao Tai's Han, the old village chief of Liushi village, also knelt in the crowd. In his heart, besides the same awe as everyone else, he felt more of a sense of pride. A true god appeared in their Liushi village. Soon, the news spread throughout Qingshi County as if it had wings. When the people heard that Immortal Fong would not only distribute immortal seeds that could produce 1,000 kilograms per mu, but also give them divine soil that could bring dead trees back to life. The entire Qingshi County was in an uproar. Countless people flocked to Liushi village from all directions. They told each other the news, their faces filled with joy of surviving the disaster and infinite longing for the future. They knelt outside Liushi village and kowtowed devoutly in the direction of the village. On this day, the title Mr. Fong completely replaced Mr. Fong. Fang Han's status in the hearts of the people of Qingshi County has been elevated from an awe-inspiring strong man to a savior who saves all living beings and brings hope. His reputation reached a new peak. Immortal seeds and divine soil, like seeds of hope, were distributed to every corner of Qingshi County. The people's gratitude and admiration for Fang Han has reached its peak. However, Fang Han felt that this was not enough. The shock must be given in full at one time. Miracles, make them a daily occurrence. He wanted to completely imprint his image as a god deep in the soul of every person in Qingshi County, so that they would never have any doubts or hesitations again. So he returned to the modern era. This time, his goal was clear, a walk-behind tractor. This kind of agricultural machinery, which has been gradually eliminated in modern rural areas, is worthy of being called a mechanical beast in this era. He purchased 10 of the latest model, powerful red walking tractors, and gave them some simple camouflage to make them look more rustic and mysterious. After returning to Daying, Fang Han issued an announcement in the name of County Magistrate Chen Ting. 3 days later, a divine plow demonstration will be held on the largest piece of government-owned wasteland outside the county town. Immortal Fong will personally control the mechanical beast to demonstrate the immortal's supreme power to reclaim farmland. As soon as the news came out, the entire Qingshi County was in an uproar again. On that day, the wasteland outside the county town was packed with people, and the streets were deserted. Tens of thousands of people came from all directions, surrounding the scene. Everyone stretched their necks to get a glimpse of the true appearance of the mechanical beast. County Magistrate Chun Ting and Lawyer Jeang, along with all the officials from the county government, had already been waiting respectfully at the front of the venue. At noon, Fang Han appeared under the attention of everyone. Behind him, 10 guards were pushing 10 strangely shaped iron lumps covered with black cloth. Is that the mechanical beast? It looks so strange. The people were talking about it, their faces filled with fear and curiosity. Fang Han walked up to a mechanical beast and pulled off the black cloth on it. A red, steel-like, giant beast appeared in front of everyone. It does not have the flesh and blood of cattle and horses. Its entire body is made of cold steel. It has 2 huge wheels at the front and a sharp plowshare at the back, full of ferocious and domineering power. Under the gazes of countless people, Fang Han walked forward, grasped a strange handle, and then pulled it hard. Thump, 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 thump. An unprecedented, deafening, and powerful roar suddenly exploded in the empty wasteland. The people who were nearby were frightened by the sudden loud noise and retreated one after another, their faces full of horror. They covered their ears and looked at the roaring steel giant in horror, feeling like their hearts were about to beat out. I saw that a certain part of the steel giant began to spew out green smoke, and the entire body was shaking violently, as if it was a prehistoric beast that was about to break free from its restraints. Fang Han's expression remained calm. He held onto the vibrating handle and pushed it gently. The next second, a scene that shattered everyone's 3 views happened. That giant steel beast actually moved. It dragged the heavy plowshare behind it and galloped easily across the hard wasteland. The sharp plowshare cut deeply into the earth, like a hot knife cutting butter, effortlessly turning over the hard soil and leaving behind a deep ridge. The speed and efficiency are incredible. Normally, 10 of the strongest oxen, along with 20 of the most experienced farmers, working hard all day, might not be able to cultivate such a large piece of land. But now, this mechanical divine plow that does not need to eat grass, is tireless, and has infinite power has turned a large area of wasteland upside down in just a short time of an incense stick. The whole place was dead silent. Tens of thousands of people, all of them as if struck by lightning, stood there in a daze, their mouths wide open, their eyes empty. Their brains were completely unable to comprehend what they were seeing. What is this? Without cattle or horses, it can run by itself? Stronger than 10 cows? Faster than a galloping horse? This is no longer a creation of the mortal world. This is a miracle. It is a true miracle that can only be created by gods. God, a miracle. This is a true miracle. Someone in the crowd was the first to recover from the extreme shock and shouted wildly in a hoarse, trembling voice. This shout was like the fuse that lit the powder keg. The next second, a thunderous kneeling began. Thump, plop, plop. Tens of thousands of people knelt down in a black mass, like waves of wheat blown by the wind. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. They kowtowed madly to the godlike figure driving the mechanical beast in the field, shouting loudly with all their strength. Long live immortal Fong! Long live immortal Fong! Long live immortal Fong! The sound gathered into an incomparable torrent, resounding through the sky, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. County Magistrate Chun Ting and Lawyer Jeang knelt at the front of the crowd. The 2 knowledgeable scholars were already in tears and sobbing. They witnessed with their own eyes a miracle that was enough to change the times and overturn history. They witnessed with their own eyes a God walking among the earth, bestowing his supreme grace. The shock and excitement in my heart cannot be described in any words. From today on, no one can shake Fang Han's position in Qingshi County. He was no longer a local squire or a local tyrant. He is the only God in Qingshi County. It is the supreme belief in the hearts of all people. Chapter 76: The Leisurely Manor Owner and Rumors in the Capital. With the official commissioning of 10 hand tractors, the land reclamation efficiency of the entire county entered an almost mythical era. The deafening roar became the most soothing symphony in the fields. In the past, it took hundreds of strong laborers 10 days or half a month to cultivate wasteland. Now, it only takes one mechanical magic plow to run for a morning to clean it up neatly. The land was deeply plowed and became soft and fertile. The hard stones and tree roots are as fragile as tofu in front of the steel plowshare. The people's initial shock and kneeling gradually turned into a fanatical worship that came from the heart. They looked at the guards driving the mechanical divine plow, with eyes full of envy and awe. In their view, anyone who can control a divine beast is half a god. With the land, the immortal seeds, and the sacred soil, The future of Qingshi County is bright. Fang Han handed over the specific farming affairs to the new county magistrate Chen Ting and the old village chief of Liuxi village, Zhao Taishan, to coordinate and arrange. Chen Ting is now completely convinced of Fang Han and obeys his every word. He took every word of Fang Han as his guiding principle and carried it out without any compromise. He even took the initiative to use his management skills to plan the land reclamation tasks of each village in an orderly manner. The training and expansion of the guard team were the responsibility of Niu Air and Ma Baohua. Commercial transactions, such as the sale of refined salt, ironware, and the purchase of medicinal materials, are also on track. Fang Han suddenly became free and became a true hands-off boss. He found that he was not born to be the kind of person who liked to do everything himself. Building an efficient operating framework, then leaving professional matters to professionals, hiding behind the scenes, and enjoying the results. This is his favorite lifestyle. In the early morning, the mist had not yet dissipated. Fang Han held the hands of Baijiro and Lurume, followed by the jumping Baishuejian and the graceful and elegant Nangong Yunshu, as they strolled along the river bank beside Liuxi village. The river water is clear and flows gently. In the distant fields, you can already see spots of green. Those were the first sprouts of the immortal rice that were planted, full of vitality. When the villagers saw Fang Han and his group, they would stop at a distance, bow respectfully, their eyes filled with the purest gratitude and awe. Fang Han just smiled and nodded without saying much. He likes this feeling. It is not a kind of oppressiveness from a superior position, but a sense of satisfaction of being relied upon and trusted by everyone. Husband, look, those rice seedlings are growing so fast. It's only been a few days, and they're already this tall. Baijiro snuggled up to Fang Han, her gentle face filled with a happy smile. She pointed at the tender green in the fields, her beautiful eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yes, brother-in-law, in 2 months, we'll be able to eat immortal rice that yields 1,000 kilograms per mu. Just thinking about it feels like a dream. Baishuejian ran to the front and then ran back like a happy little deer, her clear voice full of longing. Fang Han smiled, and on a thought, he took out a few beautifully wrapped chocolates from the storage space. Here's your reward. Wow, it's chocolate. Baishuejian was the first to cheer. She skillfully tore open the package, stuffed the silky and fragrant delicacy into her mouth, and squinted her eyes with happiness. Nangong Yunshu and Lurume also took it with a smile and tasted it in small sips. This taste that only exists in heaven can still bring them the ultimate enjoyment, no matter how many times they taste it. Nangong Yunshu snuggled up to Fang Han's other side, feeling the warmth coming from the man, looking at the peaceful and hopeful land before her, and then recalling the desperate situation a few months ago when her husband had died tragically and she was left alone and helpless, in danger of becoming a plaything of the Li and Wang families at any time. It seemed like a lifetime ago. It's the man in front of me. It was he who pulled himself out of the abyss of hell. It was he who gave me a stable home and the respect and love I had never had before. It was he who, with his godlike means, transformed this land, which had been in despair, into a paradise that everyone longed for. The gratitude, dependence, and admiration in her heart had long been intertwined and turned into an unforgettable affection. Nangong Yunshu leaned gently on Fang Han's shoulder, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with a slight tremor. Meeting you is the greatest blessing in Yunshu's life. Ding. Nangong Yunshu's extreme happiness and dependence detected. Happiness value plus 60. Energy plus 60. Ding. Baijiro's strong love detected. Love value plus 30. Energy plus 30. Ding. Baishuejian's extreme happiness detected. Happiness plus 30. Energy plus 30. Ding. Lurume's strong sense of belonging detected. Happiness plus 25. Energy plus 25. Fang Han listened to the prompt sounds ringing in his mind one after another, felt the warmth of the beauty in his arms, and felt peace in his heart. This leisurely life of a manor owner seems to be pretty good. At this moment, Ma Baohua walked quickly towards the village entrance with a serious look on his face. Sir. He approached and bowed respectfully. A large caravan from the north has arrived outside the county. The leader has specifically requested an audience with you, Immortal Fong, and has brought generous gifts. Oh. Fang Han raised his eyebrows. Let them wait in the meeting room. Today, Qingshi County has an unwritten rule. Any foreign caravan that wants to do business here, or just pass through, must first come to Liuxi village and pay a visit to Fang Han, the real local emperor. This is a rule and also a respect for the strong. Half an hour later, in the meeting hall, Fang Han sat high in the main seat, sipping tea casually. Below, a middle-aged manager dressed in brocade clothes, who looked quite smart and capable, was kneeling on the ground tremblingly, not even daring to raise his head. His name was Sun Fu, and he was the manager of a large merchant caravan that traveled back and forth between the north and the south all year round. This time, their caravan originally wanted to pass through Qingshi County and head to the wealthy provincial capital in the south. But once they entered Qingshi County, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. On both sides of the road are large areas of neatly plowed fields, which are green and full of vitality. The villages we passed by were clean and tidy. Although the villagers were dressed simply, they all had rosy complexions and were in high spirits, and did not look like disaster victims at all. What made them feel even more incredible was that they actually saw the legendary mechanical divine plow. The giant steel beast that could run on its own without the help of oxen or horses was rapidly cultivating the fields. Its efficiency was so efficient that even these experienced businessmen felt their scalps tingle. Sun Fu immediately realized that the rumors about Fong Shenxian in Qingshi County were probably not just rumors. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and immediately prepared generous gifts and came to pay his respects. Chapter 77, Paradise and Desperate Refugees. Raise your head. Fang Han said lightly. Yes, yes, Master God. Sun Fu raised his head tremblingly, glanced at Fang Han secretly, and was even more shocked in his heart. He originally thought that anyone who could be honored as a god should be a dignified middle-aged man, even if he was not an old god with white hair and a youthful face. But I didn't expect that he was such a young man. Moreover, this young man did not give off any sense of oppression and looked like a boy next door, but his deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, making him dare not have any distracting thoughts. Are you from the north? What's the situation there now? Fang Han asked. As soon as the north was mentioned, Sun Fu's face immediately showed a look of horror and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Reply to the immortal master, the north is in complete chaos. The drought is getting worse and worse, and the land is full of starving victims. I've witnessed the tragedy of cannibalism along the way. That's pure hell on earth. There was a cry in Sun Fu's voice. It's not just natural disasters, it's also man-made disasters. He lowered his voice, his face filled with fear. Just last month, a shocking coup d'état took place in the capital. The powerful Duke Ongwa united the three major camps outside the capital and launched a mutiny. Overnight, the imperial city was ravaged by blood. All the ministers loyal to the royal family were placed under house arrest or killed. Fang Han paused slightly while holding the teacup when he heard this. A coup in the capital? Nangong Yunshu, who was beside him, lost all color on her dignified face when she heard the news. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and the knuckles of her hand holding the teacup turned white. Fang Han keenly caught her unusual reaction, but remained silent. He simply continued to ask, what about the emperor? Emperor? Sun Fu gave a wry smile. In dying, the current ruler is a female emperor. It is said that the 19-year-old empress escaped the capital under the desperate protection of a few loyal guards. But Sun Fu's eyes grew even more terrified. Duke Ongwa has already announced to the world that the empress is colluding with foreign enemies, disrupting the government, and is a false emperor. He has already dispatched his most elite black armor guards to hunt her down. Rumors have it that the empress and her group are fleeing south, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. There was dead silence in the hall. Fang Han's eyes flickered slightly. Troubled times. For him, it is both a crisis and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A hunted empress. He glanced thoughtfully at Nangong Yunshu, whose face was pale and whose beautiful eyes were filled with worry and complexity, and seemed to understand something in his heart. It seems that the leisurely days in Qingshi County will not last long. The war in the north, like a raging wildfire, accompanied by a protracted drought, quickly dragged the entire northern part of Dying into an endless abyss. The government's ruling system collapsed during the rebellion of Duke Ongwa, and local order was completely destroyed. War, banditry, natural disasters, man-made disasters. Countless people are struggling on the brink of death. The bark of the trees was eaten away, the grass roots were dug out, and even the guanine soil became a delicacy for the hungry people to fill their stomachs. After all of this was eaten, something even more horrifying happened. Exchange children for food and use bones to cook. Words that once appeared only in history books have become the most authentic portrayal of the northern land. The world has become hell. However, in this endless darkness and despair, a rumor, like a faint but tenacious starlight, began to spread quietly among the dying refugees. Have you heard? In the south, There's a place called Qingshi County. There is a living immortal who can turn stones into springs and beans into soldiers. No, that's not what I heard. I heard that immortal Fong has immortal seeds that can yield 1,000 kilograms per mu. And he also has divine soil that can make dead trees come back to life. My third uncle's neighbor's second uncle escaped from Qingshi County. He said that everyone in Qingshi County now has enough food to eat, and every meal has meat soup. At night, every household doesn't need to lock their doors. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. The rumors may be distorted and become more and more exaggerated, but the core information is extremely clear. You can survive in Qingshi County. For these refugees who have been numbed by hunger and death, these 8 words are the greatest temptation and the only motivation that keeps them moving. In their imagination, Qingshi County is no longer an ordinary county town, but a distant, beautiful paradise on earth that exists only in legends, a paradise on earth where they can survive. Thus, an unprecedented migration of refugees, with Qingshi County as its destination, began. Countless refugees, with their families and in tattered clothes, came from all directions, like streams flowing into the sea, and trudged towards Qingshi County with difficulty. Jeang Laosan no longer remembers how many days he has been walking. His hometown was a small village 300 miles away. Half a year ago, the village was looted by a group of defeated soldiers. His wife and young daughter were killed by the swords of the soldiers. He escaped by chance and became a refugee from then on. He headed south, gnawing on tree bark, eating grass roots, and even when he was extremely hungry, he fought with wild dogs for rotten corpses. His legs had long been worn to a bloody pulp, and every step he took felt like he was walking on the edge of a knife. His body had long been hollowed out by hunger, and he looked emaciated, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. His eyes had long been consumed by despair and pain, becoming numb and empty, without a trace of light. There were hundreds of refugees around him who were just like him. They walked in silence, like a group of zombies. No one spoke because they didn't even have the strength to open their mouths. Just when Jeang Laosan felt that he was about to fall down in the next second and be completely freed, the person walking in front suddenly let out a cry like a dream. What is that? Jeang Laosan raised his head with difficulty, squinted his eyes, and looked forward. I saw a stone tablet half a person's height, standing beside the official road not far away. On the stone tablet, there are 3 large characters engraved in a flamboyant style, Qingshi County. Arrive? Is this the legendary Qingshi County? All the refugees stopped involuntarily. They looked towards the inside of the stone tablet with some timidity and expectation. Next second, everyone was stunned. What did they see? Chapter 78, Benevolent Rule and Undercurrents. Inside the stone tablet, there is an endless, neatly arranged field. In the fields, green seedlings are growing vigorously, a scene full of vitality, which forms a contrast like heaven and hell with the barren land stretching for thousands of miles behind them. In the distance, the outline of a village can be vaguely seen. The village is clean and tidy, with curling smoke from cooking fires, filled with the scent of everyday life. They could even see a few children in clean clothes chasing and playing on the ridge of the field at the entrance of the village, letting out bursts of crisp laughter. Is this true? Jeang Laosan couldn't believe his eyes. He pinched himself hard, and the severe pain told him that this was not an illusion. This is not a mirage created before starvation. This is truly a fertile and peaceful paradise. Woo-woo. A white-haired old woman could no longer control her emotions. Her knees softened, and she fell to the ground. Turbid tears flowed down her wrinkled face like a flood that had broken through a dam. As she cried, she banged her forehead heavily on the hard official road. God has mercy on us. There really is a way out. Her crying was like a signal. Wow. The despair, pain, grievance, and relief of surviving that had been suppressed for too long suddenly burst out at this moment. Hundreds of refugees knelt on the ground in unison, crying loudly towards the green fields and the peaceful village. They cried for their dead relatives, cried for the hardships they had suffered along the way, and cried for finally seeing the hope of survival. At this moment, a team of guards wearing military green uniforms, holding spears and strange black bows, ran over from a distance in neat steps. When the refugees saw these murderous guards, their crying stopped abruptly and fear and despair instantly appeared on their faces. It's over. Are you trying to drive us away? Or are you going to kill us? Jeang Laosan's heart sank to the bottom. However, the expected expulsion and massacre did not happen. The leading guard captain looked at their miserable state with a flicker of pity in his eyes, but he still shouted in a loud and serious voice. Everyone, don't panic. We are here to escort you by the order of Immortal Fong. All refugees, please follow us to the temporary resettlement site outside the county. There we will have hot porridge, clean water, and doctors to treat you. Repeat. Immortal Fong has issued an order. Anyone who enters Qingshi County will be guaranteed a place to live. Everyone will have food to eat. Boom. The captain of the guard's words were like thunder from the sky, exploding in the minds of all the refugees. What did they hear? Not driving them away and giving us food? Treating our illnesses? Zhang Laosan was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the guards who were disciplined and had no contempt in their eyes, and then looked at the land behind them that symbolized hope. Tears once again flowed uncontrollably. This time, they were not tears of sadness, but tears of gratitude. Thump. He knelt down heavily and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Qingshi County. Thank you, Immortal Fong, for saving my life. Thank you, Immortal Fong, for saving my life. Hundreds of refugees followed him and bowed devoutly in the same direction. At the temporary resettlement site, when steaming hot rice porridge was delivered to every refugee, everyone gobbled it up, crying like a baby while eating. This bowl of porridge is more than just food. This is dignity, warmth, and hope for survival. The hell in the outside world and the paradise in Qingshi County formed an extremely sharp and shocking contrast. From this moment on, the 3 words Imperial Fong were completely equated with savior in their hearts. The news that the first batch of refugees were successfully resettled spread at an astonishing speed. Qingshi County really takes in refugees. There's hot porridge to drink when you go there, and if you're sick, there's a doctor who'll see you for free. Immortal Fong said that as long as a living person reaches his territory, he will give them a chance to survive. For those people struggling on the brink of death, this news is like the most beautiful music in the world. As a result, more refugees flocked to Qingshi County from all directions like a tide. From the initial few hundred people, to the later thousands, and then to tens of thousands. The border of Qingshi County was suddenly overcrowded with people. Faced with such huge population pressure, the new county magistrate Chen Ting was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. With so many mouths to feed, if not handled properly, it can easily lead to riots. However, Fang Han seemed unusually calm. He had anticipated this situation. To him, these refugees are not a burden, but the most valuable resource. In this chaotic world, what is the most important thing? Not gold and silver, not land, but people. It's the population. With people, there is manpower, labor force, and all possibilities for development. Fang Han immediately gave the order to formally set up a large refugee camp on several open areas outside the county town. At the same time, he made an appointment that surprised everyone. He appointed his 3rd wife, Lurume, as the head of the refugee camp, with full responsibility for the reception, resettlement, and relief of all refugees. This appointment was not made on a whim. Fang Han knew that Lurume came from a prostitute family and had experienced the darkest and most desperate moments. She could best understand the pain and needs of these refugees. Having her come forward is the best way to calm people's hearts. When Fang Han handed this task to Lurume, this woman who had always been mature, charming, and considerate was stunned at first, and then her beautiful eyes were filled with deep emotion and tears. She didn't expect that in her husband's heart, she was not just a beautiful vase kept in the backyard. He was actually willing to entrust such an important matter to himself. This is a kind of trust, and more importantly, a kind of respect. My husband. I will definitely live up to your trust. Lurume knelt on the ground, her voice choked with sobs. Looking at the refugees who were dragging their families with them and whose eyes were filled with despair, she seemed to see herself who was once lonely and helpless, struggling in the quagmire. A strong sense of mission and empathy arose in her heart. Lurume gladly accepted the order and threw herself into the work. She showed amazing meticulousness and organizational skills. Under her leadership, the refugee camp was well organized. Men and women are separated, and the elderly, the weak, and the disabled have special areas for special care. She went to the scene every day, comforted the frightened refugees with gentle words, and personally distributed food and medicine to them. Her gentleness, kindness, and hands-on approach made all the refugees feel the long-lost warmth and respect. Soon, the title of Living Bodhisattva quietly spread in the refugee camp. They may not know who this beautiful and kind lady is, but they know that she was sent by the immortal Fong to save them. Chapter 79. The Harem and the Cabinet, each performing their own duties. While comforting the refugees, Fang Han also began to put into operation a complete and efficient system for identifying and absorbing refugees. First, it is purification. All people entering the refugee camp must first undergo uniform cleaning and disinfection and change into clean clothes, completely separating them physically and psychologically from the dirty and desperate life of the past. Then, it's screening. Fang Han sent out a guard team headed by Ma Baohua and some shrewd village chiefs to register the identities and conduct preliminary assessments of all refugees. Those young and middle-aged men who are strong and have no home or ties, if they have good character, will be selected into the reserve force of the guard and undergo military training. Those craftsmen with special skills, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, bricklayers, etc., will be immediately incorporated into the various workshops under Fang Han and enjoy generous treatment. The remaining women, children, the elderly, and the weak will be properly settled and assigned some light farm work within their capabilities, such as weeding and feeding poultry, so that they can support themselves and find their own value. The effect of this combination of punches is amazing. The influx of refugees that could have become a huge hidden danger was cleverly transformed by Fang Han into a powerful booster for the expansion of his own power using modern management thinking. The population of Qingshi County increased several times in just 1 month. Fang Han's army, team of craftsmen, and labor force were greatly supplemented. The entire Qingshi County, far from becoming chaotic due to the influx of refugees, has instead shown a thriving and flourishing scene in various aspects such as land reclamation and construction due to the addition of a large number of laborers. However, where there is sunshine, there is always a shadow. When there are many people, there will inevitably be many eyes. Among the tens of thousands of refugees, there were naturally spies sent by various forces. A man named Zhao San was a spy of the Black Armor Guard under the command of Duke Ongwa. He disguised himself as a refugee and sneaked into Qingshi County. Everything he saw these days completely overturned his cognition and made him feel fear from the depths of his soul. That mechanical magic plow that can travel thousands of miles a day. The legendary immortal seed that can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu is now lush and green. That private army equipped with the unheard-of black-scale armor and star-chasing bow, a disciplined and murderous private army. And there is also the Fong Shinxian, who is worshipped as a god by countless people, with his mysterious methods and unfathomable strength. All of this made him feel terrified. This place, this person, will become a great threat to the Lord. At night, Zhao San hid in an empty corner, took out a carrier pigeon from his arms, wrote down what he had seen and heard in the past few days in a secret letter, and tied it to the pigeon's leg. Gugu. The carrier pigeon soared into the sky and disappeared into the night. A storm targeting Qingshi County is quietly brewing in the far north. At the same time, the lights in Fang Han's mansion were brightly on. He was reading through the various intelligence and reports about the refugee camps that Lurume and Nangong Yunshu had compiled and sent to him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an inconspicuous record. It was a summary of oral information from newly arrived refugees. Among them, an old soldier from the Jiangyi region mentioned that he had seen a group of people from afar on his way to escape to the south. Although everyone in that team was injured and their clothes were in tatters, their guards were extremely strict. Moreover, even when the leaders were on the run, they could not hide their innate elegance and grace that ordinary people did not possess. The most crucial thing was that the veteran vaguely saw that the team was being madly chased by a group of knights wearing black armor and moving as fast as ghosts. Black armor. Fang Han's eyes narrowed instantly. Aren't these the black-armored guards that the caravan manager mentioned who were chasing the Empress? He put down the report in his hand, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the big fish that he was waiting for has already swam into his fishing net. With the expansion of territory and the rapid growth of population, all kinds of affairs have come in like a tide. Farmland planning, water conservancy construction, resettlement of refugees, workshop production, caravan trade, and guard training. Each one requires a lot of energy to manage and coordinate. Although the new county magistrate Chen Ting was capable and loyal, he was, after all, just a bureaucrat from the old era. He was unable to understand many new things, let alone manage them effectively. Niu Er and Ma Baohua are brave generals and loyal dogs, but asking them to handle these complicated government affairs is like asking Zhang Fei to embroider. Fang Han looked at the pile of reports on the table and felt a headache for the first time. He is a modern man who likes leisure at heart. It is absolutely impossible for him to be like a feudal emperor, reviewing memorials until late at night every day. It is necessary to establish an efficient, stable, and absolutely loyal core management team. This thought flashed through his mind. His eyes inadvertently swept over the 4 beautiful women who were grinding ink and adding tea for him. A bold yet natural idea gradually took shape in his mind. Aren't they the people you trust the most? Instead of looking for so-called talents with different mindsets outside, why not train your own women to become your most capable and virtuous wives? That night, after finishing his official business, Fang Han did not rush to rest as usual, but instead summoned the 4 girls to the study. Looking at the 4 beauties in front of him, some gentle, some lively, some charming, and some graceful, Fang Han cleared his throat and spoke in an extremely serious tone for the first time. Jiro, Xuejian, Lurume, Yinshu, I need your help. The 4 girls were stunned, and then they all showed serious expressions. My dear husband, I will obey your orders. As the eldest wife, Baijiro was the first to express her opinion. Fang Han nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Baijiro with a gentle gaze. Jiro, you are the most gentle and considerate person and the most steady in your dealings with others. Starting tomorrow, the management of the money, grain, and supplies entering and leaving our Fong family mansion and all the core warehouses will be entirely your responsibility. From today on, you will be the steward of our big family. Baijiro felt warm in her heart when she heard this. She knew that this was her husband's greatest trust in her. Money, food, and supplies are the lifeblood of a force. Her husband put his lifeblood in her hands, which made her feel more at ease and happy than any sweet words. Yes, my lord, I will take care of everything for you, and there will not be any mistakes. She responded softly, her eyes filled with determination. Then, Fang Han turned his gaze to the lively and active Bai Xuejian. Xuejian. Here, brother-in-law. Bai Xuejian immediately straightened her back, looking playful and cute like a soldier waiting for inspection. Chapter 80. Cement amazes, life takes a leap forward. Fang Han was amused by her and said, You are lively and friendly, and you are most loved by children. I will give you an important task, which I call Minister of Propaganda. Publicity Department? Bai Xuejian blinked her big eyes curiously, completely not understanding what this meant. That's it. Fang Han thought for a moment and explained in a way she could understand. I'll teach you to sing some simple and nice songs and compose some catchy stories and ballads. Your mission is to organize all the children in the territory to learn and sing them. We must let everyone in Qingshu County know how good our lives are and who brought all this to us. Do you understand? This is actually the cultural propaganda and spiritual civilization construction of later generations. Bai Xuejian nodded, seeming to understand, but when she heard that she could sing and play with the children, she immediately became excited. Got it. I promise to complete the task. I want everyone to know that my brother-in-law is the most powerful god in the world. Fang Han smiled and looked at Lurume again. Lurume, you've done a great job with the refugee camp, Fang Han said with affirmation. So, I plan to officially hand over full responsibility for logistics and refugee resettlement to you. I'll call you the head of logistics. You will be the most solid rear support for our entire territory. Lurume's eyes turned red in an instant. She was born into a prostitute family and always had a sense of inferiority in her bones. Although she became Fang Han's woman, she always felt that she was not worthy of him and could only serve him carefully in life. But now, Fang Han not only did not despise her past, but was so confident in her ability that he entrusted her with such an important responsibility that concerned the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people. This recognition and respect moved her beyond words. She choked with sobs and nodded heavily. I will definitely die for you. Finally, Fang Han's gaze fell on Nangong Yinshu. Yinshu. Nangong Yinshu had a dignified temperament. She bowed slightly and said, Sir, you come from a prominent family and are the wife of a former county magistrate. You have the broadest knowledge and the highest vision, and you know how to deal with people in the government the best. Fang Han said in a deep voice, So, I need you to be in charge of our territory's external affairs and intelligence work. Externally, you will be in charge of all communications with County Magistrate Qinting and other government officials. Internally, I need you to utilize our existing caravans and the refugees we've taken in from all corners of the world to quickly establish our own intelligence network. I want to know what's happening outside of Qingshu County, the movements of Duke Ongwa's rebels, the distribution of power in the surrounding prefectures, and even the whereabouts of the noble being hunted. I call this department the Privy Council. You are the head of the Privy Council. When Nangong Yinshu heard this appointment, his heart was filled with shock. She never expected that her husband would hand over such a core and confidential power to her. Contact the outside world and establish spies internally. It's almost the eyes and ears of a force. She took a deep breath, and her elegant phoenix eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. When her husband Xinguan was alive, She was just a virtuous wife who stayed at home and took care of her husband and children. But now, the man in front of him saw the heart beneath her appearance that was unwilling to be ordinary and eager to realize her self-worth. Yin Shu, I obey your command. She did not refuse and agreed decisively. That night, Fang Han's harem cabinet was officially established. The 4 wives, each performing their own duties, incorporated Fang Han's territory from internal affairs, finance, publicity, logistics to intelligence into an efficient system. They are no longer simply canaries protected by men. They found their place on this land that belonged to their men and began to shine with their own light. Fang Han looked at them, each of them full of energy, with smiles of confidence and satisfaction on their faces, and felt extremely relieved. A stable, efficient, and absolutely loyal ruling corps has taken shape. At night, in the bedroom, Fang Han enjoyed the meticulous service of the 4 female ministers and felt the great satisfaction of having a successful both family and career. This warm and fulfilling development experience made him deeply intoxicated. After solving the 3 major problems of food, population, and core management team, Fang Han turned his attention to the longer term. What he needs to do is not just to ensure that the people under his rule have enough food and clothing. What he needs to do is to carry out a thorough and comprehensive infrastructure upgrade. He wants to transform the entire Qingshi County into an indestructible, true fairyland that is hundreds of years ahead of its time. The foundation of all this stems from something that can be found everywhere in modern society, but in this era it can be called a divine object: cement. On this day, Fang Han returned to his modern rental house. Without any hesitation, he directly converted the system energy into money and then contacted a large building materials supplier through the internet. In the name of a poverty alleviation project department in a remote mountainous area, he ordered thousands of tons of bagged high-grade cement and a large number of matching threaded steel bars in one go. When heavy trucks transported these products of the industrial age to the unmanned warehouse he designated, Fang Han had an idea and put them all into the storage space. When he returned to dying again, his confidence was different. Willow Creek Village. Fang Han summoned all the core villagers and key members of the guard team and announced an important event in public. He wants to build an unprecedented immortal residence for all core members who have made contributions to the territory. This residence is named Shiyunju. It is said that after it is built, it will be warm in winter and cool in summer, impervious to water and fire, and indestructible. Even thousands of troops will not be able to shake it in the slightest. When the villagers heard the news, they were both excited and confused. They looked at the bags of gray powder and bundles of black, threaded iron bars that the guards carried out of the warehouse. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss. Sir, this gray flour, can you build a house? The old village chief Zhao Taizhan plucked up his courage and curiously picked up a little cement powder, put it under his nose, and smelled it. The smell of quicklime made him cough repeatedly. What is this black iron stick used for? Niuer scratched his head and asked with a simple look on his face. Fang Han smiled mysteriously without explaining. This sense of contrast is what he wants. He wants to use facts, once again and at a deeper level, to impact and reshape their worldview. Under Fang Han's personal guidance, a vigorous construction revolution officially kicked off in Liushi village. The villagers followed Fang Han's drawing and nailed out strange, square molds with wooden boards. Then, Fang Han asked them to pour cement, sand and gravel into a huge pit in strict proportions, add clean water, and stir with a shovel. Soon, pools of gray, sticky concrete appeared before everyone. Now, pour them into the mold. The villagers did as they were told, half believing and half doubting. Then, Fang Han asked them to cut and bend the threaded steel bars according to the requirements of the drawings, and then carefully bury them in the concrete that had not yet solidified. Everyone was confused. What is this doing? Building a house with mud and iron bars? Is this house habitable? I'm afraid it will fall down if the wind blows, right? Many people had doubts in their hearts, but due to the absolute trust in the other party's gods, no one dared to question it, and they could only do what they were told. Chapter 81 Modern Crisis, Deadly Stalking. A few days later, when the concrete of the first Shiyunju building was completely solidified, Fang Han ordered the removal of the outer wooden molds. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the wooden boards were removed one by one. A 2-story building with simple lines, smooth walls, blue-gray color, and full of modernist style rises from the ground. It stands there quietly, the sunlight shining on its smooth, mirror-like walls, reflecting a cold and hard texture. Everyone was shocked. Their mouths opened wide and their eyes became round, as if they had seen some incredible monster. This is Shiyunju, Oh my god. Why? Why does this wall look like a single huge rock? A brave villager carefully reached out his hand and touched the cold and hard wall. The touch was harder and smoother than any bluestone he had ever touched. Let me try. A burly man from the guard team took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and punched the wall hard. There was a muffled bang sound. Ouch! The strong man held his fist, which had instantly become red and swollen, grimacing in pain and almost crying. But the wall didn't move at all. Not even a white mark was left. Hiss! There was a sound of gasps from the whole audience. Everyone was completely shocked by the scene before them. How can this be a house? This is clearly an indestructible fortress. Living in a house like this, why would you be afraid of wolves, tigers, and leopards? Why are you afraid of bandits and thieves? Even if soldiers came to attack, they probably wouldn't be able to even touch the door. Miracle. Another miracle. Long live immortal Fong. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in earth-shaking cheers and ecstasy. They looked at the Shiyunju buildings rising from the ground, their eyes filled with unparalleled enthusiasm. However, the surprises Fang Han brought them were far more than that. After solving the housing problem, he brought in a large amount of high-quality and low-priced modern textiles from the modern world. Soft, comfortable, and warm pure cotton fabric. Lightweight, silky, brightly colored flannel. When these fabrics, which far exceeded the craftsmanship level of that era, were distributed to every citizen, everyone was conquered by the comfortable touch. They threw away their rough, irritating linen clothes and put on new, soft cotton clothes, their faces filled with happy smiles that came from the bottom of their hearts. Next, the food was upgraded. The snow-white and delicate refined salt replaces the bitter and astringent coarse salt. The white sugar, which is sweet to the heart, makes the children taste the sweetness they have never experienced before. There are also various compound seasonings that can make the originally monotonous meals delicious and fragrant. More comfortable and warm clothing. Stronger and safer shelter. More delicious and tasty meals. Fang Han uses the achievements of modern civilization to improve the quality of life of everyone in the territory in every aspect, from clothing, food, housing, and transportation, in an all-round and dimensionality reduction manner. The entire Qingshi County is filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness and satisfaction. The people's admiration and sense of belonging to Fang Han have reached an unprecedented peak. They firmly believe that the place where they live is the kingdom of gods. And Fang Han is the only true god who created this country. Looking at all this, Fang Han felt a great sense of accomplishment. He knew that his foundation was completely solid. Next, it's time to return to the present day and make a larger purchase. Because he knew that with the arrival of the Empress and the attention of Duke Ongwa being attracted, the real storm of chaos was about to sweep across this paradise. He must be fully prepared. Whether it is to deal with the upcoming Empress or the covetous Duke Ongwa, more powerful modern materials are the foundation of his survival. As the thought moved, a familiar feeling of dizziness came over me. The next second, Fang Han had returned to the slightly messy rental house in modern society. Outside the window are the familiar neon lights and hustle and bustle of the city. Compared with the land that belonged to him in dying, although this place was prosperous, it made him feel a little alienated. He took out his cell phone and unlocked it skillfully, ready to contact Wang Xiao to deal with the new batch of gold and rare medicinal materials accumulated in the storage space, and to place a larger order. However, before he could dial, the phone screen suddenly lit up and a shrill ringtone broke the silence of the room. Caller ID, Wang Xiao. Fang Han raised his brows slightly and pressed the answer button. Hey, King. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an anxious, panic-stricken, and trembling voice from the other end of the phone. Brother Fong, my dear brother, you finally turned on the phone. On the phone, Wang Xiao's voice was more solemn and anxious than ever before, and even had a hint of suppressed crying. The background sound was mixed with the sound of whistling wind, as if he was in an empty place. Fang Han's heart suddenly shuddered. He has known Master Wang for so long, and this rich young man has always been cynical and confident that there will be someone taller to hold up the sky if it falls. When has he ever lost his composure like this? Something happened. Don't be anxious. Talk slowly. I'm here. Fang Han's voice was as steady as a mountain, as if it carried a power that could soothe people's hearts. Brother Fong, it's not safe over the phone. Where are you now? We must meet right away. Right now? Immediately. Wang Xiao's voice was very low, as if there was a ghost lurking around him. East of the city, road number 3, the abandoned cement factory. We'll be there in half an hour. Fang Han didn't hesitate at all, and immediately reported an absolutely remote and sparsely populated location. Okay, I'll be there right away, Wang Xiao said, then hung up the phone in a hurry. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Fang Han's eyes instantly became cold and sharp. He could clearly feel Wang Xiao's deep-seated fear, which was by no means a trivial matter. He has always regarded modern society as a safe and convenient logistics base and ATM, but he has overlooked that any extraordinary wealth will inevitably attract the attention of hungry wolves. Half an hour later, the abandoned cement factory. The place is overgrown with weeds, with broken walls and ruins, and is filled with an air of desolation. A black Porsche rushed into the factory madly, braked suddenly, and stopped in front of Fang Han. The car door opened and Wang Xiao rushed out, rolling and crawling. At this moment, he no longer had any of the elegance of a rich young man. His face was as pale as paper, his hair was messy, his expensive suit was full of wrinkles, his eye sockets were sunken and bloodshot, and he looked like he hadn't slept for several days and nights. When he saw Fang Han, he felt like he had seen a savior. He staggered over and grabbed Fang Han's arm tightly. His lips trembled and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. "Fong, brother Fong. Let's talk inside first." Fang Han patted his shoulder and took him into a dilapidated factory building that was still relatively intact. After confirming that there was no one around, Wang Xiao's emotions stabilized a little, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he brought Fang Han a shocking news. "Brother Fong, we're being targeted." "By whom?" An international criminal group." Wang Xiao's voice was trembling. "Their code name is Ouroboros." Chapter 82. The Phoenix chariot is covered in dust and enters the fairyland by mistaken means. Ouroboros. Fang Han's pupils suddenly shrank. He was not unfamiliar with this name. It is a notorious and powerful black hand with influence all over the world. They are like giant pythons lurking in the shadows of modern civilization, engaging in the world's dirtiest and bloodiest trades: illegal cultural relics, rare plants and animals, arms smuggling, even assassinations and coups. As long as there's enough profit to go around, there's nothing they won't do. This organization is ruthless and powerful, and even has its own private armed forces. It is a cancer that causes headaches for all countries. How did I end up getting into trouble with such a behemoth? What's going on? Explain clearly. Fang Han asked in a deep voice. Wang Xiao swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice, It's gold. And those medicinal herbs. In our previous transactions, although the amount of gold wasn't large, its purity was incredibly high, to an unbelievable degree. And then there's the wild medicinal herbs you gave me, like centuries-old wild ginseng, 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. On the black market, every single one of these would be a national treasure, enough to cause an earthquake. At first, we only attracted the attention of a few small forces, but my family dealt with them all. But this time it's different. Ouroboros noticed us. They traced back through the black market and finally pinpointed the source to me. Wang Xiao's face revealed extreme fear. They don't believe I got these things by chance. They believe that behind me lies a huge, undiscovered treasure, or a secret base with mysterious technology. Fang Han's face darkened completely. After all, he underestimated the speed of information transmission in modern society and the power of those top forces. What did they do to you? They haven't attacked me directly yet, but their pressure has already reached our Wang family through various channels. Wang Xiao's voice was filled with despair. My grandfather personally came to talk to me, and everyone in the family looked at me like I was a monster. They don't believe my words and have sent people to follow me around the clock, hoping to follow the clues and fish out this big fish like you. On the official side, some departments have also begun to indirectly investigate our family's financial transactions. The power of Ouroboros is too great, and the means they can use are simply beyond the imagination of serious businessmen like us. Wang Xiao stared at Fang Han intently, sweating profusely, his eyes full of pleading and fear. Brother Fong, listen to my advice. Don't show up again for the time being. And don't ship any more goods. They're crazy. They'll really resort to violence for that so-called treasure. Kidnapping, assassination, anything. Fang Han frowned and said nothing. For the first time, he realized so clearly that the modern world, which he regarded as a safe haven, also concealed fatal crises. He is no longer the god who can travel freely and exchange gold and medicinal herbs as ordinary items. He became a fat fish targeted by sharks. At this moment, Fang Han's eyes suddenly focused. Since being injected with the gene optimization fluid, his 5 senses have reached an inhuman level. Just now, his extraordinary hearing keenly captured an extremely slight noise hundreds of meters outside the factory, which was almost integrated with the sound of the wind. That's the sound of a camera shutter. Then, his eyesight, which was far superior to that of an ordinary person, penetrated the dilapidated windows of the factory building, and he clearly saw that on the roof of an abandoned building in the distance, there was a small black, which was reflecting the unique light of the lens. Sniper scope or high-powered binoculars. A chill instantly ran up Fang Han's spine. He has been targeted. It seems that it will not be so easy to sell it at will in the future. Jing Dynasty, Southern Official Road. The autumn wind is bleak, blowing up yellow sand all over the sky, blowing on people's faces like a knife cutting. A team of more than 10 people was trudging along this official road that seemed to have no end in sight. Each of them was ragged, covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fatigue and numbness. At the front of the team was a girl who was protected by everyone. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old. Her face should have been stunningly beautiful, but now it was covered with a thick layer of gray. She was pale and thin, with dry and chapped lips. Her eyes, which once sparkled with brilliance, were now empty and hopeless. She was the Empress Jing, Xiao Ruoshui, who fled south from the capital in a hurry. The majesty and dignity that he once had as the supreme ruler had been completely worn away by hunger, cold, and endless pursuit during the months-long escape. His Majesty, a burly man with one arm and a knife, staggered to her, half knelt on the ground, and his voice was as hoarse as an old bellows. He is the commander of the Imperial Guards, Long Xiang, and the only pillar of the team still standing. Your Majesty, the spies reported that the border of Qingshi County is 30 miles ahead. Long Xiang raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at the monarch he had sworn allegiance to. A faint glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Rumor has it that there is a Fong Shunxian who protects that place. He can turn stones into springs and beans into soldiers. It is now a paradise on earth. Let's go and try our luck. Paradise on earth? Gods. There was no trace of emotion in Xiao Ruoshui's empty eyes. She had heard too many similar rumors along the way. Every rumor eventually turned into a trap that made her even more desperate. The so-called paradise on earth was either a lair of bandits and bullies, or a dead place that had long been devoured by famine and plague. She no longer believed in any illusory hope. But looking at the last spark of pleading in Long Xiang's eyes, and looking at the loyal guards behind him who were already scarred and on the verge of breaking point in order to protect her, she nodded numbly. What difference does it make where you go? It's nothing more than walking from one hell to another. When this team on the verge of collapse, dragging their legs as heavy as lead, finally saw the half-person-high stone tablet beside the official road, everyone's footsteps stopped involuntarily. On the stone tablet, 3 large characters were engraved in a flamboyant style: Qingshi County. Arrive? Is this the legendary Qingshi County? Long Xiang's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He gripped the steel knife tightly in his hand, guarded Xiao Ruoshui vigilantly, and looked towards the inside of the stone tablet. Next second, including Long Xiang and Xiao Ruoshui, everyone was completely frozen in place, as if struck by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. What did they see? Oh my God! What on earth did they see? Chapter 83, A Bowl of Meat Porridge. The Emperor shed tears. Inside the stone tablet was a scene they had never seen before, a scene that had only appeared in their dreams. It was an endless expanse of neatly arranged golden rice fields. The heavy, golden rice ears are so full that they seem to burst at the next second. When blown by the autumn wind, they raise layer after layer of golden wheat waves. The refreshing rice fragrance drives these people who have been hungry for several months almost crazy. In the distance, there is a neatly planned village. Rows of blue-gray, simple-lined, sturdy and beautiful 2-story buildings are arranged in an orderly manner, and curls of smoke are floating on the roofs of every household. In the fields, there are many people wearing clean, soft cotton clothes working in the fields. There was no trace of the dullness and numbness of the disaster victims on their faces. Instead, they all had rosy complexions and were full of energy. Some were even humming some cheerful and simple songs that they had never heard before. The air is filled with not only the aroma of rice, but also waves of the enchanting aroma of meat. The rich aroma of meat was like an invisible big hand, tightly gripping the stomach of each of them. Xiao Ruoshui, Long Xiang, and others stared blankly at the rich, peaceful, and vibrant scene before them. Then I looked back at the hell on earth with thousands of miles of barren land and starving people everywhere. At this moment, heaven and hell are clearly separated by a small stone tablet. Am I not dazzled? A young guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his voice trembling. Pinch me. This must be an illusion. It's a mirage. Long Xiang, a man who had seen life and death and had a will as hard as steel, felt as if his throat was blocked by something, and his eyes turned red uncontrollably. He had been a soldier for half his life and traveled all over the country, but he had never seen such a prosperous and peaceful place. Is this really the dying dynasty in the year of severe drought? Xiao Ruoxue stood there blankly. Her phoenix eyes, which had been dead for a long time, finally lit up again the moment she saw the golden rice field. She watched the children playing in the fields, their laughter as sweet as silver bells. Looking at the people whose faces are filled with happy smiles from the heart. Look at the house that is as strong as a fortress. A huge, unreal feeling of absurdity completely overwhelmed her. She stretched out her dry hands, wanting to touch this unreal scene, but all her fingertips touched was the cold and bleak autumn wind. 2 lines of clear tears slid down from her dry eyes without any warning. She murmured to herself, her voice so soft that only she could hear it, but it was filled with endless trembling and confusion. Am I already dead? Is this the legendary fairyland? Just when Xiao Ruoxue and his group were in despair, a patrol team of Fong family guards approached quickly with neat steps. Stop! Who are you? The leading guard captain shouted sternly, his sharp eyes sweeping over each of them. Long Xiang's heart trembled, and he subconsciously protected Xiao Ruoxue behind him and gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. Veins bulged on his only remaining arm, and his whole body exuded a fierce aura like a tiger. However, when his eyes met the guards, the vigilance in his heart instantly turned into deep shock. This team consists of only 10 people, but each of them wears a uniform, well-tailored military green uniform, wears peculiar rubber-soled shoes, and holds a spear that gleams with cold light. What frightened him even more was that they were carrying a strangely shaped black bow on their backs. The bow was full of power and was definitely not an ordinary item. The most terrifying thing is their momentum. Discipline is strict and orders are obeyed. His eyes are full of confidence and a pride that comes from the bottom of his heart. This is definitely an elite force that has fought many battles. A thought suddenly flashed through Long Xiang's mind. Could this be the territory of a rebel king or separatist warlord? He wanted to reveal his identity, but when he saw the incredible wealth and the terrifyingly well-equipped private army before him, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Before finding out the details of this, Fong Xinxian, exposing your majesty's identity would be tantamount to seeking death. We are refugees who have fled from the north. Long Xiong restrained his aura and spoke in a hoarse and humble tone. The captain of the guard looked at them and saw that they were covered in wounds and looked miserable. The vigilance in his eyes faded a little and was replaced by a hint of sympathy. Refugees. He nodded, his tone softening considerably. Since you've arrived in Qingshi County, you're my master's subjects. Come with me and register at the refugee camp. There's food and shelter and doctors to treat your injuries. After saying this, he turned around and led the way, as if he had no doubts about these refugees. Long Xiong and the guards looked at each other and saw surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. No questioning, no body search. Did you just believe it so easily? And they also provide food, accommodation, and medical treatment? Is there really such a good thing in the world? With full of doubts and a bit of unbelievable expectations, Xiao Ruoxue and his group were taken to the refugee camp outside the county town. As soon as they entered the camp, they were once again shocked by the scene before them. Although the entire camp was huge and accommodated tens of thousands of refugees, it was well planned and not at all dirty or messy. Men, women, old and young, live in separate areas. The ground is clean and tidy, and there is even a dedicated toilet without any strange smell. All the refugees changed into clean clothes. Although there was still a trace of fear on their faces as they were new arrivals, their eyes were shining with hope of surviving the disaster. Soon, they were also taken to the registration office. The person in charge of registering and distributing supplies was a stunningly beautiful woman with a charming temperament and a hint of majesty between her eyebrows. It was Fang Han's third wife, Lurume. New here? Go over there to get some porridge, then go to the cleansing room to wash up, change into clean clothes, and then come over to register. Lurume's voice was gentle, but carried an unquestionable sense of command. When a bowl of steaming and fragrant meat porridge was brought to Xiao Ruoxue, she was completely stunned. That's not clear porridge. Instead, it is an extremely thick porridge cooked with snow-white rice grains. In the porridge, you can even see large chunks of soft-cooked meat. Xiao Ruoxue held the bowl of warm porridge and looked at the real food and meat in the bowl. A feeling of grievance, bitterness and grief that had been suppressed for too long suddenly rushed into his heart. She is the Empress of Dying, the supreme ruler. I can't remember how many days and nights I spent gnawing on tree bark and grass roots. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had seen real food or smelled real meat. A sound of wow. This strong emperor who had never shed a tear even when his country was destroyed and his family was ruined, and he had to flee thousands of miles, could no longer hold back his tears at this moment, facing a bowl of meat porridge, and tears flowed like beads from a broken string. Chapter 84. Elixir of Life. Imperial Guards kneel. Xiao Ruoshui squatted on the ground like a helpless child, wolfing down the food while crying loudly. When the refugees around saw this, instead of laughing, they all looked at them with empathy and sympathy. Because every one of them had made the same mistake when they drank the first mouthful of porridge. They were then taken to the so-called cleansing room. When the maid sent by Lurume taught her how to unscrew the strange iron pipe, shower head. On the wall, a stream of warm hot water instantly poured down from the top of her head, washing over her already dirty body. Xiao Ruoshui's whole body trembled violently. Feeling the long-lost warmth that penetrated deep into her bones, her spirit almost collapsed completely in this extreme comfort. After the cleaning was completed, the maid brought her a new set of incredibly soft cotton clothes. There was also a roll of snow-white, delicate, magical paper called toilet paper that she had never seen before. Xiao Ruoshui stroked the soft paper with trembling hands, then looked at the cotton coat on her body, which was more skin-friendly and comfortable than the finest silk. She felt an unprecedented huge shock in her heart. Here, even the most ordinary refugees can enjoy a life more luxurious than in the palace. These days, she was like a mortal who had entered the fairyland, observing everything here. She saw a lively and lovely girl named by Xuejian, who brought a group of children to sing cheerful and beautiful songs in the open space every day. The songs were all about praising and loving Fong Xinxian. She saw a gentle and virtuous woman named Baijiro sitting in front of a huge warehouse, directing the distribution and storage of massive amounts of materials in an orderly manner, with clear and meticulous accounts. She saw that the charming woman named Lurume managed the refugee camp of tens of thousands of people in an orderly manner, and everyone was full of respect and admiration for her. Everyone here has their own duties, and their faces are filled with sincere and heartfelt smiles. There is no gloom in the palace, no calculations in the court, no intrigues, and no scheming. There is only hope, only peace, and only the best vision of the future. All of this created a cultural shock to her as the Empress, like a dimensionality reduction attack. She became wildly curious. What kind of person is Fong Xinxian, who is worshipped as a god by everyone, but has never appeared? What kind of extraordinary means did he use to create such a paradise on earth that everyone longed for in this chaotic and hellish world? An extremely strong curiosity and desire to explore quietly sprouted in her heart. The days of hard work, lack of nutrition, and the huge mental shock had already dragged Xiao Ruoshui's body to the brink of collapse. Although the bowl of meat porridge and hot bath gave her great spiritual comfort, it also became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Once the tense nerves relax, the hidden diseases in the body will burst out. Once when she was queuing for food, she felt dizzy, her vision went black, and she fell straight down. His Majesty, Long Xiong's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward and held her in his arms, but found that her whole body was burning hot, and she had fallen into a deep coma. The doctor from the refugee camp was urgently invited over. The old doctor took Xiao Ruoshui's pulse and looked at her eyelids, his brows twisted into a knot. Alas! He sighed deeply and shook his head. This girl already has a deficiency of qi and blood, and her foundation is severely weakened. Now she's also overly worried, exhausted, and has caught a cold. She's also been overwhelmed by anger and is at the end of her rope. There's no way to save her. I am powerless. Please prepare for your funeral. Boom. The doctor's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Long Xiong and all the surviving guards hard. No way to save the situation? Preparing for funeral? No. Impossible. Long Xiong's eyes were red, and he grabbed the doctor's collar like a mad tiger. Look again. Take a closer look. She is Jeang. Shut up. A sober guard rushed up and covered Long Xiong's mouth tightly. Long Xiong woke up instantly, let go of his hand, and knelt down beside Xiao Ruoshui's bed with his tall body. He looked at the dying girl on the bed with a flushed face. This iron-blooded man who had never frowned even when being chased by thousands of troops, now felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. His eyes were filled with tears, and he fell into complete despair. Could it be that God really wants to kill me, dying? Lurume soon learned about this. She looked at the heartbreakingly beautiful girl who was in a coma, then looked at the guards around her who looked ashen and desperate, and her heart moved slightly. Although these people call themselves refugees, their temperament and fearless loyalty show that they are by no means ordinary people. Lurume turned and walked out of the refugee camp, looking towards the village entrance with an anxious look on her face. My husband has been out for 3 days. Normally he would have come back long ago, but why hasn't he come back yet this time? What should I do now? Just when Lurume didn't know what to do, a tall figure appeared in the direction of the village entrance. Lurume's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. A hint of joy appeared on her face, and she immediately went to meet him. Husband, you are finally back. She saw Fang Han's tired face and asked quickly, Husband, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, just a little tired from going out. Fang Han shook his head and saw the anxious look on Lurume's face. What happened? Lurume immediately reported the matter of Xiao Ruoshui to Fang Han. Soon, Fang Han, accompanied by Lurume, came to the tent where Xiao Ruoshui was accommodated. He just calmly glanced at the condition of the girl on the bed. High fever, coma, rapid breathing, typical acute pneumonia with severe infection. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Fang Han calmly took out a small white porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a few flawless white, immortal pills from it. In fact, these are just some modern antibiotics and powerful antipyretics. Rume, find some water and feed it to her. Fang Han's tone was calm and indifferent, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Yes, husband, etc. Longxiong instinctively stood up and wanted to stop it. Give this kind of medicine of unknown origin to a dying person? What if it's poison? However, when his eyes met Fang Han's eyes as deep as the sea, all his words were stuck in his throat. Longxiong took a step back for some unknown reason and watched Lurume carefully feed the magic pills into Xiao Ruoshui's mouth. The entire tent fell into dead silence. All the guards held their breath and stared at the empress on the bed, their hearts filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Time passes by minute. Half an hour later, a miracle happened. Chapter 85. The Secret Room Game. Who is the prey? The fever's gone. A guard standing by the bed suddenly let out an exclamation of disbelief. Xiao Ruoshui's forehead, which had been as hot as a branding iron, miraculously cooled down. His rapid breathing gradually became steady and powerful, and even a hint of healthy redness appeared on his pale cheeks. The old doctor was called over again. He took the patient's pulse doubtfully. The next second, he jumped up from the stool as if he had been electrocuted. He pointed at Xiao Ruoshui and stammered incoherently. The pulse is steady and strong. All the serious illness is gone. How is this possible? This is simply a resurrection technique. Back to life. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Longxiong's heart hard. He witnessed this miraculous method with his own eyes. It only took half an hour and a few small magic pills to turn the situation from certain death into safety. He could no longer suppress the shock, excitement, and ecstasy in his heart. He knew that this extremely young man in front of him was His Majesty, the last and only hope of the dying dynasty. For the safety of His Majesty and the future of dying, he made a decision that could change history. Under everyone's gaze, Longxiong tidied up his tattered clothes and armor and walked in front of Fang Han. Plop! This iron-blooded leader who would rather die than surrender fell heavily to his knees, and the hard ground made a dull sound. He used all his strength and knocked his forehead deeply on Fang Han's feet. I, the guilty minister, Longxiong, kowtow to the immortal Fong. I beg the gods to have mercy on me and save my master. Emperor dying, Xiao Ruoshui. The moment the words fell, a member of the security team responsible for intelligence work rushed in from outside the tent, knelt on one knee, and reported to Fang Han urgently. Sir, Madame Nangong of the Privy Council has sent an urgent report. A cavalry of approximately 500 elite soldiers is rapidly approaching Qingshi County. Their horses' hooves are wrapped in cloth, and they are moving swiftly. Their banner is the Duke of Ongwa's mansion. In the Fong family mansion, inside the secret room, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows of the 2 people on the hard concrete wall. Fang Han sat leisurely in the main seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, sipping the fragrant tea brewed by Nangong Yinshu himself. Sitting opposite him was Xiao Ruoshui, who had woken up and changed into a clean and simple dress. Although his face still looked a bit haggard from his illness, his phoenix eyes were filled with the imperial majesty. She sat quietly, examining the man in front of her who looked ordinary, yet exuded mystery. It was he who used supernatural means to pull himself back from the gates of hell. It was he who, in this chaotic world, built such a paradise on earth that even she, the emperor, had never heard of. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for saving my life. After a long silence, Xiao Ruoshui spoke first. His voice was cold, yet with a subtle complexity. I believe you have already learned my identity from Longxiong. She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. She knew that in front of such an unfathomable person, any temptation and scheming would seem ridiculous. She straightened her back slightly, and the confidence that belonged to an emperor returned to her. She looked at Fang Han and slowly threw out the biggest and only chip in her hand. Help me restore my country. When I ascend the throne again, you, sir, will be the pillar of our nation, second only to the emperor and above all others. I can share this vast land with you, sir. This is the ultimate temptation that no man in the feudal era can refuse. Be crowned king and appointed prime minister, with all the power in the court and the country, and rule the world with you. She believed that no one could withstand such conditions. However, to her surprise, Fang Han did not show any joy or excitement on his face after hearing her words. He shook his head slightly. Xiao Ruoshui's heart suddenly sank. What did he mean by this? Could it be that even sharing the kingdom with him couldn't move him? Just as her mind was racing, Fang Han pulled out a strange, brass tubular object from under the table. The thing was thick at one end and thin at the other, with a crystal-clear glass lens inlaid in the middle, and its shape was extremely strange. What is this? Xiao Ruoshui asked subconsciously. I call it the telescope. Fang Han handed this simplified telescope to Xiao Ruoshui and pointed his chin at a small camouflaged window on the wall of the secret room. Your Majesty, you may use this to look out the window. Xiao Ruoshui was full of doubts, but he still took the heavy telescope, as he was told. She imitated Fang Han and put the thin end in front of her right eye. Next second, she felt as if struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently, and she almost dropped the teacup in her hand. How is this possible? In her vision, the mountain road that was originally distant and blurry, several miles away, suddenly became extremely clear, as if it was right in front of her. She could clearly see the camp of the pursuing troops of Duke Ongwa on the mountain road. She could see that in the camp, the big black flags with the word imprinted on them were fluttering in the cold wind. She could even see the expressions on the faces of the patrolling sentinels and the cold light reflected from the weapons in their hands. This kind of magical power of seeing through thousands of miles away has completely exceeded her cognitive scope. She suddenly felt cold all over, and her hands and feet were cold. Those so-called imperial mentality and the promise of sharing the country that she had just put forward seemed so pale and ridiculous at this moment. Would a person who possesses such unfathomable powers care about worldly power and wealth? Fang Han calmly looked at her pretty face, which was filled with shock and horror, and slowly took the telescope back from her hand. He picked up the teacup again, blew gently on the floating tea leaves, and spoke in a calm and relaxed tone. His Majesty, you think you need me? Or do I need you? This plain sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting Xiao Ruoshui's heart hard, and her last bit of pride and confidence as an emperor was shattered. Her face was pale, her lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't utter a word. She finally understood. In front of this Fong Shunxian, she had no right to negotiate at all. She wasn't looking for allies. She was just a prey who had nowhere else to go and came to beg for shelter. And the man in front of him is the only hunter in this game of chess. Chapter 86 Overlord Clauses, System Upgrade. Inside the secret room, the candlelight burned quietly, casting the shadows of Fang Han and Xiao Ruoshui on the blue-gray cement wall, twisting and stretching them like two confronting gods and demons. The air seemed to freeze, so oppressive that it made people breathless. Xiao Ruoshui's phoenix eyes, which had just regained their spirit, were now filled with shock and confusion that could not be described in words. The shockingly clear image in the telescope and Fang Han's last nonchalant question were like two invisible hammers, smashing her pride and confidence as an emperor into pieces. You think you need me? Or do I need you? Every word of this sentence was like a red-hot iron needle, piercing deeply into the deepest part of her soul. Yes, she needs him. She, the great empress of dying, was now nothing but a stray dog, being chased by the pursuers of Duke Ongwa like a rat crossing the street, and even her life was in danger. And he, Fang Han, owns an indestructible paradise on Earth and possesses unfathomable and supernatural powers. He doesn't care about the country, the people, the imperial power, or the wealth. The ridiculous chips in his hand were nothing but a pile of useless rubble in front of him. The huge feeling of humiliation was like cold sea water, instantly drowning Xiao Ruoshui. She was once the supreme ruler, her words were law, and the whole world was subservient to her. Have you ever thought that one day you would be reduced to a point where you would not even be qualified to negotiate with others? Her nails dug deeply into the tender flesh of her palm, causing bursts of stinging pain, but the physical pain was far less than 1/10,000th of the torment she was experiencing in her heart. She bit her lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood. Resentment, anger, shame, all kinds of emotions surged wildly in her heart, like raging waves. But when she raised her head and met Fang Han's eyes, which were calm and deep as if they could swallow everything, all her emotions were instantly deflated like a balloon that had been punctured. She knew she had no choice. Resist? How could they resist? With only a dozen or so remaining soldiers, could they fight against his well-equipped and powerful private army? Or would he use his ridiculous status as an emperor to command a god, who even scoffed at the idea of sharing the country? This is not only seeking death, but also bringing humiliation upon oneself. For a long, long time, Xiao Ruoshui slowly loosened his clenched fists and took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his life's strength to suppress the overwhelming emotions. She put down all the pride and dignity that belonged to the emperor, and her straight back also slumped slightly. Please, sir, please give your instructions. These 4 words represent the complete surrender of an emperor. There was still no expression on Fang Han's face, as if all this was within his expectations. He admired the complex expression of humiliation and obedience on the face of the empress in front of him, and a sense of pleasure and control of everything arose in his heart. He likes this feeling. He personally broke the wings of the high and mighty phoenix, forcing her to crawl at his feet and look up at him. Very good. It seems that His Majesty is a wise man. Fang Han's tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. I can protect you and let you live safely here. I can even help you sit on the throne again and continue to be the Queen of Dying. Hearing this, a glimmer of light involuntarily flashed in Xiao Ruoshui's originally dead eyes. Return to Debao? This is something she thinks about day and night, but never dares to hope for in her dreams. However, Fang Han's next words were like a basin of cold water, completely extinguishing the fire of hope that had just ignited in her. But Fang Han suddenly changed the subject, and his eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife, as if they could see through people's hearts. Qingshi County, and in the future, all the territories that I, Fang Han, have conquered with my own hands, will be my independent kingdom. My territory is not subject to any control by your court. My people do not pay a penny of tax to your court. My people only obey my orders. You will be the nominal prince of Jing, the common ruler in the eyes of the people of the world. And I, Fang Han stretched out his finger and gently pointed at himself. I am the only king in this land. Boom. These words are no longer just about dividing the land and making the king. This is a naked attempt to use the emperor to command the princes. No, this is even more domineering than holding the emperor hostage to control the princes. Even when Cao Cao held the emperor hostage, he still had to use the banner of the Han dynasty. Fang Han wanted to tear this piece of land off Dying's territory and turn it into his own private territory. He wants to be a country within a country, a local emperor. Xiao Ruoshui's whole body trembled violently, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. She had thought Fang Han would put forward harsh conditions, but she had never thought they would be so harsh. This is equivalent to cutting off a piece of flesh from her, the empress. You are plotting treason. She shouted subconsciously, the majesty of the emperor instinctively bursting out at this moment. However, Fang Han just looked at her coldly, with a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. Treason? Your Majesty, do you have anything worth my coveting? With just one sentence, all of Xiao Ruoshui's momentum collapsed in an instant. Yes, what did she have now? A hollow title of emperor? A remnant army that could be wiped out at any moment? She was like a drowning person, and Fang Han was the only person on the shore willing to lend a helping hand. What qualifications does she have to bargain with the other party and ask him to save her in a certain way? This is her only lifeline. It is also her only hope to take revenge on Duke Ongwa and those treacherous ministers who pushed her into a desperate situation. If she agreed to it, she would become a puppet emperor in name only and suffer humiliation. If she doesn't agree to him, she and the last loyal minister beside her may not even survive this night. Once the army of Duke Ongwa arrives, he will be killed without a burial place. When faced with two evils, choose the lesser one. Xiao Ruoshui slowly closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears silently slid down her pale cheeks. Those were the tears of an emperor, tears of humiliation, and also tears of resignation. When she opened her eyes again, all the resentment and struggle in her phoenix eyes had faded away, leaving only an almost numb calmness. I promise you. She used all her strength to squeeze these 4 words out of her throat. The moment she finished speaking, a series of crisp system prompt sounds rang out crazily in Fang Han's mind. Ding, detected that the target person, Xiao Ruoshui, has a strong desire for attachment and an absolute willingness to cooperate. Chapter 87, The Beginning of Divine Punishment. The Kite Demon arrives. Bite. The target character's favorability and admiration value have reached the binding standard. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully bound to the 5th female protagonist, Dying Empress Xiao Ruoshui. Binding successful. Host's energy acquisition efficiency greatly improved. Energy limit greatly increased. Ding. The system energy pool is full, starting automatic upgrade. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host. The system has been upgraded to level 5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level 5 system gift pack. Reward 1. Resource Detector, Technology Artifact. Accurately scan and locate all designated mineral and water resources within a 10-kilometer radius. Reward 2. Portable Storage Space, Level Up. The space volume is expanded to 100 cubic meters. In an instant, Fang Han felt an unprecedented sense of powerful strength surging throughout his body. Resource Detector. This thing is simply a magical tool tailor-made for him. In a year of severe drought, what matters most? Water and food. And what is the most important thing in the struggle for supremacy in troubled times? Iron, ore, copper mines, coal mines. These are the basis for developing industry and forging weapons. With this thing, the mountains, rivers, and land of the entire Dying will no longer be a secret in his eyes. There was also 100 cubic meters of portable space, which meant he could carry more supplies and equipment from the modern world at once. His logistical capabilities would see a qualitative leap. The corners of Fang Han's mouth finally couldn't help but rise slightly, forming a satisfied arc. Looking at Xiao Ruoshui, whose energy had been completely drained away, like an exquisite yet fragile porcelain doll, Fang Han felt no pity in his heart, only the calmness and satisfaction of a chess player after making a move. He knew that simple agreements and verbal promises were unreliable for such a natural superior. Only by letting her see with her own eyes what absolute, incomprehensible, and irresistible power is, can her imperial heart be completely crushed and reshaped, so that she can feel awe from the bottom of her heart and completely stop all inappropriate thoughts. Your Majesty, there is no need to be so depressed. Fang Han stood up and his tone softened a bit, as if the tyrant who had just proposed the unfair terms was not him. Now that we've reached an agreement, we'll be allies from now on. To show my sincerity and to allow you to live here with peace of mind, I've decided to give you a welcome gift. Gift? Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiong, who remained silent and heartbroken, both raised their heads subconsciously, their eyes full of confusion. What gift could he give at a time like this? Fang Han did not explain, just made a please gesture and walked out of the secret room first. Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiong looked at each other. Although they were full of doubts, they could only follow silently. It's late at night. A waning moon hung in the sky, casting a cool glow like water. Fang Han led them through the quiet village and arrived at the top of the mountain behind Liushi village. On the top of the mountain, the night wind was howling, making people's clothes rustle. 10 guards dressed in black and wearing ghost masks on their faces had been waiting here for a long time. They stood still in the darkness like 10 statues, emitting a heart-pounding, cold, murderous aura. It was the trump card created by Fang Han, the Ghost Fong Special Forces team. When Long Xiong saw these 10 people, his pupils suddenly shrank. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he has seen countless people in his life. What kind of elite has he not seen? But the feeling these 10 people in front of him gave him was completely different. They don't look like soldiers, but more like a group of top predators lurking in the dark night, ready to devour anyone at any time. The professionalism and ruthlessness that emanated from his bones made even Long Xiong, a veteran of the battlefield, feel inexplicably chilled. Fang Han ignored his shock and walked to a black metal box that had been placed on the ground and opened it. Under the astonished gazes of Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiong, Fang Han took out a folded thing with an extremely strange shape from the box. The thing was completely black and made of a material they had never seen before, neither gold nor wood. It had 4 rotating wings on it, giving it a strange sense of technology. What is this? Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but ask. I call it the mechanical kite, Fang Han explained casually as he expertly unfolded the drone's rotors. It's a mechanical device that can travel 1,000 miles a day and monitor the heavens and the earth. Travel 1,000 miles a day, oversee the heavens and the earth? Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiong were completely confused and felt that what Mr. Fong said was becoming more and more mysterious. Isn't this thing just a kite with a weird shape? How is it possible to fly so far and monitor the heaven and earth? However, the next second, all their doubts were completely shattered by the incredible scene before them. There was only a slight, buzzing sound, and the four wings of the mechanical kite suddenly spun at high speed, bringing up a strong airflow that blew the dust and fallen leaves on the ground into the air. Then, in front of Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiang's wide-open eyes, the mechanical kite actually violated all the laws of physics and rose slowly and vertically from the ground. The tips of its four rotors lit up with faint red and green light in the night, like a giant firefly crawling out of the abyss of hell, silently blending into the deep night sky and soon disappearing. Fly, fly, Long Xiang stammered, his eyes almost popping out. Without flapping wings or air currents to support it, it just flew straight up? This was completely beyond his understanding. Xiao Ruoshui even covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Her heart, which had just been ravaged by Fang Han, was once again severely shocked by the miracle before her. However, this is just the beginning. Fang Han took out a thin, glowing blackboard from the box slowly. He tapped the board with his slender fingers, and the mirror-smooth board suddenly lit up, revealing an extremely clear picture from a high altitude. The picture shows the camp of the pursuing troops of Duke Ongwa, which is several miles away. This is... Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiang moved closer tremblingly. When they saw the incredibly clear image on the screen, they both gasped at the same time and felt their souls trembling. What did they see? They saw the layout of every tent in the camp, the routes taken by the patrolling soldiers, and even the dancing flames of the campfire. Could this be the legendary perspective of a god? How could a mortal possibly have such a clear view of the earth from the sky? God, it really is a god's method. Long Xiang muttered to himself. His legs went limp, and he almost fell to his knees. Fang Han ignored their gaffe and lightly tapped the screen with his finger, and the picture switched instantly. The originally normal picture turned into a strange world composed of black, white, red, yellow, and other color blocks. In this world, every soldier in the camp has turned into a torch-like human silhouette emitting bright red light. Against the pitch-black background, they are so eye-catching and nowhere to hide. Chapter 88. Thousands of miles away, taking the general's head. Is this the Yin-Yang eyes? Xiao Ruoshui asked in a trembling voice. She felt that her cognition was being overturned and reshaped over and over again. Can you see people's yang fire? You can understand it that way. Fang Han said lightly. He slid his finger across the screen, and the image quickly zoomed in, eventually locking onto the largest central military tent in the center of the camp. Inside the tent, there was a humanoid silhouette, emitting heat and light far brighter and more intense than the others. At this moment, he was holding up his wine glass, seemingly drinking and having fun with others, completely unaware of the impending disaster. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Fang Han's mouth. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the screen. A red crosshair instantly locked onto the brightest figure. I found you. He turned around and gave orders to the 10 ghostly Ghost Fong team members behind him in an emotionless tone. Prepare for action. At this moment, Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiang's hearts suddenly rose to their throats. They had a strong premonition. He was about to witness a miracle that was unprecedented, enough to be recorded in history and even overturn the entire World War landscape. A unilateral massacre from God. On the top of the mountain, the night wind was even more fierce. Fang Han did not look at the image on the tablet computer again. Instead, he turned around and took out a weapon from another larger black metal box that made Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiang's souls tremble. That's a crossbow, but it was completely different from any crossbow the two knew. It is pitch black and made of pure metal. Its lines are ferocious and full of power. Its length is almost half the height of an adult. That huge body exuded a suffocating and terrifying aura that was purely born for killing. This can no longer be called a crossbow. This is clearly a giant steel beast lurking in the dark night. Fang Han skillfully placed the Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, which he called the Divine Crossbow, on the ground, and took out a piece of iron from the box. The iron block was thicker than Long Xiang's finger and was made entirely of brass. With a click, he pushed it into the barrel of the gun. The whole process is smooth and full of deadly rhythm. Finally, he installed an equally peculiarly shaped cylindrical glass mirror on the top of the Divine Crossbow. After doing all this, Fang Han lay on the ground, with his right eye close to the glass mirror. At this moment, his entire aura was completely integrated with the Divine Crossbow in his hand in the cold night. He became a lifeless rock, a god of death ready to bring down divine punishment. Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiang stood behind him, not daring to even breathe. Their brains have completely shut down. Everything that was happening before their eyes was far beyond their understanding. That glowing board, that flying mechanical kite, and this terrifying divine crossbow before me. Each one is a magical artifact that they have never heard of or seen before. They didn't understand what Fang Han was trying to do. This place is 4 or 5 miles away from the pursuit camp of Dukongwa. At such a long distance, let alone a bow and arrow. Even if you stand on the top of a mountain and look with your naked eyes, you can only see a blurry spot of light. In this situation, how to kill the enemy? Could it be that this magic crossbow can really shoot crossbow arrows 4 or 5 miles away and hit the target accurately? How is this possible? This is no longer martial arts, nor is it the power of a mortal. This is a myth. It's a legend. Just as their minds were racing and they were filled with confusion, Fang Han, who was lying on the ground, raised his lips in a cold arc. Through the top-notch thermal imaging scope on the Barrett, the enemy tent 2 kilometers away appeared as clear as if it were right in front of him. He could clearly see that the enemy commander, who was locked in the crosshairs, was holding up a wine glass and laughing loudly, with the fat on his face trembling. He could even see through the fabric of the tent, the 2 maids behind the commander who were massaging his shoulders, and the faint heat emanating from their bodies. In the face of modern technology, distance, darkness, and obstacles have lost their meaning. By now, Fang Han's lips moved silently. His finger, gently and steadily, was on the trigger. Puff! An extremely slight, dull sound rang out on the top of the mountain. The sound was not as earth-shattering as imagined. Instead, it sounded like someone in the distance knocking on a quilt with a wooden stick. It was dull and inconspicuous, almost drowned out by the howling mountain wind. However, this insignificant muffled sound brought about earth-shattering consequences. Almost at the same moment the voice sounded, in the field of vision of the telescope in Xiao Ruoshui's hand. That was what Fang Han specifically asked her to hold and look at. An extremely bloody and horrifying scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life happened. In the enemy's tent several miles away, the general under the command of Dukongwa, who had just been drinking and having fun and was so arrogant, had his head exploded like a watermelon. Bang! Xiao Ruoshui seemed to hear the explosion in a hallucination. The head that was intact in the previous second suddenly exploded into a ball of scarlet blood mist that splattered all over the sky in the next second without any warning. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together and sprayed everywhere, dyeing the entire central military tent into the color of Shura hell. The headless body, still maintaining the posture of holding a glass, paused stiffly for a moment, and then fell to the ground with a bang, like a chopped wooden stake. Time, at this moment, seemed to have been paused. Xiao Ruoshui's beautiful phoenix eyes shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. The telescope in her hand fell heavily on the hard rock with a clang, and the lens shattered. She looked as if she had been struck on the top of her head by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Her whole body was shaking violently, and her face was pale, without a trace of blood. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent the fear and nausea that rushed into her throat from turning into a shrill scream. Long Xiong, who was standing beside her, was struck by lightning and froze in place. This iron-blooded man who had experienced hundreds of battles and witnessed life and death now had a blank mind, and his soul seemed to be pulled out of his body. What did he see? Oh my God! What on earth did he see? Take the general's head from thousands of miles away. This legend that only existed in myths and was exaggerated by storytellers actually became a reality right before his eyes. No, this is even more terrifying than the legend. Even more unbelievable. Even the legendary peerless general needed thousands of troops to charge in and take his head. And Fang Han, he just lay there and moved his fingers. A few miles away, a general with a large army and great power just died. He died silently, inexplicably, and like an ant being crushed to death at random. Chapter 89. Ghost Fang's Walk at Night, Silent Slaughter. The way the two looked at Fang Han completely changed at this moment. It's no longer about looking at a strong person. It is no longer like looking at a god with mysterious means. Instead, he was looking at a god who sat high in the clouds, holding the book of life and death in his hand, deciding life and death, and looking down on mortals as worthless. The real god. The sudden change in the central army tent was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, which instantly caused huge waves in the entire pursuing camp. General, there's an assassin. Protect the general. Shrill screams and terrified shouts broke the silence of the camp. Countless soldiers were awakened from their sleep. They rushed out of the tent in a daze, but saw only chaos in the direction of the central army tent, with torches flashing and people moving around. Panic, like a plague, began to spread quietly in the air. On the top of the mountain, Fang Han's expression did not change at all. He didn't even glance at the camp that had fallen into chaos. He simply uttered 2 words into the tiny headset at his lips in a cold and emotionless tone. Action. The cold command was clearly transmitted to the ears of every Ghost Tooth team member at the foot of the mountain through radio waves. Receive. In the dark shadows, 10 ghostly figures moved. They wore monocular night vision goggles that emitted a faint green light and held Type 95 rifles equipped with silencers and infrared laser indicators in their hands. Like 10 real devils from hell, they quietly and from different directions sneaked into the camp that had become a mess. Fang Han turned his gaze back to the tablet in front of him. The drone was still hovering high in the sky. Through the thermal imaging mode, all the dynamics of the entire camp were clearly presented in front of his eyes, like a sand table. He is the supreme commander of this killing. Ghost Tooth number 1, 30 meters to the left and front, there is a 3-person tent with 2 centurions inside. They are putting on armor. They should be dealt with first. Fang Han's voice was calm and precise. Receive. The captain, known as Ghost Tooth number 1, moved silently towards the tent like a civet cat. Instead of lifting the curtain, he aimed the rifle in his hand directly at the 2 clearly visible red outlines on the tent that represented human body heat. Puff, puff. There were 2 extremely slight muffled sounds, like balloons being popped. Inside the tent, the 2 centurions who had just been cursing loudly and discussing going to the central military tent to check the situation suddenly stiffened, and a tiny bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows. The light in their eyes quickly dimmed, and they fell straight to the ground without saying a word. Until their death, they had no idea where the enemy was. Ghost Fong number 3, there's a 5-man patrol approaching from the right side of the food pile. Eliminate them, especially the one in the front. Receive. In the shadows, Ghost Fong number 3 half knelt on the ground, the rifle in his hand as steady as a rock. Through the night vision goggles, the patrol was clearly visible to him. Puff, 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 puff. A series of short, dull sounds. The captain walking in the front suddenly felt a ball of blood explode on his chest, and he fell to the ground without even a groan. The 4 soldiers behind him felt as if their bodies were hit hard by something heavy before they could even react to what was happening. Then they lost all their strength and consciousness and fell down one after another. From beginning to end, they did not see any enemy, nor did they hear any bowstring sounds. Death comes so strangely and so suddenly. Fang Han's instructions were issued continuously and methodically through the headset. Ghost Fong number 5, the one who just ran out of the tent at 12 o'clock, is the messenger. Kill him. Ghost Fong number 7, be alert. A team of archers is gathering. Prioritize shooting the squad leader who is giving orders. Everyone, please be attentive. Hunt down all officers, squad leaders, and captains freely and destroy their command system. The members of the Ghost Fong squad are like 10 Grim Reapers who work in perfect harmony. Under Fang Han's real-time command through the full map vision provided by the drone, they can always appear at the most critical positions and hunt down the most valuable targets in the simplest way. A lieutenant had just rushed out of the tent and was about to organize his men when he was hit on the top of his head by a bullet shot from the darkness. A drummer in charge of the war drum had just raised his drumstick when a bullet pierced his wrist, and he fell to the ground screaming. Officers at all levels were eliminated one by one with precision. The command system of the entire pursuing force was completely destroyed in less than a quarter of an hour and fell into an unprecedented state of paralysis. And those ordinary soldiers were completely plunged into boundless fear. They could not find their superiors and could not hear any orders. All they saw was that the people around them were dying one after another and in strange ways. A companion who was shouting loudly suddenly stopped talking, and a bloody hole appeared on his neck. A group of soldiers tried to gather together, but as soon as they stood in a row, they fell down in unison like cut wheat. There were no enemies, no shouts of killing, and no loud noises of swords clashing. There was only darkness, only death, and only the barely audible puff sounds, like the whispers of death, echoing in the camp. The psychological pressure brought about by this unknown and strange way of death is 10,000 times more terrifying than a brutal fight with real swords and guns. Their spirits were being eroded and destroyed bit by bit. Finally, there's a ghost. There's a ghost. A soldier whose psychological defenses completely collapsed dropped the long knife in his hand and let out the first hysterical scream filled with boundless fear. This scream was like a spark thrown into a powder keg, instantly igniting the long-accumulated panic in the entire camp. It's a mountain ghost. It's a mountain ghost that's taking my life. The general has been killed by some evil magic. We all must die. Run, run. Panic, like a flood that broke through a dam, is out of control. Hundreds of elite pursuers who were so aggressive not long ago were completely defeated at this moment. They threw away their armor and weapons, crying and screaming, and fled out of the camp desperately like a group of headless flies. They pushed and trampled on each other, just to get farther away from this cursed land of death. Their former comrades have now become stumbling blocks on their way to escape. The entire camp was completely transformed into a hell on earth. From beginning to end, no one in the Ghost Fong team was killed or injured, and they were not even discovered by anyone. Chapter 90. God's might is as high as a prison. The Emperor's daughter returns. On the top of the mountain, Fang Han calmly looked at the tablet computer, at the chaotic camp that had completely collapsed and trampled on each other, without a single ripple in his eyes. When the last deserter disappeared into the night, he turned off the tablet and slowly began to pick up the equipment on the ground. He skillfully disassembled the hideous and terrifying divine crossbow, Barrett, and put it back into the long metal box. The mechanical kite, drone, that had performed such a miraculous feat had already flown back silently and was folded up by him and put into the box. He dusted off his hands and stood up. He did the whole process calmly, as if he had just done a trivial task. Then he turned around and looked at the two stone sculptures behind him. Xiao Ruoshui and Long Xiang still maintained their previous posture, motionless. On their faces, there was still an expression of extreme, indigestible horror and shock. In their minds, the divine and demonic scene just now was still replaying over and over again. Kill with one strike from thousands of miles away. Silently, and without a trace, the entire camp was slaughtered. This kind of power and this kind of means have completely surpassed the scope of human beings. This is divine punishment. It is the power of heaven. It is a realm that mortals can never reach or even imagine. Are you satisfied with the gift? Xiao Ruoshui's delicate body trembled violently, as if she was awakened from a bizarre nightmare, and she suddenly came to her senses. She raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. He still looked calm and composed, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. But it was this calmness and indifference that frightened Xiao Ruoshue more than any ferocious face. The humiliation and unwillingness in her heart, the so-called imperial mentality, the ridiculous idea of wanting to endure hardships and turn the tables in the future. In the face of the divine and demonic means just now, it was crushed to pieces and turned into ashes, without even a trace of residue left. She finally understood it thoroughly. All that I rely on is just a joke in front of this man. All his calculations seemed so pale and presumptuous in front of this man. Rebellion? How could she resist a god who could take lives from thousands of miles away and treat an elite army as nothing? She finally understood that there was only one way out for her. That is to give up all the pride and dignity belonging to Xiao Ruoshue and devote everything of oneself to him tightly and unreservedly and depend on him. Only in this way can she survive. Only in this way would she have the opportunity to see her enemies and feel the same despair and fear as the pursuers tonight. Thump. A muffled sound. Under Long Xiang's incredulous gaze, the most noble woman of the dying dynasty, the Empress, bowed to Fang Han with her knees softened. She knocked her noble head, which she had never bowed to anyone, deeply and reverently on the cold and hard ground. She did this action without any hesitation and even felt a sense of relief. The sinner, Xiao Ruoshue. Thank you, sir, for giving me a new life. From now on, Ruoshue's fate is the master's fate. Ruoshue's body is the master's body. Ruoshue, I will obey master's orders, even if it means risking my life. At this moment, she was no longer the Empress of Dying. She was just the most devout and humble believer under Fang Han. Seeing that his lord was like this, Long Xiang, the loyal commander of the Imperial Guards, no longer hesitated. He immediately knelt down with a plop, buried his head deeper than Xiao Ruoshue, and shouted hoarsely and fanatically. I, the sinful minister Long Xiong, kowtow to the Divine Lord. I am willing to die for the Divine Lord and never betray him. The vigilance and suspicion in his heart had long been washed away by the scene that seemed like divine punishment. He knew that dying's future, His Majesty's future, no longer lay on that illusory dragon throne. And in the blink of an eye of the man in front of me, Fang Han quietly looked at the Empress who was kneeling at his feet, humble as dust. He didn't help her. He was just enjoying the moment when this most proud phoenix completely folded its wings and lowered its noble head in front of him. He knew that from this moment on, This most important and unstable chess piece had been completely tamed by him. The imperial mark in her heart had been erased by her absolute power, and then engraved with his name, Fang Han. The first step in the chess game of holding the emperor hostage to control the princes is a perfect move. And this is just the beginning. His gaze passed the two people kneeling on the ground and turned to the vast land shrouded in darkness in the distance. There, countless warlords, princes, and ambitious people are fighting and playing games on the chessboard of this chaotic world. He is looking forward to it. When their divine punishment falls upon them, how wonderful will the expressions on their faces be? The corners of Fang Han's mouth slowly curled up into an arc that was cold, yet full of expectation. It's time to change the way this world is played. Chapter 91. The Emperor's Daughter appears on the stage. Outside Qingshi County, the camp where the former Duke Ongwa's pursuers were stationed had now changed its owner. Thousands of surrendered soldiers, their weapons confiscated, were gathered and held in the open field like lambs to the slaughter. Their faces were filled with fear and anxiety. No one knew whether a cold butcher's knife or a bleak hope of survival awaited them. Yesterday's unpredictable divine punishment had completely destroyed the last vestiges of their pride as elite troops. In the face of such an incomprehensible force, individual bravery and military organization became a laughable joke. Outside the valley, the army was in a panic and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed frozen. However, deep inside the Fong family's inner residence, that impenetrable concrete fortress, the atmosphere was completely different. Amidst the tension, there was also a strange sense of excitement and anticipation. Fang Han knew that it would be difficult to truly incorporate an army, so Fang Han decided to use the most shocking trump card in his hand, Empress dying, Xiao Ruoshui. In tomorrow's incorporation ceremony, she will be the absolute protagonist. The light in the warm bedroom is soft. Xiao Ruoshui stood blankly in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar self in the mirror with a dazed expression. She was wearing an extremely gorgeous phoenix robe. This phoenix robe wasn't some old palace find. It was a fabric of immortals that Fang Han had somehow conjured from thin air. Its form mimicked ancient rituals, yet its details surpassed the finest craftsmanship of the dying imperial family. Embroidered with gold and silver thread against a deep, dark black background, the image of a phoenix in the sky shone vividly, its individual feathers gleaming with a fluid luster, as if poised to soar into the sky at any moment. Tiny, sparkling gemstones adorned the hems and cuffs, illuminating the robe with a dazzling brilliance in the light. This dress is even more luxurious than the one she wore when she ascended the throne. But her mood at the moment had nothing to do with the glory of being the emperor. Humiliation, confusion, anxiety, and a hint of anticipation that she herself hadn't even noticed. Complex emotions intertwined and surged in her heart, causing her clenched fists to ooze out fine layers of cold sweat. "Your Majesty, please relax." A gentle and graceful voice sounded behind her. Nangong Yinshu approached gracefully. This former county magistrate's wife, a noblewoman from a prominent family, possessed an innate mastery of etiquette. She stood behind Xiao Ruoshui, softly guiding her every subtle gesture through the mirror. "When you step onto the stage, you must look straight ahead, gazing at the soldiers farthest away. This will demonstrate your magnanimity and respect for the world. Slightly tuck your chin in to appear majestic, and walk a little slower than usual, pausing with each step to exude the dignity of a royal family." Nangong Yunshu's voice was soft, yet it carried a convincing force. She showed no jealousy or dissatisfaction, as if teaching another woman how to act like an emperor was the most natural thing to do. Xiao Ruoshui's stiff body subconsciously adjusted slightly under her guidance. "Don't be afraid, sister. Since your husband has asked you to come forward, it means everything has been arranged. You don't have to think about anything. Just bring out the imperial aura in your bones." Baijiro, holding a delicate eyebrow pencil, meticulously finished Xiao Ruoshui's makeup. Her movements were extremely gentle, her eyes focused and serious, and her words were full of soothing power. She looked at the face in the mirror that was as beautiful as her own. There was no comparison or hostility between women in her heart. She only had complete trust in her husband's arrangement and sincere concern for this new sister. "Wow, Sister Ruoshui, you look like a fairy from a painting when you wear this dress. No, you look even prettier than a fairy. I've seen several operas in the county before, and the queens on those stages aren't even worthy of carrying your shoes." Beside her, Bai Shuejian held her cheeks with her hands, her bright eyes twinkling with little stars. Her innocent admiration was like a stream of clear water, instantly diluting the tense and solemn atmosphere in the room. Even Xiao Ruoshui, who had always had a tense face, couldn't help but soften the corners of her mouth slightly. Lurume never said much. She just turned around silently, took out a bowl of lotus seed soup with a sweet fragrance from the food box, and handed it lightly to Xiao Ruoshui with lotus steps. Moisten your throat first. I'm afraid you'll have a lot to say tomorrow. She doesn't talk much, but she always offers the most thoughtful care when it is most needed. Xiao Ruoshui looked at the sisters in front of her who had different postures, but all showed kindness to her, and an unprecedented and extremely strange warmth surged in her heart. Once upon a time, she was in the deep palace, surrounded by endless suspicion, calculation, and hypocritical flattery. Even the closest maid could betray her in the next second for personal gain. But here, one taught her the imperial manners, one dressed her up carefully, one encouraged her, and one calmed her nerves and warmed her stomach. They are all that man's women. Logically, they should be the most direct competitors, rivals in love, but the look they gave him was filled with pure concern and kindness. This incredibly harmonious atmosphere made even she, a former emperor, feel a little unreal. She silently picked up the bowl of lotus seed soup. The warm jade bowl felt delicate to the touch. She blew on it gently, scooped up a spoonful, and put it into her mouth. The soft and sticky lotus seeds and the sweet soup slid down her throat into her stomach, as if carrying a warm force that made her body, which had been tense due to nervousness, relax slightly. Just then, the door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Fang Han stood with his hands behind his back and appeared at the door. His deep gaze immediately fell on Xiao Ruoshui, who was surrounded by the women in the center. Seeing her in a phoenix robe and with delicate makeup, although there was still some nervousness between her brows, it had been replaced by a gathering majesty. Fang Han's mouth curled up with a satisfied arc. He didn't say anything nonsense, but just walked up to Xiao Ruoshui and took something out of his arms. It was a white jade pendant that was warm and smooth, with exquisite cloud patterns carved on it. It looked very valuable. Take this. Without saying anything, Fang Han personally pinned the jade pendant on the belt of Xiao Ruoshui's gorgeous phoenix robe. The position was clever, neither abrupt nor lacking in embellishment. Tomorrow, let your voice resound throughout the entire school grounds. His voice was not loud, but it carried an absolute confidence that he was in control of everything. Xiao Ruoshui subconsciously reached out and grasped the cold jade pendant. She didn't understand how a small jade pendant could make her voice resound throughout the training grounds. But she didn't ask, because when she raised her head and met Fang Han's eyes that seemed to see through everything, she saw a kind of calmness called everything is under control. In those eyes, she saw the blood mist that filled the sky like a divine punishment yesterday, saw the collapse of that elite army, and also saw her own humility as she knelt on the ground in surrender. However, at this moment, when these eyes looked at her, the strong sense of uneasiness and humiliation in her heart actually melted away bit by bit, slowly turning into a trace of something called confidence. Yes, with such a god standing behind me, what is there to be afraid of? I am just a sword in his hand that is about to be unsheathed. As for the sword, it only needs to obey the will of its master and chop everything in front of it into pieces. At this moment, the last trace of confusion in Xiao Ruoshui's eyes completely disappeared. What replaced it was the cold and firm majesty of an emperor. Chapter 92. Imperial power is the sword, and the army is loyal. The next day, early morning. Above the expanded training ground, an atmosphere of solemnity and murderous intent permeated the air as solid as iron. Thousands of surrendered soldiers were ordered to sit on the ground in groups of 100. Their armor had long been confiscated, leaving them only in thin prisoner uniforms, shivering in the morning breeze. Their faces were filled with death. Around them, rows of Fong family guards dressed in uniform black attire stood proudly like silent sculptures. In their hands, they were not holding the common spears and swords of this era, but a strangely shaped, metallic-feeling strong bow. That was the compound bow Fang Han had brought from the modern era. The cold bow, the taut bowstring, and the alloy arrowhead that flashes with a deadly cold light all exude a heart-pounding and terrifying aura. The number of people in this escort team is obviously far less than that of the surrendered soldiers, but the iron-blooded momentum they possess, which comes from rigorous training and absolute self-confidence, is like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on the hearts of every surrendered soldier. Neo Air and Ma Baogua, one on the left and one on the right, stood at the foot of the platform like two door gods. Their eyes, as sharp as hawks, scanned the faces of every surrendered soldier below, nipping any ill thoughts in the bud. The platform was empty. There was only a throne covered with gorgeous tiger skin and carved with intricate patterns, placed alone in the center. That was Fang Han's position. But he did not show up today. Time passes by every second. The sun rose higher and higher, scorching the earth and the hearts of every surrendered soldier that were hanging in the air. They began to whisper, and panic spread among the crowd. What are they doing? Are they going to kill us all? It's over, it's over. If I had known earlier, I should have escaped with them yesterday. What on earth does that god want to do? Give us a quick death. Just as the surrendered soldiers were becoming increasingly desperate, thinking they were about to be sacrificed and massacred, Your Majesty has arrived. A long, clear, and resonant singing, as if carrying some strange magic, suddenly resounded throughout the training ground. This voice was played synchronously through the walkie-talkies on the waists of several guards and was clearly heard by everyone. His Majesty? Which Majesty? All the surrendered soldiers, including those officers who looked ashen and determined to die, suddenly raised their heads at this moment. Their faces were filled with extreme, unbelievable astonishment. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a ceremonial guard slowly appeared on the other side of the platform. Walking in the front was Long Xiang, who was holding a long spear, wearing heavy armor, and had a stern face. Even if the soldiers under the command of Duke Anghua had never seen this former commander of the Imperial Guards, they had definitely heard of his fame. Following behind Long Xiang were a group of maids who were so beautiful that they did not look like ordinary women. Baijiro's gentleness, Bai Xuejian's cuteness, Lurume's charm, Nangang Yunshu's grace. Each of them possesses a peerless beauty that is enough to drive any man in the world crazy. At this moment, they were like the humblest maids, surrounding a figure. The figure, dressed in an extremely gorgeous black phoenix robe and a 9 phoenix rising sun crown on his head, walked lightly with lotus steps, step by step, and climbed up the high platform that symbolized the supreme power. The sunlight, just at this moment, penetrated the clouds and fell on her. The golden glow gave her gorgeous phoenix robe a sacred border. Her face was cold and majestic. Her demeanor is graceful and elegant. Her eyes swept calmly over the thousands of ant-like surrendered soldiers below, as if she was looking at a group of her own people. It was the long-missing empress dying, Xiao Ruoshui, who was believed by the world to have died in the chaos of war. Boom! At this moment, the brains of thousands of surrendered soldiers seemed to be struck by a huge thunder and instantly exploded into blankness. Yes, Your Majesty. It's really Your Majesty. The empress who existed only in legends, who was slandered as the evil queen by Duke Anghua and hunted down by rebels all over the world, actually appeared here. And look at her magnificent phoenix robe, the majestic former commander of the Imperial Guards standing behind her, and the maids around her who are like celestial concubines. How does this look like he's in trouble? This is clearly a life of immortality, even more carefree and happy than living in the palace. At this moment, all the dirty water thrown by Duke Anghua on the Empress, all the rumors about her, were refuted. The faith in their hearts, which was already shaky due to divine punishment, completely collapsed the moment they saw the Empress with their own eyes. Just as they were terrified and distraught, a clear, grand voice, with unquestionable majesty and a hint of sacredness and ethereality, rolled in from the high platform. I, the Great Jing Emperor, Xiao Ruoshui. You are all my subjects. This voice, through the help of the jade pendant loudspeaker on her waist, was transmitted clearly to the ears of everyone on the training ground. It felt as if the Empress was speaking to them personally in their ears. This mysterious and unpredictable method instantly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Your Majesty, it's really Your Majesty. Among the crowd, an unknown surrendered soldier was the first to react. He looked like a madman, tears streaming down his face, and he kowtowed desperately to Xiao Ruoshui on the platform, letting out a hoarse cry. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! This shout was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the entire audience. Long live His Majesty! Long live our Emperor! Long live our Emperor! The fanatical shouts, like a tsunami, instantly swept across the entire training ground. Thousands of surrendered soldiers cried and roared, as if they had seen a savior. They knelt down and kowtowed desperately to the figure on the platform. Their military morale completely collapsed at this moment. And in the frenzy of finding belonging, it is instantly reshaped. They are no longer rebels. They are His Majesty's subjects. They have found their own monarch. On the high platform, Xiao Ruoshui looked at the enthusiastic scene below, which was as wild as a tsunami. She felt the gazes of admiration and awe directed at her. Her heart was beating violently in her chest. She forced herself to suppress her inner excitement and nervousness, and followed the words Fong Han had taught her beforehand, announcing word for word in a majestic and grand voice amplified countless times by the loudspeaker. All soldiers, stand up. You have been deceived by the traitor in Guogong and led astray. Considering that you still have the will to return home, pardon all your sins. From this day forward, you are no longer rebels, but the vanguard of rebellion suppression of dying. I order Mr. Fong Han, the god of protecting the nation, to temporarily command the entire army. In the future, you will join me in eradicating all rebellion and restoring our dying kingdom. After the ceremony, when Xiao Roche returned to the inner house, the imperial majesty that she had forced herself to maintain was instantly gone. Her legs went limp, and she almost collapsed into the chair, her back already completely soaked in cold sweat. Excitement, humiliation, fear, excitement. All kinds of extremely complicated emotions were madly intertwined in her heart, making her beautiful face turn blue and white. At this moment, a cup of black liquid that was emitting a slight cool breeze and bubbling with strange bubbles was handed to her. Fong Han appeared beside her without her knowing when. He had no extra comfort or excessive praise. Well acted. He just said it lightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. There will be many such scenes in the future, so I'll get used to it slowly. Xiao Roashue raised her head and stared at the man in front of her. She took the cup of the strange liquid called Immortal Jade Dew and drank it carefully, imitating Fong Han's behavior. A spicy, stimulating, yet extremely sweet taste instantly exploded on her tongue. The countless tiny bubbles seemed to carry a magical power, washing her taste buds and soothing the turbulent excitement in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her, his eyes slightly teasing but controlling. The already shaky defense line in her heart was once again pried open by a new emotion called fall, leaving an unbridgeable gap. Chapter 93, Lightning Array, Night Banquet Shock. After successfully recruiting thousands of surrendered soldiers, Fong Han's power experienced its first explosive growth like a snowball. With the rapid increase in military strength, the original size of Liushi village has become insufficient. Fong Han immediately put the expansion plan of the entire village on the agenda. Countless laborers were mobilized. Under the guidance of the architectural planning drawings provided by Fong Han, which were far ahead of their time, a brand new militarized base with a concrete fortress as its core began to rise in the valley. Taking advantage of the opportunity of large-scale construction, Fong Han naturally launched his long-planned next miracle plan. He announced to the public that in order to protect this paradise, he would personally build an unparalleled defensive formation called the Nine Heavens Thunder and Lightning Mountain Protection Formation for the entire valley. Once this formation is set up, it can draw the power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, making the entire valley as bright as day in the darkness, and no villain can hide. Both the indigenous residents of Liushi village and the newly recruited surrendered soldiers firmly believe this statement. After all, if even the myth of taking the general's head from 1,000 miles away can become a reality and turn night into day, what does it matter? So, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes filled with awe and fanaticism, Fong Han began his formation. He frequently entered the secret room that no one could approach, and again, he summoned a large number of magic instruments from it. They were bundles of thick black vines, cables, and crystal-clear formation nodes, light bulbs, that looked like glass. No one recognizes these things, but that doesn't stop them from regarding them as immortal treasures. The most core eye of the formation was set up by Fong Han in an underground secret room dug deep into the belly of the mountain and poured with thick cement. When he took out the high-power diesel generator purchased from the modern world from the storage space, everyone instantly imagined this ferocious steel behemoth as an ancient thunder beast that was subdued by the gods and used to provide energy from magic circles. Fong Han solemnly covered the walls of the secret room with thick fur and cotton wool, euphemistically saying, "This is a divine beast with a ferocious aura. It needs to be wrapped in thick earth and something soft and feminine to contain its divine power and prevent it from harming mortals." In fact, this is just the simplest sound insulation treatment. Everything is ready. That night, in order to celebrate the establishment of the anti-rebellion vanguard army, and to completely win over the hearts of these thousands of soldiers, Fong Han held a banquet for the entire army in the newly expanded square. Thousands of newly recruited surrendered soldiers and the old guards who had followed Fong Han the earliest gathered together for the first time. In the square, a bonfire was blazing, and on the huge grill, whole fat sheep were roasted, sizzling with oil. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of wine drifted to every corner of the valley. Plenty of wine and big barbecue. This kind of treatment is considered a luxury even in the Imperial Guard camp in the capital during peacetime, let alone in this year of severe drought when people are suffering. All the soldiers, whether new recruits or veterans, ate with their mouths full of oil, drank with their faces flushed, and their faces were filled with happiness and satisfaction from the bottom of their hearts. They looked towards the young figure on the platform, chatting and laughing with several beautiful ladies, their eyes filled with gratitude and enthusiasm. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Fang Han slowly stood up from his seat and walked to the front of the platform. The entire square fell silent in an instant. Thousands of eyes were focused on him, full of anticipation and admiration. Soldiers. Fang Han's voice, through the loudspeaker equipment, resounded clearly throughout the venue. To celebrate the addition of several thousand Tiger Guards to Qingshi County, and to celebrate the completion of our home expansion, today, I will let you witness the true wonders of the immortal realm. The words fell. He simply raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers towards the void. The movements are chic and casual. Next second, buzz. After a slight strange humming sound, hundreds of high-power incandescent lamps installed under all the eaves, along the roads, and on the sentry posts throughout the valley were lit up at the same time in an instant. The dazzling, pure, and impure white light, like a giant sword of light swung by a god, instantly dispelled the thick night that enveloped the valley. The entire valley, from the deepest fortress to the outermost outpost, became as bright as day in an instant. The moon in the sky pales in comparison to this man-made light. At the same time, a dull but powerful rumbling sound came from the direction of the underground secret room where the eye of the formation was located. The sound was low, powerful, and rhythmic, as if there really was a captive ancient beast, slowly sleeping and growling deep underground, providing this light with an endless supply of power. God, a miracle. After a brief silence, a surrendered officer let out a crazy scream. He fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed madly to Fang Han on the platform. This is the power of the Thunder God and Lightning Mother. It's a true divine method. Oh my God, the night is really lit up. I'm not dreaming, am I? The entire square was in an uproar. All the soldiers, regardless of age or rank, including Long Xiang who was standing behind Xiao Ruoshui, were so shocked by the unprecedented miracle of light that they stood there in shock, their minds going blank. Then, they all knelt on the ground like harvested wheat. Facing the figure on the high platform, which was shrouded in brilliant light and looked like a god, he knelt madly and shouted incoherently, God and Heavenly Lord. The last trace of human rationality in their eyes was completely destroyed. What remains is only the most primitive and fanatical worship of God. Fang Han looked at the scene below with satisfaction and waved his hand. The banquet continues. The atmosphere of the banquet reached an unprecedented climax under the catalysis of the miracle. Bai Xuejian was pushed onto the stage by Fang Han and used a portable speaker to play exciting modern dance music and danced a never-before-seen immortal song and dance. The dynamic rhythm and the fiery dance moves made these ancient soldiers stunned and their blood boil. They completely regarded this place as a paradise on earth and a kingdom of God on earth. At this moment, the army's morale is completely subdued. However, in this sea of revelry, not everyone has lost their minds. Nangong Yinshu held the wine glass and elegantly approached Fang Han. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered a reminder. Husband, look at the 7 o'clock direction. Some of the newly surrendered officers at those tables look strange. Although they are smiling, their eyes are flickering and they are secretly exchanging glances. It seems they have ulterior motives. Fang Han followed her gaze and nodded calmly. His gene enhancement fluid not only strengthened his body, but also sharpened his 5 senses. If Nangong Yinshu could discover it, how could he not know it? He wanted to use this miracle and carnival to make those guys with ulterior motives lose their minds and jump out on their own. Really, just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax, almost everyone was distracted by the miracles and singing and dancing. An officer who had surrendered and was secretly pointed out by Nangong Yinshu suddenly stood up, pointed in one direction, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "There are assassins! Protect the gods!" As he shouted, he pretended to be panicked and slammed into a guard next to him, creating a small chaos in an instant. Everyone's attention was drawn to his shouting and the chaos over there. This is a typical case of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. In this lightning-fast moment, when everyone is dazzled by the light, they develop a psychological blind spot of darkness under the lamp. An extremely fast purple shadow, like a poisonous snake emerging from the shadows of hell, took advantage of this fleeting and only defense loophole and appeared on the platform silently. In her hand, she held a dark green dagger filled with deadly poison. It cut through the air and turned into an icy cold light, piercing Fang Han's throat with the determination to kill. Chapter 94. Divine Power as Prison, Capturing Jeang Alive. That dark green cold light, filled with poison, was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. The assassin's movements were extremely strange, like a weightless ghost, finding the only blind spot in the intersection of light and shadow. Her timing was perfect. It was the most enthusiastic moment in the stadium, the most lax defense, and Fang Han himself seemed to be the most relaxed. This was a long-planned, perfect kill. The cold, sharp blade, illuminated by hundreds of electric lights, reflected the light of death and reached Fang Han's neck almost instantly. Everyone present didn't even react. However, this fatal blow stopped abruptly less than an inch away from Fang Han's throat. There was no loud noise of metal clashing, no earth-shattering collision. One hand, a slender and powerful hand, so calmly and effortlessly, arrived first and firmly grasped the assassin's wrist holding the dagger. That hand, like a pair of red-hot iron pliers, tightly gripped the assassin's wrist, preventing her stabbing with all her strength, which could have split stones and broken monuments, from advancing even an inch. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. On the assassin's face covered with purple gauze, a look of extreme shock and horror that could not be described in words flashed across his cold eyes. She couldn't believe it. She is the top, purple-level killer in the organization. This attack combines her lifelong skills and techniques. The speed is so fast and the angle is so tricky that it is enough to assassinate any top master in the world in an instant. But he actually caught the blade so easily with his bare hands. Moreover, the other party didn't even stand up. The moment Jeang made her move, everyone in the harem on the platform reacted differently. Baijiro was the closest to the scene. She only saw a flash of purple light, followed by the deadly cold light. She was so scared that she let out a short cry, and her pretty face, which was as gentle as water, instantly turned as pale as paper. Bai Shuejian was shocked at first, and then angry. Her innocent almond-shaped eyes widened instantly, and she opened her mouth, almost about to burst into a curse. Lurume's reaction was the calmest. She did not scream, but subconsciously pulled Nangong Yunshu, who came from a prominent family and was weak as a kitten, behind her and protected her with her body. Xiao Ruoxue, the former empress, felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the familiar assassination scene, as if she were back in the days and nights of being hunted. But when she saw Fang Han's nonchalant reaction, the fear that had pierced her bones quickly transformed into a sense of relief that even she found absurd and strange. The changes off the field happened in a flash. The assassin known as Purple Shadow was filled with alarm. After missing the attack, she did not hesitate at all and immediately mobilized her internal energy to shake off Fang Han's palm. At the same time, her body moved like a wisp of green smoke, trying to withdraw and blend into the darkness. As long as she is given a chance to survive, she will be confident that she can escape. Want to leave? The corner of Fang Han's mouth curled up into an extremely cold and sarcastic arc. After being injected with the gene optimization fluid, his dynamic vision, reaction speed, and neural reflex arc had already reached an inhuman and terrifying level. In these eyes, Jeang's proud and strange body movements seemed to be replayed in slow motion. Every detail was crystal clear, and all the changes seemed so clumsy and ridiculous. He didn't even stand up, still sitting steadily on the armchair. He grabbed Jeang's wrist, shook it violently, and pulled. An irresistible, terrifying force came instantly. Jeang felt that her body was completely out of control, as if she was being grabbed by a giant beast. She couldn't help but pounce towards Fang Han in a panic. Fang Han's other hand turned into countless afterimages at this moment, and his wrist flew like flowing water. All I heard was a series of teeth-grinding sounds. Click, click, click. Jeang had the soft sword hidden at her waist, the poisoned needle hidden in her sleeve, the dagger hidden in her boots. All the hidden and deadly weapons on her body were removed by Fang Han with an incredible and exquisite technique before she could use them, and they fell to the ground with a clang. Finally, Fang Han stretched out a finger, his index finger. Under his dynamic vision, that finger seemed to penetrate the constraints of time, and with lightning speed and incredible precision, it touched the numb point on Jeang's vest. Jeang only felt a strange tingling sensation spread throughout her body in an instant, and the internal energy she had just gathered was instantly dissipated like a punctured balloon. His whole body stiffened, and he fell limply to the ground. Except for his eyeballs, which could still move, he could no longer move his whole body. From the assassination to the assassin being captured alive, the whole process was extremely fast and took only 3 breaths. It was not until Jeang fell to the ground that the surrendered officer who was responsible for creating the chaos was pinned to the ground by the guards. The whole place was in dead silence. No matter whether it was the thousands of soldiers below the platform or the women on the platform, they were all frightened out of their wits and stunned by this sudden and shocking change in Fang Han's terrifying godlike strength. Is this still human power? Faced with such a fierce assassination, he didn't even blink, and while chatting and laughing, he captured a top assassin as easily as playing with a kitten or puppy. However, Fang Han's next move was beyond everyone's expectations. He did not immediately interrogate the assassin lying on the ground, nor did he even look at her. He stood up immediately and walked quickly to the girls who were already frightened out of their wits. His originally icy face instantly turned gentle like a spring breeze. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." He reached out his hand and gently patted Baijiro's back, which was cold due to nervousness. He then reached out and lovingly pinched Xuejin's puffed cheeks, calming their panic one by one. His voice was extremely gentle, completely different from the killer-like appearance he had just had. After confirming that his family members were safe and just a little frightened, he breathed a sigh of relief as if he had accomplished the most important thing. Then he turned around and picked up the motionless purple shadow on the ground with one hand, as if he was picking up a chick. He looked around the room and smiled faintly at the thousands of stunned soldiers below, as if nothing had happened. It was just a little entertainment that frightened everyone. The party continues. Looking at his nonchalant attitude, as if he had just casually swatted a fly, his first move was to comfort his family. Below, the last bit of arrogance and the last inappropriate thought in the hearts of all the surrendered soldiers were completely crushed. The way they looked at Fang Han, in addition to their original awe and enthusiasm, was now filled with an incomparably profound understanding. This immortal may seem gentle, but he has a reverse scale that absolutely cannot be touched. And his Achilles heel are the women around him. Chapter 95. The beginning of the attack on the heart, the first touch of the fierce horse. Dark and damp. This was Jeang's first feeling about the surrounding environment after regaining consciousness. She found herself in a secret room made entirely of concrete. There was not a single window on the wall, only a heavy iron door that completely isolated her from the outside world. There was a cold touch on my wrists and ankles. Those were heavy steel shackles that locked her tightly against the wall, preventing her from moving at all. Jeang struggled, but found that her body was completely empty, unable to muster even a trace of internal energy. Apparently, Fang Han had sealed her meridians with a special technique. She recalled the shocking scene at the banquet, the man's godlike strength, and his indifferent eyes that saw through everything, and a chill rose in her heart. But then, she forcibly suppressed the chill, which turned into a more intense mockery. She is a death warrior. From the day she was chosen by the organization, her life no longer belonged to her own. Failure means death. She was already prepared. Torture? Torture? What hasn't she experienced? Trying to get any information about the organization from her is a pipe dream. She leaned against the cold corner of the wall, slowly closed her eyes, with a cold arc at the corner of her mouth, and put on an attitude as if she was determined to die. However, Fang Han's next move was completely beyond her expectations. He didn't come to the interrogation in person. There wasn't even anyone to interrogate her. On the first day, this secret room was eerily quiet. No one paid any attention to her. No one spoke to her. Only at fixed times would a small square opening under the iron gate be pushed open, and a bowl of water and 2 pieces of dry food so coarse it would scratch her throat would be passed in. Jeang was dismissive of this. She didn't even bother to look, but just turned her head to the side, quietly waiting for death to come. The next day, the same thing happened. Hunger began to gnaw at her stomach like a venomous snake, but she relied on her strong willpower to persevere. She couldn't believe that the man would always be so patient. On the 3rd day, things finally changed. It was time to deliver the meal, and the small opening under the iron gate was pushed open. But this time, what was delivered was no longer water and dry food. Instead, it was a bowl of steaming hot meat porridge that exuded a rich meaty aroma. Next to the porridge, there was a bottle of clean medicine and a roll of white cotton cloth. Then, a gentle and peaceful female voice came from outside the door, breaking the silence of the past few days. "Girl, eat something. If you don't treat your injuries, they will become inflamed. Even if you want to die, don't put yourself in so much pain." It was Lurume's voice. Fang Han knew that any torture would be the least effective and most foolish method to deal with a rigorously trained assassin like Jeang. It would only arouse her resistance and allow her to gain a kind of spiritual satisfaction from the pain. If you want to pry her mouth open, the best strategy is to attack her heart. Among his harem, the one who was best at doing things quietly was undoubtedly Lurume. Upon hearing this, Jeang suddenly opened his eyes. She looked at the blurry figure outside the door, snorted coldly, turned her head to the other side again, and said in a hoarse and cold voice, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why pretend to be so hypocritical? Put away your hypocritical tricks." Lurume outside the door seemed to be choked by her cold words. But she was not angry, nor did she try to persuade him. She just sighed softly through the iron gate. "I used to be like you. I was desperate." There was an indescribable loneliness and sadness in that voice, as if it touched upon some past event buried deep in the heart. After saying this, Lurume turned and left. The footsteps gradually faded away. The secret room was once again filled with dead silence. But Jeang's heart was suddenly startled by the words, "I have been as desperate as you." Despair? Has this woman, who seems to be living a life of luxury and being doted on by that godlike man, ever felt desperate? She doesn't believe it. However, the genuine emotion contained in that sentence did not seem fake. She shook her head, trying to get rid of these boring thoughts. However, the rich aroma wafting from the bowl of meat porridge seemed to possess magical power, forcefully entering her nostrils and tempting her already hungry stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. My stomach growled uncontrollably. She hadn't eaten for 3 days, and her body's instincts were clamoring for food. She struggled, with a fierce battle between her conscience and her desires going on in her heart. Eating it means surrendering. If she doesn't eat, she can feel that her body is almost reaching its limit. In the end, driven by the most primitive desire for survival, she succumbed. She moved her body and crawled to the bowl of meat porridge with difficulty. She picked up the bowl and wolfed down the still warm meat porridge. The warm porridge slid into her stomach, and the long-lost feeling of fullness made her so comfortable that she almost moaned. After eating, a strong sense of shame came over me. But she was surprised to find that she was not as resistant as she thought. Late at night, when Jeang leaned against the corner, drowsy, the lock of the iron door made a light click sound. The door was pushed open a crack. Lurume walked in quietly, holding an oil lamp and carrying a medicine box. Jeang woke up instantly, looked at her vigilantly, and subconsciously shrank back. When Lurume saw the empty bowl in the corner, a hint of imperceptible relief appeared in her gentle eyes. She didn't speak or come closer, but just put the oil lamp on the ground, then walked forward silently and squatted down. She unscrewed the bottle and dipped a clean cotton cloth in the cool medicine. Then, she carefully began to treat the bruises and scrapes on Jeang's wrists and arms left when Fang Han removed her weapons during the previous fight. The cold medicine touched the burning wound, bringing a refreshing comfort. Jeang's whole body was stiff. She could feel that Lurume's movements were so gentle and careful, as if she was afraid of hurting herself. She could see that under the dim light, the woman's charming face was filled with sincere concern, without a trace of falsehood. Why? Jeang's brain was in complete chaos. She doesn't understand. She was the murderer who assassinated her man and was her enemy. Why is she so nice to me? She wanted to yell at her and tell her to get out. But when she met Lurume's eyes, which were as gentle as autumn water and filled with a hint of sympathy, all the words that were on the tip of her tongue were stuck in her throat, and she couldn't utter a single word. Jeang's heart, which she thought had been trained to be as hard as a rock and as cold as iron, at this moment, for the first time, showed a tiny crack that even she herself had not noticed. Chapter 96. Wonderful Immortal Objects, Breaking Childlike Innocence. Dark, damp, and dead silent. This secret room, made entirely of concrete, is like a living tomb, swallowing up all light and sound. Jeang leaned against the cold corner of the wall. The shackles on her body were as heavy as a mountain, and even heavier was her dead heart. She had given up thinking and resisting. Like a beautiful ice sculpture, she quietly waited for her body functions to fail and for the final relief. These days, the woman named Lurume always arrives on time. She never spoke much, simply silently delivering delicious meals and replacing clean wound medicine. Her gentle aura was incompatible with this icy prison, and instead felt like a higher level of torture, silently tormenting Jeang's icy heart. Jeang went from being cold and dismissive at first, to silently accepting it, and now to being numb. She doesn't understand. She couldn't figure it out. What exactly does that godlike man want to do? Just when she felt calm and thought that today would be spent in silence, the heavy iron door was pushed open again with a creak. This time, The light and shadow coming in from outside the door did not reflect that mature and charming figure. A cute and lively girl, with her hands on her hips, appeared at the door like a proud little peacock, looking angrily. It was Baijiro. Her bright, clear almond-shaped eyes glared fearlessly at the purple shadow in the corner. She curled her lips and uttered a crisp accusation. "You big bad guy. How dare you assassinate my brother-in-law? I hate you." Her voice was full of childish anger, like an annoyed kitten trying hard to show its claws, but it still looked a bit cute. Jeang slowly opened his eyelids, glanced at her, and then closed his eyes again. Too lazy to pay attention. She's just a little girl who has been protected too well and doesn't know her place. Seeing Jeang's deadpan expression, Baijiro grew even more furious. But then she seemed to remember something, and her anger quickly faded. Instead, she curiously took a few steps closer, muttering quietly to herself. "But my brother-in-law said you're also a pitiful person." "Humph, I don't believe it. A bad person is a bad person. He actually wouldn't let me scold you, saying he wanted to influence you with love. Really, to deal with bad guys, you should use fists." She muttered to herself, sometimes complaining about her brother-in-law, sometimes glaring at Jeang, as if she was engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. Jeang remained silent. For a death warrior, any verbal provocation is like a breeze on the face, which cannot cause any ripples. Baishue saw that she was always ignoring everyone and felt a little bored after performing the monologue for a long time. Her eyes rolled around, and suddenly she seemed to remember something treasure. She carefully took out something from her pouch embroidered with a cute little rabbit. It was a colorful paper tube with strange patterns painted on it and a small peephole at one end. Just ignore me and let me play by myself." Baishue brought the paper tube close to her eyes and gently turned it towards the only light source in the secret room, the door. "Wow, it's so beautiful." A surprise-filled, genuine exclamation of admiration came out of her mouth. "There are so many flowers in there. Red, green, purple, and they even change color. Every time they turn, they change into a different shape. They are more beautiful than the stars in the sky." Her voice was filled with the purest joy of a child discovering a new toy. Out of the corner of Jeang's eye, he inevitably caught a glimpse of the strange, magic weapon that he had never seen before. Kaleidoscope. The modern little toys that Fang Han used to make Baishue happy are, in this era, truly magical creations. The brilliant colors shone through the cracks in the paper tube, emitting a few faint rays of strange light. Jeang's heart was uncontrollably aroused by a hint of curiosity that she herself had not even noticed. "What is this? What kind of magic weapon can contain thousands of flowers in a tube?" Baishue played with it for a while, and seemed to be tired of it, or perhaps it was intentional. She took the kaleidoscope and walked to a place not far from Jeang. She turned around inadvertently, and her hand slipped. "Oops!" she screamed, and the beautiful kaleidoscope rolled to Jeang's feet. It fell off. "Humph, it's dirty. I don't want it anymore. I'll just give it to you, a big bad guy, to play with. Just because you're so pitiful." Baishue wrinkled her nose, said this, and ran out without looking back. The heavy iron door closed again. The secret room fell into the suffocating silence again. Jeang looked at the exquisite cylinder lying quietly at his feet. Deep in his heart, the stagnant water that had been silent for a long time began to ripple for the first time. The struggle between heaven and man. Her reason told her that this was the enemy's sugar-coated bullet, part of a psychological attack, and must not be touched. But her instinct and curiosity were like a little beast that had been suppressed for too long, clamoring wildly and wanting to find out what was going on. Finally, after a long silence, the curiosity that came from nature finally overcame the iron-blooded vigilance that was acquired through training. She struggled to move her shackled body and used her toes to hook the kaleidoscope in front of her, little by little. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out her only hand that could move to a limited extent and picked it up. He brought the small peephole close to his eyes. Next second, when that symmetrical, magnificent, ever-changing, brilliant pattern composed of countless tiny dots of light suddenly came into her sight without warning. This top killer, who had killed people like crazy and had a heart as hard as stone, was completely stunned. Her pupils dilated instantly. Her breathing stopped in an instant. She saw a world she had never imagined. An endless and unpredictable fantasy wonderland constructed of light and color. She just turned her wrist slightly. The entire world before my eyes collapsed in an instant with a click, and then reassembled in the next moment into a new, more gorgeous and complex pattern. Magnificent. Like a dream. What kind of magic is this? No, this is not a witchcraft. The magic is evil and misleads people's minds. But the scene before my eyes is so pure, so beautiful, beautiful enough to wash away all sin and darkness. Jeang forgot about hunger, forgot about pain, forgot where he was, and even forgot who he was. She was like a child who got a favorite toy for the first time. She turned the kaleidoscope in her hand tirelessly over and over again, immersed in the man-made, boundless sea of stars. Her heart, which had long been soaked in blood and killing and turned cold and stiff, was quietly pried open with an imperceptible crack in that small, gorgeous world of light and shadow. The next day, at the same time, Baijiro came again. She seemed to have forgotten yesterday's unpleasantness, holding a more exquisite wooden box in her hand. She did not approach Jeang, but just put the music box on the ground and gently turned a metal switch on it. Ding dong ding ding dong. A series of crisp and pleasant music, like the sound of a clear spring flowing in the mountains or the ringing of bells in the wind, slowly flowed out in the silent secret room. No lyrics, no melody. It can actually sing by itself. Jeang listened to the fairy music that she had never heard before, and the coldness in her eyes melted a little unconsciously. This place. This demon called Fang Han. He and the woman beside him. What kind of people are they? For the first time, an uncontrollable tendency called curiosity grew on Jeang's solid inner wall that was filled with only hostility and death determination. Chapter 97. The eye of heaven punishes the heart. Faith collapses. After several days of gradual softening, Fang Han knew that the final opportunity had arrived. That day, he did not let anyone enter the secret room. The heavy iron door was pushed open, and he walked in himself. When Fang Han's tall and straight figure appeared at the door, blocking the only source of light, Jeang, who was originally staring at the corner of the wall in a trance, suddenly froze. She suddenly raised her head, and her eyes, which had originally shown a hint of life, immediately froze into cold ice the moment she saw Fang Han, filled with vigilance and hostility. Like a hedgehog forced into a desperate situation, she subconsciously raised all her sharp thorns and buried the softness that had just sprouted a few days ago. Fang Han didn't care about her aloof attitude. His expression was as calm as ever, as if he was not facing a top assassin who had once wanted to take his life, but an insignificant object. He didn't say anything, but just walked slowly to Jeang. Then he took out a thin, self-luminous black slate from his arms. It was the fully charged tablet. Fang Han placed the thing he called the photo stone directly on the ground in front of Jeang, then stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the mirror-smooth screen. The screen lights up instantly. A dazzling light made Jeang, who had been in darkness for a long time, squint his eyes subconsciously. When she opened her eyes again, the scene on the screen made her feel like she was struck by lightning. Her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. What is that? It was a perspective she had never seen before and could not even imagine in her dreams. It's high in the sky. It's like standing above the clouds in the sky, like a god, overlooking the entire earth. She could see the rolling mountains like crawling beasts, the winding rivers like the silver veins of the earth, and the cities in her field of vision becoming like children's sandbox toys. This is the perspective of God. At this moment, Jeang's brain seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand. It went blank in an instant, and he was almost unable to think. And the picture on the screen continues. It was a provincial capital under the rule of Duke Ongwa. Outside the city, there is a shocking doomsday scene. Countless ragged, emaciated victims struggled and squirmed on the muddy official road like zombies. A mother, holding her lifeless child, knelt on the ground, wailing silently. Several skinny men were fighting each other frantically, using up their last bit of strength for half a piece of moldy black bread. Farther away, wisps of black smoke rose, and next to the dilapidated thatched hut, there even appeared a tragedy of cannibalism. The scene was so real that Jeang seemed to be able to smell the stench of rotting corpses in the air and hear the desperate, suppressed cries. This vivid picture of hell made her heart, which she thought had long been numb, feel a wave of pain, and a chill went from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. At this moment, Fang Han's slender fingers lightly swiped across the screen. The screen switched. The next second, what came into Jeang's eyes was a completely different scene. Willow Creek Village. Golden rice fields. In this desperate world of continuous drought and barren land, there are actually stretches of golden rice fields that are growing beautifully. The neat village is well planned. On the wide and flat cement road, the villagers coming and going, although dressed simply, have rosy complexions and are full of energy. In the fields, the people who are working have smiles on their faces that come from the heart and are full of hope for the future. The picture zoomed in again, and a bright and clean school appeared before our eyes. Dozens of children in clean, uniform clothes were sitting inside, shaking their heads and following the teacher, chanting loudly. The sky and the earth are dark and yellow. The universe is vast and boundless. The clear and melodious sound of reading is full of vitality and energy. 2 pictures, one in the sky and one underground. One is a hell on earth where people are starving everywhere and eating their own children. One is a paradise where people can live and work in peace and contentment and full of hope. This strong and extreme contrast was like 2 invisible heavy hammers, one on the left and one on the right, hitting Jeang's heart hard. The Lord you serve, Duke Ongwa, has brought hell to this land. Fang Han's calm voice slowly rang out in the silent room. His voice was not loud, without any emotional fluctuation, but it was like thunder, exploding continuously in Jeang's mind. And I, the demon in your eyes, the enemy you desperately want to kill, have created a paradise on earth here. Jeang's face instantly turned as pale as paper, completely devoid of blood. Her lips trembled violently as she stared at the dazzling image on the screen. She stubbornly offered a hoarse defense. This is just your sorcery. It's an illusion. It's all fake. Fake. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Fang Han's mouth. He turned off the tablet casually, then took out another file from his arms and threw it directly in front of Jeang. After you were captured, Duke Ongwa immediately issued a top-level secret order to Shadow Crow. This is the confession extracted from the insider who was arrested with you. You can read it for yourself. Jeang's gaze subconsciously fell on the file. She recognized the handwriting on it. It was the special format used within Shadow Crow to record confessions. And the above content made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. Secret order. The assassination attempt has failed. To avoid any involvement, all personnel, both external and internal, who knew of this operation must be eliminated immediately and killed without mercy. No remains left. Executor, Team Crow 7. Target list, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu. That series of names were all her subordinates who she had developed personally, and were her companions who had fought side by side. Your companions, your subordinates, those who were loyal to you and trusted you, have all become abandoned pawns who need to be eliminated because of your failure this time. Fang Han's voice was like the devil's whisper from the netherworld, cruelly tearing off her last disguise word by word. And you, Purple Shadow, his most capable tool. The moment the mission failed, you became his biggest and first abandoned pawn. After saying that, Fang Han untied the shackles on one of her hands. Then, he gently placed in front of her a specially made communication whistle arrow that was completely black with a crow totem engraved on the tail. This is the highest level distress signal from Shadow Raven. Don't believe it, Fang Han said lightly, with a hint of pity in his eyes like a cat playing with a mouse. You can verify it yourself. Now, you can shoot this whistling arrow into the sky. Then, you will see whether it is your reinforcements who are waiting for you. Or, your wise and mighty lord sent an arrow to kill you. Looking at that bloody confession. Then he looked at the distress signal in front of him that was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. Jeang's brain buzzed, as if something in the deepest part was completely broken. All persistence, all loyalty, all faiths, everything that the organization had instilled in her since she was little, everything that she had held as her guiding principle and would never change until her death. At this moment, the impact of this cruel and bloody reality caused it to collapse and shatter into pieces. It turns out, her so-called loyalty was nothing but a joke. It turns out, the mission she thought of was just a scam. She, and all her companions, were nothing more than tools in the hands of Duke Ongwa, which could be discarded at any time for his own reputation and interests. Puff. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of her mouth, staining the cold ground in front of her red. Unable to hold on any longer, she curled up in the corner, holding her head tightly with both hands. From the depths of her throat, she let out an uncontrollable and desperate whimper like a wounded beast. The world collapsed. Chapter 98. The past is like death. A bowl of porridge is a new life. Jeang huddled in a dark corner, as if all his soul and blood had been sucked out of him. Her eyes were lifeless as she stared blankly at the dark red bloodstain on the ground that had begun to solidify. She muttered unconsciously to herself, repeating the words that had caused her faith to collapse. Abandoned. Tool. Joke. She was completely trapped in the boundless confusion and despair after her faith collapsed, like a lonely boat with its mast broken in a storm, helplessly drifting towards the abyss of destruction with the waves of darkness. The distress signal arrow that represented everything in her past lay quietly not far from her. But in the end, she didn't touch it. She didn't dare. Or rather, she no longer needs it. Fang Han's absolutely confident look when he left, his bloody confession, and the miracle scene that was a contrast between hell and heaven, left her with no doubts at all. She knew that everything Fang Han said was true. She was really abandoned. The Lord she served with her life, the organization she regarded as her home, had completely abandoned her. Totally hopeless. It turned out that her life, from beginning to end, had become a huge joke. A strong tendency towards self-destruction surged wildly from the bottom of her heart. Since everything is fake, what is the point of living? It's better to end it all here and be done with it. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she was about to bite the root of her tongue. Just then, squeak. The door of the secret room was gently pushed open again. A ray of warm and soft light dispelled some of the darkness and interrupted her desire to die. Jeang froze, raised his bloodshot eyes, and looked towards the door. The person who walked in was Baijiro. She was still wearing a simple long dress, and her gentle face showed no mockery, no pity, and no attitude of victory, but only a gentleness as calm as a lake. In her hands, she held a bowl of steaming white porridge that exuded a faint rice aroma. Baijiro walked lightly to Jeang and gently placed the bowl of porridge on the ground. She squatted down, looked at the woman who was curled up in the corner, looking disheveled and desperate, and spoke slowly in a tone so gentle as if she was afraid of disturbing anyone. My husband said, "Your past is dead." Such a simple sentence was like a thunderbolt, striking Jeang's heart which was about to be destroyed. She raised her head suddenly, and for the first time, her empty eyes regained focus as she stared at Baijiro intently. The past is dead? Yes, dead. With the collapse of faith, the killer named Purple Shadow, the tool of Dukongwa, is indeed dead. Baijiro met her gaze, which was filled with bloodshot and complex emotions, without dodging at all. Her gentle eyes seemed to be able to see through the deepest pain in people's hearts. She continued in a calm tone that carried a calming force, and spoke softly. But as long as people are alive, they can drink hot porridge. Finish drinking this bowl of porridge and have a good sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll be a new person. No long speeches of consolation. There is no condescending doctrine. There is no false sympathy. Just a few of the simplest and most plain words. Newcomer. Jeang chewed on these 3 words, and his cracked lips trembled violently, uncontrollably. Yes, the past is dead, but she is still alive. As long as I'm alive, can I become a new person? The light called rebirth that just shone into my heart and the heat rising from the bowl of white porridge, representing the human fireworks, were perfectly intertwined at this moment. They turned into an irresistible warm current, gently and domineeringly breaking through the dam built of despair and death in Jeang's heart. Wow! She could no longer suppress her emotions, and at this moment, her emotions, which were tense to the extreme, completely burst out. She didn't touch the bowl of porridge. Instead, like a helpless child, she hugged her knees, buried her head deeply in them, and burst into tears. The crying went from being suppressed at first, to wailing loudly, and finally to sobbing uncontrollably. It was as if she wanted to vent all the grievances, all the pain, all the unwillingness and despair she had suffered in the past 20 years, all at once with these tears. Baijiro did not try to persuade her, nor did she leave. She just stayed with her quietly and waited for her, until the crying gradually stopped, until Jeang was completely exhausted and fell to the ground, unable to shed a single tear. She pushed the bowl of porridge, which had become warm, forward again. This time, Jeang did not refuse. She stretched out her trembling hand and, using all her strength, picked up the bowl. Then, in that awkward posture, he drank up the bowl of porridge, which was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary, mouthful by mouthful. That was the end of despair. It is also the beginning of a new life. The next day, when Fang Han walked into the secret room again, he saw a completely different Purple Shadow. She changed into a clean prison uniform. Although her face was still pale, her eyes no longer had the dead silence and despair of yesterday. Instead, there was an unprecedented calmness and a determination to burn her boats. When she saw Fang Han coming in, she didn't hesitate at all. With a thump, he knelt on his knees and hit his forehead heavily on the cold and hard concrete floor. The sinful Jeang is willing to offer a letter of surrender. Her voice was hoarse, but extremely clear and firm. I only ask, sir, to take me in. Fang Han looked at the woman in front of him who had completely let go of all her pride and defenses and offered everything to him, and a satisfied arc finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knows. This wild horse, which was on the edge of a knife and had the most fierce temper, was finally completely tamed by myself. And at the moment Jeang's voice fell, a long-awaited prompt sound rang in Fong Du's mind. Ding! Target character, Purple Shadow, has been detected to have a strong desire to join, and their favorability has reached the critical point of 80%. Complete the final test to be completely bound. Chapter 99. Submit a Pledge of Allegiance, System Upgrade to Level 6. My token of allegiance is the last Shadow Crow lurking by your side. Jeang knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold concrete floor. His voice was hoarse, but every word he spoke was filled with determination to cut off the past. Fang Han raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Oh? Tell me about it." He originally thought that the surrendered officer he had captured on the spot was the only accomplice. Unexpectedly, the Duke of Ongwo was still by his side, planting a second accomplice. Jeang didn't look up and told all the information at the fastest speed. This man, codenamed Crow 9, is an old veteran planted by the Shadow Crow organization within the Ongwo army. He's extremely skilled in disguise. This time, when he surrendered, he disguised himself as a centurion named Zhou Quan, who appeared to be the most honest and taciturn of the newly surrendered officers. His purpose in lurking is, firstly, to continue monitoring your every move, and secondly, to silence you or take over my mission if I fail or am exposed. Inside Shadow Raven, there's a unique communication code and emergency summons. If I knock on the wall 3 times in a specific pattern, he'll hear it and come meet me here within half an hour. After listening to Jeang's report, a hint of approval flashed in Fang Han's eyes. This token of allegiance is quite significant. A poisonous snake lurking in the dark, which even he is not aware of, poses a much greater threat than an enemy in the open. Very good. Fang Han nodded and made a decision immediately. Now, do as you say. I want to see how this venomous snake gets into the cage by itself. Under Fang Han's personal arrangement, a drama of catching Yejio in a trap quickly began. Neo Air and Ma Baohua, each leading a team of the most elite guards, armed with compound bows and spears, ambushed silently in the shadows around the secret room like ghosts. All arrangements were completed in a very short time. Jeang took a deep breath, walked to the wall of the secret room, stretched out his fingers, and tapped 3 times neither lightly nor heavily according to the secret rhythm agreed upon within the Shadow Crow. Knock, knock, knock. The dull sound came from not far away in the silent underground structure. But for Crow 9, who had also received rigorous training, this subtle sound was enough for him to receive the signal clearly. Time passes by minute. About 1 stick of incense later, an extremely light, almost inaudible sound of footsteps came from the other end of the passage. The person who came was obviously extremely alert, with light steps and long breathing. He would pause for a moment after every step and listen carefully to the movements around him. When he saw that the iron door of the secret room was ajar, a hint of doubt and vigilance flashed in his eyes. But the emergency call signal from Purple Shadow forced him to bite the bullet and come to find out what was going on. He took out a poisoned dagger from his arms, held it in his hand, and then carefully pushed open the iron door. When he saw that there was only Jeang in the secret room, who was shackled and locked in the corner and seemed to be seriously injured, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, are you all right?" Zhou Quan, also known as Crow 9, walked quickly forward, lowered his voice, and asked anxiously, "What's the situation outside? Does Fang Han suspect us?" However, what greeted him were Jeang's cold eyes that were devoid of any emotion. "Yejio," Jeang said slowly, "the Lord has issued the order to kill us." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yejio's expression changed drastically, and a hint of horror and disbelief flashed across his eyes. It was at this moment when his mind lost control. Jeang suddenly raised the hand that had been uncuffed by Fang Han long ago. In his hand, there appeared a dagger that Yejio had picked up from the ground. A flash of cold light. Puff! The sharp dagger, as fast as lightning, pierced into Yejio's thigh. "Oh!" Yejio let out a shrill scream, staggered, and was about to fight back. But it's too late. "Superior!" Following Neo Air's loud shout, more than a dozen guards who had been lying in ambush outside rushed out from all directions in an instant like tigers descending from the mountains. Several spear tips flashing with cold light immediately pressed against Yejio's throat, heart, and other vital parts. Looking at the group of murderous and cold-eyed guards around him, then looking at the wound on his leg that was constantly bleeding, and Jeang's cold face. Yejio's face was filled with horror and despair. Until his death, he could not understand why Lord Purple Shadow, the top and most loyal person in the organization, would betray him. Caught the criminal red-handed. when Jeang personally severed the last connection with the past and completely buried the crow that represented her old identity. The heavenly sound of the system finally rang out in Fang Han's mind. Ding! Sixth wife, Purple Shadow, has been successfully bound. Favorability permanently locked at 100. Loyalty permanently locked at 100. Detected that the host has successfully bound the sixth wife, meeting the system upgrade conditions. Ding! Congratulations, host. System upgrade has begun. Upgrade successful. Current system level, level 6. Level 6 system luxury gift pack is being distributed. Here we come. Fang Han's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. Reward 1. 1 basic precision machining machine tool, high precision lathe. The cornerstone of the Industrial Revolution, the engine of civilizational advancement. Now you can manufacture high precision metal parts. Note, also includes a complete operating manual and basic tools. Reward 2. Basic industrial knowledge map, electronic version. From basic metallurgy to mechanical principles, from basic chemical engineering to an introduction to electricity. It will open up a whole new world for you. Note, knowledge will be directly instilled into the host's brain in the form of a data stream. Reward 3. Material Analyzer, Portable, X1. Understand the composition of everything. Analyzing the composition of everything will allow you to achieve a qualitative leap in your ability to find and utilize resources in ancient times. Next second, an extremely huge torrent of information, far exceeding any previous knowledge infusion, suddenly poured into Fang Han's mind. Metallurgy, forging, heat treatment, gear design, lever principle, acid, alkali, salt, electromagnetic induction. Countless cornerstone knowledge of modern industrial civilization that originally existed only in textbooks seemed to have become his innate instincts at this moment, deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. At the same time, in the system space, a ferocious giant beast with a cold metallic luster and a precision instrument as big as a suitcase were lying there quietly. Fang Han was so excited that his whole body was trembling slightly. He knew that from the moment he obtained these 3 divine artifacts, everything would become different. If we say that before, he was just a porter who used modern products to carry out dimensionality reduction attacks. From now on, he would become the founder of industry in this world. He was the true creator who could create a whole new era from nothing. From this moment on, the road to dominating the world was truly paved under his feet. Chapter 100. Commander of the Internal Guards, Jade Rui Gift. That night, the restaurant in the Fong family mansion was brightly lit and filled with warmth. A small dinner party attended only by core family members is in progress. This is both to celebrate the further expansion of Fang Han's power and to welcome a new member. Jeang changed into a clean, plain long dress that Lurume had personally chosen for her. Her long, dark hair was simply tied back, revealing her beautiful face, which, while still cold, had lost all its murderous aura and hostility. She sat uncomfortably at the end of the table, looking at the table in front of her, filled with alluring aromas and immortal dishes that she had never seen before, and at the beautiful smiling faces that were either gentle, cute, graceful, or luxurious. She felt as if she were in a dream, extremely unreal. This was the first time she attended such a banquet as a family member. She didn't know where to put her hands. Fang Han noticed her reservedness. He picked up the cup of Xianjiayulu, Coke, and stood up from the main seat. The restaurant instantly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. I've gathered everyone here today to formally introduce a new family member to you. Fang Han's gaze fell on Jeang, his voice gentle and solemn. From today on, Jeang, you are a member of our family. As soon as she finished speaking, Baijiro, as the well-deserved head wife of this big family, was the first to stand up gracefully. She personally filled Jeang's empty cup with blood-red, freshly squeezed fruit wine, with a smile on her face that was as gentle and inclusive as the spring breeze. Welcome home, sister. These 4 simple words were like a warm current that instantly flowed into Jeang's frozen heart. Go home. Does she have a family? Before she could react, Bai Shuejian also raised her cup and said with a smile, Sister Jeang, you are not allowed to do bad things again in the future. You must protect my brother-in-law with me. Lurume nodded gently at her, and everything was said without words. Nangong Yinshu raised her glass gracefully, her ladylike demeanor evident. We are all sisters from now on. There is no need to be restrained. Even Xiao Ruoxue, who had the most noble status and a hint of cold and imperial air between his brows, raised his glass at Fang Han's signal and expressed his acceptance of her. looking at the sincere and unrestrained smiling faces in front of me, feeling the warmth called home that she had never experienced before. Jeang's eyes suddenly felt warm. The tears that had been suppressed in front of the white porridge surged up uncontrollably again. She stood up suddenly, picked up the wine glass, and drank the sweet fruit wine in one gulp. The spicy alcohol, mixed with the sweet fruity flavor, slid into her throat, burning her esophagus and her heart. The cold-blooded assassin Purple Shadow, who used to walk alone in the darkness and make a living by killing, died completely at this moment along with this glass of wine. The one sitting here at this moment is the Purple Shadow of the Fong family, who has been reborn and has a family and a sense of belonging. After the banquet, the crowd did not disperse. In front of everyone, Fang Han took something out of his arms. It was a jade rui carved entirely from white jade, with an exquisite and elegant shape and a dark blue gem inlaid on the top. This jade rui is warm to the touch and emits a soft luster under the light. It is obvious at first glance that it is a priceless treasure. He took the jade rui and walked in front of Jeang. Jeang didn't understand why, but she subconsciously stood up straight. From today on, you will be the commander of our family's internal guards. Fang Han's voice was steady and powerful, full of unquestionable majesty. He personally bestowed the jade rui to Jeang. Your mission is no longer to assassinate and kill. His eyes swept over Baijiro, by Shuejian and other family members present, and finally fell back on Jeang's face, and said word by word. But protection. Protect these family members in front of you, including protecting yourself. Guard. These two words, as if possessing tremendous force, struck Jeang's heart hard. With trembling hands, she took the heavy jade rui. The moment she started, she felt something was wrong. There seems to be some strange mechanism hidden in the handle of this jade rui. The strange touch from it shows that it is definitely not an ordinary item. She understood instantly that this was not only a token of identity, but also an extremely powerful, protective artifact. She felt the weight of the jade rui in her hand, and also felt the heavy, unreserved trust and responsibility in Fang Han's words. Thump. Jeang could no longer control her emotions. She knelt on one knee and raised the jade rui high above her head with both hands. For the first time, her voice carried with it an unwavering warmth and the enthusiasm of having found a lifelong belief. Jeang, I swear to protect the safety of the mistress and all the ladies until my death. I will never refuse even if I die. She knew that this jade rui was not only a weapon, but also a symbol of status. It was the lord and the sir who personally bestowed upon her a new life and the belonging she had always dreamed of. Fang Han nodded with satisfaction and helped her up personally. His gaze passed over the crowd and looked at the deep night sky outside the window. With Jeang, a top security expert, the firewall in the backyard is completely secure. And his thoughts had drifted even further. With high-precision machine tools, a vast industrial knowledge map, and material analyzers capable of exploring everything. A top-secret Tiangongfang plan, which is enough to subvert the entire Jing Dynasty and even the entire era, has quietly taken shape in his mind. It will be a secret industrial base that belongs only to him, integrating R&D, production, and manufacturing. Muskets, cannons, steam engines will all be realized one by one. Chapter 101. The Heart of Industry, Tiangongfang Plan. The night is as deep as ink. Inside the study of the Fong family mansion, the candlelight was bright, illuminating Fang Han's handsome yet pensive face. He sat quietly with his eyes slightly closed. Thinking in the mind, systematic industrial basic knowledge. The basic industrial knowledge graph, brought by the system's upgrade to level 6, unfolded in his mind like a magnificent library composed of light and data. That is not rote indoctrination, but an almost instinctive fusion. From how to screen and proportion iron or to temperature control and decarbonization reactions in blast furnaces. From the simplest levers and pulleys to the design and transmission efficiency calculations of complex gear sets. From the conversion of hydraulic kinetic energy to the most basic acid-base salt chemical reactions and electromagnetic induction phenomena. Countless cornerstone knowledge of modern industrial civilization is no longer a vague concept, but has turned into the clearest thread, as if it were innate, and is deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. Before, whether it was guns, drones, or genetic optimization fluids, he was just a porter, a speculator who exploited the information and technological gaps between modern and ancient times to launch a dimensionality reduction attack. Those things, once used, became less and less, ultimately like rootless duckweed. But now it's different. With this knowledge, he has the possibility to create everything in this world from nothing. He will no longer be the porter who relies on the system store, but will become the industrial founder of this era, a true creator who can create a whole new era. Suppress the excitement surging in your heart. In his mind, he had a three-dimensional model of the machine tool. The first was a ferocious behemoth gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. It was a primary precision machining machine tool, more commonly known as a high-precision lathe. Its complex structure, precise cutting heads, and beauty imbued with power and order made it a true industrial mother machine. With it, the manufacture of high-precision bearings, gears, and even the rifling of gun barrels became possible. The second was a precision instrument the size of a suitcase, covered in buttons and a small screen. It was the portable material analyzer. With it, everything in the world, including the composition of mountains, rivers, and mineral veins, would be revealed to him. The engine of industry and the eye of exploration. Combining the two, he can definitely become an industrial group. Fang Han's gaze fell on a draft that had just been written with charcoal on the desk. On it were written 4 large characters in a flamboyant style. Tiangongfang Plan. This is the code name for a secret industrial base that belongs only to him, integrating R&D, production, and manufacturing. The first step of the plan is resource exploration. Without minerals and coal, no matter how grand the industrial blueprint is, it will only be a castle in the air and a foolish dream. The next morning, Fang Han summoned all the core members of his family, namely his 6 wives. Tell me your plan. Searching for dragons and exploring caves? Wow. Brother-in-law, is it like what they say in the storybooks, that we can find tons of treasures? When Baishue heard that they were going out to play, her eyes lit up instantly. She was the first to raise her hand high, her face full of excitement and anticipation, and she couldn't wait to set off. Lurume and Baijiro smiled at each other tenderly, unconditionally supporting their husbands' decisions. Baijiro began mentally calculating the luggage and supplies she needed to prepare, while Lurume considered whether she should prepare some homemade insect repellent ointment and emergency wound medicine. Jeang, who had just joined this big family, just stood quietly in the corner, like a shadow, but her ears were perked up, and she had instinctively begun to think about the security issues of this trip. Only Nangong Yunshu and Xiao Ruoxue, 2 women of once noble status, showed a complicated look on their faces. Xiao Ruoxue, in particular, although she was now devoted to Fang Han, the pride of being an empress deep in her heart had not been completely extinguished. She instinctively felt a sense of alienation and confusion regarding this mysterious dragon hunting and cave exploration activity. She didn't understand what role she could play in this. Was she just a vase to complement the others? Fang Han seemed to see through her thoughts. He walked up to Xiao Ruoxue, a mysterious smile on his face, and said softly, "Ruoxue, you must be present during this dragon hunt." Xiao Ruoxue was startled, raised her cold phoenix eyes, and looked at him in confusion. Fang Han spoke slowly, as if it were a matter of course. "You are the true dragon emperor, carrying the dragon energy of the Great Jing kingdom. With your true dragon energy present, the treasures hidden deep within the mountains and rivers will sense their destiny and reveal themselves to serve me." These words were spoken in a serious tone, filled with a mysterious sense of fate. Xiao Ruoxue's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The true dragon emperor, protected by dragon energy, the treasure appears on its own? Although she thought this statement was a bit ridiculous, she couldn't help but feel a wonderful feeling of being needed and valued in her heart. Yes, she was not just a protected woman. She was also a former empress, and the blood flowing in her body was the most noble. In the eyes of this godlike man, her identity actually played such an important role. The original trace of confusion and alienation disappeared in an instant, replaced by a secret joy and expectation. "Okay, I'll go with you." She nodded gently, and there was an imperceptible softness in her cold voice. In this way, an exploration team that can be called the most luxurious in history was officially established. Fang Han, a self-proclaimed celestial master, who finds dragons and points out acupuncture points. Baishuejian and Xiao Ruoxue, one lively and cute, the other graceful and elegant, became the most dazzling Dragon Chi ceremonial guard around him. Neo Air and Ma Baogua were entrusted with important tasks, each leading a team of the strongest and most powerful men carefully selected from the guard team, responsible for security and subsequent excavation work. The scene before departure made Fang Han feel very comfortable. In the study, Baijiro was carefully packing his luggage, neatly stacking the water bottle, dry food, and spare clothes one by one, while constantly reminding him, "The mountain road is slippery, my husband, please be careful with your steps." In the yard, Lurume handed him a small jar of fragrant ointment. This is a newly made insect repellent ointment. Apply some on it, and the mosquitoes in the mountains won't dare to get close to you. On the rooftops and in the darkness where no one could see, Jeang's cold eyes, like the most vigilant falcon, silently checked the equipment of each guard and the layout of the sentry post, nipping any possible danger in the bud. Looking at the warm scene in the harem where everyone was harmonious, doing their job, and everything was in perfect order, Fang Han couldn't help but smile. Power, beauty, future. This feeling is so good. He jumped on his horse, waved to the women, and shouted in high spirits, "Let's go." Chapter 102. Immortals point the way, treasures everywhere. The team left Liushi village in a mighty procession and headed towards a deserted mountain outside Qingshi County where few people lived. This mountain range is called Blackstone Ridge by the locals. As the name suggests, the area is rocky and barren, with even the trees on the hills sparse and malnourished. In the eyes of the refugees, there are not even a few wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. It is a truly barren and desolate place, a place where no one lives. However, in Fang Han's eyes, this is a huge treasure trove that has not yet been discovered. Stop. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Fang Han pulled the reins and dismounted. He carefully took out from his arms a compass with an extremely simple shape, made entirely of some unknown metal and engraved with countless complex and mysterious patterns. This compass is actually disguised as the portable material analyzer. Fang Han specially used the system energy to exchange for an extremely deceptive shell. At this moment, it looks more mysterious and high-end than those guys who make a living as sorcerers. Under the curious and awe-inspiring gazes of all the guards, by Xuejian and Xiao Ruoshui, Fang Han began his performance with the compass in hand. His face was solemn and his eyes were deep. Sometimes he looked up at the sky to observe the direction of the clouds. Sometimes he bent down to look at the ground to examine the texture of the mountains. He was still mumbling to himself, constantly uttering some profound words that made people confused and unfathomable. The azure dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, the vermilion bird in front, the black tortoise behind. The shape of the mountains here is like a lying cow, with inward energy and meridians. It is an extraordinary thing. No, that's not right. The evil spirit here is quite strong, and not even a blade of grass can grow. There must be a Gungjin essence hidden deep underground, suppressing the earth veins, to create this situation. Qi travels in all directions, finding dragons and acupuncture points, locating the universe, quick. He stomped his foot suddenly, and the compass needle in his hand made a slight, buzzing sound and began to spin rapidly. This was of course a special effect he had set up in advance. Bai Shui opened her mouth slightly when she saw this. Her almond-shaped eyes widened. Her little hands tightly grasped Xiao Ruoshui's sleeves, not daring to breathe. Wow, so awesome. My brother-in-law looks even more imposing than those living gods who can call the wind and rain in operas. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoshui's cold, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a strange light. Although she didn't understand what Fang Han was saying, the sight of him calmly and confidently commanding the world, as if everything in the world was in his grasp, uncontrollably gave rise to a sense of conviction. As for Niuer, Ma Baogua, and the dozens of guards behind them, they were already shocked. They held their breath and looked at Fang Han with eyes full of awe, as if they were looking up to a god. The Lord's methods are truly omnipotent and unpredictable. Just when everyone's heart was in their throat, the compass needle in Fang Han's hand suddenly stopped. With a crisp ding sound, it pointed steadily to an inconspicuous black rock half buried in the soil, not far away. It's right here. Fang Han's eyes flashed, and he shouted in a deep voice that left no room for doubt. 3 feet underground, there is the essence of black stone, which is the cornerstone for refining divine weapons. Dig! At the command, Niuer and Ma Baogua did not dare to delay at all. They immediately led the strongest men under their command, carrying shovels and pickaxes, and rushed forward. Everyone cheer up. We have to dig out the place our Lord points out, even if we have to dig out the Dragon King. Ma Baogua shouted at the top of his voice. The guards responded loudly and were full of enthusiasm. However, as they dug, some people began to have doubts. This shabby place is bare, with nothing but rocks and soil. Can we really dig out treasures? But they dared not disobey their Lord's orders, so they could only dig downwards with all their might, believing it half-heartedly. The sound of clanging was endless, and soil and gravel were constantly dug out. The time of an incense stick passed quickly. Just when one guard was getting discouraged and was about to stop to take a breath, the pickaxe in his hand suddenly sank down. Clang! A dull metallic collision sound suddenly came from the deep pit, making his palm numb. Dug it. It's hard, the guard exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was cheered up. Get out of the way. Ma Baowu roared with excitement and jumped into the pit himself. He was experienced and cleared away the loose soil on the surface in a few strokes. The next second, a large piece of shiny black or that reflected metallic luster in the sunlight suddenly appeared in front of everyone. In order to make a living, Ma Baowu once worked as a coolie in a government mine for a period of time, so he is very familiar with this thing. With trembling hands, he picked up a heavy piece of ore and carefully examined its unique color and texture. He felt as if struck by lightning and cried out in shock. Oh my God! It's iron. It's top-grade, rich iron ore. This quality is more than 10 times better than what's dug out from the official mines. Boom! The whole place fell into dead silence. All the guards seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at the shiny black ore in the pit, and then staring blankly at the man who was standing with his hands behind his back, a calm smile still on his face. Then, the dead silence was replaced by a huge roar of exclamations like a tsunami. Oh my God! We really dug out a treasure. It's amazing. It's really amazing. If the Lord says it exists, it really exists. This isn't some mortal trick. This is an immortal technique. This is the true immortal guidance. The look in the eyes of all the guards as they looked at Fang Han completely changed at this moment. If we say that they were in awe of their Lord before, now, it is a complete and utter fanatical worship that goes deep into the bones. This is no longer something that ordinary people can understand. If this isn't a miracle, then what is? Xiao Ruoshui stood aside, her beautiful phoenix eyes already shining with brilliance and rippling light. She looked at the man who remained calm and composed amidst the fanatical gazes of countless people, as if he had only done something insignificant. The defense in her heart that had long been broken was once again severely impacted. The so-called royal dragon energy, the so-called destiny. Compared to his true magical ability of turning stone into gold, everything else is so pale and insignificant. The fall is deepening. However, Fang Han's performance is far from over. After confirming the reserves of this high-grade iron ore, he did not stop there. He took a group of guards who had become complete fanatics and did the same thing. Half an hour later, in another valley, he lit up a dark and shiny coal mine that burned with extremely high heat. Another hour later, beside a mountain stream, he found another copper mine accompanied by gurgling water. When piles of high-quality iron ore, coal ore, and copper ore samples were piled up in front of everyone like small mountains, everyone has become numb. Shocked. No, shock was no longer enough to describe their feelings. In their eyes, how could this once barren Blackstone Mountain be any longer a poor and barren place? This is clearly the Lord's private back garden, a private treasure house that can be accessed at any time. Chapter 103, Tiangongfang, Abacus and Calculator. The resource problem was perfectly solved in an almost miraculous way. Without any delay, Fang Han immediately and decisively launched his long-planned Tiangongfang construction plan on the day he returned to Liushi village. After careful consideration, he finally decided on the location of Tiangongfang in the deepest part of Liushi village, among an extremely hidden group of natural caves. This cluster of caves has a narrow entrance, but its interior is a hidden gem, interconnected and vast. More importantly, it's nestled against a cliff, facing a deep pool, and accessible only by a single path. It's a natural fortress, easily defended and impenetrable, and incredibly secretive. Fang Han directly designated the entire area within a 5-mile radius as the highest-level military restricted area. Anyone who dares to approach without permission will be killed without mercy. The order was given, and Neo Air personally led the most loyal 100-man team of the guard, divided into 3 shifts, to stand guard and patrol this place day and night. Not even a fly could fly in. From the very beginning, the entire Tiangong workshop was shrouded in a mysterious and strict veil. With Fang Han's order, the entire Liushi village, and even the thousands of soldiers and civilians who had surrendered in the surrounding areas, were completely mobilized. An unprecedented large-scale infrastructure project is underway in full swing. The teams transporting ore, the laborers building roads, the craftsmen digging caves, thousands of people, like gears on a huge precision machine, operated efficiently and orderly under Fang Han's will. For such a huge project, the logistical pressure is naturally unprecedented. At this critical moment, Baijiro, the gentle and virtuous wife of the Fong family, stepped out from the inner house to the front stage for the first time. She was appointed by Fang Han as the general accountant of the entire project, fully responsible for all personnel scheduling, material procurement, food distribution, and wage settlement. This was undoubtedly an extremely daunting challenge for Baijiro, who had always been responsible for the food, clothing, and daily expenses of dozens of people in the Fong family's inner residence. The study in the inner house had long been converted into a temporary accounting office. Several long tables were put together, piled with account books and bamboo slips like small mountains. Baijiro was wearing simple casual clothes, and there was a trace of fatigue on her beautiful face. Her gentle eyes, which were always full of affection in the past, were now staring intently at the row of abacus in front of her that were clattering nonstop. In front of her, there were 5 or 6 old accountants invited from the county government office, who were moving the beads rapidly with sweat on their foreheads. Even so, they were still very busy. Madam Bai, the 327 laborers at the Western Quarry are still short of 30 kilograms of rations for today. Madam, the road construction team in the north has damaged 20 shovels and needs urgent replacement. Madam, the 200 militiamen we just recruited from Wangjia village have arrived. How should their wages be calculated? All kinds of complicated problems came like a tide. The food and clothing expenses of thousands of people, the cost and loss of hundreds of materials, the wage calculations for different types of work. All of this is so complicated that it is enough to make any ancient accountant collapse. Baijiro's eyebrows were tightly furrowed together. She felt overwhelmed and exhausted. She really wanted to share her husband's worries, but the huge amount of data and trivial matters were far beyond her ability. At this moment, a voice with a gentle smile sounded behind her. Baijiro, what's wrong? Your brows are almost twisted into a knot. Fang Han had walked in quietly without anyone noticing. He looked at his wife's tired and stubborn appearance, his eyes filled with heartache and love. Husband, Baijiro seemed to have found her backbone when she saw Fang Han. She pouted in grievance. It's my fault that I'm useless. I can't even do such a small thing. The accounts are too messy. Who said Baijiro is useless? Fang Han interrupted her with a smile, and then, like a magic trick, he took out a palm-sized black jade plate from his arms. It was as black as ink and had rows of crystal-clear jade buttons on it. This is a fully charged solar calculator. Come, Jiro, try this immortal calculating device that your husband refined for you. Fang Han gently placed the calculator in front of Baijiro. He casually picked up a book that recorded the most complicated accounts of various material expenses, and then in front of Baijiro, he stretched out his slender fingers and pressed quickly on the black jade plate. Da-da-da. The crisp sound of keystrokes rang out in the quiet study. Baijiro and the old accountants around her looked at Fang Han's strange behavior with confusion. However, it only took a dozen or so breaths. Fang Han stopped and showed the screen on the black jade board to Baijiro. A long string of numbers was clearly displayed on the small screen. The total expenditure is 1,327 taels of silver and 350 coins. Fang Han reported the result indifferently. Nearby, an old accountant who had just finished calculating the accounts on an abacus suddenly looked up and exclaimed, Exactly. What? The entire accounting office fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at the small, black jade plate in Fang Han's hand as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? The old accountant and his team of 5 or 6 people spent half an hour calculating and just came up with the total account, and this gentleman just pressed a few buttons and figured it out in just over 10 breaths. Baijiro's beautiful eyes were wide open, her rosy little mouth was slightly open, and she was completely stunned. With trembling hands, she carefully took the calculator as if she were touching some priceless treasure. Under Fang Han's patient guidance, she pressed a few simple numbers, and then pressed the equal sign. When the correct result popped up on the screen almost instantly, this gentle and virtuous classical beauty felt that her worldview had been subjected to an unprecedented severe impact at this moment. Husband, this is truly a divine object. Baijiro hugged the calculator tightly, raised her head, and looked at Fang Han with eyes full of indescribable admiration and love. This is more than just a handy tool. This is a dimensionality reduction attack on her, and even on all the wisdom and labor of this era. With the help of this magic object, the efficiency of the entire logistics accounting office increased by more than 100-fold. Baijiro only needed one person to easily handle all the complicated accounts, and even had the leisure time to optimize the material allocation process. At the same time, in the deepest part of Tiangongfang, there is a huge cave that is designated as the core of the restricted area. Fang Han had personally placed the primary precision machining machine that was shining with cold metallic light firmly on a base built with huge stones. He personally selected several old craftsmen from Liushi village who were the best and most loyal and whose ancestors had been blacksmiths for 3 generations, as the first batch of apprentices for Tiangong Fang. When these old blacksmiths who had been dealing with hammers and fire all their lives saw for the first time this mechanical beast that they had never heard of or seen before, their outlook on life, too, was shattered. Under Fang Han's operation, the machine tool started. With a slight buzzing sound, a rough piece of iron was fixed, and the high-speed rotating blade cut it down precisely. Sparks flew and iron chips flew everywhere. No deafening banging. No sweaty hard work. In just a few moments, a delicate gear with a surface as smooth as a mirror and dimensions precise to the millimeter was easily carved out. Thump, thump. Led by the oldest blacksmith, all the craftsmen knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily to the machine tool that was still humming, and Fang Han, who was standing beside the machine tool, with a calm expression. Miracle. This is a miracle. I've been a blacksmith all my life, and only now do I know that iron can be played with like this. We swear to be loyal to our Lord until death. If even a single word of the Tiangong Fang's secret is revealed, we will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Chapter 104 Energy Bottleneck, Water Dragon's Fury. Inside Tiangong Workshop, things were bustling with activity. Under Fang Han's personal hands-on instruction, those old blacksmiths whose world views had been shattered quickly mastered the basic operations of high-precision machine tools. They quickly mastered the tricks. The first batch of core precision parts such as gears, bearings, connecting rods, etc. manufactured by machine tools were soon produced in an endless stream. The precision of these parts far exceeds the limits of any human forging achievable in today's era. When the old blacksmiths gently put the 2 gears together and found that they could mesh perfectly and rotate very smoothly with almost no clearance or blockage, everyone gave a heartfelt and astonishing exclamation. Exquisite craftsmanship. This is truly exquisite craftsmanship. With such a magical weapon, there is no need to worry about not accomplishing great things. With these high-precision core parts, Fang Han's industrial plan immediately took a big step forward. He personally drew the blueprints and instructed the craftsmen to use these parts to quickly assemble several mechanical behemoths that seemed extremely large and complex to them. Hydraulic forging hammer and hydraulic blower. The massive hammer, connected to a massive water wheel through a complex series of gears and levers, rotated to drive the hammer, automatically rising and falling to forge the hammer. Its power and efficiency were unmatched by a dozen strong men swinging their hammers and shifts. The hydraulic blower solved a major problem in iron making. Driven by water, it continuously injected powerful airflow into the newly built blast furnace, allowing the furnace temperature to reach unprecedented highs. Steel. Real steel, rather than crude pig iron and time-consuming and labor-intensive steelmaking, finally became possible to mass-produce. However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Problems soon followed. Whether it is the hydraulic forging hammer that weighs thousands of pounds, or the blower that needs to continuously provide wind power, huge and stable power is needed to drive them. Tiangong Fang was built in a cave. If one wanted to utilize water power, they could only build a canal outside the cave, bring in river water, and drive the water wheel. But the river next to Liushi village, although it has plenty of water, the flow is not very fast, especially in this year of severe drought. The water level has dropped and the flow rate is sometimes fast and sometimes slow. This results in the water wheel's rotation speed being extremely unstable. Inside the workshop, the huge hydraulic forging hammer would sometimes clang and smash down with great force, and sometimes become so weak that it could not be lifted for a long time. The blower on the steel-making blast furnace was intermittent, and the furnace temperature fluctuated, unable to maintain a stable range. The first attempt to produce molten steel failed due to insufficient temperature and turned into a furnace of valuable scrap iron. In order to make up for the lack of power, Neo Air could only organize a large amount of manpower, and even mobilized dozens of mules and horses, using the most primitive method to assist in turning the huge water wheel. For a moment, the entire Tiangong workshop was filled with the sweaty figures of workers and the tired neighing of livestock. My lord, this won't work. If this continues, our men and animals will be exhausted. Neo Air looked at the workers and mules and horses who were almost exhausted and could only lean against the wall and gasp for breath. His face was full of worry, and he ran to Fang Han for an urgent report. Besides, this is too inefficient. The water wheel still doesn't turn steadily, and the iron loss is too great. Fang Han stood in the roaring and noisy workshop, his brows tightly furrowed. He looked at the hydraulic forging hammer that sometimes moved fast and sometimes slow, like an old man with asthma, and realized deeply, and for the first time, a fatal problem that seemed to be taken for granted in modern society, but was enough to strangle all industrial sprouts in ancient times. Energy bottleneck. Without a stable, powerful, and sustainable source of power, all industrialization is just empty talk. He can rely on the modern equipment brought by the system to create something that is ahead of its time. But he couldn't create an endless supply of electricity out of thin air. His gaze passed through the narrow entrance of the cave and turned to the river outside the workshop, which was flowing endlessly in the sunshine. River water is the greatest natural power of this era. However, its power is too dispersed, too gentle, and too disobedient. An extremely crazy and bold idea suddenly took shape in his mind. That night, Fang Han urgently summoned all the core members, including his 4 wives Baijiro, Lurume, Nangong Yunshu, and Xiao Ruoshui, as well as all his confidants such as Nyoer, Ma Baohua, and Zhao Taizhan, in the largest conference room that had just been opened in Tiangongfang. In front of everyone, Fang Han waved his hand fiercely on the huge sand table and announced a plan that was enough to scare everyone present to death. I've decided to block off the river outside the workshop and build an unprecedented dam downstream. I'll hold back the water. Then, we will use the huge drop in water created by the dam to drive our water wheel. By then, we will have endless and extremely stable power. What? Cut off the river. When Fang Han finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into dead silence. Everyone's face showed an expression of horror. Nyoer, Ma Baohua, and other peasants were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they almost fell to the ground. Cut off the river? That's a river. It's the mother river that nurtures tens of thousands of people along its banks. It's the Dragon King's territory. Even Nangong Yunshu, who was accustomed to large-scale royal projects and came from a prominent family, and Xiao Ruoshui, who was once the emperor and ruled the world, were completely shocked by Fang Han's shocking plan. In the minds of ancient people, this is no longer something that ordinary people should think about. This is tantamount to defying the might of heaven and earth. It's challenging the authority of the gods. Husband, you absolutely cannot do this. Nangong Yunshu was the first to step forward, dissuading him with a serious expression. Since ancient times, rivers have only been dredged, never cut off. This action would probably anger the river god and bring down divine punishment. Yes, my lord, the old village chief Zhao Taizhan said tremblingly. The Dragon King lives in this river. If we do this, what if he gets angry and sends a flood? The whole Liushi village will suffer. Everyone tried to dissuade them, their words filled with deep fear of the unknown natural forces. However, facing everyone's doubts and fears, Fang Han just stood with his hands behind his back, with a confident smile on his lips that looked down on the world. He looked around the room, his voice filled with boundless dominance, and said word by word, River God, Dragon King, I am God. There is no dragon in this world that I, Fang Han, cannot tame. Chapter 105, Immortal Mud, Miraculous Dam. Fang Han ignored the majority's objections and took an extremely tough attitude. The super project of blocking the river and building a dam has officially started. Fang Han locked himself in the study for a whole day and personally used charcoal to draw out a series of engineering drawings that were so detailed that they were outrageous. The dam's location, foundation depth, dam structure, spillway design, and diversion channel orientation. Every detail was clearly marked, and the exquisite design made Nangong Yunshu and Xiao Ruoshui, the 2 women who had seen countless royal engineering drawings, gasp in amazement and stunned. In their opinion, this is no longer a blueprint that can be drawn by mortals. It is clearly a construction record from the Heavenly Palace. However, after the project started, the biggest problem soon appeared before everyone. That is, how to build an extremely solid dam foundation in this rushing river. The craftsmen tried countless methods, whether it was driving in wooden piles or sinking huge stones. They would soon be washed away by the rushing river water and could not form a stable whole. Just when everyone was at a loss and thought that this plan was impossible to achieve, Fang Han directly brought hundreds of bags of mysterious gray powder wrapped tightly in oilcloth. In front of all the core craftsmen and thousands of laborers, he called this powder magic mud. Today, I will let you witness a true miracle with your own eyes. Fang Han stood on a high platform by the river, and his voice spread throughout the construction site. He ordered someone to bring a bag of magic mud and mixed it with ordinary sand, stones, and water in a certain proportion in public, stirring it into seemingly ordinary gray mud. Then he had someone pour the mud into a mold surrounded by wooden boards. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at it in confusion. Time passes by every second. At first, the mud didn't change at all. But only half an hour later, a miracle happened. When Fang Han ordered his men to dismantle the wooden mold, everyone saw that the originally loose and liquid gray mud had actually solidified into a stone as hard as iron. A civilian plucked up his courage, picked up a hammer, and smashed it down on the stone with all his strength. Clang! A crisp sound. Sparks flying. The hammer was directly bounced away, and the stone solidified by the magic mud only left a shallow white mark, without any damage. Oh my God! Miracle! This is another miracle. Mud turned into stone. Stone harder than stone. All the soldiers, civilians, and craftsmen who witnessed this scene went completely crazy after a brief silence. The way they looked at the man standing on the platform with his hands behind his back and a calm expression was no longer one of admiration, but of complete, fanatical, and unreserved faith. If we say that the previous turning stones into springs and the immortal pointing the way still had a hint of fantasy, so today's turning mud into stone is an irrefutable, true miracle of creation happening before their eyes. They no longer had the slightest doubt about Fang Han, only awe and fanaticism deep in their bones. With the help of this epic-making infrastructure artifact, the speed of dam construction is advancing by leaps and bounds. According to the blueprints, the craftsmen first used huge caissons to enclose the construction area in the river. After draining the water, they used magic mud mixed with huge stones to cast an indestructible dam foundation. Thousands of soldiers and civilians who were completely conquered by the miracle broke out with unprecedented enthusiasm for work. They were efficiently organized by Fang Han, divided into different teams, working in shifts day and night, and launched a vigorous construction campaign on the wide river channel. Throughout the river valley area of Liushi village, the sounds of horns, rammed earth, and hammering resounded through the sky, forming a majestic and exciting symphony of labor. In this grand construction, Lurume, the mature and charming wife of the Fong family, once again demonstrated her unparalleled ability as a logistics expert. She coordinated the meals for thousands of people, ensuring that every hardworking laborer could eat hot meals and soup on time. She was very meticulous and set up dozens of mobile cold tea stations on the hot construction site to provide workers with free cooling tea. She even organized a medical team composed of village women who were ready to use the immortal medicine, alcohol and iodine, provided by Fang Han to clean and bandage the wounds of workers who were accidentally injured, greatly reducing wound infections and casualties. She comes to the construction site in person every day. Unconsciously, all the military and civilians involved in the project were filled with heartfelt love and respect for this beautiful and kind lady. For a time, the reputation of medical fairy and logistics Madonna quickly spread from the construction site to the entire Qingshi County, even overshadowing Fang Han's reputation as a living immortal. Fang Han looked at all this and felt extremely satisfied. Chapter 106. Light Comes Mirage. On the day the dam was completed, the entire Liushi village valley was in an uproar. When the last piece of magic mud was poured, a majestic dam as towering as a mountain, like an ancient behemoth, lay across the rushing river, completely changing the pulse of this land. Amid the thunderous shouts of "Lord, you are mighty" from thousands of soldiers and civilians, Fang Han's heart was extremely calm. His gaze penetrated the thick dam and fell on the most secret gate below the dam, which he designed himself. There, a small hydroelectric generator set that gleamed with the cold luster of modern industry had been secretly installed by him. It was like a dormant steel heart, quietly waiting for the moment to be awakened. Open the gate. Following Fang Han's order, Neo personally turned the heavy winch. Boom! The heavy steel gate slowly rose, and the river water, which had been held back for days and accumulated terrifying potential energy, finally found an outlet. It transformed into an enraged white water dragon, roaring with the force of thunder, rushing into the narrow water diversion tunnel and slamming fiercely into the turbine blades. Buzz! A low yet powerful humming sound came from deep within the dam. Driven by the ancient river water, the modern hydroelectric generator began its steady and efficient rotation. A steady stream of electricity flowed silently along the long-laid insulated cables disguised as vines, crossing the mountains and forests, and finally flowing into the deepest part of Tiangongfang. Tiangongfang, the core power workshop. Several old blacksmiths with white hair and beards were gathered around a huge hydraulic forging hammer with nervous and excited expressions. Next to them was a strangely shaped wooden box with a single red, jewel-like button on it. This is what the Lord calls the Thunderbolt. Are you all ready? Fang Han's voice came from the door. My lord, everything is ready. The old blacksmith in the lead bowed and saluted, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Fang Han nodded, walked forward, stretched out his finger, and gently pressed the red button. Click. A soft sound. The next second, the entire workshop seemed to come alive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The huge water wheel drive shaft, which previously required dozens of mules and horses and hundreds of people to drive, was now connected to a high-power electric motor installed by Fang Han. As the electricity poured in, it emitted a steady and powerful roar and instantly reached an unprecedented terrifying speed. Clang, clang, clang. The 1,000-pound hydraulic hammer, seemingly imbued with boundless vitality, rose and fell steadily and powerfully at a frightening pace. Each blow shook the entire ground. Sparks flew as a red-hot iron blank was hammered and shaped at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, the hydraulic blower connected to the blast furnace also emitted a roaring sound. A powerful airflow was steadily pumped into the furnace, and the flames ejected from the furnace mouth changed from their original orange-red color to a dazzling bluish-white. The furnace temperature was soaring at a terrifying rate. Efficiency. Compared with the previous human power, animal power, and even unstable water power, it is more than 100 times improved. This is no longer an ordinary skill. It is the creative power possessed only by gods. God, a miracle. The old blacksmith in the lead fell to his knees with a plop, stretched out his hands which were covered with calluses from years of blacksmithing, and stroked the casing of the buzzing electric motor with trembling hands. The cold iron shell in his hand was more scorching than the hottest holy object. He burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. I, an old man. I've been a blacksmith all my life, and today I finally understand what natural work is, what divine power is. Plop, plop. All the craftsmen behind him knelt down in unison and kowtowed heavily to the roaring machines, and to the young lord who stood with his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression. Night, Fong family mansion. With a mysterious look on his face, Fang Han summoned his 6 wives, Baijiro, Baishuejian, Lurume, Nangong Yunshu, Xiaoruoshui, and Jeang, to the yard. Husband, you are so mysterious. What are you trying to do? Baishuejian shook Fang Han's arm and blinked her big eyes curiously. Don't be impatient. Tonight, I'll show you a real treasure. Fang Han smiled and scratched her little nose. He asked everyone to return to their rooms, leaving only one window open, and then walked to an inconspicuous stone platform in the middle of the yard, where there was also a main switch. He took a deep breath and suddenly turned on the power. The next second, light comes. In the rooms that were originally pitch black, the incandescent bulbs that had been installed long ago and disguised as extra-large night pearls by palace lanterns and gauze covers instantly burst into a soft, bright, yet extremely dazzling light. The entire Fong family mansion was as bright as day in an instant. Ah! A short and shocked scream came from Baishuejian's room. She stared blankly at the night pearl on the roof that was emitting infinite light, her little mouth wide open, her beautiful big eyes full of disbelief. Next door, Baijiro and Lurume also leaned out of the window. When they saw that the entire courtyard was shrouded in this holy light that they had never seen before, they all covered their red lips with their hands, their beautiful eyes full of shock. This is 100 times brighter than 100 or 1,000 of the most expensive tallow candles. The most incredible thing is that it does not have a trace of worldly air, only pure, warm, and holy light like the bright moon in the sky. Nangong Yinshu stood in front of her window. This former county magistrate's wife, who came from a prominent family and was accustomed to the royal style, completely lost her composure at this moment. She looked at the light that dispelled all darkness and felt that her cognition was being ruthlessly subverted. Is this really possible with human power? The lights in Xiaoruoshui and Jeang's rooms also came on. The former empress looked at this miraculous light, and a trace of confusion and trance flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. And Jeang, the top assassin who was used to living in darkness, felt for the first time in the dark a sense of awe. Husband. Ew. Did you pick the moonlight from the sky? Baijiro stared at the man in the yard who had created all this, her voice trembling, and her eyes were already filled with twinkling little stars. Fang Han smiled. The surprise was far from over. He took out a black, iron lump projector from the box next to him. Under the curious and puzzled gazes of the girls, he pointed the projector at a wall in the yard that had long been painted white and pressed the play button. Accompanied by a passionate song that was powerful, desolate, and full of primitive vitality, a beam of light shot out from the iron lump and projected onto the white wall. The next second, a huge, lifelike red sun slowly rose from the horizon. Then, all kinds of animals they had never seen before, elephants, giraffes, antelopes, came running from all directions and gathered under a glory stone. This picture is alive. This picture is moving. This picture and sound. Monster! Baishuejian screamed again in fright, but soon she was deeply attracted by the magnificent scene, and her eyes became bigger than copper bells. All the women ran out of their rooms and gathered in the yard, staring blankly at the vivid picture scroll on the wall that looked as if it were real. This is a mirage, Nangong Yinshu murmured to herself, but she knew that the legendary mirage could not be so clear, nor so shocking. No, this is not a mirage. It's an illusion created by immortals. Xiao Ruoxue said word by word, her heart trembling violently. She looked at the little lion being held high in the picture, and the scene of all the animals submitting. For a moment, she was a little dazed. The women no longer cared about their manners. They either clung to or hugged Fang Han, clinging to this man who brought them endless security and surprises. As they watched this unprecedented, immortal magic, their faces were filled with pure, childlike shock, novelty, and incomparable happiness. At this moment, Fang Han's image in their hearts has completely surpassed that of husband and dependence. He is a true god who can turn stones into gold, pick stars and moons, and constantly create miracles and happiness. Feeling the emotional energy surging wildly in the background of the system, Fang Han embraced his wives around him, with a smile on his face, showing an incomparable sense of comfort. Chapter 107. Thunder God's Spear, the divine weapon emerges. In Tiangongfang, with the stable and powerful power supply in place, the productivity of the entire base has ushered in explosive growth. Furnace after furnace of high-quality steel, whose quality far exceeds that of the times, is continuously smelted. Looking at the mountains of steel ingots in the warehouse, Fang Han knew that it was time to create the most terrifying weapon of war of this era. He locked himself in the core's secret room of Tiangong Workshop. No one except him can enter this secret room. He didn't directly purchase ready-made gun blueprints from the system mall, as that would be a waste of energy. After obtaining the Level 6 Basic Industrial Knowledge Graph, his brain itself became a mobile military database. He sat quietly at his desk, closed his eyes, and countless pieces of knowledge about firearms flowed, collided, and combined rapidly in his mind. Considering the current processing accuracy and material level of Tiangongfang, those semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons with complex structures cannot be realized for the time being. The safest and most cost-effective choice is a classic breech-loading single-shot rifle. Its structure is relatively simple, it is sturdy and durable, it has great power and an amazing range, which is enough to create an overwhelming generational advantage over any army of this era. After determining the direction, Fang Han immediately opened his eyes, picked up the charcoal pencil, and began to draw quickly on the huge drawing. He did not produce a complete diagram of the rifle's assembly. Doing so would only confuse and terrify the old blacksmiths, who would be unable to understand this creation that was beyond their time. Fang Han chose a smarter and more guiding approach. He disassembled the entire rifle into dozens of independent parts drawings. This is the barrel of a gun. This is the bolt responsible for locking. This is the trigger assembly responsible for firing. Every detail is marked on each drawing with the most precise dimensions. He handed these disassembled drawings to the core old blacksmiths who worshipped him like a god and whose loyalty to him had reached the pinnacle. You don't need to know what it is, nor do you need to ask what it is used for. Fang Han's voice carried an unquestionable majesty. All you have to do is use all your life skills to create every single part on the blueprint for me, exactly as it appears. As you command, my lord. The old blacksmiths, with fanatical eyes, immediately threw themselves into this sacred creation as if they had received an oracle. However, the road to creation is never smooth. Even with high-precision machine tools and drawings that are ahead of their time, problems still arise one after another. The first difficulty is rifling the barrel. Following Fang Han's instructions, the veteran blacksmiths used special broaches to cut rifling on the inner wall of the steel tube. However, the first batch of gun barrels had uneven hardness due to inadequate grasp of the steel quenching process. During the test firing, they exploded with a bang. The huge explosion scared the old blacksmiths so much that they were scared out of their wits and their faces turned pale. The second difficulty is the manufacture of bullets. Fang Han designed the classic mini bullet, which has a pointed front and a concave back, making it easy to load. When fired, the skirt at the rear will automatically expand and fit tightly with the rifling to ensure airtightness. However, The first batch of lead bullets cast using molds had serious jamming problems due to insufficient size control and could not be pushed into the barrel smoothly. For a moment, the secret room was filled with the haze of failure. The craftsmen were filled with guilt and knelt before Fang Han to apologize, believing that they had betrayed their lord's trust and tarnished this sacred creation. Everyone get up. There was no trace of anger or impatience on Fang Han's face. Failure is the only way to success. All this was already within his expectations. Bullets are not so easy to make. He picked up a fragment of the exploded gun barrel and put it into the portable material analyzer. Detailed metal composition and stress distribution data were immediately displayed on the screen. The problem lies in the heat treatment. Fang Han pointed out the root cause directly. The tempering time after quenching is insufficient, resulting in excessive internal stress in the material and insufficient toughness. He then picked up a jammed bullet and measured it with a high-precision vernier caliper. The diameter tolerance exceeds 0.05 millimeters. The mold needs to be recalibrated. He did not explain in a vague way what internal stress and tolerance meant. He chose to use the most direct way to show these craftsmen what divine skills are. He personally walked to the machine tool, reset the parameters, and in front of everyone, with superb skills far beyond their imagination, personally processed a new and flawless set of bullet molds. Then, he personally instructed them on how to precisely control the temperature and time of quenching and tempering. This magic skill of doing things personally, turning stones into gold, and being able to instantly find the root causes of all problems and solve them perfectly made the craftsmen respect Fang Han even more. After solving all the technical difficulties, 3 days later, the first rifle that perfectly met all design standards was carefully assembled. It lay quietly on the wooden table covered with red velvet. The black gun body gleams with a cold metallic luster. The slender and smooth lines are full of simple yet deadly power. The cold steel texture is perfectly combined with the warm walnut stock, creating a beauty that transcends time. Several old blacksmiths gathered around the table, trembling with excitement. They stretched out their hands, wanting to touch it, but they didn't dare, for fear that their mortal breath would defile this sacred object. Fang Han walked forward slowly, put on white gloves, and gently lifted up the rifle. He took out a brass-cased bullet from the one next to him, which was also precisely machined by a machine tool, and pressed it into the barrel of the gun with an elegant and skillful gesture. Click! A crisp and pleasant metal collision sound was heard, and the bolt was locked perfectly. Feeling the unique charm brought by this mechanical structure, a hint of irrepressible enthusiasm flashed in Fang Han's eyes. He raised his rifle, looked around at these loyal and enthusiastic craftsmen, and announced in a deep voice, "This thing, with the power of 9-day thunder, can kill enemies thousands of miles away. From today on, it will be named Thunder God's Spear, Thor's Spear." The craftsmen silently recited this domineering name in their hearts. Although they still don't understand how powerful this strangely shaped magic weapon is. But just looking at the Lord's expression, you can tell that it is extremely powerful. Chapter 108. Fun at the Shooting Range, Weapons and Girls. Deep in the back mountain, there is a valley that Fang Han listed as a top forbidden area. A simple yet extremely professional shooting range has been built by Nyo Air and his most loyal guards. Fang Han did not bring any guards to the shooting range today, and even Nyo Air and Ma Baoguo were sent away by him. He only brought 2 people with him. One is Baijiro, who has endless curiosity about everything and is like a cheerful little deer. The other is Jeang, who is used to being with shadows and blood and is one of the world's top killers. One represents innocence and romance. The other represents extreme killing. When these 2 stunning women with completely different temperaments appeared at the same time in this solemn shooting range, it formed a strange and impactful picture. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, is this the spear of Thunder God that you've been tinkering with these days? As soon as Baishui arrived at the place, she immediately circled around the rifle that Fang Han had placed on the wooden stand like a curious kitten, her bright big eyes flashing with curiosity. She stretched out her tender little white hand, carefully touched the cold gun body, then poked the black muzzle, tilting her little head, her face full of innocent questions. "It looks so strange, bare, no bowstring, no arrows. How do you use this thing?" On the other side, Jeang did not say a word. She just stood silently a few meters away, her cold eyes as deep as a cold pond staring at the strangely shaped weapon. With her intuition as a top assassin, she could sense an unprecedented and extreme danger from that black iron pipe. That kind of danger is different from the sharpness of a sword or the viciousness of poison. It was a pure, cold breath that seemed to be able to wipe out all life in an instant. a breath of annihilation. Haha, you want to know how to use it? I'll show you right now. Fang Han was in a good mood as he looked at his two wives with different expressions. He smiled and briefly explained to them the basic principles of aiming, loading, and firing. Then he picked up a yellow bullet, and in front of them, he skillfully pulled the bolt and pushed the bullet into the chamber. Click! The crisp sound made by Xuejian and Jeang's ears moved slightly. Fang Han placed the butt of the gun firmly against his shoulder, and through the front sight and rear sight, he aimed at a target made of wood with a human outline painted on it, which was 100 meters away. Watch carefully. A smile appeared on his lips, and he gently pulled the trigger. Bang! An unprecedented loud roar, like a thunder exploding on the ground, suddenly echoed in the valley. The loud gunshot and the blast of air caused by the bullet frightened by Xue, who was caught off guard. She screamed, "Ah!" and subconsciously covered her ears and squatted down. Even someone as resolute as Jeang was shaken by the sudden loud noise, and a trace of horror flashed in her eyes. Wow! Before they could recover from the loud noise, Xuejian was the first to jump up. She pointed at the wooden target in the distance and let out a scream even louder than the one just now. Suddenly, in the center of the thick wooden target, there appeared a smooth, round hole that was still emitting green smoke. 100 meters away, with just a loud bang, a hole was made in the wooden target. What kind of magical trick is this? Brother-in-law? I want to play too. I want to play too. After the shock, Xuejian's curiosity and playful desire were completely ignited. She rushed to Fang Han, hugged his arm and shook it hard, her face full of excitement and eagerness to try. Fang Han couldn't persuade her, so he had to hand the rifle to her with a smile. With Fang Han's hands-on help, Xuejian imitated Fang Han's movements, raised the heavy rifle, and tried hard to aim at the target through the crosshairs. Brother-in-law, I can't see clearly. Don't be anxious, stay steady. Yes, that's it. I deducted it. Xuejian closed one eye, her face flushed red, and she pulled the trigger with all her strength. Bang! Another loud bang. Ouch! The huge recoil was too strong for her delicate body. Xuejian screamed in surprise and fell backward uncontrollably, landing softly on the grass. But she didn't have time to cry out in pain. She jumped up and pointed excitedly into the distance. Although it didn't hit the center of the target, it just barely grazed the edge of the target, splashing a cloud of dust on the ground. Even so, it was enough to make her giggle with joy. I hit it. Look, brother-in-law, I hit it. Ha ha, this Thor spear is so fun. The shooting range was filled with her sweet, silvery laughter. Fang Han smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to Jeang, who had been silent. Jeang, do you want to try it too? Jeang looked at Fang Han deeply, nodded silently, and took the rifle. She didn't show any awkwardness at all. The moment she picked up the cold rifle, her entire temperament changed instantly. An extremely sharp, murderous aura emanated from her. She did not need anyone to teach her like Xuejian did. Instead, she held the gun in an extremely standard and stable tactical posture, with the butt of the gun firmly against her shoulder. Her eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. It was as if she and the gun had become one at this moment. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whizzed out at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, and it hit the center of the eyebrows of another target 100 meters away with incredible accuracy. Hit the bullseye. However, the purple shadow who had fired this perfect shot was completely frozen, as if he had been cast under a spell. She stood there blankly, feeling the overwhelming vibration on her shoulder, and looked at the small bullet hole in the distance. This former top assassin, who once walked in darkness and mastered the art of assassination to the pinnacle, had her martial arts worldview completely shattered by the sound of a gunshot at this moment. Her mind was blank. Quick. It was too fast to dodge. The physical skills that he was so proud of were a joke in the face of this terrifying speed. Years of hard-practiced swordsmanship are nothing compared to this destructive force. Fang Han looked at one rolling on the ground with a sweet laugh, while the other stood there in despair with his faith collapsed, and he felt it was extremely funny. Chapter 109. The whole army is reorganized, and the storm is coming. Time passed quietly amid the endless roar of Tien Gongfang day and night. After solving all technical difficulties and standardizing the production process, the production efficiency of Thor's spear has been greatly improved. In just half a month, Tiangong Workshop had secretly produced 100 brand new Thor's spears and tens of thousands of mini bullets wrapped in brass shells. Looking at the 100 rifles neatly arranged in the warehouse, exuding a cold, murderous aura, Fang Han knew that the time had come. The anti-rebellion vanguard army, under his command, which was composed of the imperial guards of the previous dynasty, had already felt grateful and in awe of him after the training and generous treatment during this period. But this is far from enough. He wanted to make this army fully understand who they should be loyal to now. Pass my orders. Fang Han's voice sounded coldly in the conference room. 3 days later, the entire army will gather at the eastern suburbs parade ground for a large-scale reorganization exercise. As soon as the order was issued, the entire Liushi village's military system began to operate at high speed. 3 days later, at the east suburbs parade ground, flags are waving and murderous intent is everywhere. Thousands of reorganized surrendered soldiers, dressed in uniform black military uniforms, formed a solemn square formation and stood solemnly on the vast parade ground. I have to say that the previous dynasty's imperial guards had a really good foundation. After this period of modern drill training and the daily supply of meat, they had long since gotten rid of their previous dejection. Each of them stood tall and strong, looking like an elite soldier. Fang Han sat in the middle of the high platform in the center of the training ground. Beside him were Xiao Ruoxue, Baijiro, Lurume, and other women who were all dressed up. Behind Xiao Ruoxue, a middle-aged general with a burly figure, a resolute face, and wearing heavy armor was looking at the brand-new army below the stage with a complicated expression. He is the former commander of the Imperial Guards, Long Xiang. As a pure military commander, Long Xiang was quite impressed by Fang Han's methods of commanding his troops. Being able to rally the morale of a defeated army in such a short period of time was something no ordinary person could accomplish. But admiration is admiration. Deep down in his heart, he still firmly believed that the final outcome of a war would be decided by the soldiers' sacrifice of their lives and the bloody fighting with swords and spears. Although he had heard of the legends about Fang Han being a living immortal, he was always skeptical. The Lord has arrived. Following a loud shout, thousands of soldiers on the parade ground knelt on one knee in unison, and the sound shook the sky. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, your majesty. Fang Han slowly stood up and calmly swept his eyes over the dark crowd below the stage. He did not give any long speech, but just nodded lightly to Niu Er and Ma Baoguo beside him. Bring it up. Yes. Niu Er and Ma Baoguo took the order and left. A moment later, under everyone's gaze, a team of 100 people walked from the back of the queue to the front with uniform and powerful steps. These 100 people are none other than the elites of the Fong Family Guard team who have undergone secret shooting training by Fang Han. Each of them held a black, strangely shaped, iron pipe horizontally in their hands. They exuded a unique aura that was completely different from all the soldiers around them, as if they were superior. The appearance of this team immediately caused a commotion among the thousands of surrendered soldiers below the stage. What is that? It looks like some new type of musket. Oh, a fire gun. It's just a fancy thing, but it's useless. It has a short range and is incredibly slow to reload. If it rains, it'll just become a fire stick. It's not as practical as a crossbow. Many former middle and high-level generals looked at those peculiarly shaped spears of Thor with an undisguised disdain in their eyes. In their minds, firearms were always auxiliary weapons, not something that could be put on the stage. What truly determined victory or defeat on the battlefield was always the cavalry charge and the heavy infantry's armor. On the high platform, Long Xiong also frowned slightly. He also recognized that it was some kind of firearm and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at the other party's move. Could it be that the so-called trump card of this mysterious lord is these flashy tricks and tricks? Fang Han took in the expressions of everyone in the audience. He saw the disdain in the general's eyes and heard their whispered discussions. This is exactly the kind of contempt he wants. Because, the higher you stand, the more painful it will be when you fall. The more you underestimate it now, the more unforgettable the subsequent subversion will be. The corners of his mouth curled up into an imperceptible smile, like a god looking down at an ant. He slowly stood up, stretched out his finger, and pointed to the end of the training ground, where a row of targets had been set up 800 meters away. The targets there were so far away that they were as small as blurry black dots. He spoke loudly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire training ground and in everyone's ears. Today, I will let you see. What is it? Heaven's punishment. Chapter 110. 800 meters away, divine might as prison. Heavenly punishment. When Fang Han uttered these extremely arrogant words, the entire training ground fell into a moment of silence. Immediately afterwards, there broke out an uncontrollable uproar. 800 meters. Did I hear that correctly? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. He's referring to 800 meters away, right? At that distance, you can't even see clearly, and you still expect to hit it with a musket? Forget his crappy musket. Even the so-called God's arm Bao in the army, fired by the strongest marksman, would never reach 400 meters. 800 meters? Is he crazy? A surrendered general could no longer hold back and sneered out loud. Several generals around him also shook their heads, with expressions as if they were looking at a fool. In their view, this is no longer an exercise. It is a complete farce. On the high platform, Longxiong's brows furrowed even tighter. The slight admiration that had just risen in his heart for Fang Han had now disappeared, leaving only deep disappointment and confusion. He felt that Fang Han's move was too arrogant and was simply bringing humiliation upon himself. Shooting with firearms at a distance of 800 meters? This was completely beyond the cognition of all military generals of this era. It was simply a fantasy. However, facing the discussions and ridicules of thousands of people in the audience, Fang Han's face did not show the slightest ripple. He just stood there quietly, like a god overlooking all living beings, completely unconcerned with the noise of the ants. He simply gave orders to the 100 shooters. Prepare. Fire. There is no tedious step of lighting a match. There is no lengthy process of filling the gunpowder and projectiles with cleaning rods. 100 shooters simply performed a uniform and extremely simple action, pulling the bolt, raising the gun, and aiming. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. Fire. Fang Han's second order was like the judgment of the god of death. Bang, 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 bang. 100 dull, heavy, yet extremely dense noises, no longer the sounds of individual gunshots, converged into a rolling thunder. A terrifying thunderbolt that seemed to tear the sky apart. The thunder instantly exploded in the sky above the entire training ground. The terrifying sound waves made everyone feel a sharp pain in their eardrums, and their hearts skipped a beat. However, this is just the beginning. Before everyone could react to the earth-shaking noise, something strange happened 800 meters away. That row of strong formation targets, made up of thick shields and 3 layers of iron armor, which was strong enough to withstand the full-force charge of the most elite heavy cavalry, seemed to be hit hard by 100 invisible beasts from hell at the same time with battering rams. Boom! Wood chips and iron pieces flew everywhere. The heavy shield shattered into pieces in an instant, like paper. The solid 3-layer armor was like butter being burned by a red-hot iron, and was easily torn into hideous and terrifying holes. Just a moment. It's just a blink of an eye. The target array that seemed indestructible to everyone was completely torn to pieces by this mysterious force coming from 800 meters away. Dead silence. As silent as a grave. You could hear a pin drop in the entire training ground. The surrendered general who was still sneering a second ago now opened his mouth so wide that a large egg could be stuffed in it. The blood color on his face faded away in an instant, leaving only extreme horror and disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. All the soldiers stood there in a daze, like puppets with their souls taken away. Their minds are blank. What is that? Is it witchcraft? Is it the 5 thunders method that can only be performed by Taoist masters in the legend? They simply couldn't comprehend what was happening before their eyes. They couldn't connect that black iron pipe with the divine and demonic destructive force before their eyes. This has gone beyond the scope of war. This is what Fang Han called the punishment from heaven. Just when everyone was terrified by this divine power, Fang Han on the high platform moved. He slowly walked down the platform and picked up a rifle from a guard. He didn't aim at any target, but just casually pulled the trigger towards the sky. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Then, the 100 archers behind him, like war machines receiving orders, repeated the previous action. Unshell. Reload. Pull the bolt. Aim. Shooting. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. From the end of the first round of shooting to the start of the second round of shooting, it only took a short 10 breaths of time. When another rolling thunder exploded over the parade ground, the last line of defense in the hearts of all the generals who were still holding on to hope completely collapsed. Look at that terrifying firing rate. Feel the destructive power that can destroy the world. All beliefs about bravery and fighting skills. At this moment, they were all crushed and shattered. Thump. I don't know who took the lead first, but then there were bursts of plop sounds. Led by Longxiong, all the surrendered soldiers and generals standing in the front of the queue knelt down heavily on their knees in unison. Chapter 111. The Aftermath of Divine Power. The Hungry Wolf is Coming. The training ground was as silent as a grave. The earth-shattering thunder that was formed by the combined sound of 100 sounds seemed to still echo deep in everyone's eardrums, buzzing. Thousands of the once proud imperial guards remained on their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground. No one dared to look up, no one dared to move. Their bodies trembled violently and uncontrollably, Not from the cold, but from the most instinctive of life, a primal tremor at a force they could not comprehend or resist. Long Xiang, the battle-hardened former commander of the Imperial Guards, now knelt at the front, his eyes vacant. His gaze was fixed on the shattered, pulverized remains of the target, 800 meters away. His lips moved unconsciously, a dry, hoarse sound emanating from his throat, but he couldn't utter a single complete word. All the knowledge he had built up throughout his life, about martial arts, about military tactics, about courage and glory, was completely and mercilessly shattered into dust by the earth-shattering thunder in just 10 short breaths. Divine arm bow? What a joke. A heavy cavalry charge? What a joke. What are the so-called powerful generals who can defeat thousands of enemies in the face of this heavenly punishment? They are not even qualified to get close. At this moment, Long Xiang finally understood why Fang Han dared to recruit them, why he was so nonchalant. Because in the face of absolute power, numbers, strategies, and bravery all seemed so pale and ridiculous. Everything they were so proud of was nothing more than a piece of shit in Fang Han's eyes, easily destroyed in the blink of an eye. On the high platform, Fang Han's expression was as calm as water. As if he had just done something insignificant, he casually tossed the Thunder God's spear, which emanated divine and demonic power in his hand, to no air beside him like a fire poker. He walked down the platform slowly, his black clothes rustling in the wind. The more calm and composed he was, the more unfathomable he seemed in the eyes of everyone. Fang Han walked up to Long Xiang and a group of surrendered generals, stopped, and glanced at their faces indifferently. From this day forward, your loyalty belongs only to me. His voice was not loud, and there was no trace of hoarseness, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Long Xiang's body trembled violently, and his cloudy eyes instantly regained a hint of clarity. He raised his head and looked up at the extremely young man in front of him. The scrutiny, suspicion, and dissatisfaction in his eyes were gone. Instead, there was enthusiasm and awe. He slammed his forehead against the ground with all his strength. I, Long Xiang, am willing to die for my lord. Even if it means death, I will not refuse. His voice was like the fuse that lit a powder keg. I am willing to die for my lord. I am willing to die for my lord. I am willing to die for my lord. Thousands of surrendered soldiers raised their heads, their faces filled with the enthusiasm of having survived a catastrophe. They followed their commander, shouting and roaring with all their might. This time, there will be no more hypocrisy, no more duplicity. All the old loyalty and pride were crushed to pieces before the heavenly punishment that was as powerful as a prison. On the high platform, Xiao Ruoshui, dressed in a phoenix robe, quietly watched the scene below where the mountains and seas cheered and the people returned home completely. In his cold phoenix eyes, there was a flickering light of incomparable complexity. She knew very well that from this moment on, this army would be completely branded by that man. Their loyalty was to Fang Han, not to her title as the former empress. No, maybe not just this army. Xiao Ruoshui had a strong premonition that when the reputation of Thor's spear spread throughout the world, the entire dying, and even the entire world, would only recognize the figure of that man. A faint sense of loss quietly emerged in her heart, but soon, this sense of loss was replaced by a deeper and stronger sense of dependence and a sweet sense of pride. This kind of man is the man that Xiao Ruoshui has chosen. Just when Fang Han completely won over the soldiers' hearts and the entire training ground was immersed in an atmosphere of fanatical worship, he was about to order a banquet to celebrate the victory and reward the three armies. G. A burst of extremely rapid horse hoof sounds came from far away and came closer and closer like crazy. Everyone's attention was drawn over there. A spy, with a command flag on his back, was seen galloping towards the parade grounds. He was slumped over his horse, his face filled with panic and fear. Report. Before he reached the platform, the spy jumped off the galloping horse. Exhausted, he rolled on the ground several times before crawling to Fang Han, his voice hoarse and shrill. Report. Lord. Urgent military report. The atmosphere in the training ground, which had just been so frenzied, suddenly froze. Everyone's heart was suddenly lifted. The spy knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, and cried urgently. Nanyang Prefecture Governor Lu Can has somehow learned of your Majesty's news. He has gathered 20,000 Nanyang Prefecture soldiers under the pretext of clearing the imperial court and punishing the evildoers, claiming to have a force of 50,000. He's marching aggressively towards Qingshi County. The vanguard troops will reach the county seat in 3 days at most. Boom. This news was like a bucket of cold water pouring over my head. 20,000 troops. This terrifying number instantly drained the blood from the faces of the ordinary soldiers who had just been immersed in fanaticism, and they immediately showed uncontrollable panic and fear. They had just surrendered and hadn't had a single day of good life, but now they had to face enemies that were 10 times their size. Those are the regular troops of Nanyang Prefecture, not some bandits. Only Fang Han stood there, his face still as calm as ever, and even a hint of interested smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but he instantly suppressed all the panic and noise. You've arrived just in time. My spear of Thunder God is in need of some real flesh and blood to sharpen its edge. Yes, what are they afraid of? On their side, Fang Han is in charge. What are a mere 20,000 mortal troops in the face of heavenly punishment? Chapter 112. The army approaches, the arrogant messenger. Nanyang Prefect Lu Can raised an army of 20,000 and headed straight for Qingshe County. This news, like a gust of wind mixed with the smell of blood, swept across the entire Qingshe County in just one day. The people, who had just recovered from the drought and the oppression of the gentry, and had only enjoyed a few days of peace and stability, were suddenly plunged into a huge panic. The shadow of war, like a thick, dark cloud, once again loomed over everyone's hearts. What should we do? I heard that Governor Lu brought an army of 20,000. How can we possibly stop them with so few people in Qingshe County? It's all over. Just when I had a little hope, the war starts again. I heard that the Lu family is very cruel. If the city falls, For a time, the city was abuzz with discussion and panic. The newly established order seemed to be crumbling. However, in sharp contrast to the panic and despair of ordinary people was the extraordinary calmness of the Fong family guards and the thousands of surrendered soldiers. When they heard the news, there was no fear on their faces. Instead, many people's eyes revealed a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and cruelty. On that day on the training ground, the divine punishment that was as powerful as a prison 800 meters away had completely destroyed their understanding of traditional warfare. 20,000 troops? That sounds scary. But in front of the spear of Thor, they are just 20,000 moving targets. Now, instead of being afraid, they are extremely looking forward to it. Fong family mansion, backyard. The atmosphere was also somewhat solemn. Baijiro, Lurume, Nangong Yunshu and other girls all had expressions of worry that they could not conceal. My dear, Lu Can is the prefect of Nanyang. He commands a large army of 20,000 soldiers. He's no ordinary bandit. Do you have a plan to deal with him? Nangong Yunshu, born into a family of officials, knew the terrifying deterrent power of 20,000 regular troops. That was enough to easily flatten several county towns. She couldn't help but clutch her handkerchief tightly, sweating for Fang Han. Yes, husband, war is not a joke. You must not be careless. Baijiro also advised softly, her beautiful eyes full of worry. Fang Han couldn't help but laugh as he looked at their nervous expressions. He leisurely picked up the fragrant tea that Lurume had just brewed, took a sip, and then said slowly, "They're just a bunch of ragtag people holding scrap metal who can't even stand in formation. What's there to worry about?" He reached out and took his wives in his arms, kissing each of them on their smooth foreheads. He said in a domineering yet gentle voice, "Don't worry, stay home safely. I'll show you how your husband, with just a few words and a smile, reduced the masts and sails of a 20,000-man army to ashes." His inherent confidence and composure instantly calmed the women's anxious hearts. Yes, their husbands are gods who can pick stars and moons and turn stones into gold. What can't he do? 3 days later. Boom. The heavy sound of horse hooves and footsteps, like muffled thunder, came from the end of the horizon. Lu Can's army is at the gate of the city. A massive army set up camp 10 miles outside the city. Countless banners fluttered in the wind, blocking out the sun. A dense array of spears reflected a chilling light. The murderous aura that surged into the sky seemed to solidify, making the air above the Qingshe County walls heavy with gravitas. The newly appointed county magistrate, Chen Ting, stood trembling on the city wall, looking at the endless military camps outside. His legs felt weak and he almost couldn't stand. He clung to the battlements of the city wall, his palms covered with cold sweat. It's over. It's completely over now. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Just when Chen Ting was frightened out of his wits, a horse galloped out from the military camp outside the city and headed straight for the city gate. The knight on the horse held high a white flag with the word "surrender" on it. Soon, the envoy sent by Lu Can to surrender was brought to the meeting room of the Fong family mansion. The envoy was about 30 years old, with an arrogant look on his face. After entering the conference room, he didn't even look at Fang Han, who was sitting in the middle. He just looked at him with his nose down, as if looking at him any longer would be an insult to him. My lord Liu Kan, the Nanyang governor, has issued an order. The messenger pulled out a scroll from his bosom, unfolded it with a haughty air, and read aloud in a sharp and piercing voice. The evil man Fong Han from Qingshi County has wreaked havoc on the village and held the emperor hostage. His crimes are unforgivable. Today, the prefect has personally led the heavenly troops to bring him down. Recognizing the heaven's mercy, I'm giving you a chance to mend your ways. I command you, immediately surrender all the money, food, and weapons in the city. Also, surrender the former evil queen, Xiao Ruoshui, and all the beautiful women in your mansion. Then, tie your hands and leave the city to surrender. Then, the governor may show mercy and spare your life. These words were said with such arrogance and presumption. Presumptuous. Court death. Nio Air and Ma Baogua, who were standing behind Fong Han, flew into a rage on the spot. With a clang, they simultaneously drew out the steel knives from their waists and rushed forward with ferocious looks to chop this ignorant guy to pieces on the spot. The envoy was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, but then he puffed out his chest and shouted in a timid voice, "What? You want to kill me? I tell you, I am an envoy from both armies. If you kill me, you will be an enemy of the governor. When the city is captured, I will tear you into pieces and execute your entire family." Everyone stepped back. At this moment, Fong Han's faint voice rang out. Although Nio Air and Ma Baogao were unwilling, they immediately put away their knives and respectfully stepped aside. There was no trace of anger on Fong Han's face. Instead, there was a faint and elusive smile on his face from beginning to end. He looked at the still clamoring messenger, slowly stood up, and said with a smile, "Messenger, please go back." The messenger was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why? You don't agree?" "No, I agree." Fong Han's smile became even gentler. "Go back and tell Governor Liu that I agree to all his conditions." This time, not only the messenger, but also Nio Air and Ma Baogwa were confused. "My lord, what are you going to do?" Fong Han ignored the crowd's surprise and continued in an extremely sincere tone. "Please ask the messenger to tell Governor Liu that I, Fong Han, have been completely awakened by his divine majesty. However, there are so many money, food, and beauties in the city that we need time to inventory and prepare. Ask him to wait patiently for 3 days. In 3 days, I will prepare everything he desires and personally leave the city to welcome his arrival." After hearing this, the messenger was stunned for a while, and then a look of pride and contempt appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, I thought you, a demon, were so powerful, but it turns out you're just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. A wise man knows when to act. You're pretty smart." He proudly put away the documents, straightened his clothes, and glanced at Fong Han with contempt in the manner of a victor, as if he was looking at a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. "All right, I'll be back to report now. Remember, you only have 3 days. If you dare to play any tricks, humph." After saying that, he turned around and walked away with a swagger. He didn't notice that the moment he turned around, the gentle smile on Fong Han's face disappeared without a trace in an instant. What replaced it was an abysmal coldness. Chapter 113. Ghost Fangs Unsheathed, Ghosts Crying in the Night Sky. The night is as deep as ink. In Fong Han's study, the flickering candlelight cast a long shadow on the wall. Jeang, dressed in a tight black nightgown, perfectly outlined her exquisite, explosive figure. Her face was covered with a black veil, revealing only a pair of cold, star-like eyes. Like the most loyal shadow, she stood quietly beside Fong Han, not revealing a single aura. "Come and look at this." Fong Han's voice broke the silence in the study. He pointed to a black briefcase on the desk. Jeang stepped forward as she was told, with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Fong Han opened the box, revealing the neatly folded objects inside, which were full of sci-fi metallic texture. "This is..." Jeang's pupils shrank slightly. "This thing is called mechanical kite," Fong Han said as he skillfully unfolded the military-grade drone and installed the rotors and batteries. He held the drone in his hand and explained to Jeang, "It doesn't need wings, yet it can soar into the sky in the darkness like a real kite. Its eyes can penetrate the darkness and see everything on Earth clearly." Jeang stretched out her slender jade fingers and carefully touched the cold body of the drone, feeling the sophisticated structure that surpassed the cognition of this era. Her beautiful eyes, as calm as a well, were once again filled with deep shock. Although it was not the first time that she saw her lord take out these mysterious, immortal magic weapons, every time it still brought her an unparalleled impact. She was used to this kind of shock. However, the awe, Admiration and love for this man in my heart involuntarily deepened. Fang Han smiled and pointed to several large boxes in the corner. Open it and take a look. Jeang stepped forward and opened one of the boxes, only to see that it was filled with strings of objects wrapped tightly in red oil paper. Is this firecrackers? Jeang asked uncertainly. No, it's called shocking thunder. Fang Han's lips curled up in a playful arc. The sound it makes is more than 10 times louder than ordinary firecrackers, and in the dark night, it can produce extremely bright sparks. Jeang opened another box, and inside were packages of white powder wrapped in brown paper. Is this poison? As an assassin, she was instinctively wary of these powdery substances. Don't worry, this isn't poison. It's just ordinary lime powder. I call it ecstasy powder, Fang Han explained. It can't hurt anyone, but when it falls from the sky, it's enough to blind those below, making it impossible to see the road clearly and causing huge chaos. Hearing this, the intelligent Jeang immediately understood Fang Han's intention. There was a flash of excitement and passion in her eyes. This unprecedented and incredible harassment tactic is a stage tailor-made for a top assassin like her. Use the mechanical flying kite to transport these things to the sky above the enemy camp without anyone noticing. Just thinking about that scene made her, a woman used to living with darkness and killing, feel her scalp tingling. It's too unreasonable. It's so interesting. Tonight, you will lead the Ghost Fong team I've assembled for you and lurk near the enemy camp. Fang Han's voice was tinged with a hint of cold laughter. Use this mechanical flying kite to deliver these shocking thunder and soul-bewitching powder to Governor Lu, who has come from afar, as a great gift. Yes, my lord. Jeang knelt on one knee, his voice resolute, yet full of expectation. At midnight, the night is darkest. Lucan's military camp, 10 miles outside the city, fell into silence. The soldiers were already exhausted from the days of rapid marching. Coupled with the White Messenger's successful surrender campaign, everyone believed that Qingshi County was already in their grasp, and the security in the barracks was relaxed considerably. Except for a few teams of soldiers who were still yawning weakly and patrolling back and forth, most people had already fallen asleep, with snoring sounds coming one after another. At this moment, a black, strange bird rose silently from the mountains and forests several miles away, blended into the dark night, and flew silently over the center of Lu Can's military camp. On the ground, no one noticed that 100 meters above their heads, there was a pair of eyes from another world, staring at them coldly. Right now, Jeang clearly saw the entire picture of the military camp below through the tablet computer given to her by Fang Han, and she gave orders decisively. The throwing device mounted under the drone is instantly activated. Dozens of specially made large firecrackers with lit fuses and dozens of slit bags of lime powder poured down towards the most densely populated area of tents below, like flowers scattered by fairies. Sudden crackle, 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 crackle. There were no signs at all. A series of explosions, so dense that they hurt the eardrums, suddenly exploded in the center of the silent military camp. Countless brilliant flames flickered and exploded wildly in the air, like countless will-o'-the-wisp fires appearing out of thin air, illuminating the entire center of the military camp with flickering lights. Immediately afterwards, before the soldiers who were awakened from their sleep could react, large flakes of white powder fell from the sky, like thick fog. Cough, 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 cough. What the hell? My eyes. I can't open my eyes. Although these lime powders are non-toxic, the choking and burning sensation when inhaled into the nasal cavity and entered the eyes instantly made countless soldiers lose their sense of direction, coughing and crying in pain. Boom! The entire military camp exploded in an instant. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Where is the enemy? I can't see it. Ahem! Help! What kind of magic is this? The soldiers woke up from their sleep in disheveled clothes and rushed out of the tent, but they had no idea where the enemy came from. They only saw flames flying in the sky, as if ghosts and gods were angry, and white smoke filled the air around them, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. The unknown is the most terrifying. Someone, in the midst of the chaos, let out a shrill, distorted scream. It's a demonic spell. That demon Fang Han from Qingshi County is doing it. Divine thunder is falling from the sky. This shout was like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil. Panic, like the most terrible plague, spread throughout the entire camp in an instant. The soldiers completely lost their minds. They threw away their armor and weapons and ran around like headless flies. Screams, shouts, the collision of weapons, the sounds of collapsing tents, one after another. The entire huge military camp was in complete chaos. The generals tried their best to maintain order, but it was of no avail. Chapter 114. Tiring out the troops, getting angered. The next day, the sky was bright. The morning light dispelled the darkness, but it could not dispel the haze and fear that shrouded Liu Kan's military camp. Looking around, the entire military camp was in shambles. Collapsed tents were everywhere. Extinguished torches and discarded weapons were scattered on the ground, and the air was still filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and lime powder. The soldiers who survived the disaster were all dejected and dispirited. Their faces were covered in dust and dirt, their eye sockets were sunken and bloodshot, and they all had big dark circles under their eyes. Their faces still showed the lingering fear and exhaustion. Although the sudden chaos last night did not cause large-scale direct casualties, hundreds of soldiers were still injured in the darkness and panic because they were trampled on by each other or accidentally injured by their companions. This amount of casualties is nothing for an army of 20,000 people. However, the blow to morale was devastating. Demon magic. That's definitely demon magic. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Fire and white mist fell from the sky. It's simply not something a human can do. It's over. I'm afraid we've offended someone we shouldn't have offended this time. The soldiers gathered in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to each other. When they looked in the direction of Qingshe County, their eyes were filled with fear that penetrated deep into their bones. Inside the general's tent, Liu Kan listened to the frightened reports from his generals and looked at them all covered in dust and looking like dogs that had lost their homes. He was so angry that his face turned purple and he was furious. Bang! He kicked over the table in front of him, pointed at the dejected generals, and cursed. Trash. They're all just a bunch of trash. It's just some ghost tricks, and you scared your 20,000-man army into this state. You've completely disgraced this governor. He sent out his most elite scouts to search around the camp for a full half day. As a result, apart from finding some burnt red paper scraps and some white powder that was proven to be non-toxic and harmless, they didn't find even a shadow of the enemy. This made him even more angry and frustrated. It was like a strong man who put all his strength into throwing a punch, but hit nothing. That feeling almost drove him crazy. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Liu Kan paced back and forth in the commander's tent, snarling through gritted teeth. This must be the work of that demon Fang Han, the assassins he sent to sneak into our camp under cover of darkness. It has to be this. He could only think so, because he himself was unwilling to believe the saying of demonic magic sent from the sky. Pass on my orders. Liu Kan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Tonight, the entire army raises its alert level to the highest level. A guard every 3 steps, a sentry every 5 steps. Surround the camp like an iron barrel. I want to see what else he can do. Don't even think of letting a fly in. Qingshe County, Fong family mansion. Fang Han leisurely sipped the fragrant tea and listened to Jeang's detailed report on the results of last night's battle, with a satisfied smile on his face. Yes, the effect is better than I expected. He turned his head and looked at Bai Xuejian, who was blinking her big eyes with curiosity and listening with great interest. He smiled and scratched her little nose and asked, Xuejian, was the thunderbolt last night fun? It's fun. Bai Xuejian clapped her hands excitedly. It's just that the noise is too loud, a little scary. Brother-in-law, are we still going to play tonight? Play, of course. Fang Han's smile was filled with a hint of mystery and malice. But, tonight, we're trying something new. Let me show you some more interesting sounds. As he spoke, he mysteriously moved out several black, square, iron boxes from the storage room next to him. These iron boxes were the high-powered Bluetooth speakers he had purchased from the system store after spending some energy. He also used his phone to download a collection of edited classic ghost howling sound effects from later horror movies. Wow, brother-in-law, what kind of treasure is this? Bai Xuejian was immediately attracted by these peculiarly shaped black boxes. She stretched out her finger and poked the metal mesh cover on the speaker curiously. Can this black box also fly into the sky like the mechanical flying kite? Fang Han smiled and shook his head, explaining, No, this treasure is not called a black box. It's called the 1,000-mile sound transmitting conch. Its sound can travel very far, so people 10 miles away can hear it clearly. Moreover, it can imitate all kinds of wonderful sounds that you have never heard before. Really, Bai Xuejian's eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. That night, Liu Kan's military camp was indeed heavily guarded as he had ordered. The entire camp was brightly lit, countless torches illuminating the area as bright as day. The number of patrolling soldiers was 3 times greater than last night. They wielded gleaming weapons, looking back nervously every step of the way, fearing even the slightest movement. However, just when they thought that tonight would be foolproof, accident happened again. Woo-woo. A faint, shrill wailing sound, sometimes near, sometimes far, and sometimes uncertain, suddenly sounded from the darkness on all sides without any warning. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless resentment and sadness, and penetrated into the ears of every soldier. Who is crying? A patrolling soldier trembled with fear, clenched the spear in his hand, and looked around in horror. However, there was nothing around except the nervous breathing of his companions and the sound of flags blowing in the wind. But the crying became clearer and more miserable. It was as if countless invisible wronged souls were wandering, crying, and screaming in the darkness outside the military camp. Chapter 115. The Voice of Ghosts and Gods. The morale of the army collapses. That sound is so weird. It didn't seem to come from a single direction, but rather from all directions, from the sky and the ground, from every corner, all at once. It penetrated every pore, leaving no place for escape. That sound was full of changes. Sometimes, there is the woman's mournful and sad cry, as if she is crying and complaining about endless injustice and sorrow, which makes people feel creepy and their backs cold. Sometimes, it turned into the extremely shrill screams of babies. The sound was sharp and piercing, full of pain and despair, as if countless murdered babies were looking for their enemies in the darkness. Then, the voice suddenly changed again. It turned into the painful and suppressed roars of countless men, and the roars were full of unwillingness, anger, and resentment, as if they were countless wandering ghosts who died on the battlefield, roaring and cursing. These terrifying sound effects, synthesized by modern technology and carefully edited, were played through high-power speakers. For these ancient soldiers who generally believed in ghosts and gods, their lethality was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Ghost. There really is a ghost. Finally, the young soldier, who was already extremely nervous and timid, could no longer withstand this horrific torture. His psychological defenses were completely broken at this moment. He let out a shrill scream, dropped the spear in his hand, and curled up on the ground, holding his head like a madman, crying bitterly. His collapse was like a lit fuse. This kind of fear that comes from the unknown and can only be heard but not seen is 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the visible and tangible fire of firecrackers last night. The soldier's psychological defenses began to collapse in large numbers. Stop crying. Stop crying. Please stop crying. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and we didn't kill you. Help. Help. There's a ghost coming for my life. Panic once again spread like a plague. The soldiers no longer cared about military discipline. They dropped their weapons, fled in panic, or knelt and begged for mercy. The entire camp was 100 times more chaotic than the previous night. General, it's bad. A general rushed into Liu Kang's tent, tumbling and pissing. His face, which usually looked handsome, was now as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. General, brothers, we can't hold on any longer. This is not a war that humans can fight. He cried, his voice trembling violently. Outside, there are ghosts crying. In fact, Liu Kang himself had long been disturbed and uneasy by this extremely strange voice. He pushed the general away, picked up his sword, and rushed out of the tent. Sob, that strange voice seemed to ring right next to his ears. Liu Kang was so frightened that his whole body shuddered. He turned around suddenly, but there was no one behind him. His face flushed red as he roared furiously into the dark void. Who is it? Who is playing tricks? Get out here right here, Governor. The only answer he got was an even more shrill and resentful wail. Liu Kang was so angry that he was fuming. He snatched a longbow from his personal soldier, put an arrow on it, and shot randomly in the direction where the sound came from. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows sank powerlessly into the endless darkness, and were useless except for making a few faint sounds of breaking through the air. The ghost's crying sound continued, as if mocking his incompetence and rage. After 2 consecutive nights of inhuman torture, Liu Kang's 20,000-strong army, which was known as an elite force, was on the verge of collapse. The morale of the soldiers could no longer be described as having fallen to the bottom. It had been directly reduced to 0. By the second half of the night, a small-scale mutiny had even occurred. Some mentally broken soldiers began to attack the camp gate, trying to escape this place cursed by ghosts and gods. Monster! Fang Han! You damn monster! You're going too far. At this moment, Liu Kang's sanity was completely destroyed by the endless howling of ghosts and wolves. His brutality, Ferocity and arrogance as a warlord were completely aroused by this unprecedented frustration and fear. His eyes turned red, like a gambler who had lost everything in the casino. "Pass on my orders." Liu Kan drew the sword from his waist, pointed in the direction of Qingshi County, and let out a hysterical, crazy roar. "Tomorrow morning. No more waiting. Attack with all your forces. Push forward with all your forces. I'm going to raze Qingshi County to the ground. I'm going to tear that demon and everyone in the city into pieces. No one will be spared." He no longer wanted to endure this invisible and intangible weird torture. He would use absolute power and the iron hoofs of 20,000 troops to crush all conspiracies and schemes. This decision, full of tyranny and madness, was exactly what Fang Han wanted. On the hillside several miles away, Fang Han could clearly see everything that was happening in the enemy camp through the night vision camera transmitted back by the drone. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. He slowly turned off the music player on his phone and took back the Bluetooth speakers that had completed their mission. "Fish, you've taken the bait." Chapter 116, on Wulong Hill, waiting for you. The sky was about to brighten. A thin layer of morning light, like a veil, covered the mountains outside Qingshi County. The air was filled with damp mist and a hint of solemnity. Inside the Nanyang camp, people and horses were already in chaos. 2 consecutive nights of torment from demons and spirits had left this 20,000-man army like frightened birds. Dark circles covered the soldiers' eyes, their faces were pale, and their spirits were utterly drained, as if their souls had been drained away. At this moment, under the roars of generals at all levels and the merciless whipping of whips, they began to prepare their weapons and assemble their troops like zombies. Hurry up, you're a bunch of fucking cowards. If you delay any longer, you will be subject to military court." Shouts came one after another, but the only response they got was the numb and empty eyes of the soldiers. Fear has completely drained their courage. They now just want to end it all as soon as possible, whether it is to step into Qingshi County as a winner or escape from this cursed land as a loser. At the same time, 20 miles away from the Nanyang military camp, there is Wuong Po, the only official road leading to the outside world of Qingshi County. Here, a net has already been laid that is strong enough to swallow everything. Wuong Po, the place lives up to its name. A long and narrow official road winds through the bottom of the valley, with gently rising hillsides on both sides. The hillsides are lush with vegetation and rugged with strange rocks, making them an ideal ambush site. At this moment, on the hillsides on both sides, 1,000 of Fang Han's most elite Thor archers have been lurking here quietly. They wore camouflage uniforms that blended in with the surroundings, and were organized into groups of 10, scattered throughout the pre-excavated, improvised fortifications. The black muzzles of their guns, like the eyes of death, stared grimly down the deserted death tunnel below. Neo Air was personally responsible for the left-wing position. This honest man's face was now filled with a cold and stern expression, completely different from his usual image. He was lying behind a huge rock, holding a monocular, carefully observing the movement in the distance. There was no tension or anxiety about the impending battle in his eyes. Instead, there was an almost bloodthirsty excitement and anticipation. What a joke. Nervous? Ever since he witnessed his lord's divine punishment with his own eyes, he realized that there was no mortal army in the world that was worth his concern. Now, he only hoped that the group of Nanyang soldiers who didn't know how to live or die would quickly walk into the cemetery that the Lord had carefully selected for them. "Everyone, buckle up." Neo Air lowered his voice and shouted to the messenger behind him. "Tell the brothers to polish their guns. Follow the orders later. If anyone lets the team down, don't blame me for not recognizing them." "Yes, Captain." On the right wing, Ma Baoguo was also making the final pre-war mobilization. Compared to Neo Air's pure enthusiasm, the deputy captain, who came from a hunter family, had a much more complicated mindset. He looked at the winding official road below, and besides excitement, he felt a deep awe. He knew better than anyone what such perfect ambush terrain meant in traditional warfare. But he knew better what the spear of Thor, in their hands, meant to the army of this era. That means that no matter what the terrain is, no matter how many enemies there are, as long as the Lord is willing, they can create a more advantageous terrain than Wuong Po anytime and anywhere. This is no longer a victory of strategy. It is a dimensionality reduction attack from gods on mortals from another dimension. He took a deep breath, suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and his eyes became sharp again. "Remember, our target is the enemy's officers and flag bearers." Ma Baoguo calmly ordered his men, "Don't rush to open fire. Wait until they are completely at the bottom of the valley. We must leave them with nowhere to escape. At the highest point of Wuong Po, on a mountaintop platform with an excellent view, a temporary viewing platform has quietly stood up. Fang Han was dressed in black, sitting on a throne with a calm expression, sipping tea leisurely. Beside him, there were 4 stunning beauties, Xiao Ruoshui, Baijiro, Lurume, and Nangong Yinshu. However, except for Bai Shuejian, who had long had blind confidence in Fang Han and was now looking around with interest through a telescope, the other women all had a hint of tension and worry on their faces. Especially Nangong Yinshu. She came from a prominent family, and her father and brother both served in the military. She understood better than anyone what a terrifying force 20,000 regular troops were. The dark army formation, the banners that covered the sky, and the overwhelming momentum alone were enough to make any strong city tremble. But now, Fang Han only used 1,000 people to face the enemy that was 10 times larger than his own in the wilderness. This is really crazy. Husband, are you really sure? Nangong Yinshu tightly grasped the silk handkerchief in her hand, her voice trembling slightly. She looked at the road below the mountain that was as silent as a death trap, and her heart tightened involuntarily. Yes, my husband, on the battlefield, swords and knives have no eyes, so you must be careful in everything. Baijiro also advised softly, her beautiful eyes filled with unremovable worry. Fang Han couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He put down the teacup, turned around, and looked at his beloved wives who were worried about him, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Don't worry. He stood up and took out several neatly folded, peculiarly shaped dark green vests from the box behind him. Come, put on this protective armor. Fang Han handed the vests to them one by one. This armor is impervious to water and fire, and is invulnerable to swords and spears. With it, even if the sky falls, it won't hurt you at all. This is naturally the top-grade bulletproof vest he bought from Hyundai. The women looked at the treasure armor in their hands, which had a strange touch but was very heavy, and the worries on their faces really dissipated a lot. In their hearts, nothing their husbands bring out is ordinary. Fang Han watched them obediently put on their protective armor and nodded with satisfaction. Then, with an extremely confident tone, he said loudly, "Today, I will let you witness with your own eyes how your husband, with the blink of an eye, reduced that so-called 20,000-man army to ashes. Today, let you witness with your own eyes the end of an era and the beginning of a new one." These words are said with such domineering and heroic spirit. The spirit of looking down on the world and treating thousands of troops as nothing instantly infected everyone present. The women looked at Fang Han's tall figure, feeling the strong confidence that he was in control of everything, and their anxious hearts finally settled down completely. Yes, their husbands are godlike figures. How could a mere mortal army be his opponent? After pacifying the harem, Fang Han slowly walked to the front of the viewing platform. He took out a unique spear of Thor from the weapon box that Neo Air had prepared long ago. This, Thor's spear, is completely black, with no extra decorations on the gun body, but it exudes a cold metallic texture. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a long, extremely precisely shaped black cylinder installed on the top of the gun. That is the military-grade 8-fold high-power scope. Fang Han placed the sniper rifle equipped with a scope on a bracket that had been prepared long ago. His movements were smooth and full of power and beauty. He slowly leaned over and put his right eye to the sight. Just then, the morning mist at the end of the valley gradually dissipated. Dense black spots began to appear on the horizon. The black spots became more and more numerous and closer, eventually converging into a black tide. The flag of the Nanyang army finally appeared in sight. The Black Army, like a dirty torrent, with a tired and depressed atmosphere, slowly surged towards the Death Valley of Wuong Po. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Fang Han's mouth. Through the scope, the whole world is instantly brought closer. He could even clearly see the complex expressions of numbness, fear and confusion on the faces of the Nanyang soldiers walking in the front. His sight slowly moved through the crowd, and finally, it locked onto the center of the army formation. There was a figure riding on a majestic white tall horse, wearing fine chain mail and a bright silver helmet, a particularly eye-catching figure. The prefect of Nanyang, Lu Can. Attention, all units. Fang Han picked up the walkie-talkie at hand. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The enemy has entered the designated area. Follow my orders. He took a deep breath, and a cold, murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Free fire. Chapter 117. Thunder God's Wrath, the Flesh Grinder. When Lu Can's vanguard troops, dragging their legs that felt like they were filled with lead, stepped into the narrow valley of Wuong Po, Many soldiers even breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. 2 consecutive nights of inhuman torture had already stretched their nerves to the limit. Now, the decisive battle is finally coming. No matter what the outcome is, at least it can free them from the endless fear that they cannot see or touch and can only passively endure. They raised their heads and glanced blankly at the unremarkable hillsides on both sides. On the hillside, the grass and trees are lush and green, and it is silent. Apart from the occasional clear bird calls, there is nothing unusual. Everything seems so normal. But it is precisely this excessive normality that has cast an even more ominous shadow in the hearts of many veterans. It's too quiet. It was so quiet, like a huge tomb. The vanguard force of 3,000 people has completely reached the bottom of the valley. The crowded team filled the narrow official road, and there was no end in sight. The spears in their hands pointed obliquely at the sky, and the armor plates rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound, which intertwined with their heavy footsteps and breathing, composing a depressing and dull prelude to death. They didn't know that on both sides of their heads, on the hillside less than 300 steps away, 1,000 pairs of cold eyes were quietly watching them. 1,000 fingers were already lightly resting on the cold trigger. They are waiting for an order from God. Left wing position. Neo-Air stared intently at the enemy formation below that was like a wriggling snake. Because of extreme excitement, his dark face was flushed abnormally. The cold and clear voice of his lord came from the walkie-talkie in his hand. Free fire. Now is the time. Neo-Air suddenly stood up from behind the cover, using all his strength to let out his first earth-shattering roar. Fire. The next moment. Bang. Bang. On the hillside, 500 Thor's spears spewed out deadly tongues of fire almost at the same time. 500 dull, powerful, metallic gunshots instantly converged into a rolling and earth-shattering thunder. This thunder seemed to contain the power to destroy the world, and in an instant, it tore the tranquility of the early morning into pieces. Immediately afterwards, an invisible death net woven from countless high-speed rotating bullets rushed down towards the defenseless Nanyang army vanguard below at a speed beyond everyone's comprehension. Walking in the front row were the most elite swordsmen and shield fighters in Liu Kan's army. The wooden shields in their hands were soaked in tough tung oil, enough to withstand the slashing of ordinary swords and the shooting of bows and arrows. This is their last barrier to survival. However, in the face of the technological power that transcends the times, all of this seems so fragile and so ridiculous. Puff. Puff, puff, puff. A series of teeth-grinding muffled sounds rang out in quick succession. Those sturdy wooden shields were like the most fragile paper-pasted windows in front of the high-speed, rotating mini-bullets. They could not even provide the most basic blocking effect and were easily torn and pierced. After penetrating the shield, the bullet's power did not decrease at all. Then, it drilled into the living flesh and blood bodies behind the shield. Puff. Puffs of scarlet blood mist suddenly burst out from the chests and backs of the soldiers. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. The expressions on the faces of the swordsmen and shieldmen in the first row froze instantly. Their eyes were filled with extreme confusion and disbelief. They lowered their heads and looked at the hole in their chests that was constantly oozing blood, their minds going blank. What happened? No enemy charged, no arrows pierced the air. They didn't even have time to scream before their strength faded away like the tide. Next second, plop, plop, plop. Hundreds of soldiers in the first row fell silently in a pool of blood, like wheat being swept down by an invisible, giant hand. This extremely strange scene made all the soldiers following behind dumbfounded. Their steps subconsciously stopped, and they looked in horror at the large number of companions who suddenly fell in front of them. They were completely unable to understand the scene before them, which was beyond their cognition. At the moment when gunshots rang out on the left wing, beat him hard. On the right wing, Ma Baohua also let out a hysterical roar. Bang, 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 bang. There was another, even more violent thunder. Another net of death swept across from another direction. The crossfire from the left and right wings formed a perfect slaughter area with no blind spots in the narrow valley. Bullets, like a violent storm, came from all angles and penetrated madly into the crowded, chaotic, and completely unprotected enemy formation. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Broken limbs and arms. The shrill screams finally rang out one after another in this hell on earth. My legs. Enemy attack. There's an enemy attack. Help, help. A soldier just opened his mouth to let out a terrified cry, and a bullet accurately penetrated his mouth and exited from the back of his head, bringing out a handful of red and white brain matter. Another soldier watched helplessly as his comrade beside him had half of his head blown away by an invisible thing. The warm blood and brain matter splattered all over his head and face. The strong smell of blood instantly broke down his last psychological defense. Witchcraft. It's witchcraft. He let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice, dropped the weapon in his hand, turned around, and wanted to run back. However, just as he turned around, he felt a sharp pain in the back. He lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole as big as a bowl on his chest. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Just a meeting. Not even a minute. Liu Kan's 3,000 vanguards were beaten to pieces under this devastating firepower, with casualties everywhere. The official road in the valley has been completely stained red with blood and corpses, turning into a veritable meat grinder. The surviving soldiers huddled behind the warm bodies of their comrades, holding their heads and shaking violently. They looked at the hellish scene before them, listened to the thunder in their ears that sounded like a death warrant, and their brains completely shut down. They simply couldn't understand how all this happened. Where's the enemy? What on earth were they using to attack them? Chapter 118. The front collapses. The defeat is imminent. It's sorcery. It's the thunder magic of that demon from Qingshi County. Heavenly punishment. This is heavenly punishment. Run, run. We can't win. We've angered the gods. The bottom of the Wuong Po Valley has completely turned into a hell on earth with ghosts wailing and wolves howling. The psychological defenses of those who had managed to survive in the vanguard had completely collapsed. They threw away their armor and weapons, tumbling and scrambling, crying and howling, like sheep being chased by hungry wolves, turning around and running frantically back in the direction they had come from. Their only thought was to escape. Escape from this terrible valley shrouded in the shadow of death. The fleeing soldiers, like a flood that broke through a dam, slammed heavily into the Central Army formation behind them that had not yet entered the valley. Bang! Ouch! Don't push. Don't push me. The front army wanted to escape, and the middle army wanted to advance for unknown reasons. The two groups of people collided violently with each other. The originally fairly strict military formation was instantly broken into pieces at this moment, triggering even greater chaos and trampling. On the hillside, Fang Han's shooters were like the calmest and most efficient killing machines. Under the steady and clear commands of officers at all levels, they mechanically repeated the actions they had already memorized. Eject the shell, take out a new bullet from the bullet pouch at your waist, load it into the chamber, raise the gun, aim, and shoot. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. They accurately and mercilessly poured round after round of deadly bullets into the chaotic and crowded enemy formation below, which was in complete disarray. Every thunderous volley will inevitably bring up a scarlet flower of blood. Every time you pull the trigger, hundreds of lives will be lost. This is no longer a war of equal strength. This was a one-sided, brutal massacre. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. Under the flag of the Central Army, Liu Kan rode on a tall horse, staring in amazement at the horrific scene in front of him that looked like a Shura slaughterhouse. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. His proud elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles were as fragile as a group of lambs to be slaughtered in the face of such a bizarre attack that he had never heard of or seen before. They couldn't even get within 100 steps of the enemy before they were slaughtered in droves like mowing grass. What kind of magic is this? However, his pride and arrogance as a local leader forced him to suppress the fear in his heart. He drew the sword from his waist, pointed it forward, and roared hysterically, "No retreat. Anyone who retreats will be killed immediately. Archers! Where are the archers? Shoot back. Shoot them to death. Shoot everyone on the hillside into hedgehogs." He roared at the top of his lungs, trying to use his authority as a commander to reverse the already doomed defeat. Under his strict orders, hundreds of archers were finally forced to walk to the front of the battle formation with trembling hands by the supervisory team with knives. With trembling hands, they put arrows on the bowstrings, pulled the bowstrings, and shot indiscriminately at the hillsides on both sides that were constantly spewing flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows from the sky drew weak parabolas and fell sparsely on the hillside. However, this seemingly powerful rain of arrows did not have any effect at all. Most of the arrows fell softly halfway up the mountain due to insufficient range and did not even touch the edge of Fang Han's army's position. The few arrows that managed to hit the front of the position were easily blocked by the simple fortifications and the bulletproof vests worn by the soldiers. Apart from a few crisp ding-dong sounds, not even a soldier's skin was scratched. Their maximum range is only 150 steps. On the hillside, The Thor's shooters were conducting an efficient and safe roll call 300 steps away. See those guys with bows? Take care of them first. And those who wear armor and look like officials, kill them all one by one. Neo Air and Ma Baogua's orders were quickly conveyed to every combat group through messengers. The next moment, the gunshots on the hillside became more accurate and more deadly. Any Nanyang army officer who attempts to organize a counterattack, any archer who dares to show his head and draw his bow, will be taken care of by several bullets at the same time in an instant. Their heads exploded like rotten watermelons hit by a hammer. This suffocating feeling of powerlessness and despair, where one could only passively take a beating but not even be able to touch the edge of the enemy's clothes, was like the most terrible poison, which quickly destroyed the last remaining morale of the entire Nanyang army. The defeat was like a landslide. When the soldiers discovered that even the general they revered the most could not withstand the unpredictable attacks, and his heads would be blown off in an instant, their faith completely collapsed. They could no longer listen to any orders, and only one last thought remained in their minds. Escape. Run. The general is dead. There's no hope. Devils. They are devils. The formation of the entire army completely collapsed. An army of tens of thousands suffered a shocking defeat at the hands of only 1,000 men. The soldiers dropped everything they had, wishing their parents hadn't given them 2 more legs, and fled in panic in all directions like crazy. Lucan looked at the completely out-of-control scene in front of him and the soldiers fleeing in all directions like headless flies. He knew that everything was over. The game is over. His face, which had turned red due to anger and roaring, instantly lost all its color and turned as pale as paper. Retreat. Retreat. Quick. Protect this governor and retreat. He no longer cared about his reputation as a hero. He screamed in fear, turned his horse's head abruptly, and under the protection of dozens of his most loyal bodyguards, he broke away from the main force and fled in panic in the direction he came from. The top of Wuong Po. There was already dead silence on the viewing platform. Xiao Ruoshui, Nangong Yunshu, Lurume. Several women who were used to the ups and downs of life were so shocked at this moment when they saw the overwhelming and one-sided victory below that they couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Their red lips were slightly parted, their beautiful eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Is this the war that my husband mentioned? This is not a war at all. This is clearly a one-sided crushing. And Fang Han's facial expression did not change at all from beginning to end. It seemed as if the hell on earth with mountains of corpses and seas of blood below was just an insignificant game in his eyes. His gaze was calm and cold, and never left the special sight. He calmly and accurately locked onto the gorgeous figure who was fleeing in panic, surrounded by a group of personal soldiers among the chaotic fleeing crowd. The game is over. Chapter 119. Qianli's Eyes, the end of the hero. The wind was howling on the viewing platform. Fang Han's entire world seemed to have become completely quiet at this moment. Through the field of view of the eightfold scope, the chaotic battlefield 800 meters away was instantly brought closer to the eyes. The Nanyang prefect Lu Can, who was once so arrogant and intended to lay his hands on his woman, was now like a stray dog, lying on the horse's back and whipping the mount madly. Every detail of his facial features, distorted by extreme fear, was reflected clearly in Fang Han's cold pupils. The extraordinary 5 senses and terrifying control over the body brought by the gene optimization fluid were fully demonstrated at this moment. Wind speed, level 3, northwest wind. The air humidity is about 70%. The target's moving speed is about 15 meters per second. Advance amount. Countless data poured into Fang Han's brain in an instant. His brain, which was comparable to a supercomputer, quickly analyzed and calculated them. And finally, he came up with the most accurate result. His body made extremely subtle adjustments in accordance with the rhythm of his breathing. The muzzle of the gun rose slightly half a degree and moved an inch to the left. Goodbye, Governor Lu. Fang Han's lips moved slightly, and he uttered a whisper that only he could hear. Next second, his index finger, steady and gentle, pulled the trigger. Bang! A sound completely different from the previous gunshot sounds on the battlefield, more dull and powerful, like the roar of an ancient ferocious beast, suddenly rang out. The sound of the gunshot seemed to carry a unique magic that instantly drowned out all the noise on the battlefield. A 7.62mm sniper bullet that has been specially processed has a sharper bullet tip and a charge far exceeding that of ordinary bullets. With an indomitable determination, it spins, roars, and tears through the sky. It's like the scythe swung by the god of death himself. It flew precisely towards its destined target. On the official road, Lu Can, who was galloping on his horse, suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill on the back of his head. The instinct for survival made him subconsciously want to look back. However, he no longer has this opportunity. The next moment, the thought came to his mind. Bang! A dull and loud sound, like a ripe watermelon being smashed by a sledgehammer, suddenly rang out. Liu Kang's head, which was still wearing a shiny silver helmet, exploded without any warning under the horrified gazes of dozens of his personal soldiers. Red blood, white brain matter, mixed with a broken skull, splattered wildly in all directions like the most brilliant fireworks. He sprayed all over the heads and faces of the loyal soldiers around him. The warm and sticky touch, the strong and sickening smell of blood, made these battle-hardened soldiers completely lose the ability to think in an instant. The horse is still galloping forward. But on the horse's back, the figure who once dominated Nanyang and was so majestic and powerful was now only a headless body that kept spewing blood. The headless corpse on the horse's back shook violently twice due to inertia. Finally, he fell weakly from the horse's back and fell heavily to the ground with a thump, stirring up a cloud of dust mixed with the smell of blood. The bodyguards around him all reined in their horses and stared at the still twitching headless corpse on the ground in a daze, their minds blank. Dead. The governor just died like that? They looked around in terror, trying to find where the attack came from. However, there was nothing around except the panicked figures of his own people running away and the strange thunder that was still ringing on the distant hillside. The unknown is the most terrifying. Finally, a young soldier with poor psychological quality could no longer bear the huge impact brought by this extremely bloody and weird scene, and his spirit completely collapsed. He let out an "ah" and a desperate scream that was so shrill that it changed the tone. Thunder from the sky. It's thunder from the sky. The governor was struck to death by thunder. This sound was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan. The gods are angry. The gods are angry. Run. If we don't run now, we'll be struck to death by thunder. The remaining bodyguards no longer cared about loyalty. They let out strange cries and whipped their horses like crazy, fleeing faster and in a more embarrassed manner than before. This scene was also seen clearly through various telescopes. Those Nanyang army generals who were still resisting and trying to organize their soldiers to escape, after seeing the commander's flag fall and the commander being killed by thunder from the sky, the last bit of spiritual support in their hearts also completely collapsed. And on Fang Han's side, above the Wuong Po position, Neo Air, Ma Baogua, and the 1,000 Thor archers looked at their lord's mysterious and unpredictable ability to take the general's head from 1,000 steps away as if it were out of a bag. The awe in their hearts, which was already extremely strong, was completely sublimated into a fanatical and unshakable belief at this moment. Chapter 120. Harvest of the Battlefield, the new master of Nanyang. Liu Kang's general flag fell down with a loud bang. The news that he was killed precisely by the thunder from heaven, amidst thousands of soldiers and horses, spread throughout the entire chaotic battlefield at an incredible speed, as if it had wings. This news became the last and heaviest straw that broke the camel's back. All the Nanyang soldiers who were still fleeing and resisting completely lost all their will to resist after hearing this news. The commander is the soul of an army. Now, their souls have been erased by the gods in the most shocking and direct way. What else can these mortals use to resist? Plop, plop, plop. Countless soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt in a pool of mud and blood. They headed towards Wuong Po, towards the mountain that looked like the abode of gods in their eyes, weeping bitterly and kowtowed frantically for mercy. God, please spare me. Grandpa God, please spare me. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. It was Liu Kang who forced us to come. Please, God, have mercy on us and spare our lives. The cries for mercy and the shouts for mercy merged into a huge wave of sound, echoing throughout the valley. On the top of the mountain, Fang Han saw this and nodded with satisfaction. He issued a new order through the intercom. Stop shooting. All troops go down the mountain, collect prisoners, and clean up the battlefield. Kill anyone who resists. Yes, sir. Neo Air and Ma Baogua excitedly accepted the order. Soon, the gunshots on the hillside, which sounded like death warrants, gradually stopped. Instead, there were uniformed footsteps filled with a murderous aura. 1,000 soldiers of the Fong family army, wearing camouflage uniforms and holding Thor's spear, lined up in neat rows and rushed into the valley like a tiger descending the mountain. Behind them were thousands of surrendered soldiers from the previous dynasty who had already been reorganized and served as reserve forces. Holding spears and shields, they followed the footsteps of the Thor archers and began to gather and disarm the southern government troops who had completely lost their fighting spirit. The whole process went smoother than expected. The entire Wuong Po was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The pungent smell of blood and gunpowder mixed together to form a disgusting smell unique to war. According to rough statistics after the war, in this ambush that could be described as a dimensionality reduction attack, Fang Han's army, at the tiny cost of less than 100 people, most of whom were only scratched by stray arrows, completely wiped out and defeated the 20,000 main forces of the Nanyang army. More than 5,000 enemy soldiers were killed on the spot, and more than 10,000 were captured. The remaining thousands of people had already been frightened and fled into the deep mountains and forests, no longer posing any threat. This was a miraculous victory that was worthy of being recorded in the annals of world history and was enough to completely overturn the perception of war in this era. On the city wall of Qingshi County, the new county magistrate Chen Ting and the acting chief clerk Zhang Shiye stood side by side. Holding binoculars, they witnessed the entire miraculous, earth-shattering scene on Wuong Po from beginning to end. When the battle ended, the telescopes in the hands of the two men fell to the ground with a clang at the same time. They could no longer support their already weak legs and sat down on the cold bricks, gasping for breath, with cold sweat on their foreheads. They looked at each other and saw the same fear and shock deep in their bones in each other's eyes. After a long time, Chen Tinkai murmured to himself in a dreamy, sobbing voice, "Master Jeang, are we dreaming?" Master Jeang did not answer him. He just stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed in the direction of Wuong Po, the black figure standing on the top of the mountain like a god. "No, it's not a dream." His voice was hoarse as if it had been polished by sandpaper. "That's divine punishment." The two looked at each other again, and at the same time, an extremely clear thought arose in their minds. From today on, the sky of Qingshi County has completely changed. On the viewing platform at the top of the mountain, Fang Han slowly put down the spear of Thor in his hand, which was still slightly hot. The strong smell of gunpowder penetrated his nostrils, making him feel almost intoxicated. What he enjoyed was not the killing itself. It's this kind of incomparable pleasure of controlling everything and crushing everything with absolute, overwhelming strength. He slowly turned around and walked to Xiao Ruoshui's side. This former empress who was once high and mighty, at this moment, still had a trace of shock and daze on her beautiful face that had captivated everyone. She looked at Fang Han, her cold phoenix eyes filled with extremely complicated emotions. There was awe, admiration, dependence, and even a hint of deep love that she herself was not even aware of. "Ruoshui." Fang Han looked at her charming appearance, smiled, and spoke, his voice full of magnetism. "Liu Qin is dead, and his 20,000-man army has been reduced to ashes. Nanyang Prefecture is now leaderless, and the people are in panic. Now, it's time for you, the Empress of Dying, to issue an edict to appease the people of Nanyang, condemn Liu Qin's rebellious behavior, and then, legitimately, take over all of this." When Xiao Ruoshui heard this, her delicate body trembled violently. She was very smart and immediately understood the deep meaning of Fang Han's words. He is giving himself a name. One, the greatest value that allows her to continue to exist as the Empress. He did not choose to become king himself, but chose to push her, the Empress of the previous dynasty, to the forefront. This is not just trust, but also a silent declaration. An unprecedented warmth instantly surged through her body. She took a deep breath. Then, he bowed to Fang Han with his robes lowered. This worship is different from any previous one. This time, there was no hypocrisy or compromise. What there is just a woman's unprecedented obedience and dependence on her man that comes from the heart. "Your Majesty." Her voice was soft yet firm. "Yes, sir." Fang Han looked at her submissive appearance and nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that in order to prepare for the upcoming war, we need to develop some artillery." Chapter 121. The enemy arrives at the gates, and the people surrender. The smell of blood at Wuong Po was so strong that it seemed like an insoluble substance. The afterglow of the setting sun stained the narrow valley an even more eerie crimson. Corpses piled high, severed limbs were everywhere. Crimson blood flowed slowly along the corpse-strewn road, eventually flowing into the low-lying areas, forming sickening pools of blood. The air was filled with a unique smell of gunpowder, blood, and death, which irritated the nerves of every survivor. Tens of thousands of surrendered Nanyang soldiers threw away all their weapons and knelt like animals to be slaughtered in this hell paved with the flesh and blood of their comrades. Their faces were pale, their bodies were shaking like sieves, and they didn't even dare to look up to see the Shura-like scene around them. At the same time, Qingshi County. Inside the makeshift camp, Xiao Ruoxue, dressed in palace attire, sat at her desk, a fine wolf hair brush in hand, her expression focused and solemn. In front of her was a bright yellow imperial edict paper specially provided by the royal family. The tip of her pen moved smoothly across the paper, and each word, filled with majesty and power, appeared on the paper. The content of the edict is simple and direct. First, the book enumerated the 10 major crimes of Nanyang Prefect Liu Can, including his self-reliance of troops, his intention to rebel, his murder of loyal officials, Xinguan, and his harming of the people, and labeled him a traitor to the country. Secondly, it praises Fong Han of Qingshi County for eliminating the enemy for the country, which is an unparalleled achievement in supporting the country. Thirdly, in the name of Empress Jeang, Fong Han was appointed as the acting chief clerk of Nanyang Prefecture, in charge of all military and political affairs of Nanyang Prefecture, with the power to execute first and report later. This edict provided Fong Han with the most irrefutable and legitimate justification to take over the entire Nanyang. After writing the last word, Xiao Ruoxue gently put down the pen, with a complex light flashing in her beautiful eyes. She knew that from the moment this edict was issued, Fong Han would leap from a local, living immortal to a true local lord holding the military and political power of a state. And her identity as the Empress of Dying will play an unprecedented role under Fong Han's protection. She is no longer a bird in a cage that needs protection, but the sharpest sword in his hand, called righteousness. This feeling of being needed and valued made her long-dormant heart beat violently again. Just then, that familiar figure walked in from outside the door with a faint smell of gunpowder. It was Fong Han. Is it finished? He walked to the desk, took a look at the contents of the edict, and nodded with satisfaction. Husband. Xiao Ruoxue stood up and bowed to Fong Han with a gentle posture. Thank you for your hard work. Fong Han helped her up and turned his gaze to Nangong Yunshu, who was standing aside with a dazed look on her face. Yunshu, pack up, let's go home. Go home. Hearing these two words, Nangong Yunshu's delicate body trembled violently. Nanyang City was once her home, but it was also the place of sorrow that she could never get rid of throughout her life. Now, she is going back in such an unexpected way. Her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with mist. 3 days later, Nanyang Prefecture City. The atmosphere in the city was extremely depressing. Liu Can's 20,000-strong army marched out of Qingshi, but was completely wiped out in one day. The prefect Liu Can himself was killed on the spot by thunder from the sky, and his body was not left at all. This news was like a magnitude 12 earthquake, which caused huge waves in Nanyang City. At first, no one believed it. It was not until the remnants of the defeated army who had managed to escape cried and roared, describing the hellish scene on Wulong Hill with exaggeration, that the entire Nanyang Prefecture was plunged into a sea of panic. Divine punishment. The living immortal in Qingshi County will bring down thunder from the sky. This horrifying rumor spread like wildfire, destroying everyone's psychological defenses. The gentry and powerful families in the city were in a state of panic. Many of them had been more or less dependent on Liu Can, and now that Liu Can had been killed by thunder, they were afraid that they would be the next in line. The ordinary people at the bottom of society are in deep fear, mixed with an inexplicable expectation that even they themselves cannot explain. Finally, on the morning of the third day, the legendary Divine Army appeared on the horizon. The team of thousands of people was silent as a mountain. They lined up in an outrageously neat formation and marched at an equally breathtakingly neat pace, slowly approaching Nanyang City. There were no war drums, no trumpets, only the rustling sound of orderly footsteps like the footsteps of death. A cold, murderous aura that seemed to be able to freeze people's souls came from a long distance away, pressing heavily on the city wall and the hearts of every defender. The defenders on the city wall had already lost their color, their legs trembling, and they were about to flee. The weapons in their hands were clanging. What a joke. Fighting with gods. Isn't that courting death? The army stopped 500 steps away from the city gate. Fong Han was dressed in black, riding on a majestic warhorse, gazing at the majestic city with an expressionless face. Beside him, Nangong Yunshu, dressed in plain clothes, sat in the carriage. She opened the curtains and looked at the city gate that was both familiar and unfamiliar. She was overwhelmed with emotions and her eyes were blurred with tears. No challenge, no persuasion to surrender. Fong Han just waited there quietly. He was waiting for the people in the city to make the wisest choice. The oppressive silence lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, crack. The heavy city gate groaned as it could not bear the weight, and slowly opened inward. Immediately afterwards, headed by the new prefectural chancellor, all the well-known civil and military officials, gentry and nobles in Nanyang City, dressed neatly but with dejected faces, filed out of the city gate one after another. They didn't even dare to look up at the murderous army. 100 steps away from Fang Han, everyone knelt down on the ground in an orderly manner with a plop. The Nanyang Prefecture Chancellor leads all the city's officials and gentry to respectfully welcome Chief Secretary Fong to Nanyang. The Chancellor shouted loudly in a voice that was almost crying. That posture was so humble that it was down to the dust. There was still no expression on Fang Han's face. Under the awe-filled and fearful gazes of the crowd, he gently gave the horse a squeeze and rode forward. The king enters the city. He knew that the real conquest had just begun from the moment he stepped through the city gate. Chapter 122. Revisiting the old place, the beauty is heartbroken. Both sides of the streets of Nanyang City were filled with trembling officials and gentry kneeling, and further away, countless ordinary people were peeking in, their faces filled with awe and curiosity. The whole city fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on the army that was slowly entering the city, and on the young man in black with a cold expression who was riding on a majestic warhorse at the front of the army. Is he the living god who can bring down thunder from the sky? He seems to be just an ordinary young man. However, when their eyes met Fang Han's calm eyes, they felt a chill that penetrated deep into their bones and instantly spread throughout their bodies. What kind of eyes are those? It was calm and indifferent, as if it contained a bottomless cold pond. Beneath that cold pond, it seemed to suppress a murderous intent as vast as a sea of blood and corpses. Just a glance was enough to make all those with evil intentions give up all their inappropriate thoughts in an instant. Fang Han's team did not stop in the city at all. They marched straight in, heading towards the most magnificent mansion in the center of the city with a clear goal: the prefectural government. When the huge plaque with 3 large gold-plated characters came into Nangong Yunshu's sight, her delicate body trembled violently and uncontrollably. Here, this was where she and her husband Xinguan lived for 3 whole years. She still remembered how her husband had been full of energy when they first arrived in Nanyang. He pointed at this mansion and said to her with a smile, "Yunshu, from today on, this is our home. Under my rule, I will ensure that Nanyang Prefecture will be peaceful and harmonious, and the people will live and work in peace and contentment." She still remembered the plum blossom grove in the backyard, which she had planted herself. Every winter, she and her husband would admire the plum blossoms in the snow, drinking wine and discussing poetry. Those were the happiest and most enjoyable times in her life. She still remembered the large desk in the study, where her husband had spent countless days and nights reviewing official documents, worrying deeply about the people's livelihood in Nanyang. Warm scenes from the past flooded into my mind like a tide. But now, things have changed. The plaque is still there, the mansion is still there, but the man who once gave her the whole world of tenderness has long since turned into a handful of yellow earth. This home, which was once filled with their laughter and joy, was occupied by Lu Can, the enemy who killed her husband, and turned into a den of thieves that harbored filth and dirt. The immense sadness, like an invisible giant hand, tightly grasped her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. The mist in her eyes finally condensed into tears, which slid silently down her pale and beautiful cheeks. At this moment, Fang Han, who had been walking beside the carriage, pulled the reins. He didn't look back, nor did he speak, he just stood there quietly. The entire army behind him, as if receiving an order, instantly obeyed the order and stopped. The whole world seemed to have quieted down, leaving only Nangong Yunshu's suppressed, low sobs. Fang Han's silence is a silent language. He was telling her that he was not in a hurry and he would wait for her. Nangong Yunshu felt this silent tenderness. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the man's broad and upright back through her misty eyes. An indescribable warmth instantly surged through her body. Yes, she is no longer alone. She has him now. This man avenged her blood feud, saved her from the abyss of despair, gave her a new life, and gave her a strong arm to rely on. She took a deep breath, wiped the tears from her face, and tried to make her voice sound less choked. "Husband, I'm fine." Fang Han then slowly turned his head and looked at her. The look in his eyes was still calm, but Nangong Yunshu read a hint of comfort in it. She looked at Fang Han, trying hard, and gave him a soft yet strong smile. That smile was filled with relief at surviving the disaster, endless gratitude, and even more so, a kind of complete dependence, as if completely entrusting everything one had to others. Fang Han nodded and dismounted. Under the gazes of countless people on both sides of the street, he walked to the carriage, personally lifted the curtain, and extended his hand to the tearful beauty inside. "Come on down, we're home." He held Nangong Yunshu's soft and boneless hand and carefully helped her down from the carriage. Then, holding her hand, he walked up the high steps of the prefectural mansion step by step, surrounded by Nyoer, Ma Baohua, and other personal guards. This action may seem simple, but it contains unquestionable profound meaning. He was using this most direct and domineering way to silently declare to everyone in Nanyang Prefecture, "This woman is mine." She, Nangong Yunshu, is not only the widow of the former county magistrate, but also Fong Han's woman. She is one of the future mistresses of this mansion. All the officials and gentry kneeling on the ground saw this scene clearly. They were all shocked and quickly lowered their heads. It seems that the rumors are true. This new master is not only extremely resourceful, but also a man who values friendship and loyalty. To avenge Madame Nangong, he is not afraid to engage in direct battle with the governor Liu Kan, who commands an army of 20,000. And now, she was given such a high status and honor in front of everyone. Many smart people have already started thinking about how to please Madame Nangong, who is deeply favored by the Lord, in the future. The prefect's mansion had already become a mess. The moment Fong Han walked into the mansion holding Nangong Yunshu's hand, all the housekeepers, servants, and maids who had rushed over after hearing the news fell to their knees on the ground, not daring to breathe. Fong Han ignored these servants. His gaze went straight to the deepest part of the mansion, the meeting hall that represented the center of power. He let go of Nangong Yunshu's hand and walked over with big strides. The meeting hall still retains the luxurious decoration from when Liu Kan was alive. Fong Han walked to the center of the hall and looked at the armchair made of golden Nanmu wood and covered with tiger skin. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This chair once belonged to the upright and people-loving Xinguan. Later, it was occupied by the sinister and vicious Liu Kan. And now, it belongs to me, Fong Han. He didn't show any courtesy and sat down on it with all his might. The spacious armchair seemed to be tailor-made for him. His domineering aura that looked down on the world was perfectly integrated with this chair that represented power. Lurume, Baijiro, and other women also followed in and stood quietly behind him. Looking around at the people below who were kneeling all the way from the mansion gate to the entrance of the hall, trembling with fear, Fong Han's voice, calm and majestic, resounded throughout the prefectural mansion. "Pass on my orders. Tomorrow at noon, the Nanyang Co-Governance Conference will be held here. Every single one of the city's prominent family heads and Chamber of Commerce presidents must be present." His voice paused, and there was an unquestionable coldness in his tone. Latecomers will be late at their own risk. The order spread quickly throughout Nanyang Prefecture like thunder. All the gentry and wealthy families who received the news felt a suffocating and terrifying pressure as if a storm was about to come. Co-Governance Conference? What exactly is this new owner up to? That night, no one in the upper class of Nanyang Prefecture was destined to be able to sleep. However, on the eve of the storm, a rare warmth permeated the back garden of the prefectural government. Fong Han did not go to deal with any government affairs, but accompanied Nangong Yunshu, strolling quietly on the path in the plum forest. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the two of them. Nangong Yunshu snuggled up to Fong Han and whispered to him in a voice that was almost like a dream, about every tree and blade of grass here, and about her and Xinguan's past here. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of sadness, but more of it was a sense of relief. She seemed to be saying goodbye to her former self, and saying goodbye to those dusty memories. Fong Han did not interrupt her, but just listened quietly. Occasionally, he would reach out and gently smooth the hair that was messed up by the night wind behind her ears. Chapter 123, Co-Governance Conference, Hidden Murder. The next day, at noon, Nanyang Prefecture's mansion, meeting hall. As soon as the sky brightened, the spacious conference hall was already packed with people. In Nanyang Prefecture, all the prominent gentry and wealthy family heads, as well as the presidents of major chambers of commerce, were present. Hundreds of people filled the originally spacious hall. However, with so many people gathered together, the entire hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and it was a little scary. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Which of these people is not a powerful and domineering figure in Nanyang City on a daily basis? But today, they all sat upright, like children in the school waiting for the teacher's lecture, with their eyes looking at their noses and their noses looking at their hearts, not even daring to breathe. Many people's foreheads were already covered with fine beads of sweat, and the backs of their clothes were mostly soaked with cold sweat. Extremely nervous. "I can't sit still. Their hearts were like 15 buckets of water being drawn up and down in a panic. What is the purpose of this new Chief Secretary Fong calling them together to hold this so-called co-governance conference? Do they want to release military power with a cup of wine, like the previous Emperor Taizu did? Or do they want to follow the example of the cruel officials and carry out a brutal purge of these local tyrants? All kinds of speculations were swirling wildly in their minds. They could only suffer silently in the deathly silence, waiting for the final judgment from the man who dominated their fate. Time passes by every second. The bell outside the hall has already struck the 3:15 in the morning. However, the main seat was still empty. That chief clerk Fong has not shown up yet. This undoubtedly intensified the fear and anxiety in everyone's hearts. They knew that this was a show of force. It was the new master who was using this silent method to wear down their will and destroy their psychological defenses. Many of the older officials, who had been used to a life of luxury, were already beginning to feel the strain. Their faces were becoming increasingly pale, and their breathing was becoming rapid. They felt that they were not attending a conference, but more like prisoners being sent to the guillotine, waiting for the executioner to strike. Finally, when the night watchman struck 3:15 in the morning, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps was heard outside the hall. Here we come. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. They all turned their eyes towards the door. I saw a tall black shadow slowly walking into the hall, surrounded by two fierce-looking captains of the personal guards, Neo Air and Ma Baohua. It's Fang Han. Behind him, there were two stunning beauties. One of them is Xiao Ruoxue, the empress of the previous dynasty, who has a cool and elegant temperament, like the goddess of the 9 heavens who has come down to earth. The other one was Nangong Yunshu, the widow of the former county magistrate Shun, whom they were all very familiar with. Fang Han walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, without looking around. His face still had that calm and indifferent expression. However, the murderous aura in his body, which seemed to have just emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, was as condensed as a substance. It was like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on the hearts of everyone present. Those gentry and officials who lived a life of luxury felt as if their breathing suddenly stopped and their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Fang Han walked to the main seat, but did not sit down immediately. Instead, he turned around and his cold eyes, which were devoid of any emotion, slowly swept across the entire audience. His gaze was like two sharp knives, scraping across everyone's face inch by inch. All those who looked at him froze like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake, and then lowered their heads in extreme fear. In the entire hall, among the hundreds of leading figures in Nanyang Prefecture, not one dared to look him in the eye for more than a second. Not until everyone lowered their proud heads did Fang Han withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, and sat down in the main seat with his horse and sword. He still didn't speak. The entire hall fell into suffocating silence again. Just when everyone felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their throats, Fang Han finally took action. He didn't say anything, but just nodded lightly to Nangong Yunshu beside him. Nangong Yunshu understood. She took a deep breath, suppressed the nervousness in her heart, and walked slowly to the center of the hall, facing the faces below that were once extremely familiar to her and even had flattered her. Times have changed, things and people have changed. When she faced these people again, her identity was completely different. My uncles, my neighbors. Nangong Yunshu's voice was cold and calm, and it echoed clearly in the hall. I'm sure you're all confused as to why my husband, Fang Han, would engage in battle with that traitor, Lu Kan. Today, I will explain this matter clearly in front of everyone. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. The traitor Lu Kan, during his tenure, committed perverse acts and imposed heavy taxes, which has long incurred the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Even more outrageous is that he colluded with local tyrants to hoard grain and manipulate prices, causing the people of Qingshi County to become homeless and forced to eat their own children. My late husband, Shen Guan, could not bear to see the people suffer, so he implemented new policies. However, in doing so, he affected the interests of Lu Kan and his cronies. So, they were so crazy that they bribed the bandits to brutally murder my late husband. At this point, Nangong Yunshu's voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable grief and trembling. When the people in the hall heard this, many of them showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turns out that the root is here. Nangong Yunshu forced herself to suppress the grief in her heart and continued. My husband Fang Han couldn't bear to see me alone and helpless, and he couldn't bear to see the people of Qingshi continue to live in dire straits. Therefore, he acted on behalf of heaven and killed the Li and Wang families with thundering means, avenging my late husband's blood. That traitor Liu Kan, upon learning that his followers had been eliminated, became mad with rage and personally led an army of 20,000, intending to massacre us in Qingshi to vent his personal anger. My husband, in order to protect the safety of tens of thousands of people in Qingshi, had no choice but to fight back and set up an ambush at Wuong Po. Liu Kan has committed atrocities and has long lost the favor of heaven. Therefore, a divine thunderbolt descended from the sky, blasting him to death, and with it, the 20,000-strong army was reduced to ashes. This is heaven's will. This is the will of the people. My husband, Fang Han, did this not for personal gain, but to avenge my late husband. It is to rid the people of Qingshi of this evil. It is also to rid the people of Nanyang of this great scourge. These words were spoken with great force and righteousness. All of Fang Han's extraordinary behaviors were perfectly packaged as a just act of revenge for her husband and eliminating harm for the people. After listening to this, most of the gentry finally felt a little relieved. So, that's what happened. This means that this Fang Zhubu is not the kind of tyrannical person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. As long as we obey, everything should be fine, right? Many people were ready to stand up, follow the steps provided by Nangong Yunshu, and express their stance and swear allegiance. The atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to ease a little at this moment. However, just when this fragile peace was about to be achieved, a discordant voice full of disdain and sarcasm suddenly rang out from the crowd. What nonsense! Chapter 124. A disagreement leads to a killing with one punch. These three sudden words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the deadly silent hall. Everyone was startled by the shouting and trembled all over. They all looked in the direction where the voice came from. In the front row of the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed in gorgeous clothes, slightly fat, with an arrogant look on his face, slowly stood up from his seat. This person is none other than Mr. Jeang, the head of the Jeang family, one of the largest aristocratic families in Nanyang Prefecture. The Jeang family's power is deeply rooted in Nanyang Prefecture, and some of its family members are officials in the court, so they have a strong background. More importantly, everyone knows that the Jeang family has an intricate marriage relationship with the Marquis of Jingbei, who holds a large number of troops in the north. It is precisely because of this relationship that the Jeang family has always acted arrogantly in Nanyang Prefecture, and even the former prefect Liu Kan had to give them some face. At this moment, the head of the Jeang family stood up, with undisguised contempt and sarcasm on his face. His triangular eyes stared coldly at Nangong Yunshu in the center of the hall. Haha, what a great way to avenge your husband and eliminate harm for the people. He sneered. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. In my opinion, the so-called divine thunder from the sky is nothing more than some shady tricks used by you evil people. It's fine to fool those ignorant fools, but you actually want to use it to deceive us. His eyes, like a poisonous snake, scanned Nangong Yunshu's exquisite body unscrupulously, and his words were full of vicious humiliation. Madam Nangong, your husband Xingguan's body is still warm, yet you're so eager to commit yourself to this beast. And you even make such a grandiose and righteous story about this murder and robbery. How shameless. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. The four words shameless are such a vicious humiliation for an ancient woman who adhered to the three obediences and four virtues. Nangong Yunshu's face turned pale as paper in an instant. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. On the main seat, a bone-chilling cold light flashed in Fang Han's eyes. However, the head of the Jeang family was completely unaware of this. When he saw Nangong Yunshu's tearful look and the shocked expressions of the people around him, he felt more and more proud. He wanted to tear off the hypocritical masks of this couple in front of everyone. He relied on having Marquis Jingbei as his backer and did not take Fang Han, a living immortal, who appeared from nowhere, seriously at all. In his opinion, Fang Han just relied on some magic to defeat the idiot Liu Kan by chance. In front of the real Jingbei Marquis army of 100,000 cavalrymen, these so-called sorcery techniques were nothing more than small tricks that were not worthy of being displayed on the stage. They were vulnerable. He looked around at the hesitant gentry and shouted in a very inflammatory tone. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. This demon is nothing more than a clown stirring up trouble here, while the imperial court is busy southward. I have already sent people to the north, traveling day and night, to report what happened here to Lord Jingbei Marquis. Marquis Jingbei's army will soon march south. When they do, we will destroy this demon and his followers, scattering their bones and ashes to set the record straight. Now, if anyone colluded with him, once the Marquis army arrived, they would be severely punished for the crime of treason, and their entire clan would be punished. These words were like a huge rock thrown into the already turbulent lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 huge waves. There was a sudden commotion in the hall. Marquis of Jingbei. He was a contemporary hero who commanded 100,000 elite border troops, and even the imperial court was wary of him. If he really wants to go south. So, can Fang Han really withstand it? Many of the gentry who had been preparing to surrender once again showed deep hesitation on their faces. They subconsciously began to weigh the pros and cons in their minds. For a moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on the main seat, on the young man in black who had remained silent from beginning to end. They all wanted to see how Fong Zhubu, the legendary master of all-powerful means, would react in the face of such blatant provocation and threats from the head of the Jeang family. Will he fly into a rage, or will he argue? Or choose to temporarily avoid the limelight and appease the head of the Jeang family? However, everyone's expectations were dashed. I saw that on the main seat. Fang Han's face not only did not show any anger, but instead showed a hint of interest and playful smile. He just looked at the head of the Jeang family quietly, as if he was watching a funny clown performing hard on the stage. Next second, without saying a word, he slowly stood up from his seat. Then, he walked down the stairs step by step and walked towards the head of the Jeang family, who was in the center of the hall. His footsteps were light and slow, making no sound on the smooth floor. However, these silent footsteps were like invisible hammers, hitting everyone's heart hard. The atmosphere in the hall froze to freezing point at this moment. When Patriarch Jeang saw Fang Han walking towards him, he thought that he was going to give in and argue with him, and the sarcasm on his face became even more intense. What? Monster, have you nothing to say? Kneel down now and kowtow to me and admit your fault. When the Marquis' army arrives, I might be able to. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Fang Han had already walked in front of him and stopped. The two of them were only 3 feet apart. Fang Han looked at him calmly, his eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. You. Patriarch Jeang felt a little uneasy when he looked at him and was about to scold him. Just then, in the astonished and puzzled eyes of the Jeang family head, under the incredulous gaze of hundreds of people in the audience, Fang Han raised his right hand without any warning, and then, with a simple, pure, yet extremely fast punch, he punched out. This punch did not contain any fancy moves or any internal energy. Yes, but after being strengthened with the gene optimization fluid, it is an explosion of the purest physical strength that exceeds the limits of the human body. Bang! A dull, teeth-grinding sound suddenly rang out, as terrifying as a battering ram hitting a city gate. The chest of the Jeang family had collapsed deeply inward in a terrifying manner that was visible to the naked eye. The sarcasm and complacency on his face froze in an instant. What replaced it was extreme, boundless horror and disbelief. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The whole person was like being hit head-on by a mad elephant. His feet left the ground, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! His body drew a sharp parabola in midair and crashed heavily into the wall made of hard bluestone more than 10 meters away. The entire wall shook violently. Half of the Jeang family head's fat body was embedded in the wall. He hung there like a strange mural, with blood gurgling down the cracks in the wall. He was still in midair when he fell silent. Chapter 125. Blood splattered in court, prophets divided. Dead silence. The hall fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils contracted violently, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, staring intently at the corpse embedded in the wall with an extremely miserable death. Their minds are blank. Thoughts, at this moment, completely stagnated. What did they see? One punch. Just one punch. A living person, the head of the Jeang family who had been dominating Nanyang Prefecture for half his life, was just beaten away and embedded in the wall like a puddle of mud. Is this a power that a human can possess? No, this is not martial arts. This is definitely not a martial art that they can understand. Even the legendary martial arts master who can break stones and split rocks would never be able to deliver such a terrifying and counterintuitive punch. This is the power of gods and demons. It is the pure, crushing power that only the gods and demons in myths and legends who can destroy the world can possess. His own great power has actually reached such an inhuman and terrifying level. Fang Han slowly retracted his fist, as if he was just casually swatting a buzzing fly to death. He took out a clean white handkerchief from his bosom and slowly wiped the back of his hand. There wasn't even a speck of dust there. After he had done all this, he slowly raised his head, and his cold eyes once again swept over the gentry who had already been frightened out of their wits. His voice was soft, gentle, and even a little gentle. Does anyone else have any objections to my decision? This gentle voice, in everyone's ears at this moment, was even more terrifying and chilling than the devil's whisper from the nine nether hell. Gudong. Someone swallowed hard. No one dared to answer. No one can answer. Before he finished speaking. Swish, swish, swish. Outside the hall, there was suddenly a sound of uniform, yet extremely heavy footsteps. The dragon tooth guards, who had been lying in ambush outside, led by Nyo Air and Ma Baogua, rushed into the conference hall like a tide. The spear of Thor, in their hands, had already been equipped with shiny rifle bayonets that flashed with a cold light. The cold, murderous aura instantly filled the entire hall. These dragon tooth guard soldiers moved in unison and with a clear goal. They immediately followed the head of the Jeang family and came over. Several members of the Jeang family, who were currently slumped in their seats with ashen faces, were surrounded in the center. No, don't kill me. Master Fong, please spare us. We know nothing. Those members of the Jeang family, who had just recovered from the immense shock of their patriarch being killed by a single punch, saw rows of ice-cold bayonets flashing with the cold light of death pointing at their chests. They were so scared that they were pissing their pants and crying, trying to beg for mercy. However, the only response they received was Nyo Air's cold, ruthless, and decisive order. Kill. Without any hesitation. Next second. Puff, puff, puff. A series of teeth-grinding muffled sounds of sharp blades stabbing into flesh rang out in a dense pattern. No screams, no struggles. Those members of the Jeang family who usually acted arrogantly and domineeringly couldn't even utter a complete beg for mercy before they were stabbed through the body by the extremely sharp bayonet. This was an efficient, cold-blooded, and extremely bloody massacre. It happened right here in this hall, in front of hundreds of gentry and nobles, vividly. Warm blood gushed out from the bodies of the Jeang family members like a fountain, staining their gorgeous robes and the precious and luxurious Persian carpets red. The strong and disgusting smell of blood, mixed with the breath of death, madly stimulated everyone's nerves. Several timid gentry could no longer withstand the successive terrifying shocks, and their spirits completely collapsed. They let out a short scream, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground in fear. What's worse, they felt a heat under their crotch, and a fishy and smelly liquid instantly soaked their crotch. The entire hall was completely transformed into a hell on earth where blood and fear intertwined. Fang Han's face still had that calm expression. He stepped on the sticky and slippery bloodstains under his feet, and walked step by step to the front of the gentlemen who were already trembling like quails with fear. The coldness on his face gradually faded away. Instead, there was a warm, even friendly smile. This smile formed an extremely weird and twisted contrast with the bloody and terrifying environment around it. Everyone, there's no need to panic. He spoke in a magnetic and gentle tone. The Jeang family has colluded with the rebellious Marquis Jing Bei in the north and is plotting rebellion. The evidence is irrefutable. I am simply clearing the court's way and executing this traitor. He casually accused the Jeang family of treason, a heinous crime that was enough to implicate 9 generations of the family. Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that from today on, the Nanyang Jeang family, a century-old prestigious family that was once prominent in Nanyang Prefecture, was completely finished. Fang Han paused, and the smile on his face became brighter and more tempting. The Jeang family has collapsed, but their thousands of acres of fertile land, dozens of shops across Nanyang, and the mountains of gold, silver, and treasures in their warehouses are now ownerless. His voice seemed to have a unique magic that instantly captured everyone's heart. 10,000 acres of fertile land, dozens of shops, mountains of gold and silver. These words hit these gentlemen hard in the hearts. Their breathing suddenly became rapid. Fang Han took in all their expressions, and the smile on his lips became even wider. He slowly opened his arms, like a generous king bestowing grace on his subjects. This official, considering that you are all pillars of Nanyang Prefecture. Now, I sincerely invite you all to join me in dividing up all the assets of the traitorous Jeang family. I wonder, what do you all think? The radish has been handed out. Now, it depends on them, whether to eat it or not. Chapter 126, Everyone kneels, and the beauty returns. Dead silence. The strong smell of blood in the air and the horrifically twisted corpse embedded in the wall created a hellish picture. Their eyes moved in horror back and forth between Fang Han's fist, which was not even stained with a trace of blood, and Zhang Yuanwei's body, which was no longer in human form. My brain is completely down. That's the Jeang family's patriarch. Behind him stood the Marquis of Jingbei, a man who had been dominating Nanyang Prefecture for half his life. And yet, one punch, beaten to death. The Jeang family fell? That is the most powerful family in Nanyang Prefecture. Their family owned more than 10,000 acres of fertile land. Their businesses were spread all over Nanyang. Their legendary mountains of gold and silver treasures. Now, they have become ownerless. And this man who looked like a god or demon in front of him actually wanted to share this huge, fat, juicy cake with them? Reason was devoured in an instant. The ugliness of human nature is fully exposed at this moment. Thump. Mr. Liu, who usually seemed to be very righteous and full of morality, no longer cared about his dignity at this moment. His legs went soft and he rolled and crawled on the ground, being the first to kneel down at Fang Han's feet. His fat face was covered with snot and tears, and his expression was extremely flattering. He slammed his forehead heavily on the floor stained with the Jeang family's blood. Bang, bang, bang. I am Liu Dequan. I am willing to serve you like a slave. In this life, I will obey your orders. I am willing to donate 30% of my property as military funds. I only ask for your permission to share the Jeang family's grain store south of the city. His voice trembled violently due to excessive excitement, and his humble posture was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. This kneeling and these words seemed to have pressed a crazy switch. I am willing to do so too. I, Wang Matzi, am willing to die for my lord. The Li family is willing to donate 3,000 dan of grain. We only ask for your mercy, Lord. My lord, I would like to offer you a pair of my ancestral jade rui. I beg you to reward me with the silk shop on Zhangjiao West Street. Plop, plop, plop. All the gentry and powerful people who had been sitting upright and wavering just now all knelt down one after another like wheat being cut. Each of them was like a madman, kowtowing madly and shouting at the top of their lungs to declare how much property they were willing to give away. At the same time, they stared at Fang Han with extremely greedy and longing eyes, begging for his favor. The scene was chaotic and ugly, funny and sad. At this moment, the old order of the entire Nanyang Prefecture, along with their completely bent backs, was shattered into pieces by Fang Han's punch. And a new order with Fang Han as the absolute core, the most naked violence and interests as the bond, and the final say, was suddenly established on this land of blood and money. Fang Han looked down indifferently at these superiors, who were kneeling at his feet and showing their ugliest and most fawning faces in order to divide the corpses of their own kind. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. That's human nature. What he wants is for them to completely abandon their so-called dignity and integrity and turn into a group of dogs who only know fear and profit-seeking. Because only dogs are the most obedient. That night, a grand family banquet was held in the backyard of the prefect's mansion. The bloody smell in the meeting hall had long been cleaned up, the corpses were dragged away, the floor was washed dozens of times, and finally a brand new carpet was laid and fumigated with precious spices, as if the bloody massacre in the daytime had never happened. Fine wine and delicious food were served in a continuous stream. Fang Han sat in the main seat, while Baijiro, Baishuejian, Lurume, Xiaoruoxue, and other women sat on both sides. During the meal, Fang Han had long shed the cold and murderous aura he had during the day. With a smile on his face, he was picking up food for the lively Baishuejian and chatting with Baijiro in a soft and gentle voice about family matters. His whole temperament was gentle and friendly, just like a big boy next door. Nangong Yinshu sat quietly aside, staring at Fang Han with her clear autumn eyes without blinking. The shocking scene from the day was still replaying in her mind. That man, facing the questioning of hundreds of gentry and the vicious humiliation of the Jeang family master, said nothing and just walked forward calmly. Then a punch. Extremely domineering. Shocking. That look of God and devil that looked down upon the world and regarded all living beings as ants had been deeply imprinted in the depths of her soul. But at this moment, this man who was like a god or demon was so gentle and full of life. Two completely different, even extremely opposite images, slowly overlapped in her mind. She finally understood completely. This man is a warm harbor that can save her from the abyss and give her infinite tenderness and protection. He is also the peerless god and demon who, in a fit of rage, can create a sea of blood and corpses and crush all enemies into dust for her. Thinking of this, Nangong Yunshu's heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably. An unprecedented feeling called sense of security instantly enveloped her whole body like the warmest spring water. The pain and confusion of the past seemed to no longer be important at this moment. The figure named Shen Guan gradually became blurred in her mind, and finally turned into a long sigh, and completely disappeared with the wind. She knew that she had completely bid farewell to the past. Her heart, her soul, everything about her now completely belonged to the man in front of her. Nangong Yinshu slowly stood up and picked up the wine glass in front of him. She moved lightly and came to Fang Han's side. The laughter and chatter in the room gradually stopped because of her actions. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. Under the gentle gaze of everyone, Nangguan Yinshu personally filled a glass of crystal wine for Fang Han. She raised her head, and there was no longer any sadness or confusion in her beautiful eyes. What was left was only the adoration, love, and attachment as bright as the stars. She bowed to Fang Han, her red lips slightly parted, her voice soft, yet with an unprecedented firmness. My dear husband, I respect you. This bow is to thank him for his grace of rebirth. This respect is to respect his unparalleled divine power. It is also her most solemn declaration of her new life and future destination after completely letting go of the past. From then on, there was no longer any Shen Guan's widow, Nangong, in the world. Yes, but it's Fang Han's woman, Nangong Yinshu. Fang Han looked at the stunning beauty in front of him who had finally emerged from the shadow of the past, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He raised his glass and clinked it lightly with hers. Bite! With a crisp sound, he drank it all in one gulp. At this moment, Nangong Yinshu smiled. That smile is like a rainbow after the rain, so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. She knew that she was finally home. Chapter 127. New policies enacted, gods rule the world. After using thundering means and enormous benefits to completely turn all the gentry and powerful people in Nanyang Prefecture into obedient dogs, Fang Han did not indulge in the pleasure of power that controlled everything. He knew very well that violence and bribery could only establish an unstable and fragile order. If you want to truly turn this land into your own indestructible empire, you must fundamentally change the structure of this society. What he wants to do is not just to be a local emperor. What he wants to do is a thorough, dimensionality reduction style social transformation. Early the next morning, under Fang Han's instructions, the acting chancellor, who had already been frightened, now obeyed Fang Han's words and was as respectful as a servant. Trembling with fear, he posted several empress's edicts, written by Empress Xiao Ruoxue herself and stamped with the imperial seal at the gate of the government office. The contents of these imperial edicts were like depth charges, causing unprecedented waves throughout the Nanyang Prefecture. The first decree was aimed at artisans. It is called Peace Rate Wage System. The decree stipulated, from this date on, all government-run workshops in Nanyang Prefecture, as well as private workshops accepting government orders, must abolish the existing household and master-apprentice systems. All craftsmen, regardless of experience, will be paid according to the number of qualified products they produce. The more you work, the more you earn. There is no upper limit. Furthermore, the government will establish a quality inspection department to regularly check product quality and eliminate shoddy products. A technology department will also be established to encourage all craftsmen to innovate. Those who can improve production efficiency and craftsmanship will be rewarded generously once evaluated. As soon as this decree came out, the entire artisan class in Nanyang Prefecture was completely shocked. Those young craftsmen and apprentices who were bound by the status of craftsmen could only receive meager wages throughout their lives and were exploited by old masters and workshop owners, could not believe their eyes when they saw the decree. More work, more pay? No upper limit? Is this true? Oh my God. The more I do, the more money I'll get. I won't have to worry about the master's face anymore. There's a big reward for technological innovation. I've been thinking of a way to improve the spinning wheel, but I've never dared to tell you about it. Now, after a brief moment of disbelief, there was volcanic ecstasy. They seemed to see a brand new world full of hope slowly unfolding before them. The old craftsmen and workshop owners who used to rely on their seniority and status to bully others suddenly changed their expressions and were filled with fear and anxiety. However, when they saw the bright red imperial seal representing the imperial power below the decree and remembered the bloody scene of yesterday, they had to swallow all their dissatisfaction and complaints back into their stomachs. The second decree was aimed at the tens of thousands of refugees and disaster victims outside the city who were like a pile of loose sand and could turn into a mob at any time. It's called Work for Relief. The decree stipulates that the government will immediately launch several large-scale engineering projects, including but not limited to repairing the official roads from Nanyang to various counties, digging water conservancy channels throughout the county, strengthening city defenses, etc. The government will conduct large-scale recruitment of all refugees and disaster victims. Anyone who applied for the job had no conditions. As long as they were willing to work, the government would provide 3 meals a day, guaranteed to keep them full. Moreover, the meals were filled with oil and water. At the end of each day, they will receive an additional salary based on their workload. Although it's not much, it's enough for the family to make ends meet. Those who perform outstandingly and work actively will receive extra food and cloth as rewards. This decree is like a blessing from heaven for those disaster victims who are struggling on the brink of death and have no food to eat. Full meals, or 3 meals a day. Getting paid for work? Is there such a good thing in this world? Let's go. Hurry up and sign up. If you're late, there won't be any spots left. Countless disaster victims, dragging their families with them, flocked to the recruitment points set up by the government. Seeing the huge pots of meat porridge emitting an alluring aroma and the kind attitudes of the officials, many people knelt on the ground and burst into tears. They are not a mob, they just want to survive. Fang Han's decree not only gave them hope to survive, but also gave them the dignity to survive. In just a few days, tens of thousands of refugees, once a major social threat, were transformed into a massive, highly motivated workforce. The entire Nanyang County became a bustling construction site. The third decree shocked and puzzled everyone. Its name is Voluntary Literacy School. The decree stipulated, from now on, night literacy schools will be opened in Nanyang City and surrounding towns. All children between the ages of 6 and 14 within Fang Han's sphere of influence, regardless of gender, wealth, or status, must attend school. The school will teach a new writing system and arithmetic method invented by Fong Zhubu himself, called Simplified Chinese Characters and Arabic Numerals. It is said that this writing system is simple and easy to learn, allowing students to master daily writing and calculations in a very short time. Most importantly, tuition is free. Not only that, the school also provides a free hot dinner to all children who come to school. This decree was completely incomprehensible to those gentry who claimed to have read the books of sages. Simplified Chinese characters? Arabic numerals? What kind of unorthodox method is this? Telling those peasants to learn to read and write? Isn't this shaking the foundation of the country? This is simply nonsense. Girls also need to go to school? How shameful. This is unheard of. They were filled with contempt and disdain, thinking that Fong Zhubu might be a genius in military affairs and political strategies, but when it came to governance, he was simply a layman and was just daydreaming. However, intimidated by Fang Han's overwhelming power, they only dared to whisper a few words in private, and no one dared to stand up and oppose him openly. For the poor people struggling at the bottom of society, the shock brought by this decree is even greater than the previous two. Read and learn to read. That is something their ancestors have never dared to even think about. That is a privilege enjoyed only by scholars and officials. Now, this godlike Fong Zhubu is actually going to let their children learn to read and write for free, and even provide them with dinner? Mother of my child, did you hear that? Our boy Gooden can go to school. He can become a scholar. A ragged man hugged his wife and burst into tears with excitement. Wow, wow, wow. Master Fong. Master Fong is truly a living god descended to earth. Quick, everyone kowtow. Kowtow to the living immortal. Thank you for your great kindness. For a moment, the lower-class people in the entire Nanyang prefecture were completely excited. Their feelings towards Fang Han quickly changed from initial awe and fear to fanatical, deep-rooted admiration and gratitude. Outside Fang Han's residence, every day, a huge crowd of people would kneel. They weren't there to seek justice or to beg for anything, but rather to kowtow and pay homage to the living God in their hearts. Countless plaques and umbrellas for the people were sent to the prefectural government. The living blue sky, Buddha in every family, gods and immortals rule the world. All kinds of compliments are heard everywhere. Fang Han's reputation among the people was quickly pushed to the altar. A subversive social change from top to bottom and from inside to outside has unfolded vigorously and at an unprecedented speed on this land that has just experienced the baptism of blood and fire. Xiao Ruoxue stood on the attic of the prefect's mansion, looking at the bustling scene in the city and the smiles on the faces of the people that were full of hope and from the bottom of their hearts. Her beautiful eyes were shining with light. Chapter 128. Xuejian sings loudly, and the power of counting chips. Although the new policy is good, it is not easy to make the lower-class people who cannot read a single word understand and support it in the shortest possible time, especially in this era where information is basically transmitted through shouting. Fang Han is well aware of the importance of publicity. That day, he called Bai Xuejin to the study. Xuejin, your husband has given you an important task. Fang Han said with a smile. What mission is it, husband? Bai Xuejin blinked her big eyes with curiosity. Ever since she came to Nanyang Mansion, she saw that her sisters and Sister Lu and Sister Nangong could help her husband, so she had been eager to try. Fang Han took out a few pieces of paper covered with words and handed them to her. I wrote a few songs. I want you to organize some people to go to the streets and alleys of the city and sing them for the people. Sing. Bai Xuejin took the paper, a little confused. She looked down and saw some music scores and lyrics written on the paper that she had never seen before. The lyrics are so simple and straightforward that it's a bit inappropriate. The sun is out, bringing warmth. The new laws and regulations are shining. Mr. Fong, you love the people. You are paid by the piece and you can return home. Everyone praises you for your hard work, and you can have a full meal every day. Hey, you can have a full meal every day. The other one is even more heroic. We workers have power. Hey, we workers have power. Every day, we're busy working, building tall buildings, repairing roads. We've dug canals and irrigated the fields. We've transformed the world, transformed it. Hey, to live like a human being, we workers have power. These lyrics are not elegant at all and are even a bit vulgar. However, their melodies were specially designed by Fang Han to be extremely simple, catchy, and full of rhythm. It is difficult to forget them once you hear them. Although Bai Xuejin didn't understand the music score, she was very smart. After Fang Han hummed it twice, she immediately caught the tune and started singing along. Hey, we workers have power. The more she sang, the brighter her eyes became, and her little face was filled with excitement. She immediately understood her husband's intention. These songs are so interesting and powerful. Husband, I understand. Leave this task to me, Bai Xuejin said confidently, patting her not yet fully developed chest. Fang Han smiled and nodded, then exchanged for an exquisitely crafted red lacquered drum commonly used by folk bands in later generations, as well as an iron loudspeaker from the system mall. This drum, you have someone beat it to increase the momentum. This is called a megaphone. You hold it and sing, and your voice can be heard from far away. Looking at these two novel magic weapons, Bai Xuejin was overjoyed. The next day, a beautiful scenery appeared on the streets of Nanyang City. Bai Xuejin, the lively, lovely, and friendly fairy lady, led the team personally, followed by a group of singers and actresses recruited from the city, forming a new policy propaganda song and dance troupe. Dong Dong Clang. Dong Dong Clang. The loud drum beats instantly attracted countless people to watch. Bai Xuejin stood up on a temporary platform with confidence, picked up the metal loudspeaker, and sang loudly with her clear, pleasant, and energetic voice. The sun is out, it's warm, the new laws and regulations are shining. At first, the people were a little confused, but soon, they understood the straightforward meaning of the lyrics. Pay back home with piecework. Can you eat enough every meal? Isn't this song about their good days? When Bai Xuejin sang the second song, We Workers Are Powerful, the atmosphere on the scene was completely ignited. The workers who had just come down from the construction site and received their wages and meals, when they heard the words, in order to live a decent life, we workers have the power, they all felt their blood boiling, as if there was a fire burning in their chest. I don't know who it was, but the first one followed the rhythmic drum beat and roared at the top of his voice. Hey, we workers have power. One person's voice inspired a group of people. Soon, thousands of people on the street, regardless of gender, age, or status, followed Bai Xuejin's singing and sang together. The world has changed. Hey, to live like a human being, we workers have the power. The singing gathered into a torrent, echoing in the sky above Nanyang City for a long time. The faces of the people were filled with bright and proud smiles that they had never seen in their lives. Bai Xuejin stood on the high platform, looking at the excited and sincere smiling faces below, listening to the thunderous chorus, and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and pride surged in her heart. She felt that she was no longer the little girl who only followed her husband and acted coquettishly and cutely. In her own way, she is also contributing to her husband and to this world that is becoming better and better. At this moment, she seemed to be shining. In the study, Fang Han listened to Nyo Air's report on the situation in the city and nodded with satisfaction. Ding! The host's bound heroine, Shiryuki-kun, has been detected. A huge sense of accomplishment and happiness has been achieved, and the degree of personal value realization has been greatly improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 5,000 energy points. Ding! A massive influx of worship value and faith power has been detected. Energy points are being converted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 12,000 energy points. In his mind, the system prompt sounds rang continuously, making him feel very happy. It seems that Xuejin was the right publicity ambassador. He turned around and walked into the study room inside with a happy mood. As soon as I entered, I saw Baijiro sitting in front of a large desk, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, her jade fingers fiddling with the abacus. In front of her were piled up like a mountain of account books from various engineering projects and workshops. The full implementation of the new policy made Nanyang Prefecture's financial expenditure and revenue unprecedentedly large and complex. The payment of wages for work-for-relief workers, the calculation of piece rate wages, the purchase of materials for various projects. All these tasks fell on the shoulders of Baijiro, the general manager. Even though she was extremely intelligent and proficient in mathematics, she still felt dizzy when faced with such a vast amount of data. Pa. The crisp sound of abacus beads hitting each other was particularly clear in the quiet study. Well, Baijiro rubbed her sore brows and sighed deeply. Just calculating the wages of nearly 10,000 workers at 3 construction sites outside the city yesterday took her more than an hour. But there is still no end in sight for the account book in front of me. At this moment, a pair of warm, big hands gently placed on her shoulders from behind and began to massage her tenderly. My chief steward, are you facing a problem? Fong Han's gentle voice, tinged with a hint of teasing, rang in her ears. Baijiro's delicate body trembled. She turned around and saw Fong Han. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She said a little embarrassedly, "Husband, please don't laugh at me. These accounts are really too complicated." Fong Han looked at her tired and helpless appearance and felt a pity in his heart. He smiled, and like a magic trick, he took out a palm-sized blackboard with strange buttons and a small screen from behind him. "Come, let me show you a treasure." "What is this?" Baijiro looked at this thing she had never seen before curiously. "This thing is called Qian Kuan calculating sticks." Fong Han said nonsense seriously. "It can reach the 9 heavens above and the 9 netherworlds below. It can know the number of all things in the world and calculate the past and future." Baijiro burst out laughing at his exaggerated statement and rolled her eyes at him angrily. "My husband is talking nonsense again." "You'll know if it's nonsense if you try it." Fong Han smiled, took the thickest account book, opened one of the pages, pointed at the numbers on it, stretched out his finger, and quickly pressed the numbers on the blackboard. 1,235 plus 876 multiplied by 30. Before Baijiro could react, she saw Fong Han pressing the board with his fingers a few times, and a long string of numbers instantly appeared on the magical board called Qiankuan Abacus. 63,330. Fong Han read out the above result. Baijiro was stunned and quickly picked up the abacus and started calculating quickly. After a moment, she stopped what she was doing, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. 63,330. The result she calculated was exactly the same as the number displayed on the blackboard. But it took her half a cup of tea, while her husband, he only took less than 3 breaths. How is this possible? Baijiro was completely shocked. She looked at the small black board as if she was looking at a shocking divine object. "Do you believe it now?" Fong Han smiled proudly and put the solar calculator in her hands. "From now on, with this Qian Kuan abacus to help you, you can easily handle even if you have 10 times more account books." Baijiro took the small calculator with trembling hands. She imitated Fong Han and carefully pressed a few numbers on it. When she saw the correct result appear on the screen instantly, the look she gave Fong Han had completely changed. That look was filled with incomparable worship, as if looking up to a god. Her husband always managed to come up with these incredible magical objects that had the power to reach the sky and penetrate the earth. "Husband, you." She was so excited that she didn't know what to say for a moment. Fong Han looked at her adorable expression of being stunned with little stars in her eyes, and felt so happy that he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her smooth jade-like cheek heavily. "This is the reward for you, the chief steward." Enjoying the pleasure of flirting with his ancient wife using modern gadgets to bring shocking effects like a dimensionality reduction attack, Fong Han only felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Chapter 129 Winter Hot Pot, The Warmth of Home. As the weather gets colder day by day, the north wind is howling and heavy snow is coming. The heating conditions in ancient times were extremely poor. Even in a mansion like the prefectural governor's mansion, people only relied on a few braziers for heating. Not only was the effect poor, but there was also always a choking smell of smoke. Most women have cold bodies, and their hands and feet are always cold in winter. Fong Han looked at the girls huddled together, looking so pitiful, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. He decided to give this home a warmer upgrade. He drew the blueprints himself and found the best craftsman in the mansion to build a brand new heating system in the main hall of the prefectural mansion in the style of a modern fireplace. A wide fireplace made of blue bricks and refractory earth is connected to a tall chimney that reaches all the way to the roof. When the craftsman followed Fang Han's instructions and lit the dry firewood in the fireplace for the first time, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. I saw the blazing flames dancing happily in the fireplace, but not a trace of smoke escaped into the room. All of it was sucked out of the house by the towering chimney, and waves of warm heat flowed continuously from the fireplace to every corner of the hall. However, in just a quarter of an hour, the originally cold and damp hall became warm as spring, making people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Oh my God, this is so amazing. Lurume stretched out her jade hand, feeling the warmth coming towards her face full of surprise. It's so warm. Bai Xuejian took off her heavy cloak and cheered, running around in the warm hall like a happy little deer. Nangong Yinshu and Xiao Ruoxue also had beautiful eyes shining brightly. They never thought that they could live so comfortably in winter. Looking at the surprised and comfortable expressions on the girls' faces, Fang Han showed a satisfied smile on his face. At night, Fang Han announced mysteriously that he would treat everyone to a unique delicacy that only the gods in heaven could enjoy. Its name is Hot Pot. Under Fang Han's command, the servants moved a huge round table to the center of the main hall, which was as warm as spring. Soon, a huge copper pot with a peculiar shape, a chimney in the middle, and a place to add charcoal fire underneath was placed in the center of the table. In the pot was a spicy hot pot base that Fang Han had carefully prepared himself using butter, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and more than a dozen spices brought from modern times. The charcoal fire burned vigorously, and the red oil soup base in the pot began to bubbling. An overbearing and rich aroma that could not be described in words instantly filled the entire hall. Just by smelling this scent, the women began to secrete saliva uncontrollably. The area around the table was filled with a wide variety of ingredients they had never seen before. There are beef rolls and mutton rolls that are cut as thin as cicada wings, red and white, and neatly stacked. Some are packed in bamboo tubes and are an attractive pink and white shrimp paste. There are also various round and strange foods that Fang Han named beef balls, fish balls, and crab sticks. In addition, even in this era, you can find a variety of fresh vegetables that have been cleaned thoroughly. Husband, how do we eat these? Bai Xuejian couldn't help but ask as her mouth was watering at the sight of all the novelty on the table. Watch. Fang Han smiled, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef roll, and gently dipped it a few times in the boiling red oil pot. Like this, stir it up and down until the meat changes color, and then it's done. He rolled the blanched meat slices in the dipping sauce he made with sesame oil, minced garlic, and oyster sauce, and then accurately put it into Bai Xuejian's mouth, who was already impatient. Woo! When the piece of meat wrapped in spicy and fragrant soup and dipping sauce burst in her mouth, Bai Xuejian's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits with happiness. Numb, spicy, fresh, fragrant, tender, smooth. Countless complex yet perfectly blended flavors, like a tide, hit her taste buds. This was an ultimate, explosive delicacy that she had never experienced in her life. It's so delicious. Husband, whoa, this is simply the most delicious thing in the world. Bai Xuejian chewed happily and uttered an inarticulate exclamation of satisfaction. When the girls saw her reaction, they couldn't help themselves and followed her example. They carefully picked up the slices of meat and imitated Fang Han by boiling them in the pot. Soon, one after another, suppressed exclamations and praises rang out in the hall. This is called shrimp paste, so tender and smooth, so delicious. Baijiro tasted it in small sips, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Although this soup base is spicy, it doesn't make you get irritated. Instead, it makes your whole body warm and comfortable. Lurume said contentedly while wiping the sweat from her forehead. Even Xiao Ruoxue, who was always aloof and reserved, like the goddess of the underworld, didn't care about her empress's demeanor at this moment. Her beautiful face was stained with a charming blush from the heat and spiciness. She was carefully struggling with a piece of beef meatball, enjoying it very much. And Jeang, the cold and aloof assassin who had always been guarding Xiao Ruoxue like a shadow, was rarely pulled to the dinner table by Fang Han at this moment. At first, she was a little reserved and uncomfortable. But when the first bite of hot food entered her stomach, and when the warmth from the inside out dispelled the coldness that had lingered in her body for years, her eyes gradually softened. This lively, novel, warm, and delicious way of dining captured the hearts of all women in an instant. We all sat together. You picked up a piece of food for me with your chopsticks, and I helped you blanch a piece of meat. There was laughter and joy in the air. There is no hierarchy, no rules, only the warmth and happiness of a family. Fang Han looked at the scene in front of him, and a great sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. After the meal, the crowd did not disperse. Fang Han had the table cleared and brought hot tea and various snacks brought from modern times. The whole family gathered in front of the warm fireplace, sitting or lying down, enjoying this rare leisure time comfortably. Fang Han held the clingiest by Xuejian and the youngest Jeang, one in each hand, in his arms, and began to tell them the fairy stories from his world. A long time ago, in a distant country, there lived a beautiful princess. Her skin was as white as snow, so people called her Snow White. The novel story and touching plot instantly attracted the attention of all women. Each of them was fascinated by the story. Listen to the crackling sound of the firewood burning in the fireplace. Feel the warmth in the room. Smell the faint fragrance of tea in the air and the scent of loved ones around you. Xiao Ruoxue, who had been trying hard to play the role of the empress with her heart tense, felt that her arrogant and cold heart was completely melted at this moment. She leaned on the soft cushion, looking at the man who was surrounded by women and talking freely, and the heartfelt smiles on the sisters' faces. Unconsciously, her eyes became slightly moist. Is this the feeling of home? Very nice. Chapter 130, Vitality and War Again. Time flies by rapidly amid the bustling construction of Nanyang Prefecture and the warm daily life of the Taisho Mansion. A month later, Nanyang's new policy has begun to show results. Fang Han rode a tall horse and inspected his territory with Niu Air, Ma Baohua, and other personal guards. The scene before him gave him a huge sense of accomplishment. The official road, once riddled with potholes and muddy during rainy days, has now been replaced by a smooth, wide new road made of rammed stone and loess. The extensive road network tightly connects the various towns in Nanyang Prefecture. On both sides of the road, newly dug canals crisscrossed like silver veins, bringing water from the distant river to the parched fields. Although it was still a year of severe drought, the irrigation provided by these canals guaranteed at least a basic harvest for the coming year. The city looks brand new. The streets were cleaned to a pristine state, with no more garbage or filth to be found. Patrols of Dragon Fong soldiers patrolled the city day and night, bringing Nanyang's public security to an unprecedented level. Theft and looting were virtually extinct. Whenever night falls, bright lights will light up in the dozen or so literacy schools in the city, and bursts of clear reading sounds will be heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heaven, earth, man, you, me, him. Those children who once could not even write their own names can now clearly read out those simple, yet practical, simplified characters and Arabic numerals in their childish voices. The serious expressions on their faces and the gleam of curiosity in their eyes herald the arrival of a brand new era. Fang Han pulled the reins and watched all this. He saw workers working tirelessly on the roadside construction site. Although their faces were tired, their eyes were full of energy and hope, because they knew that every drop of sweat they shed would be exchanged for a full meal and wages. He saw that the farmers who were diverting water for irrigation by the canals beside the fields would stop their work from a distance and bow deeply in his direction when they saw his team passing by, with gratitude and awe on their faces from the bottom of their hearts. He saw that the eyes of those people at the city gate, who had been numb and desperate, were no longer filled with fear and confusion, but were filled with beautiful visions of future life and almost fanatical worship for him, the living immortal. This land, according to his will, was pulled back from the brink of death and regained its unprecedented vitality. My lord, look. Ma Baohua pointed to the distance and said excitedly. Fang Han looked in the direction he pointed and saw a long team at the end of the horizon, moving slowly towards Nanyang City like ants moving. It was a group of refugees. They were ragged, pale and thin, and walked with their families and children. But their eyes were not filled with despair like those of the disaster victims Fang Han first met. There is a glimmer of hope in their eyes, because they all came to a common destination, Nanyang Prefecture. According to legend, this land is governed by living gods, where everyone can have enough food to eat and everyone has work to do. It is a paradise on earth. Over the past month, rumors of immortals ruling the world in Nanyang Prefecture have spread rapidly to several surrounding prefectures through the caravans traveling back and forth, and through the mouths of disaster victims who had the chance to escape to other places, as if they had wings. At first, no one believed it. But as more and more detailed descriptions came out, especially the news about work for relief and free schools. They were confirmed. The entire Central Plains region of the dying dynasty was in a huge commotion. Countless people who are struggling to survive in natural disasters and man-made disasters seem to have seen a lighthouse emitting brilliant light in the boundless darkness. So, they began to spontaneously bring their families, sell their property, travel thousands of miles, endure hardships, and flock to the holy land in their hearts, Nanyang. During this month, the population of Nanyang Prefecture not only did not decrease due to the previous war, but instead increased by nearly 100,000 people. These people are the highest quality labor force who are most eager for a stable life. Their arrival provided Fang Han with a steady supply of human resources for his various projects. At the same time, Fang Han's power and reputation grew like a snowball at an unprecedented speed. Looking at the endless stream of refugees, Fang Han's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. This is exactly the effect he wants. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Chapter 131 Modern Crisis, Emergency Recruitment. Nanyang County, the prefectural government office. Inside the warm room, Fang Han was half lying on a soft couch covered with thick white fox fur, squinting his eyes comfortably. In the newly built fireplace, the finest fruit charcoal was making crackling sounds, baking the entire room as warm as spring, forming two completely different worlds with the howling north wind outside the window. On his left, Nangong Yunshu's delicate hands peeled a crystal-clear grape for him and carefully placed it into his mouth. The sweet juice exploded on his tongue, accompanied by the delicate fragrance of the beauty's fingertips, making him feel relaxed and happy. On his right, Lurume used her soft, boneless hands to gently massage his shoulders, easing his fatigue from days of patrolling. The gentle touch and the mature fragrance emanating from her body were intoxicating. Neo Air had just finished his report, and with an expression of uncontrollable excitement on his face, he described the thriving scene in the territory in detail. The roads are accessible, water conservancy projects are completed, refugees are returning home, and all industries are waiting to be developed. The entire Nanyang Prefecture, like a work of art carefully carved by him, is radiating unprecedented vitality according to his will. The great sense of accomplishment of controlling everything, transforming the world, and watching your blueprint become reality step by step is far more satisfying than simply killing and conquering. Fang Han's heart was filled with the joy of harvest. Over the past month, with the implementation of the new policy and the return of the people, his reputation among the people has been pushed to the altar. Massive amounts of worship, value, and power of faith have continuously flowed into the system, transforming into huge amounts of energy. The harem is also extremely harmonious. Jiro took charge of the overall situation and managed the complicated accounts in an orderly manner. Xuejian became his publicity ambassador, using her singing to spread his policies to thousands of households. Rume and Yunshu. One became his logistics manager, and the other became his most intimate confidant. The four women have realized their self-worth in their respective fields, gained a great sense of happiness and accomplishment, and also contributed a lot of energy to him. Everything seems so perfect. It's time to return to the modern world. Firstly, ancient construction requires a huge amount of modern materials as support, especially cement, steel bars, and good seeds, which should be put on the agenda. Secondly, he did miss the conveniences of modern civilization. He missed the taste of cola and fried chicken, the bustling online world, and his soft, comfortable bed. Husband, are you leaving? Nangong Yunshu was the most sensitive. She noticed a slight fluctuation in Fang Han's eyes and asked softly, with a barely perceptible attachment in her tone. Fang Han opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful face in front of him, which showed both joy and anger. He smiled and nodded, then held her little hand. Well, I'm going to do something. I'll be back soon. He then said to Lurume, I'll leave the house to you and Jiro. The new refugees must be properly accommodated, and the training of the guards must not be relaxed. Don't worry, my husband. I won't have to worry about it. Lurume nodded gently, her eyes full of affection. After spending some time with the girls and giving them detailed instructions on various matters, Fang Han suddenly decided to return. A flash of light. The next second, he was back in the basement of the modern villa that had been converted into a secret room. The warm and spring-like warm room in ancient times instantly turned into a cold and hard metal space. Fang Han quickly took off his ancient robe and changed into comfortable modern casual clothes. He picked up the smartphone on the table and planned to order some takeout to reward himself. However, as soon as the finger touched the screen, the phone went crazy and made a rapid and fatal ringtone. On the screen, the words Mr. Wong flashed wildly. Fang Han frowned. The Wang Xiao he knew, although sometimes noisy, was actually an extremely proud and calm person at heart, and had never called him at such a frequency that was almost like a breakdown. Something happened. Fang Han's heart sank instantly, his leisurely mood disappeared, and he immediately switched from a relaxed state to a battle-ready mode. He swiped the screen and answered the call. Hello. Brother Fong. Brother Fong. Help. Save my sister. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Xiao heard an unprecedented roar of panic and anxiety with a crying tone. The fear and despair in that voice seemed to overflow from the receiver. Fang Han's eyes instantly became as cold as a knife. Don't be impatient. Tell me slowly what happened. His voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. It's kidnapping. My sister has been kidnapped. Wang Xiao was on the other end of the phone, speaking incoherently and almost collapsing. He took several deep breaths before he could barely tell what had happened in a disjointed manner. During this period, in order to support the development of the ancient world, Fang Han entrusted Wang Xiao to use his family channels to frantically and regardless of cost to purchase large quantities of various rare medicinal materials and some special mineral raw materials in the international market. For ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and Polygonum multiflorum, the older the better, and the more the better. This abnormal, almost shopping spree-like behavior finally attracted the attention of an international criminal group. This group is known for its ruthlessness and professional efficiency. It specializes in blackmailing wealthy people around the world who have access to special resources or technologies. Through careful investigation, they discovered that the Wang family was just an agent. So, they followed the clues, and although they failed to find out Fang Han's true identity, they came to a wrong conclusion. Behind the Wang family, there must be a mysterious organization that has mastered the formula of some miracle medicine and a stable supply channel. And Wang Xiao is the external contact person of this organization. In their eyes, this is simply a moving gold mountain. So they acted without hesitation. Instead of touching Mr. Wang, they kidnapped his beloved sister who was still in college. Brother Fong, the kidnappers just contacted me. Wang Xiao's voice trembled violently with fear. Their demands are very clear. They want me to use the formula of the miracle drug and all supply channels in exchange for my sister's life. They also warned me not to call the police. They said they had a real-time monitoring system for my sister's heartbeat, and if they detected any signs of police approaching, or if I dared to do anything, they would kill me immediately. Brother Fong. Wang Xiao's voice was filled with tears and pleading. I know that this is all because of your herbs, but I really have no other choice. I dare not call the police. Those people are desperate criminals. If the police get involved, my sister will be dead. Now only you can save her. Please, Brother Fong. Fang Han listened quietly, the temperature in his eyes gradually dropping to freezing point. He understood. It was the first direct attack on the source of his modern wealth. It was also a bloody test for him, the mastermind behind the scenes. He could hand over some unimportant medicinal formulas to temporarily calm the situation. However, he knew very well that retreat and compromise would not bring peace. It will only make these sharks that smell the blood become more greedy and unscrupulous. Next time, the person they kidnap might be Wang Xiao himself. Next time, they might even find out about me. This kind of trouble must be eradicated once and for all, in the bloodiest and most thorough way. He wanted to make them, all the hungry wolves lurking in the dark and coveting his wealth, feel fear from the depths of his soul. Send me the address. Fang Han's voice was without a trace of emotion, cold and hard, as if it came from the abyss of hell. Don't panic, stay home and wait for my call. Don't contact anyone, especially the police. I'll take care of this matter. The unquestionable tone seemed to carry a kind of magic, which instantly made Wang Xiao, who was almost collapsed on the other end of the phone, find his backbone. Okay, Brother Fong. I'll listen to you. Everything. After hanging up the phone, Fang Han slowly stood up. A murderous aura as strong as substance suddenly burst out from him. Chapter 132, Ancient Wisdom, Modern Killing Game. After hanging up the phone, Fang Han stood there, motionless, but his brain was working frantically at an unprecedented speed. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by absolute calmness and rationality. Anger won't solve any problems. He closed his eyes and quickly constructed the context of the entire incident and the situation of both sides in his mind. The other party is a professional international criminal group. The word professional means that they have rich experience, sophisticated weapons, strict organization, and ruthless execution. The fact that they chose to kidnap Wang Xiao's sister instead of Wang Xiao himself shows their style of action, precise, efficient, and hitting the weak spots directly. The trading location they choose must also be carefully selected, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and convenient for retreat. If I rush forward alone like a fool, even if my body is strengthened by gene optimization fluid, I will only die facing the concentrated fire of dozens of automatic rifles. Forcing your way in is the worst option among the worst options. Call the police? Even less likely. As Wang Xiao said, the police's intervention would only immediately incite the kidnappers to kill the hostage. He couldn't gamble with Wang Xiao's sister's life. So what to do? Countless thoughts flashed through Fang Han's mind. Sniper? Infiltration? Poisoning? He proposed one plan after another, and then quickly rejected them. These conventional special operations methods may not play a decisive role for a group of equally professional criminals. Any mistake in any link may lead to a complete loss. We must find a method of dimensionality reduction attack that they absolutely cannot understand or defend against. What are my advantages? Fang Han asked himself. His greatest and unique advantage is his ability to span two worlds and mobilize the resources and knowledge of two civilizations. A bold, even crazy plan began to slowly take shape in his mind. Since modern technological means have the risk of being predicted and countered by the other party, then use things outside of their knowledge system to deal with them. Using ancient magic combined with modern technology, he set up a deadly situation that they could never imagine. Thinking of this, Fang Han no longer hesitated. With a thought, the modern casual clothes he had just changed into ancient embroidered robes again. A flash of light passed, and he returned to the warm room in the prefectural governor's mansion. Husband, Nangong Yinshu and Lurume were both surprised to see Fang Han come back. How come you're so quick? Fang Han did not explain. His expression was more serious than ever before. Rume, come to my study. Also, go call Jeang right now. Quick. His tone was full of command that left no room for doubt. Lurume and Nangong Yinshu looked at his icy face and were startled. They immediately realized that something big must have happened. They didn't dare to ask more questions. Lurume immediately stood up and walked quickly towards the study, while Nangong Yinshu quickly went out and summoned Jeang. In the study, Fang Han looked at Lurume, who was following closely, and went straight to the point. I need a miracle drug. His voice was low and rapid. It must be colorless, odorless, and able to travel through air, even very thin air. After inhalation, people won't fall unconscious immediately, but will unknowingly feel extremely tired and sleepy. Their minds will be relaxed, their reactions will be slow, their limbs will be sore and weak, and they will not be able to muster any strength. Most importantly, its effect must be silent. It must not raise any alarms. Lurume was stunned when she heard Fang Han's incredible request. She was extremely smart and understood immediately that what Fang Han wanted was not a medicine to save lives, but a horrible poison that could kill people invisibly. In other words, it is a muscle-softening powder that is more insidious than poison. Husband, what do you want this for? She looked at Fang Han worriedly. Don't ask, I need it urgently. It's a matter of life and death. Fang Han's tone was firm. Lurume looked at Fang Han's eyes that were without any emotion. Her heart trembled, and she immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. She stopped asking questions, and her brain began to work rapidly, searching the vast amount of pharmacological knowledge in her mind. After a moment, she nodded and her expression became serious. Among the medical and poison techniques I've learned, there's indeed a secret fragrance called 3 Days of Drunkenness. This fragrance is exactly what my husband requested. However, the preparation of this incense requires the use of 3 main herbs: drunken dragon grass, soft mussel flower, and odorless stone marrow. These herbs are extremely rare, and the preparation process is extremely complicated. If you are not careful, it will lose its effectiveness. Herbs are not a problem. Fang Han interrupted her immediately. Write down the forms and properties of these herbs in detail. The more detailed the ingredients, the better. In my world, I can find anything you need. Upon hearing this, Lurume's eyes flashed with shock, but she immediately walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote down the recipe of 3 Days Drunk and the detailed properties of the main medicine. At this moment, a cold, shadow-like figure appeared silently at the door of the study. It was Jeang. My lord. She bowed. Fang Han turned around and looked at her with a gaze as sharp as lightning. Jeang, I need you to teach me your most powerful skills as an assassin. First, I need a stealth method that can completely conceal my aura and blend into the surrounding environment. Even the most skilled hounds won't be able to detect me. Secondly, I need a form of movement that allows me to cling to walls like a gecko in the dark, leap over eaves and walls, land silently, and move like a ghost. Jeang raised her head, and looked at Fang Han's extremely serious expression without any hesitation or questions. Her calm eyes sparkled with absolute trust and loyalty. To her, Fang Han is her heaven, her god. Fang Han's order is her mission, not to mention teaching him his secret technique. Even if she was asked to die immediately, she would never frown. If the master wants to learn, Jeang will definitely teach him everything I know. Her voice was as cold as ever, but it carried a firmness that could penetrate metal and stone. This technique, called the art of resisting breath, is the foundation of the assassin's art. The key to its technique lies in. Jeang recited word for word the mantra of the breath-concentrating technique that had been passed down from generation to generation by his master and never leaked to anyone. As for the body technique, it's called the gecko swimming body technique. To practice it, one must first sense the flow of air throughout the body, leveraging that force to counterattack. The technique for generating force lies in the waist, hips, and spine. As she spoke, she demonstrated it to Fang Han herself. Her figure seemed to have lost weight, and she moved like a ghost in the narrow space of the study. Her footsteps were so light that she didn't make any sound at all. Fang Han activated his brain, which was strengthened by the gene optimization fluid and was like a supercomputer, and deeply imprinted the mental method of breath-concentrating technique and every movement detail of gecko swimming technique in his mind. While he was memorizing the mental method, he was frantically deducing the entire action plan in his mind. Lurume's 3-day drunkenness can make the enemy's combat effectiveness greatly reduced without knowing it, making them useless. Jeang's breath-containing technique and gecko swimming technique can transform him into the most perfect ghost assassin in the darkness. Combined with modern night vision goggles, silenced weapons, and high-tech reconnaissance equipment, a perfect killing game that spans time and combines magic and technology has taken shape. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Fang Han's mouth. He looked at the two beauties in front of him, one proficient in medicine and poisons, the other skilled in assassination. They had very different abilities, but both were completely devoted to him. Who says beautiful women are the root of trouble? My women, each of them, will be the sharpest and most deadly knife in my hand. Chapter 133, Heaven and Earth Dragnet, Ghosts Prepare for War. After receiving the list of medicinal materials written by Lurume herself and the secret techniques taught by Jeang, Fang Han returned to the modern world without any delay. Time is life. As soon as he returned to the villa, he immediately called Wang Xiao. At this moment, Wang Xiao was already at a loss, like an ant on a hot pan. When he received Fang Han's call, it was like he had grabbed the last straw. Brother Fong, what happened? Listen, I need you to help me do something now. Fang Han's voice was calm and powerful, and instantly calmed Wang Xiao's anxious mood. Use all your connections, immediately. Find me the best white hat hacker in the country. Since the kidnappers have contacted you, they must have left traces. I need him to use the encrypted communication signals used by the kidnappers to track them back and pinpoint their approximate current location. Money is not a problem. Speed is essential. Okay, I'll do it right away. Wang Xiao was like a drowning man. He received clear instructions and took action immediately. After hanging up the phone, Fang Han carried a black password box and quickly went to the garage of the villa. He got into an inconspicuous black SUV and drove to the suburbs. Half an hour later, Fang Han stopped the car on a deserted hillside. He opened the safe and took out a palm-sized black folding object that looked very technological. It was the military-grade foldable drone that he had exchanged for at a high price from the system mall. With the power of Wang Xiao's family, hackers quickly used technical means to lock the source of the kidnapper's signal to an abandoned industrial area in the eastern suburbs of the city. Fang Han skillfully unfolded the drone and activated the silent flight mode. Like a night owl, the drone rose silently to a height of hundreds of meters and flew rapidly towards the industrial area. Soon, the high-definition camera on the drone transmitted the scene below to the tablet computer in Fang Han's hand in real time. It was a long-abandoned chemical plant. The huge reactor, rusty pipes, and dilapidated factory buildings looked like a dormant steel giant in the night. Fang Han switched to thermal imaging mode. In an instant, the whole world in his eyes turned into a digital model composed of heat signals of different colors, clearly visible. Within the factory area, there are more than a dozen bright orange-red heat sources representing the human body. Their distribution is very particular. At the factory's only entrance, behind an abandoned truck, two were lurking. There is one on each of the four corners of the factory, on the tall watchtowers. There is also a commanding point on the roof of the main factory building. The sentries are clearly defined and support each other, and there are almost no blind spots in surveillance. Professional indeed. Fang Han's eyes became colder. This group of people possessed extremely high anti-reconnaissance awareness and military literacy, and were by no means an ordinary mob. However, in front of the military drones that represent the pinnacle of modern technology, all their deployments were as transparent as if they were transparent, and Fang Han could see them clearly. Fang Han controlled the drone and repeatedly conducted a comprehensive, centimeter-level survey of the entire factory's building structure, ventilation duct directions, sewer entrances, and the specific locations of each sentry from different angles and heights. A complete, three-dimensional factory model containing all personnel deployment information was quickly constructed in his mind and was constantly being optimized and deduced. He wanted to find the safest, most covert route to sneak in that could bypass all the sentries. At the same time, in the underground secret room of the villa, Lurume was staring at everything in front of her with her beautiful eyes wide open, looking at it as if she was looking at a miracle. She had never imagined that there would be such a wonderful place in the world. The entire room was made of an unknown metal, as smooth as a mirror and as bright as daylight, yet there wasn't a single candle in sight. And in front of her, there was a set of strange utensils that she could not even imagine in her dreams. Those vessels were crystal clear, 100 times purer than the finest glass. Some have long necks, some have round bellies, and some have strange curved tubes. Fang Han told her that these are called flasks, test tubes, and condensers. Next to it, there is a black square with a small screen on it that can display the weight accurate to the millimeter. Fang Han called it an electronic scale. All this completely overturned Lurume's understanding of life over the past 20 years. She felt like a fairy who had strayed into heaven. Everything before her was filled with a sacred and incredible aura. This is the extract of the drunken dragon grass. Fang Han handed her a small bottle of dark green liquid that was purified from a pile of medicinal herbs using modern centrifugal extraction technology. Lurume took it carefully and just sniffed it lightly, and immediately determined that this was the purest medicinal property she needed. In her time, to extract such a small amount of liquid from a pound of drunken dragon grass, one had to use the most ancient methods of pounding, grinding, boiling, and simmering, which took several days and resulted in huge losses. And Fang Han only took less than half an hour. Miraculous skills, truly miraculous skills. Lurume murmured to herself, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Fang Han was full of fanatical admiration. Under Fang Han's guidance and the assistance of modern chemical equipment, Lurume's talent for medicinal properties, which was deeply rooted in her blood, was brought to the extreme. With a delicate and mysterious technique far beyond that of modern top pharmacists, she carefully blended together several purified liquid medicines in a specific proportion. Soon, a small bottle of concentrated 3-day drunk incense concentrate, which was colorless and odorless like pure water but contained terrifying power, was successfully prepared. The night is getting deeper. Fang Han retracted the drone and returned to the basement. He took off his casual clothes and put on a tight combat suit that was as black as ink from head to toe. Then, he put on the equipment one by one, each of which exuded a cold metallic luster. A special forces tactical vest that can carry various equipment. A pistol with a high-efficiency silencer is inserted in a leg holster. Attached to his waist were a military-grade high-intensity flashlight and a sharp military dagger, and the top-notch infrared night vision goggles that allow him to have night vision capabilities. Fully armed. When he was dressed, Jeang's figure appeared in front of him again. This time, she didn't say anything, but took out a small makeup box. She applied and kneaded the cream on his face in a way that Fang Han couldn't understand, but was extremely professional. However, in just a short moment, Fang Han's facial contours underwent tremendous changes by changing the shape of his eyebrows, raising the bridge of his nose, and adjusting the facial muscle lines. In the mirror, a completely unfamiliar man with a stern face and sharp eyes appeared. "My lord, the secret to the art of concealing one's breath lies in self-forgetfulness." Jeang straightened his collar while giving him some final instructions. "Imagine yourself as a stone, a tree, a shadow. When you yourself cannot sense your own existence, the enemy will also be unable to detect you." Fang Han closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The internal energy in the body flows slowly according to the breath-retaining technique. His energy and blood, which had become extremely vigorous due to genetic enhancement, began to slowly converge inward and become quiet. When he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had changed. If we say that he was a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, his edge was fully exposed. At this moment, he is a peerless weapon hidden in a sheath, and all his murderous aura and sharpness are perfectly restrained to the extreme. He stood there quietly, as if he had completely merged into the surrounding darkness. Looking in the mirror, I saw that stranger who had no aura and seemed like he would disappear into the shadows at any moment. Chapter 134 Silent Infiltration, Ghost Harvest. It was late at night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Under the cold moonlight, the abandoned chemical plant looked like a sleeping giant beast, emitting a deadly and ominous atmosphere. A black shadow, like a weightless fallen leaf, passed by silently and swiftly along the wall outside the factory. He did not choose to break through the heavily guarded main gate, but instead followed the route surveyed by the drone and went around to an extremely remote power room at the back of the factory. Here is the main air intake of the entire factory ventilation system. Fang Han stopped, and his figure blended perfectly into the shadow of an abandoned generator. He took out a small high-pressure sprayer from his tactical vest and filled it with Lurume's specially made 3-day drunk incense concentrate. Then he aimed the nozzle of the sprayer at the huge, slowly rotating air intake fan blades. Squeak. An extremely soft, almost imperceptible sound was heard. The incense, which was atomized into billions of tiny molecules, was sucked into the ventilation duct along with the airflow, and then slowly spread to every corner of the factory along the spiderweb-like pipe network. The whole process happened silently and without anyone noticing. After doing all this, Fang Han put on the military-grade gas mask that he had prepared long ago, and then, like a sculpture of the most patient hunter, he lurked quietly in the darkness, waiting for his prey, and stepped into the trap step by step. Time passes by minute. He put on his night vision goggles. In an instant, the dark world in front of him turned into a clear three-dimensional space emitting green fluorescence. He could see clearly through the night vision goggles. At the entrance, the two sentries who were originally highly alert and kept scanning the surroundings began to yawn uncontrollably. One of them even rubbed his eyes and shook his head, as if trying to dispel the sudden and inexplicable drowsiness. On the watchtower, the sentry who was on guard had originally stood straight, but slowly began to relax, and his movements became slow and lazy. The effects of the 3-day drunkenness drug are beginning to take effect. Their brains were slowly being paralyzed by the colorless and odorless aroma. Their bodies were being quietly eroded by the pervasive power of the medicine. Their vigilance has been lowered to the lowest point without them realizing it. The time has come. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Fang Han's eyes. He moved. There was no sound, no sign. He was a sentry lurking in the corner. He was leaning against the cold wall, his head nodding, his eyelids feeling heavy as if a 1,000-pound weight was hanging on them. He was making a final fight against the strong sleepiness. Suddenly, he felt a breeze blowing behind him. He suddenly wanted to turn back, but it's too late. A strong hand, like an iron clamp, stretched out from the darkness and covered his mouth and nose tightly, making him unable to make any sound. The next second, a flash of icy light flashed across his neck like lightning. Swish! The extremely sharp military dagger instantly cut his throat and carotid artery. The sentry's eyes suddenly widened and his body twitched violently, but all the sounds and struggles were suppressed. Warm blood gushed out, staining Fang Han's gloves red. He couldn't even make a sound, and fell down limply like a broken sack. Kill with one hit. Fang Han didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. Without stopping, he immediately turned to the next target. The second target was 50 meters away, on a tall tower crane. This is a sniper position with excellent vision and the greatest threat. Fang Han didn't come closer. He lurked behind a pile of discarded steel bars and slowly raised the silenced pistol in his hand. In the field of view of the night vision goggles, the small red representing the infrared laser fell precisely on the forehead of the sentry on the tower crane. Puff! There was a dull sound, like opening champagne. The bullet, with the whistling sound of death, pierced through the night sky accurately. On the tower crane, the sentry's head suddenly tilted back, as if he was hit hard by an invisible hammer. His body swayed on the railing, and finally, he fell weakly onto the cold steel plate, and there was no movement anymore. Perfect hunt. Those who have been transformed by gene enhancement fluid have terrifying physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people. With the powerful technological support of modern top military equipment, his figure moved and jumped among the complex steel frames and pipes like a ghost. Every move he made was clean and neat, without a trace of fireworks. Or get close and use a dagger to end the life silently. Or from a distance, with a silenced pistol, accurately and specifically shoot the enemy in the head. Puff! The third sentry fell on the patrol road. Crack! The fourth sentry was silently broken by him from behind. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was outrageous. Those defenses that had been professionally trained and thought themselves to be impregnable were as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of him. They didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. They didn't even have time to sound the alarm. In the midst of endless sleepiness and confusion, they were silently harvested one after another by a ghost from hell. Less than 10 minutes. There were 7 open and secret sentries distributed outside the factory area, and all of them were eliminated. He stood in the shadow of the huge iron gate of the main factory building, looking at the closed door with cold eyes. Chapter 135. Strong light breaks the situation, defeats the enemy with one move. The process of sneaking into the main factory building went smoother than expected. Fang Han climbed up the wall silently like a gecko, flipped over, and entered through a broken high window, and landed without making any sound. Inside the factory, the space is huge, filled with rusty machines and pipes, forming an extremely complex, natural bunker maze. He was wearing night vision goggles, and the world in front of him was a clear green. The thermal imaging function has been turned on by him. In his field of vision, 5 bright orange-red human silhouettes appeared in an open space in the center of the factory. 4 of them, strong in build and holding automatic rifles, stood back to back, forming a defensive circle and vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Among them, there was a thin figure emitting faint heat, tied tightly to an iron chair, with a black cloth covering his head. That, obviously, is Wang Xiao's sister. The leader should be the kidnapper leader. He was unusually alert. Although the effects of the 3-day drug also took effect on him, making him feel waves of uncontrollable drowsiness, his eyelids felt heavy, as if they were filled with lead. But he still forced himself to stay calm, and kept the gun in his hand pressed against the hostage's temple. "Wake up, everyone. Don't fall asleep," he growled in a hoarse voice, trying to drive away the sleepiness of his men and himself. "Boss, this place is a bit weird. Why am I feeling more and more sleepy?" said one of the subordinates, yawning. "Shut up. Maybe the ventilation is not good." The kidnapper leader cursed irritably, but the vigilance in his eyes did not diminish at all. He is a battle-hardened desperado with the instincts of a wild beast. He felt something was wrong. There seemed to be an indescribable, dangerous atmosphere in the air. Fang Han was lurking behind a huge stamping machine, observing everything calmly. The enemy has formed a circular defense and used the hostages as human shields. The only weakness is their heads. However, if the attack is launched from a high position, once the gunshots are heard, the criminals who are already in a trance may subconsciously pull the trigger before they die and injure the hostages. Must defeat the enemy with one strike. Moreover, it will make them lose all ability to resist in an instant. Fang Han's eyes scanned the factory quickly. Soon, his sight fixed on an old distribution box covered with wires and switches on the wall not far away. That is, the main power switch for the entire factory. A bold plan took shape in his mind in an instant. He did not hesitate any longer, and moved like a civet cat, quietly, going around to the side of the distribution box. Then he reached out and grabbed the largest, thickest, rusty main switch. Suddenly, pull it down. Snap! A crisp sound of metal breaking sounded particularly harsh in the empty factory. The next second, all the emergency lights in the entire factory went out instantly. The light disappeared. The whole world was plunged into pure, absolute darkness where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. What's going on? Damn it. The power is out. Quick, turn on the light. Turn on the flashlight. The sudden darkness caused the kidnappers to become agitated, with curses emanating from them. They were all professionals, and almost subconsciously, they took out their tactical flashlights from their bodies and turned them on. Several dazzling beams of light instantly cut through the darkness. However, it was this subconscious action that put them in a desperate situation. Because eyes that have been in darkness for a long time will have a brief visual blind spot when suddenly exposed to strong light. And Fang Han, who has always been wearing night vision goggles, has long adapted to the darkness. He moved. Just when those kidnappers were dazzled by the flashlights in their own hands and their vision went blank for a brief moment. That moment of a few tenths of a second. He didn't shoot. Instead, it was like a cheetah pouncing out from the shadows, silently rushing towards the kidnapper leader who reacted the fastest and posed the greatest threat. The distance between the two people was shortened to less than 1 meter in an instant. The kidnapper leader had just barely regained some vision from the white halo when he saw a black ghost rushing in front of him. He was horrified and was about to raise his gun, but Fang Han's movements were faster than his. Fang Han did not try to grab his gun, but instead pointed the military-grade high-intensity flashlight in his hand, which had already been turned on to the flash mode, directly at his eyes. Flip the switch. Buzz. Thousands of lumens of extremely dazzling white light, like the sharpest sword, pierced his retina in an instant. Ah, my eyes. The kidnapper leader let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. In front of his eyes, there was a dazzling, white void in an instant. The brain went into a brief downtime due to this sudden and unbearable intense stimulation. He can't see anything. I can't hear anything. The world is left with only white light and tinnitus. Now is the time. The moment the kidnapper leader was instantly blinded and completely lost the ability to resist. Fang Han's body was already close to his side like a ghost. Step forward. Lower your shoulders. He used a set of military grappling techniques learned from the ancient Longxiong guards to the fullest extent. His left hand, like an iron claw, precisely grabbed the other person's wrist holding the gun. His right hand turned into a knife and cut towards the opponent's throat like lightning. Dislocate bones. Lock throat. Seize weapons. All the movements are done in one go, as fast as lightning. Crack. A sound that makes your teeth ache and your bones break. Fang Han broke the kidnapper leader's wrist at an incredible angle. Dang! The rifle in his hand fell to the cold ground. Fang Han grabbed his throat fiercely, twisted his arms behind his back, and pinned him to the ground. He couldn't even muster the strength to resist, and could only struggle in vain like a dead dog. One move. Just one move. The battle is over. The other kidnappers had just recovered from the double shock of darkness and bright light. What they saw was a horrifying scene where their boss was instantly subdued by a demon-like black shadow. They didn't even have time to point their guns at Fang Han. The cold muzzle of the gun, carrying the breath of death, was already pressed against their foreheads. Fang Han's calm voice, devoid of any emotion, slowly rang out in the dead silence and darkness, like the final judgment from hell. If you don't want to die, put down your gun. Chapter 136. The True Words and the Strange Goo. Remove the fire from under the cauldron. In the silent factory, the only sounds were the heavy breathing of the kidnapper leader and the suppressed breathing of the others due to fear. Fang Han released the hand that was holding the leader, but the cold muzzle of the gun in his other hand was still pressed against his forehead. He first walked to the iron chair in the corner. The girl with her head covered was shaking violently with fear, and a suppressed cry came from her throat. It's okay. Fang Han's voice was unexpectedly gentle. He gently took off the black cloth on the girl's head, revealing a pretty face covered with tears and fright. After confirming that she was just frightened and not injured, Fang Han did not let her watch the bloody scene, but blindfolded her again with a clean cloth. Wait a moment, your brother will come to pick you up soon. After comforting the hostages, Fang Han slowly turned around, and his cold gaze fell on the kidnapper leader who had been subdued by him. At this moment, the kidnapper leader's wrist was broken. The severe pain made his face pale, and cold sweat broke out. But he gritted his teeth and said nothing. In those eyes, bloodshot from the intense pain, there was no plea for mercy, only a kind of beast-like ferocity and malice that was unique to a desperado. He had been in the gray area of life and death for many years. What kind of scenes had he not seen? He had long since become indifferent to death. He knew that if he fell into the other party's hands, there would be no chance of escape. Begging for mercy means death, and resisting also means death, so it is better to die with dignity. I know that people like you are all desperados and are not afraid of death. Fang Han looked at him, and a faint, even playful smile appeared on his face. He squatted down and looked the kidnapper leader in the eye. His calm eyes seemed as if he was not looking at a prisoner, but at an interesting experimental subject. The other kidnappers, who were already frightened out of their wits by the gunpoint, didn't even dare to breathe. They saw this devil-like man take out a special palm-sized box made of unknown jade from a small pocket of his tactical vest. The box is opened. Inside, there was a strange little insect that was completely black, only the size of a little finger, but was wriggling nonstop. The insect seemed to have no eyes, but it seemed to be alive. It crawled slowly in the box, making people's scalp tingle. Do you know what this is? Fang Han's voice was so flat, as if he was explaining a biological specimen. He used 2 fingers to lightly pick up the small black bug and brought it in front of the kidnapper leader. It's called True Ergu. Look how cute it is. It loves to get inside people's bodies, especially the warm and soft brain. Fang Han's tone was full of temptation, but to the kidnapper's leader, it was more terrifying than the devil's whisper. His pupils suddenly contracted. Insanity? This only exists in legends. How could it? How could it really exist? For the first time, his inner defenses were shaken violently. Once it gets into your brain, it doesn't kill you right away. Fang Han's smile became increasingly cold. It will slowly, bit by bit, gnaw at your sanity and damage your nerves. You will see the most horrifying images of your life, over and over again, replaying them in your mind. You'll feel like there are thousands of ants crawling between your bones and building a nest in your heart. The itch and pain that penetrates deep into your bones will drive you crazy. You will clearly feel your body decaying bit by bit, and your consciousness will be trapped forever in this rotting shell. At that time, death will be the most luxurious and happiest relief for you in this world. Fang Han's voice, like the devilish sound from the nine nether hell, struck the depths of the kidnapper's soul word by word. But don't worry, you won't die. You will kneel on the ground and beg me like a dog, begging me to kill you. But I won't. The kidnapper leader has been in the underworld for many years, killing people like crazy and being ruthless. He thinks he has a will as strong as steel. No, don't come over here. Don't come over here. A timid kidnapper standing nearby, looking at the black bug, finally couldn't bear the extreme psychological pressure and collapsed on the spot, crying and shouting with tears streaming down his face. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Don't use that thing on me. Please. However, Fang Han didn't even look at him. His eyes were always fixed on the kidnapper leader who was still holding on. He wants more than just intelligence. What he wants is to completely destroy all the will and dignity of the members of this so-called professional criminal group. Oh. The kidnapper leader let out a terrified scream, because Fang Han had pinched his mouth open. In his eyes filled with fear and disbelief, the cold and slippery truth poison was mercilessly stuffed into his mouth, sliding down his throat and into his stomach. No, no. He frantically dug his throat with his hands, trying to spit out the horrible thing. But it was all in vain. Just a moment later, he stopped scratching his throat. Those fierce eyes began to become dull and distracted, and all the spirit receded like the tide. In the end, only a dead silence, as empty as a puppet, remained. His body was still trembling slightly, but his face was expressionless. A strange, inhuman aura emanated from him. He seemed to no longer be a person, but a walking corpse that has lost its soul. Seeing this scene, the other kidnappers were so scared that they were scared out of their wits, and a warm and smelly smell came from their crotches. The look in their eyes when they looked at Fang Han was no longer one of fear, but of extreme awe and trembling, as if they had seen a god or demon. Now, I ask you answer. Fang Han's voice was cold and emotionless. What's the name of your organization? Vulture. The leader replied in a flat, robotic voice. Who is the mastermind behind this operation? How many bases do you have locally? Who is your contact? The mastermind is Professor, one of the leaders in Asia. We have 3 safe houses here, namely. Under the absolute control of the man Ergu, the kidnapper leader no longer has any secrets. Like a computer with instructions fed to it, he relayed all the secret intelligence he knew about the Vulture criminal group throughout Asia, including its personnel structure, stronghold locations, contact codes, capital flows, and even the secret identities of those online, known only to core members. He spat it out completely, word for word. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. What Fang Han wanted was never the lives of these minions. What he wants is to overturn the entire table. He would completely wipe out these hyenas who dared to stretch out their claws towards him, along with the entire tribe behind them, from this world at once. After gathering all the intelligence, Fang Han looked at the kidnappers in front of him, who were lying on the ground like mud, their spirits completely broken. There was no trace of mercy in his eyes. He took out his cell phone and called Wang Xiao. I've sent you the address. Bring your men, come over, and finish it off. Chapter 137. The dust settles, brotherly love deepens. The night wind howled, stirring up the dust on the ground. Outside the abandoned chemical plant, more than a dozen black commercial vehicles drove in silently like ghosts, surrounding the entire factory area. The car door opened, and hundreds of bodyguards in black suits, with stern expressions and a tough aura, rushed out in unison. They are not ordinary company security guards, but elites hired by the Wong family at huge expense from the world's top security companies, and even some retired special forces. Each one of them is a master who can fight 10 people at the same time. Wang Xiao rolled and crawled down from the leading car. His face looked extremely pale due to anxiety and worry, and his expensive custom-made suit had long been wrinkled. Brother Fong. When he rushed into the messy factory and saw his sister sitting in the corner, safe and sound, crying but obviously not injured, the usually proud young man from a wealthy family instantly burst into tears. And when his eyes swept over the kidnappers who were tied to the ground like dead dogs, and the kidnapper leader whose eyes were empty, as if his soul had been sucked out, the shock in his heart reached an unprecedented peak. One person, Brother Fong, actually took down the lair of a professional international criminal group with just one person. This is so horrible. He rushed to his sister, untied the ropes on her, and held her tightly in his arms, his voice trembling violently with excitement. "It's okay, Xiaoya. It's okay. Brother is here." After comforting his sister and asking his men to take her back to the car first, Wang Xiao took a deep breath, sorted out his emotions, and quickly walked up to Fang Han. He didn't speak. He just suddenly bent down and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Fang Han. When he raised his head again, his eyes were already red. He hugged Fang Han tightly. "Brother Fong, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness." This heir to a wealthy family worth tens of billions of dollars, at this moment, was like a child, with tears and fear in his voice. "From now on, my life, Wang Cheng, and my entire Wang family, belongs to you." This is not just a polite remark. This comes from the heart. He knew very well that if it weren't for Fang Han, what he would be facing today might be his sister's cold corpse. This kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. Fang Han felt his body trembling slightly with excitement, and just patted his shoulder calmly. "We are brothers. It's too formal to say these things." He took out a small USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xiao. "These people are just small fish and shrimps at the bottom of the world. Inside this is all of their organization's bases in Asia, their personnel lists, and their contact information. You'll need to deal with those big fish behind you yourself." Fang Han's tone was flat and cold. "I don't want it to happen again." Wang Xiao took the small USB flash drive, his palms sweating. He looked at Fang Han's calm eyes, and his awe for Fang Han instantly reached its peak. "Don't worry, Brother Fong." Wang Xiao nodded heavily, and his originally weak eyes were instantly filled with unprecedented ruthlessness and murderous aura. He knew that Fang Han entrusting this matter to him was both a trust and a test. If he can't even handle this small matter, then he is not qualified to continue to be Fang Han's white glove. "I know what to do." He turned around and gave a cold order to the group of black-clad bodyguards behind him. "Get rid of all these people. Be quick and don't leave any traces." Trace. After tonight, I will make the word vulture completely a thing of the past in this city and in all of Asia." "Yes, Master." The bodyguards responded in unison, their voices filled with a murderous aura. Fang Han looked at Wang Xiao's rapid growth and decisive killing style and nodded with satisfaction. There was no need for him to interfere in what happened next. He believed that the Wang family would use the bloodiest and most efficient way to tell those hungry wolves lurking in the darkness what would happen to anyone who dared to touch Fang Han. He retired after accomplishing his mission, and with a flash of his body, he quietly disappeared into the thick night. When Fang Han returned to ancient times, it was already early morning. The whole villa was brightly lit. Lurume, Jeang, and even Baijiro and Baishuejian, who usually went to bed early, did not go to rest. For stunningly beautiful women were sitting on the sofa in the living room, their faces filled with unconcealable anxiety and worry. When they saw the door open and Fang Han's familiar figure walked in safely, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Husband." Lurume was the first to come forward. She looked him up and down with her beautiful eyes. Seeing that there was not a single scar on his body, she finally let go of her worries. "You're back." Jeang still had that cold look, but the pair of hands that had been tightly clenched loosened quietly the moment she saw Fang Han. Baijiro and Baishuejian also came over. One handed over a hot towel, and the other brought hot tea that had already been warmed up. The concern in their eyes was so full that it almost overflowed. I could smell the reassuring faint fragrance coming from the girls. Feel their unconcealed, heartfelt concern and attachment. In Fang Han's heart, the cold and violent anger that had just arisen from the killing seemed to be slowly melted and dissipated by a pool of the warmest spring water. On one side, there is the cold and cruel killing and struggle in the modern world. On the other side, there is the tenderness and warmth of the ancient world. These two completely different yet intertwined experiences in his life made the goal in his heart clearer and more determined than ever before. No matter which world, he must establish an absolute order with himself as the core. Chapter 138, Technological Bottleneck, Eager to Recruit Talents. The crisis of the modern world was completely eliminated under the Wang family's thunderous cleansing. The large quantities of supplies purchased by Fang Han were also quietly transported back to the ancient world in batches. Nanyang County, the backyard of the prefectural government office. A courtyard that has been expanded into a huge warehouse is filled with all kinds of modern supplies. Bags of cement, bundles of steel bars, carefully selected high-yield grain seeds, and even a few small diesel generators and processing lathes. Neo Air and Ma Baogua, along with a group of core guards, were staring at these immortal treasures with wide eyes, as if they were seeing a miracle. "Oh my God, my lord, How many treasures have you brought back from the fairyland? Neo muttered to himself as he stroked a bag of cold and hard cement. Look at this iron bar. It's straight and even, hundreds of times stronger than the ones made in our best blacksmith shop. Ma Baoguo was also shocked. Fang Han looked at their naive appearance and just smiled faintly. He took Neo with him to inspect the construction progress of the entire Nanyang County. With the investment of massive resources, the entire Nanyang County is undergoing earth-shaking changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. With Liushi Village as the center, wide and smooth cement roads are extending to the surrounding villages and towns. With the help of the dragon-seeking plate and the electric Luoyang shovel, deep wells were dug. The once dry and cracked land was irrigated with water again and regained vitality. In the newly established military workshop, members of the guard are forging more sophisticated spears and armor and practicing precise shooting with modern compound bows. Everything is thriving. But Fang Han's brows furrowed slightly during the inspection. He found that many of the plans in his mind were stuck at the most basic and critical link. Basic chemistry. He wanted to significantly increase grain production, but relying solely on good seeds and water conservancy was not enough. The most efficient method was to use chemical fertilizers. However, whether it is the production of the simplest nitrogen fertilizer or phosphorus fertilizer, potassium fertilizer, there is no way around the most basic thing, sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid, known as the mother of industry, was extremely difficult to produce using primitive equipment in ancient times. He wanted to equip the guards with more deterrent weapons, such as black powder or even more powerful explosives. To prepare these things, a series of basic chemical products such as nitric acid and glycerin are also needed. He wanted to smelt higher grade, tougher steel to make more sophisticated machinery and sharper weapons. This also requires the use of coke steelmaking method, which requires precise analysis and purification of the composition of various ores. All of this points to the same bottleneck, the basic chemical industry. He can move finished products from the modern world, bit by bit. But this is not a long-term solution after all. Firstly, the transportation costs and risks are too high. Secondly, once something unexpected happens in the modern world and his supply chain is broken, the development of the entire ancient territory will immediately come to a standstill. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. He must establish a complete chemical industry system of his own in the ancient world. But here comes the problem. Although he is a modern man, he still has a lot of chemical formulas and reaction principles in his mind. What are nitric acid, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, caustic soda, soda ash, niter, sulfur, and charcoal? But theory is theory and practice is practice. He knew that sulfuric acid could be produced by the contact process using pyrite, and that caustic soda and chlorine could be prepared by electrolysis of saturated brine. But he had no idea what the pyrite in this world looked like or where it was distributed. He also didn't know what kind of traditional methods the craftsmen of this era used to build a reactor that could withstand high temperature and high pressure. There is a huge gap between his modern chemical knowledge and ancient materials and craftsmanship. He needs a translator. A local top technical talent who is well versed in the properties of various minerals and herbs of this era, understands various traditional techniques of calcination and purification, and can understand his chemical concepts that are ahead of his time. Who best fits this portrait? In an instant, a profession popped up in Fang Han's mind. Alchemist. Or rather, alchemist. In this era, this group of people are the top chemists and material scientists. In order to refine the illusory elixir of life, they deal with various minerals, metals, and herbs all year round. They master the most advanced calcination, distillation, extraction, and sublimation technologies of this era. Although their theoretical basis is based on the metaphysics of yin and yang, 5 elements, and resonance between heaven and man. But their practical experience is invaluable. A brilliant idea suddenly flashed through Fang Han's mind. Got it. A meaningful smile appeared on Fang Han's lips. He immediately ordered, pass on my order. In the name of the Nanyang Prefecture, post a notice and spread it throughout the country. Let's just say that I, Fang Han, am grateful to heaven for its mercy and cannot bear to see the suffering of the common people. I wish to gather the world's most extraordinary people to refine the elixir of immortality. In this way, I can pray for favorable weather, peace and prosperity for the country and the people. Any alchemists or Taoists who possess the magical art of alchemy and are proficient in the ways of metal, stone, and plants are welcome to come to Nanyang to respond. Once hired, you will be named Chief Alchemist and enjoy a salary of a marquis of 10,000 households, gold, silver, treasures, beautiful women, and mansions. You can have whatever you want. If you can refine the elixir, I, Fang Han, would like to share the world with you and enjoy eternal life together. When this order came out, Neo Air and Ma Baoguo were stunned. Refining elixirs? Hasn't the Lord always said that those are all tricks? But they didn't dare ask any more questions and immediately took the order and left. This name is really wonderful. It is completely consistent with his character as a living immortal who has come down to earth and is compassionate to the world. They also use the most primitive desires such as immortality and wealth as bait, which is enough to attract all the real technical talents in the world who have researched in this area. The notice was posted quickly. Moreover, with the caravans traveling back and forth from the south to the north, the news spread quickly throughout the entire Jing Dynasty as if it had wings. For a moment, the whole world was shocked. Countless Taoist priests living in seclusion in the mountains and old forests, sorcerers wandering the streets, and even some desperate swindlers who want to try their luck. Everyone got wind of the news. Chapter 139. Ugly Girl Shows Off Her Skills. Discerning Eyes Recognize Pearls. Nanyang County, in front of the prefectural government office. The square, which used to be solemn and dignified, has now become more bustling than the busiest market. The various strange people who came to respond to the recruitment formed several long queues that stretched as far as the eye could see. Among these people, there is an old Taoist priest with an immortal look and a whisk in his hand. There is a fortune teller wearing a bagua robe and with a pretentious look in his eyes. And there are also some skinny and pale-faced swindlers who are obviously here to make a living. They kept muttering to themselves, either, I observe the celestial phenomena at night, or the secret alchemy technique passed down from my ancestors, acting mysterious and making the atmosphere very gloomy. The guards of the prefectural government, armed with spears, struggled to maintain order. In the center of the square, a temporary platform was built. Fang Han did not show up in person, but asked Lurume, who was proficient in pharmacology and meticulous, to be the chief examiner and be responsible for the first round of screening. Lurume sat upright on the high platform, dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a gentle temperament, yet with a sense of majesty. Next, a guard shouted loudly. A thin man wearing a tattered Taoist robe and with shifty eyes ran up happily and bowed to Lurume. Excuse me, what magical alchemy skills do you have? Lurume's voice was crisp and pleasant. My madam, the thin man puffed out his chest and said proudly, my ancestor was the imperial alchemist of the previous dynasty. He mastered the unique skill of transforming stone into gold. All he needs is ordinary stones, supplemented with his secret cinnabar, and calcined with civil and military fire for 49 days, and he can refine genuine gold. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. Lurume frowned slightly. She was so smart that she saw through the other party's trick at a glance. She remained calm and asked calmly, oh, if so, could you please tell me what ingredients are used to make your secret cinnabar? And what are the specific requirements for the temperature when calcining it? This. The thin man was suddenly stuck, stammering and sweating profusely. His tricks were no match for the questioning of a true expert like Lurume. Drag him away. Lurume was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and waved her hand. Two guards immediately rushed onto the stage and dragged the liar off like a dead dog. Next, in this way, one applicant after another came on stage and was ruthlessly eliminated one after another. Lurume only asked a few tricky questions about the medicinal properties of gold and stone, or calcination and purification, and she was able to screen out most of these charlatans who were just filling in the gaps. Gradually, Lurume was about to lose her patience. Is it true that there is no real technical talent in this world? At this moment, a special figure slowly walked to the front of the stage. In an instant, the entire noisy square fell silent. Everyone's eyes were drawn to this figure, but there was no surprise in their gazes, only undisguised disgust, contempt, and ridicule. It was a woman, an extremely ugly woman. She was thin and wore a coarse linen dress that had been washed white. She looked a little hunched due to long-term malnutrition. The most horrifying thing was her face. Half of her face, from forehead to chin, was covered with large, horrible purple-black sores. Those boils bulged high, and some had even burst, oozing yellow pus, making her entire face look like a half-rotten fruit, extremely ugly. My God, this woman looks so scary. She dares to respond? Why doesn't she even take a piss and look at herself? Let her go. It's disgusting just to look at her. Below the stage, the onlookers and the job applicants were pointing and hurling obscenities at her. Even the guards on the stage subconsciously frowned and took half a step back. However, Lurume, who was sitting on the high platform, looked at the ugly woman without showing a trace of disgust on her beautiful face. When her gaze fell on the other intact half of the woman's face, her heart moved slightly. Although that half of the face was thin, the skin was extremely fair and the features were delicate. Especially that eye. What kind of eyes are those? Amidst all the contempt and ridicule around him, there wasn't a trace of inferiority, cowardice, or anger in that eye. Some are just as calm as the deep pool of an ancient well, and an immense concentration and desire for knowledge. It is a kind of light that is full of wisdom and spirituality. Lurume made an exception and gave her an interview opportunity. May I have your name? Su Mainyang. The woman's voice was a little hoarse, but her words were clear. You also know how to make pills. I know a thing or two. Lurume looked into her clear eyes and began to ask questions. What is cinnabar? What are its properties? Cinnabar, also known as cinnabar or vermilion, is sweet, slightly cold, and poisonous. It can calm the mind, be used as medicine, and even as a pigment. Top-grade cinnabar is bright red, with transparent crystals, and is produced in. Su Mainyang answered fluently, explaining the origin, properties, pharmacology of cinnabar, and even how to identify its grade clearly. Lurume then asked, among the 5 metals, what are lead and mercury? How are they extracted from their ores? Lead is lapis lazuli. Mercury is quicksilver. To refine lead, one needs to use. Among the plants, are aconitum and aconite the same or different? Same origin, but different uses. Aconitum is the mother root, and it's highly toxic. Aconite is the daughter root, and after processing, it can restore yang and rescue. One tricky and strange professional question after another involving mineralogy, botany, and metallurgy came from Lurume's mouth. Su Mainyang, on the other hand, answered without hesitation and fluently. His profound knowledge and insights were so profound that even Lurume, who came from a medical family and had read a lot of books since childhood, was secretly shocked. This is a real talent. The news soon reached the back hall. Fang Han, who was sipping tea, became interested when he heard Nyoer's report. He quietly came to the side and rear of the platform and observed it personally. When he saw Su Mainyang's ugly face and her surprisingly clear eyes, his heart suddenly moved. He walked up to the platform and waved his hand to let Lurume step down. The entire square fell silent again. Everyone looked at this legendary, living immortal, wanting to see how he would deal with this ugly woman. Fang Han looked straight into Su Mainyang's calm eyes and asked a question that went straight to the point. What do you think is the essence of alchemy? This issue has gone beyond specific technology and risen to the level of philosophy. All the charlatans in the audience pricked up their ears. Su Mainyang raised her head and looked directly at Fang Han for the first time. She was silent for a moment. Then, in her hoarse but remarkably firm voice, she answered word by word. Reply to my lord. The essence of alchemy is not gods or ghosts, but the study of things to gain knowledge. All things have their own nature, interdependent and mutually restraining, yin and yang transforming, using fire as a medium and water as a remedy, removing the impurities and retaining the essence. One can witness the wonders of creation. Boom. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Fang Han's mind. Investigate things to acquire knowledge. Remove the dross and retain the essence. Isn't this just the ancient version of the materialistic theory of elements and the theory of purification through chemical reactions? What she calls sex is not the physical and chemical properties of matter. Isn't the so-called mutual promotion and mutual restraint just a chemical reaction? Fang Han's eyes lit up when he heard this, and an irrepressible ecstasy surged in his heart. Found a treasure. This wasn't some alchemist at all. He was clearly a true scientist, lost to time. The translator he was looking for was her. Fang Han could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He ignored Su Mainyang's ugly appearance and the astonished looks of everyone in the audience. He walked forward and bowed solemnly to Sui. Then, in an extremely solemn tone, he said to her word by word, in the name of the Lord of Nanyang, I formally invite you, Ms. Su Mainyang, to become my chief alchemist. In return, I promise you, within 3 months, I will cure the strange poison on your face and restore your stunning beauty. Chapter 140, Glazed Artifact, Heavenly Craftsmanship. Fang Han's voice echoed clearly throughout the square. Shocking. The whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Fang Han and Su Mainyang on the stage with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. The Lord of Nanyang, the legendary living immortal, actually made such a shocking promise to such an ugly woman. Chief alchemist. Give her back her stunning beauty. What kind of grace is this? For the first time, Su Mainyang's clear eyes, which had always been calm, were stirred by violent waves. A flash of incredible excitement flashed across her eyes like lightning. But what followed was a deeper, almost instinctive suspicion. The poison on her face was no ordinary poison. Instead, it was the enemy who wiped out her entire family, using a long-lost poison called rotting flesh and eroding bone. Over the years, she has visited famous doctors all over the world and even sought help from some hidden masters of poison. Everyone came to the same conclusion. The poison had penetrated deep into the bone marrow and merged with the blood, and there was no cure. Unless a god came down to earth and could remove her hair and cleanse her marrow so that she could be reborn. Although this man in front of me is said to be amazing, can he really do it? Fang Han had a keen eye and could see through the deep doubts in her heart at a glance. He did not offer any further verbal explanation, because he knew that for a technical talent like Su Meinyang, who only believed in investigating things to gain knowledge, any fancy words could not compare to the physical evidence seen with one's own eyes. Nothing can be proved by empty words. Fang Han smiled faintly and made a pleased gesture. Come with me, I'll show you something. After reading this, you can decide whether you are willing to work for me. Under the complex gazes of thousands of people in the audience, which were a mixture of jealousy, confusion, and curiosity, Fang Han personally led Su Meinyang down the platform, passed through layers of guards, and walked deep into the backyard of the prefectural mansion. They came to an independent courtyard that was heavily guarded, with a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. On the lintel of the courtyard hung a brand new plaque with 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style. Tiangong Fang. Fang Han pushed open the heavy wooden door. With a squeak, the scene behind the door came into Su Meinyang's sight. Just a glance. Su Meinyang was completely frozen in place, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her pupils dilated to the maximum in an instant. Those clear eyes were filled with unprecedented, extreme shock, horror, and disbelief. What did she see? She saw a sacred wonder that she had never dared to imagine in her life, even in her dreams. In the spacious and bright room, rows of neatly arranged wooden shelves are filled with all kinds of strangely shaped utensils. Those utensils are crystal clear and as smooth as mirrors. They sparkle with a dreamy luster under the sunlight. It was 100 times purer, 1,000 times purer than the top-grade Western region colored glass she had ever seen. Not a trace of impurities. Some have round bellies, some have long necks, some have strange bends, and some are as thin as bamboo chopsticks. As the only heir of the royal alchemy family of the previous dynasty, Su Meinyang only took a glance and instantly understood what these things were. These are all utensils used for alchemy. But how is this possible? The colored glass of this era is full of bubbles and impurities and cannot be used to observe the internal reactions at all, not to mention making such precise, complex, and standardized shapes. She reached out her hand tremblingly and carefully picked up a round-bellied vessel. The cool and smooth touch coming from her fingertips made her brain go blank. Perfect transparency. This means that she can clearly observe the subtle changes in color and state inside the medicine at every moment while calcining and fusing it. Precise styling. This means that she can perform the most delicate separation and purification of the medicinal liquid. She also saw a combination vessel with a fire at the bottom and a spiral curved pipe connected to the top. She understood instantly. This is used for distillation and purification, a magical artifact. With it, she can extract the purest drop of essence from the most turbid liquid medicine. What does this mean to an alchemist, a scholar pursuing investigation of things and extension of knowledge? This means that all her conjectures and theories can be verified with the utmost accuracy. This means that countless alchemy ideas that have been passed down from generation to generation in her family, but have been unable to be realized due to the limitations of tools, will become possible. This is the ultimate artifact that all alchemists dream of and are even willing to exchange their lives for. These artifacts were all made by you, my lord, you? Su Meinyang's voice trembled violently due to extreme excitement. She stroked the vessel that Fang Han called a beaker with an obsessed and fanatical look, as if she was stroking a supreme treasure that was more precious than her own life. This is just the beginning. Fang Han looked at her distraught appearance, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He knew he won. As long as you are willing to work for me, everything here will be yours to use. Furthermore, I have countless knowledge that transcends this era, and incredible alchemical techniques that I can share with you. Shared. Hearing these 2 words, Su Meinyang's body trembled violently. She raised her head and looked at Fang Han with a look that had completely changed. There is no more doubt. Yes, A being that can produce such a divine object and possess such wisdom that transcends the times can no longer be called a human being. This is real God. What does curing the poison on her face mean to such a God? She saw the hope of being able to put what she had learned throughout her life into practice and explore the ultimate mysteries of the creation of heaven and earth. Plop. Su Meinyang no longer had any hesitation. She suddenly knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Han respectfully 3 times with extremely loud kowtows. When she raised her head again, her clear eyes were filled with unwavering devotion and fanaticism. The sinful girl Su Meinyang, seeing the face of the emperor, is like seeing the sun after the clouds have parted. I am willing to die for my lord. This life forever. Chapter 141. Xinglin Tiangong, the Harem Cabinet. Fang Han looked at the 4 stunning women in front of him, each with their own unique beauty and temperament, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Lurume, who is mature and charming and has begun to manage part of his industries. Su Meinyang, a scientific treasure who is extremely intelligent and has just been dug out from the quagmire by him. Baijiro, who is gentle and virtuous and is the warmest harbor in his heart. And Nangon Yunshu, the former county magistrate's wife, who is graceful and elegant and has a hint of political acumen. This is his most core team in this world, and also his sweetest harem cabinet. I've called everyone here today because I have something important to announce that concerns our future and even the entire world. Fang Han cleared his throat. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The 4 girls immediately sat up straight, their beautiful eyes focused on him, full of concentration and anticipation. I've decided to merge and expand the Tiangong Fang you brought with you, Meinyang, with the medical team you previously formed, Lurume, to form a brand new organization. Fang Han swept his eyes over the crowd and said word by word. I named this institution Xinglin Tiangong Academy. Xinglin Tiangong Academy. As soon as these 5 words came out, Lurume and Su Meinyang's bodies shook slightly. Xinglin represents medicine, while Tiangong represents the study of nature and creation. This name perfectly combines the areas in which both of them excel. I announced the appointment. Fang Han didn't give them much time to think and gave the order directly. Lurume. I'm here. Lurume immediately stood up and responded respectfully. You are proficient in pharmacology and even more adept at management and coordination. From now on, you will serve as the general manager of Xinglin Tiangong Academy. You will be responsible for all personnel scheduling, resource allocation, and the promotion and application of subsequent research results. Yes, my husband. Lurume will definitely fulfill this mission. A blazing fire ignited in Lurume's beautiful eyes, and she nodded solemnly. This wasn't just trust. It was a recognition that she was truly part of the inner circle of power. She was no longer just his woman, but his right-hand man in creating great things. Su Meinyang. My humble daughter. No, Meinyang is here. Su Meinyang also stood up quickly, her voice trembling with excitement. You possess unparalleled talent in alchemy and a keen mind for studying the world. I appoint you as the chief researcher of Xinglin Tiangong Academy. You will oversee all technical breakthroughs. I will provide the theory, and you will turn it into reality. Chief Researcher. This novel title made Su Meinyang slightly stunned, but she immediately understood its significance. This means that all the core technology research and development of the entire organization will be handed over to her. Meinyang, I will serve my lord till my death. She was so excited that she was about to kneel down. No thanks. Fang Han raised his hand to support it. Then he picked up 2 thick stacks of booklets bound with thin thread from the table beside him. This is the holy book he wrote last night based on his memory. He solemnly handed the booklet to Su Meinyang. This is a secret that our sect has never passed down. Today, I will teach it to you. Su Meinyang took the 2 booklets with trembling hands. On the cover, there were 2 lines of large characters that she had never seen before, but were full of a strange rhythm. Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Basic Chemistry Principles. Hiss. When Su Meinyang just saw these 2 names, she felt a mysterious aura coming towards her. She couldn't wait to open the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. After just one look, her breathing suddenly stopped. Germ Theory. Everything in the world harbors tiny, invisible creatures called germs. Colds, rotting wounds, and plague are all caused by these creatures invading the human body. Disinfection Concept. Methods such as high-temperature boiling and wiping with strong alcohol can be used to kill germs on objects and wound surfaces. Surgical Suturing. In the case of deep wounds, the wound can be cleaned and then sutured with needle and thread. This can accelerate healing and reduce mortality. These theories, unprecedented yet seemingly pointing directly to the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, made her feel as if her previous understanding of medicine was being completely overturned and reshaped. It turned out that the wound infections that had plagued doctors for thousands of years were actually caused by these invisible creatures. She trembled as she opened another book, Basic Principles of Chemistry. Atoms, molecules, chemical reaction formulas, acid-base neutralization. The symbols and concepts that looked like heavenly books made her dizzy, but she also felt that a magnificent door leading to the origin of the world was slowly opening to her. Isn't this the ultimate meaning of studying things to attain knowledge that her family has pursued for generations? It turns out the so-called nature of all things can actually be broken down into even smaller atoms. The so-called intergeneration and mutual restraint can actually be accurately predicted using something called a chemical equation. With a plop sound, Su Meinyang could no longer control herself. Her knees softened and she fell to the ground. The look she gave Fang Han was no longer one of reverence, but of fanaticism and piety, like a mortal looking up to a god. My lord, this is the Book of Heaven. Fang Han nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He looked at the other two beauties and said softly, Jiro, you are well-read and meticulous, so you will be responsible for organizing the classics for the Tiangong Academy, checking for omissions and gaps, and keeping logistical records. Yinshu, you will assist me and help me keep an eye on them to see if there is anything in them that can be used in military and government affairs. Yes, husband. Baijiro nodded gently. She was satisfied to be able to do something for everyone. Nangong Yunshu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she responded respectfully. She was keenly aware that this small, Xinglin Tiangong Academy might become a war machine even more terrifying than a military workshop in the future. Fang Han looked at the women in front of him, each doing their own job, with fire burning in their beautiful eyes, and felt very proud. With a wave of his hand, he set the first KPI for Xinglin Tiangong College. Now, I'll give you two primary targets. First, develop a magic pill that can quickly reduce fever and relieve pain. Second, cultivate a miracle medicine that can kill bacteria and prevent wounds from rotting and oozing pus. Chapter 142, Jiro's Advice, Liopi's Miraculous Achievement. Aspirin, which Fang Han called the magic pill for reducing fever and relieving pain, was listed as the #1 project, and its research and development project was officially launched on the day Xinglin Tiangong Institute was established. Chief researcher Su Meinyang almost lived and ate at Tiangong Workshop. She locked herself in the room full of magical glassware and fell into a crazy state of research. According to the molecular structure diagram of salicylic acid given by Fang Han in Basic Principles of Chemistry, which was like a talisman from God, she tried to synthesize it using various minerals and medicinal materials available in Tiangong Fang. No, it's not warm enough. Damn it, there are too many impurities in this material. It is impossible to purify it to the purity that the Lord said. Why does this reaction produce a black precipitate? What went wrong? For several days in a row, Su Meinyang's low roars full of irritation and unwillingness could be heard from Tiangong Workshop from time to time. She tried again and again, but failed again and again. Ancient materials and primitive heating equipment were simply unable to precisely control the temperature, pressure, and catalytic conditions of the reaction as Fang Han described. Directly using chemical synthesis to replicate the processes of modern industry is a dead end from the start. Lurume walked into the laboratory carrying a bowl of freshly stewed ginseng soup. Seeing Su Meinyang's haggard appearance and the mess of failed products around her, she couldn't help but sigh with heartache. Sister Meinyang, take a rest first. Your health is very important. I won't give up. Su Meinyang clutched her hair, the half of her face that was still intact filled with pain and self-doubt. My lord has entrusted me with such an important task, but I can't even take the first step. I'm just a waste. Fang Han rushed over after hearing the news, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a headache. He looked at Su Meinyang's crazy look and rubbed his temples with a headache. Damn it, this was a bad idea. He cursed in his heart. After all, I am a science idiot who knows the facts but not the reasons. I only remember that salicylic acid is the precursor of aspirin, and I know the approximate molecular formula, but I have no idea how to synthesize it step by step. It seems that it is too presumptuous to want to reach the top in one step and directly climb the technology tree of modern chemical industry. The entire Xinglin Tiangong Academy was plunged into a depressing atmosphere due to the bottleneck of the chief researcher. That night, after Fang Han finished his official business and returned to his bedroom, he found that the light in Baijiro's room was still on. He pushed the door open and saw Baijiro sitting at the desk with a dozen yellowed ancient books spread out in front of her. She was carefully looking for something, page by page, in the candlelight. "Jiro, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Fang Han walked over with a distressed look and put a coat on her shoulders. "Husband." Baijiro turned around, revealing a pair of eyes with faint dark circles. She smiled a little embarrassedly. I just saw that Sister Sue has been worried about the fever-reducing elixir these past few days, so I wondered if I could find some clues from these medical books passed down from our ancestors." Although she did not understand the profound concepts of investigating things to gain knowledge, she had the most considerate heart and wanted to share her husband's worries. Fang Han felt warm in his heart, and he gently held her in his arms, saying softly, "Thank you for your hard work." At this moment, Baijiro's gaze suddenly fixed on a page of a tattered book called Miscellaneous Notes on Herbs. Her eyes lit up instantly. "Husband, look at this." She pointed to a line of inconspicuous small words in the corner of the page, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Fang Han leaned over to take a look and saw that it said, "Take the white part of the willow bark and boil it into juice. It can reduce high fever. It tastes very bitter." Willow bark. These 3 words instantly exploded in Fang Han's mind, splitting through all the fog. "Oh my God, how could I have forgotten this? Isn't the original source of aspirin salicylic acid extracted from willow bark? Damn it, I was so smart all my life, but so confused at this moment. My mind was full of modern synthesis, but I forgot the simplest, most primitive and most in line with the current technological level of extraction. Jiro, you are really my lucky star." Fang Han hugged Baijiro excitedly and gave her a big kiss on her smooth forehead. "Ah." Baijiro's pretty face flushed red because of his sudden action, but her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Let's go find Su Mainyang." Fang Han pulled Baijiro and rushed into Tiangong workshop at night. When Su Mainyang heard from Baijiro that willow bark, boiled into juice, can reduce high fever, she was as if she was cast under a spell and stood still on the spot for an instant. Willow bark. Reduce high fever. She has been pursuing the use of various minerals to create something completely new, but she has overlooked that what she is looking for may have already existed in these most ordinary and common plants. The way of truth is simple. An epiphany. I understand. Su Mainyang muttered to herself, and then, her eyes, which had been dim for a few days, burst into amazing brilliance again. She rushed out of the room like crazy and yelled at the guards outside the door. "Quick, go cut me a lot of willow trees. They must be fresh. The more the better." Soon, a large amount of willow bark was sent to Tiangong workshop. Under Fang Han's theoretical guidance, Su Mainyang changed her previous thinking. Boil, filter, then use the alcohol lamp and that magical glass distiller to distill, extract, cool, and crystallize. Everyone held their breath and stared at the crystal-clear glass beaker. Time passes by minute. Finally, under everyone's gaze, as the temperature slowly dropped, snow-white, needle-like crystals began to slowly and dreamily precipitate out of the clear liquid. Success. Salicylic acid crystals. Success. I don't know who shouted first, but the next moment, the entire Xinglin Tiangong Academy erupted in deafening cheers that were loud enough to blow the roof off. Su Mainyang looked at the beautiful white crystals in the beaker, and tears instantly blurred her eyes. She did it. Chapter 143, Miracle Medicine Developed, Saving Countless Lives. After Su Mainyang's sleepless efforts and the concerted efforts of everyone in Tiangong Academy in boiling, filtering, extracting, and crystallizing, the first batch of snow-white, salicylic acid crystals were finally successfully extracted. But this thing cannot be eaten directly. Not only does it taste bitter, it is also too irritating to the stomach and intestines. Under Fang Han's further guidance, Su Mainyang led the team to react it with a specially treated acetic acid. Finally, after a series of complex purification processes, the final product was produced with milder medicinal properties and more stable effects. Looking at the small, round pills the size of rice grains and spotlessly white piled up in the jade plate, Fang Han nodded with satisfaction. This medicine can relieve pain and reduce fever. It has miraculous effects. Let's name it analgesic and fever-reducing pill. Fang Han made the final decision. This name is simple and unpretentious, yet it goes straight to the point. However, everyone still has a big question in their mind about the real effect of the new drug. Just at this moment, an excellent clinical trial opportunity came to him. Oh no, someone come quickly. Ergu has fainted. A burst of panicked shouts was heard in the martial arts arena. I saw a guard who was doing weight training suddenly fall to the ground. His whole body was burning hot, and his face was as red as pig liver. It seemed that he was breathing in more than out. It's heat stroke. The heat attacks my heart and causes a high fever. The old military doctor accompanying the army rushed over and pinched the Rin Zhong point and bled the guard. After a long time, the body temperature of the guard named Wang Eru not only did not go down, but became even more feverish, and the whole body began to twitch. What should I do? The old military doctor was sweating profusely, spinning in panic. I've already used the best heat-clearing medicine, but this heat is too overbearing and there's no way to suppress it. If the fever continues like this, you'll definitely become crazy. The guards who were watching were all extremely anxious, but they were helpless. At this critical moment, a clear and decisive voice rang out. Let me. Everyone looked back and saw Lurume, surrounded by several maids, walking quickly towards them. In her hands, she was holding an exquisite white jade porcelain vase. Madam, you. The old military doctor was stunned, then horrified, and hurriedly stopped her, saying, Madam, no. This patient is terminally ill and dying. You must not use unknown elixirs carelessly, or he will die instantly. Lurume didn't waste any words and directly ordered Nyoair beside her. Hold him down and pry his mouth open. Yes. Nyoair did not dare to delay and immediately stepped forward and, together with another guard, firmly controlled the unconscious and convulsing Wang Eru. Under the gaze of everyone, Lurume did not hesitate at all. She poured out a white pill the size of a grain of rice and decisively stuffed it into Wang Eru's mouth. She then gave him a sip of water and helped him swallow it. The whole process is clean and neat. After doing all this, everyone held their breath and stared at Wang Eru lying on the ground. A small white pill. Can it really save the life of a strong man who is about to be burned to death? Everyone's heart was filled with tension, doubt, and expectation. Time passes by minute. It was so quiet at the scene that you could hear a pin drop. Sudden. Sweating. Look, he has sweat on his forehead. A sharp-eyed guard pointed at Wang Eru and screamed in surprise. I saw fine beads of sweat beginning to appear on Wang Eru's originally dry and hot forehead. Then, more and more beads of sweat gathered into a stream, sliding down his cheeks, and soon soaking his collar. The skin that was originally as hot as a branding iron seemed to be slowly cooling down. The face that had turned red due to the high fever was slowly fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye and returning to its normal color. Miracle. This is a real fucking miracle. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost, and their mouths opened so wide that an egg could fit in. About half an hour passed. The old military doctor stretched out his hand tremblingly and touched Wang Eru's forehead again. The next second, he jumped up suddenly as if struck by lightning and screamed in ecstasy with a voice that was almost broken. It's gone. The fever is really gone. It's amazing. This is simply a divine method. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Eru, who had been in a coma for a long time, moved his eyelids and slowly woke up. He looked at the people around him in confusion and asked weakly, What's wrong with me? I felt like I fell into a furnace just now. How come I feel so comfortable after sleeping? Boom. This sentence was like a bomb exploding in the crowd. The scene was completely boiling. Alive. Really saved. Oh my god. What kind of magic pill is that little white pill? It actually has the power to bring people back to life. A miracle drug. This is definitely a miracle drug that can revive the dead. The old military doctor fell to his knees with a thud, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself. Miracle. I've been practicing medicine all my life, and today I finally understand what a miracle is. A young guard next to him was so excited that his face turned red. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Lurume and Su Mingyang, who came after hearing the news with a look that was a mixture of shock, fanaticism, and extreme worship, as if they were gods. If we say that Lord Fang Han is a living god, who is high above them and gives them food and a future, then these two ladies who can refine life-saving elixirs are the medicine fairies, walking on earth. The news spread like wildfire, as if it had wings, and quickly spread throughout Liushi village and the entire Nanyang County. Have you heard? The medicine fairy under Immortal Fong has created a magical elixir that can cure diseases and reduce fever. One pill can save a dying person. More than that, my second uncle's neighbor was in the guard team and saw it with his own eyes. The man was burning so badly that he was almost smoking, but he took one magic pill and was walking again in half an hour. Fang Han seized this opportunity and immediately ordered Xinglin Tiangong Institute to work at full capacity to expand production. At the same time, he officially announced in the name of the Nanyang Prefecture, Analgesic and fever-reducing pills will be distributed as military supplies to every soldier of the Dragon Tooth Army first. At the same time, all the people under my rule who suffer from persistent high fevers can go to local government clinics with their household registration and receive a life-saving pill for free. As soon as this order was issued, the entire Nanyang County was in an uproar. Countless people, especially those with elderly people and children at home, flocked to the streets, knelt down and kowtowed excitedly in the direction of the prefectural government, and shouted, "God, have mercy on me." For a time, Fang Han's reputation was once again pushed to an unprecedented peak. Chapter 144, The Secret of Mold, the Sterility Method. The huge success of the analgesic and antipyretic pill has brought the morale of the entire Xinglin Tiangong Academy to an unprecedented peak. Su Mainyang and Lurume have become the most dazzling stars in the entire Nanyang County. Wherever they go, they can attract countless fanatical admiring glances. Fang Han looked at this thriving scene, but his heart was extremely calm. He knew that aspirin was just the beginning. It can reduce fever and relieve pain, but it can't kill bacteria or reduce inflammation. In an age where even tetanus can easily kill, the miracle drug that can truly significantly reduce mortality is antibiotics. So, Fang Han struck while the iron was hot and gathered all the core members in the lecture hall, specially opened for him in Xinglin Tiangong Academy, to launch the second, more subversive project, penicillin. Today, I will tell you the ultimate secret of the world that will overturn all of your cognition. Fang Han stood on the high platform, his eyes sweeping over the faces below that were full of expectation and admiration, his voice steady and powerful. In our air, in our water, on your skin, and even in your bodies, there are billions of tiny lives living that are completely invisible to our naked eyes. I named them microorganisms. Boom. Microorganism. This brand new and unheard of word made everyone in the audience feel as if their three views had been shattered by a heavy bomb. Are there small lives in the air? Or in the water? How is this possible? These little lives are both good and bad. Fang Han continued to unleash his shocking theory. Some of the bad ones can pass through wounds or be eaten by us, making us sick, giving us fever, or even causing our wounds to rot and pus, ultimately leading to death. I call them germs. And some good ones can kill the bad guys that cause illness. Below the stage, Lurume frowned as she listened. Although she had witnessed Fang Han's countless magical methods, this theory was too bizarre to believe, making her skeptical. On the other side, Su Mainyang's clear eyes were emitting an infatuated light. Investigate things to acquire knowledge. This is the true meaning of studying things to gain knowledge. It turns out that the evil spirits and miasma that have troubled doctors for thousands of years are actually these invisible microorganisms. My lord, a new door leading to the origin of the world has been opened for her. Fang Han looked at their very different expressions and just smiled faintly. He did not explain too much because he knew that for this group of ancient people, facts spoke louder than words. He took a plate from the servant. On the plate was a piece of orange peel covered with green mold. An unpleasant musty smell instantly filled the air. Ugh! Many people in the audience showed expressions of disgust. Fang Han, however, pointed at the furry green mold on it as if it were a rare treasure and said something shocking. The second miracle drug we're looking for, that good stuff that can kill germs, is hidden in these dirty molds in your eyes. Hiss! The whole audience gasped. Using moldy things to make medicine? Isn't this going to kill people? However, Su Mainyang instantly understood Fang Han's intention. Fighting poison with poison. No, it's using one living being to control another living being. She muttered to herself, her eyes flashing with the fanatical light unique to technology geeks. As soon as the meeting ended, she immediately took action and mobilized the apprentices of Tiangong Academy to start large-scale mold culture using various things: leftover rice, damp bread, rotten fruit, trying to screen out the most critical penicillium, described by Fang Han. At the same time, Fang Han called Lurume aside and gave her a request that seemed more demanding and even perverted to others. Rume, next, I want you to create an absolutely clean, sterile environment. Sterile? Lurume was puzzled. Yes. Fang Han's expression was more serious than ever. I demand that your medical team, before treating any wounds, all utensils, scissors, and even your hands that come into contact with the wound must be repeatedly wiped and disinfected with the strong liquor I asked you to brew. All cotton cloth and gauze used to bandage wounds must be sterilized by high-temperature steam boiling in a sealed boiler. Lurume was completely confused. Using precious liquor to wash your hands and scissors? And going to such great lengths to steam the cloth? Isn't this a waste of resources? She completely couldn't understand the principle behind this. However, when she raised her head and saw Fang Han's eyes full of absolute trust and unquestionableness, all the doubts in her heart disappeared in an instant. She didn't know how it worked. She only knew that this was her man's order. That's enough. Yes, husband. Lurume obeys your command. She nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes filled with unconditional trust and determination. Under Lurume's vigorous management, a vigorous, sterile revolution quietly unfolded in Xinglin Tiangong Hospital. She mobilized a large number of manpower and resources, cleared out the cleanest courtyard, and transformed it into a special clean room. She formulated strict, almost perverted rules. All entrants must wear white clothes and hats that have been sterilized with high-temperature steam from head to toe, and wash their hands repeatedly with strong liquor. The whole process is meticulous. Under Lurume's outstanding management and execution, the prototype of the first sterile operating room and sterile laboratory in Dakian, and even the world, was miraculously born in a small courtyard in Nanyang County. One is responsible for breeding, looking for the key to defeat the enemy in the microscopic world. One is responsible for the environment and creates a pure land free of pollution in the macro world. Chapter 145, Northern War Smoke, Two-Line Game. Nanyang County, the Prefectural Government Office. After being baptized by the Miracle Medicine of Xinglin Tiangong Academy, the entire Nanyang County was immersed in a prosperous and enthusiastic atmosphere, with people's hearts flocking to it. Fang Han's reputation has reached the peak that a mortal can achieve. At this moment, in the warm room in the backyard, the incense is curling and it is warm like spring. Fang Han was lazily leaning on the soft couch, enjoying the rare warmth. Nangong Yunshu, dressed in an elegant brocade dress, was kneeling beside him, her delicate hands gently massaging his shoulders. The former county magistrate's wife, who came from a prominent family, no longer looked at Fang Han with the initial awe and gratitude in her eyes. Instead, she had a complex feeling of admiration, dependence, and passionate love. She has completely regarded herself as this man's woman, and his kingdom is everything to her. My dear, I feel that in addition to research and development, security at Xinglin Tiangong Academy also needs to be strengthened. If such divine objects are stolen by someone with ulterior motives, there will be endless troubles. Nangong Yunshu suggested softly, her breath as fragrant as orchid. Well, Yunshu, you are very thoughtful. Fang Han squinted his eyes comfortably, feeling secretly happy. Having a wife who understands politics and has a broad perspective is worry-free. However, this rare tranquility was suddenly broken by a burst of hurried footsteps. My lord, madam, urgent military information. A guard reported loudly outside the door, his voice revealing an uncontrollable tension. Nangong Yunshu frowned slightly and immediately stood up and said, "Let him in." Soon, a dusty man with chapped lips was brought in. When he saw Nangong Yunshu, he immediately knelt on one knee, took out a bamboo tube sealed with sealing wax from his arms, and presented it with both hands. Madam, something's happening in the north. This person is none other than a member of the intelligence network Nangong Yunshu had set up in the north using his family's old members. Nangong Yunshu took the secret letter and quickly opened it. After just one glance, her elegant and pretty face instantly became extremely solemn. What's wrong? Fang Han sat up straight. Nangong Yunshu took a deep breath, handed over the secret letter, and said in a deep voice, "Husband, the Marquis of Jingbei in the north has made a big move." Fang Han took the letter and glanced at it. The Marquis of Jingbei has sent his trusted advisor, Mr. Wen, to lead a delegation southwards. They will arrive in Nanyang soon, bearing the guise of congratulations on the new policies and the establishment of good neighborly relations. Congratulations on the new policy? Fang Han sneered sarcastically. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. It has no good intentions. That's just what's on the surface. The messenger panted, adding hastily. Our men risked their lives to deliver the news that, at the same time the delegation set out, the Marquis of Jingbei's adopted son, renowned for his bravery on the northern battlefields and known as the Little Overlord, was secretly marching south with 3,000 elite cavalry. They've bypassed all official roads and traveled through the wild mountains and wilderness. Their target is directly targeting our newly established settlement on the Nanyang border, Dawangswang. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, Nangong Yunshu's face turned pale. She muttered to herself, her voice trembling slightly. Openly sending an envoy to paralyze us, but secretly mobilizing the most elite cavalry to launch a decapitation raid. One open, one covert, one civil, one military. What a cruel method. That Jingbei Marquis is indeed an old fox. Duangswang, she said worriedly. It's a new settlement we established to accommodate refugees. To avoid alerting the surrounding forces, we only stationed a guard of less than 200 people, most of whom are new recruits. How can we withstand a sudden attack by 3,000 elite cavalry? In her opinion, this was almost a dead end. However, after hearing all this, Fang Han's face was not at all panicked, but instead showed a playful sneer. Damn, it's finally here. Ever since he took over Nanyang County, he knew that the hungry wolves around him would eventually stretch out their claws, especially the ambitious Marquis of Jingbei, who occupied several counties in the north. A stress test. Do you want to see how powerful I, the prefect of Nanyang, am? Just in time. Fang Han stood up suddenly, a cold glint in his eyes. He wants to see my trump card, so I'll show him what a fucking iron wall is. Nangong Yinshu looked at Fang Han's profile, which was full of absolute confidence and murderous aura, and his anxious heart inexplicably calmed down. It was as if even if the sky fell, as long as this man was there, it wouldn't be a big deal. In Fang Han's eyes, a test of civil and military power against Nanyang County has changed from an imminent crisis to a two-way game directed by him personally, in which he is ready to completely manipulate the arrogant little bully in the palm of his hand. He wanted to let Marquis Jingbei know that the piece of fat meat of Nanyang County was not only poisonous, but would also break his teeth. Chapter 146, Thor's Spear, Dragon Fong waiting for battle. Nyoer, Ma Baohua. Fang Han gave an order, and his voice echoed in the lobby of the prefectural government. A moment later, Nyoer and Ma Baohua, who had been promoted to the captains of the 1st and 2nd battalions of the Longyo army, ran in quickly, knelt on one knee, and shouted in a loud voice, Lord, the Marquis of Jingbei in the northern border has sent 3,000 elite cavalrymen to attack Duangswang on our border. Fang Han went straight to the point, his tone calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, when these words fell into the ears of Nyoer and Ma Baohua, it was like a bolt from the blue. 3,000 elite cavalry. The blood drained out of Nyoer's honest face in an instant, turning pale as paper. The knuckles of his fingers holding the knife handle turned white, and his teeth trembled uncontrollably. Ma Baohua even knelt on one knee with a thump, not to salute, but because he was so scared by the number that his legs went weak. My lord, 3,000 cavalrymen, one charge, and we are all gone. His voice was filled with despair and tears. That's 3,000 cavalrymen, elite warriors from hundreds of battles. A single charge could rip their infantry formations to shreds. This was a terrifying enemy that these peasants, born from humble beginnings, couldn't even imagine. What are you panicking about? Looking at the useless looks of the two, Fang Han shouted sternly, his voice like thunder. Look at you. Are you scared out of your wits by 3,000 cavalrymen? What you hold in your hands are no longer firewood sticks. You are the generals of my dragon tooth army. You are my soldiers, Fang Han. This sudden shout was like a wake-up call, shocking Nyoer and Ma Baohua all over. Their faces instantly turned red, and they lowered their heads in shame. Follow me. Fang Han didn't say much, turned around, and walked towards the military workshop in the backyard. The two hurried to catch up, feeling uneasy. Fang Han led them around the ordinary armory and came to a secret warehouse with the strictest guards. Pushing open the heavy door, a cold metallic smell hit me in the face. In the center of the warehouse, there were more than a dozen heavy wooden boxes reinforced with iron sheets neatly stacked. Open, Fang Han ordered. Nyoer and Ma Baohua did not dare to delay and worked together to pry open the lid of one of the wooden boxes. The moment the lid of the box was opened, they both gasped and their eyes almost popped out. Inside the box, there was a thick soft cloth, and rows of strangely shaped, pitch-black spears were lying there quietly. It is called a spear, but its spear head is no longer the traditional sharp iron tip, but a fist-sized, conical metal lump with an extremely precise structure and a hint of ferocious beauty. Do you still have confidence now? Fang Han's voice came slowly. Have. Nyoer and Ma Baohua suddenly straightened their backs and responded enthusiastically in a voice that was almost a roar. The fear on their faces had long been replaced by endless fighting spirit and the belief that they would win. Fang Han nodded with satisfaction and began to issue combat orders. Nyoer, lead the 1st Battalion immediately, carrying 3 days' worth of rations, and march quickly to Duangswang. Build fortifications around the village, digging a 3-meter-deep trench. Cover the entire entrance of the village with deer horns and chevaux de frise. I want you to turn it into an iron hedgehog that will impede any cavalry attack. Yes, my lord. Ma Baowa. Lead the 2nd Battalion, carry all the Thor's spears, and secretly ambush in the Black Pine Forest west of Wang. When the enemy cavalry is frustrated in front of Wang and their formation is in disarray, listen to my signal and launch a fatal attack from the flank. I want to make those cavalry feel the effects of being struck by lightning. Yes, my lord. Chapter 147. When Shi enters the county and sees the stunning beauty for the first time. 3 days later, outside Nanyang County, a luxurious convoy guarded by dozens of elite cavalrymen slowly approached the city gate. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged strategist, wearing a turban and holding a feather fan, was resting with his eyes closed. He was the chief strategist under the Marquis of Jingbei, Wen Chongqing, also known as Mr. One. This time I was ordered to go south, ostensibly to congratulate, but actually to test. Before arriving, he had thoroughly researched the situation in Nanyang County. The land was suffering from a severe drought, and the previous governor's heavy taxes and levies had caused widespread public resentment. The new governor, Fong Han, was a mere peasant who had risen to power through the wiles of a quack. A living god. Humph, just a ghost pretending to be a god. Mr. Wen curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. In his view, the so-called touching a stone to produce a spring was nothing more than finding the source of water in advance and then performing a trick. The so-called Dragon Tooth Army was nothing more than a group of farmers who couldn't even hold a knife steadily. He had already anticipated the scene he was about to see. The city walls were dilapidated, refugees were everywhere, the people were pale and thin, their eyes were numb, and the entire county town was filled with a desperate and dead atmosphere. What he had to do was to use the goodwill of Marquis Jingbei and, in a condescending manner, to criticize and examine this living immortal. However, the moment the carriage drove into the city gate, the calmness and disdain on Mr. Wen's face froze in an instant. The expected desolation and deathly silence did not appear at all. In its place stood a cement avenue wide enough to accommodate 8 horses running side by side. The road was flat and clean, with neatly arranged rows of brand new blue brick and tile houses on both sides. The streets are bustling with people. Although most of their clothes were patched coarse linen, everyone's face was filled with a glow from the heart called hope. Children, in groups of 3 or 5, chased and played on the streets, letting out bursts of crisp laughter. Their rosy cheeks and vibrant spirits did not give the impression of having been through a disaster. This is impossible. Mr. Wen suddenly opened the car curtain, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the thriving scene outside the window, his breathing becoming rapid. He subconsciously stretched out his foot and rolled on the mirror-smooth ground. The hard and cold touch from the soles of his feet made his heart tremble. This was definitely not something from this world. He saw the public well set up by the roadside, where people lined up in an orderly manner to draw water, their faces filled with satisfied smiles. He saw the collective canteen in the distance, with smoke rising from it, and a sign at the doorway inscribed in lime wash. Today's servings: white rice, braised pork. White rice, braised pork. In this year of severe drought, even the army of Marquis Jingbei could barely guarantee a solid meal. How could the common people of Nanyang County actually have access to such a meal? Mr. Wen felt a buzzing in his head, and everything before him became unreal. The world he knew, a world plagued by drought and starvation, seemed to be ripped open at that moment, revealing a whole new world that he could not comprehend and even dared not imagine. A huge wave rose in his heart, and all his previous judgments and assumptions were shattered by the ironclad facts before him. The legendary living immortal. Is he really so omniscient and capable of changing the world? He muttered to himself, his knuckles turning white from the force of holding the feather fan, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. This wasn't just some quack trick, it was a miracle. It was the true aura of the king. Just as he was shocked, the convoy slowly stopped in front of the prefectural government's mansion. Mr. Wen forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, straightened his clothes, and got off the carriage. In front of the mansion gate, a man and a woman were waiting with the crowd. The man in the lead was a little too young, appearing to be no more than 20 years old. He wore a well-tailored plain robe and did not wear any fancy accessories. However, as he stood there, he had an air of calm and steady demeanor. Especially his eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky, calm and peaceful, yet seemed to be able to see through the deepest secrets in people's hearts in an instant. Just by looking at each other, Mr. Wen felt that his thoughts of testing and scrutiny were so ridiculous and childish in front of the other party. The woman next to the man made him feel even more uneasy. That was the rumored widow of the former Qingshi County Magistrate Shengguan, Nangong Yinshu. Rumor had it that her husband had died tragically, leaving her destitute and forced to seek shelter with Fong Han. Yet, here she was, dressed in a regal brocade gown, graceful and elegant, her gaze radiant. The confidence and nobility she exuded was even greater than when she was the county magistrate's wife. Where is the despair and humiliation of a lonely woman whose country has been destroyed? She is clearly a phoenix that has found its true dragon, about to be reborn from the ashes. Mr. Wen, you've come a long way and must have had a hard time. Fong Han spoke first, his voice calm, but with an unquestionable sense of control. Nanyang County has just been settled, so I've prepared some wine to welcome you. Master Fong, you're too polite. For the first time, Mr. Wen felt a little awkward during a confrontation with someone, and he quickly bowed in return. At the dinner, there was singing and dancing, and the atmosphere was lively. Exquisite dishes that he had never heard of were presented one after another. The taste was several times more delicious than the family banquet at the Jingbei Marquis Mansion. Nangong Yinshu, relying on his social skills as a member of a prominent family, drank and chatted with Mr. Wen, chatting and laughing, creating just the right atmosphere. He was both enthusiastic and tactful, and brushed off all sensitive topics lightly without missing a beat. Mr. Wen was responding to the invitation with a forced smile while rapidly calculating in his mind. The stability of the people's hearts and the abundance of resources here are far beyond imagination. That Fong Han, though seemingly young, is actually unfathomable and cunning, no ordinary person. This time, Jingbei Ho must have hit a wall. Chapter 148. Clinking glasses and fighting with swords and spears. The night is like thick ink. At the border of Nanyang County, outside Wang, there was a dead silence. 3,000 Jingbei cavalrymen, like a black tide surging from hell, lurked silently in the darkness outside the village. The leading general was wearing heavy black armor, holding a Fong Tian Huaji, and riding a majestic black horse. He was none other than the adopted son of Marquis Jingbei, the little overlord of the north who was famous for his bravery and bloodthirstiness. He looked at the village in the distance that was so quiet that it seemed like a ghost cave, and a sneer of extreme contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth. A bunch of dirt-digging idiots dare to call themselves the Dragon-Tooth Army? How ridiculous. The little bully spat, his eyes filled with the cruelty of a cat playing with a mouse. Tonight, I'll show you what true cavalry is. What war is. Pass on my orders. He raised his Fong Tian Huaji high in the air. Full force attack. Raise the village to the ground, leaving no one alive. Kill. At the command, 3,000 cavalrymen began to slowly accelerate. The sound of horse hooves became heavier and heavier, and finally gathered into a devastating thunder, rushing straight towards the seemingly vulnerable village. In the banquet hall of the prefectural government, there was still singing and dancing and drinking. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Mr. Wen felt that he had regained his rhythm. He picked up the wine glass, a warm smile on his face, and asked casually, "Under Lord Fong's rule, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and the granaries are well fed. This is truly a blessing for our great Qian. I just wonder how the combat effectiveness of your Dragon-Tooth Army compares to our Jingbei border army. Here we come." Fong Han sneered in his heart, knowing that the old fox's temptation had finally been exposed. His expression remained expressionless. He simply raised his wine glass and smiled calmly, saying, "Mr. Wen, you're joking. We're just a bunch of farmers who've never been to the battlefield. We only train on weekdays to protect our homes and suppress bandits. How can we compare with the battle-hardened Jingbei cavalry? We're not even worthy of being mentioned in this light." At the same moment when he finished speaking, a deafening roar ripped through the dark night sky at the Nanyang border 100 miles away. Boom! The hundreds of Jingbei cavalrymen who were rushing in the front had no idea what was in front of them. They disappeared from the ground in an instant, along with their horses. The shrill screams and the cries of dying war horses instantly tore through the night sky. A huge trench 3 meters deep and nearly 5 meters wide, like the open mouth of a giant beast, swallowed them up unexpectedly. The cavalry in the rear were thrown into chaos. Before they could react, a series of dense puff-puff sounds suddenly came from under their feet. Countless 3-edged iron spikes flashing with cold light pierced the horses' hooves. These are the triangular nails that Fong Han bought from the modern era. In this era, they are simply a nightmare for cavalry. The warhorse cried out in pain, stood up madly, and threw the cavalry on its back off. The entire charging formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Just then, hundreds of cold rays of light suddenly lit up on the seemingly simple wooden walls of the village. Neo air, the captain of the 1st Battalion of the Dragon Tooth Army, had bloodshot eyes and used all his strength to let out an earth-shattering roar. Shoot! Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of modern compound bows firing simultaneously. This is not an ordinary rain of arrows. It is a precise and deadly death barrage created by modern technology. Each sharp arrow, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, was shot accurately at the cavalrymen who were in chaos with a terrifying speed and force far exceeding that of ancient bows and arrows. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of arrows piercing the flesh was as dense as rain hitting banana leaves. The Jingbei elite cavalry, charging at the forefront, didn't even have time to scream before they were wiped out in an instant. The terrifying penetrating power could even directly penetrate the leather armor they were so proud of. The remaining cavalry were all terrified. They'd fought for years, but had they ever seen such a terrifying bow and arrow? This wasn't even a bow and arrow, it was a divine crossbow. For the first time, they experienced the feeling of being suppressed by the firepower of the infantry and unable to raise their heads. At this moment, the banquet hall of the prefectural government was still filled with the sounds of music and dancing. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the seemingly peaceful night, a deadly rainstorm of steel was falling. A guard, like a ghost, appeared silently behind Fang Han, bent down and handed him a small note. Fang Han reached out to take it and slowly unfolded it. Under the light, there were only 2 large characters written in a flamboyant style on the note. Into the urn. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Fang Han's mouth. He remained calm and rubbed the paper lightly with his fingers, and the paper turned into powder under his fingertips. He picked up the wine glass again, as if nothing had happened. Mr. Wen opposite him smiled and said, "Mr. Wen, this glass of wine is from Fong. Please." Fang Han remained expressionless, even smiling as he raised his glass to Mr. Wen, as if the bloody battle 100 miles away was merely a pre-scripted play. It was this composure, this indifference to the overwhelming force, that sent a chill piercing through Mr. Wen's heart, rising uncontrollably to the very top of his head. He didn't know how insignificant this chill was compared to the raging anger in the heart of the little bully 100 miles away. Trash. A bunch of trash. The little overlord looked at the troops in front of him who had suffered heavy losses and whose formation was in chaos. He was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot, and he was shocked and angry. He never dreamed that his proud cavalry would be beaten so badly by a group of mud-legged people, using trenches and bows and arrows in front of a small village. Retreat. Reorganize, he roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Go around the black pine forest to the west. I'm going to crush these bastards into a pulp from the flank. He was so angry and embarrassed that he had completely lost his mind. He took the lead, led by the remaining cavalry, turned his horses around, and plunged into the inky black pine forest. Chapter 149, Thunder God's Might, Cavalry's Sorrow. The night is as black as spilled ink. In the pitch-black black pine forest, you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The only sounds were the heavy breathing of the war horses and the rustling of armor. Little Overlord took the lead, his handsome face distorted by anger, his eyes red, full of violence and bloodthirstiness. How dare a bunch of peasants set back his Jingbei elite cavalry? Unforgivable. A bunch of bastards who can only dig the ground think that digging a ditch and shooting a few broken arrows can stop my iron hoof? Naive. He roared in his heart. When I rush in from the flank, I will grind that damned De Wang's Wang into dust, chop all the men into minced meat, and all the women, hee. Through this forest, there is the unprotected flank of those bastards. He seemed to have seen the dawn of victory and the ugly sight of the enemy kneeling and begging for mercy. However, the deathly silence in the forest inexplicably made him feel a little uneasy. It was so quiet, not even a bird chirping or an insect buzzing. Damn it. He pulled the reins and cursed irritably. Light the torch. Light it up for me. I want to see what kind of monsters are hiding in this forest. At a command, the personal guards behind him immediately took out the fire starters and lit the torches in their hands. Hula. Dozens and hundreds of torches lit up instantly. The orange-red flames dispelled the darkness and illuminated the dense cavalry formation in front, as well as the dark treetops above their heads. At the moment the fire lit up, a cold, cruel voice, like that of a judge from hell, suddenly rang out in the forest. Now, for the Lord. Throw. It's Ma Bao's voice. Before he finished speaking, countless figures that had been lurking for a long time suddenly stood up above the treetops and fiercely threw down the black, short spears in their hands, which were as thick as arms, with sharp tips and hemp ropes tied at the tails. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of Thor's spears fell from the sky like hailstones of the god of death, with sharp sounds of breaking through the air, and accurately smashed into the cavalry formation below that was as densely packed as a can of sardines. What? Enemy attack. The Jingbei cavalry were horrified and subconsciously raised their shields or weapons to block. However, what happened in the next second completely shattered their pride as elites and their understanding of the world. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined, only a series of dull, suppressed, yet extremely terrifying puff, boom sounds. The moment the black, short spear tip touched people, horses, armor, and shields, the two chemical agents inside it suddenly mixed under the violent impact, causing a violent explosion in an instant. Boom! A cavalryman had just raised his shield when a short spear hit it. The terrifying explosive force instantly shattered the thick wooden shield, and his entire arm and half of his body were turned into a blurry mass of flesh and blood. His companions behind him didn't even have time to scream before they were engulfed by another ball of fire, and both they and their horses were blown into a ball of bloody mist. The war horses wailed even more miserably, their huge bodies being easily overturned in the explosion. Their broken legs and torn flesh mixed with the remains of their masters, instantly turning this black pine forest into a bloody and terrifying hell on earth. The surviving Jingbei cavalry were completely terrified. They had fought on the battlefield for years, seen swords and axes slashing, seen arrows hurled at them, but had they ever seen such a terrifying, such unreasonable weapon? This is beyond the reach of human power. This is heavenly thunder. This is divine punishment. Monster. It's a monster's magic. A veteran soldier who had experienced many battles dropped the long sword in his hand, knelt on the ground, and vomited wildly, as if he wanted to vomit out his liver and gallbladder. Run, run. I don't know who was the first to let out a desperate cry, but the strings of military discipline and courage of the remaining cavalrymen were completely broken. They turned their horses around like crazy and fled in the direction they came from, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. The formation completely collapsed and turned into a one-sided rout and pursuit. Plop! The little overlord himself was also violently blown away by the blast, falling heavily from his black horse. He felt a numbness in his left arm and looked down to see that his entire arm had been severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain, his face covered in blood. He looked at the Shura scene before him, his eyes filled with endless horror and fear. General, let's go. Several loyal soldiers rushed over at the risk of their lives, dragged him out of the pool of blood, put him on horseback, and fled in a miserable manner from this forest of death that shattered their worldview. On the treetops, Ma Baowa looked at the tragic scene below where the ground was in a mess and blood was flowing like a river, and he couldn't help but gasp. Even though he had already heard his lord describe the power of the spear of Thor, seeing with his own eyes this flesh and blood grinder that was like a divine method still shocked him beyond words. My lord, you are truly a god. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the shock and enthusiasm in his heart, regained his composure as a vice-captain, and gave the order in a deep voice. Stop the pursuit. Clean up the battlefield and collect the prisoners. We have won. Oh, long live the Lord. The Dragon Fong army is mighty. In the silent black pine forest, the Dragon Tooth army soldiers erupted with their long-suppressed, earth-shaking cheers. 3,000 elite cavalrymen from Jingbei attacked Dewangswang at night. In one battle, more than half of them were killed or wounded, and nearly 1,000 were captured. The main general, Little Overlord, broke his arm and was seriously injured, and fled in panic. In the first battle, the Dragon Tooth army achieved a crushing victory in an unimaginable and incredible way that no one could have imagined. Chapter 150, The Collapse of Manhwa and the Joy of Heavenly Craftsmanship. Nanyang County, the Prefectural Government Office. In the banquet hall, there was still singing and dancing, and the music of stringed instruments was pleasant to the ears. Nangong Yinshu is good at dancing and uses her superb social skills to maintain the perfect atmosphere of the banquet. However, as the top strategist under Marquis Jingbei, when Chongqing's beast-like intuition made him restless, and he always felt that there was a sense of oppression in the air, as if a storm was about to come. He frequently glanced at the excessively young governor sitting on the main seat. From beginning to end, Fang Han just held a cup of tea with a faint smile on his face, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. But the more this happened, the more uneasy Mr. Wen felt. Right now? Bang! The door of the banquet hall was violently slammed open from the outside. A Jingbei scout, his body covered in blood and his armor torn to pieces, rushed in crawling as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't even care about the governor and the guests in the hall. He threw himself in front of Mr. One and roared in a shrill voice, with tears in his eyes. Sir, lost. Totally lost. The scout's voice, like a cold wind from the underworld, instantly blew away the warmth and melody that filled the room. The singing and dancing stopped, the music ceased, and everyone's eyes were focused on this uninvited guest. General Xiaobo Wang. General Xiaobo Wang. He's lost an arm and is seriously injured. 3,000 cavalrymen. 3,000 cavalrymen are gone. Buzz. Mr. Wen felt as if his brain was hit hard by an invisible hammer, and everything went blank in an instant. No more? 3,000 Jingbei cavalry are gone. That was one of the most elite troops under the command of Marquis Jingbei, a battle-hardened army capable of roaming the northern border and striking fear into the hearts of the enemy. How is it possible? How is it possible that it just disappeared in front of a small village? He could no longer hold the bronze wine cup in his hand. It fell to the hard concrete floor with a clang and shattered into pieces. The crisp sound seemed to shatter all his pride and calculations. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself in despair. Suddenly, he raised his head, and his eyes, which were always wise and calm, were now filled with bloodshot and unbelievable horror. He stared at the young man sitting on the main seat, who was still calm and composed. Fang Han was bringing the teacup to his lips and gently blowing on the tea leaves floating in the cup. He looked so leisurely and contented, as if what he had just heard was not the demise of 3,000 cavalrymen, but just a trivial and extremely boring matter. Mr. Wen felt a chill run from his tailbone to his skull. He opened his mouth to speak, but his throat felt like it was being choked by an invisible hand, making even breathing difficult. He looked at Fang Han's calm face and realized for the first time that a smile could be more hurtful than a knife. He understood. He understood everything. From the beginning to the end, this was a trap tailor-made for him. The other party had already seen through all of Jingbei Ho's intentions. The so-called banquet and the so-called singing and dancing were just to trap him here and let him hear and witness this earth-shattering defeat with his own ears and eyes. This young man is not some peasant who got to the top by relying on the tricks of a sorcerer. He is a god and demon who can decide the battle from thousands of miles away and treat thousands of troops as nothing. Just when Mr. Wen's mind was broken and his faith collapsed, another servant ran in excitedly from outside, his face filled with ecstasy. He was an apprentice from the Xinglin Tiangong Academy. He didn't even notice the strange atmosphere in the hall. He excitedly shouted to Lurume and the newly joined Su Meinyang. Butler, Chief, we succeeded. We succeeded. The first batch of penicillium miracle medicine has been successfully extracted according to the method provided by the Lord. One sad, one happy, one failure, one success. One is the heart-wrenching news from hell, and the other is the shocking good news that brings hope to the world. Lurume and Su Meinyang exchanged a glance, their faces instantly blooming with beautiful smiles of relief. Their efforts, their tireless research, had finally succeeded. The mission assigned by the master was completed. Fang Han finally put down the teacup in his hand, and for the first time, his deep gaze truly fell on Mr. One, who looked ashen and trembling all over. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cold and playful arc. Mr. One. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but like thunder, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. I accept the gift of congratulations. Now, let's discuss what price the Marquis of Jingbei should pay for this test, shall we? Chapter 151. Prisoners, Alliance under siege. There was deathly silence in the banquet hall. On one side, the Jingbei scouts cried out in tears, "We've lost. We've all lost." On the other side, the apprentices of Tiangong Academy shouted in ecstasy, "Success! The magic medicine worked." Sadness and joy, life and death, these two completely different voices, like two invisible hammers, hammered down on Mr. Wen's heart. He froze in place, his brain buzzing, and he completely lost the ability to think. Defeated? How could it be possible? Those were 3,000 Jingbei cavalry. And what was that miracle medicine that made it work? Mr. Wen's mind was in a turmoil, with only a few fragmented thoughts colliding wildly. He knew from the beginning. This banquet was a trap. Every move I made was part of his calculations. This isn't a human, this is a demon. A ghost who can toy with people's hearts. Just as his mind was shattering, Fang Han, seated at the head of the table, finally put down his teacup. The crisp sound was like the sound of a bell ringing out a judgment bell. He slowly cast his gaze towards Mr. One, whose face was ashen, and a cold smile curved his lips. "Mr. One," Fang Han said in a low voice, but with a sense of control and indifference, "I accept the gift of congratulations. Now, let's discuss the price that Marquis Jingbei should pay for this test. He slowly stood up and walked slowly, step by step, to Mr. Wen. The invisible pressure made Mr. Wen breathe heavily, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fang Han looked down at the distraught strategist, his eyes without any emotion, as indifferent as if he was looking at an ant. Mr. Wen's whole body trembled violently, and his face turned pale. He knew that he, the delegation behind him, and the nearly 1,000 captured surrendered soldiers at the border were all fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. At this moment, Nangong Yunshu, who had been standing beside Fang Han, spoke at the right time. Her elegant face was now covered with a layer of frost. Her voice was cold and resolute, and every word was like a knife stabbing into Mr. Wen's heart. 3,000 war horses, they must be top quality. 3,000 sets of armor, they must be the standard fine armor of the Marquis of Jingbei. In addition, 500,000 taels of silver and 50,000 taels of gold as compensation for my Nanyang soldiers. What? Impossible. Mr. Wen almost screamed subconsciously. This was simply a lion's mouth. It was going to empty half of the Jingbei Marquis's family fortune. The Marquis will never. Oh. Fang Han sneered with extreme contempt and interrupted him directly. Then there is nothing to talk about. He didn't even bother to look at Mr. Wen again. He turned to Nyo Air, who was standing beside him, and said coldly, Nyo Air, take all these members of the delegation, along with the nearly 1,000 prisoners at the border, to the mine. When the ransom from Marquis Jingbei arrives, I'll release him. If you don't pay me a day, I'll mine you to death. Mine. Upon hearing these two words, Mr. Wen's face instantly lost all color. He had inquired before he came and knew that Fang Han had several newly opened mines, and that those who went in were all extremely heinous gangsters and death row prisoners. That place was a hell on earth, with hard labor without daylight, and no one who went in could come out alive. When he thought about himself, a pampered strategist, having to mine in the dark mine with those vulgar prisoners until death, an unprecedented fear instantly broke through all his psychological defenses. Plop. Mr. Wen completely gave up all his dignity. His knees softened, and he fell heavily to his knees on the cold, hard concrete floor. He hugged Fang Han's legs and begged bitterly with tears streaming down his face. I promise. All right, Lord Fong, Immortal Fong. I'll write to the Marquis right away. Please spare my life. Fang Han didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if there was something dirty under his feet, and kicked him away lightly. He looked at Nangong Yunshu, his eyes instantly turning from cold to gentle, and said in a deep voice, Yunshu, this matter is left to you. Remember. His voice paused, and his eyes swept across the entire audience. Every word he spoke was filled with unquestionable dominance and majesty. We're not begging, we're informing him. Chapter 152, One Day in the Kingdom of God, Reshaping the World. After signing the extremely humiliating agreement, Mr. Wen seemed to have lost his soul. He slumped in his chair with a dull look in his eyes, completely losing the demeanor and pride he once had as the top strategist of Marquis Jingbei. He just wanted to leave this suffocating place immediately. However, Fang Han did not intend to let him leave immediately. Instead, he showed a smile so warm that it made people feel cold in their hearts. It will take time to send the agreement, and it will also take time for Marquis Jingbei to raise the ransom. Sir, you may wish to stay in Nanyang for a few more days. It will be worth your trip, and you can take a good look at the customs and people of our Nanyang County. Mr. Wen, who was left behind, was arranged to have an unforgettable one-day trip to Nanyang the next day. He walked like a zombie on the streets of Nanyang County, accompanied by a member of the Fong family guard. But when he saw the scene in front of him, his numb expression froze instantly. On the streets, under the eaves of every house, strings of air-dried bacon and salted fish were hung, glistening temptingly in the sun. Many women were sitting in their doorways, humming little songs and sewing new clothes for their children. The sound of reading aloud came from a school not far away. The voice was loud and full of vitality, which was completely different from the lifeless and dull life he had imagined during the disaster years. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, unable to believe his eyes. Just then, a team of laborers in uniform blue work clothes, shouting loud slogans, passed by him, pushing a four-wheeled car that he had never seen before. Mr. Wen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stared at the car intently, his heart pounding. A four-wheeled car, and one person can push a 1,000-pound weight. This is beyond human power. It's simply a work of nature, a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Before he could recover from his shock, a meaty aroma so strong that he couldn't help swallowing saliva wafted out from a large house on the corner of the street. It was a public canteen. He saw countless people with genuine smiles on their faces, holding pieces of paper called work points tickets in their hands, lining up to eat steaming white rice from a big pot with a spoonful of greasy braised pork on top. White rice, braised pork. Mr. Wen felt that his worldview was completely overturned at this moment. In this horrible year, when even the Jingbei army can only drink porridge, ordinary people in Nanyang County can actually eat meat with their work point tickets. The Lord said that as long as we are willing to work, no one will go hungry. Here, everyone has food to eat, and everyone has work to do. The guard beside him spoke with undisguised pride and enthusiasm in his tone. Mr. Wen looked at the simple and satisfied smiles on the faces of the people, and the respectful and even admiring eyes they showed when they looked at the guards. For the first time, he began to have deep doubts about the way of sages that he had established after decades of hard study. What is the kingly way? What is benevolent government? Isn't it to ensure that the people have enough food and warm clothes? Wen Chongqing stood there in a daze, his mind clashing with the concepts of kingly way and benevolent government, enshrined in the sage's books and the braised pork in the bowls of ordinary people. For the first time, he began to doubt himself, his lifelong study, his assistance to the Marquis in his quest for world domination, versus the vision before him of everyone having enough food and clothing, which truly represented the true path of the world. A ludicrous thought blossomed in his mind. Perhaps following this immortal, rather than assisting the Marquis, offered a better chance of witnessing a truly prosperous age. He continued walking forward in a daze and passed by a huge notice wall. There were notices posted on it in the simplest and most straightforward vernacular. Longya Army Recruitment Guide. Anyone who joins the army will be provided with food and accommodation, a monthly salary of 3 taels of silver, and a pension of 50 taels for those killed in battle. Tiangongfang Recruitment Notice. Recruiting skilled and clever craftsmen, with preferential treatment, and the outstanding ones can learn immortal skills. New tax reduction policy for land reclamation. Anyone who reclaims unowned wasteland will be exempted from all taxes for the first 3 years. Each one is simple and crude, yet goes straight to the heart. An old farmer who was reading the notice stopped to look at him, seeing him dressed like a scholar. He then approached him proudly and said, "Sir, are you from out of town? Hey, we're really different here from those places out there. We have the immortal Fong." Immortal? Mr. Wen was silent. He raised his head, looking at the azure sky, the bustling crowds of happy people on the streets, and the brand new buildings rising from the ground in the distance. Perhaps, in this chaotic world of starvation and poverty, someone who can feed and clothe the people, live and work in peace, can create the prototype of such a prosperous age. It must be a god. Chapter 153. The Miracle of Xinglin, Resurrection from the Dead. The sun is shining brightly in the afternoon. Mr. Wen, who was under house arrest in the post house and was in a dazed state for a whole day, was invited out by an expressionless guard and taken to a place called Xinglin Tangoinjuan. Mr. Wen was already numb at this time. The various miracles he had seen during the day were still circling in his mind. He didn't know what else this Lord Fong wanted him to see, so he just followed mechanically. But the moment he stepped into the outer courtyard, a strong and disgusting smell of blood and decay, mixed with painful groans, came towards him like a huge wave, making him turn pale in an instant. What he saw before him was a scene he would never forget. In the yard, dozens of simple wooden beds were filled with the wailing of seriously injured soldiers. They were wearing the tattered armor of the Jingbei Iron Cavalry. These people are all prisoners of last night's battle. Many of them had wounds that had begun to fester, rot, and turn black, emitting a foul odor. Many were burning hot, fell into a high fever coma, and spoke nonsense. An accompanying military doctor from Jingbei took one look at him. Then, his face livid, leaned close to Mr. Wen's ear and whispered desperately, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Sir, it's over. It's all over." With injuries like these, with festering wounds, evil winds entering the body, and a high fever that won't subside, in any military camp, there's only one way to go, and that's death. Even a god can't save you. Mr. Wen's heart sank to the bottom. However, in this scene that seemed like hell on earth, a group of figures were busy in an orderly manner. They were a group of young women wearing uniform pure white robes and white masks covering their faces. Under Lurume's command, they moved swiftly and precisely, without the slightest panic. They first used a pungent, transparent liquid, alcohol, dipped in cotton to mercilessly clean the rotten wounds of the wounded soldiers. Hiss! The intense pain caused the unconscious soldiers to twitch in pain. The Jingbei military doctor's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously took a half step back, muttering, "Ridiculous, absurd." Wounds must not be exposed to water. Cleaning them like this will only accelerate the evil spirit's attack on their hearts and cause them to die even faster. This is a disregard for human life. Mr. Wen also frowned, his heart full of doubts. But what happened next made him swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After cleaning the wounds, the women immediately used a clean wooden spoon to scoop out a green paste, penicillin ointment, with a refreshing herbal smell from a pottery jar, applied it evenly on the wounds, and then bandaged them with clean gauze. A miracle happened. The soldiers, who had been wailing and struggling in agony, felt a wave of coolness and comfort in their wounds after applying the green ointment. They visibly calmed down. The pain on their faces was replaced by a sense of peace. What is this? The military doctor's eyes almost popped out. What was even more shattering to his worldview was yet to come. For those soldiers whose fevers persisted and were about to damage their brains, the women in the medical team simply pried open their mouths and fed them a small white pill the size of a fingernail, aspirin. Half an hour later, all the soldiers who took the pills, without exception, were sweating profusely, as if they had been pulled out of the water. Their burning foreheads also cooled down at an incredible speed. The fever has subsided. The Jingbei military doctor rushed forward as if he had seen a ghost, grabbed the wrist of a soldier who was just on the verge of life and death, closed his eyes, and took the soldier's pulse for a long time with trembling hands. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of horror and fear as if he had seen a ghost, and his whole body seemed to have been pulled out of his bones, and he sat down on the ground with a thud. He pointed at the soldier, his lips trembling, muttering to himself like a madman. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The reversed pulse. That lifeless pulse, actually reversed. The dead pulse turned into a living pulse. This is not a medical skill. This is a magic. The magic of bringing the dead back to life. The other Jingbei surrendered soldiers in the entire courtyard were also stunned. They watched their comrades being pulled back from the brink of death, and when they looked at the women in white, their eyes were filled with awe and enthusiasm, as if they were looking at a group of living bodhisattvas who saved the suffering. At this moment, Lurume slowly walked up to Mr. Wen. Her mature and charming demeanor was now shrouded in a layer of sacred light. Her tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable power. My lord has ordered that doctors have compassion. No matter who they are, as long as they are in Nanyang, they are Nanyang's citizens and should be treated. Mr. Wen stared blankly at his soldiers who had regained their vitality, and then looked at Lurume and the women behind her who were revered as medicine fairies by the surrendered soldiers. The last bit of pride and calculation in his heart as the first strategist of Marquis Jingbei was shattered at this moment by this living miracle. His mind went blank. Weapons? No, there's no need for any Thor's spear at all. Just this medical skill. This medical skill that could pull someone back from the brink of death. He shuddered. If word got out, who in the world wouldn't cherish their lives? Who would be willing to fight to the death for the Marquis? The human heart. This is the most terrifying thing. What he wants is not an Nanyang at all. Chapter 154. Night View of the Heavenly Palace. The Collapse of the Tao Heart. Night falls. The exhausted Mr. Wen was taken into a carriage by the guards like a puppet. Sir, the Lord invites you to the Liushi village residence for a chat. Willow Creek Village. Mr. Wen felt a wave of exhaustion and numbness. He felt that what he had witnessed today, both in terms of people's livelihoods and medical skills, had completely surpassed the sum of all his life's knowledge. In his mind, the image of Fang Han had risen from a hero to a near king of men. What else can he do? The carriage bumped along the dark mountain road. It was pitch black inside, with only the creaking sound of the wheels rolling over stones. Mr. Wen leaned against the wall of the carriage, his eyes closed, his mind blank. He had given up thinking and just wanted this to be over. After an unknown amount of time, when the carriage turned over a valley, the guard driving it suddenly slowed down. With a tone of fanaticism and pride that was difficult to conceal, he said in a deep voice, "Sir, please look." Look, it's pitch dark, what's there to see? Mr. Wen felt disdainful in his heart, but he still subconsciously lifted the car curtain. The next second, his breathing suddenly stopped. In the valley ahead, a picture that he could never imagine in his entire life, and even dared not dream of, suddenly appeared before his eyes. The whole village is brightly lit. That light was not at all the dim, swaying, wind-blown, ordinary fire of a torch or lantern. It is a kind of light that is extremely stable, bright, and as bright as the moon in the sky. Hundreds, even thousands, of these light clusters were embedded in every corner of the village, illuminating the entire valley like daylight. Distant mountains, forests, streams, houses, and ridges of fields were all clearly visible under the cold and sacred light. Mr. Wen gasped, his entire body frozen in place as he clung to the car window, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He subconsciously took a half-step back, shielding his eyes with his sleeves, as if he were about to be stung by the divine light. Heaven, the palace in heaven. Another member of the Jingbei delegation beside him was so frightened that he dropped to his knees in the carriage, facing the light. Like the most devout believer, he kowtowed frantically and cried incoherently, "Miracle! It's a miracle! I saw the heavenly palace. I saw the heavenly palace." The carriage slowly drove into Liushi village. Only then did Mr. Wen see clearly that the sacred light actually came from a crystal-clear glass bulb, light bulb, at the top of a wooden pole standing on the roadside. Fang Han's mansion, the villagers' courtyards, and even the guards' barracks in the distance were all enveloped in this divine light that he could not understand. Under the lights, villagers enjoyed the cool breeze, chatted, and worked on crafts. Children chased and played in the brightly lit field, and everyone's face was filled with a happy and peaceful smile. This is not what the world should look like. This is the city that never sleeps, a city that only exists in myths and legends. The carriage stopped at the door of Fang Han's mansion. Fang Han was standing at the courtyard gate, flanked by several stunning ladies, including Baijiro and Baishuejin. Under the bright light, he stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. He looked at Mr. Wen in the car and spoke slowly. "Sir, do you think the night view of Liushi village is pleasing to your eyes?" Thump. A muffled sound. Mr. Wen could no longer hold on. His legs went weak, and he fell straight down from the half-meter-high shaft of the cart. He lay on the ground in a mess, not caring about the dust all over his body. He just stretched out his trembling hands and pointed at the electric lights that were emitting divine light. His lips trembled and a ho-ho sound came from his throat, but he couldn't utter a word. The heart of Tao completely collapsed at this moment. If we say that the prosperity of people's lives and the miraculous medical skills we see in the daytime can be attributed to the great ability of the King of Man, then at this moment, the city that never sleeps, that was created out of thin air and lit up the night, is a true and irrefutable divine method. How can mortals fight against gods? The marquee of Jingbei's ambition? The direction of world affairs? Political schemes and calculations? At this moment, everything seemed like a ridiculous joke. Mr. Wen completely gave up thinking. He struggled to his feet, straightened his already disheveled clothes, and bowed deeply, deeply, to the young figure beneath the lamp, who looked like a god or demon. His voice was hoarse and dry, but filled with unprecedented piety and awe. "Wenhe pays homage to the immortal Lord. I will no longer dare to disturb the immortal venerable's quiet cultivation with mundane matters. I only ask the immortal venerable to have mercy on the innocent Northern Iron Cavalry and the suffering of the people of the North." Chapter 155, Rewarding According to Merit, a Date with a Beauty. Mr. Wen's complete surrender and the first batch of compensation materials quickly delivered by Marquis Jingbei allowed Nanyang Prefecture to temporarily enter a rare period of rapid and stable development. Fang Han finally had time to reward his meritorious officials. County Magistrate's Mansion, Meeting Hall. The atmosphere was solemn and warm. Nio Er and Ma Baogua, the two earliest villagers from Liushi village who followed Fang Han, were now standing upright in the middle of the hall, their faces filled with uncontrollable excitement and flushing. "Nio Er and Ma Baogua, come forward and listen to your appointment." Fang Han sat in the main seat and spoke in a majestic voice. "I'm here." The two men responded loudly and knelt on one knee. "You two commanded the Battle of Wuong Po with skill and courage, defeating the strong with the weak and crushing the Jingbei cavalry, bringing glory to our dragon-tooth army. Today, in the name of the Nanyang governor, I officially appoint Nio Er as the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Dragon-Tooth Army, and Ma Baogua as the commander of the 2nd Battalion. In addition, each of them will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold, 100 acres of fertile land, and a mansion." "Thank you, my lord." Nio Er and Ma Baogua were trembling with excitement. Nio Er, a simple and honest man, had tears in his eyes instantly. He knocked his head heavily on the ground and said in a choked voice, "My lord, you have given me a new life. Nio Er will never forget it. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, even if it means death." Ma Baogua was even more astute. He knew that he was completely tied to this immortal lord. Their success and failure were shared. He also kowtowed, his voice resounding. "I swear to be loyal to you, my lord, until death." Fang Han nodded in satisfaction. He spent a fortune on horse bones, just to let everyone see that if they followed him, Fang Han, they would have meat to eat, land to share, and an official position. Then he turned his gaze to Lurume and Su Mainyang on the other side. Xinglin Tiangong Academy has successfully developed the penicillium miracle medicine, saving countless lives. This has benefited the nation and will benefit future generations. All participants will be generously rewarded. Lurume and Su Mainyang, as the first meritorious service, shall be publicly commended. I declare that of the 500,000 taels of silver seized from the Marquis of Jingbei, 200,000 taels will be allocated specifically for the subsequent research and expansion of the Xinglin Tiangong Academy. I want the miraculous medicine to benefit every citizen of Nanyang. Boom. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. 200,000 taels. That's a huge sum of money, enough to buy a small county town. And yet, he just casually gave it to a medical clinic? Everyone's eyes were focused on Lurume and Su Mainyang, filled with envy and jealousy, but more of awe. That night, in the backyard of the prefect's mansion, Fang Han held a family dinner to celebrate for Lurume and Su Mainyang. Looking at the two stunning women with different styles in front of him, one mature and charming, the other cold and enchanting, Fang Han's heart was filled with a great sense of accomplishment. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became slightly tipsy. Fang Han put down his wine glass and looked gently at Su Mainyang, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement and shyness. "Mainyang," he said gently, "you have made great contributions to Nanyang. I once promised you that I would heal your face. Now it's time to fulfill my promise." Boom. Su Mainyang felt her mind go blank. Her delicate body trembled violently, and the slender hand holding the wine glass stopped in midair in an instant. Her beautiful eyes widened, instantly filled with crystal tears, and she looked at Fang Han in disbelief. This day, she never thought it would come so soon. She thought it was just a casual word of comfort from Fang Han, an unattainable dream. "Husband," her voice trembled and tears slid down her cheeks. Lurume also gently held her hand and said softly, "Sister Su, don't worry. With your husband here, you will definitely be able to do it. Your husband is a god. He can do anything." Fang Han smiled slightly and slowly took out an exquisite rosewood box from his arms. The box was opened, revealing a layer of soft red satin. On top of the satin lay a row of divine weapons, gleaming with a chilling light. They were small knives with strange shapes, scalpels, curved needles as thin as cow hair, suture needles, and rolls of black threads thinner than spider silk, surgical sutures. These surgical tools, which are the most common in modern times, are full of mysterious and powerful power in the eyes of Su Mainyang and Lurume at this moment, as if each one is a work of nature. Fang Han looked at Su Mainyang's eyes that were filled with excitement, anticipation, and anxiety, and said word by word in an unquestionable and confident tone. "Tomorrow, in the newly opened clean room at Taingoinjuan, I will personally perform the surgery on you and give you a peerless beauty." Chapter 156, Aseptic Surgery, Divine Skill. The next day, Liushi Village. In the deepest part of Xinglin Tiangong Academy, outside a room named Clean Room, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and the air seemed to be frozen. Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Nangong Yunshu, 3 stunning beauties, were all standing outside the door, their beautiful eyes fixed on the tightly closed wooden door, their pretty faces filled with worry and anxiety. "Sister Jiro, my husband, and Sister Mainyang have been in there for almost an hour. Why is there still no movement?" Baishuejian's innocent face was now full of nervousness, and her little hands were tightly clutching the corners of her clothes. "Shuejian, don't panic." Baijiro patted the back of her hand gently, comforting her softly, but her own slightly trembling fingertips also revealed her inner unrest. "We must believe in our husbands. Our husbands are omnipotent." Nangong Yunshu stood nearby, her graceful figure utterly bewildered. Born into a prestigious family and well-informed, she had never heard of such an unthinkable thing as facial surgery. To them, it was no different from witchcraft. But when she thought of the miracles that man had performed, a glimmer of hope rekindled within her. Inside the room, in stark contrast to the anxiety outside, there was an almost sacred solemnity. All the metal instruments were sizzling in the boiling high-temperature steam, and then they were soaked and wiped with pungent alcohol for double disinfection. Fang Han, Lurume, and today's protagonist Su Mainyang all changed into an unprecedented pure white tight-fitting robe, sterile surgical gown, wore tight white cloth covers, masks, on their faces, and their heads were also wrapped tightly with white cloth, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Su Mainyang lay quietly on the specially made operating table covered with a white cloth. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. Her heart was beating like a drum, her body even trembling slightly. But when her eyes met Fang Han's focused, deep, and absolutely confident gaze, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, like a warm tide, instantly drowning all her fears. Since he said it's possible, then it must be possible. Ming-yang, I'm about to start. It will be a little stinging, just bear with it. Fang Han's voice was gentle and steady, with a power that could calm people's hearts. He picked up a thin silver needle, syringe, and drew in a clear liquid, local anesthetic. When the cold needle pierced the skin of her cheek, Su Mingyang just instinctively groaned, and then a strange feeling of numbness quickly spread. Soon, she felt as if her entire face was not her own, and she had lost all consciousness. I'm going to start. Fang Han's voice sounded again. This time, he had in his hand a strange-shaped knife, scalpel, that was as thin as a cicada's wing and gleamed with cold light. His hand was as steady as a rock that had weathered billions of years of wind and rain, without even the slightest tremor. Lurume stood aside, beads of sweat already oozing from her forehead. Her task today was to act as an assistant, requiring her to be highly focused. Gauze, hemostats, cotton balls. Fang Han's instructions were concise and clear, and Lurume's movements were as if she had practiced them 1,000 times. Without the slightest hesitation, she accurately handed each instrument to him. Her eyes were filled with shock. The focus and professionalism displayed by her husband at this moment made her feel a kind of almost divine charm. Fang Han's swordsmanship is precise, neat, and swift. To outsiders, this is undoubtedly a thrilling scene, cutting a beauty's face with a knife. But under Fang Han's guidance, gleaned from his modern surgical knowledge, everything seemed perfectly organized. He carefully excised and peeled away the necrotic tissue and hideous scars from Su Mingyang's face, layer by layer. His movements were so gentle, it felt as if he wasn't cutting flesh, but carving a peerless work of art. Time passes by every second. The most critical step has arrived, skin grafting. Fang Han used a special blade to carefully remove a piece of healthy skin as thin as a cicada's wing and with a fresh blood color from the inside of Su Mingyang's thigh. Then, he covered the new skin perfectly and tightly over the facial wound that had just been cleaned. The last step is sewing. Fang Han picked up the curved needle that was as thin as an ox hair and threaded a roll of black silk thread, absorbable protein suture, that was thinner than a hair and almost invisible under the light. He began performing intradermal sutures. The exquisite and dazzling suturing technique made Lurume, who was watching from the side, stare with wide eyes and was completely mesmerized. She simply couldn't imagine how human hands could achieve such a level of precision and detail. This was no longer a mortal skill, it was divine. This was truly a divine work of art. When the last stitch was placed, Fang Han gently tied a knot and cut the suture thread. A surgical operation that spanned thousands of years and integrated the essence of modern medicine was a perfect success. Cull. Fang Han let out a long sigh and gently wrapped Su Mingyang's entire face with thick sterile gauze, leaving only her eyes, nose and mouth exposed. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Mingyang, get some sleep. When you wake up, everything will be different." The after effect of the anesthetic and the relaxation of her mind made Su Mingyang slowly close her eyes and fall into a deep sleep. She believed him. When she wakes up, she will be reborn. Chapter 157, Beautiful and Charming Face. 7 days seemed as long as 7 centuries. During these 7 days, Su Mingyang's room became a forbidden area in the entire prefectural mansion, and no one was allowed to approach it except Fang Han and Lurume. Finally, the day came to remove the gauze. In the room, Fang Han's 4 wives, Baijiro, Baishuejian, Lurume, and Nangong Yunshu, all gathered around, holding their breath, with the tension and anticipation on their faces even stronger than that of Su Mingyang herself. Su Mingyang sat upright in front of the bronze mirror on the dressing table, wearing a simple white dress. Her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, and her knuckles turned white from the force. Her heart was pounding so hard it almost jumped out of her throat. "Sir." Her voice trembled slightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Fang Han walked behind her, smiled gently, stretched out his slender fingers, and began to untie the gauze on her face. His movements were light and gentle, as if he was unwrapping the most precious gift in the world. Layer. Another layer. As the gauze was slowly untied, the air in the room became increasingly stagnant, and everyone's heart was in their throat. When the last layer of thin gauze gently slid off Su Mingyang's face. Hiss. In the room, there was a uniform sound of people gasping in shock. The lively and active Baijiro even exaggeratedly covered her mouth with her little hands. Her beautiful and bright eyes widened, and her eyes were full of incredible shock. What a face appeared in the mirror. It was a stunning face that was so perfect that not a single flaw could be found. Her skin is whiter than snow and as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. In the sunlight coming through the window, it even has a faint halo, and it is truly as delicate as if it could be blown away. The hideous scars from the poison had long since vanished, replaced by smooth, tender skin that looked as if it were new. Her facial features remained the same, but against the backdrop of this flawless skin, they appeared even more exquisite, as if they were a masterpiece of nature. This face, not to mention compared to after the poisoning, is even several times more beautiful and delicate than before the poisoning. This is the true beauty that can topple a nation. This is the true beauty that can never be matched. Oh. Su Meinyang looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror, which was so beautiful that it made her feel suffocated, and tears instantly burst out. She stretched out her trembling hand and gently and carefully stroked her cheek. The warm, smooth, and real touch clearly told her that this was not a dream. All of this was real. My face. Tears of joy streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. She had transformed from a disfigured monster into a stunning beauty that even fairies would envy. This dramatic transformation from hell to heaven made her weep with joy and tremble with excitement. Gentlemen. The next second, she suddenly stood up from the stool, turned around regardless of anything, and threw herself into Fang Han's arms, burying her newly restored, peerless face deeply in his chest and bursting into tears. Woo-woo. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving Meinyang a new life. Woo-woo. Meinyang has no way to repay you. Fang Han patted her back gently, feeling the trembling of the delicate body in his arms and the gratitude that went deep into his bones, and his heart was filled with a great sense of accomplishment. That night. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. Su Meinyang, who had regained her peerless beauty, took a bath and changed her clothes, then put on the most gorgeous fiery red silk dress that she had kept at the bottom of the box for a long time, which best highlighted her enchanting figure. She took light steps and came to Fang Han's room. Under the candlelight, her stunningly beautiful face was filled with a hint of shyness, a hint of determination, but more importantly, it was filled with inextricable love and gratitude. My dear husband, from now on, Meinyang's body, Meinyang's heart, everything about Meinyang, all belong to you completely. She took the initiative to offer her red lips and gave herself completely to the man who changed her life. That night, red waves rolled and the room was full of spring. It was at that moment when Su Meinyang was completely fallen and her body and mind completely belonged to Fang Han. Boom! In Fang Han's mind, it was as if 9 heavenly thunders had exploded, and a crisp and pleasant system prompt sound, like the voice of heaven, echoed in the deepest part of his consciousness. Ding! The 7th bound heroine, Su Meinyang, has been detected. Her favorability and admiration have reached their peak, and she is completely devoted to you, both physically and mentally. Number of bound heroines, 7/7. Congratulations, host. The system has met the upgrade requirements and is being upgraded to level 7. Ding. Upgrade successful. The next moment, Fang Han felt as if his soul was pulled out of his body and dragged into a vast sea of knowledge by an invisible force. 2 dazzling torrents of information, like 2 giant dragons running through the universe, roared and rushed, slamming into the depths of his consciousness. An invisible library that encompasses thousands of years of human wisdom was suddenly established in his mind. Countless mysteries of matter poured in like a river bursting its banks. The combination of carbon and iron, the dance of manganese and steel, from the most basic steel to indestructible tank armor, to those legendary titanium alloys and memory metals, countless chemical formulas, process diagrams, and smelting methods transformed into the deepest instinct in his mind. Chapter 158, Technological Leap, The Road to Cannon Steel. The next morning, Fang Han woke up from a hangover and a life of tenderness. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed. In his arms lay the serene, breathtakingly beautiful Su Meinyang, her face sleeping peacefully. Tears from last night's pleasure still hung on her long eyelashes, but a satisfied and happy smile lingered on the corners of her mouth. Fang Han did not disturb her, but immediately immersed his mind in his own thoughts. You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, even with his current temperament, he can't help but feel his heart tremble wildly, and a huge wave of emotion was set off. Damn it! Fang Han suppressed his inner ecstasy and carefully read the two god-level rewards that were instilled into his mind last night. This is no longer simple knowledge, but has become a part of his instinct. What does that mean? This means that he is no longer a middleman who can only transport finished products from modern times, but has the key to replicate a truly modern industrial system from scratch in this world. This is a leap from quantitative change to qualitative change. This is the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. His consciousness roamed in the ocean of knowledge known as the Advanced Materials Science Database. Forget about 100 or 1,000-year-old steel, even the specialized alloy steel used in tank armor. As long as he could find the corresponding mineral elements, he could create it. From ordinary carbon steel and various alloy steels to titanium alloys, polymer materials, and composite ceramics. All the formulas and production techniques were as clear as if he was born with them. The blueprint for the micro-energy core made his breathing even heavier. It was an energy generator based on unknown high-dimensional physical principles. Once built, its output power would far surpass any existing hydroelectric generators, capable of providing stable, robust power for the entire base. This solved the most fundamental energy problem for future industrial development. Calm down, calm down. Fang Han took a few deep breaths and forced himself to suppress the urge to study the energy core immediately. He knew that one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. The construction of the energy core was bound to be a massive and complex project, not something that could be accomplished overnight. At present, the most important and urgent thing is still to enhance military strength. With the potential huge threat of Marquis Jingbei, he must quickly upgrade his armed forces to a level that will make all enemies despair. Among them, artillery is the most important. Previously, he hadn't dared attempt to cast a cannon because ancient iron casting technology was so poor that the risk of the barrel exploding was greater than hitting the enemy. But now, with the materials science database, this problem has been easily solved. He wants to make real gun steel. Thinking of this, Fang Han's gaze fell on Su Meinyang, who was still sleeping in his arms. He gently woke her up. Husband. Su Meinyang opened her beautiful eyes sleepily, and when she saw it was Fang Han, she immediately gave him a kiss like a docile kitten. Meinyang, wake up. I have something important for you to do. Fang Han pinched her delicate face. Afterwards, he simplified the information in his mind about the smelting of high-carbon steel and manganese steel into a language that could be understood in this era, and orally narrated it to Su Meinyang. The problem with our current iron-making method is that we can't precisely control the carbon content, and we also lack the necessary alloying elements. To create sacred steel, the first step is to add a certain proportion of manganese or powder and silica during the smelting process. The second step is to change the internal structure of the steel through the quenching and tempering processes. Su Meinyang was born into a family of alchemists, and she had a talent and obsession far beyond ordinary people in studying things and seeking knowledge of various materials. At this moment, she heard Fang Han uttering all sorts of unheard-of terms, such as carbon content control, trace element ratio, and quenching to change the metallographic structure. She was fascinated by them, and her beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter, as if the door to a new world had suddenly opened in front of her. This is not the art of iron smelting at all. This is clearly a profound and extensive alchemical avenue. Husband, I understand. I understand. Before Fang Han could finish his words, Su Meinyang's eyes flashed with wisdom and enthusiasm. She suddenly sat up from the bed, not even noticing that the thin blanket on her body had slipped off, revealing a large area of her body. She said excitedly, "Our current blast furnace isn't hot enough, and its airtightness is too poor. We need to renovate it. Also, I've seen similar records of manganese and silica in ancient books. I'll send someone to look for them immediately." Good. Fang Han was overjoyed to see that she understood everything immediately. This was like finding a treasure. Su Meinyang was his future chief materials engineer. Meinyang, I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Fang Han immediately authorized. The entire Xinglin Tiangong Academy, no, all the craftsmen and resources in Nanyang are at your disposal. If there's not enough money, go to the accounting office to ask for it. If there aren't enough people, recruit them. I have only one request. Forge this sacred steel for me as soon as possible that can bear the power of thunder. Yes, husband. Su Meinyang nodded heavily, with flames burning in her eyes. What an honor and happiness it is to be able to forge with your own hands a weapon for the man you love to conquer the world. Chapter 159, Dragon Roars, the Power of a Heavy Weapon. A month later, Tiangong workshop in the back mountain of Liushi village had completely turned into a steel hell. This month wasn't easy. When Fang Han presented the design for the animal-powered lathe, all the craftsmen were stuck on a crucial component, the screw used to cut the inner wall. No matter how hard they polished it, the slightest deviation from the precision was enough to make a huge mistake. Finally, Fang Han took the reins himself. With his knowledge that transcended his time and a primitive file in hand, he worked tirelessly for 3 days and 3 nights before finally producing a qualified precision screw. At that moment, all the craftsmen looked at him as if he were a god. And today is the final moment to test all efforts. Half a mountain of coke was burned to ashes, and mountains of iron ore were thrown into a giant blast furnace 3 meters high that had been modified by Su Meinyang. Open the furnace. Following Su Meinyang's clear shout, the strong men who had been waiting for a long time used all their strength to pry open the iron outlet of the blast furnace. Boom. A torrent of molten steel, so hot it distorted the air, gushed out. It was no longer the dim yellow molten iron of the past, but a dazzling, almost incandescent molten steel. The molten steel flowed along the preset clay grooves with a roaring sound and rushed into a huge sand mold that had been dug long ago. The entire workshop was instantly enveloped by a terrifying high temperature. All the craftsmen subconsciously took more than 10 steps back, their faces filled with shock and awe. They had been dealing with steel their entire lives, but they had never seen such a powerful, pure molten steel. This was no longer something that could be forged by ordinary fire. It was divine gold forged by heavenly fire. As the molten steel slowly cooled in the mold and finally solidified into shape, the prototype of a huge gun barrel, 12 feet long and shining with a dark metallic luster, appeared in front of everyone. The hideous shape and the suffocatingly heavy mass all exude a terrifying aura of destruction. Neo-Air sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling air leaking from between his teeth. His Adam's apple rolled up and down as he muttered, "Oh my God! This thing. If this thing hits me, it will definitely break a city gate, right? Smash it." Upon hearing this, Fang Han curled up a mysterious smile. Smashing is just its most insignificant use. All the best craftsmen, come here. Fang Han gave an order. He personally took out several parts purchased from Hyundai, which had strange shapes but gleamed with industrial aura, high-hardness alloy blades, precision screws, and bearings. Under the stunned gaze of countless craftsmen, Fang Han directed them to use hard iron and wood as the frame, combining these magic parts with huge gear sets and turntables, and forcibly pieced together a monster machine that they had never heard of or seen before. Master, what is this?" an old craftsman asked tremblingly. "Animal-powered lathe," Fang Han said concisely. The next second, the huge gun barrel was firmly fixed on the lathe. A strong buffalo began to pull the huge turntable. Buzz! As the gears meshed and turned, the huge barrel began to rotate at a constant, slow speed. Fang Han personally controlled it and slowly inserted the alloy blade, which was flashing with a cold light, into the inner wall of the gun barrel. Sizzle! A harsh friction sound was heard and sparks flew everywhere. Under the gazes of all the craftsmen who were as if they had seen a ghost, the extremely hard inner wall of the barrel was like tofu, and the alloy blade easily cut out spiral, extremely precise and deep grooves. Rifling. In the eyes of these ancient craftsmen, this sophisticated craftsmanship that transcends time by thousands of years is no longer a technology, but a miracle, a magical method of creating things out of thin air. Oh my God, how is this possible? Cutting iron with iron, is it so easy? That spiral pattern, what's the logic behind it? I've spent my entire life studying the ways of metal and stone, but now I realize I'm nothing but a frog in a well. The 3 views of all the craftsmen were shattered at this moment. The way they looked at Fang Han had changed from awe to fanatical worship. And this is just the beginning. Under Fang Han's guidance, the craftsmen, using all their life's wisdom, crafted a breech block structure with an intricate structure, a tight lock, and the ability to open and close with just a handle. When the breech block perfectly combined with the barrel, emitting that crisp click of metal locking, everyone was mesmerized. This is no longer a weapon. It is a perfect work of art. Finally, when this majestic-looking, metallic powerful breech-loading rifled cannon was firmly mounted on a specially made 4-wheeled gun carriage, the entire Tiangong workshop fell silent. Everyone seemed to have their souls sucked out of them, staring blankly at the huge monster in front of them. My lord, this kind of divine object should have a name. Neo-Air was so excited that his face turned red and his voice was trembling. Fang Han took a step forward and gently stroked the cold and hard touch of the cannon, feeling the explosive power contained in it. An unprecedented sense of pride surged in his chest. He looked at the black muzzle of the gun, as if he had already seen the doomsday scene of the city walls collapsing and the enemy troops fleeing under its roar. When it roars, it sounds like a dragon's roar. Its might shakes all around. Let's call it. Fang Han paused and spoke each word with great force. Dragon roar cannon. At the same time, in the ammunition workshop on the other side, the first batch of pointed shrapnel bombs, filled with high explosives, manufactured according to Fang Han's drawings, have been neatly stacked in wooden boxes. Weapons and ammunition are fully available. Fang Han looked at the war behemoth in front of him that was beyond his time. He knew that from today on, the way of war in this dynasty called Dakian would be completely rewritten by him. Chapter 160, The Sound of Divine Punishment. The first test firing of the Dragon Roar Cannon was arranged in a deserted rocky valley outside Nanyang County. In order to witness this historic moment, Fang Han led Neo Air, Ma Baoguo, and all the core members of the Dragon Tooth Army to the scene. When the huge monster was pushed to the preset position by 20 of the most elite soldiers of the Dragon Tooth Army, all the onlookers held their breath. It's too big and too oppressive. The black muzzle of the gun, like the mouth of a prehistoric beast ready to devour its prey, was pointing towards a steep mountain wall 3 miles away. 3 miles. This distance made everyone gasp in astonishment. Even the most elite archers in the army could only project a maximum of 150 steps. Yet this Dragon Roar Cannon could only reach a target 3 miles away. This was simply unbelievable. Ma Baoguo, Fang Han shouted in a deep voice. Arrive. Ma Baoguo shuddered with excitement and strode out of the ranks. What an honor it was to be chosen by the Lord to personally fire the first cannon of this earth-shattering battle. He ran to the tail of the gun and followed the process that Fang Han had taught him step by step over the past few days. He suppressed his pounding heart, grasped the handle of the breech block with both hands, and pulled and turned it hard. Crack! With a crisp sound of the mechanism, the exquisite breech opened to the side, revealing the mirror-smooth barrel with spiral rifling inside. With the help of 2 soldiers, he carefully stuffed a heavy, pointed shrapnel bomb weighing 20 pounds into it. Bang! The shell entered the chamber with a perfect fit. Ma Baoguo pushed the breech block again and turned it in the opposite direction. With a click, the barrel was perfectly locked. He took a deep breath, turned to face Fang Han, and roared with all his strength. Lord, Dragon Roar Cannon number 1, ready. Request to fire. His voice, trembling with excitement, echoed in the silent valley. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Fang Han's expression remained calm. He simply glanced at everyone and issued his final order. Everyone, cover your ears and open your mouth. Although no one understood why they had to open their mouths, everyone did so subconsciously. Fang Han raised his hand and suddenly swung it down. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with undeniable coldness. Fire. Ma Baoguo pulled the trigger suddenly. Boom! There was a loud bang, as if the sky exploded with an unprecedented thunder above everyone's heads. No, this is not thunder at all. Compared with it, thunder is as gentle as a cat's meow. The earth shook violently. Neo Air and the others who were watching felt an invisible, violent wave of sound pounding against their chests. Their hearts felt as if they were being gripped by an invisible hand, skipping a beat. A sharp, buzzing sound filled their ears, their minds went blank, and their souls were nearly shaken away by the loud noise. A beam of extremely bright fire several feet long burst out from the muzzle. No one could see the trajectory of the shell. It was moving too fast. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. A breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Just as everyone was still recovering from the terrifying loud noise, a huge, dazzling fireball suddenly exploded on the mountain wall that served as the target 3 miles away. The fireball was so huge, like a small sun, suddenly rising on the mountain wall. Boom! The dull explosion, which was delayed for several breaths and was as loud as rolling thunder, finally arrived, accompanied by the terrifying sound of collapsing rocks, resounding throughout the valley. Smoke, dust, and debris rose into the sky, covering half of the sky. When the smoke slowly cleared, and everyone could see the scene in the distance clearly, the whole place was dead silent. Everyone seemed to be struck on the top of their heads by the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder and was put under a spell of immobilization. Their mouths were wide open, their eyes bulging, staring blankly at the mountain wall in the distance, and then at the war beast in front of them that was still emitting pungent smoke and terrifying heat. Suddenly, a huge gap with a diameter of more than 3 meters and a bottomless depth appeared on the huge mountain wall that was originally extremely solid. Countless millstone-sized gravel was still rolling down from the gap, forming a new hill at the foot of the mountain. Gudong! Someone swallowed hard, and the sound was particularly clear in the silent valley. These powerful generals of the Dragon Tooth Army who had witnessed the power of the Thor's spear, rifle, now looked like weaklings with their bones pulled out, with pale faces. Neo Air, a man who was born as a blacksmith, did not look at the huge crater that was blasted out. His eyes were fixed on the cannon that was still emitting blue smoke, and he muttered unconsciously, "Impossible, it's been annealed. With such a strong recoil, the cannon barrel didn't crack. This is the magic iron." His faith completely collapsed at this moment. His legs softened and he knelt down with a plop, looking at Fang Han's back like a madman. Ma Baohua, however, was thinking something else. He shuddered, his whole body trembling with fear, his mind confined to a single thought. 3 miles away, a single cannonball destroyed dozens of feet of ground. What other wall in this world could possibly hold my lord back? This wasn't a weapon. It was moving mountains and filling the sea. This was divine punishment from the gods. Fang Han looked at the reactions of the crowd that shattered their worldviews, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly in satisfaction. He slowly turned around, looking at his core subordinates who had been completely frightened, and also at the war behemoth that represented the aesthetics of industry and violence. Chapter 161. Hongmin Banquet Invitation, Murderous Intent on the Training Ground. The day after the successful test firing of the Dragon Roar cannon, Fang Han decided that it was time to let Mr. One, who had been under house arrest for nearly a month, experience the true hospitality of Nanyang. The news soon reached Mr. One, who was under house arrest in the post station. These past few days, he had been living in a daze, each day feeling like a year. During the day, he was invited out of the post station to witness the bustling construction scene in Nanyang County. The cement roads were as smooth as mirrors, water wheels were working day and night, and countless people's faces were filled with heartfelt smiles and enthusiasm that he had never seen before. Mr. Wen looked at the smiling faces of the common people, and a chill ran down his spine. This wasn't a county in troubled times. It was a paradise on earth, blessed by the gods, and they were attempting to become the gods' enemies. At night, the entire Liushi village and the prefectural government residence would light up with countless, immortal lamps, electric lights, that were 100 times brighter than night pearls, illuminating the night like day, just like the night view of heaven. All of this repeatedly impacted the worldview he had built up through decades of hard study, making him uneasy and as if he was walking on thin ice. He knew that the man was flexing his muscles. And now, this show seems to be reaching its final climax. What? The banquet is held in the military campgrounds. When Mr. Wen heard the news from the servants, he felt a buzzing sound. His brain went blank, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Military camp. Parade ground. He thought of the famous story in history books, the Hongmen Banquet. An ominous premonition so strong that it could not be dispelled instantly enveloped his heart. It's over. It's all over. His face was ashen, and he slumped down in the chair with his eyes dull. In the evening, Mr. One and other members of the delegation were invited onto a carriage by the expressionless soldiers of the Dragon Tooth Army. The atmosphere was terribly depressing as the carriage traveled on the road to the camp. Through the car window, the delegation members were horrified to find that on the several miles of official road from the city gate to the military camp, there was a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, and the soldiers of the Lanya army were standing upright with spears in their hands. Each of these soldiers had a stern face, eyes as sharp as knives, and exuded a suffocating aura of murderous intent that only elite soldiers with hundreds of battles could possess. They stood there quietly, motionless, yet their presence was more terrifying than any shouting or yelling. When the carriage finally arrived at the parade ground, the moment the curtain was lifted, Mr. Wen took a deep breath and felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. On the huge parade ground lit by torches, thousands of Dragon Tooth Army soldiers had formed several huge and eerie square formations. They held gleaming spears and peculiarly shaped compound bows, and under the flickering flames, they looked like a silent steel jungle. There was no other noise in the entire parade ground except the crackling sound of burning torches and the sound of wind. Thousands of people, dead silent and filled with murderous intent. The murderous aura that was as condensed as a substance seemed to have turned into an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on the hearts of every member of the delegation, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. And the so-called farewell banquet was set up alone in the center of this steel jungle. Just a few tables seemed so small, lonely, and ridiculous when surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses. Fang Han, dressed in black, had already taken his place in the main seat. Beside him sat the elegant Nangong Yunshu, as well as several Dragon Tooth Army generals, including Neo Air and Ma Baohua. He saw Mr. Wen's pale face. A playful smile appeared on his lips. He raised his glass and gestured from a distance. Mr. Wen, thank you for your hard work. Please take a seat. This is my Nanyang's final way of hospitality. The final tourism? Mr. Wen felt his legs go weak. His knees buckled, and he nearly fell to his knees. He barely had the support of two of his subordinates before he finally made it to the front of the table, taking one step at a time. He felt that he was not here for a party. He is here to be punished. He is the lamb to be slaughtered. Chapter 162. After 3 rounds of drinking, fireworks add to the fun. The banquet began. Delicious dishes with great color, aroma, and taste, and jars of mellow and intoxicating wine were served like flowing water. There is everything you can expect, including golden roasted suckling pig, plump and tender steamed river fish, and various delicacies rarely seen in Nanyang. However, everyone in the Jingbei delegation felt that the food was tasteless and they couldn't eat it. Their hands were shaking and their hearts were trembling. Surrounded by thousands of fierce warriors, they found it difficult to even breathe, let alone eat. Every breath of air they inhaled carried a knife-like coldness and the smell of blood. In sharp contrast to the dead silence and despair on their side was the liveliness and harmony at Fong Han's table. Neo, you commanded the Battle of Wuong Po well and made great contributions. Come, let me toast you. Fong Han seemed to be in great spirits. He picked up the wine bowl and clinked it with Neo. Neo was so excited that his face flushed red and his neck thickened. He stood up suddenly, drank the liquor in the bowl in one gulp, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and roared in a muffled voice. Thank you for the reward, my lord. To repay your kindness, my life belongs to you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Ha ha ha, okay. Fong Han laughed heartily and turned his gaze to Ma Baoguo. Baoguo, you are very clever and have made many ingenious suggestions. You have made great contributions. You are firmly in the position of the commander of the 2nd Battalion. In the future, even greater achievements are waiting for you. Ma Baoguo was also very excited. He quickly stood up and saluted, saying in a loud voice, "It is all thanks to your cultivation. I am willing to sacrifice my life for you, my lord, without hesitation." This happy and rewarding atmosphere was like a red-hot iron, burning the hearts of Mr. Wen and others. They saw clearly that Fong Han was acting in front of them. He was telling them in the most direct way, "Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Follow me, Fong Han, and you'll have wine to drink, meat to eat, and a position to hold. Become my enemy, and you'll end up dead." After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Fong Han finally put down the wine glass in his hand, and his eyes, as deep as the starry sky, slowly fell on Mr. Wen, who was sitting on pins and needles and sweating profusely across from him. The moment his gaze swept over him, Mr. Wen shuddered all over, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake, and his whole body froze. Mr. Wen, Fong Han's tone remained gentle, even with a hint of a smile. This trip to Nanyang was tiring, and I'm sure you've been frightened. I'm a straightforward person and don't understand the complicated officialdom. I hope you'll forgive me if I haven't treated you well enough. No, I dare not. Immortal venerable. Lord Fong is too kind. Mr. Wen suddenly jumped up from his seat. He was so nervous and frightened that his voice was shaking violently, and he even addressed himself incoherently. Plop. With a sound, his knees softened and he actually knelt down, kowtowed repeatedly to Fong Han. Your Excellency is divinely majestic. I was blind and did not recognize the great man. I have offended the majesty of heaven. I hope that your Excellency will forgive me and spare my life. Seeing this, the members of the delegation behind him were also frightened out of their wits, and they all knelt down and kowtowed violently. Fong Han waved his hand, motioning him to sit down, with an unfathomable smile on his lips, and said slowly, "Sir, you are a guest from afar and are about to leave. As your host, I am very reluctant to see you go. So, I've specially prepared a spectacular fireworks display for you and everyone else to send you off. How about that? Fireworks?" Mr. Wen was stunned for a moment. His body froze while kneeling on the ground, and an extremely absurd feeling suddenly arose in his heart. In this murderous and tense atmosphere, setting off fireworks? What does this mean? However, before he could figure it out, Fong Han had already clapped his hands gently. Crunch, crunch. In the distance, there was a sound of heavy wheels rolling on the ground. Under the gaze of everyone, dozens of the Dragon Tooth Army's strongest soldiers were working together to push a huge monster tightly covered with a huge black cloth, slowly entering the center of the training ground. The object was extremely heavy, and its 2 huge wheels left 2 deep ruts on the hard ground of the school ground. The thing under the black cloth seemed to be a living creature. Just by getting close to it, the cold, iron-blooded aura made Mr. Wen's skin sting, making him feel like his blood was about to freeze. The temperature of the entire training ground seemed to drop suddenly at this moment. At this moment, Mr. Wen's heart skipped a beat. He stared intently at the silhouette covered by the black cloth. An unprecedented and extremely ominous premonition, like a black tide, instantly overwhelmed his sanity. Chapter 163. The dragon's roar shocks the heavens. Divine punishment descends. Crash. Under the dead silence of the audience, Fang Han stood up and walked to the huge monster. He grabbed a corner of the black cloth and swung his arm violently. The huge black cloth was torn off in an instant and fell to the ground like a dark cloud. The next second, a giant war beast, completely black in color and flashing a ferocious metallic luster under the firelight, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! The moment they saw the object clearly, the entire Jingbei delegation gasped. It was a giant cannon of a shape never before seen or heard of. Its 12-foot-long barrel brims with explosive power. Its immensely thick barrel gleams with a chilling light. And its dark muzzle resembles the gaping maw of a prehistoric beast, seemingly capable of swallowing everything and leading to an endless hell. What is this? A young official in the delegation could no longer bear the terrifying pressure and screamed out, his voice filled with uncontrollable trembling and fear. Mr. Wen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip at this moment. He stared at the giant cannon intently, feeling that his three perspectives were shattered by an invisible force at this moment. As the chief aide of the Marquis of Jingbei, he had also seen the most sophisticated red cannon in the Dakian arsenal. But those so-called cannons are as ridiculous as children's toys in front of this ferocious steel behemoth. From this weapon, he felt an unprecedented, pure, unreasonable power that was enough to destroy the world. This is definitely not something from this world. This is the weapon of the demon god. At Fang Han's signal, Ma Baoguo personally took on the role of gunner and began to operate the gun skillfully. He ran to the rear of the gun, grasped a peculiar handle with both hands, and pulled and turned it hard. Click! A crisp and pleasant sound of the mechanism locking was heard, and a gap actually opened at the rear of the gun barrel. The two soldiers worked together to lift a huge, spindle-shaped cannonball that gleamed with metallic luster and carefully loaded it into the barrel. Ma Baoguo pushed the handle again, and with a click, the barrel was locked perfectly. The entire process was smooth and full of the precision and efficiency unique to industrial products, which made the delegation members feel terrified. The muzzle of the gun, as the mechanism turned, slowly rose and aimed at an uninhabited hilltop several miles away under the cover of night. This firework is called Dragon's Roar. Fang Han's cold voice slowly rang out in the silent training ground, reaching everyone's ears clearly. He turned his head and looked at Mr. One, who was pale and trembling all over, with a cruel smile on his face. Sir, please watch carefully. He raised his hand and swung it down suddenly. Fire! Boom! A deafening roar, as if to tear the heaven and earth apart, instantly swallowed up all the sounds in the world. The entire earth shook violently at this moment. The wine glass in Mr. Wen's hand did not fall, but was directly shattered into pieces in his hand by the sound waves. He felt a chill run from his tailbone straight up to his skull, his legs giving way. If it weren't for the subordinates holding him up tightly, he would have collapsed to the ground. His mouth was open, and a ho-ho sound like a leak in the air came out of his throat, unable to utter a single word. A huge tongue of fire, more dazzling than lightning, burst forth from the dark muzzle of the cannon. The flames of hundreds of torches on the parade ground were instantly blown all over the place by the violent gust of wind, nearly extinguishing them. No one could see the trajectory of the shells at all. After a brief, suffocating silence, in the night sky several miles away, the uninhabited mountain that served as a target suddenly exploded with a fireball that was brighter and bigger than the moon in the sky. The dazzling light instantly illuminated half of the night sky. Then, the earth-shattering explosion sounded like a landslide, and finally turned into rolling thunder, arriving late. Boom, boom, boom. That sound was like thunder from the nine heavens, booming on that mountain, or like the earth's angry roar. Under the extremely horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, the solid mountaintop, amidst the flames and loud noises, collapsed and disintegrated like a sand castle crushed by an invisible giant hand of a god. Countless smoke and debris, swept up by the terrifying shock wave, rushed hundreds of meters into the sky, forming a hideous, slowly rising, mushroom cloud. Chapter 164. The Power of a Single Shot, The Collapse of the Heart of Tao. The mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the roar of the landslide and the earth-shattering sound still turned into rolling aftermath, echoing wildly among the mountains and valleys under the silent night sky. However, amidst this terrifying echo that was enough to rip the eardrums apart, the entire training ground fell into a silence as if death had descended. Every member of the Jingbei delegation, mouths agape, eyes wide open as if they were about to burst from their sockets. They were like clay sculptures or wooden sculptures under a spell, frozen in place, their minds blank, completely shut down. On their retinas, all that remained was the devastating scene, the flames rising into the sky, the slowly rising hideous clouds, and the mountain that had been forcibly flattened. Yes, smoothed out. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, they could clearly see in the pale moonlight that the upper half of the originally intact and solid mountain had completely disappeared. Countless still-burning trees, countless tons of rubble and soil, were rolling down from the huge fracture, as if the mountains were crying out in pain, groaning at the horrific blow they had just endured, which did not belong to this world at all. Gudong. In the dead silence, someone used up all his strength and finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. In the training grounds where you could hear a pin drop, this sound seemed so abrupt, so clear, and so desperate. Finally, a young official from the diplomatic mission could no longer bear the extreme fear that came from the depths of his soul. His mental defenses were completely destroyed, and he let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. Divine punishment, it's divine punishment. He cried and roared, crawled out using his hands and feet, then fell to his knees with a plop, and began to kowtow frantically to the steel giant named Dragon Roar and the dark muzzle that looked like the entrance to hell, begging for mercy incoherently while kowtowing. His beliefs, the worldview he had built over decades, completely collapsed and turned to dust under this attack. He was crazy. Mr. One, the leader of the delegation, is not in much better condition at the moment. His face was paler than a dead man's, devoid of a trace of blood. His entire body was shaking violently like a sieve, his teeth chattering, yet he couldn't control it at all. In his mind, a single image was replaying uncontrollably over and over again. The 30,000 elite cavalrymen that the Marquis of Jingbei was so proud of, forming an indestructible charging formation and sweeping across the land like a black tide. Then, a firework like this fell from the sky and landed in the center of the military formation. Boom! Mr. Wen shuddered suddenly and dared not think about it anymore. He knew that it wouldn't be war, it would be a massacre. It would be an unpredictable, one-sided purge from the gods. In this suffocating silence, Fang Han moved. He leisurely picked up the wine glass on the table and gently took a sip of the already cold wine in the glass, as if the earth-shaking scene just now was really just a fireworks show to liven up the atmosphere. His eyes fell on Mr. One, whose face was ashen. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he was discussing tonight's weather with an old friend. He asked softly, "This firework is called Dragon's Roar. I wonder how many bullets the Marquis of Jingbei's 30,000 cavalry can withstand." These words were light and airy, without any murderous intent. But to Mr. One, it was 1,000 times more terrifying than the roar of evil spirits coming from the nine nether hell. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Thump! Mr. One could no longer support his body. His legs went limp, and he collapsed completely on the cold ground. Where was the demeanor of Jingbei's top aide? He raised his head, and in his cloudy eyes, there was no longer the previous temptation, calculation, and arrogance, only endless, humble fear and pleading. He looked up at the young man, standing smiling beneath the flickering firelight. That wasn't a human, it was a demon god in human skin, an immortal wielding the might of divine punishment. Stop hitting me." His lips trembled, and he used all his strength to squeeze these words out of his throat. Wenha will persuade the Marquis to surrender to the immortal Lord. My heart is broken, and my heart and liver are torn apart. Chapter 165. Clearing the bed and seeing off the guests, mountains of gold and silver. The next morning, it was still dark. A disheveled and distraught team was courteously escorted out of Nanyang County by the Longya army. Mr. One, the leader, had sunken eyes and seemed to have aged 20 years overnight. As he left, he didn't even dare to turn his head, as if there was some ferocious beast waiting to devour him. Fang Han stood on a high city wall, with Nangong Yunshu leaning against him. He looked at the team's hurried retreating backs, his expression calm and unperturbed. He knew that Marquis Jingbei was a smart man. When Mr. Wen tells him everything about last night's divine punishment and presents him with this letter of surrender filled with fear and despair, he will make the wisest and only correct choice. Nanyang Prefecture has temporarily ushered in precious peace. Fang Han also took the opportunity to shift all his focus back to internal development and construction. Facts have proved that the truth is everywhere within the range of cannons. Just 10 days later, a transport team of astonishing size arrived at the border of Nanyang County under the respectful escort of hundreds of elite Jingbei army soldiers. The person in charge of counting and handing over the supplies is Nyo Air, who is now the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the Lanya Army. When he took over the long list of gifts from the enemy general, this strong man who killed people without blinking an eye on the battlefield was so excited that his big hands like palm leaf fans were shaking violently. Damn. When Nyo Air looked at the first item on the list, he couldn't help but swear, and his eyes turned red instantly. They were all plump, strong, and magnificent northern steeds. These were strategic assets that even money couldn't buy. He continued to read with trembling hands. Standardized fine armor, 3,000 sets. 3,000 tempered steel swords. Strong bows and crossbows, 3,000 each. These weapons flashing with cold light are enough to raise the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Tooth Army to a terrifying level. When Nyo Air saw the final list of belongings, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Silver, 500,000 taels. Gold, 50,000 taels. In order to express his sincerity, the general of the Jingbei army who was in charge of the escort ordered several boxes to be opened on the spot. Clatter. In an instant, a golden and silver light that was bright enough to blind people shot up into the sky. The mountains of gold and silver reflected such bright light in the sun that all the Dragon Tooth Army soldiers present were stunned. They swallowed their saliva desperately, and their breathing became heavy. Mountains of gold and silver. This is a real mountain of gold and silver. The news was transmitted back to Liushi village at the fastest speed and spread throughout Nanyang County. The entire county town was in an uproar. Have you heard? The Lord just asked someone to set off some fireworks, and the Marquis of Jingbei sent 3,000 war horses. More than that, there are also 500,000 taels of silver and 50,000 taels of gold. My God, how much money that must be! Without sacrificing a single soldier or losing a single cent, you've already gained mountains of gold and silver. If this isn't divine, then what is? Our Lord is a living God descended to earth. For a time, the people in Nanyang County, whether they were natives or refugees, worshipped and revered Fang Han to an unprecedented peak. This is no longer a mortal's method. This is a miracle. It is a true enlightenment from the gods. Everyone's heart is filled with enthusiasm and pride. The prefectural government office, backyard. After finishing the distribution of military and political affairs, it was already late at night. Fang Han invested part of the seized funds into the expansion and replacement plan of the Lanya Army and allocated the other part to the Tiangong Academy, which focuses on technology research and development, and the Xinglinuan, which is responsible for medical research. Looking at the staggering figures on the list, Fang Han remained calm. These wealth and armaments, enough to drive the world's princes crazy, were merely a fence to him, allowing his family to enjoy the joyful laughter in the backyard with greater peace of mind. The fear of Marquis Jingbei and the admiration of the people are not as important as a smile from Baijiro and the others. Thinking of this, his fatigue seemed to be dispelled a lot. The corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously, and he quickened his pace to the backyard. As soon as I entered the yard, I heard a burst of laughter like silver bells. On the stone table in the pavilion, for stunning beauties, Baijiro, Baishuejian, Lurume, and Nangong Yinshu were sitting together, chattering about the magic stuff he brought back today. Strawberry-flavored sandwich cookies. Baishuejian looked like a happy little squirrel, with her little mouth stuffed full, and she did not forget to pass the biscuits in her hand to others. Baijiro was carefully wiping the biscuit crumbs from the corners of her mouth, her eyes so gentle that tears could be dripping from them. Lurume was leaning lazily on the stone bench beside her, holding a biscuit with her slender fingers, eating it in a charming manner, with a natural charm in her eyes, and Nangong Yinshu sat in a dignified posture, tasting the biscuits in small sips, with a graceful and elegant demeanor in her every move. Everyone's face was filled with satisfied and happy smiles. Fang Han stood not far away, watching this scene, feeling peaceful and warm in his heart. This is the scenery that I am willing to protect even at the cost of huge waves. The thunder and lightning on the training grounds were exchanged for the peaceful days under the pavilion. That cannon shattered not only the ambitions of Marquis Jingbei, but also all threats that dared to covet this peace. It's all worth it. He felt that all his fatigue had disappeared at this moment. Chapter 166. A defeated general, a hero's heart. On the border of Nanyang County, the camp of Marquis Jingbei. Inside the commander's tent, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron, so oppressive that it made people breathless. Plop! Mr. Wen's knees buckled, and he fell heavily to his knees on the cold carpet, feeling as if his bones had been pulled out. His face was pale, his lips were blue, and his entire body was still shaking violently and uncontrollably, as if he had just been pulled out of an ice hole. He described everything he saw and heard in Nanyang County, from the immortal farm tools that subverted cognition to the immortal magic lamp that looked like the night view of heaven, and finally, the dragon roar cannon. That was enough to make gods and Buddhas tremble and flatten a mountain with one shot, word by word, with a voice so hoarse that it almost lost its voice. He reported to the man in heavy armor who was intimidating without even being angry, Marquis Jingbei. His voice was filled with the extreme fear of surviving a disaster, and every word seemed to be spoken with all his strength. Under the commander's tent, a group of brave generals who had followed Marquis Jingbei in battle for many years looked at each other with frowns on their faces. After a brief silence, a burst of disdainful laughter erupted. Huh, Mr. One, I think you didn't go to Nanyang, but went to the gates of hell, right? I'm afraid you were scared by some magic of Fong Han. A one-eyed general with a beard shouted in a rough voice. That's right. What a bullshit dragon roar cannon. I think it's probably just a powerful firework. It can even flatten the mountaintop. Why didn't he say that he shattered the sky with one shot? My lord, I beg you for mercy. Give me 3,000 cavalrymen, and within 3 days, I will raze Liushi village to the ground and tear off that kid Fong Han's head to use as your chamber pot. Another general patted his chest with arrogance on his face. To these warriors, who lived on the edge of a knife and licked blood, Mr. Wen's description was simply a fairy tale, the ravings of a coward. They only believed in the knife in their hands and the horse under their crotch. Shut up. A thunderous roar suddenly exploded. Marquis Jingbei slammed the table in front of him with a fierce slap. With a loud bang, the command arrow on the table jumped up. The tent suddenly fell silent. All the generals stopped laughing and kept silent as if they were a cicada in fear. Marquis Jingbei's eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, slowly swept over the people under his tent. His cold eyes made every general who looked at him tremble in their hearts, as if a sharp blade was placed on their necks. His gaze finally fell on Mr. One, who was shaking like a sieve on the ground. His voice was low and hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Are you sure that cannon can flatten a mountaintop from 3 miles away? For this question, he did not ask about the power or the principle, but only asked about the two most critical numbers, range and effect. This is what a true commander-in-chief really cares about. Mr. One seemed to have found an outlet for his venting. He banged his head heavily on the ground, his forehead hitting the ground with a dull thud. There was even a hint of tears in his voice as he roared. My lord, it's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. That mountain, it just disappeared, gone. That wasn't a human force at all. It was divine punishment, true divine punishment. His voice was extremely shrill, filled with the fear that was branded deep in his soul, causing the generals in the tent, who had just been so arrogant, to feel a chill running down their spines. My lord, some generals wanted to open their mouths to refute, but were choked back by the cold look of Marquis Jingbei. Everyone, get out of here. Marquis Jingbei waved his hand, his tone full of unquestionable majesty. The generals dared not say anything more. They bowed and left the tent as if they had been pardoned, leaving Mr. One lying limp on the ground. There was a deathly silence in the commander's tent. Marquis Jingbei slowly closed his eyes, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the hard pearwood table. He didn't think about gods or ghosts in his mind, but was frantically deducing the scene described by Mr. One. One shot, 3 miles, mountains collapsing and rocks cracking. What if that hilltop was replaced by the iron cavalry charging phalanx that this marquis was proud of? How long would a cavalry charge take at a distance of 3 miles? How many cannons could the enemy fire? How much range could each cannon fire? For a long, long time. Marquis Jingbei suddenly opened his eyes. There was no fear in his eyes, no flinching. Instead, a deeper, more ruthless glint shone in his eyes. He closed his eyes and slowly traced his finger across the map. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a sinister grin playing on the corners of his mouth. He murmured softly, Great, a great divine punishment cannon. Since a forced attack is a dead end, then this marquis will play something even more dirty with you. He slowly stood up, his tall figure casting a huge shadow in the candlelight, like an awakening demon. He walked to the huge military map, his eyes fixed on the 3 words Nanyang County on the map, and a hideous and heart-pounding smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Great. Great Fang Han. Great divine punishment cannon. My 30,000 cavalrymen are definitely not enough for you to defeat. Since we can't force an attack. He extended his finger and pointed heavily at the location of Liushi village, his eyes icy cold. Then I will play with you. This hero who had roamed the north for more than 10 years and had fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood was not scared away after a brief shock and tactical deduction. Instead, he had come up with a more sinister and deadly plan. Chapter 167, The Old Fox's Evil Plan. The next morning, the drums were beaten in the camp of Marquis Jing. All the senior officers were summoned to the general's tent once again, their expressions solemn, believing that the Marquis, after a night of deliberation, was finally about to issue the order for a violent attack. Each of them was eager to avenge the humiliation of being misled by Mr. Wen's evil words yesterday. However, when Marquis Jing gave the order, everyone was petrified on the spot, their eyes almost popping out. Pass on my orders. Dismantle camp and retreat 10 miles. Then, set up camp on the spot. Dig deep trenches, build extensive ramparts, and switch from offense to defense. What? Retreat 10 miles? Switch from offense to defense? With a loud boom, the entire general's tent exploded in an instant. My lord, absolutely not. We have a strong army. Why should we be afraid of a mere brat? If we retreat before the battle even begins, won't the world laugh at our Jingbei army's incompetence? Yes, lord. Isn't this just boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige? Where is the soul of our Jingbei army? The generals were all excited, their faces flushed and their necks thick with anger. They were completely unable to understand and accept this cowardly order. Shut up, everyone. Marquis Jing snorted coldly, like a chill wind from the underworld, and the tent fell silent once more. His icy gaze swept over each person, and he said grimly, "What else do you have in your heads besides muscle? Are you going to use your lives to fill the barrel of my divine punishment cannon? Or do you want my 30,000 elite troops to be reduced to a pile of minced meat without even seeing the enemy?" These words left all the generals speechless and sweat on their foreheads. Marquis Jing slowly walked to the map and pointed at the isolated Nanyang County, his eyes flashing with the cunning light of an old fox. Although Fang Han's dragon roar cannon is powerful, such a divine object must be rare, and the energy consumption of each firing will be astronomical. A brute force attack is the worst option. But if we withdraw our troops directly, not only will the world laugh at our army, but Fang Han will also be free of external pressure and will grow stronger without restraint. Within a year, he will become a serious threat to me. He paused, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. So, we won't attack, nor will we retreat. We'll just surround him like a patient, hungry wolf, staring intently at this piece of fat meat that looks prickly but is actually incredibly delicious. He stretched out his fingers, raised them one by one, and laid out his extremely sinister chain of plans. First, immediately dispatch all elite spies in the army, disguised as refugees, merchants, and errand boys, and infiltrate Nanyang County for me at all costs. I must know everything about the dragon roar cannon, its quantity, its manufacturing method, the materials required, even the secret of a single screw. Not a single secret can be missed. Second, send a message to all the former gentry and defeated soldiers in Nanyang County who are dissatisfied with Fang Han. Tell them that if they dare to cause chaos in Nanyang, I will give them high positions, generous salaries, gold, silver, and beautiful women when I conquer Nanyang. Third, Marquis Jingbei's voice became even colder. Send people to the surrounding counties of Nanyang, and even to the capital, to spread rumors to me like crazy. Say that Fang Han is a demon from outer space, and that all his miracles are overdrawing the dragon veins of Nanyang County, at the expense of the lives and well-being of the people under his rule. He is not building a paradise, but a man-eating hell. There was a dead silence in the tent. All the generals broke out in cold sweats and felt a chill on their backs. These three vicious plots are each more ruthless than the last. Infiltration, subversion, and public opinion warfare. This is simply to torture Fang Han to death. Doesn't he want to be a living immortal and live a peaceful and stable life farming in Liushi village? Marquis Jingbei's eyes flashed with the cruelty of a wild beast, and he spoke word by word. I will not let him have his way. I will make him suffer from internal and external troubles, and he will be restless day and night. I will make the people under his rule doubt and fear him. I will use this soft knife, cut by cut, slowly, and torture him to death. Hiss! All the generals gasped. Only then did they understand that the Marquis's seemingly cowardly behavior was 100 times more terrifying and 10,000 times more sinister than directly leading the army to war. This is the true method of a tyrant, killing without shedding blood. At this moment, in the deepest shadow in the corner of the general's tent, a slender figure appeared out of thin air, quietly and silently. She was a woman dressed in black, her face covered by a black veil, revealing only a pair of cold, star-like eyes. She bowed in the direction of Marquis Jingbei, her figure like a peerless sword hidden in its sheath. Marquis Jingbei didn't even turn around, but just said lightly, "Cold-bladed. I'm here." The woman's voice was as clear as ice beads falling on a jade plate, but without a trace of emotion. "Your mission is the most important," said Marquis Jingbei in a cold voice. "Sneak into Liushi village and do whatever it takes to get close to Fang Han. I want to know all his secrets, including which woman he sleeps with at night." "Yes." The woman in black bowed again, and with a flicker of her figure, she disappeared into the shadows like a ghost. Chapter 168, The Calm Before the Storm. The army of Marquis Jingbei retreated 10 miles and set up camp, showing a strange posture of long-term confrontation. The news was soon reported back to Liushi village through the reconnaissance team, led by Ma Baohua. At this moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the prefectural government was somewhat solemn. "My lord, those bastards from the Jingbei army haven't just left. Instead, they've set up camp 10 miles away. They're digging trenches and building walls. Judging from their posture, they're planning to fight us to the bitter end." Ma Baohua stood below and reported the situation he had discovered in detail, with a look of confusion and vigilance on his face. After hearing this, Niuer, who was standing by, scratched his head and face anxiously. He couldn't stand this with his bad temper. "My lord." He stood up suddenly and roared in a muffled voice. "What does this old fellow want to do? Compete with us in patience? How about I take a dragon roar cannon and sneak up to the front of his camp, then set off a powerful firework on them? Let's see if they dare to dawdle there." In his opinion, there was nothing that couldn't be solved by one dragon roar cannon. If there was, then 2 would do it. "No rush." Fang Han waved his hand, motioning Niuer to sit down. His expression was as calm as water, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if he had anticipated Jingbei Ho's actions. He did not give a direct order, but turned his gaze to Nangong Yunshu, who had been listening quietly beside him, and asked softly, "Yunshu, what do you think?" Nangong Yunshu was no longer the helpless, frail woman who had just lost her husband. Under Fang Han's nurturing and careful cultivation, her wisdom and insight, born of a distinguished family, were increasingly radiating a dazzling light. Nangong Yunshu frowned, a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes, and said softly, "My husband, this Jingbei Marquis has retreated but refused to leave. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. He's calculated that our foundation is not stable, and he wants to trap us in Nanyang and slowly wear us down with time." "Well said." Fang Han nodded approvingly, a confident smile on his face. He reached out and held Nangong Yunshu's hand, smiling. "If he wants to delay, I'll let him. He thinks he's trapping us, but he doesn't know that he's actually giving us the most precious thing right now, time." In Fang Han's opinion, Marquis Jingbei's seemingly brilliant strategy of encircling without attacking is simply the stupidest decision in the world. As long as he has time, the modern technology and knowledge in his mind can turn Nanyang County into an impenetrable war fortress. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately issued a series of instructions in an orderly manner. First, send a message to the Tiangong workshop, suspend all projects and concentrate all manpower and resources to expedite the mass production of the Dragon Roar Cannon. I want to see 10 brand new cannons standing in the arsenal within a month. Secondly, send a message to Niuer and Ma Baohua. Immediately expand the Dragon Tooth Army to 3,000 men. Select the best war horses and finest armor from the apologetic gift sent by Marquis Jingbei and prioritize their replacement. Increase the intensity of training for the entire army. In half a month, I will personally review them. Third, Fang Han's gaze grew increasingly sharp, like a sword unsheathed. From today on, the entire Nanyang County enters a level 1 combat readiness state. All passes and ferry crossings will strictly investigate all outsiders, especially those so-called refugees and traitors with strange accents and suspicious behavior. That old fox, Marquis Jingbei, will definitely send spies in to cause trouble. After a series of orders were issued, Niuer and Ma Baohua, who were originally a little nervous, felt relieved instantly. The backbone was back. Finally, Fang Han called Jeang, who had been in charge of internal intelligence and supervision since the elimination of the Li and Wang families, and who was now becoming more calm and capable. She appeared silently in the corner of the meeting room, as if she had always been there. Purple Shadow. Fang Han looked at her pretty face, which was still cold but with a little more spirit in her eyes, and said word by word, I have a new mission for you. Select the most resourceful and loyal men among your people and establish a unit dedicated to internal investigations and external counterespionage. His voice lowered a few notches, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Fang Han looked at Jeang and said in a serious voice, Jeang, from today on, you will be my eyes and sharp blades hidden in the darkness. This department will be called the Shadow Guard. I want you to chop off all the claws that have reached into Nanyang one by one. Chapter 169, The Birth of Shock. The night is as deep as ink. In Fang Han's study, the flickering candlelight stretched his figure long and reflected on the wall behind him, like a silent god. There was a faint fragrance in the air, which was Jeang's unique body scent. At this moment, this former top assassin, now Fang Han's sharpest hidden blade, was kneeling on one knee on the cold floor, her tight black outfit outlining her breathtakingly perfect curves. Her head was slightly lowered, her expression solemn, but in her cold eyes, there was a hint of hard-to-conceal confusion. Just now, Fang Han gave a deeper explanation of the Shadow Guard mentioned earlier in the conference room, and gave it a new and more sinister name. My lord. Jeang finally couldn't help but speak. Her voice was cold, but with a hint of confusion. Jeang doesn't understand. We already have the Dragon Fong army. They are loyal and powerful. Why? Why do we need to set up a department like this to guard against our own people? For the past 20 years of her life, the world had been limited to two colors, black and white. Either there was a target to protect, or an enemy to be killed. She felt unprecedented confusion about the gray areas of counterintelligence and internal control that lay beneath the surface. Hee. Fang Han chuckled, stood up from behind the desk, walked to Jeang, and helped her up personally. It feels warm and smooth to the touch, and you can feel its amazing elasticity through the fabric. Jeang, you must remember, Fang Han's eyes were deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. Future enemies will not just appear on the battlefield, charging towards us with swords and guns. They will be smarter and more insidious. He patiently opened the door to a new world for this beautiful killer who only knew how to kill. They will disguise themselves as anyone around us. They could be newly recruited soldiers, an inconspicuous street vendor, or even a relative of one of our men. They will use rumors to shake the confidence of the people under our rule. They will use money to buy off our less resolute subordinates. They will use divisive tactics to create suspicion and rifts within our ranks. Fang Han's voice was not loud, but every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Jeang's heart hard. The purpose of this new department is to pull out these disguised, dark snakes one by one and crush their fangs before they bite us. He simplified the core functions of the later feared intelligence agencies, the Imperial Guards, the KGB, and the CIA, in a way that Jeang could understand. Monitor all suspicious individuals. Identify the true purpose of every outsider. Turn enemy spies into your own. Create a top-secret loyalty file for everyone in our inner circle. Boom. It was as if thunder exploded in Jeang's mind. She was so shocked that her body trembled slightly with excitement. She had never imagined that there was such a form of combat, one that was invisible. It turned out that killing someone didn't necessarily require a knife. Intelligence, strategy, and even human hearts could also lead to their death. This opened a brand new, magnificent door for her, full of twists and challenges. All along, she had only been Fang Han's shadow and bodyguard. Although loyal, she always felt like a tool. But now, she had finally found a new field where she could fully display her talents and even stand on her own. An unprecedented sense of value and mission instantly filled her heart. My lord. Jeang dropped to one knee with a thud. This time, her eyes were no longer filled with confusion, but instead blazing with fire. Her voice trembled with excitement. Jeang understands. Lord, please give this department a name. Fang Han looked at the burning light in her eyes and nodded with satisfaction. It's invisible and lurking in the darkness, but it can rip the enemy's throat open and deliver a fatal blow at the most critical moment. Fang Han's voice became cold and sinister. Let's call it the Shocking Spirit. Shock. Jeang silently recited the name in his heart, and felt a cold and sharp feeling instantly pouring into his head and penetrating his bones. This name, full of the atmosphere of death and fear, perfectly fits the mission it is to carry out. I am Jeang, your humble servant, and I swear to be loyal to you until death. I swear to be the leader of Jing Han, and to clear out all evil spirits for you. She kowtowed heavily, her tone filled with supreme honor and unwavering loyalty. Very good. Fang Han smiled slightly, and with a thought, he took out a few gifts from the system warehouse. This is the first batch of equipment for terror. He handed Jeang 2 small, exquisite, yet incredibly well-made black cylinders. These are called telescopes. They allow you to clearly see the enemy's features from a distance of 100 feet. They are 2 top-level military high-powered binoculars. Then, he took out a few small black squares, not much bigger than a thumb. This is called a phonograph. Just press this little point, and you can record the surrounding sound silently. It was a few miniature voice recorders. Jeang took the 2 immortal instruments and felt her hands tremble. This was simply a magical instrument tailor-made for their department. Finally, Fang Han handed her a thin booklet, which contained a basic manual on codes, secret codes, and anti-tracking that he had written himself using the language of this era. Ghost Fong's first mission, Fang Han's tone suddenly became icy cold, is to closely monitor the surrendered officers and soldiers of the previous dynasty, as well as the scattered collateral relatives of the Li and Wang families after their properties were ransacked, especially those who have suddenly become law-abiding. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. I suspect that the bait that old fox Jingbeiho threw in has already mixed into our fish pond. Chapter 170. The Dream of Thousand-Mile Sound Transmission. A few days later, in the backyard of Nanyang Prefecture's mansion. On a summer afternoon, cicadas chirp and sunlight shines through the gaps in the grapevines, casting mottled spots of light. Fang Han was lying in a very decadent state on a rocking chair specially made for him. On his left was the lively and lovely Baijiro, who was carefully peeling a crystal grape and putting it into his mouth. On his right was the mature and charming Lurume, who was holding a bowl of ice cubes and gently stirring the amber liquid in the bowl with a small spoon. Husband, try the iced sour plum soup that Sister Mignon and I just made. It can relieve the summer heat. Lurume said softly, scooped up a spoonful, and considerately handed it to Fang Han's mouth. Fang Han opened his mouth and took a sip. A cool, sour, and sweet taste instantly exploded on his taste buds, dispelling all the heat. Delicious. Fang Han squinted his eyes comfortably. My wives are so skillful. Su Mignon, who was writing and drawing at a small table nearby, looked up and rolled her eyes at him, saying, You're just sweet-talking. Wasn't the recipe for this sour plum soup provided by you, the hands-off shopkeeper? Ha ha ha. That's also because you did a good job. Just as Fang Han was enjoying this rare leisure, surrounded by beauties, living a heavenly life. Report. A messenger from the Dragon Tooth army rushed into the backyard as if his butt was on fire, sweating profusely. Even his uniform was soaked. He dropped to one knee with a thud and spoke in a hurried voice. My lord, a suspicious group of merchants was spotted yesterday at post number 3, 30 miles to the east. They weren't many, but they all had prominent temples and sharp eyes. They were definitely not ordinary merchants. But by the time our men rushed from the main camp to investigate, they had vanished without a trace. Yesterday, the smile on Fang Han's face disappeared instantly, and his brows furrowed sharply. Oh shit, he cursed in his heart. When the situation was discovered at the outpost 30 miles away, someone was sent back to the main camp at full speed to report, and then personnel were mobilized from the main camp to rush over. This round trip took at least half a day. The daylily was already fucking cold. This outrageously primitive communication efficiency might be tolerable under normal circumstances, but it is simply fatal in the current spy war stage where Jingbeiho's spies have begun to infiltrate. Yes, my husband, Lurume, who was standing by, also understood the problem and said worriedly, Nanyang County is so vast, hundreds of miles from north to south and east to west. Relying entirely on manpower to deliver information from station to station is far too slow. If there's urgent military intelligence somewhere, by the time the news gets back, it might be too late. Slow? Fang Han's heart moved. In his world, there is no such word. Beacon towers? Those can only transmit the simplest signals, and their effectiveness is poor during the day and easily affected by the weather. Carrier pigeons? They take a long time to train, are easily intercepted, and can only deliver one message at a time. Damn, none of them are reliable. A crazy idea, like lightning that cuts through the darkness, suddenly exploded in his mind. Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? Telegraph. Cable telegraph. The technical principle behind this thing would be a simple science experiment for elementary school students today. A magnet, a coil of copper wire, a power source, and a switch. That's it. For people of this era, this is the art of transmitting sound over 1,000 miles that they dare not even think about. It is a magic that only gods can possess. But for him, a time traveler who has the entire knowledge base of modern civilization and the support of the system mall, This is not a problem at all. In an instant, Fang Han felt that the blood in his body began to boil. The enthusiasm of the tech geek instantly overwhelmed the laziness of enjoying the gentle paradise. He suddenly sat up from the rocking chair, his eyes shining, which scared by Xuejian and Lurume who were standing beside him. Husband, you. I've thought of a way to make our voices spread throughout Nanyang County instantly. Fang Han laughed loudly, hugged Su Meinyang beside him, and gave her a big kiss on her beautiful face in front of her astonished eyes. Chapter 171. The Thread of Divine Words. 3 days later, Tiangongfang. This place has been put under strict martial law by the Dragon Tooth Army and has been designated as the highest level of restricted area. Inside the workshop, more than a dozen of Nanyang County's top craftsmen were all looking at a huge blueprint, scratching their heads and looking confused. This blueprint was drawn by Fang Han himself, then translated by Su Meinyang using tools and symbols understandable to this era. Even so, the cryptic symbols on the blueprint, such as closed circuit, electromagnetic induction, and Morse code, still left these veterans, who had been immersed in their craft their entire lives, completely bewildered. Master, this piece of iron is wrapped with copper wires. Can it really make what you say in the mansion be transmitted to the military camp? One of the oldest coppersmiths asked stutteringly, with an expression of, "Are you fucking kidding me?" written all over his face. If you can, you'll know if you try it. Fang Han chuckled and was too lazy to explain. Under Fang Han's theoretical guidance and Su Meinyang's skillful hands-on practice, the first simple but fully standard electromagnet was successfully wound. Watch carefully. Fang Han took out a number 1 dry battery he brought from Hyundai from his arms and connected the copper wires at both ends to the positive and negative poles of the battery. The next second, a miracle happened. That ordinary piece of iron seemed to be given life and instantly generated an invisible suction force, sucking an iron nail next to it over with a click. The old coppersmith's hand trembled, and the copper hammer in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and his cloudy old eyes were full of horror. Ghost, a ghost has possessed me. Divine magic, this is divine magic. The other craftsmen were so frightened that they retreated one after another. Some of them collapsed on the ground, while others began to mutter to themselves at the lump of iron. The way they looked at Fang Han had completely changed from looking at a superior to looking at a living god. The most difficult step is to draw a copper wire that is thin, long, and tough enough. The ancient annealing process is simply not up to the task. But under the guidance of the process parameters of the Advanced Materials Science database that Fang Han exchanged from the system, Su Meinyang experimented nonstop for more than a dozen times, and finally improved the annealing temperature and cooling process, and successfully pulled out copper wire that met the standards. With the efforts of hundreds of soldiers, an experimental line was built from the prefectural residence where Fang Han lived to the Longya army camp 2 miles away. Everything is ready. Fang Han personally sat at the transmitting end of the mansion, with a simple electric key in front of him that he had made out of wood and iron sheets. 2 miles away, at the Dragon Tooth Army camp, 2 rough-hewn men, Nyo Air and Ma Baogua, stood bewildered beside an equally crude wooden box. Inside the box was an electromagnet and a small piece of metal. Next to them sat a decoder, a telegraph operator whom Fang Han had trained in just 3 days. Listen up. If this box makes a sound, don't make a damn fuss. Nyo Air shouted calmly to the soldiers around him who were equally curious, but in fact he was also very nervous. Inside the mansion, Fang Han took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He stretched out his finger and, using the simplest Fong code he had composed, heavily tapped the first epic-making message on the keypad. Nyo Air, do you want braised pork for dinner? Almost at the same time, in the Longya army camp, the small wooden box that everyone was staring at suddenly made a series of crisp, tick-tick sounds without any warning. Fuck! Nyo Air shuddered violently, staring at the box intently, and said to Ma Baogua in a low voice. It rang. It really fucking rang. Ma Baogua was also startled. Although he didn't make a sound, his hands were tightly gripping the edge of the table, and his knuckles were already white. The quick-learning translator was startled. Without caring about being shocked, he quickly pricked up his ears and listened while hurriedly writing something on the paper. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Nyo Air with an expression as if his worldview had been shattered and he had seen a living god. His voice was trembling. Master, I want to ask you, would you like to have braised pork for dinner? Boom! This sentence, like thunder from the 9 heavens, instantly exploded in the minds of Nyo Air and Ma Baogua. Their eyes instantly widened like copper bells, their mouths opened wide enough to fit a fist, and their entire bodies seemed to be cast under a spell, completely petrified in place. As soon as the telegraph operator finished speaking, Neo jumped up from the stool, pointed at the wooden box as if he had seen a ghost, and stammered to Ma Baohua. "Oh, did you hear that? My lord is really a god." He subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch the box, but the telegraph operator next to him quickly grabbed him and said, "General, don't do that. My lord said this is called electricity, and touching it will be like being struck by lightning." Neo was so scared that he retracted his hand and looked at his fingers, his face full of respect and fear. Ma Baohua, after a moment of extreme shock, slowly sat back in his chair. His mind raced, and he muttered to himself, "Now, how can those bastards of Marquis Jingbei fight us? What the hell is this magical spell? Can it transmit sound over 1,000 miles? No, this is even more fucking mysterious than transmitting sound over 1,000 miles. Reply quickly, Lord. I want to eat it. I want to eat it even in my dreams." Neoair's brain froze for more than 10 seconds before he reacted and started yelling incoherently at the air. When the signal representing want was transmitted back to the mansion through another line, Fang Han looked at the lonely Chinese character on the note, and a smile of immense satisfaction appeared on his face. "Marquis Jingbei, old fox, take your time with your infiltration. I'm engaging you in an information war. The dimensionality reduction attack has just begun." Chapter 172, The First Bite of the Shock. The construction of the information superhighway in Nanyang County is in full swing. With Fang Han's relentless investment and Su Mingyang's incredible hands-on ability, seemingly ordinary copper wires, dubbed the threads of divine words, were quickly laid out, with Liushi village as the center, towards various passes, checkpoints, military camps, and important towns in the county. The changes this thing brings are subversive. In the past, military information would have taken a long time to be transmitted by horseback, but now the operator only needs to tap the keys a few times, and it will arrive instantly with the sound of tick-tock. The efficiency of intelligence transmission has increased by more than 100 times. Fang Han felt as if he had grown countless years overnight, and every move in the entire Nanyang County was under his control. On the third day after the line of divine words was laid, an urgent secret message was transmitted through this line from the direction of the county town directly to Fang Han's study. "Cinder, Jeang, my lord, there's been some unusual activity at the Qingfeng Tea House in the south of the city. Several laid-off Yamen runners and members of the Li family side branches have been meeting secretly here for 3 consecutive days, and they've been in frequent contact with the owner, who speaks with a foreign accent." Damn, it came so fast. Fang Han looked at the short line of words translated by the telegraph operator, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The old fox, Marquis Jingbei, was indeed not idle. These dismissed old Yamen runners and the fish of the Li family that had escaped the net were the first batch of bait he cast in. And the so-called shopkeeper with a foreign accent is undoubtedly the hook responsible for pulling the strings. "My lord, should we send the Longya army to blockade the tea house and catch them all in one fell swoop?" Ma Baohua, who was standing aside, asked immediately after reading the intelligence. "No." Fang Han waved his hand, his lips curled up slightly, and he slowly tapped the table with his knuckles. "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Sending in a large army will make too much noise and will only alert the snakes, scaring away the rats that are hiding deeper." He picked up a pen, wrote a short line of orders on a piece of paper, and handed it to the translator. "Reply to Jeang using divine words." The operator took the note and tapped the keys rapidly. Amidst the sound of tick-tick, a cold command instantly crossed dozens of miles and reached a secret stronghold in the county town. "Tonight at midnight, Gia will take action. I want him alive." At midnight, the night was as dark as ink, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The Qingfeng Tea House, which was bustling with people during the day, had already closed with its doors and windows shut. However, the lights in the private room on the second floor of the tea house were still brightly lit. Several furtive figures were gathered around a simple map of Nanyang County, whispering something. The leader was the shopkeeper with a foreign accent. "Everyone is aware of the Marquis' plan. As long as we can find out the true strength of the Dragon Roar cannon and try to create some chaos on the food supply route behind them, once the Marquis' army arrives, you will all be following the Marquis' lead." The shopkeeper lowered his voice, his eyes full of greed and incitement. Several former Yamen runners and members of the Li family felt excited when they heard this, as if they could already see high positions and generous salaries waving to them. "Don't worry, boss. We are very familiar with Nanyang, and we guarantee that we will handle the matter properly." Puff. Before the man finished speaking, an extremely slight sound, like cloth tearing, suddenly rang out in the room. Immediately afterwards, a short black arrow seemed to appear out of thin air, accurately shot through the hole in the window paper, and directly pierced his throat. The excitement and greed on his face froze in an instant, and a ho-ho sound of air leaked from his throat. He covered his neck in disbelief and fell to the ground. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. There's an ambush. The shopkeeper was professionally trained after all, and his reaction was extremely quick. He slammed the table and shouted loudly. However, it was all too late. Bang, bang, bang. The roof, windows, and even the floor of the private room were violently broken at the same time. Several black, ghostly figures, like Shuras crawling out of hell, broke into the room silently. The leader was none other than Jeang, who was wearing a tight black nightgown and holding a repeating crossbow, specially made by Fang Han, with a silencer installed. Her movements were as fast as lightning, her figure was erratic, and the crossbow in her hand made almost no sound. Every time she pulled the trigger, an enemy fell to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. The members of Jing Han are all elite soldiers who crawled out of the pile of dead bodies. They have also been trained in Fang Han's modern special operations concepts, and their cooperation has reached the ultimate tacit understanding. They did not engage in close combat with the enemy at all. After breaking in, they immediately formed teams and used crossbows to fire crossbows. The whole process is quiet, efficient, and deadly. Those old Yamen runners and members of the Li family who were still clamoring to make great achievements were shot through the vitals by deadly crossbow arrows before they could even react to what was happening. Without even a grunt, they followed in the footsteps of their companions. The entire battle, from start to finish, didn't even take more than 10 breaths. This is not a battle at all. It is a complete dimensionality reduction crushing of professionals over amateurs. The shopkeeper was so frightened that his heart and liver were broken and his whole body was cold. He had never seen such terrifying killers. They weren't human beings at all. They were clearly a group of well-trained killing machines. Seeing that all his companions were killed and he was trapped in a jar, a trace of determination and cruelty flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand and was about to put it into his mouth. He wanted to bite the poison sac hidden in his back teeth and commit suicide. But Jeang is faster than him. Call out. A cold light flashed. A crossbow arrow was shot from behind but arrived first, carrying with it an unmatched gust of wind, and pierced his right palm with incredible precision, nailing his hand to the 8 immortals table behind him. Ah! A shrill howl that was suppressed to the extreme finally broke the dead silence. The severe pain distorted the face of the shopkeeper, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The purple shadow appeared before him like a ghost, looking down at him with a pair of cold eyes without a trace of emotion. The Lord has ordered that you stay alive. She walked slowly forward, stretched out her hand to pinch the shopkeeper's chin, forcing him to open his mouth, and reached in with her other hand like a pair of pliers, forcing a poison sac wrapped in a wax ball out of his back teeth. She didn't know that this living person, this unlucky guy who was about to be sent to the dungeon, would reveal a shocking conspiracy that was far more vicious and 100 times more terrifying than spying on military intelligence. Chapter 173, Whisper of the Devil, Plague Plot. Nanyang Prefecture Mansion, the deepest part. In a newly built, dark and damp dungeon, torches crackled on the walls, stretching people's shadows like demons. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell mixed with rust, blood, and mold. Fang Han sat expressionlessly on a throne, quietly watching Marquis Jingbei, who was chained to the rack, spying on him. You're still quite tough? Fang Han's tone was very flat, and no emotion could be heard. The head of the spies, the owner of Qing Feng Tea House, had lost his previous arrogance. He was covered in wounds, with blood foam hanging from the corners of his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth and stared at Fang Han with resentment, roaring hoarsely. Kill me if you want. Don't even think about getting a single word out of me. The Marquis will avenge me. Revenge. Fang Han smiled. He slowly stood up and walked in front of the spy, looking down at him as if he were looking at a dead man. You will soon find that death will be a luxury for you. He did not use any torture. There was no pepper spray, no branding iron, and no tiger bench. He simply ordered the dungeon to be completely sealed, leaving no light and no sound. Then he had the spy's eyes covered with a black cloth, his ears plugged with cotton, and even the rag in his mouth replaced with a thicker one. Information deprivation. This is the most basic, yet most torturous tactic in later psychological warfare. When a person is deprived of all visual, auditory, and even tactile information, their brain, unable to receive any external feedback, will fall into extreme panic and confusion. Their sense of time will completely disappear, hallucinations will ensue, and their mental defenses will collapse at an alarming speed. Just one day, when the stone door of the dungeon was opened again and the light shone on the spy's face, he had completely changed. His eyes were dull and his face was haggard. He seemed to have been drained of all his energy. He made meaningless, woohoo sounds from his mouth and his body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. Fang Han simply had someone repeat a sentence in his ear at a fixed frequency. All your companions have already confessed, and you are the only one who is still holding on. Cognitive Dissonance Guide. When a person's psychological defenses are already on the verge of collapse, this kind of repeated, seemingly true information will become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. Please, give me some sound. Give me some light. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you everything. When Fang Han appeared in the dungeon for the third time, the spy's spirit had completely collapsed. He was crying and lying on the ground like a dog, kowtowing his head frantically and howling in despair. Fang Han signaled Nangong Yunshu, who was in charge of recording, to prepare a pen and paper, and then he said calmly, "Tell me, what on earth is that old fox, Marquis Jingbei, up to?" "My lord," the spy's voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with the fear of having survived a catastrophe. "My lord's real plan is not to attack the city at all." Feng Chao listened quietly, his expression not changing at all. However, when the spy's next words reached his ears, when Fang Han heard the words rotten bone plague, he didn't roar or even move. But the spy, bound to the rack, suddenly began to dry heave, as if an invisible hand were strangling his throat, and even the air became sticky and fishy sweet. Nangong Yunshu and Lurume, who had just arrived after hearing the news, turned pale and unconsciously took a step back. What they saw was not the angry Fang Han, but a demon god who slowly sat up from a sea of corpses and blood. Even the flickering flames on the wall behind him solidified into a dark red. The Marquis. The spy's eyes dodged, as if he didn't dare to look directly at Fang Han, and his voice dropped. He bought an extremely virulent pathogen from a Western region merchant at a high price. We call it rotten bone plague internally. The spy was frightened by the invisible aura of terror and terrified to death, and he revealed the entire vicious plan almost incoherently. The plan is to dispatch multiple teams to release the pathogenic bacteria into the upstream water sources throughout Nanyang County, as well as into the wells of major cities. Once rotten bone plague breaks out, the infected will first develop a persistent high fever, then their flesh will ulcerate and their bones will become brittle. Within 10 days, they will turn into a pool of pus and blood. This disease is extremely contagious. If one person becomes ill, the entire family will suffer. If a village is infected, the entire city will be buried with it. The Marquis said that without a single soldier, in a month at most, the entire Nanyang County will be transformed into a dead city with 9 out of 10 houses empty and bones scattered everywhere. These words, which sounded like the devil's whisper, made Nangong Yunshu and Lurume pale and cold. Their bodies went cold, and they almost couldn't stand. This is no longer a war. This is genocide. This is a ruthless massacre. Crack. Fang Han's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. The veins on the back of his hands bulged out like a coiled dragon. Marquis of Jingbei. At this moment, this name was engraved into his kill list. He completely touched Fang Han's reverse scale. Fang Han could tolerate the fierce fighting on the battlefield, but he could never tolerate this indiscriminate biological attack against unarmed civilians, against his family, and against all those who trusted him under his rule. He wants me to become the owner of a dead city? Fang Han slowly raised his head, and a smile appeared on his face. It was just that smile, cold, cruel, and full of heart-pounding madness. He will pay the most painful price for this foolish idea. Chapter 174. Upgrade for Love, System Gift. Fang Han knew very well that the energy of the system came from the emotional value of the heroines. Whether it is love, admiration, gratitude, or dependence, these strong emotions are the fuel that drives the super machine of the system. Right now, in order to cope with the impending bone plague crisis and unlock biological and medical-related technologies, we must fill up this fuel in the shortest possible time. He temporarily suppressed the raging anger and murderous intent in his heart. His face returned to his usual gentle expression, and he began a targeted family care operation. The first person he found was Jeang, who had just completed a mission and was wiping the special crossbow in the backyard. "You did a great job this time." Fang Han walked to her side, his tone full of praise. Jeang's delicate body trembled, and she raised her head, a glimmer of light flashing in her cold eyes. Fang Han didn't say any more nonsense. He took out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket and placed it in front of her. This is the first batch of funds for the activities of Ghost Fong. Manpower, bases, equipment, whatever you need, go and buy it. If you don't have enough, come back to me. This is not just money, it is also an unreserved trust. Jeang looked at the stack of banknotes, then looked at Fang Han's face full of trust, and felt an unprecedented warmth flowing through her body, making her heart, which had been frozen for more than 20 years, begin to melt. I will definitely live up to my lord's trust. She knelt on one knee, her voice trembling with an imperceptible tremor. A gentleman will die for his friend. At this moment, this was the only thought in her mind. Ding. Bound to the heroine, purple shadow. Emotional status updated. Sense of belonging plus 100, loyalty plus 200, energy points plus 500. Then, Fang Han came to the study. Nangong Yinshu was frowning, worrying about a pile of files about Nanyang County's water conservancy facilities. Fang Han walked over, gently put his arms around her slender waist from behind, and said softly, "What are you busy with?" "Husband." Nangong Yinshu's body softened, and she leaned against his arms. Pointing to several rivers on the map, she said worriedly, "The drought continues, and many rivers in the county have dried up. I'm thinking about whether we can follow your approach in Liushi village and organize manpower to provide work for relief to deepen and widen these major rivers. This will provide jobs for the people and also prepare for future water storage. However, are you just afraid that I won't agree?" Fang Han interrupted her with a smile. He kissed her on the cheek and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is a very good idea. Yinshu, you are more thoughtful than I thought. I authorize you to be fully responsible for this matter. Manpower, money, and food, whatever is needed, just allocate it directly from the treasury." Nangong Yinshu's beautiful eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. This is a matter of great importance to the livelihood of the entire county. He just handed it over to me? This sense of trust in being entrusted with an important task and the sense of respect for being affirmed allowed her to find a stage to realize her self-worth. Her heart was completely melted, and her dependence and love for the man in front of her instantly reached its peak. Ding. Bound to the heroine, Nangong Yinshu. Emotional status updated. Dependence plus 150, love plus 150, energy points plus 800. After dealing with the two career-oriented female protagonists, Fang Han went straight to Bai Shuejin's boudoir. This innocent little girl was pouting and practicing writing her name with some distress. "My hands are sore from writing." When she saw Fang Han come in, she immediately pounced on him like a kitten, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly. "Come, your husband has brought you a treasure that can only be found in the immortal world." Fang Han smiled mysteriously and took out a box of golden Ferrero chocolates from the system warehouse like a magic trick. He peeled one and stuffed it into Bai Shuejin's little mouth. The crispness of hazelnuts, the smoothness of chocolate, and the extremely rich sweetness instantly exploded on her taste buds. Bai Shui was so happy that her eyes narrowed into slits. She rubbed her little head happily on his arm, and her eyes were full of stars when she looked at him. "Husband, what is this? It's delicious. It's 100 times better than the candy I had last time." In her simple world, her husband, who can constantly produce such divine delicacies, is an omnipotent god. Ding. Bound heroine, by Shuejin, emotional status updated. Happiness max, fanatical admiration plus 300, energy points plus 1,000. Finally, Fang Han arrived at Xinglin Garden. Lurume was directing her servants to sort through the few medicinal herbs she had, her brows furrowed, her face thick with worry. As a physician, she knew better than anyone how terrifying a large-scale plague could be. The herbs the family had stored were but a drop in the bucket in the face of a true natural disaster. "Mayor, are you worried about the medicinal herbs?" Fang Han walked forward and hugged her from behind. "Husband," Lurume's voice was filled with helplessness. I'm afraid that when that day comes, I won't be able to do anything." Fang Han didn't say anything, but with a thought, he exchanged a large number of modern broad-spectrum antibiotics, disinfectant alcohol, and special antipyretic drugs from the system, disguised them as exquisite porcelain bottles, and placed them in front of her. "You should study the medicinal properties of these immortal pills first." Then, he put his lips close to Lurume's ear and whispered in an extremely firm and gentle voice. "Mayor, don't worry, I'm here. I promise you, I will never let the plague happen in our home. This promise is better than 1,000 words and better than any panacea." Lurume's delicate body trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. She turned around abruptly, hugged Fang Han tightly, and buried her face in his chest. At this moment, her heart, which had been hanging in the air, was completely relieved. Ding. Bound heroine, Lurume, emotional status updated. Sense of security max, emotional passion plus 200, energy points plus 1,200. That night, Fang Han was affectionate with his 4 wives. Under his guidance, their strong emotions blended and resonated, reaching an unprecedented climax. At this moment, the cold system prompt sound in his mind rang out like the sound of nature. Ding. Detected that the host's emotional connection with multiple bound female protagonists has reached its peak. The energy reserve pool is full. Ding. The host has been detected to be facing an imminent biochemical crisis, which meets the highest priority threat. The system's special permission, crisis response mechanism, has been activated. The crisis response reward package has been unlocked in advance for you. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and 3 things emitting the brilliance of technology instantly appeared in Fang Han's consciousness space. A thick atlas that seems to contain endless knowledge, basic bacteriology and virus analysis atlas. An instrument with a precise design and a sense of science fiction. High magnification electron microscope, portable version. Chapter 175, The Universe Under the Mirror, The Way of Investigating Things. Ding. The host has been detected to be facing an imminent biochemical crisis, which meets the highest priority threat. The system's special permission, crisis response mechanism, has been activated. The crisis response reward package has been unlocked in advance for you. That night, after being intimate with his 4 wives and exhausting his energy, a series of heavenly system prompts exploded in Fang Han's mind. The next second, 3 objects emitting a faint blue technological glow floated in his consciousness space like a miracle. A book as thick as a mountain, with countless lights and shadows flashing on the cover. Basic bacteriology and virus analysis atlas. An extremely complex parchment scroll composed of countless precise component drawings. Schematic diagram of the manufacturing principle of a high-magnification compound optical microscope. And a small tube of green culture medium exuding the breath of life. Penicillin strain culture medium, first generation. Fang Han suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes flashing with unprecedented brilliance. Marquis Jingbei, you old dog, you want to play biological warfare with me? Playing plague? Do you know what penicillin is? However, this ecstasy lasted only 3 seconds before being quickly frozen by a cold sense of reality. His eyes were fixed on the complex blueprint and the tube of inestimably precious bacterial strain, his brows furrowed tightly. In this era, the precision of lens polishing for optical microscopes alone was an almost insurmountable obstacle. Penicillin cultivation, on the other hand, required extremely stringent conditions for temperature, humidity, and a sterile environment. System, are you giving me hope? Or are you giving me visible but intangible despair? Fang Han's rage didn't dissipate. Instead, this sudden hope and challenge condensed it into a cold, scalpel-like calm. A sinister grin played across his lips, and he murmured, Marquis Jingbei, very good. You will soon learn what true divine punishment means. Without any delay, he dug Su Meinyang out of the quilt while she was still sleeping. Husband, it's not dawn yet. Su Meinyang was sleepy and yawned lazily. There was a hint of anger on her beautiful face, but she was still obediently pulled by Fang Han to the heavily guarded secret workshop of Tiangongfang. Meinyang, don't sleep anymore. I want to show you something. Fang Han excitedly spread out the principles of microscope manufacturing drawings that he had copied overnight in front of Su Meinyang. Su Meinyang already had a deep understanding of lens combinations. Under Fang Han's guidance, she had previously successfully replicated a telescope. At this moment, when she saw the blueprint for the precise combination of arrays of crystal lenses with varying curvatures, allowing her to see the smallest details and comprehend the universe beyond a mustard seed, her sleepiness instantly vanished. Husband, you mean, through this arrangement, we can see things that are 10,000 times smaller than a speck of dust. 2 flames instantly ignited in Su Meinyang's beautiful eyes. She fell into an obsession and enthusiasm for technology, and her breathing became rapid. That's right. Fang Han nodded heavily. Meinyang, our world is far more complicated than what we see. Under the personal supervision of Su Meinyang, a technology fanatic, and the tireless efforts of the best crystal craftsmen of Tiangongfang, after countless failures and attempts in lens polishing, and spending a full 3 days and 3 nights, the first large-view version of the 1,000-fold mirror, which was simple but fully functional, was finally successfully manufactured. Come, Meinyang, I'll take you to see a whole new world. Fang Han carefully took a drop of seemingly crystal-clear water from the backyard pond, and according to modern procedures, made the simplest glass slide specimen, which he placed steadily on the stage of the thousand-fold microscope. Su Meinyang was skeptical, and with endless curiosity and a hint of nervousness, she slowly put her eyes to the eyepiece. Next second, she jumped back suddenly. Her pretty face turned pale in an instant, and she let out an extremely short scream. But then, as if she were sucked by an invisible magnet, she desperately put her eyes back on the eyepiece. Her breathing stagnated, and she could no longer move her eyes away. She saw a microcosm that overturned her 30 years of cognition and was enough to completely shatter her 3 perspectives. In that tiny drop of water, countless bizarre creatures swam, collided, and devoured each other frantically. Some looked like twisted straws, some like spinning balls, and some like transparent whips. They were densely packed and endless. Su Meinyang's mind was racing, her voice trembling violently. Oh my God, a drop of water could hold such a profound universe. My husband, if you could control these dust particles, wouldn't you be able to both save lives and kill people without them even noticing? This isn't medical skill anymore. This is a realm only the Creator can reach. Fang Han smiled and held her soft shoulders, letting her lean on him. His voice was full of guidance and persuasion. They are not monsters, but a kind of microorganisms that we can never see with our naked eyes. They are everywhere, in the air, in our food, and in our bodies. Some are beneficial to us, while some are the source of all diseases and plagues. He paused, his eyes becoming sharp as a knife, pointing to the other side, where the culture medium had begun to produce a layer of turquoise mycelium under the blessing of the system, his eyes flashing with wisdom and murderous intent. The bone rot plague that Marquis Jingbei wants to use is an extremely vicious microorganism that we cannot see. And these are the heavenly soldiers and generals we cultivated to devour those evil bacteria. Chapter 176, Summer Feast, Phantom Behind the Wall. Nanyang County Prefectural Governor's Mansion, Backyard. The summer heat wave and the tempting aroma of meat are intertwined, and a unique outdoor barbecue party is in full swing. Sizzle. The charcoal fire was burning brightly. Fang Han skillfully flipped the rows of golden and shiny chicken wings on the grill, then grabbed a handful of secret spices brought from modern times and sprinkled them on them casually. With a boom, an extremely overbearing fragrance instantly ignited the entire venue, making everyone around couldn't help but take a deep breath. Husband, are you ready? Xuejian can't wait any longer. Bai Xuejian was holding a large watermelon chilled by well water, her big watery eyes fixed on the crispy and tender chicken wings. A trace of crystal saliva hung at the corner of her mouth, revealing her foodie nature. All right, little greedy cat. Fang Han laughed, skewered a bunch of perfectly grilled chicken wings, and handed it to Bai Xuejian with a smile under her expectant gaze. Then, he picked up another skewer and handed it to Lurume, who was silently helping him brush the sauce on the skewers. His eyes were full of doting. Mayor, try it too. This is called Honey Orleans flavor. I guarantee you've never tasted it before. Lurume's pretty face flushed slightly as she took the chicken wing. Instead of eating it right away, she blew on it before taking small bites. Instantly, the delicious combination of sweet and salty and spicy, exploded in her mouth, filling her charming eyes with amazement and a gentle smile. Not far away, Nangong Yunshu and Baijiro sat at a stone table, quietly discussing the enrollment process for the city's newly opened girls' school. Now, with Fang Han's support, Nangong Yunshu had become Nanyang County's Minister of Education, radiating an intellectual and confident aura. Occasionally, she would glance up at the man busy at the barbecue grill, managing everything so perfectly, her gaze filled with a mixture of pride and deep admiration. Fang Han's gaze swept across the entire room, and he deliberately pulled over the purple shadow who had been standing in the corner like a shadow, silently on guard. Eat too. Don't just stand there like a log. He ignored Jeang's somewhat resistant and helpless look and forced a piece of sizzling pork belly into her slightly open mouth. Lord. Jeang froze as a warm touch, and the overbearing aroma of meat instantly overwhelmed her senses. She had never eaten while on a mission, let alone been treated so intimately by a man. As Bai Shui saw their good-natured laughter, Jeang's usually cold face suddenly flushed with 2 touching blushes. Finally, like a robot, she mechanically opened her mouth and bit down gently. Tasty. This was the only thought in her mind. A warm feeling spread from her stomach to her heart. The atmosphere of the party was warm and lively, filled with laughter. However, at this moment, Jeang took advantage of an opportunity and quietly approached Fang Han's ear, her voice so low, like a mosquito. "My lord, something is wrong." The smile on Fang Han's face remained unchanged, but his eyes suddenly became sharp. Ziying's expression returned to its usual solemnity and coldness. Recently, Jing has captured 3 groups of spies sent by Marquis Jing on the periphery. Unlike those useless individuals before, these 3 groups are all top-notch experts. Their goal is clear. They are all trying to gather intelligence about our rear quarters at all costs. Some have even successfully mapped out the detailed layout of each courtyard. Oh, Fang Han paused slightly as he flipped the skewers. In the warm air, a chilling murderous intent quietly spread like a poisonous snake. The previous infiltration targeted military intelligence and the dragon roar cannon, which was within Fang Han's expectations. But now, the target has become his harem? His woman? Very good. Marquis Jing, you old dog have successfully touched my only and absolute bottom line. The smile on Fang Han's face slowly faded, replaced by a deep chill. He handed a skewer of grilled meat to Bai Xuejian, who came closer, but his voice was cold and silent, a voice that only he and Jeang could hear. "It seems that just chopping off the claws won't scare this old fox. He's forcing me to kill his entire family." Chapter 177, Poison Needle Hidden, Beauty and Danger. Marquis Jingbei's infiltration was more insidious and rapid than Fang Han had expected. His invisible poisonous net had already quietly covered the entire prefectural government without anyone noticing. The next morning, an old gardener who had worked in the mansion for more than 10 years and was in charge of taking care of the garden, tremblingly held a pot of newly cultivated moon shadow orchid with strange moon-white markings on the petals and respectfully delivered it to the courtyard of Lurume, who loved flowers and plants. As he passed through the courtyard gate, a newly assigned shock guard stopped him and asked, "Uncle Jeang, what flowers are you sending today? Are they registered?" The old gardener raised his cloudy eyes and smiled honestly. "It's the newly cultivated moon shadow orchid. Madam asked to see it." "Don't worry, young man. I've been in the mansion for more than 10 years, and I know all the rules." Seeing that he looked familiar and was an old man in the mansion, the guard did not make things difficult for him. He just did a routine check of the flower pot and waved his hand to let him go. No one would have the slightest doubt about him. "Oh, Uncle Jeang, this flower is so beautiful." When Lurume saw this pot of exotic orchid that she had never seen before, she was immediately delighted. She personally took the potted plant from the old gardener's already dry hands and praised his exquisite craftsmanship with warm words. A faint and strange light flashed in the old gardener's turbid eyes, and then he returned to his honest appearance. After bowing and thanking him repeatedly, he retreated tremblingly. Lurume couldn't put the pot of exotic orchid down and felt that the original clay pot was not suitable for it, so she decided to replace it with a roux-kiln celadone pot from her own collection. As usual, she stretched out her slender fingers and reached into the soil at the roots of the potted plant, trying to lift the flower plant intact. Just at the moment when her fingertips touched the roots of the flowers. Laugh. There was a sound so slight that it was barely perceptible, as if it was just an illusion. A poisoned steel needle, 3 inches thinner than a cow's hair and shot out from a micro-mechanism under the cover of the rhizome, instantly pierced her delicate fingertips. Lurume only felt a slight itch like a mosquito bite at her fingertips. She didn't even see what it was, and just thought she was pricked by a small thorn. After pulling out the almost invisible thorn, she continued to tend to the flowers and plants without any care. However, she did not notice that a trace of black energy had quietly invaded through the tiny wound. An hour later, Lurume was reading in the room when she suddenly felt a piercing, tingling sensation at her fingertips, which quickly spread to her arms. She looked down and her face turned pale. A strange dark green circle appeared on the wound that had just been punctured, and the green line was spreading madly upwards along her fingertips at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lurume let out a cry of pain as she felt a powerful toxin instantly rush through her limbs. Her vision went dark, her whole body spun, and she instantly collapsed to the ground. Beads of sweat rolled down her smooth forehead, and her breathing became rapid and hot. Madam, what's wrong with you?" The maids beside were so frightened that they screamed in terror. The whole backyard was in chaos in an instant. Some people ran frantically to ask for the doctor in the mansion, while others cried and reported to Fang Han. Soon, the best doctors in the mansion, even Su Mingyang, who was studying a microscope, rushed over after hearing the news. But they were all helpless against the rapidly festering, blackening wound on Lurume's arm. The poison was too potent, too strange, something they had never heard of or seen before. Any antidote they drank was like a drop in the ocean, completely ineffective. When Fang Han rushed into the room like a hurricane, the scene he saw made him bloodshot. In less than half an hour, Lurume had fallen into a deep coma. Half of her once jade-white arm had turned a terrifying dark green. The blood vessels beneath her skin bulged, as if countless poisonous insects were swarming within. The black line had already spread past her elbow and was advancing madly towards her heart. Her breathing had become extremely weak, and her life force was rapidly fading at an alarming rate. Mayor! Mayor! Fang Han rushed to the bedside and grabbed her cold hand, feeling the rapidly fading vitality. An unprecedented panic and rage exploded in his chest like a volcano. No, no. The doctor beside him had a pale face and said in a trembling voice, "My lord, madam, she was poisoned by the Western region's rare poison, rotting muscle powder. The poison has penetrated her heart meridians. There's no way to save her. No way to save the situation." Bang! Fang Han punched the pearwood table next to him hard, and the hard tabletop instantly shattered into pieces. His eyes, at this moment, turned blood red. Rotting muscle powder, rotting bone plague. Marquis Jingbei, your cards have hit me in the face. He raised his head suddenly, and the raging rage was instantly replaced by an even more biting chill. He remembered the precious penicillin strain still lying quietly in the culture medium. He thought he still had time, but the enemy told him in the most vicious way, "You don't have much time left." Chapter 178. The Wrath of the Hero, the Bloody Killing Order. Mayor. When Fang Han rushed into the room like a hurricane and saw the scene on the bed, his brain suddenly went blank. Lurume, the woman who had always been gentle and welcoming him home with the most considerate smile, now lay dying on her bed. Her fair arm, which had once played the zither for him and painted his eyebrows, was now festering and blackened. Hideous black lines bulged beneath her skin, like countless poisonous insects scurrying wildly beneath it. It was a shocking sight. After a second of dead silence, an unprecedented rage, like a volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years, erupted from Fang Han's heart. Ah! He raised his head to the sky and let out a roar that was not human. His eyes instantly turned red, and a suffocating murderous aura erupted from his body. The murderous aura was so substantial that the temperature of the entire room seemed to drop to freezing point. The candle in the corner flickered wildly, almost going out. "It's all garbage." Fang Han turned around suddenly, his red eyes fixed on a group of doctors who were kneeling on the ground and trembling like sieves. His expression was as ferocious as a demon crawling out of hell. Bang! He kicked hard, breaking a valuable pearwood table next to him into pieces, with wood chips flying everywhere. "What's the point of raising you? If you can't even save a person, what's the point of having you?" He pointed at the group of doctors, and every word he uttered seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of bloody brutality. "Husband, husband." Baijiro, Baishuejian, and the others standing nearby were terrified, their faces pale. They had never seen Fang Han so out of control, so furious. This wasn't the master of the Fong family, the master who orchestrated strategies and destroyed armies with ease. Instead, he was a wounded lone wolf, caught in a reverse trap, driven to madness and despair. Fang Han ignored everyone and rushed to the bedside. He stretched out his trembling hand, wanting to touch Lurume's frighteningly hot cheek. However, his fingertips stopped abruptly when they were half an inch away from her skin, for fear that the uncontrollable murderous aura in his body would hurt her. The overwhelming self-blame and regret, like a cold tide, instantly drowned him. He remembered Jeang's warning. He thought his plan was foolproof, and he thought he still had time. But he was wrong, very wrong. It was this slight bit of arrogance and negligence that made his most beloved woman pay the price in blood. He thought of the system's sealed, crisis response reward package, a dragon-slaying skill that couldn't be quenched by distant water. It was like a cruel taunt, telling him that he had a life-saving medicine, but he had to watch Mayor's vitality plummet before it could be unlocked. This feeling of powerlessness is more torturous than simple despair. Puff! With his heart aching, Fang Han felt a sweetness in his throat and actually spat out a mouthful of blood. "Marquis Jingbei," he roared madly in his heart, "I will kill your entire family." Purple shadow. Fang Han's voice was hoarse and cold, no longer a roar, but more terrifying than any other. It seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying with it endless resentment and curses. Swish! A purple figure appeared in the room like a ghost, and instantly knelt on one knee, head bowed deeply, his voice trembling violently with fear and self-blame. "I am here. I deserve to die. I don't care what method you use." Fang Han turned slowly, his blood-red eyes devoid of emotion, only pure murderous intent. Even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I will find that old gardener named Jeang for me. He spoke each word clearly, and each word was like a poisoned steel knife, stabbing into the heart of everyone present. I want to live. I want to make him unable to live or die. Yes. Jeang's body trembled violently, and he kowtowed heavily. Pass on my orders. Fang Han's voice suddenly rose, like thunder. All spirit, move out. Seal off all the gates of Nanyang County. Not even a fly is allowed to escape. Everyone who has had any contact with the rear quarters between yesterday and today, whether servants, guards, or even shop assistants, are all under arrest. Interrogate them. Interrogate them to death. I don't care who he is, no matter who's behind him. If he dares to reach out to my Fang Han's family, I will kill his entire family and exterminate all 9 generations of his clan. One bloody and brutal order after another came out of the mouth of this furious hero. At this moment, Fang Han is no longer the living immortal who led the villagers to prosperity, but has transformed into a demon god who chooses people to devour. A bloody killing order instantly spread throughout Nanyang County. The new order that had just been established, with the Fong family as its core, revealed its most hideous and bloody fangs at this moment. The air in the entire Nanyang County suddenly became solemn and depressing. Tonight, no one can sleep. Chapter 179, The End of Despair, The Light of the System. Time passes by minute. Every second felt like a blunt knife cutting into Fang Han's heart, long and painful. Lurume's breathing grew increasingly faint, almost inaudible. The black line on her arm had already crossed her round shoulders, like a ferocious, venomous snake, making its final dash towards her heart. The room was filled with a strong smell of medicine and despair. Plop. Su Meinyang's eyes were red, and she knelt on the ground weakly. She had tried every elixir she could think of, even testing it on herself, employing several of her best-kept methods of fighting poison with poison, but all had failed. Those precious herbs, when taken down the drain, were like a drop in the ocean, with not even the slightest delaying effect. This poison was too overbearing and too strange, completely beyond her understanding of medicine. She raised her tear-stained, beautiful face and looked at Fang Han, her voice filled with endless sorrow and collapse. Husband, Sister Mayor, the vitality in her body is rapidly dissipating. I'm afraid she won't last more than an incense stick. No, I won't. Baijiro, Nangong Yinshu and others had already burst into tears. In the entire room, apart from the suppressed sobs, there was only deathly silence and grief. No, Mayor will be fine. Fang Han held Lurume's gradually cooling body in his arms, muttering to himself in despair. He could clearly feel the life force rapidly draining from the once warm and soft body in his arms. The feeling of watching a loved one die, powerless to do anything, gripped his heart with an unprecedented, deep-rooted fear. No, there must be a way. Fang Han's mind went blank, a sense of endless regret and powerlessness nearly engulfing him. He frantically searched through all the knowledge he had gained from his 2 lives, from battlefield first aid to folk remedies, leaving no trace of possibility. He thought about the system, about that reward package sealed by that damned condition. It was almost there, but he couldn't wait. He couldn't wait even a second. Mayor's life slipped away in his arms. Just when his mental strength was pushed to the limit and was about to tear his soul apart, that cold, mechanical prompt tone, which at this moment was like the sound of nature, finally exploded in his mind. Ding! The host has been detected to be in an extreme crisis. The host's emotional fluctuations have been detected to have reached the highest threshold in history. In response to the fatal biochemical crisis encountered by Bound Target, Lurume, the system's highest authority, Crisis Response Reward Package, has been forcibly activated. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards distributed successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the knowledge infusion of basic bacteriology and principles of antibiotics. Congratulations to the host for obtaining first-generation penicillin culture strain, X1. The item has been stored in the system warehouse. Please use it at any time. Boom. Fang Han's body shook violently, and his eyes, which had become cloudy and gray due to despair, instantly regained clarity. A huge and profound stream of information, like a flood bursting through a dam, rushed into his brain frantically. Bacteria, infection, antibiotics, penicillin. Finally the wait has come. In the modern world, even 3-year-olds know about this, one of the greatest inventions in human medical history. This supreme miracle drug is specifically designed to combat bacterial infections. Rotting muscle powder, rotting bone plague. After all, Isn't it just an extremely vicious bacterial infection? At this moment, Fang Han suddenly had an idea, and everything became clear. The real purpose of this reward given by the system is not to cope with the grand war that has not yet come, but it was to save the person in front of him, the person he must not lose. Ha ha ha! Fang Han suddenly let out a low laugh, and as he laughed, tears flowed uncontrollably. A crazy and fervent fire of hope rekindled in Fang Han's crimson eyes. He held Lurume tightly, his voice hoarse but filled with unprecedented determination. Mayor, hold on. Hold on for me. Lord Yama, don't even think about snatching you away from me. Chapter 180, Racing with Death, The Battle of Xingling. Mainyang, follow me. The next second, Fang Han suddenly stood up from the bed, pulled up Su Mainyang, who was still kneeling on the ground in a daze, and without saying a word, turned around and ran towards the secret workshop of Xingling Tenguinjuan, deep in the mansion. Husband. Su Mainyang stumbled as he pulled her, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. She had no idea why Fang Han was dragging her, a doctor who had already been sentenced to death, to the workshop at this time. Don't ask. Do as I said. Fang Han didn't even turn his head, but his voice was filled with unquestionable majesty and desperate madness. We still have a chance. We still have a chance to save Mayor. Is there still a chance? Su Mainyang's heart skipped a beat. Although her reason told her that this was impossible, looking at Fang Han's iron-determined back, a glimmer of hope that even she herself could not believe quietly sprouted in her heart. Soon, the two rushed into the highest-level sterile laboratory that had been built not long ago and had been repeatedly disinfected with high-proof alcohol and quicklime. Bang! Fang Han kicked the heavy wooden door shut with his backhand, blocking out the anxious cries of Baijiro and others outside. Mainyang, listen carefully. Fang Han turned around, pressed his hands heavily on Su Mainyang's shoulders, his eyes red, and quickly converted the extremely profound knowledge that the system had just instilled into a language that Su Mainyang could understand. Don't ask. Listen to me. Fang Han pointed at the drop of water. This poison isn't a dead thing, it's alive. It's billions of invisible poison insects that are eating her life. But everything is mutually exclusive, and I have their nemesis here, a magic weapon that can devour the poison insects. What we have to do now is to feed these magic weapons with food and grass. Let them give birth to a huge army, charge into Mayor's body, and devour all the poison insects. Poison? Magical weapon? Su Mainyang was stunned. This theory was completely beyond her understanding and was simply unheard of. But Fang Han's voice was full of bewitching power. Time is running out. I need your help. He didn't have time to explain further. With a thought, he took out the culture dish containing the seeds of penicillium from the system warehouse. He carefully placed the petri dish under the newly manufactured 1,000-fold microscope, adjusted the focus, and then pulled Su Mainyang in front of the eyepiece. Look! When Su Mainyang saw the dense mycelium that looked like a green forest in the world under the mirror, she was deeply shocked again. Now, what we have to do is to make these magic weapons grow and reproduce crazily in the shortest possible time. Fang Han grabbed a pen and paper from the shelf next to him, quickly wrote down a formula, and dictated it in the simplest language. Use cornmeal, sugar, and some inorganic salts. Yes, the stuff extracted from saltpeter and wood ash. Mix them according to the ratio I wrote. Add water and boil until it becomes a paste. Quick, this is their food. He pointed at the green mold under the microscope, which looked insignificant and even disgusting to others, and his eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. Mainyang, this is the seed of our magic medicine. We need to make it grow as many heavenly soldiers and generals as possible in the shortest possible time, so that they can enter Mayor's body and fight a life and death battle. Looking at Fang Han's unprecedented concentration and confidence, as well as the fiery light in his eyes that seemed to be able to create miracles, Su Mainyang was completely infected by this aura. All the questions, confusions, and sadness in her heart were suppressed at this moment. She didn't know what poison was, nor did she know what magic weapon was. She only knew that the man in front of her was her heaven and her backbone. As long as he hasn't given up, she can't give up. Yes, husband. Su Mainyang wiped away her tears abruptly, nodded heavily, and immediately turned around to plunge into the extremely tense operation. Chapter 181. Extend the life of the mistress. The whole city is in trouble. In Xingling Tenguinjuan, the heavy wooden door, closed by Fang Han himself, seemed to separate life and death. Outside the door, there was an extremely oppressive silence. Baijiro, Baishuejian, and Nangong Yinshu were already in tears, their hearts aching. They could only kneel helplessly outside the door, pinning all their hopes on the tightly closed door. Time, at this moment, becomes extremely sticky and long. Every breath was like a blunt knife, cutting their hearts repeatedly. At this moment, Baijiro, who was always gentle, suddenly wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve. In her red and swollen almond eyes, a trace of determination and majesty flashed, which was completely inconsistent with her weak appearance. She knew that her husband was fighting for his life in there. She couldn't panic. She couldn't fall down. She is the legitimate eldest wife of the Fong family. At this time, she must support the family. Someone come. Baijiro stood up suddenly and gave a clear and majestic order to the mansion's butler, who was also as anxious as an ant on hot pan. Madam, the housekeeper came crawling over, his face full of fear and sorrow. Here, Baijiro took out a note from her arms. This was the last thing her husband stuffed into her before he rushed into the laboratory. Right now, mobilize everyone in the mansion, guards and servants alike, and all the trustworthy core villagers of Liushi village, to go all over the city and collect these things for me. The butler took the note, which still had the wife's body temperature, with trembling hands. He looked down and was stunned. There was a series of words written on it in a hurried handwriting that made him baffled. Moldy, hairy steamed buns, orange peels with green hair, rotting fruit, beans with white hair, anything moldy and spoiled. As many as I can get, the weirder the better. What is this? A life-saving miracle drug requires these garbage that are about to be thrown into the Gansu Dai as a medicine inducer? The butler's brain buzzed, shutting down completely. He had been with the Fong family for so long, and had seen the master perform countless miracles, but this time, he truly couldn't understand it. This was simply a joke. Madam, can this save the third madam? The housekeeper asked in disbelief, his lips trembling. Stop talking nonsense. Baijiro's eyes widened, and a powerful aura belonging to the head mistress erupted. She shouted sternly, my husband said it can be saved, and it can be saved. Now is not the time for you to question it. Go, take as many as you can. The third mistress's life depends on these things. If you delay for even a moment, I'll take your head. Yes, I obey your command. The housekeeper was so frightened by the harsh shout that he shuddered all over. He no longer dared to have any doubts. He grabbed the list that was like a death warrant and rushed out crawling. The orders, like whirlwinds, were quickly transmitted from the prefectural office and swept across the entire Nanyang city. For a moment, all forces loyal to Fang Han were completely mobilized. In an ordinary family in the south of the city, the man had just thrown a hard steamed bun with green hair on it into the pig feed bucket when he was slapped on the back of the head by his wife. You prodigal son, the master needs this to save the third mistress's life, and you dare to feed it to the pigs? The woman scolded as she carefully picked the steamed buns out of the bucket and carefully wrapped them in the cleanest cloth. Hurry, send it to the mansion. If you're even a little late, our family will be the sinners of Nanyang City. Extend the mistress's life. Shouts echoed in the streets and alleys of Nanyang City. At this moment, an extremely strange scene took place in Nanyang City. Countless people, guards, and servants rushed back home like crazy, rummaging through their homes. Those moldy and spoiled foods that they originally regarded as garbage and avoided at all costs were now regarded as treasures by them. They rushed to send them to the prefect's mansion as quickly as possible. This is no longer a simple order. This is a national mobilization to test loyalty and cohesion. They may not understand why they have to collect these garbage, but they absolutely believe that the Lord who leads them to have enough food and clothing and is as omnipotent as a god will definitely create miracles again. Nothing must happen to their mistress. Chapter 182, God Wars Under the Mirror, Rekindling Hope. Inside the sterile laboratory, the atmosphere was depressing to freezing point. Bang! A ceramic petri dish that had just been sterilized with high-temperature steam was accidentally dropped to the ground by Su Mainyang. No, failed again. Su Mainyang was so tired that she almost collapsed. She slumped on the ground, her beautiful face filled with frustration, guilt, and despair that was about to collapse. Husband, I'm sorry. I messed up again. She cried and her voice was trembling. This is the third time I have failed. Because the disinfection conditions in ancient times were so poor, even though she had tried her best, the culture medium was still contaminated by the ubiquitous bacteria in the air, and patches of messy mold grew on it, making it impossible to purify the penicillium magic weapon that Fang Han wanted. As the sky outside gradually brightened and Lurume's life gradually faded away, Su Mainyang's heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. Don't give up. Fang Han lifted her up from the ground and forced her onto the chair. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale, but his gaze was unusually bright and resolute. From the corner, he took out a culture dish that was the only successful control group and was isolated under a glass cover. There, a pure green fungal mat is thriving. Mainyang, don't cry. Fang Han's voice was hoarse, but it carried a calming power. Come and see. I'll take you to see a real fight between gods. He carefully scraped a little penicillium from the control group and some miscellaneous bacteria from the failed culture dish, placed them together on a glass slide, and placed it firmly on the large view, thousand-fold microscope. A fight between gods. Su Mainyang raised her tearful eyes blankly. Look! Fang Han adjusted the focus, pointed at the eyepiece, and ordered without question. Su Mainyang trembled and moved her eyes closer with half belief and half doubt. Next second, her breathing stopped instantly. The pair of beautiful eyes that were just filled with tears suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip at this moment, and then burst into an unprecedented, fanatical glow as if they had seen a miracle coming. She saw it. She saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. In that microscopic vision that has been magnified 1,000 times, a silent but extremely brutal war is unfolding madly. Countless wriggling, bizarre-shaped, evil fungi that resemble twisted straws are charging towards the group of penicillium fungi in the center of the field of vision that has branches stretching out like a cedar. However, an incredible scene happened. Around that ball of penicillium, there seemed to be an absolute death zone that was invisible to the naked eye. All the evil bacteria that approached it, no matter how ferocious or how huge, the moment they stepped into that area, they were like being struck by an invisible divine force, breaking, twisting, and disappearing, dissolving, destroying everything with ease. Unstoppable. This penicillium god. He is slaying those evil spirits. Su Mainyang screamed incoherently, her delicate body trembling violently with extreme shock and excitement. No matter how shocking the previous theories were, they were not as intuitive as witnessing this god war under the mirror with my own eyes. It completely overturned my 3 views. It turns out that what my husband said was true. In this world, there are truly invisible creatures fighting, and my husband is the god who controls these divine soldiers and generals. This scene, which completely overturned her worldview, was like a divine talisman, instantly calming all the panic and despair in her heart. All her fatigue and self-doubt were swept away after witnessing this miracle with her own eyes. She suddenly stood up from her chair, and the fire of fighting spirit and fanatical admiration was rekindled in her eyes. Husband, I understand. I completely understand. She pointed at the failed petri dishes, her voice shrill with excitement. It's them. It's these damned, evil spirits who stole the God Lord's food. That's why the God Lord can't grow up. Let's do it again. This time, I'll personally oversee every step of the disinfection process. Use the highest temperature, the strongest liquor. I will never allow any evil spirit to pollute our altar again. Chapter 183. The miracle drug is ready, and Yama knocks on the door. This time, Su Mainyang put in her utmost effort. Each pottery vessel was soaked in the strongest liquor and then repeatedly steamed over high heat. Fang Han personally oversaw the preparation of the culture medium, ensuring that every step was completely shielded from the evil spirits in the air. It was already dawn, when the first rays of morning light filtered through the window lattice, illuminating the laboratory that had labored all night. The new petri dish finally sprouted a pure, unadulterated turquoise bacterial mat. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the ecstasy in the other's eyes. Without taking a rest, they immediately started the most critical refining. A strange, unique aroma, a blend of medicinal fragrance and mold fermentation, finally filled the air. A turbid, pale yellow liquid was successfully extracted, drop by drop, in a simple distiller Su Mainyang had built herself. It looks unremarkable, even a little disgusting. But Fang Han knew that it contained what he needed most right now. Penicillin, although rough, but with a concentration that was absolutely sufficient. It worked. Husband, we succeeded. Su Mainyang looked at the half-full bottle of life-saving medicine and could no longer hold on. Her body softened, and she collapsed to the ground. She looked at Fang Han and cried with joy. All the pressure, fatigue, and tension turned into tears at this moment. Fang Han carefully took out the bottle of magic medicine. With a thought, a glass syringe that was very ordinary in the modern world, but at this moment was like a magical artifact, appeared in his hand. He filled the entire tube with the yellowish liquid as quickly as possible. Without even having time to comfort Su Mainyang, who was crying with joy, he turned around and rushed out. Time. He needs time. Mayor, hold on. I'm here to save you. However, when he pushed open the door of the laboratory with great ambition and endless hope, what greeted him was not anxious waiting, but dead silence and deep sorrow. Bang! Fang Han's heart sank suddenly. Outside Lurume's room, Baijiro, Baishuejian, Nangang Yunshu, all of them were kneeling on the ground lifeless, their cries suppressed tightly, turning into desperate, silent sobs. The air was filled with the smell of burning paper money. Lord, Lord! The leader, a white-haired old doctor, walked out of the crowd tremblingly. The moment he saw Fang Han, he fell to his knees with a plop, his face full of grief and despair, and kowtowed to him heavily. My lord, please forgive my incompetence. The old doctor's voice was hoarse and desperate, and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Fang Han's heart hard. The third madam's pulse, just before you opened the door, completely disappeared. You should prepare for your funeral. When Fang Han heard these words, he felt his vision go dark. The sounds of the whole world disappeared, and only the sound of his own heartbeat like a drum roared in his ears. Too late. I tried my best and raced against death all night long, but in the end, I failed. The king of hell knocked on the door at the last second. Fang Han's face instantly lost all color, turning as pale as paper. He felt the world spinning around him, a huge sense of exhaustion and boundless darkness threatening to swallow him up. He lowered his head and glanced at the tube of yellow liquid in his hand that had just condensed all his hope, then looked at the deadly silent scene inside the door. An incredible madness and unwillingness burst out from the deepest part of his eyes. Get out of here! Fang Han roared like a beast and pushed away the old doctor who was blocking his way. His red eyes flashed with the madness of fighting for his life. I told her she'd be fine. No one's allowed to fucking cry. He tightly gripped the syringe in his hand, with a ferocious expression as if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky. I will snatch back from the hands of the king of hell who wants to take him away. Chapter 184. Reversal of life and death. Miracle comes. Get out of here. A roar like that of a wounded beast exploded from the depths of Fang Han's throat. He pushed aside the old doctor who was blocking his way and looked as pale as death. He rushed into the bedroom filled with deathly silence and sorrow like a gust of wind. What caught the eye was Baijiro, Baishuejian, and others kneeling down and crying. And on that luxurious carved bed, Lurume lay quietly. The beautiful face that had once captivated everyone was now the color of lifeless gold paper. Her lips were purple, and her chest no longer moved with her breathing. She was like a delicate flower that had been completely destroyed by the storm and had withered. Husband, don't. Let Sister Mayor go in peace. Baijiro cried so hard that she almost fainted. She stretched out her trembling hands, trying to stop Fang Han from disturbing Lurume's last piece. Everyone get out. Fang Han turned around abruptly, his bloodshot eyes burning with the madness and determination of a life-or-death struggle. His terrifying aura, like a tangible wall of ice, instantly shocked everyone present, even their cries stagnating. Everyone was frightened out of their wits by his appearance that looked like a devil from hell. They scrambled out of the room, but they all blocked the doorway, craning their necks, staring at Fang Han inside with a mixture of fear, confusion, grief, and a glimmer of hope that even they themselves did not dare to believe. Fang Han walked to the bedside and looked at Lurume's peaceful but lifeless face. His heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, and it hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. But he had no time to grieve. He took a deep breath, and with trembling but extremely firm hands, he lifted the sleeve of Lurume's arm that had slipped to her shoulder. The next second, under the extremely terrified gaze of the people outside the door, Fang Han took out from his arms an artifact that they had never heard of or seen before. It was a transparent glass tube filled with turbid yellow liquid medicine. At the front end of the glass tube was connected to a sharp steel needle that was flashing with a cold light and was several millimeters thinner than a sewing needle. What is this? A hidden weapon? Or some kind of torture device I've never seen before? Just when everyone's minds went blank, Fang Han had already aimed the sharp needle at the blood vessel on Lurume's arm that had not yet completely ulcerated and was still intact, and without hesitation, he stabbed it in. Oh! A suppressed exclamation came from outside the door. Fang Han didn't care. He stared at Lurume's face and used all his strength to slowly, and without leaving a drop, inject the yellow unknown liquid that the old doctors regarded as dirty things into Lurume's already cold body. After doing all this, Fang Han seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He staggered back a step, his pair of red eyes fixed on Lurume, waiting for the final judgment. Time seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. You could hear a pin drop inside and outside the room. A breath. 2 breaths. 10 breaths. The time of an incense stick slowly passed in the endless suffering of everyone. However, Lurume on the bed remained unresponsive. She continued to lie there quietly, as if all the noise and miracles in the world no longer had anything to do with her. Hope, like a candle in the wind, is ruthlessly blown out by the cold reality. Woo-woo, Sister Mayor. Baijiro couldn't hold it in any longer. She covered her mouth and whimpered in despair, then collapsed in Baijiro's arms. A thick despair enveloped everyone again like a tide. However, in the next second, a sharp-eyed maid suddenly pointed at Lurume on the bed as if she had seen a ghost, her mouth wide open, but she couldn't say a word. Everyone followed her gaze, and in an instant, everyone was completely petrified as if they were cast under a spell. A miracle happened. I saw that the black sore on Lurume's body, which was originally hideous and had spread to her shoulders, actually stopped spreading. No, not just stop. The black edge even began to show very faint signs of fading, like ink being dissolved by clear water. This is... The old doctor's eyes almost popped out, and his cloudy old eyes were filled with disbelief that overturned all his worldviews. After a while, as everyone watched with almost no breath left, an even more incredible scene appeared. Miraculously, a faint but extremely faint blush appeared on Lurume's pretty face, which was as pale as paper. Right after, a faint moan, like a cat's meow, gently escaped from her mouth, which had already turned purple. This groan was like a thunder from the sky, exploding in everyone's ears. Plop! The old doctor could no longer hold on. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees as if struck by lightning. He scrambled to the bedside, his fingers trembling like leaves in the wind, as he placed them on Lurume's pulse. Next second, the expression on his old face changed from disbelief to ecstasy, and then to fear and awe deep in his bones. Alive! Alive! The old doctor turned around suddenly and kowtowed madly to Fang Han, as if he were a god walking on earth, shouting incoherently and hoarsely. There's a pulse. There's a pulse. It's weak, but it's really there. This isn't medicine. This isn't earthly medicine. This is an elixir. It's an elixir that can bring people back from the brink of death. Miracle, my lord. This is a miracle coming. Chapter 185. The Question of Life, the Price of the Evil Ghost. As Fang Han continued to inject the magic drug, crude penicillin at all costs, Lurume's condition improved rapidly at a speed that defied common sense. The next day, she was completely out of danger. On the third day, the horrific ulcers on her arms had largely subsided, and she could even drink half a bowl of rice porridge. The entire Nanyang Prefecture's mansion was immersed in ecstasy of surviving the disaster, and in infinite admiration and awe for the Lord's divine power. My Lord can turn stones into springs, revive the dead, and turn flesh into bones. This is no longer a mortal, but a living God walking among the humans. However, in stark contrast to the frenzied atmosphere of joy in the mansion, there was no trace of joy on Fang Han's face. He sat alone in the study, and the air pressure around him was frighteningly low. He held a piece of snow-white deerskin in his hand, meticulously polishing an M9 military dagger he had brought from the modern era. The dagger's blade gleamed with a frightening coldness in the candlelight, and Fang Han's gaze was even colder than the blade's gleam, as cold as the unmelting ice of Siberia. Squeak! The door of the study was pushed open silently. Jeang, dressed in black, quietly walked in like a ghost, blending into the darkness. Behind her, two equally cold-looking core members of the Ghost Fong group followed. They dragged a beaten, bloody, broken, and foul-smelling prisoner like a dead dog and dumped him on the cold floor of the study. It was the old gardener who had been lurking for more than 10 years. My lord, we've brought him here. Jeang knelt on one knee, a chill in her voice. The bones were very hard. We interrogated him for a whole day and night, and finally pried him open. He's still breathing. Fang Han didn't look up, as if he hadn't heard anything. He just continued to focus on the perfect killing tool in his hand and asked calmly, Name? My lord, this man is one of the secret agents of Jingzha under Marquis Jingbei, codenamed Gardener, whose real name is Wang Wu. He has been lurking in Nanyang City for 5 years. This time, the rotting muscle powder was personally deployed by him. 5 years. Fang Han finally stopped wiping. He slowly raised his head. In his eyes, there was no anger, no emotion, only a dead silence. However, it was these eyes that made one feel a deeper fear than when they were furious. He stood up, walked to the dying gardener, who couldn't even hum, and slowly squatted down. Then, he took out a glass syringe with half a tube of life-saving elixir left in it from his arms, and shook it gently in front of the prisoner's cloudy eyes, which only had a glimmer of light. This thing can pull people back from the brink of death. Fang Han's voice was very light and soft, but it was like a devil's whisper in the ear, causing the already unconscious gardener to tremble all over, with extreme fear bursting out of his eyes. Now, I ask you answer. Fang Han placed the gleaming needle tip against the gardener's eyeball, his voice soft as if whispering into a lover's ear. The list, the hidden agent, the next move of that old dog Jing Ho. I don't want to ask a second time. Tell me, and you'll die like a human. If you don't, I'll let you know what a living hell is. Chapter 186. Surviving the catastrophe. The tent is warm and full of love. In the cold study, the smell of blood and the stench of prisoners' incontinence had not yet completely dissipated. Fang Han threw the military dagger covered in blood and flesh into the brazier in the corner with an expressionless face. With a boom, the fire in the basin suddenly exploded, greedily licking the evidence on the dagger, making a sizzling sound. My lord. Jeang knelt on one knee and presented a confession freshly written in blood with both hands. His voice was filled with awe and a hint of fear. Gardner has confessed everything. The list of accomplices he mentioned matches exactly the list we extracted from other stewards in the mansion. I have assigned Ghost Fong to monitor them 24 hours a day. We only need the order from our lord to capture them all. No rush. Fang Han waved his hand and his voice returned to its usual calmness, as if the man who had just transformed into a devil was not him. Let them live a few more days. Killing them one by one is too boring. He turned around, walked to the window, and looked out at the mansion, which had returned to peace. Deep in his eyes, there flashed a hunter's patience and almost cruel calculation. The fish need to be fattened up. It would be fun to catch them all in one net. Yes. Jeang's heart trembled, and he kowtowed heavily. Fang Han pushed the door open and walked out. The strong smell of blood seemed to stick to his skin. He didn't stop for a moment, walking straight to the bathroom and letting the scalding water pour over him, as if only this could temporarily suppress the nauseating smell and the murderous intent churning in his mind. After changing into a clean suit, he did not go to handle any official business, but walked into the kitchen himself. Under the fearful gaze of the servants, he picked up a bowl of rice porridge that he had cooked for Lurume and walked towards her bedroom. Squeak. There was a waft of incense in the bedroom. Lurume was already half leaning against the head of the bed. Although her face was still a little pale, her charming peach blossom eyes had regained their former spirit and even had a bit more fragility and movingness, as if she had survived a disaster. When she saw Fang Han coming in with a bowl, her eyes instantly turned red and she struggled to stand up and salute. Don't move. Fang Han quickly stepped forward, gently held her down, and sat down on the bed. He picked up a small white jade spoon, scooped up a spoonful of warm rice porridge, and blew carefully to his lips, confirming that the temperature was just right, before personally feeding it to her slightly opened red lips. Lurume obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the spoonful of rice porridge filled with love. A warm current rose from her stomach and instantly flowed through her limbs. Her tears, however, could no longer be stopped, and they silently slid down her cheeks like pearls that had broken off the string. She wasn't crying because she had escaped death. Instead, she was moved by the man in front of her, by his reckless madness that day, by his roar that shook the entire mansion, and by his eyes that had turned red for her. At that moment, she knew that this man had completely occupied her heart. Husband, I made you worry. Lurume's voice was hoarse and nasal, and every word was filled with endless tenderness and guilt. Fang Han put down the bowl, without saying a word. He just reached out and gently embraced her soft body in his arms. He leaned over and whispered in her ear with an extremely solemn and distressed tone. I failed to protect you. I promise there won't be a next time. His voice was soft, but the weight it contained was as heavy as Mount Tai. Lurume could no longer control herself. She lay in his arms and burst into tears, venting all her fear, grievances, and emotions. That night, Fang Han did not leave. He just quietly embraced this beautiful lover who survived the disaster, feeling her steady and real breathing and heartbeat, as if he wanted to rub her into his bones. The tent is warm and full of affection. This moment of tenderness is the best comfort for all the thrills that came before. Chapter 187. The Danger of War, the New Gift of the System. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window lattice, Fang Han slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Lurume was still asleep, a healthy blush on her beautiful face, her breathing steady and long. Having experienced the catastrophe of life and death, she was now sleeping exceptionally soundly. Fang Han carefully pulled his arm out from under her neck and tucked the quilt for her, his movements extremely gentle. Looking at this peacefully sleeping face, the fear and rage in his heart had long been soothed by a night of tenderness, replaced by a heavy responsibility to protect. But when he walked out of the bedroom and felt the cool air in the early morning, his heart, which had become soft for his lover, was once again enveloped by the icy murderous intent and became as hard as iron. Marquis of Jingbei. Sooner or later, this debt will be settled with interest. In the conference room, Jeang, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately knelt on one knee. My lord. In front of her, a huge map of Nanyang County was spread out on the table, with more than a dozen conspicuous red dots marked on it with glaring cinnabar. My lord, according to the gardener's dying confession, these red dots are the hidden stakes planted by the Marquis of Jingbei in the beacon towers throughout Nanyang County. Jeang's voice was cold and efficient. They communicate with the traders in the city primarily through two methods. For long-distance communication, they use nighttime smoke signals. For short-distance communication, they use carrier pigeons. Fang Han's eyes fell on those red dots, and his brows instantly twisted into a Chan shape. A huge hidden danger that made his back cold was wrapped around his heart like a poisonous snake. He cursed inwardly. While he had drones, a powerful reconnaissance tool, they were limited in number and couldn't provide all-weather, all-area surveillance. And what about the enemy? They used primitive beacons and carrier pigeons to build a county-wide communications network. Once the war breaks out, Marquis Jingbei will give an order and smoke will rise everywhere. His army will be able to assemble and dispatch in a very short time and form a siege on him. On my side, I am completely blind and deaf. In the face of the enemy's efficient information transmission, all our deployments will be one step behind, and we can only passively take the beating or even be fooled around. It's a terrible feeling to have all the information controlled by others. Fang Han's fingers drummed hard on the table, making a rapid tap, tap, tap sound. He had never felt such a strong desire to establish a completely controlled, absolutely efficient, and absolutely confidential information transmission method as he did now. He needs it. He needs it now. Just when his desire reached its peak, almost bursting through his head. Bite. A clear and pleasant system notification sound exploded in his mind without any warning. Detected that the host has an extremely strong emotional need for information security and instant messaging. It has been determined that the host faction already possesses a preliminary foundation for electrical engineering research, Xinglin Tiangong Academy, and basic industrial capabilities, copper smelting, artisan reserves. In order to deal with the potential information warfare crisis, the System Strategic Technology Reward Package Special Permission has been activated. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host. You have received the Infusion of Technological Knowledge, Telephone Technology, Ancient Practical Edition. Boom. In an instant, it was as if a 9-day divine thunder struck his mind. Countless knowledge about electric current, magnetic field, electromagnetic induction, carbon powder microphone, coil, and electric key rushed into his brain like a flood. This knowledge was systematically and thoughtfully transformed into an ancient version that he could understand and use existing materials and technology to guide craftsmen in practice. Fong. Faraday Bell. Han Online. Fang Han felt as if every pore in his body was dilated, and an indescribable sense of ecstasy and control rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The gleam in his eyes burst out, as if it could penetrate the void. Telegraphs are still too slow. Fang Han looked at the annoying red dots on the map, a cold and contemptuous smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. It's too slow, too behind. He waved his hand violently, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty and excitement. Purple Shadow. I'm here. Immediately gather all the core craftsmen of Xinglin Tiangong Academy. Immediately. Right now? Also, go and invite Main Yang as well. Fang Han's voice echoed in the empty conference room, carrying a hint of uncontrollable excitement. I have a brand new immortal technique that I want to teach them. A kind of immortal technique 100 times more powerful than the divine word technique. Telegraph. Chapter 188. Tiangong Fang's Oracle, Golden Chi Binding Dragon. In Xinglin Tiangong Academy, the highest level secret workshop. The security here is very tight, with a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. All the guards are the most loyal elite in the Fong family guard team. Inside the workshop, the atmosphere was so solemn that it was almost frozen. Lurume was at the head of the group, and behind them stood a dozen of the dying dynasty's finest craftsmen. They were all recruited by Fang Han at great expense from all over the land, or were elites promoted from among the craftsmen of the prefectural governor's mansion. At that moment, everyone held their breath, gazing up at the young master standing before them with awe that bordered on pilgrimage. Today, I will teach you a magical power called telephone. Fang Han paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his tone as flat as if he was saying that the weather was nice today, but the content of his words was like an oracle, hitting everyone's heart heavily. Once this magical power is mastered, it can allow two people thousands of miles apart to have an intimate conversation as if they were face to face. It is countless times more advanced than the previous divine words technique. What? Thousands of miles away, intimate conversation? How is this possible? The craftsmen were instantly in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief that completely overturned their worldview. The divine word technique, telegraph, that immortal method that could transmit messages instantly, had already astounded them. Now, the Lord was actually saying there was a magical power that could allow for direct communication? If this isn't a god, then what is it? However, amidst the shock and uproar, Lurume's charming peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up, flashing with an almost fanatical admiration. After experiencing the blue mold god incident and personally feeling Fang Han's divine power to bring the dead back to life, she had 300% trust in any magical power Fang Han mentioned. In her opinion, this was not some mundane skill at all, but her husband was revealing a glimpse of the true great truth to her and these mortals, and it was an unparalleled opportunity to peek into the workings of the laws of nature. Be quiet. Lurume's gentle rebuke silenced the workshop. She stepped forward and bowed to Fang Han, her beautiful eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Please, my husband, send down the oracle. Good. Fang Han nodded with satisfaction. He walked over to a pre-prepared workbench, picked up a magnet and a coil of copper wire, and began to think rapidly. If he simply talked about electric current and magnetic fields, these people would surely think it was a fairy tale. His eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. The ancients said, Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Within all things, there is qi. What we want to utilize today is a kind of golden qi hidden within metal and stone. I call it electricity. Fang Han started. When golden energy, electric current, passes through this entangled golden wire array, coil, it generates an invisible force within this magnetic field. This force can activate mechanisms and transform sounds. A group of top craftsmen were confused by what they heard. They felt that they recognized every word, but when put together, they were more profound and mysterious than the Book of Heaven. They could only treat every word of their Lord as golden rules and memorize them in their hearts. However, Lurume was completely mesmerized by what she heard. She was already incredibly intelligent, and under Fang Han's careful guidance, she immediately thought of the Tao of alchemy, which she had dabbled in. The transformation of yin and yang, the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements. She murmured to herself, the light in her beautiful eyes growing brighter and brighter. My husband, you mean that this gold energy and magnetic field are like the yin and yang energies in alchemy, capable of mutual transformation and the creation of all things? She suddenly looked up and excitedly asked, We can extract the purest gold energy from the copper ore, just like refining the medicinal properties of elixirs, and then use a special formation, circuit, to confine it and drive the mechanism, vibrating diaphragm, at the other end to produce sound? Absolutely right. Fang Han couldn't help but give her an approving look, feeling overjoyed. Mainyang was truly a genius, able to figure this out on her own. He nodded heavily and said loudly, Mainyang, you have the highest level of understanding. You will be responsible for leading a team and using the acid washing method to extract the purest and finest copper wire. This is the foundation of the telephone magical power. You must do your best. Yes, husband. Lurume's pretty face flushed with excitement, and she accepted the order seriously. The rest of you. Fang Han pointed at the other craftsmen and slammed a stack of blueprints showing coils, electromagnets, toner cartridges, and other parts onto the table. Follow my blueprints and make these magic weapon parts exactly as I did. Whoever does a good job will receive a reward of 100 taels. Whoever dares to leak this information will have their entire clan exterminated. Yes, sir. With Fang Han's order, the entire Tiangong workshop instantly turned into an extremely fanatical scientific research base. But theory is just theory. When the craftsmen actually started working on it, all sorts of problems arose. My lord, what exactly is this gold energy? We can't touch it, nor can we see it. An old craftsman was sweating profusely, at a loss in front of a pile of copper sheets and acid. Don't be impatient. Fang Han was confident. He picked up an iron nail and wrapped the thinnest copper wire around it. Then he connected the two ends of the copper wire to a simple battery he had prepared long ago, which was made of copper sheets, zinc sheets, and salt water. Watch carefully. He held the nail with the coil of wire next to a small pile of iron filings. Nothing happened. The craftsmen looked at each other in confusion. Fang Han didn't get annoyed. He checked and found that the salt water concentration was not high enough. After adjusting it, he moved the nail closer again. This time, a miracle happened. I saw that the pile of iron filings seemed to be sucked up by an invisible force, and with a crash, they all stuck firmly to the iron nail. Hiss! There was a sound of gasps in the room. Is this the power of gold energy? It can take things from the air. The craftsman's eyes instantly changed from confusion to enthusiasm. The golden energy that had been so ethereal a moment ago now became incredibly real. This is just one of the most insignificant uses of golden energy, Fang Han said calmly, enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. Your task is to bind this power with copper wire like a dragon and use it for my own benefit. Chapter 189. The first tick. The ambiguity of fingertips. It has to be said that the hands-on ability of the top craftsman in ancient times was extremely terrifying. Under Fang Han's no-cost material supply and oracle, like theoretical guidance, after 2 days and 2 nights of sleepless fighting, burning hundreds of kilograms of copper materials, and experiencing dozens of desperate failures, a most primitive telephone receiver prototype consisting of a simple coil, an electromagnet, and a thin metal sheet was successfully produced. Although it can only make a monotonous, ticking sound now, which is far from being a conversation, it is undoubtedly a groundbreaking step. Xuejian, come here. Fang Han looked at the ugly but meaningful lump of iron on the table, smiled, and waved to Bai Xuejian, who had been peeking curiously at the door. Husband, is this the singing piece of iron you were talking about? Bai Xuejian scurried in, circling the workbench like a curious kitten. She looked even more charming and adorable in her pink skirt, her large, untainted eyes filled with pure anticipation. Yes, but it only makes a ticking sound now. Fang Han smiled and took her hand, leading her to the other end of the workbench, where there was a simple electric key. Come, I'll teach you. Look, press your finger here, and it will sing. He gently put his arms around the girl's slender waist from behind, held her small hand that was as soft as boneless and as smooth as jade, and pressed her index finger on the cold metal switch. The step-by-step teaching has begun. The girl's delicate virgin fragrance, mixed with the scent of copper and rosin from the workshop, drifted into Fang Han's nostrils. The delicate and smooth touch of her hand made his heart flutter. The atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly became a little ambiguous. Bai Xuejian's pretty face flushed instantly, all the way down to her fair neck. She could clearly feel her husband's broad chest against her back, and his strong heartbeat seemed to penetrate the fabric and reach her heart. My heart suddenly began to beat like a deer. But rather than shyness, she felt more of an immense excitement and honor to be able to learn a man's new magic. Listen, just like this, just a tap. Fang Han held her hand and applied gentle force. Drop. The sound was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in Bai Xuejian's heart. Yeah, it worked. It really sang. Bai Xuejian was so surprised that she almost jumped up. She turned around suddenly, raised her flushed little face, and looked at Fang Han with admiration in her eyes that almost overflowed, as bright as the stars in the sky. Husband, you are so amazing. Haha, try it yourself now. Fang Han was amused by her innocent look, let go of her hand, and encouraged her with a smile. Bai Xuejian nodded heavily and carefully pressed her finger down again. Drop. She raised her hand. Answer. She pressed it twice more quickly. Ding ding. At dusk, the entire secret workshop was filled with the magical tick-tick sound. Bai Xuejian was completely immersed in this novel game and never tired of it. She found that every time she pressed the iron block, it would sing obediently. This feeling made her happier than getting any new rouge and powder. Baijiro, Lurume, Nangon Yinshu and others who rushed over after hearing the news looked at Bai Xuejian, who was having a lot of fun being taught exclusively by her husband. Their beautiful eyes were filled with deep envy and strong curiosity about the new toy that can sing. Fang Han looked at this scene with a sense of satisfaction. He smiled secretly in his heart, thinking that this immortal method could not only win a battle thousands of miles away, but also make the beauty smile, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 190. Secret Words on the Starry Night. Sweet Talk on the Phone. The night is as deep as ink. The entire Nanyang Prefecture mansion had fallen into a deep sleep, with only a few courtyards still brightly lit. One of them is Fang Han's study. In another embroidery building hundreds of meters away from the study, Bai Xuejin's bedroom also had a small candle lit. Under the cover of night, a thin copper wire was secretly erected by the most elite guards of the Fong family guards. Like a spider silk woven by gods, it quietly and tightly connected the two rooms that were far apart. In the study, Fang Han had a playful smile on his face as he sat in front of the magic weapon called telephone that was carefully crafted by the top craftsman of Tiangong Workshop. It's a strange-looking thing, consisting of a black wooden base, a brass stand that holds the receiver, and a round dial covered in numbers. He reached out, gently picked up the heavy receiver, put it to his ear, and then used the fingers of his other hand to skillfully dial a string of numbers on the dial. Buzz, click, click. After a slight and strange mechanical sound, there was a beep sound from the other end of the phone indicating that the call was connected. Hello. Fang Han lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of mischievous humor that only he could understand, transcending time and space. Are you asleep, my little darling? Oh. On the other side, in Bai Xuejin's boudoir, a suppressed scream suddenly rang out. At this moment, she was like a kitten guarding its food, nervously and excitedly lying in front of the table, staring intently at the identical magic instrument. When the magic instrument suddenly made a crisp ring-ring-ring sound, she almost jumped out of her chair. She hurriedly followed her husband's instructions and grabbed the receiver. When Fang Han's familiar and teasing voice rang out clearly as if it were right next to her ears, Bai Xuejin's pretty face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. Oh my God! Is this the telephone power that my husband mentioned? Really? I can really hear my husband's voice. This feeling was so wonderful. It was as if her husband had some kind of magical power to penetrate walls, and in the dead of night, he quietly sneaked into her boudoir and whispered to her alone. Novelty, exciting, and the supreme joy of having your husband's secret all to yourself. Bai Xuejin felt her heart pounding wildly. She covered her burning cheeks and shyly responded to the microphone in a voice as thin as a mosquito's. No, I'm thinking about my husband. Hearing this soft and shy answer, Fang Han couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is really getting better and better. He cleared his throat and decided to tease her again. He asked in a mysterious tone, let me test you. What thing has no legs but can travel all over the world? On the other end of the phone, Bai Xuejin was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. She tilted her head, her pure big eyes rolled around, and her long eyelashes fluttered, which was very cute. Without feet, but able to travel around the world? Are they those iron birds drones that my husband has? No, iron birds have wings. Suddenly, a night breeze blew in from the window, ruffling her hair. Bai Xue saw a flash of inspiration, and her eyes lit up instantly. She excitedly shouted into the microphone, it's the wind. Husband, it's the wind. Haha, you're right. Fang Han's hearty laughter came from the receiver, clear and magnetic, making Bai Xuejin's ears numb. The two of them, one in the study and the other in the embroidery building, separated by most of the mansion, chatted sweet words as if no one was around, played a childish but sweet guessing game, and were completely unaware of the passage of time. However, what they didn't know was that the intermittent conversations and Bai Xuejin's occasional surprised laughter had already alarmed other people in the yard next door. Listen, why does it sound like a man's voice is coming from Sister Xuejin's room? It's my husband. I heard my husband's laughter. But I just saw my husband return to the study. How could it be? In the darkness of the night, three beautiful figures, Baijiro, Lurume, and Nangong Yinshu, tiptoed to the door of Bai Xuejin's room like thieves. They pressed their ears tightly against the door, held their breath, and eavesdropped on the movements inside. The clear conversation between Fang Han and Bai Xuejin came out without missing a word. The three of them looked at each other, their beautiful eyes filled with the same shock, curiosity, and deep envy and a hint of jealousy. Why does only Sister Xuejin have it? Early the next morning, as soon as Fang Han walked out of the study, he was blocked by three stunning beauties with different styles. Husband, we want it too. Husband, you can't be partial. Looking at the three women's eyes that were both resentful and expectant, Fang Han touched his nose helplessly. Chapter 191. Alchemy, the divine machine is finally completed. After all, the fun in the harem is just a small episode in life. If you want to lay out this Skynet of telephones on a large scale, or even cover the entire Nanyang city, the amount of copper wire required is astronomical. Moreover, the requirements for copper wire are much more stringent than those used in previous generator manufacturing. It must be thin enough, strong enough, and most importantly, its purity must reach an unprecedented level. The atmosphere in the secret workshop of Xinglin Tiangong Academy was extremely depressing. It's broken again. No, my lord. We've made this wire drawing die out of the finest steel, but the copper we smelted has too many impurities and lacks toughness. It breaks as soon as we pull it. We've tried hundreds of times, but we can only pull out pieces as thick as a hair. Any thinner won't work. A group of top craftsmen gathered around a pile of broken copper wires, all with sad faces and sweating profusely. Even Fang Han felt a little tricky at the moment. He had countless modern chemical and physical methods for purifying metals in mind, but the problem was, even the best cook could not cook without rice. The industrial foundation of this era was an insurmountable gap. No high-purity acid, no electrolysis equipment, not even an accurate thermometer. Holy shit, how the hell do I play this? Fang Han couldn't help but curse in his heart. Just when everyone was at a loss, and even Fang Han began to consider whether to return to the modern era to transport the finished copper wire, a soft, pleasant, yet confident voice sounded leisurely in the workshop. Husband, can you let Yang try? Everyone turned around to see Lurume approaching gracefully. She was wearing a tight, easy-to-move-in outfit that perfectly accentuated her mature, voluptuous curves. But at that moment, no one dared to spare a second glance at her captivating figure. Everyone's gaze was drawn to her strikingly bright, peach-like eyes. In those eyes, there was a glint of the technical brilliance of having found a professional field. Yang, do you have a solution? Fang Han's eyes lit up. Yang can't guarantee it, but the purification method my husband mentioned seems to be similar to some of the techniques I use to make pills on a daily basis. Lurume smiled, full of confidence. Okay, whatever you need, manpower, materials, just deploy them. Fang Han waved his hand. After getting permission, Lurume actually had her extremely precious purple gold bagua alchemy furnace moved into the workshop. All the craftsmen were stunned. What the hell? Using an alchemy furnace to refine copper? Is the mistress crazy? Amidst everyone's shocked and puzzled gazes, Lurume did not ask the craftsmen to add regular charcoal. Instead, she took out a few red pills the size of pigeon eggs from her sachet and threw them into the bottom of the furnace. This is the Scorching Sun Fire Accelerating Pill, which can instantly increase the furnace temperature to far higher than ordinary fire. Before she finished speaking, she waved her jade hand and released a stream of internal energy. With a boom sound, an almost weird blue flame leaped up from the bottom of the furnace, and the temperature of the entire workshop soared instantly. The craftsmen retreated in horror. Is this a magical technique? Immediately afterwards, Lurume threw another basket of copper into the furnace. After it was completely melted into golden copper liquid, she threw in several kinds of strange ores that had been ground into powder. Frost stone can precipitate iron essence. Alum powder can gather lead impurities. She was muttering something, and at the same time, she was pointing her hands at the alchemy furnace in the air, controlling the blue alchemy fire at the bottom of the furnace with a mysterious method that outsiders could not understand at all. The flames seemed to have life. Under her command, it sometimes spit out tongues like a spirit snake, sometimes roar like a tiger, stirring up the pot of molten copper into a turbulent sea. This is the gold separation and fire separation method I used to remove impurities from the purple gold pill when I was refining it. Lurume excitedly explained to Fang Han while manipulating the process, her pretty face full of the brilliance of her technical prowess. I didn't expect it would actually work so well here. Look, husband. With her soft shout, the swirling copper liquid miraculously began to separate into layers. Layer upon layer of darker impurities visible to the naked eye were forced to the surface, while the copper liquid in the center area became clearer and purer than ever before, shining with an almost red gold light. Copper. Lurume gave a delicate cry. A craftsman who had been prepared for this quickly opened a small hole at the bottom of the furnace, and a stream of extremely pure and more ductile copper liquid slowly flowed out like a fire dragon. The subsequent wire-drawing craftsman immediately stepped forward and performed the operation carefully. This time, it went extremely smoothly. The pure copper liquid showed amazing toughness during the cooling process. In the special mold, it was easily pulled into strands of perfect copper wires that were several times thinner than a hair and sparkled with soft golden light. Technical bottlenecks are overcome in one fell swoop. Moreover, Lurume excitedly stated that this method of separating gold and fire can be fully realized in mass production. Hiss! The entire workshop was filled with gasps of shock. The way all the craftsmen looked at Lurume had completely changed. It was no longer the way they looked at their mistress, but rather the way mortals looked up to gods, or apprentices looked up to their master. Using alchemy techniques for industrial purification? What the hell? What kind of magical operation is this? Chapter 192. Heaven's net is vast, and you will fall into the trap. After Lurume overcame the core technical bottleneck of the telephone using the incredible method of alchemy, the productivity of the entire Xinglin Tiangong Academy was instantly liberated. Massive amounts of standard copper wire are produced continuously. Fang Han immediately issued the highest-level secret order. The Dragon Tooth Army, commanded by Jeang himself, under the cover of night, transformed into countless secret action teams, like ghosts in the dark night, and began to carry out an unprecedented paving mission. An invisible net of heaven and earth, with the prefectural governor's mansion as the nerve center, connecting the 4 major military camps, the 4 city gates, the government treasury, the granary, and all the key points of Nanyang City, was quickly woven in just one night. At the same time, in a secret room deep inside the prefectural mansion, Jeang personally selected 30 of the most alert, loyal, and absolutely unrevealing members from the shocks and locked them up here. And their chief instructor is actually Baijiro. Baijiro held a small pointer and stood in front of a table covered with phone operation steps. Watching these usually murderous members of the shock, sitting upright like elementary school students, taking notes with serious faces, the scene was indescribably weird and efficient. Everything is ready. In the study, Fang Han sat at the table, feeling the absolute sense of control brought by the information network he had woven with his own hands and covering the entire city. A cold and cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The time to hunt has arrived. He picked up a pen and wrote an order on a piece of white paper. Soon, an official news spread quickly throughout Nanyang City through the announcement of the prefectural government. Madame Liu, recently recovered from a serious illness after a recent assassination attempt, is truly blessed by the divine protection of Buddha. In gratitude for this divine grace, Lord Fong will personally escort Madame Liu to the Qingyun Temple, 50 miles outside the city, in 3 days to burn incense and fulfill a vow. As a sign of piety, he will only take half of his personal guards with him. As soon as the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. In a secret room of an inconspicuous house in the city, a middle-aged general with a burly figure and a sinister face was ecstatic after hearing the news. This person is none other than the biggest secret agent planted by Marquis Jingbei in Nanyang City, the former surrendered general, Wu Da. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me. Wu Da slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with excitement. Fang Han, you little brat, are still young and frivolous, arrogant and conceited. Just because you won 2 battles and saved a woman, you really think you're the king of Nanyang? How dare you reduce the city's defenses at this time? You're simply courting death. Greed and malice flashed in his eyes. He grinned and ordered to the few confidants around him. Pass on my order. Notify all hidden spies in the city, as well as those gentry we have instigated to rebel. 3 days from now, at 12:30 p.m., listen to my signal of smashing a cup and take action simultaneously. Our target isn't that damn Qingyun Temple. Wu Da showed a cruel smile on his face. We want to take advantage of Fang Han's absence from the city and assassinate all of his female relatives who remain in the prefectural governor's residence with lightning speed. Create massive chaos. Then, we'll cooperate internally and externally to seize Nanyang's west gate in one fell swoop and welcome the Marquis' army into the city. Yes. The confidant took the order, turned around, and went out immediately, releasing a carrier pigeon from the backyard. The carrier pigeon flapped its wings and flew to various places in the city, carrying Wu Da's conspiracy, which he thought was foolproof. Wu Da stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the direction where the carrier pigeon flew away, as if he had already seen the scene of himself breaking into the prefect's mansion, capturing Fang Han's beautiful wives and concubines alive, and performing an unprecedented feat. What he didn't know was, on the attic of the tea house opposite his mansion, a pair of cold, emotionless eyes had already taken in everything that happened in his mansion through a telescope. Next to those eyes, a member of the shock team, disguised as a tea drinker, was holding a phone. Calling Central, this is Osprey. The fish is hooked. Repeat, the fish is hooked. Chapter 193, Under the Eyes of God, the Clown's Carnival. 3 days later, at the east gate of Nanyang. Look, it's Lord Fong's convoy. With a loud shout, the originally noisy streets suddenly became quiet, and thousands of eyes looked at the team slowly driving out of the city gate. Nearly 100 elite soldiers of the Dragon Tooth Army were like unsheathed swords, guarding the seemingly ordinary carriage in the center. But everyone knew that the person sitting inside was the living bodhisattva of their Nanyang city, Madame Liu. My God, Lord Fong is truly benevolent and righteous. Madame Lu just happened to be there, so he personally escorted her to burn incense and fulfill her vow. More than that, I heard that Lord Fong transferred half of the city's troops just to show his sincerity. The people in the crowd were talking in awe and gratitude, their eyes looking at the convoy enthusiastically and sincerely, as if they were witnessing a miracle. However, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a few pairs of cold eyes exchanged glances and then quickly disappeared into the crowd. A carefully directed drama has officially begun. In the south of the city, deep in a large house. Ha. Okay. Wu De slapped the pearwood table in front of him, and a clear crack appeared on the solid tabletop. His eyes were red, his face showed uncontrollable ecstasy and ferocity, and his whole body was trembling slightly from excessive excitement. Fang Han, you're still a little naive. After winning 2 insignificant battles and saving a woman with some sorcery, you really think you're the master of Nanyang City? He took a big gulp of liquor, not caring at all as the liquid dripped down his rough beard and onto his chest. How unkind. For a woman, you dare to march out of the city at this time with such fanfare and even withdraw half of the defense force. This isn't God's help, what is it? Inside the secret room, several trusted generals also had greedy and cruel smiles on their faces. General, Fang Han's move is equivalent to handing over Nanyang City to us. Exactly. As soon as he left, we took action. By the time he realized what was happening, Nanyang City had already changed its owner. Wu De slammed his wine glass to the ground, making a crisp shattering sound. He stood up and paced back and forth in the secret room like a tiger about to be released from its cage, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty intent. Wu De stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his cracked lips, his voice full of perverted distortion and obscenity. Listen up. The first step is for me to personally lead my assassins and charge into the prefectural government's residence through the back door. Doesn't Fang Han treasure his women? By Xuejin, Chu Kongqing. TSK. I'm going to show him, in front of the whole city, how his women beg for mercy under our crotch. Let him know what it means to be worse than death. He paused, his eyes gleaming with more ferocity. At the same time, set fire to every corner of the city. Burn. Make the situation as muddy as possible. Have those gentry lead their men to attack the government office. I want all of Nanyang City to become a complete mess. Once the city is in chaos, the captain at the east gate, who we fed well, will open the gate. Then, once the Marquis's 50,000 troops arrive, we can join forces inside and outside. Nanyang City will be ours. Once this feat is accomplished, you will be granted the title of Marquis and General. All of you brothers will have a share of Fang Han's woman. Roar. The confidants in the secret room roared like wild beasts, their eyes full of greed and desire. At the same time, in the deepest secret room of the prefectural government. Here, completely different from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, there is only a heart-pounding silence and the rhythmic drip sound that comes one after another. A huge sand table of Nanyang City occupies the center, with every street carefully marked on it. Around the sand table, a dozen solemn-looking radio operators sat upright with simple receivers on their heads. Countless copper wires extended from the equipment in front of them, like a huge neural network, gathering the pulse of the entire city. Jeang stood in front of the sand table, his expression as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. Report. A radio operator straightened up suddenly, speaking rapidly. Osprey 3 calling. Target Butcher has issued a general attack order. 12 of his assassins, disguised as vendors, are moving along Suzaku Street towards the back door of the prefectural government. Arrive in 1 minute. Ding ding. Almost at the same time, another radio operator shouted. Report. Owl number 7 calling, targeting the 8 members of the Fat Pig team. They have set fire to the incendiary material near the granary west of the city. Report. Wasp 2 is calling. Target Viper is colluding with 3 gentry families and preparing to attack the government office. Encrypted telegraph messages, like trickles of water, flowed into this nerve center from every corner of the city, outlining an extremely clear picture of the enemy's movements on the huge sand table. Jeang picked up a small black flag representing Wu Da's death squad and accurately inserted it at the location of Zhuke Street on the sand table. Notify the Dragon Fong team at the back door to hold their ground. She didn't even look up, her voice emotionless. Once they're admitted, immediately seal the back door and execute the closing the door and beating the dog plan. Yes. She picked up another small red flag and planted it at the location of the granary in the west of the city. Notify the second team of Ghost Fong, lurking in the granary, to attack immediately. No one should be spared. Yes. Notify the Ghost Fong team outside the government office to apprehend those leading gentry. Seal off the scene and don't let any escape. Yes. Orders passed through her cold lips and were transmitted by the telegraph operator through the telegraph lines to every corner of the city in an instant. Chapter 194. Thunder strikes. Blood stains the night of Nanyang. 3/4 past noon, at the back door of Nanyang Prefecture's mansion. Squeak. The slight sound of a door hinge turning was particularly harsh in the quiet alley. A fierce look flashed in Wu Da's eyes, and he gestured to the 11 most elite assassins behind him. As silent as civet cats, they filed in. The courtyard was empty and silent. There were only a few old locust trees casting mottled shadows in the afternoon sun, and there was not even a patrolling guard. Ha ha ha, little Fang Han. He really transferred everyone away. One of the assassins lowered his voice and said excitedly. A smug smile appeared on Wu Da's face. He felt relieved, and the last trace of vigilance disappeared. In his eyes, this was an extremely empty backyard with only a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hurry, charge in and kill everyone you see, especially the women. Leave no one alive. Wu Da drew the ring-handled sword from his waist, took the lead, and rushed towards the moon gate of the inner courtyard with a grin. However, just as he took the third step, bang! With a loud bang, the back door that had just been opened was slammed shut by a huge force, and the heavy bolt fell, making a sound like a death warrant from the underworld. Wu Da's heart suddenly jumped, and an extremely ominous premonition instantly enveloped his whole body. He looked up in horror, only to see that the walls around him were filled with densely packed figures, without him noticing when. Each of them, clad in black, held a strangely shaped bow. The bow gleamed with a cold metallic gleam, brimming with ferocious murderous intent. The icy arrows, like the eyes of death, had already locked onto the 12 people in the courtyard. At the highest point of the courtyard wall, Ma Baoguo looked expressionlessly at Wu Da and others who were trapped in the courtyard like turtles in a jar, his eyes looking as if he were looking at a group of dead things. What is this? Wu Da's pupils suddenly contracted. He had never seen a bow and arrow like this before. The oppressive feeling coming from it made the hairs on his body stand up. Trap! There's a trap! The assassins finally reacted, screaming in fear and subconsciously raising their weapons to block. But it was too late. Ma Baoguo slowly raised his right hand and then swung it down heavily. Put. A cold word, like the sentence of death. Buzz. There was no sound of traditional bows and arrows breaking through the air, but instead, there was a terrifying scream that seemed to be able to tear the eardrums. Hundreds of black arrows, like a dark cloud woven of death, instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of sharp blades entering flesh was so frequent that it made one's scalp numb. The fine armor that the death warriors were so proud of was as fragile as tofu in front of these arrows flashing with a ferocious cold light. There was no such thing as blocking, only penetration. Before the hideous smile on the face of one assassin had faded, 3 arrows pierced his head. The huge kinetic energy nailed him to the wall, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. As soon as the other man raised his shield, the thick shield was instantly shot into a honeycomb by more than a dozen arrows, and his body behind him was shot into a pool of rotten meat. Wu Da couldn't even utter a complete exclamation. He only felt 3 irresistible pains in his chest, abdomen, and thighs at the same time. Looking down, he saw that 3 black arrows had pierced through his body, and the blood they brought out dyed his entire chest red. The expression on his face was still frozen in the smugness and ferocity of the moment before the charge, but his eyes were quickly filled with endless astonishment and disbelief. How so? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all that came out was mouthfuls of blood and broken organs. Boom! His burly body fell to the ground with a loud bang, splashing dust all over the ground. His eyes, still fixed on the black-clad men holding magic weapons on the wall, were filled with endless confusion and fear. Inside the courtyard, blood flowed like a river, and no one was left alive. It took only 3 breaths from the time Ma Baoguo gave the order to the time the 12 elite soldiers were completely killed. On the wall, Ma Baoguo withdrew his hand expressionlessly, as if he had just crushed a few ants. And this extremely bloody scene was being played out simultaneously in dozens of corners of Nanyang City at the same time, in the same efficient and cruel manner. As the stench of blood in the city gradually dissipated, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Only the blood-stained ground and the bodies being dragged away silently told of the horror of the thunderstorm. 50 miles outside the city, on the official road. That huge convoy had stopped by the roadside at some point. Fang Han sat leisurely in the carriage, sipping a cup of fragrant tea brewed by Xuejin herself. At this moment, a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds came from far away. A dragon-tooth army messenger dismounted with a swift and decisive movement, knelt on one knee outside the carriage curtain, and spoke in a steady and powerful voice. "My lord, the Skynet has been closed. All the rebels in the city will be annihilated." Fang Han opened the car curtain, and the warm sunlight shone on his calm face. He looked towards the direction of Nanyang City, where the sky was blue and peaceful. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Very good." He put down his teacup, his voice calm, yet filled with an unquestionable majesty. "Back to the city.